3 years ago, I secretly used my connections and resources to save my wife's family from bankruptcy. Not only did we clear their enormous debts, but we also turned their company into a success. However, as the business grew, my relationship with my wife began to deteriorate. Today, she threw $5 million at me, called me a freeloader, and demanded that I leave. Initially, I just wanted to spend the evening with her, to help her relax after work. When I got home, I approached Mount Kin Chang, placed my hands on her shoulders, and offered her a massage. "Dear, you must be tired, let me help you relax," I said. But she immediately shrugged my hands off and coldly stepped away. "Yi Chen, I'm not in the mood, don't touch me, you're sleeping on the couch tonight," she said. "On the couch? We're husband and wife. You won't even let me into the bedroom now?" I asked bitterly. She looked at me with a cold, distant gaze. Without saying a word, she turned and walked to the bedroom. A few moments later, she returned with some documents and a bank card, which she placed in front of me. "We're no longer people from the same world. This is a divorce agreement. Sign it. There's $5 million on the card, it's all yours," she said, in an icy tone. I couldn't believe my ears. I managed to ask, with difficulty, "Divorce? We're no longer people from the same world?" Her words cut through me like a knife. I looked at her. She was stunningly beautiful, her long black hair, elegant business suit, and shapely legs and black stockings, all of it was perfect. But the bright, kind woman I had fallen in love with was gone. In her place stood a cold and arrogant stranger. "Are you serious about this? Is divorce the only way?" I asked. "Yes," she replied confidently. "Yi Chen, you don't do anything, you just play games and sleep all day. I've worked hard to get to where I am. We're too different now." I didn't argue further. Her disdain and coldness left me feeling empty inside. I picked up the pen and signed the documents. Before I left, she tried to convince me. "There's $5 million on the card, for an ordinary person, that's a fortune, be grateful." I looked at her and calmly replied, "$5 million, that's far too little to buy my pride. Keep it for yourself." Her face twisted with anger. She yelled that I was nothing without her, but I didn't listen. I walked away without looking back. Outside, the cold wind howled. But it couldn't compare to the icy chill in my heart. 3 years of marriage. 3 years of love and effort. All gone. After wandering for a while, I made my way to the Hoyun residential complex. Climbing the stairs, I knocked on one of the doors. The door opened, and standing before me was a young woman with features that resembled Mount Kin Chang's. It was Mu Qingxie, her younger sister. Seeing me, she froze in surprise for a moment, but then a warm smile spread across her face. "Brother-in-law," she said softly. Standing before him was Yi Chen's sister-in-law, Mu Qingshu. She had long, flowing hair like a waterfall, wore an elegant dress, and had delicate features, skin as smooth as cream and bright, pearly teeth. Her clear eyes exuded innocence and cuteness. Her beauty was in no way inferior to Mount King's. Yi Chen gave an awkward smile and said, "Qingshu, I have nowhere to stay. Can I stay here for a few days?" Mu Qingshu gave him a sweet smile. While others might not know, she was fully aware that it was Yi Chen who secretly helped the Mu family out of their financial troubles when they were buried in debt. It was also Yi Chen who helped her sister Mount King become Yun City's top entrepreneur. Yet this brother-in-law remained low-key. After doing so much, he never sought credit. No matter how much the family mocked him, Yi Chen always brushed it off with a smile. Mu Qingshu naturally welcomed such an outstanding brother-in-law. Teasing him, she said, "Brother-in-law, did you have a fight with my sister? Honestly, my sister is really something. Even now that she's a company president, she's still so willful." As she tidied up the room, Mu Qingshu invited Yi Chen inside. Yi Chen sat on the sofa, sighed lightly, and said, "We didn't fight. She wants a divorce. I've already signed the divorce papers. Starting today, I guess I'm no longer your brother-in-law." Ugh. A fight at the head of the bed should end at the foot. Mu Qingshu instinctively started to say, but then she froze, turned around abruptly, and exclaimed, "Brother-in-law, did I hear you right? My sister wants a divorce? Is she crazy? Why would she do that?" Yi Chen gave a bitter smile and said, "Your sister's different now. She's Yun City's rising business star, and I, someone who just sponges off her, am no longer worthy in her eyes." Mu Qingshu immediately became agitated and shouted, "Brother-in-law, what are you talking about? She might not know, but I do. Without your secret support, how could the Mu family have achieved what it has today? Without you, my sister would still be drowning in debt. And all those big companies that collaborate with her now, aren't they doing it because of you? As she spoke, Mu Qingshu prepared to rush to her sister to demand an explanation. The Mu family had only just risen from its troubles. How could Mu Wangqing suddenly act so arrogantly? Divorcing Yi Chen at this time would be like pushing the entire Mu family back into the abyss. Did Mu Wangqing really think the Mu family's current success was all due to her own efforts? Ridiculous. No way. Mu Qingshu couldn't let Mu Wangqing divorce Yi Chen. If they divorced, the companies working with Mu Wangqing because of Yi Chen's influence would likely abandon the Mu family entirely. Mu Qingshu grabbed Yi Chen's hand and said, "Brother-in-law, come with me." Yi Chen asked doubtfully, "Where are we going?" Mu Qingshu replied angrily, "To demand an explanation from my sister. Why should she divorce you? Someone must have influenced her." Yi Chen sighed and said, "Forget it. She's no longer the Mu Wangqing she used to be." Mu Qingshu insisted, "I don't care. I need an explanation." Unable to refuse her, Yi Chen was dragged by Mu Qingshu to Mu Wangqing's villa. Knock, knock, knock. Mu Qingshu knocked on the door with anger. "Who is it?" A male voice quickly responded. The door was opened by Mu Fei, a younger brother in the Mu family. "Second sister? Why are you here?" Mu Qingshu ignored Mu Fei and dragged Yi Chen inside. At that moment, Mu Wangqing, Mu Fei, their father Mu Bo, and their mother Zhao Lan were all sitting together enjoying a hot pot. The atmosphere seemed particularly cheerful, with no sign of the recent divorce. Mu Qingshu felt her anger surge and stormed over to Mu Wangqing, shouting, "Sister, why are you divorcing brother-in-law?" Zhao Lan frowned, stood up, and blocked Mu Wangqing, saying, "Qingshu, what are you doing? We're having a family gathering. Why did you bring this good-for-nothing Yi Chen here?" Mu Qingshu shouted, "Mom, my sister wants a divorce. Aren't you going to try to stop her?" Zhao Lan pursed her lips, as if she had long known about it, and wasn't surprised at all. She said, "A divorce? Isn't that a good thing? Do you think someone like Yi Chen is worthy of your sister?" "I think this divorce is for the best." Mu Fei laughed as well. "Exactly. Second sister, why are you always siding with outsiders? Our Mu family is considered one of the big families in Yun City now. We're not running a charity. We've supported Yi Chen for 3 years. Do we have to keep supporting him?" Mu Bo waved dismissively and said, "Get him out of here. Don't disturb our family gathering. Qingshu, if you still consider US family, stop siding with outsiders." Faced with the family's overwhelming hostility, Mu Qingshu was in disbelief. Although she knew Yi Chen wasn't treated well in the family, she never expected him to be bullied to this extent. Did they forget that everything the Mu family had today was all thanks to Yi Chen? What was this? Burning bridges? Were they insane? Mu Qingshu shook her head in disbelief and said, "Are you serious? Don't you know who brother-in-law really is?" Hearing this, Zhao Lan and the others burst into laughter. "Of course we know. Yi Chen, the infamous freeloader, living off a woman. What other identity could he have? He's just a parasite in the Mu family. Qingshu, you're just too naive. Yi Chen only clings to you because he's afraid he won't be able to leech off us anymore. That's why he's using you. Don't you get it?" The group took turns mocking Yi Chen. Mu Qingshu was so angry she almost cried. How could she have such foolish family members? Turning to her sister Mu Wangqing, she asked seriously, "Sister, are you really going to divorce brother-in-law? Can't you reconsider?" Mu Wangqing sighed but said firmly, "Second sister, there's no room for negotiation. Marriage will only hinder my progress. And my business is none of your concern." "You!" Mu Qingshu yelled in anger. "Mu Wangqing, have you lost your mind? Without brother-in-law, would you be where you are today?" Mu Wangqing frowned. Slap. A hard slap landed on Mu Qingshu's face, instantly leaving it red and swollen. Mu Wangqing coldly said, "Everything I have, I earned through my own efforts. If you still care about this family, stay out of this. If you don't, then get out." Mu Qingshu looked at her sister in disbelief. She suddenly realized that her sister had become a complete stranger. Holding her face, Mu Qingshu said coldly, "Mu Wangqing, you'll regret this." Watching Mu Qingshu run out in tears, Mu Wangqing stared blankly at her hand, feeling an inexplicable frustration. Why did everyone say she would regret this? What did she do wrong? She just wanted to work hard and achieve her dreams. Even if she were to marry, she wanted her husband to be someone who could support her, not someone like Yi Chen, who relied on a woman. Regret? No. She would never regret this. Zhao Lan glared at Yi Chen and stepped forward, pointing at his nose and angrily scolding Yi Chen. You shameless piece of trash. 3 years of freeloading in my house wasn't enough for you. Do you think that by dragging King Shu here, we'll take you in again? Dream on. Mu Fei also mocked. Exactly. Freeloading off our eldest sister before, and now that you're divorced, trying to cling to our second sister? Come on, you're a grown man. How can you love freeloading so much? Zhao Lan shouted, You'd better get lost. If I see you again, you won't walk away unscathed. Yi Chen took a deep breath, ignoring Zhao Lan's hysterics, and instead looked at Mu Wanqing. Is that how you see me too? Mu Wanqing turned her head away and said coldly, I offered you 5 million before, but you refused. I thought you had some backbone, but now you're resorting to cheap tricks. You've really disappointed me. Hey! Yi Chen let out a bitter laugh as he looked at the ridiculous faces of Mu Wanqing's family. Knowing that words were useless, he said coldly, Remember your disgusting faces today. I hope you can always be this proud. Just don't come begging me later. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Zhao Lan burst into laughter, the sound harsh and grating. Ha ha ha, did I hear that right? US, the Mu family, needing to beg you? You really think too highly of yourself. Exactly. Aside from freeloading, what else have you done for my sister? Young Master Li merely had dinner with my sister, and is already planning to help her secure a 10 billion yuan deal with Yunhai Group. A 10 billion yuan deal. You've probably never seen that much money in your life. As long as she closes this deal, my sister will instantly become the most sought-after business star in Yun City. And you think we'd beg you? Ridiculous. Hearing this, Yi Chen turned to look at Mu Wanqing, only to see her averting her gaze. Yi Chen sneered and said, So that's why you suddenly wanted a divorce? Turns out you've hooked up with some rich heir. Mu Wanqing angrily snapped, Yi Chen, watch your words. Yi Chen replied coldly, Am I wrong? Your brother said it himself. Feeling irritated, Mu Wanqing let out a light snort and said, Think whatever you want. Besides, we're already divorced. What I do is none of your business. Mom, get him out of here. I don't want to see him. Zhao Lan immediately stepped forward and gave Yi Chen a hard shove. Get out. Get out. Yeah, get lost. Stop being an eyesore. After forcing Yi Chen out, Zhao Lan turned to Mu Wanqing and said, Wanqing, don't let this upset you. It's not worth ruining your health over. Rest early. Tomorrow you're meeting young Master Li to discuss the deal with Yunhai Group. You must secure that 10 billion yuan contract. Yi Chen's face was cold. He had given Mu Wanqing plenty of chances, but unfortunately, she never appreciated them. Over the years, he had deliberately hidden his identity to highlight Mu Wanqing's business talent. Yet Mu Wanqing not only failed to appreciate it, but she also despised him as a burden. Fine. If that's the case, let the past be the past. Yi Chen turned decisively and left. As he exited the neighborhood, he saw Mu Qingshu squatting by the roadside, crying. Yi Chen walked over, gently patted her back and said, Don't cry. You'll ruin your pretty face. Brother-in-law. Sob. Why are they like this? When did they become so snobbish? Mu Qingshu cried. Without you, the Mu family would probably still be buried in debt. This is so ungrateful. Yi Chen said, Let bygones be bygones. I'm no longer your brother-in-law anyway. Mu Qingshu wiped her tears and said, Okay, brother-in-law. Let's go back. From now on you can stay with me as long as you like. That night Yi Chen didn't sleep well. Early the next morning his phone suddenly rang, waking him up. Half asleep, Yi Chen picked up the phone and glanced at the screen. It was Yunhai Group's chairman, Zhao Yunhai. He put the phone to his ear and lazily said one word, Hello? Hello, young Master Yi, it's Xiao Hai. A hoarse voice came from the other end of the line. Yi Chen impatiently asked, Oh, it's you. What's up? Zhao Yunhai's tone was incredibly respectful. Young Master Yi, here's the thing. Recently Luo Mingcheng, the head of the Luo family in Yun City, is celebrating his birthday. He'd like to invite you to attend. But he's worried about disturbing you, so he asked me to mention it to you. Oh, I see. I'll think about it, Yi Chen said casually. By the way, how's Yunhai Group doing lately? Zhao Yunhai laughed. Thanks to your blessings we've been doing quite well. If you have time, could you visit our group to take a look? Yi Chen said lightly. Hashim. I'm still sleeping. I'll come over when I wake up. Zhao Yunhai was overjoyed. He knew that since Yi Chen's marriage, he had been living in seclusion and rarely appeared in public. Many people in Yun City had tried to meet Yi Chen, but none had succeeded. Now that Yi Chen agreed to visit Yunhai Group, Zhao Yunhai was ecstatic and repeatedly said, I'll be eagerly awaiting your arrival, young Master Yi. After hanging up, Yi Chen got up from bed, freshened up a bit, and headed out. At the same time, Mu Wanqing also woke up early. Today was a significant day for her because she was preparing to secure the 10 billion yuan contract with Yunhai Group. She was so excited that she hadn't slept all night. Early in the morning she dressed carefully and applied her makeup. Securing the Yunhai Group deal would be a qualitative leap for the Mu family. She had to seize this opportunity. Zhao Lan stood behind her, helping her fix her hair while saying, "Wanqing, you must make the most of this opportunity." Mo Wanqing replied, "Mom, I know what to do." Zhao Lan added, "And about young Master Li, don't be so stubborn. He's clearly interested in you, and you need to play your cards right. Look at him. With just one move, he's helping you secure a 10 billion yuan deal. That's something that useless Yi Chen could never achieve. Opportunities like this shouldn't be missed. Understand?" Hearing this, Mu Wanqing felt a wave of irritation. For some reason, after the divorce, she didn't feel the liberation or freedom she had expected. Instead, her heart felt inexplicably empty. She said hurriedly, "All right, Mom, I know what to do. Stop nagging me." With that, Mu Wanqing quickly walked out of the house. At the entrance, young Master Li leaned against a Ferrari. Seeing Mu Wanqing approach, he quickly opened the car door. Mu Wanqing gave a polite smile and sat in the passenger seat. She asked worriedly, "Young Master Li, do you think I can successfully secure the Yunhai Group contract this time? Do you know Yunhai Group's chairman, Zhao Yunhai?" "Not exactly. Zhao Yunhai is a prominent figure, not someone you can meet casually," young Master Li said confidently. "But don't worry. With me here, everything will be fine. I've already handled the connections. I know Yunhai Group's department manager. This deal is as good as done." Looking at the confident young Master Li, Mu Wanqing couldn't help but sigh inwardly. In comparison, Yi Chen seemed dull, taciturn and incredibly lazy, while young Master Li was so sunny and confident. Most importantly, he could help her. Was divorcing Yi Chen the right decision? Mu Wanqing shook her head, brushing away these messy thoughts. She had to focus on securing the 10 billion yuan contract with Yunhai Group first. "Young Master Li, whether we can secure the Yunhai Group contract this time depends on you." Mu Wanqing took a deep breath and said humbly, "Don't worry, sister. Who is young Master Li? With him here, it's definitely in the bag." Mu Fei's voice came from the back seat. Mu Wanqing was stunned and turned around to see him. She said angrily, "Xiao Fei, why are you here?" Mu Fei grinned and said, "Of course, I came with Brother Lai to broaden my horizons." Mu Wanqing said coldly, "Don't mess around. We're here to sign a contract for Qingyuan Industrial and Trades Development. Why are you tagging along?" Young Master Lai gave a charming smile and said, "It's fine. Xiao Fei is grown up now. It's time for him to see the world." Mu Fei immediately flattered, "Sister, did you hear that? Brother Li is so generous, not only handsome but also broad-minded and capable. He's 100 times better than that freeloader Yi Chen. Sister, you should cherish him." Mu Wanqing's face stiffened. She divorced Yi Chen to focus entirely on her career and never considered remarrying. Hearing Mu Fei's words, her face turned dark as she said, "Xiao Fei, watch your mouth." "It's okay," young Master Li said with a faint smile. "I've always respected Wanqing. As long as she doesn't want to, no one can force her to do anything." Mu Fei immediately gave him a thumbs up and praised, "Brother Li is a real gentleman." Soon, the car stopped in the Yunhai Group's parking lot. The three of them were about to head inside to sign the contract when young Master Li suddenly clutched his stomach in pain. He quickly said, "Wanqing, you two wait for me at the entrance of Yunhai Group. My stomach's upset, I'll be right back." Mu Wanqing was taken aback. Young Master Li said, "Don't worry. I've arranged everything. The contract will definitely go smoothly. Just wait for me." With that, young Master Li rushed off to the restroom. Mu Wanqing and Mu Fei could only wait at the entrance of Yunhai Group. As they walked over, they suddenly saw a middle-aged man in an Armani suit looking in their direction. When he saw Mu Wanqing, his eyes lit up. He quickly walked over and asked excitedly, "Are you President Mu of Qingjuan Company?" Mu Wanqing was surprised and nodded. "I'm Mu Wanqing. And you are?" The middle-aged man said respectfully, "I'm Zhao Yunhai of Yunhai Group. It's a pleasure to meet you." "What? Zhao Yunhai? The president of Yunhai Group? He was personally waiting here for her? Didn't young Master Li say they were only meeting a project manager from Yunhai Group?" She had underestimated young Master Li's status. After all, Yunhai Group was one of the top companies in Yun City, and Zhao Yunhai was a prominent figure. Even though King Yuan Company now generated profits of over 100 million, with Mu Wangqing's position, it would have been impossible to meet Zhao Yunhai without someone introducing her, let alone have him personally wait for her. Mu Wangqing immediately said excitedly, "Chairman Zhao. It's a pleasure to meet you." Zhao Yunhai smiled respectfully. "You're too kind. I've been waiting here for you since early morning. May I ask if he has arrived?" Zhao Yunhai was a shrewd person. He knew that Mu Wangqing was Yi Chen's wife because Yi Chen's status was far too high for him to address directly. However, Zhao Yunhai's respectful attitude made Mu Wangqing think he was referring to young Master Li. After all, only young Master Li knew about today's business discussions with Yunhai Group. Seeing Zhao Yunhai's humility, Mu Wangqing became even more excited and quickly said, He had an upset stomach and went to the restroom. He'll be back soon." Zhao Yunhai nodded knowingly and smiled. "Then I'll wait here for his esteemed arrival. It's truly an honor for us that you're here to visit our group." Hearing this, Mu Wangqing was utterly stunned. Who was Zhao Yunhai? A man of immense power and influence, the chairman of a billion-yuan group, and one of Yun City's most prominent figures. Not only was he personally waiting at the entrance, but he also repeatedly expressed how honored he was. This level of humility left Mu Wangqing feeling overwhelmed. After waiting for a while, Mu Wangqing awkwardly said, "Chairman Zhao, is the project manager of your group available? I want to sign a contract with him later." "What contract?" Zhao Yunhai asked. "Let me see." Mu Wangqing handed over the prepared documents and said, "It's a 10 billion yuan contract. Here's the project proposal." Zhao Yunhai laughed and said, "No need to look. I'll sign it myself. A 10 billion yuan contract doesn't match your status. How about this, let's start with 20 billion, and we'll consider additional investments later. How does that sound?" "What?" At that moment, Mu Wangqing felt as if a pie had fallen straight from the sky. She was completely stunned. Even though young Master Li had said everything was arranged, she never expected that the contract would not only be signed so smoothly, but that Zhao Yunhai would also offer to double the amount. A 10 billion yuan contract instantly became 20 billion. And it was only the initial contract. If things went well, there would be more opportunities for collaboration. This made Mu Wangqing's blood boil with excitement. So simple? Signing this contract was equivalent to the results of a year's effort by King Yuan Company. What generosity! What an extraordinary gesture! Seeing Mu Wangqing silent, Zhao Yunhai asked curiously, "Does President Mu feel it's not enough? I can increase it by another 10 billion. No. Mu Wangqing quickly snapped out of it. For a company the size of King Yuan, 20 billion was already the limit. Any more would risk overburdening the company. She quickly waved her hands and said, "It's enough, really enough." Zhao Yunhai smiled and nodded. Just then his phone rang. After taking the call, a hint of confusion flashed across his eyes. He said, "He's already upstairs. Would you like to come with me?" Mu Wangqing, her mind still reeling, instinctively shook her head and said, "We're waiting for someone else." Zhao Yunhai didn't press further and said, "Then I'll head to my office. See you later." After Zhao Yunhai left, Mu Wangqing and Mu Fei were still in shock. Mu Wangqing swallowed and asked, "Xiao Fei, am I dreaming? Did we really just secure a 20 billion yuan contract?" Mu Fei nodded and exclaimed excitedly, "Sister, we're going to be rich." Mu Wangqing was puzzled and muttered, "I feel like this is unbelievable. It went too smoothly." "Sister, isn't smooth sailing a good thing? This is the benefit of having connections. Without young Master Li, do you think this contract would have been signed? Without young Master Li, we probably wouldn't have even met Zhao Yunhai. Compared to someone like Yi Chen, young Master Li is miles ahead. Yi Chen's just a freeloader, while young Master Li can secure a 20 billion yuan contract with a single word. That's the difference." Zhao Yunhai didn't hear their conversation. At this moment he was still puzzled. Mu Wangqing was Yi Chen's wife. Why didn't she come upstairs with him, and instead waited for someone else? When he opened the door, he saw a young man sitting in the office. Zhao Yunhai immediately walked over respectfully and said, "Greetings, young Master Yi." The young man was none other than Yi Chen. Yi Chen responded indifferently. "Young Master Yi, are you feeling better?" Zhao Yunhai asked with concern. "You must take good care of your health." Yi Chen frowned, feeling a bit confused. He was always in good health and rarely got sick. He asked, "I'm not sick. Why would I feel unwell? Aren't you feeling stomach discomfort?" Zhao Yunhai asked, surprised. "Just now I happened to meet your wife downstairs at the group's building. She said you were feeling unwell and went to the restroom." Hearing this, Yi Chen thought for a moment and immediately understood. It was probably a misunderstanding. He laughed at himself and said, "You didn't directly mention my name, did you?" Zhao Yunhai replied in surprise. "How could I dare to casually mention young Master Yi's name? But President Mu is your wife, she should know I was referring to you." Yi Chen chuckled bitterly and said, "Not wife, ex-wife. She and I are divorced." "What? Divorced? Are you kidding?" Zhao Yunhai was utterly shocked. He couldn't believe that Mu Wangqing would divorce Yi Chen. He asked incredulously, "Why? Why is that?" Yi Chen gave a bitter smile. "She thought I wasn't ambitious, had no power, and was just freeloading. Forget it, talking about it only makes it more painful." At this moment, Zhao Yunhai felt like he was going crazy. Not ambitious? No power? Freeloading? Were these really words used to describe Yi Chen? Zhao Yunhai felt his brain couldn't keep up. With Yi Chen's status, did he even need to be ambitious? If he were any more ambitious, he might as well tear the heavens apart. Yi Chen had no power. In Yun City, anyone who knew Yi Chen's identity would bow respectfully and address him as young Master Yi. Freeloading? That was even more ridiculous. If Yi Chen so much as said a word, Zhao Yunhai could hand over the entire Yunhai group to him without hesitation. And yet, Yi Chen wouldn't even bother looking at such a small asset. This Mu Wangqing was truly blind. There were countless daughters of prestigious families lining up for the chance to marry Yi Chen, yet she had actually divorced him. Zhao Yunhai said angrily, "Young Master Yi, you've been wronged. It's a pity I only just found out. I just signed a 20 billion yuan contract with her. Let me cancel it right away." "No need," Yi Chen said with a faint sigh. "We were once husband and wife. The contract is already signed, so let it be." Hearing this, Zhao Yunhai had no choice but to drop the matter. He said, "All right, as you wish, young Master Yi. Enough about these unpleasant matters. Why did you call me here today?" Yi Chen yawned and asked. "It's about the birthday banquet of Luo Mingcheng, the head of the Luo family. He plans to host a grand event. Although he has heard of you, he has never met you. Knowing that I have a good relationship with you, he asked me to extend an invitation," Zhao Yunhai explained respectfully. "All right, I'll go," Yi Chen nodded. "Wonderful. I'll pass on this great news to Luo Mingcheng. He'll be overjoyed to hear that you'll attend his birthday banquet," Zhao Yunhai said. Yi Chen nodded lightly. Over the years in Yun City, he had received countless invitations to such events but had always declined to let Mu Wangqing showcase her business talent. Now that they were divorced, there was no need to hold back anymore. After chatting with Zhao Yunhai for a while, Yi Chen grew bored and decided to leave. Zhao Yunhai quickly stood up and said, "Young Master Yi, let me see you out." Yi Chen waved his hand and said, "No need. You can carry on with your work. I'll take a stroll." Zhao Yunhai respectfully replied, "As you wish, young Master Yi." As Yi Chen left Zhao Yunhai's office and was about to leave Yunhai Group, he suddenly saw a familiar figure. Wasn't that the young Master Li who had been pestering Mu Wangqing recently? What was he doing here? Young Master Li was on the phone and didn't notice Yi Chen. "Hey man, think of something for me. Is the project manager you found at Yunhai Group reliable? I promised Mu Wangqing I'd secure this contract." I know. But there's no other way. Mu Wangqing is divorced now. You don't get it. None of those other girls out there can compare to Mu Wangqing's charm. Anyway, I don't care, this woman is mine." "Marry her? A divorced woman? Of course not. I'm just playing around. I've got it under control. She's not that naive. I've been pursuing her for so long and haven't even held her hand yet. If I land this contract, I might finally get a taste." Hee. Young Master Li was deeply engrossed in his call, while Yi Chen, overhearing everything, grew increasingly furious. Although he was divorced from Mu Wangqing, 3 years of marriage wasn't something that could be easily erased. Young Master Li's words made Yi Chen's anger boil over. He strode forward, grabbed young Master Li by the collar, and growled, "Li Qiang, you shameless scoundrel." Young Master Li was startled. When he saw it was Yi Chen, he let out a sigh of relief and angrily said, "Oh, it's you, Yi Chen, you good for nothing. What are you doing? Trying to hit me?" Yi Chen narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "I heard everything you just said. I'm warning you to stay away from Mu Wangqing. Do you hear me?" Young Master Li smirked and said, "And what makes you think you can tell me what to do? Do you still think you're her husband? You're divorced. Both Mu Wangqing and I are single now. What we do is none of your business." Yi Chen's voice turned icy. "I don't care what schemes you have in mind, but I'm warning you, don't go near Mu Wangqing. If you so much as touch her, I'll end you. Young Master Li pushed Yi Chen's hand away and patted his chest mockingly. Oh, I'm so scared. You're warning me. Yi Chen, who do you think you are? You're just a piece of trash, a worthless loser abandoned by a woman. Compared to me, you're like a maggot easily crushed. Yi Chen's face darkened, his eyes cold as he glared at young Master Li. But young Master Li showed no fear and continued mocking. What's wrong? Feeling upset? Do you know who I am? Compared to me, you're nothing. Not only am I going to play with Mu Wanqing, but if I get the chance I'll also play with her sister, Mu Qingshu. Are you mad? Come on, hit me if you dare, you cowardly piece of garbage. Hearing young Master Li's words, Yi Chen couldn't suppress his fury any longer. A flash of killing intent appeared in his eyes. Smack. Yi Chen swung his hand, slapping young Master Li hard across the face. A red handprint instantly appeared on young Master Li's cheek. Young Master Li clutched his face in pain and shouted angrily, You dare to hit me. Yi Chen's eyes were like those of a grim reaper, cold and merciless. He said in an icy tone, Hit you? No, I'm going to kill you. With that, Yi Chen moved like lightning, appearing in front of young Master Li in an instant. Young Master Li felt a suffocating sense of danger, as if death itself was approaching. His heart sank. How could Yi Chen be this fast? That look in his eyes, it was terrifying. Could he actually dare to kill him? At this critical moment, a furious shout filled with anger suddenly rang out. Yi Chen, stop, what are you doing? The people who arrived were none other than Mu Wanqing and Mu Fei. Young Master Li, who had just been terrified, immediately showed a smug smile and whispered, You piece of trash, how dare you hit me? This isn't over. Just wait until I win over Mu Wanqing. I'll make sure to humiliate you properly. Yi Chen's eyes turned cold, and he kicked Li in the stomach. Bang! Li was sent flying by the kick and landed heavily on the ground. Ah! It hurts. Li cried out, clutching his stomach in pain, his body curling up involuntarily. Mu Wanqing and Mu Fei hurried over to help him up. Brother Li, are you okay? Mu Fei asked worriedly. It hurts. It hurts so much. Yi Chen is a complete scoundrel. He actually hit me. Li gritted his teeth and said through the pain, Yi Chen, you're already divorced from Wanqing. She and I are completely innocent. Why did you hit me for no reason? Hearing this, both Mu Wanqing and Mu Fei looked at Yi Chen in disbelief. Mu Fei immediately pointed at Yi Chen and started yelling, Yi Chen, you piece of trash. You're really bold, hitting young Master Li. Do you think this will help you win my sister back? Let me tell you, my sister will never reconcile with garbage like you. Mu Wanqing also looked at Yi Chen in disappointment and said, Yi Chen, have you gone mad? Who gave you the right to hit people? Yi Chen said indifferently, he deserved it. Mu Wanqing felt a wave of anger and said, We've already divorced amicably, and your behavior is extremely childish. You've really let me down. Hearing this, Yi Chen replied coldly, disappointed? It seems you've always been disappointed in me. And yes, I know we're divorced, you don't need to keep reminding me. Mu Wanqing snapped angrily, since you know that, you shouldn't be doing such despicable and shameful things. Yi Chen was furious as well. He looked at Mu Wanqing and said, You came here and started accusing me without understanding what happened. Did you even ask why I hit him? We just got divorced and you're already siding with him this quickly? Mu Wanqing was momentarily speechless, but she gritted her teeth and said, Does hitting someone make you right? Yi Chen sneered and said, Why don't you ask him what he just said about wanting to play with you, and how he discussed turning you into his dog with others? Mu Wanqing, when did you become so lowly? Mu Wanqing's face froze, and she looked at young Master Li with suspicion. She knew he liked her, but she had never entertained any thoughts about other men and had always maintained boundaries with him. Seeing Mu Wanqing's gaze, Li quickly put on an aggrieved expression and said, Wanqing, I swear I've never said anything like that. You have to believe me. Mu Wanqing's face darkened, unsure who to trust. At this moment, Mu Fei jumped in to mock Yi Chen. Sis, you absolutely can't believe this trash, Yi Chen. Who is young Master Li? He's a prominent figure among Yun City's elite. His manners and style are on a completely different level from someone like Yi Chen. From the day we met him, young Master Li has always been polite and never overstepped any boundaries. If he had any ill intentions, he would have acted long ago. Why would he go to such lengths to help us secure a cooperation deal with Yunhai Group? Yi Chen looked at his foolish former brother-in-law, realizing he had been completely brainwashed by young Master Li. Besides calling him stupid, Yi Chen couldn't think of any other way to describe Mu Fei's behavior. Young Master Li had regained his composure. He slowly stood up and looked at Yi Chen, saying, "Yi trash? I've always let things slide out of respect for wonking. But now that you've hit me, I can't let this go." "You? Really?" Yi Chen said coldly, showing no fear. Li sneered. "It seems you don't know who I really am. My name is Li Qiang. Li Fuhai, the owner of Yun City's Fuhai Group, is my father. Let me tell you, with my family's power, crushing you is as easy as crushing an ant. Do you believe me?" "Fuhai Group?" Yi Chen's lips curled into a mocking smile. He hadn't even heard of this so-called Fuhai Group. At best, it was a second-rate enterprise in Yun City. Compared to Yunhai Group, Fuhai Group was utterly insignificant. Yi Chen's voice turned icy as he said, "A spoiled brat relying on his father dares to brag in front of me?" Li raged. "All right, kid, you're arrogant. Today I'll show you what happens when you cross me, Li Qiang." Yi Chen glanced at Li with disdain and said, "What happens?" "Hey, what happens is that Fuhai Group disappears from Yun City." Everyone was stunned by Yi Chen's words. Make Fuhai Group disappear? What kind of joke was that? Fuhai Group was a publicly listed company worth billions, and Li Qiang's father, Li Fuhai, was a well-known figure in Yun City. How delusional would someone have to be to claim they could make Fuhai Group disappear? Yi Chen was about to say more when Mu Wanqing suddenly snapped, "Yi Chen, shut up." Yi Chen said coldly, "Why should I?" Mu Wanqing yelled, "Are you crazy? Do you know what consequences your words could bring? Do you think you can go against Fuhai Group? Let me tell you, Yun City is a complicated place. Power and influence are everything here. People with power control the lives of most people. What can you do besides vent your anger? Can't you grow up?" Yi Chen looked at Mu Wanqing and took a deep breath before saying, "What I said is the truth. Forget making Fuhai Group disappear. Destroying it would be as easy as snapping my fingers." As Yi Chen spoke more and more outrageously, Mu Wanqing's face grew even more disappointed. She suddenly felt Yi Chen might have gone insane. Perhaps the divorce had hit him too hard, pushing him into a state of madness. This made Mu Wanqing feel a twinge of guilt. She quickly turned to Lai and said, "Young Master Lai, I'm really sorry." Yi Chen just spoke without thinking. "Could you let it go for my sake? He's still my ex-husband, and I don't want things to get ugly." Seeing Mu Wanqing humble herself, Li showed a smug smile and pretended to be magnanimous. "All right, for Wanqing's sake, I'll let it slide." Yi Chen said coldly, "I don't need anyone's pity." Seeing Yi Chen refuse to listen, Mu Fei grew furious and said, "Yi Chen, you're hopeless. My sister pleaded for you, and young Master Lai forgave you. But you're still ungrateful." Yi Chen sneered, "Do you not get it? Why would I need his forgiveness?" Mu Fei took a deep breath and shouted angrily, "Why? You really don't know why? You married my sister for 3 years, and all you did was freeload. What have you brought to the Mu family? Look at young Master Li. His influence is so great that a single word from him made Yunhai Group's chairman, Zhao Yunhai, personally receive us and sign a 20 billion yuan contract. For you, that would be harder than reaching the heavens. But for young Master Lai, it's as simple as speaking a word. That's the difference between you two. He's like a god, and you're just mud." Hearing this, Yi Chen froze. Zhao Yunhai signed the contract with Mu Wanqing because of him. If not for his sentimentality, that contract would have already been voided. What did this have to do with Li Qiang? Expect Zhao Yunhai to look up to Li Qiang? As if. Yi Chen burst into laughter, as if he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. "This is absolutely hilarious." Li Qiang was stunned. He had indeed come to help Mu Wanqing negotiate the contract, but after pulling every possible string, he had only managed to secure a meeting with a Yunhai Group project manager. He wasn't even sure if the deal would go through and had planned to bluff his way out if it didn't. But just now, what did he hear? Not only had Mu Wanqing already signed the contract, but the original 1 billion yuan deal had turned into 2 billion. Even more shocking, Yunhai Group's chairman, Zhao Yunhai, had personally greeted them. How was that possible? Li Qiang was completely dumbfounded. Although his family was wealthy, and he was a second-generation rich kid, with his status, getting a personal reception from Zhao Yunhai was out of the question. Zhao Yunhai wouldn't give him face. Not in a million years. For a moment, Li Qiang couldn't make sense of the situation. Mu Fei scoffed, "Yi Chen, what are you laughing at? Have you lost your mind?" Yi Chen replied coldly, "I'm laughing at your stupidity. You can't even tell who helped you secure this 2 billion yuan contract. Utterly ridiculous. EFFT. Yi Chen, don't tell me you're suggesting we signed the contract because of you?" Mu Fei sneered disdainfully. "You're shameless to the extreme. We all know it's thanks to young Master Lai, not you. What credit could you possibly take? Yi Chen let out a sarcastic laugh and pointed at Li Qiang. Why don't you ask him if he even has that kind of clout? Mu Fei turned to Li Qiang and said, Brother Li, before we came, you said everything was arranged, and we didn't inform anyone else about our visit. If you hadn't made the arrangements, how could Chairman Zhao have been waiting to meet us? Tell this loser it was you who made it happen, right? Li Qiang's expression froze. Clearly this wasn't his doing. His status didn't qualify him to meet Zhao Yunhai, let alone have him extend such courtesy. But since Mu Wangqing and Mu Fei already believed it was his doing, Li Qiang decided to take the credit. After all, no one knew the real story, so he could claim the glory without question. This would not only showcase his strong network but also increase his chances of winning Mu Wangqing over completely. Li Qiang puffed out his chest and said arrogantly, of course. Who else could it be but me? I just asked my father to make a call, and Chairman Zhao graciously gave us face. After all, my father has the status to make that happen. Mu Fei's eyes widened in excitement. Did you hear that, Yi Chen? Brother Li made the connection, and that's why Chairman Zhao personally received us. What else do you have to say now? Yi Chen was stunned by Li Qiang's shamelessness. So, people could be this brazen. Knowing his lack of qualifications, Li Qiang even dragged his father into the story to make it believable. Yi Chen was both angry and amused. Li Qiang, you're truly shameless. Li Qiang sneered. HMP. You're just a piece of trash. What would you know about the circles of US elites? My family has the power, so of course people give us face. You're nothing but a frog in a well. A frog in a well? Yi Chen chuckled. Your Lai family isn't even worthy of shining Zhao Yunhai's shoes. Do you really think you're that important? Mu Wangqing, who had remained silent, felt conflicted. She had initially doubted Li Qiang's claim, because he had only mentioned arranging a meeting with a project manager, never Chairman Zhao. But now, with Li Qiang saying he used his father's connections, it made sense. Only someone of his father's status could possibly earn such courtesy from Zhao Yunhai. In Mu Wangqing's eyes, Yi Chen was just making a scene. She had hoped he would mature, but his behavior was disappointing. Even if Li Qiang wasn't directly responsible for the contract, he had at least tried to help. But what about Yi Chen? He lacked self-awareness and couldn't see the gap between himself and others. Frustrated, Mu Wangqing snapped, Enough, Yi Chen. Stop it. Don't you know how embarrassing you're being? Yi Chen replied coldly. What's there to be embarrassed about? Mu Wangqing said. A real man should work hard and rely on his abilities, not act like a clown and humiliate himself. Yi Chen felt a wave of bitterness. For 3 years he had silently helped Mu Wangqing. Even now, after their divorce, he had asked Zhao Yunhai to give her the contract out of kindness. And yet, the credit was being given to someone else. Feeling disheartened, Yi Chen said, Maybe in your eyes, I've always been a clown. Seeing the look on Yi Chen's face, Mu Wangqing felt a pang of guilt. Had she been too harsh? She hesitated, raising her hand to comfort him but quickly lowered it again. They were divorced now, no longer husband and wife. Mu Wangqing opened her mouth and said, Yi Chen. I didn't mean it that way, I just want you to. Enough. Yi Chen said coldly, his eyes turning indifferent. There's no need to explain. You don't believe me anyway, so do whatever you want. Yi Chen waved his hand and turned to leave. 3 years ago, Mu Wangqing had nothing, and they had shared happy times. But when someone gains wealth beyond their capabilities in a short time, their thoughts often spiral out of control. Perhaps no matter what Yi Chen said now, Mu Wangqing wouldn't listen. As Yi Chen walked away, his figure growing smaller in the distance, Mu Wangqing stood frozen, murmuring, Was I too harsh on him? Mu Fei frowned and said, Sister, you weren't harsh at all. Look at Yi Chen now completely useless. We're better off staying away from him. Li Qiang smirked and added, Exactly, Wangqing. They say you're influenced by the company you keep. You're a rising star in Yun City's business world. Don't let someone like Yi Chen hold you back. Mu Fei chimed in. That's right, sis. Let's celebrate. We signed a 2 billion yuan contract thanks to Brother Li. We should throw a banquet to thank him. Mu Wangqing sighed deeply. Since the divorce she had felt unsettled and couldn't feel truly happy. She waved her hand and said, Let's go home first. Yi Chen walked out of Yunhai Group, intending to head home and rest. Just a few steps later, a Maybach suddenly pulled up in front of him. It was the most luxurious model, with an expensive license plate consisting of 5/8, drawing everyone's attention. Owning a Maybach wasn't unusual, but obtaining such a plate signified extraordinary status. Yi Chen frowned slightly, stepping aside to make way. At that moment, a stunning woman stepped out of the car. She smiled gracefully, her beauty like a celestial being. She walked directly to Yi Chen, bowed respectfully, and asked softly, "Are you Mr. Yi Chen?" "Who are you?" Yi Chen frowned slightly and asked. The woman in front of him was stunningly beautiful, exuding an air of elegance and sophistication. Her delicate features and graceful figure made her beauty almost suffocating. However, Yi Chen didn't recognize her. How did she know him? "Hello, Mr. Yi. My name is Luo Qingqiyu, and Luo Mingqing is my grandfather," Luo Qingqiyu said politely. Yi Chen responded indifferently, "How do you know about me? Did Zhao Yunhai tell you?" Luo Qingqiyu quickly waved her hands and explained, "No, Mr. Yi, please don't misunderstand. I once heard Uncle Zhao mention that you're an incredible doctor. But no matter how much I asked, Uncle Zhao wouldn't reveal your identity. This time I saw him hosting you, so I took the liberty of coming to disturb you." Yi Chen didn't care much. He wasn't in a good mood and simply waved his hand, saying, "I see. What do you want?" A trace of sadness appeared on Luo Qingqiyu's face as she said, "In a few days, it will be my grandfather's 80th birthday. We plan to hold a banquet and invite some prominent figures to celebrate. But just yesterday, my grandfather suddenly fell ill. Mr. Yi, could you please help treat my grandfather?" Yi Chen replied coldly, "Life and death are determined by fate. With your Luo family's resources, what kind of doctor can't you hire? If they can't treat him, I'm afraid there's nothing I can do either." Hearing Yi Chen's refusal, Luo Qingqiu lowered her head in disappointment. She had heard from Zhao Yunhai that Yi Chen's medical skills were extraordinary and that his identity was extremely mysterious. Zhao Yunhai refused to reveal any information because of Yi Chen's eccentric personality. Without special circumstances, Yi Chen wouldn't take action. As Luo Qingqiu was about to try again, a mocking voice interrupted them. "Yo, Yi Chen, you shameless trash. It's only been a few days since you divorced my sister, and you're already hooking up with another woman?" Yi Chen frowned and said coldly, "What I do has nothing to do with you." Mu Fei quickly said, "Sister, listen to him. I've said it before, Yi Chen is an ungrateful leech. He spawned off our family for 3 years, and now he's latching onto someone else. Was he a gigolo in his past life?" Mu Wangqing looked at Luo Qingqiu, a hint of sadness flashing in her eyes. For a moment, she didn't know how to handle the situation. Mu Wangqing was beautiful, but Luo Qingqiu's elegance made even her feel envious. With a bitter smile, Mu Wangqing said, "Yi Chen, even if I hadn't brought up the divorce, you would have soon, wouldn't you?" Yi Chen chuckled and said, "Mu Wangqing, you're really something. Didn't you bring up the divorce?" Mu Wangqing grew angry and said, "Yes, I brought it up. But are you completely faultless? Sure, with such a beautiful girl by your side, divorce must feel like freedom for you." Yi Chen laughed in disbelief. For 3 years he had willingly stood behind Mu Wangqing, helping her in the shadows. When Mu Wangqing asked for a divorce, he left without taking a cent, essentially walking away with nothing. And now, Mu Wangqing wanted to pin the blame for the divorce on him? Yi Chen said coldly, "Mu Wangqing, stop pretending to be the victim. Who are you putting on this act for? Besides, I don't even know this woman." Mu Wangqing said angrily, "Hey, you're being intimate with her in public and claim you don't know her. Who would believe that?" Yi Chen replied, "Then what about you? Hanging around with someone like Li Qiang, doesn't that make you feel ashamed?" Mu Wangqing shouted, "Li Qiang and I are completely innocent. I have a clear conscience. Can you say the same about you and this woman?" Just as Yi Chen was about to respond, Luo Qingqiu suddenly linked her arm with Yi Chen's and gave a sweet smile. "Oh, so you're his ex-wife? You guessed right. I'm Yi Chen's girlfriend. I love Yi Chen very much. What's the matter? Are you upset seeing us so close?" Critical hit. Mu Wangqing felt like her head had been struck by lightning, leaving her in a daze. A surge of anger welled up in her heart, as if something that belonged to her had been snatched away. Mu Wangqing glared at Luo Qingqiu and said angrily, "Upset? Why would I be? The man you like is nothing but the trash I threw away. Picking up garbage, is that something to be proud of?" Luo Qingqiu giggled and said, "He may be trash to you, but to me, Yi Chen is the best man in the world." "Oh, I should thank you. If you hadn't been so blind as to divorce him, I wouldn't have had the chance to find such an amazing man." "You." Mu Wangqing was so furious her face turned red, and she stammered, You, shameless." Luo Qingqiu laughed and said, "How am I shameless? You two are already divorced. I'm single, and so is Yi Chen. We're in love. How is that shameless?" Oh, don't tell me you're jealous. Mu Wangking gritted her teeth and said angrily, jealous? Don't make me laugh. Why would I be jealous of you? You're not worthy. Luo Qingqiu smiled triumphantly and stopped paying attention to Mu Wangking. Instead, she shyly said, honey, let's go. There's no point arguing with them. Let's go home and cuddle. With that, Luo Qingqiu pulled Yi Chen into the car. He didn't resist, and the driver started the car, speeding away. Mu Wangking and her group were left behind, furious. Truthfully, Mu Wangking didn't understand why seeing Yi Chen with another woman made her so angry. She had divorced Yi Chen. So why was she upset? Why did it feel like her favorite toy had been snatched away? Seeing Mu Wangking's sour expression, Mu Fei quickly said, sis, don't be mad. Only blind women would fall for trash like Yi Chen. I think that woman must be someone he hired to act. If you believe them, you're falling into their trap. Li Qiang, who had been silent, also chimed in, exactly, Wangking. There's no need to get upset over that pair of clowns. Mu Wangking's thoughts were jumbled, and she said irritably, enough. Don't say any more. I'm tired. I'm going home to rest. Inside the luxury car, Luo Qingqiu was still holding Yi Chen's arm, her hand not letting go. The atmosphere felt a bit awkward. Breaking the silence, Yi Chen said, ah, your hand. Luo Qingqiu quickly retracted her hand, as if she had been shocked, her face turning red. Mr. Yi, you're not angry, are you? Yi Chen said, why would I be angry? Luo Qingqiu replied awkwardly, it's just that. I couldn't stand how they were talking about you, Mr. Yi, so I couldn't help but pretend to be your girlfriend. Yi Chen gave a faint smile and said, don't worry, I'm not angry. Luo Qingqiu breathed a sigh of relief, patted her chest and said, that's good to hear. Yi Chen nodded and smiled. All right then, let's go. Mr. Yi, where are you going? Luo Qingqiu asked expectantly. You wanted me to treat your grandfather's illness earlier, didn't you? Since I'm already in your car, let's go take a look, Yi Chen said with a light smile. Hearing his words, Luo Qingqiu was overjoyed. She had given up hope earlier after Yi Chen refused, but unexpectedly, Mu Wangking and the others' presence seemed to change his mind. Luo Qingqiu exclaimed excitedly, that's great. Thank you so much. Soon Yi Chen and Luo Qingqiu arrived at the Luo family estate. The Luo family was one of the top aristocratic families in Yun City, with their villa located in the lush hills on the outskirts of the city. The estate had its own wide, specially constructed road, and security guards patrolled every few steps. But upon entering, the grand and luxurious hall came into view. The vintage lighting reflected off the walls, exuding a sense of romance and solemnity. Following Luo Qingqiu through an antique, narrow corridor lined with black marble floors polished to a mirror finish, they arrived at a bedroom. Inside, an elderly man lay unconscious on the bed, surrounded by 7 or 8 doctors in white coats who were busy working. It was clear that the Luo family status allowed them to summon doctors to their home instead of going to a hospital. These doctors were unfamiliar to Yi Chen, but anyone familiar with Yun City's medical community would have been shocked. Among these doctors were some of the most renowned specialists in the city, whose appointments were almost impossible to book. Especially notable was the leading doctor, a man in his 50s or 60s named Zhou Runyuan. Zhou Runyuan was no ordinary figure. As one of Yun City's top physicians, he was considered a legend at the first hospital of Yun City. With decades of experience, he had successfully treated countless patients. Moreover, he was a rare dual expert in both traditional Chinese and Western medicine. Whenever members of Yun City's wealthy families fell ill, they would go to great lengths to invite Zhou Runyuan. Luo Qingqiu led Yi Chen into the room. Dr. Zhou, how is my grandfather? Luo Qingqiu asked worriedly. Ah, the illness came on very suddenly. The current situation is not good. Although it has been temporarily stabilized, further treatment is urgently needed. Additionally, Mr. Luo remains in a coma and has a high likelihood of becoming a vegetative state, Zhou Runyuan said with a sigh. Luo Qingqiu panicked and said, how could this be? My grandfather was fine before, and his 80th birthday celebration is coming up. How could he become a vegetative state? Zhou Runyuan replied, Ms. Luo, forget attending the birthday banquet. Given his condition, it's hard to say if he will wake up within a year. What? Hearing this, Luo Qingqiu was utterly stunned. Her grandfather had always been in good health. The news that he might become a vegetative state completely shocked her. She said anxiously, that's impossible. My grandfather has always been healthy. Dr. Zhou, could you have made a mistake? At these words, Zhou Ruanyuan's expression darkened with a hint of anger. He was a highly respected physician in Yun City, sought after by dozens of wealthy families. His confidence in his medical skills was unwavering. Hearing Luo Qingqiu's doubt, Zhou Ruanyun snorted and said, "Miss Luo, are you questioning my medical expertise? Do you think I would deliberately exaggerate your grandfather's condition?" Realizing she had been overly anxious, Luo Qingqiu quickly apologized, saying, "Dr. Zhou, that's not what I meant. I was just HMPF. There's no need to explain." Zhou Ruanyun said with a displeased expression, "If you don't trust my skills, you're welcome to consult other doctors." His remark carried the weight of his reputation. In Yun City, Zhou Ruanyun's skills were considered unparalleled. If even he couldn't treat a condition, other doctors would refuse to even attempt it upon hearing his name. However, upon hearing his words, Luo Qingqiu remembered Yi Chen. She had been so flustered earlier that she had almost forgotten about him. She immediately turned around and walked toward Yi Chen. Zhou Ruanyun didn't take Yi Chen seriously at all, assuming he was a junior member of the Luo family. But when Luo Qingqiu approached Yi Chen, she respectfully said, "Mr. Yi, could you take a look at my grandfather? I can't lose him. Please, I beg you to save him." The scene immediately fell silent. Even the busy doctors stopped in astonishment. What was going on? Had Luo Qingqiu gone mad? Zhou Ruanyun, Yun City's top physician, was right there, yet she was turning to a young man for help? Was she deliberately undermining Zhou Ruanyun's authority? Just moments ago, Zhou Ruanyun had declared that Mr. Luo would likely become a vegetative state. Now, she was asking a young man to treat him. Could he even manage such a case? Zhou Ruanyun's face darkened further, his anger growing. Feeling humiliated, he coldly snorted and said, "Miss Luo, what is the meaning of this? If you don't respect my skills, you could have said so outright. There's no need to insult me like this." Luo Qingqiu was taken aback and said, "Dr. Zhou, didn't you just suggest I consult other doctors for their opinions?" Zhou Ruanyun angrily retorted, "Yes, I did say that, but I meant consulting established experts in the medical field. Asking this young man to treat your grandfather, isn't that implying that my skills are inferior to his?" Luo Qingqiu hadn't considered this perspective. She only knew from Zhao Yunhai that Yi Chen's medical skills were exceptional, so she had gone to great lengths to invite him. Frowning, Luo Qingqiu replied, "Knowledge has no boundaries, and those who excel are teachers. Mr. Yi is highly skilled in medicine. Why can't he treat my grandfather?" Hearing this, Zhou Ruanyun let out a mocking laugh. "Him? He looks like a fresh medical school graduate. What skills could he possibly have? I've already diagnosed Mr. Luo's condition. He will become a vegetative state and won't wake up for at least a year. Go ahead and ask him, where is my diagnosis wrong?" Faced with Zhou Ruanyun's anger, Luo Qingqiu was momentarily speechless. Just as everyone thought Yi Chen would remain silent, he suddenly spoke. "Not only is your diagnosis wrong, but it's completely off the mark. In my opinion, Mr. Luo won't become a vegetative state." The room erupted in gasps of disbelief. What? This young man had the audacity to openly challenge Zhou Ruanyun's diagnosis? Before anyone could react further, Yi Chen added, "Because he won't live long enough to become a vegetative state. If nothing changes, Mr. Luo will die within an hour." What? Everyone was stunned by Yi Chen's words, staring at him in disbelief. Where did this guy come from? His audacity was beyond imagination. Not only did he overturn Zhou Ruanyun's diagnosis, but he also boldly claimed that old Master Luo would die within an hour. This was outright nonsense. Ha ha ha. Zhou Ruanyun laughed angrily and pointed at Yi Chen. "Miss Luo, is this the miracle doctor you invited? You must have been deceived. Such a clown is utterly laughable." Luo Qingqiu, equally shocked, muttered in disbelief, "My grandfather will die? This is simply ridiculous." Zhou Ruanyun sneered. "This kid probably can't even understand medical instruments. Although old Master Luo is in a coma, the instruments show that his vital signs are stable, with no immediate danger. Even if you don't trust my medical skills, can you distrust the machines?" The surrounding doctors also became indignant, voicing their criticism of Yi Chen. "Exactly. Kid, if you're going to cheat people, at least be convincing. Look at the monitors, the vital signs are completely stable. How can there be a life-threatening situation? You probably don't even know the basics of pathology. Miss Luo, this is about old Master Luo's life. Don't trust this charlatan." Zhou Ruanyun glared at Yi Chen and asked, "Kid, which medical school did you graduate from?" Yi Chen remained calm and replied, "I didn't go to medical school." The room erupted into mocking laughter. Zhou Ruanyun snorted. Then where do you work? Do you have a medical license? Shrugging, Yi Chen replied nonchalantly, I don't make a living as a doctor, so I don't have a medical license. Smack. Zhou Runyuan slammed the table in anger. Nonsense. This is outrageous. You have no medical license, no formal training, yet you dare to spout such nonsense here? Believe me, I can call the police to have you arrested. Miss Luo, do you still want to trust him? Luo Qingqiu felt conflicted. This was her first time meeting Yi Chen. She only trusted him because of the information she had heard from Zhao Yunhai, but deep down she was uncertain. After all, Yi Chen was too young, lacked formal training, and had no medical license. It was simply too outrageous. Hesitating, she said, I don't know. Zhou Ruanyun coldly declared, Kid, if you don't leave immediately, I'll call the police. Remember, medical skills are for saving lives, not for conning people. Yi Chen smiled faintly and said, I don't have certificates, but my skills surpass yours by far. I'll say this, if I don't intervene, Luo Mingcheng will die for sure. Ridiculous. Absolutely absurd. Zhou Runyun was convinced Yi Chen was a fraud. He turned to Luo Qingqiu and said, Miss Luo, make your choice, either let him treat old Master Luo, and I'll leave immediately, or keep me here and kick him out. There's no room for both. On one side was the renowned expert Zhou Ruanyun, and on the other was Yi Chen, who had no qualifications. For a moment, Luo Qiu didn't know what to do. Under pressure from Zhou Ruanyun, she chose to believe in Yi Chen, saying, Dr. Zhou, why can't we let Mr. Yi stay and help treat my grandfather? I believe he's not a fraud. Zhou Ruanyun snorted. Let him stay? Does he deserve it? Since you don't trust me, I'll leave at once. At that moment, a middle-aged couple entered the room, having overheard the conversation outside. The man, furious, stormed in. Without a word, he slapped Luo Qingqiu hard across the face. Smack. Dang. The sudden slap startled everyone. Luo Qingqiu clutched her cheek, looking aggrieved, and asked, Dad, why did you hit me? The man was Luo Qingqiu's father, Luo Mingyuan. In recent years, due to old Master Luo's health, the family business had been managed solely by Luo Mingyuan, his only son. When old Master Luo fell ill, Luo Mingyuan immediately returned from abroad, where he had been negotiating contracts. Upon arriving home, he encountered the earlier scene. Luo Mingyuan scolded angrily, Luo Qingqiu, are you insane? Do you want to kill your grandfather? How could I harm Grandpa? Luo Qingqiu protested indignantly. Luo Mingyuan retorted furiously, who is Dr. Zhou? He's the best doctor in Yun City. Yet you trust him less than some random kid who hasn't even been to medical school. Are you out of your mind? If something happens to your grandfather, can you take responsibility? Feeling wronged, Luo Qingqiu said, Dad, I went through great lengths to invite Mr. Yi, his medical skills. Before she could finish, Luo Mingyuan interrupted with a cold snort, enough. He turned to Yi Chen and said icily, Kid, I don't care what your intentions are, but know this, you'll get nothing from the Luo family. Yi Chen smirked and said, the Luo family? Such arrogance. If it weren't for Luo Qingqiu's plea, do you think I would have come here? Seeing Yi Chen's defiance, Luo Mingyuan held back further anger and took out a bank card, handing it to Yi Chen. This card has 100,000 yuan. Take the money and leave immediately. Also, stay away from Qingqiu. Do you understand? 100,000 yuan? Yi Chen chuckled. Originally, Luo Mingcheng's condition had nothing to do with him. Had it not been for Luo Qingqiu's request, the Luo family wouldn't even qualify to seek his help. With a dark expression, Yi Chen said, I don't want your money. But mark my words, soon you'll be kneeling before me, begging for help. With that, Yi Chen turned and walked out. Luo Qingqiu hurried after him, calling Mr. Yi. Seeing her persistence, Luo Mingyuan roared, Luo Qingqiu, if you follow him, don't consider me your father anymore. Luo Qingqiu froze in her tracks, turned back and shouted angrily, Dad, you don't even realize what you've done wrong. You're the one putting Grandpa in danger. I hate you. She then ran after Yi Chen. Luo Mingyuan, fuming, suppressed his anger and turned to Dr. Zhu. Dr. Zhu, I apologize for the scene. My daughter has been spoiled. My father's condition is now entirely in your hands. Zhou Ruanyun smiled faintly. Don't worry, Mr. Luo. I know old Master Luo's condition well. I'll do my best to ensure his recovery. As for that kid's claim that he'll die, it's nothing but a joke. Before Zhou could finish speaking, suddenly, old Master Luo, who had been lying unconscious, abruptly sat up. His face contorted in pain, pale as a sheet. Vomiting violently, he spewed a mouthful of black blood. Blood began to flow from his eyes, nose, and ears. His body convulsed violently, and he let out sharp, ear-piercing screams of agony. What? The sight of blood flowing from all 7 orifices shocked everyone in the room. Zhou Runyun was especially stunned. Hadn't old Master Luo already entered a vegetative state? What was going on? Yi Chen and Luo Qingqiu hadn't gone far, and also witnessed the scene. Both of them immediately stopped in their tracks. Luo Qingqiu rushed back into the room, crying loudly, "Grandpa, how could this happen? What's going on? Why is my father vomiting blood?" Luo Mingyuan asked urgently. Dr. Zhou, quickly check him. Zhou Ruanyun was equally taken aback. Old Master Luo's condition had been stable, so why had it suddenly deteriorated? However, as an experienced doctor, he quickly responded, "Don't worry, it'll be fine." He rushed to old Master Luo's side and began emergency treatment. Soon, the bleeding stopped, and old Master Luo fell back into unconsciousness. Zhou Ruanyun wiped the sweat from his forehead, but he couldn't shake the unease in his heart. Old Master Luo's sudden deterioration was an extremely dangerous sign. This abrupt vomiting of blood essentially overturned his previous diagnosis. After all, a person in a vegetative state wouldn't suddenly wake up and vomit blood. Zhou Runyun was deeply shaken, and he suddenly recalled Yi Chen's earlier words. Could it be that he had been wrong? As old Master Luo's attending physician, if something happened to the old man under his care, his career might be ruined. Realizing this, Zhou Ruanyun hurried to Luo Mingyuan and said, "Mr. Luo, the old man's condition is very serious. It's best to arrange for an airlift to the capital military hospital immediately, or the consequences will be unimaginable." Luo Mingyuan, unsure of what to do, asked, "How much time do we have?" Zhou Ruanyun awkwardly replied, "At most 1 hour." At that moment, everyone in the room gasped. Just moments ago, Zhou Ruanyun had confidently stated that old Master Luo wouldn't face any life-threatening conditions for at least a year. In contrast, Yi Chen had boldly declared that old Master Luo wouldn't survive the hour. Suddenly, Luo Qingqiu erupted in fury, screaming, "Dad, what are you still hesitating for? It's obvious that Dr. Zhou's diagnosis was wrong. Yi Chen was right all along. Let Yi Chen treat Grandpa, or it'll be too late." At that moment, Luo Mingyuan also began to reconsider. Indeed, Zhou Ruanyun, as the attending physician, had misdiagnosed the condition, leaving them without a treatment plan. In contrast, Yi Chen had predicted this outcome from the start. The answer to who was more capable was obvious. Luo Mingyuan quickly turned to Yi Chen and said, "Young man, didn't you say you could treat him? Please help my father." Seeing Luo Mingyuan's change in attitude, Yi Chen gave a faint smile. To be honest, Yi Chen had only come because of Luo Qingqiu. For him, treating someone was about destiny. In this world, countless people hope to have Yi Chen treat them, including the heads of some of the most prominent families worldwide. Yet even these top-tier families had to consider whether they were qualified to seek Yi Chen's help. But Luo Mingyuan, with his arrogant and commanding tone, acted as though Yi Chen was someone who could be summoned at will. Yi Chen remained still and said coldly, "Why should I treat him?" The room fell silent at Yi Chen's words. Wasn't he being too arrogant? This was the Luo family. Luo Mingyuan frowned deeply. As the head of the Luo family, he wielded immense power and controlled vast wealth. He was used to having his orders obeyed without question. In his eyes, Yi Chen might have medical skills, but he was just a doctor, someone who wouldn't dare defy him. Frowning, Luo Mingyuan said, "What do you mean? Do you want money? If you can cure my father, just name your price." At this moment, Zhou Ruanyun spoke up, "Mr. Luo, don't believe him. He's just making wild guesses. He can't possibly have any real skill. I advise you to arrange for a helicopter immediately, or it'll be too late." Hearing this, Luo Qingqiu couldn't hold back her anger anymore. "Zhou Ruanyun, stop trying to sow discord. If something happens to my grandfather, I'll never forgive you." Zhou Ruanyun snorted, "Miss Luo? I'm a doctor, not a miracle worker. Old Master Luo's condition is extremely complicated, and it's normal if I can't cure him. I'm just warning you not to be deceived. If you let that kid treat him and something goes wrong, don't blame me." Ignoring Zhou Ruanyun, Luo Qingqiu turned to her father and said, "Dad, apologize to Yi Chen immediately. If he doesn't act, Grandpa will die. Is that what you want?" Luo Mingyuan frowned. Asking him, the head of the Luo family, to apologize to Yi Chen was too humiliating. "You want me to apologize to him?" Luo Qingqiu said, "Dad, Let me tell you. He's the Mr. Yi Zhao Yinhai mentioned. What? Luo Mingyuan's eyes widened in shock. The most mysterious figure in Yun City? The man even Zhao Yunhai treated with the utmost reverence? Luo Mingyuan was utterly shaken. He had planned to invite this enigmatic figure to old Master Luo's birthday banquet. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine that this powerful, mysterious Mr. Yi was the seemingly ordinary young man standing before him. Luo Mingyuan's body trembled as he walked over to Yi Chen and said respectfully, "Mr. Yi, I was wrong. I failed to recognize your greatness. Please forgive me." Yi Chen's expression remained indifferent, and he didn't respond. Gritting her teeth, Luo Qingqiu knelt before Yi Chen, bowing her head to the ground. "Mr. Yi, please, save my grandfather. If you don't agree, I'll keep kneeling until you do." She slammed her head to the ground so hard that her forehead began to bleed. Luo Mingyuan hesitated for a moment, but then knelt down as well, pleading, "Mr. Yi, please save my father." The sight left everyone in the room stunned. The influential Luo family, kneeling before Yi Chen, all for the chance to have him treat old Master Luo. Zhou Ruanyon's expression turned sour. He was Yun City's most renowned doctor, yet he had never received such treatment. What made Yi Chen so special? He couldn't help but sneer, "You don't need to humble yourselves. That kid knows nothing. Medical skills reveal themselves as soon as one begins. Ask him, does he even dare to try?" Just as everyone thought Yi Chen wouldn't accept, Yi Chen calmly said, "Out of respect for Qingqiu, I'll do it." As soon as Yi Chen spoke, the surrounding doctors couldn't hold back their mocking laughter. Yi Chen was even younger than their assistants at the hospital, yet he had the audacity to claim he could treat this condition. "Wow, kid, you've got some guts. Even Dr. Zhou doesn't have confidence in this case, and you're stepping up. Are you crazy? Do you even know what could happen if you fail?" "Exactly. Who do you think you are? Without a medical license, you're treating this like a common cold that goes away in 7 days without medicine but takes a week with it. If this treatment goes wrong and someone dies, you'll pay for it. This is just ignorance, pure ignorance." Zhou Ruanyon glanced at Yi Chen with disdain. In his opinion, old Master Luo's condition was extremely precarious, and the chance of a cure was slim. Conveniently, Yi Chen had stepped up at the perfect moment, making it easy to shift all responsibility onto him. Turning to Luo Mingyuan, Zhou Ruanyun said, "Mr. Luo, I strongly advise against letting someone without even a medical license treat old Master Luo. If you insist, let me make it clear, if anything happens, it has nothing to do with me." Luo Qingqiu snorted coldly. "The treatment hasn't even started, and you're already shirking responsibility. I trust Mr. Yi, and if anything happens, we'll take full responsibility." Zhou Ruanyon's face stiffened. While this approach might cause the Luo family to marginalize him in the future, it was a small price to pay compared to bearing the blame or ruining his career. He glanced at Yi Chen with disdain, thinking to himself that this boy was only seeking attention. When things went wrong, he would have to face the consequences. In Zhou Ruanyon's eyes, old Master Luo's condition was beyond saving. Yi Chen ignored Zhou Ruanyon's gaze and approached the bed to examine old Master Luo. "Kid," Zhou Ruanyon sneered, "putting on a show, are you? Can you even tell what the problem is?" Yi Chen asked calmly, "Did old Master Luo serve in the military?" Luo Qingqiu immediately nodded. "Yes, my grandfather served in the military and even fought in wars." "Mr. Yi, how did you know?" Zhou Ruanyun laughed mockingly. "Are you diagnosing or fortune-telling?" Yi Chen chuckled lightly. "Old Master Luo, due to his age, has multiple complications that have led to a cerebral infarction, causing his coma. In most cases, this condition would result in a vegetative state." As soon as Yi Chen finished speaking, everyone froze. Several doctors couldn't help but mock him. "Didn't you just repeat Dr. Zhou's diagnosis? I thought you had real skills, but you're just parroting." Yi Chen snorted. "Dr. Zhou's diagnosis is incorrect because he only identified part of the issue. The cerebral infarction is merely a trigger. The true cause of old Master Luo's sudden deterioration is an old gunshot wound he sustained in his youth. Although the bullet was removed, the incomplete medical treatment at the time left lingering issues that, over the years, worsened and ultimately triggered this life-threatening cerebral infarction." At those words, Zhou Ruanyon fell silent. He had always looked down on Yi Chen, thinking he was just a show-off. But after hearing Yi Chen's analysis, he realized this young man might not be so simple. As old Master Luo's attending physician, Zhou Ruanyon was aware of the old injury. However, he had never connected a decades-old gunshot wound to the current condition. Was Yi Chen's theory plausible? Yes, it was highly relevant. Shocked, Zhou Ruanyun looked at Yi Chen and frowned. If what you're saying is true, then old Master Luo is beyond saving. Yi Chen smiled faintly as a cold gleam flashed in his hand. He produced a set of silver needles. Seeing this, Zhou Ruanyun was astonished. You know acupuncture? Yi Chen didn't answer. He moved swiftly to old Master Luo's side and began inserting the needles with precision and speed, targeting specific acupuncture points. His movements were fluid, forming a pattern reminiscent of the Taiji 8 trigrams. The surrounding doctors were dumbfounded. Just moments ago they had mocked Yi Chen, but now, seeing his acupuncture skills, they realized that such mastery couldn't be achieved without decades of training. Acupuncture isn't easy. It requires identifying precise acupuncture points, a task that defeats many. But Yi Chen didn't need to double-check. A single glance was enough for him to locate the points accurately. This stunned the entire room. Among them, no one was more shocked than Zhou Ruanyun. As a dual-trained doctor in both Western and traditional Chinese medicine, he had grown up in a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. He had studied acupuncture for decades, yet Yi Chen's technique was on another level, perfect, refined to its very essence. Even more astonishing was that Zhou Ruanyun recognized the method Yi Chen was using. It was an ancient technique he had only read about in old texts. 2. Yi Divine Needle. Zhou Ruanyun stammered in disbelief. Yi Chen glanced at him briefly and said indifferently, "Oh, you've got some knowledge. You actually recognize the Taiyi Divine Needle." Hearing this confirmation, Zhou Ruanyun's entire body trembled. This legendary lost technique was said to have miraculous abilities, capable of reviving the dead and healing mortal injuries. And now, a young man was performing it before his very eyes. If this were to spread, it would shake the entire traditional Chinese medicine community and cause an uproar across the country. Meanwhile, Yi Chen continued his treatment without pause. Each needle was perfectly aligned with the principles of Taiji and the natural order, striking the precise acupuncture points at lightning speed. Finally, after placing the 9th needle, Yi Chen's eyes flashed sharply. He exhaled a breath of turbid air, waved his hand and said, "It's done." As his words fell, old Master Luo, who had been unconscious, slowly opened his eyes, looking around in confusion. The room fell silent. He had woken up. Old Master Luo was awake. The sight left everyone dumbfounded. Even Zhou Ruanyun felt goosebumps all over. In his eyes, old Master Luo had been one step into the grave. Even with the best facilities at the capital military hospital, a cure seemed impossible. But in less than 10 minutes, Yi Chen had brought old Master Luo back from the brink of death. What kind of skill was this? Could Yi Chen truly be a god? Cough, cough. The frail sound of old Master Luo coughing caught everyone's attention. Luo Mingyuan and Luo Qingqiu immediately rushed to his bedside. Luo Qingqiu asked anxiously, "Grandfather, are you okay?" Old Master Luo glanced at her, seemingly wanting to speak. However, his body was too weak. He struggled but failed to utter a single word. Luo Qingqiu turned to Yi Chen in concern. "Mr. Yi, how is my grandfather?" Yi Chen replied, "Don't worry. I used silver needles to stimulate old Master Luo and wake him temporarily. However, his body is still very weak and needs rest. After following the prescription I'll provide, he should recover in a few days." Hearing this, Luo Qingqiu finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Mr. Yi, thank you so much. I don't know what we would have done without you." Luo Minyuan also expressed his gratitude respectfully. "Indeed, Mr. Ye, you've saved my father. You are the benefactor of the Luo family. I deeply regret my earlier behavior. Please forgive me for any offense I caused." Yi Chen waved his hand dismissively. "I'm not that petty. I won't hold it against you." At this moment, the father and daughter of the Luo family were full of gratitude toward Yi Chen. On the other hand, Zhou Ruanyun, old Master Luo's attending physician, stood awkwardly on the side. He had always taken great pride in his medical skills, believing that no one in Yun City could surpass him. But now, after witnessing Yi Chen's miraculous medical abilities, he felt as if his worldview had been completely shattered. The arrogance he once held had vanished entirely. He felt too ashamed to speak, and the mocking remarks he had made earlier now filled him with a burning embarrassment. He just wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Yi Chen glanced at Zhou Ruanyun and said calmly, "Dr. Zhou." Startled, Zhou Ruanyun quickly looked up, forcing a guilty smile. "Ah. Mr. Yi, do you need something?" Yi Chen smiled faintly. "I'll prepare a prescription shortly. Since you're well versed in traditional Chinese medicine, you'll be responsible for sourcing the herbs. Old Master Luo is still very weak, so you must be meticulous in your care." Zhou Ruanyun was stunned. unable to believe what he had just heard. Moments ago he had mocked Yi Chen, saying all sorts of harsh words. By all accounts Yi Chen could have humiliated him in return. Instead, Yi Chen entrusted him with further treatment for Old Master Luo. Feeling utterly humbled, Zhou Ruanyun asked, "Mr. Yi, after everything I said to you, aren't you angry? Why would you still let me stay and assist?" Yi Chen chuckled lightly. Angry? If I got angry over such trivial things, I'd spend my whole life seething. This statement left everyone present in awe. What composure! What magnanimity! The demeanor Yi Chen displayed seemed far beyond what one would expect from someone in their early 20s. Even Luo Mingjuan, who considered himself a man of stature and authority, realized that compared to Yi Chen, he was merely a small fish in a vast ocean. Feeling deeply ashamed, Zhou Ruanyun said, "Mr. Yi, your magnanimity is extraordinary. I'm truly humbled. I've practiced medicine my whole life and thought I was unmatched after curing a few difficult cases. But after witnessing your skills today, I've realized how vast the field of medicine truly is." Yi Chen replied calmly, "Don't belittle yourself. Your skills are good, but there's always room for improvement. Medicine is a boundless field. Only through continuous learning can one truly progress." Bowing deeply, Zhou Ruanyun said, "Thank you for your guidance." As one of the most renowned doctors in Yun City, Zhou Ruanyun was typically the one teaching others. To see him now humbly bowing and receiving instruction like a student was a testament to the profound impact Yi Chen's skills had on him. Yi Chen gestured toward Luo Qingqiu. "Qingqiu, bring me pen and paper. I'll prepare the prescription." Luo Qingqiu quickly retrieved a set of writing tools and laid out a sheet of paper. Yi Chen paused briefly in thought before fluidly writing down the prescription. His strokes were smooth and forceful, and his handwriting exuded a natural elegance. Impressive calligraphy. The spectators were astonished. Not only was Yi Chen a skilled doctor, but his calligraphy, written with a traditional brush, was stunning. In an age dominated by pens and keyboards, his mastery of such a refined skill left everyone in awe. Even more shocking was the content of the prescription. When Yi Chen handed it to Zhou Ruanyun, the latter's brows furrowed in concentration as he examined it. Despite his extensive knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine, he couldn't help but be astounded by Yi Chen's formulation. "This is brilliant. Absolutely brilliant," Zhou Ruanyun exclaimed. "Mr. Yi, this prescription is a masterpiece. May I keep a copy of it? I have colleagues at the Traditional Chinese Medicine Academy who would undoubtedly be inspired by it." Yi Chen nodded. "Go ahead." Bowing respectfully, Zhou Ruanyun replied, "Thank you, Mr. Yi." Father and daughter Luo Mingyuan and Luo Qingqiu exchanged glances. They had witnessed firsthand how Zhou Ruanyun, once arrogant, had been humbled to the point of behaving like an obedient student. This only deepened their respect for Yi Chen. After completing his work, Yi Chen said, "Old Master Luo's condition has stabilized. There's no need for me to stay any longer. I'll take my leave." Luo Mingyuan quickly interjected, "Mr. Yi, why not stay for a meal? I can arrange it right away." Yi Chen shook his head. "No need. I'm busy." Reluctantly, Luo Mingyuan said, "Very well. Qingqiu, see Mr. Yi out." Luo Qingqiu escorted Yi Chen to the entrance of a familiar neighborhood where his former sister-in-law, Mu Qingzhu, lived. After bidding her farewell, Yi Chen ascended the stairs and unlocked the door to the apartment. As the door swung open, he was greeted by the sight of his former mother-in-law and Mu Fei. His brows furrowed as he asked coldly, "What are you doing here?" Zhao Lan, Yi Chen's former mother-in-law, glared at him with a furious expression, like a shrew, and shouted, "Why am I here? This is my daughter's home. Can't I come if I want to?" Mu Fei chimed in arrogantly, "Exactly. This is my second sister's house and I can come whenever I want. But you, shameless as ever, got divorced from my eldest sister, and now you're here trying to freeload off my second sister? You really think you're something, don't you?" Yi Chen looked at Mu Fei coldly, his voice icy. "You better watch your mouth. If it weren't for the fact that we have some history, I'd beat you to death." Mu Fei showed no fear and sneered. "Oh, look at you, you useless piece of trash. Now you're even daring to threaten me? If you're so tough, go ahead, hit me. What a joke." Yi Chen's eyes turned frosty, his piercing gaze radiating an aura that sent chills down Mu Fei's spine. For a moment, Mu Fei felt a pang of fear in his heart. Yi Chen's gaze was terrifying, as if he truly intended to kill someone. However, when he remembered that Yi Chen was just a useless loser, Mu Fei felt ashamed of his own momentary fear. He coughed awkwardly and said, "Why are you glaring at me? Do it again, and I'll gouge your eyes out." At that moment, Mu Qingzhu returned from work and walked in just in time to hear Mu Fei's words. She scolded angrily, "Mu Fei, what are you doing? Brother-in-law has already moved out of the Mu family. Why can't you leave him alone?" Mu Fei turned his head disdainfully and said, "Second sister, he and eldest sister are already divorced. What brother-in-law? Don't call him that nonsense." Zhao Lan also sneered, "Exactly. King Shu, are you even part of this family? Why do you always go against us? Now you're letting this useless trash live here. If word gets out, what will people think of our family?" Mu Qingshu retorted angrily, "Mom, you're all being ridiculous. Do you even know who brother-in-law truly is?" Mu Qingshu tried to reason with her family, but Zhao Lan cut her off impatiently. "Enough. Stop talking. He might be a treasure to you, but to us he's nothing but garbage. Today we're here to deal with him, so stay out of it." Mu Qingshu was furious, questioning how her family could be so blind. Years ago, Mu Qingshu had left the family to escape their constant interference and competition within the family. She had started her own business and, in doing so, gained access to insights that the rest of the Mu family couldn't see. For instance, Yi Chen. While she didn't know Yi Chen's full background, she understood one thing clearly: the Mu family's rise over the past 3 years was entirely due to Yi Chen. Without him, the family would still be struggling in the mire. She had mentioned this to her parents before, but Zhao Lan and the others refused to listen. They were convinced Yi Chen was just a useless freeloader, a laughable misunderstanding. Ignoring Mu Qingzhu, Zhao Lan stepped up to Yi Chen and demanded, "You trash, you hit young master Lai Qiang today, didn't you?" Yi Chen glanced at Zhao Lan dismissively. "Yes, I hit him. So what? He deserved it." Zhao Lan exploded with rage. "Of course you can't hit him. Who do you think you are? Do you know that if it weren't for Wang Qing pleading on your behalf, young Master Li could crush you with a flick of his finger?" "I don't know what you're so smug about." Yi Chen sneered. "I don't need anyone to plead for me. If he wants revenge, let him come. I'll be waiting." Zhao Lan huffed furiously. "Enough. I know what kind of person you are. Stop pretending to be tough. I'm not here to negotiate with you, I'm here to tell you. Go to the Lai family immediately, kneel before young Master Lai, and apologize. At least 10 kowtows." Yi Chen couldn't help but laugh at her audacity. Zhao Lan had truly overestimated herself. Even if he were still married to Mu Wangqing, he wouldn't kneel to Li Qiang, let alone now. Scoffing, Yi Chen said, "Why should I kowtow to him? Are you out of your mind?" Zhao Lan exploded again. "Ye Chen, don't act so ungrateful. Let me tell you, the Luo family patriarch's birthday banquet is coming up in a few days, and young Master Li has secured us an invitation. If you offend him, and he decides not to take us, who will bear the consequences? If you don't go apologize, I won't let this slide." Mu Fei joined in, shouting, "Exactly. Yi Chen, know your place. Young Master Li has helped us secure a 2 billion yuan contract, and even introduced us to the most powerful Luo family in Yun City. Compared to him, you're nothing but trash. Today you'll kneel whether you like it or not." Mu Qingshu couldn't hold back any longer. "Mom. Mu Fei. You're going too far." Zhao Lan shot back, "Too far? Do you know what kind of status the Luo family holds in Yun City? Getting close to them is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Compared to that, making Yi Chen kowtow a few times is nothing." Yi Chen chuckled mockingly. "Ridiculous. The Luo family may seem important to you, but they're nothing to me. If anyone needs to kneel, it's you. Li Qiang isn't even qualified for me to notice, let alone kowtow to him." Zhao Lan was livid. "Yi Chen, don't push your luck. I know you're divorced from Wanqing and probably struggling to survive now. If you kneel and apologize today, and we secure our connection to the Luo family, I'll even give you 500,000 yuan. 500,000 yuan? Yi Chen smirked, finding it laughable. The Mu family truly underestimated him. When Mu Wanqing filed for divorce, she had offered him 5 million yuan as part of the settlement, and he hadn't even blinked at it. Scoffing, Yi Chen replied, 500,000? That's a lot of money, isn't it? Do you know that with just one word from me, every wealthy family in Yun City would line up to hand me money? The Luo family begged me to attend their banquet. And as for your so-called young Master Lei, he's not even worth a second glance." Hearing Yi Chen's words, Zhao Lan and Mu Fei froze momentarily before bursting into laughter. "Ha ha ha. Did you hear that, Mom? This trash is completely delusional. All the wealthy families in Yun City lining up to give you money. You probably can't even scrape together 1,000 yuan. The Luo family begging you to attend their banquet? Why not say Luo Min Yuan himself is kneeling and kowtowing to you? Their mocking laughter filled the room. Yi Chen frowned slightly and said calmly, "You're right. Luo Mingyuan did kneel before me." Yi Chen was merely stating a fact. Earlier today, the father and daughter of the Luo family had indeed knelt to beg him to treat old Master Luo. To him, this was nothing out of the ordinary. After all, while the Luo family held significant power in Yun City, they were nothing in Yi Chen's eyes. However, his composed response left everyone in the room stunned. After a brief silence, the room erupted with laughter, so loud it seemed to shake the roof. "Are you serious, Yi Chen? I was joking, but you actually believed it. Luo Mingyuan knelt to you? Do you even know who Luo Mingyuan is? You're not even qualified to shine his shoes." Madness. Absolute madness. If the Luo family heard this, you'd be dead 10 times over. Yi Chen looked at Zhao Lan and Yu Fei as if they were fools. Waving his hand dismissively, he said, "Forget it. I can't be bothered to waste my breath on you." Mu Fei sneered. "What? Exposed and now you're chickening out? Truly shameless." Zhao Lan ridiculed, "Yi Chen, if you won't go apologize to young Master Lai, I'll tell Wanking not to plead for you anymore. When Li retaliates, don't come crying to us." Standing nearby, Mu Qingshu couldn't hold back any longer. She stepped in front of Yi Chen and said impatiently, "That's enough, Mom. We need to rest. Please leave. The ones who will regret it may not be who you think." Zhao Lan snorted. "Qingzhu, I'm your mother, and you're a member of the Mu family. Whose side are you on?" Mu Qingshu replied, "Of course, I'm on brother-in-law's side. He's the one you've wronged." Zhao Lan snorted again. "Fine. If you want to side with outsiders, don't bother coming back to the Mu family. Let me tell you, soon, our family will rise to prominence and enter Yun City's elite circles. If you keep supporting this loser Yi Chen, it's only a matter of time before you regret it." Mu Fei chimed in, "Second sister, we've received an invitation to old Master Luo's birthday banquet. Do you know what that means? Only by relying on young Master Li did we get this chance. Yi Chen? Even if he had 100 years, he couldn't achieve even 1% of young Master Li's influence." Yi Chen chuckled lightly. "Only people like you would think an invitation from the Luo family is worth anything." Mu Fei scoffed. "Oh really? Big talk. Why don't you tell us you have an invitation too?" Yi Chen replied, "Of course I do. And I'll tell you this, I'm attending Luo Mingcheng's banquet as their most honored guest." Zhao Lan was furious at what she saw as Yi Chen's delusion. The Luo family was a top-tier clan in Yun City. While the Mu family had made progress over the past 3 years, even earning significant profits, they were still far from reaching the upper echelons of society. Old Master Luo's birthday banquet was an event reserved for Yun City's most prominent figures. Invitations weren't something money could buy. Many fought tooth and nail just to secure one. The Mu family had pulled every string but failed. Only through Lai Qiang's connections did they finally obtain an invitation. To the Mu family, this elevated Li Qiang to the status of a savior. In comparison, Yi Chen seemed utterly useless, nothing but a braggart. Zhao Lan sneered in disdain. "All right, stop bragging. If you really get an invitation, I'll kneel down and clean your shoes." "Enough, Mom. Just go." Mu Qingshu couldn't stand it anymore. She pushed Zhao Lan and Mu Fei out the door. Even outside, Zhao Lan and Mu Fei continued cursing and shouting. Mu Qingshu slammed the door shut and turned to Yi Chen with an apologetic smile. "Brother-in-law, don't mind them. My mom and brother are just too much." Yi Chen smiled faintly. "I'm no longer your brother-in-law. My ties with the Mu family are over. I might move out in the next couple of days." Hearing that Yi Chen planned to leave, Mu Qingshu panicked. She had never supported his divorce from Mu Wanking and hoped that if Yi Chen stayed, she could mend the relationship between him and her sister. Perhaps they might reconcile. But if Yi Chen left, it would be a disaster for the Mu family. Her family was blinded by their newfound prosperity, mistakenly believing that Li Qiang was their savior. Yet Mu Qingzhu knew the truth. Without Yi Chen, the Mu family would have gone bankrupt years ago. Desperately, she said, "Brother-in-law, please don't leave. Stay here as long as you like." Yi Chen smiled faintly. "We'll see. Rest early, Qingzhu." With that, Yi Chen returned to his room. Mu Qingshu slumped onto the couch in disappointment. She opened a drawer, taking out a photo of Yi Chen, Mu Wanking and herself. Sighing, she murmured, "Sister, you've always been so smart and beautiful. How could you be so foolish now? Divorcing Yi Chen was the dumbest thing you've ever done. When will you wake up? If I had known things would turn out like this back then." Tears rolled down her cheeks. Back then she had feelings for Yi Chen but silently stepped aside when he got together with her sister. Moving out of the Mu family had been her way of avoiding family conflicts. In truth, she had always envied Mu Wangking. As the eldest, Mu Wangking was showered with love and privilege. Whatever she wanted, she got. Perhaps that indulgence had shaped her self-centered personality. Mu Qingshu firmly believed her sister would regret her decision one day. Lost in thought, Mu Qingshu eventually fell asleep on the couch. In the following days, Yi Chen kept a low profile, only making a trip to the Luo family. Old Master Luo's health had significantly improved. Though still somewhat weak, he was now able to walk and would be able to attend his birthday banquet without issue. The banquet was scheduled for 6 p.m. that evening. As the patriarch of a prominent family, Old Master Luo's birthday was a grand affair, attracting Yun City's most influential figures. The banquet would undoubtedly be a gathering of wealth and power. Anyone fortunate enough to attend would have plenty to boast about. After examining Old Master Luo, Yi Chen prepared to leave when Luo Qingqiu approached him with a smile. "Mr. Yi, my grandfather's banquet is starting soon. Why don't you ride with me to the venue?" Yi Chen nodded and got into Luo Qingqiu's car. The Luo family banquet was being held at Yunlong Villa. Although Yunlong Villa was located on the outskirts of the city, it encompassed the entire mountain scenery within its premises. The facilities inside were complete in every way, and the security measures were classified as S-level. The luxury of its decor was undoubtedly befitting of a top-tier family in Yun City. The car soon stopped in the parking lot. As Yi Chen and Luo Qingqiu stepped out of the car, before Yi Chen could even take a proper look at the villa, an unfriendly voice rang out, "Well, Yi Chen, you shameless piece of trash, you really dared to come to the Luo family banquet, huh?" Zhao Lan glanced at Luo Qingqiu and then at the fiery red Ferrari Yi Chen had stepped out of. Recognizing the car's luxury, she let out a mocking laugh and said, "Now I get it, so that's why you were so confident yesterday. Turns out you've latched onto another rich woman. Looks like you've truly perfected the art of freeloading." Both Yi Chen and Luo Qingqiu frowned simultaneously. Looking over, they saw Mu Wanqing, Li Qiang, Zhao Lan, and Mu Fei. It seemed enemies really did cross paths easily. Mu Wanqing didn't say anything, but her gaze toward Luo Qingqiu was filled with anger and disdain. If seeing Yi Chen with Luo Qingqiu last time had left her indifferent, this time the nature of their relationship was unmistakable. Mu Wanqing took a deep breath and exhaled heavily. Looking at Yi Chen, she said coldly, "Looks like you've truly found a better choice." Yi Chen shrugged nonchalantly and said, "Why? President Mu, we're divorced. Am I not allowed to make better choices?" Mu Wanqing's tone turned icy. "Don't be sarcastic. I'm just saying this for your own good. Try to be more ambitious, or you'll just be abandoned again. That would be embarrassing." Yi Chen retorted, "You think everyone is like you, always abandoning the old for the new?" Mu Wanqing snapped, "When have I ever done that? You're the one who fits that description." Yi Chen pointed at Li Qiang and mocked, "You're no different from me. Haven't you also clung to someone like Li Qiang?" Mu Wanqing was momentarily speechless. Although she had no relationship with Li Qiang, their frequent interactions due to business deals made her proximity to him undeniable. Anger and frustration surged within her. Li Qiang stepped forward, sneering, "Yi Chen, I really underestimated you. Your ability to leech off wealthy women is truly impressive. It's a shame you're not a gigolo." Yi Chen replied coldly, "Shut your mouth, dog. Judging by your sallow complexion, you've been overindulging yourself lately. I'd recommend you get your kidneys checked. At this rate, lasting 3 seconds might be a challenge." Li Qiang's face turned crimson with fury, and his anger boiled over. For a moment he was at a loss for words. Yi Chen's remark had hit a nerve. Lately he had been feeling increasingly fatigued. Previously he could entertain several women at a time, but his endurance had waned drastically. Could there really be an issue with his kidneys? The thought crossed his mind, but there was no way he'd admit it. He shouted furiously, "Bullshit. I'm far better than you freeloading scum." Luo Qingqiu, unable to bear the insults, frowned and said, "Who do you think you are, insulting Mr. Yi? Are you looking for trouble?" Li Qiang instinctively shrank back. While he didn't recognize Luo Qingqiu, he did recognize her car. Anyone who could afford such a vehicle surely had significant backing. He dared not provoke her too much, and simply said, "Miss, let me give you a piece of advice. The man next to you is nothing but trash. Don't let his appearance fool you. Otherwise you might end up losing both your money and your dignity." Luo Qingqiu chuckled. "Oh? If he really wanted to deceive me, I'd be happy to let him." Seeing Luo Qingqiu's smug expression, Mu Wanqing felt a surge of inexplicable anger. She stopped Li Qiang from continuing and said, "That's enough, young Master Li. Let's go." Li Qiang shot a fierce glare at Yi Chen before the group turned and walked into the villa. Luo Qingqiu and Yi Chen also entered. Inside the villa's grand hall, Luo Qingqiu excused herself. "Mr. Yi, please feel free to explore. I have some matters to attend to. I'll join you later." Yi Chen nodded and smiled faintly. "Go ahead." Luo Qingqiu quickly left to handle her hosting duties. As the organizer of the event, she needed to ensure everything was in order. Meanwhile, Yi Chen casually wandered around the hall. Grabbing a glass of red wine, he found a quiet corner to sit in. Everyone present at the banquet was either a wealthy magnate or a powerful figure. In such a gathering, most people mingled in groups, as a single conversation could lead to multi-million or even billion-dollar deals. For those attending, the banquet was both a social event and a chance to expand their influence. However, Yi Chen wasn't interested in such superficial interactions. He preferred to sit alone and enjoy his drink rather than engage in meaningless exchanges. Meanwhile, Zhao Lan and Mu Fei looked around the villa with wide eyes, like country bumpkins visiting a grand estate. Zhao Lan exclaimed enviously, as expected of high society. "Look at that crystal chandelier, probably genuine. Imagine how much that must have cost." Mu Fei swallowed hard and said, "Yeah, and the wine here? Each bottle must cost tens of thousands. And it's unlimited. This is real wealth." Li Qiang smiled faintly and said, "Of course. At gatherings like this, the status has to match. Especially for the Luo family's banquet, you'll get used to it after attending more." Zhao Lan laughed and said, "It's all thanks to you, young Master Li. If not for you, we'd never have the chance to attend such a grand event." Mu Wangqing frowned and said, "Mom, can you and little brother stop acting like you've never seen the world? You're embarrassing us." Zhao Lan quickly covered her mouth, though her eyes couldn't stop darting around. Suddenly, Zhao Lan stopped and pointed. "Hey, look. Isn't that Yi Chen, that piece of trash, sitting there alone?" Mu Fei sneered. "Mom, don't you get it? Yi Chen only got in because of that rich woman. It's such an upscale place, of course, she'd ditch him as soon as they got here." Zhao Lan nodded. "Haha, Yi Chen is so pathetic. Let's go humiliate him." Mu Wangqing took a deep breath and said, "Mom, let it go. Everyone here is either rich or powerful. If you cause a scene, it'll be our family that looks bad." Mu Fei waved her off dismissively. "Sister, what are you afraid of? I just can't stand that freeloader's smug face. If anyone's embarrassed, it'll be him, not us." He grabbed Zhao Lan's arm and strode toward Yi Chen. Mu Wangqing sighed in frustration and reluctantly followed them. Secretly, she was curious to see how things would unfold, and to uncover the nature of Yi Chen's relationship with the woman he had arrived with. Several people deliberately sat down near Yi Chen. Mu Fei glanced at Yi Chen and sneered, "Hey, sitting here all alone? How lonely. Why not go find your little sugar mommy?" Yi Chen rolled his eyes at Mu Fei and replied coldly, "None of your business." Li Qiang furrowed his brow and mocked, "Yi Chen, don't act so smug. Do you think leeching off a rich woman to get in here makes you part of high society? Ha ha ha, as if he could latch onto the elite. He's nothing but a plaything to that sugar mommy. Look, the moment they're in a social gathering, his true colors are exposed." Zhao Lan added with a mocking laugh. The group, who had come happily to the banquet, couldn't stand seeing Yi Chen there. To them, his presence lowered the event's status. They ridiculed him without restraint. Yi Chen chuckled disdainfully and said, "Why would I need to cling to the rich and powerful? It's they who need to cling to me." Ridiculous. Mu Fei burst into laughter. "Yi Chen, do you really think you're someone important? I know you're just trying to impress my sister, but all you're doing is making yourself a joke. Stop pretending. We all know what you're really like. What do you have that anyone would want to cling to?" Zhao Lan scoffed. Yi Chen ignored the two and looked directly at Mu Wangqing. "President Mu, we're divorced. Why do you and your family keep pestering me?" Mu Wangqing sighed. In her eyes, Yi Chen was just trying to show off. Clearly incapable of anything, he had gone to great lengths to attend this banquet, all to win her attention. But to her, his actions were nothing but embarrassing. "Yi Chen," she said, exasperated, "this isn't your circle. Stop forcing yourself in. You won't earn respect through shortcuts. You really should learn from Li Qiang. A man needs strength, ability and status to be taken seriously." Yi Chen gave her a look of disbelief and said mockingly, "You want me to learn from him? That's laughable. Is he even worthy?" Mu Wangqing snapped back. "Can't you stop being so self-centered? I'm saying this for your own good. Don't you get that?" Yi Chen chuckled coldly. You make it sound so nice saying it's for my good. When did you become so shameless, Mu Wonking? Her face flushed with anger, and she pointed at Yi Chen, momentarily speechless. Li Qiang stepped forward, looking down at Yi Chen, and said, Yi Chen, everyone at this banquet is someone important in Yun City. I may not be the best, but I know plenty of influential people. And you? Who here would even bother with you? Yi Chen replied indifferently. I'm not interested in knowing any of them. Mu Wonking exploded in frustration. You're just being stubborn. So self-righteous. You're infuriating. Li Qiang quickly interjected, calm down, Wonking. Let him wallow in his own downfall. Let me introduce you to some of the big shots here. These are people you'll want to know if we're talking business deals. Suppressing her anger, Mu Wonking nodded. Li Qiang began pointing out notable figures. See that man over there? Don't be fooled by his size. That's Zhao Feng, the CEO of Xifen Group, specializing in robotics. His net worth is at least 8 billion. And that one, he's Zhou Wangquan, head of the Zhou family, a top-tier family. Over there. As Li Qiang continued his introductions, Mu Wonking mentally noted each name and face, preparing herself for potential conversations later. At that moment, a middle-aged man walked in. Seeing him, Li Qiang prepared to make another introduction. But Mu Fei interrupted, no need to introduce him. We know him, that's Zhao Yunhai, the CEO of Yunhai Group. We met him last time. Mu Wonking added, yes, he even signed a 2 billion yuan contract with us. That was thanks to you, young Master Li. You must know him well, right? Li Qiang's face twitched awkwardly. No, Zhao Yunhai. What a joke. Someone of Zhao Yunhai's status wouldn't even glance at him. But since he had already claimed last time that Zhao Yunhai had signed the deal because of him, denying it now would ruin his image. With a forced smile, Li Qiang said, yes, we're acquainted. Hearing this, Yi Chen couldn't help but laugh. Li Qiang's shamelessness was truly impressive. The 2 billion yuan contract had nothing to do with him. Zhao Yunhai had signed it solely out of respect for Yi Chen, unaware at the time of his divorce from Mu Wonking. Mu Fei glared at Yi Chen and barked, what are you laughing at? Yi Chen replied calmly, I'm laughing at some people's shamelessness. Do you really think Zhao Yunhai gave you that contract because of him? Without me, you wouldn't have gotten a single cent. Mu Fei burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. That's the funniest thing I've ever heard. Who do you think you are? Do you even know who young Master Lai is? Comparing yourself to him is a joke, Yi Chen said calmly. Believe what you want. As they argued, Zhao Yunhai's gaze swept over the crowd and landed on Yi Chen. His eyes lit up, and he waved in Yi Chen's direction before walking over. Seeing this, Mu Wonquan grew excited. Look! Chairman Zhao is coming to greet us. Young Master Lai, it must be because of you. Please thank him for the contract on our behalf. Mu Fei sneered. That's right, young Master Li. Show him what true power looks like, and let certain trash see the difference. The Mu family was overjoyed, but Li Qiang's heart was racing with panic. What could he possibly say to Zhao Yunhai? They didn't even know each other. As Zhao Yunhai approached, Li Qiang's mind raced. Maybe he could mention his father's name? Surely that would earn him some face. Under the eager gazes of Mu Wonking and the others, Zhao Yunhai finally stopped in front of Li Qiang. Mu Fei nudged him forward. Forcing a smile, Li Qiang stepped up, extended his hand, and said ingratiatingly, Chairman Zhao, it's an honor to meet you. I'm Li Qiang, son of the chairman of Fuhai Group. Zhao Yunhai frowned slightly and said indifferently, Fuhai Group? What's that? Do you think you're qualified to shake my hand? The room fell into stunned silence. Everyone was dumbfounded. Zhao Yunhai's words were brutally dismissive. Li Qiang's hand froze midair, his face burning with humiliation. He wished he could disappear into the ground. But before the shock subsided, Zhao Yunhai brushed past Li Qiang and stopped in front of Yi Chen. With a slight bow and a warm smile, he said, Mr. Yi, you're here. Boom! Everyone present was completely stunned by this scene, their mouths agape, seemingly at a loss for words. It felt like a thunderclap in their minds, leaving their bodies numb and frozen in place. Did they see it right? Zhao Yunhai actually took the initiative to speak to Yi Chen and, more shockingly, displayed a humble demeanor with not a hint of arrogance. Compared to the dismissive and disdainful attitude he had shown toward Li Qiang moments earlier, the difference was like night and day. How could this be possible? No matter how much they thought about it, they couldn't figure it out. Yi Chen was supposed to be a good-for-nothing man who relied on women. How could he possibly know someone like Zhao Yunhai? Mu Wonking looked at Yi Chen in disbelief, her heart overwhelmed by shock. She had lived with Yi Chen for 3 years, during which she only saw his lack of ambition and progress. But in the short time since their divorce, Yi Chen had somehow made the acquaintance of a figure like Zhao Yunhai. Could it be? Could it be that the reason Zhao Yunhai signed the 2 billion yuan contract with her wasn't because of Li Qiang, but because of Yi Chen? But how was that possible? What on earth could Yi Chen have that would make Zhao Yunhai lower himself for him? For a moment, Mu Wangqing's face turned pale, and her body swayed as though she were about to collapse. The huge gap between her perceptions and reality was almost too much for her to bear. Mu Fei couldn't help but jump in, exclaiming, "Chairman Zhao, you must be mistaken. Yi Chen is just some worthless guy who lives off women. Isn't young Master Lai the one you should be talking to?" Zhao Yunhai glanced coldly at Mu Fei and said, "Do you think I'm blind? Mistake Yi Chen? What kind of joke is that?" Yi Chen slowly stood up, chuckled lightly, and said, "Chairman Zhao, don't get upset. It's not worth fussing over." Zhao Yunhai immediately smiled and said, "You're right, Mr. Yi. I won't disturb you further. Please enjoy yourself." Yi Chen waved his hand and said, "All right, go ahead. We'll talk later." Zhao Yunhai gave a slight bow and left. Yi Chen sat back down calmly. Xiao Lan couldn't hold it in anymore. She jumped up angrily and said, "Yi Chen, what have you done? Are you hiding something from us? Did you secretly use our Mu family's money?" Yi Chen frowned and said, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Xiao Lan snapped back, "How else could you know someone like Zhao Yunhai? Did you bribe him? You're penniless, so you must have used our Mu family's money." Yi Chen laughed coldly and said, "Are you insane? Do you think the Mu family's petty money would even catch his attention?" Zhao Lan fumed. "Wangqing, you'd better check the accounts when we get back. Don't let this guy secretly use our family's resources." Mu Fei chimed in, "Exactly. Who knows how he managed to connect with Zhao Yunhai? Young Master Li, didn't you say you knew Chairman Zhao? What's going on?" Li Qiang's face turned red. He quickly replied, I don't know either. Most of the time, it's my father who deals with people like Chairman Zhao. I'm just in a junior position, so." As he spoke, his voice grew smaller and smaller, and even he felt embarrassed. Mu Wangqing took a deep breath. Doubts had already crept into her mind. Could it be that the 2 billion yuan contract the Mu family had signed with the Zhao family wasn't thanks to Li Qiang after all? But she didn't focus on that. What mattered more to her now was figuring out how Yi Chen knew Zhao Yunhai. Li Qiang glanced at Mu Wangqing and said, "Wangqing, you have to believe me. I truly wanted to help you." Mu Wangqing waved her hand and said, "Enough, Li Qiang. No matter the circumstances, I appreciate your efforts. Let's not talk about this anymore." Li Qiang let out a sigh of relief. His eyes darted around as he said, "Wangqing, don't worry. If you want to expand Qin Yuan Company, Zhao Yunhai isn't the only important person to know." Mu Wangqing's interest was piqued. Li Qiang knew her character well. Mu Wangqing was a natural workaholic. If he had pursued her aggressively with declarations of love, she might not have given him the time of day. But as long as he framed his efforts as being for Qin Yuan Company's benefit, she would undoubtedly be interested. "What do you mean?" Mu Wangqing asked. Li Qiang smiled and explained, "This banquet isn't just about Zhao Yunhai. The most important guest tonight is someone extremely prestigious, a person so significant that even the Luo family highly respects them. I suspect they might be from a super elite family. If we can connect with them, Qin Yuan Company's development will take off effortlessly." Mu Wangqing nodded. Indeed, if the Luo family held someone in such high regard, their status must be extraordinary. But another issue arose. How would we even approach someone of such stature? Mu Wangqing asked, frowning. Li Qiang grinned. "Don't worry. I have some influence in Yun City. When the time comes, we'll have a chance to compete fairly with others for their attention." Hearing this, Zhao Lan and Mu Fei were full of praise. "See? Young Master Lai always has a plan. We'll definitely connect with that prestigious guest." "Exactly. With young Master Lai's connections and my sister's beauty, we're bound to succeed. Unlike someone else, who thinks knowing one big shot makes them all powerful. Zhao Yunhai only spoke a few words to him, and he's already acting smug. Yeah, a loser will always be a loser." As they spoke, their ridicule naturally turned toward Yi Chen. Yi Chen smirked faintly and said, "Who's the loser?" "That's yet to be seen." Mu Fei sneered, "What do you mean by that, Yi Chen? Feeling inferior? While young Master Li is working hard to elevate us, what can you do?" Yi Chen's smile grew more confident. "To put it bluntly, the distinguished guest you're all trying to meet, you've already met them." "What?" Everyone froze, confused by Yi Chen's words. Mu Wangking asked curiously. Yi Chen, do you know who the Luo family's most prestigious guest is? Have we met them? Yi Chen chuckled and said, of course you've met them. In fact, you're very familiar with them. Impossible. Everyone shook their heads. While they knew many wealthy individuals, none of them had the kind of status to be considered the Luo family's most prestigious guest. Li Qiang furrowed his brow and asked, who is it? Yi Chen replied calmly, they're right here in front of you. Everyone stared at Yi Chen with wide eyes, full of disbelief. Li Qiang pointed at him in confusion and stammered, you're not saying that the Luo family's most prestigious guest is you, are you? Yi Chen raised his head proudly, a confident smile playing on his lips, and said, that's right. It's me. Hearing Yi Chen's words, everyone widened their eyes in disbelief, staring at him. Was this guy insane? He had no self-awareness at all. The most distinguished guest. What a joke. Yi Chen, are you out of your mind? You're only here because of some woman's connections. Mu Fei said disdainfully. And you dare claim to be the Luo family's most distinguished guest? Dream on. Believe it or not, that's your business. I'm just stating the truth. Yi Chen shrugged nonchalantly. Huh. And you think you're qualified? Zhao Lan sneered at Yi Chen with utter contempt. Keep lying to yourself. Once the banquet begins, your face will be slapped so hard you won't know what hit you. Li Qiang scoffed. Mu Wangking took a deep breath and shook her head helplessly. She had once hoped that Yi Chen might change for the better, but now she realized he hadn't just remained the same, he had become even more vain. Although Mu Wangking was surprised by Zhao Yunhai's attitude toward Yi Chen, she knew him too well. With his status, there was no way he could have any connection with the Luo family. In her mind, Yi Chen's vanity would only harm himself in the end. Looking at Yi Chen, Mu Wangking said, can't you stop being so self-important? Is it that hard to admit you're an ordinary person? Do you know how ridiculous you sound saying things like this? Yi Chen chuckled lightly and said, sorry, but I'm not an ordinary person. Mu Wangking's eyes widened with anger. She pointed at Yi Chen, so furious that she couldn't even form words. You're driving me mad. Yi Chen said coldly, in your mind, I have to be ordinary for you to feel justified in divorcing me, right? Mu Wangking replied, that's not what I meant. Yi Chen continued, then what do you mean? I know Zhao Yunhai. I've become the Luo family's most distinguished guest. Does that make me guilty? Does it upset you? In your eyes, I'm only worthy of being the lowest of the low, so you can keep looking down on me, isn't that right? Mu Wangking averted her gaze and said, you're being ridiculous. Li Qiang quickly interjected, Wangking, don't bother with him. People like him are bound to suffer sooner or later. It's like an owl spotting a dead mouse, thinking a phoenix flying by might be there to steal it. Mu Fei nodded in agreement. Yeah sis, ignore him. Look, the banquet's starting. At that moment, the spotlight turned to the stage. The head of the Luo family, Luo Mingcheng, was wheeled out onto the stage. Luo Mingcheng scanned the crowd, coughed lightly, and began, thank you all for attending my birthday banquet. I can't believe I've already reached 80 years old. Hosting this event brings me great joy, and I also hope it provides an excellent platform for everyone in Yun City to exchange ideas. As soon as he finished speaking, the room erupted in applause. Luo Mingcheng continued, originally, my health wasn't great, and I didn't plan to say much. However, today, our Luo family has invited a most distinguished guest, and I must personally introduce them to everyone. The most distinguished guest. This news had already spread yesterday. Everyone was speculating about the identity of this honored individual. After all, the Luo family wielded significant power in Yun City, with deep roots and extensive connections. To be deemed their most distinguished guest was the highest honor imaginable. Whispers filled the room. The most distinguished guest of the Luo family? Who could it be? I haven't heard of any such remarkable figure in Yun City recently. Could it be a young master from a powerful family outside the province? Who knows? But for the Luo family to hold them in such high regard, they must have an extraordinary background. We'd better get ready. We might need to curry favor with them. Exactly. Mu Wangking and Li Qiang were equally excited. Li Qiang said enthusiastically, Wangking, I think the guest is probably a young master from a prestigious family. If we can establish a connection, it'll be a tremendous boon for King Jiwan Group. Mu Wangking nodded. Yes, I'd love to know who this guest is. I hope they have a good temperament. If there's an opportunity, I'll make sure to introduce myself. Everyone continued their animated discussions. On stage, Luo Mingcheng's gaze swept across the room before locking onto Yi Chen. Amid the eager anticipation of the crowd, Luo Mingcheng said with excitement, Now, let's welcome our most distinguished guest of the Luo family, Mr. Yi Chen. As soon as these words left his mouth, everyone looked around, trying to catch a glimpse of this extraordinary individual. Yi Chen? Nod Shen. The name sounded unfamiliar. No one had heard of him before. The attendees included some of the most prominent figures in Yun City, and even some influential people from outside the province. They were at least familiar with each other by reputation. Yet, the name Yi Chen was completely unknown. Yi Chen stood up slowly, a smile on his face. Instantly, all eyes focused on him. Everyone froze in shock. Yi Chen's attire was extremely casual. At an event of this caliber, he hadn't even bothered to wear formal attire. He looked completely out of place and overly relaxed. This was the most distinguished guest of the Luo family? What made him so distinguished? Yi Chen remained calm and indifferent to the stares. Smiling faintly, he said, "Mr. Luo, it's an honor to attend your birthday banquet. I wish you many happy returns." Luo Mingcheng laughed heartily and said, "Thank you, Mr. Yi, for your kind wishes. It's my honor to have you here. I hope you enjoy the banquet." The exchange was brief. For Luo Mingcheng, there was no need to elaborate on Yi Chen's identity. It was too mysterious for even him to fully understand. But he knew one thing: Yi Chen was undoubtedly an extremely distinguished figure. Just having Yi Chen attend his banquet, even without saying much, elevated the entire event to a new level. Everyone's gaze remained fixed on Yi Chen, their hearts filled with shock. For someone to be held in such high regard by the Luo family, their status had to be extraordinary. Many people had noticed Yi Chen sitting alone earlier but had dismissed him because of his unremarkable appearance and casual attire. Now, they regretted their assumptions. If only they had approached him earlier, they might have established a connection. It was too late now. Many in the room resolved to make an impression on Yi Chen later in the evening, perhaps even exchange contact information. While most were strategizing ways to approach Yi Chen, Mu Wangqing and her group were utterly stunned. They were like statues, their minds blank, their bodies rigid. When they heard Yi Chen's name, they were completely dumbfounded. The most distinguished guest invited by the Luo family turned out to be Yi Chen. How was this possible? Mu Wangqing stared blankly at Yi Chen, watching his confident and radiant demeanor. For a moment, she couldn't reconcile this Yi Chen with the dejected man she once knew. Her mind was in turmoil. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't make sense of it. The Luo family was the most prominent aristocratic family in Yun City. While Mu Wangqing's company had surpassed $1 billion in value, it was nothing compared to the stature of the Luo family. With her status, not only was it impossible for her to become the Luo family's most esteemed guest, but even attending Luo Mingcheng's birthday banquet had required leveraging Li Liqiang's connections. The gap between them was crystal clear. She had been married to Yi Chen for 3 years. In those 3 years, Yi Chen had always been the ideal stay-at-home husband. Truthfully, Mu Wangqing had loved Yi Chen, but her ambition often clashed with his lifestyle. She couldn't stand how he spent his days cooking and taking care of the house. Although Yi Chen had always cared for her attentively, she believed that a gentleman stays away from the kitchen. To her, a man should be ambitious, a go-getter. She had longed for Yi Chen to be a man who shone brightly. But now, at this moment, Mu Wangqing realized that she might not have truly known Yi Chen at all. Seeing the confident smile on Yi Chen's face, his radiance among the crowd stirred a faint sense of regret within her. Had she made a mistake by divorcing him? Zhao Lan and Mu Fei were equally shocked. Zhao Lan exclaimed in disbelief, "How is this possible? Yi Chen is the Luo family's most esteemed guest. Have they lost their minds? He's just the trash our Mu family discarded. How can he be considered distinguished?" Mu Fei slapped himself in disbelief, muttering, "This must be a mistake. If Yi Chen can be the Luo family's most esteemed guest, I might as well be a god." As the crowd buzzed with astonishment, a stunning and elegant Luo Qingqiu stepped onto the stage. She smiled at everyone and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize on behalf of my grandfather. Due to his health, he won't be able to personally host you. From here on, my father, Luo Mingyuan, will entertain everyone. I hope you enjoy the evening." Upon seeing Luo Qingqiu, Li Qiang's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He exclaimed, "Wangqing, isn't that the woman we saw earlier with Yi Chen?" Mu Wangqing froze. "It's her, I couldn't have mistaken." Li Qiang gasped. "Oh my god, I didn't expect her to be the Luo family's eldest daughter. But why was she with Yi Chen? What's their relationship?" Mu Wangqing found herself at a loss for words. She couldn't help but laugh bitterly at herself. She had always thought of herself as exceptional and believed Yi Chen wasn't worthy of her. But now, Shortly after their divorce, the woman by Yi Chen's side was far more impressive than her. In terms of family background, Luo Qingqiu, as the Luo family's eldest daughter, was undoubtedly a star among the elite, owning far more wealth than Mu Wanqing could dream of. In terms of beauty, Luo Qingqiu was her equal. Though Mu Wanqing was also beautiful, her charm seemed to pale in comparison to the overwhelming influence and status Luo Qingqiu carried. For a moment, Mu Wanqing felt an inexplicable wave of heartache. She couldn't discern whether it stemmed from Yi Chen being with another woman, or from the fact that this woman was superior to her in every way. She lowered her head, her face filled with sorrow. Mu Fei noticed her dejection and made an excuse to wander off, taking the opportunity to explore the luxurious banquet. This was his first time at such an extravagant event, and he intended to savor every moment. He even took pictures to boast about later. As Mu Fei strolled through a magnificent golden corridor with few people around, he noticed a partially open door. A sound caught his attention, and curiosity got the better of him. He leaned in to listen. Inside, the voices of Luo Qingqiu and Luo Mingcheng could be heard. "Grandpa, are you feeling any better?" Luo Qingqiu asked. "I told you not to come, but you wouldn't listen." "Don't worry, granddaughter. I'm fine," Luo Mingcheng chuckled. "But about that matter I think you should reconsider. You and Yi Chen may not be a good match." Hearing this, Mu Fei's eyes lit up. As he suspected, Yi Chen had only gotten into this banquet and become the most distinguished guest because of Luo Qingqiu. Narrowing his eyes, he listened more intently. "It's true, we're not a good match," Luo Qingqiu sighed. "I never considered being with Yi Chen." "Good. One must recognize their place. I can't stand people who don't know their position, those without ability, who only cling to the powerful. That's the behavior of lesser men." Luo Mingcheng's voice came through clearly. "Grandpa, I understand. I'll keep my distance from Yi Chen. Even if I feel something, I'll nip it in the bud," Luo Qingqiu said firmly. Hearing this, Mu Fei could barely contain his excitement. "Yi Chen. Mi Chen. How much longer can you act so smug? Even the Luo family patriarchs thinks you're just a lowly hanger-on. Luo Qingqiu is only toying with you. Do you really think you can rise to the top just by clinging to others?" In Mu Fei's mind, Yi Chen was nothing more than trash the Luo family would soon discard. He wanted to hear more, but a hand suddenly tapped him on the shoulder. Startled, he turned to see a security guard standing behind him. The guard politely said, "Sir, this is not part of the banquet area. Please don't wander around." Embarrassed, Mu Fei nodded quickly. "Sorry, I'll leave right away." Feeling like he had uncovered Yi Chen's facade, Mu Fei rushed back to Mu Wanqing, eager to expose the truth. Little did he know, he had completely misunderstood, because he hadn't heard the rest of Luo Qingqiu and Luo Mingcheng's conversation. Back in the room, tears welled up in Luo Qingqiu's eyes. Seeing his granddaughter's expression, Luo Mingcheng sighed. "My dear, don't blame your grandpa. Yi Chen's status is far too noble for our Luo family to match. Do you understand?" Luo Qingqiu replied, "Of course, grandpa. But who can resist the charm of someone like Yi Chen?" Luo Mingcheng said, "Ah, my dear. I just fear you'll get hurt. A man like Yi Chen, a true prodigy, is not easy to win over. If you truly love him, you must make yourself better continuously. You might even have to prepare for a lifetime of loneliness. I don't want you to endure such hardship." Luo Qingqiu sighed deeply, saying nothing more. If it meant winning Yi Chen's love, she was willing to do anything. A man like Yi Chen being loved by him would be a blessing earned over 10 lifetimes. Her thoughts drifted to Mu Wanqing. She couldn't understand how Mu Wanqing could give up on a man like Yi Chen, only to mingle with a worthless man like Li Qiang. Truly laughable. If anyone in this world had lost their mind, it was surely Mu Wanqing. At that moment, Mu Fei ran up to Mu Wanqing, practically bursting with excitement. "Sister, don't be sad. I just uncovered a huge secret." Mu Fei was brimming with excitement. Seeing this, Mu Wanqing frowned slightly and asked curiously, "What's such big news?" Mu Fei leaned closer to the group, lowering his voice mysteriously. "You'd never guess. I just overheard a conversation between old Master Luo and someone." Zhao Lan asked, "Who?" Mu Fei replied, "Of course it was old Master Luo talking with his granddaughter, Luo Qingqiu." Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Mu Wanqing remained composed, but Zhao Lan, intrigued by gossip, eagerly urged, "Quick son, tell us. What did they say?" Mu Fei glanced disdainfully at Yi Chen and said, "Naturally, they were talking about this so-called most esteemed guest Yi Chen." Mu Wanqing glanced at Yi Chen. To be honest, Yi Chen had completely shocked her today. Not only had he somehow connected with the powerful Luo family, but he'd also become their most esteemed guest. If they hadn't divorced, would it mean Mu Wanking could have used Yi Chen's connections to establish a partnership with the Luo family? Because of this thought, Mu Wanking felt deeply conflicted. The sense of disparity left her uneasy. She had always seen herself as a capable and ambitious woman, yet she couldn't reach the heights of the Luo family, something Yi Chen, whom she viewed as idle and dependent, managed to achieve. That was the source of her discomfort. Taking a deep breath, Mu Wanking said, "I already know he's the most esteemed guest. There's no need to remind me over and over again." Sensing Mu Wanking's irritation, Mu Fei quickly explained, "Sis, hear me out. I wasn't trying to upset you. I'm saying that I overheard Luo Qingqiu herself saying that she could never be with Yi Chen. What does that tell you?" Mu Wanking froze. "What does it mean?" Mu Fei smirked. "Isn't it obvious? It means that the Luo family's eldest daughter is just playing with Yi Chen. She never intended to give him a legitimate chance. To someone like her, Yi Chen is nothing more than a toy." Mu Wanking pressed. "What else did you hear?" Mu Fei continued, "Oh, even more shocking things. Don't be fooled by the Luo family calling Yi Chen their most esteemed guest. I think it's just a way to humiliate him. Old Master Luo is a respectable man, he wouldn't outright insult Yi Chen to his face. But I heard with my own ears that, in Old Master Luo's eyes, Yi Chen is just someone trying to climb up the social ladder, a lowly person who doesn't know his place." Zhao Lan let out a relieved sigh and said, "Is that true?" Mu Fei confirmed, "Of course it's true. I heard it myself. How could it be wrong?" Li Qiang chimed in, "I get it now. It's simple, really. Yi Chen wants to climb up through Luo Qingqiu and use the Luo family's reputation to boost his own. Being called the most esteemed guest is probably just the Luo family testing him, hoping he'd know his place and back off. But instead, Yi Chen shamelessly accepted the flattery, not realizing it only proves Old Master Luo's point about him not knowing his place." Hearing Li Qiang's explanation, the group nodded in unison, as if enlightened. Mu Wanking chuckled bitterly. Earlier, she thought Yi Chen had truly achieved something remarkable. But in reality, it was still just the same pattern of relying on women and mooching off others. Did he not have any desire to strive for his own success? Before, she couldn't understand how Yi Chen, who seemed so unimpressive, could suddenly become the Luo family's most esteemed guest. But after hearing Mu Fei's words and Li Qiang's analysis, she finally understood. The Luo family didn't genuinely regard Yi Chen as their most esteemed guest. This was merely their way of testing him, expecting him to realize his own inadequacy. Yet, it was evident. Yi Chen's thick-skinned arrogance had reached new heights. Mu Fei squinted and sneered, "Sis, Yi Chen is like a dog that can't stop eating filth. He thinks he can latch onto Luo Qingqiu, but he doesn't realize he's just her plaything. A woman like Luo Qingqiu would never genuinely have feelings for someone like Yi Chen." Zhao Lan's disdain was unmistakable. "Exactly. Trash will always be trash. I've always hated how he puts on airs. Does he really think he's worthy of clinging to the powerful?" Mu Wanking remained silent, but inwardly she was also disappointed by Yi Chen's actions. When she divorced Yi Chen, it was partly because she couldn't stand his lazy and unambitious behavior, and partly because she genuinely hoped the divorce would push him to grow and mature. But now it seemed Yi Chen hadn't grown at all. Instead, he'd sunk even deeper into a life of pandering to the rich and powerful. What was the point of a man's life if all he did was rely on women? Mu Fei had been genuinely scared earlier, thinking Yi Chen had really become the Luo family's most esteemed guest. If that were true, wouldn't Yi Chen end up stepping all over him? Fortunately, it was all a facade. Mu Fei walked up to Yi Chen. Frowning, Yi Chen looked at him indifferently and said, "What? Have you come to flatter me now that you know my status? Let me tell you, it's too late." Hearing Yi Chen's words, Mu Fei burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha. Did I hear you right? Yi Chen, why would I need to flatter you? Who do you think you are?" Yi Chen raised an eyebrow and said coolly, "Oh? So your standards are high now? With the Luo family, a top-tier clan in Yun City supporting me, I could crush you all without breaking a sweat. And that's just the tip of the iceberg of my power." EFT. Mu Fei laughed even harder. Wow, wow, wow. I've met shameless people before, but none as shameless as you. Tip of the iceberg. Do you even know what you are? Yi Chen said coldly, "Laugh all you want. In terms of power, you, your sister, and even that so-called Li Qiang are no better than ants before me." Zhao Lan couldn't hold back anymore, putting her hands on her hips and snapping, "Yi Chen, can you stop bragging? Do you think we don't know what you are? Yi Chen retorted, bragging. I, Yi Chen, have no need to brag. Enough. Mu Wangqing, unable to listen any longer, scolded him sharply. Yi Chen, can't you stop being so full of yourself? Hearing Mu Wanqing's words, a surge of anger shot through Yi Chen. If their divorce had been due to his hidden abilities, leading Mu Wanqing to believe he was incapable, then now. He had already shown his strength. Even if it was just the tip of the iceberg, the Luo family of Yun City was leagues above Li Qiang's Fu Hai group. Why did Mu Wanqing still accuse him of being arrogant? Feeling aggrieved, Yi Chen said, Mu Wanqing, who's being arrogant? I think you're just jealous, just regretting it now that you see my strength. Admit it, you're regretting it so much you're ready to slap yourself. Mu Wanqing glared coldly at Yi Chen. Regret? I, Mu Wanqing, will never regret it. This is the best decision I've ever made. Let me tell you the truth, a man without his own abilities will only ever be someone else's plaything. Do you think you've secured a carefree life by clinging to Luo Qingqiu? You're nothing more than her toy. Once she's bored, she'll discard you. Yi Chen, look at yourself, you're pitiful. Yi Chen's face turned cold as he looked at Mu Wanqing. Inwardly, he sighed. Pitiful. It was laughable. Where exactly did Mu Wanqing get such an idea? Let's not even talk about anything else. Just at today's banquet, Zhao Yunhai from Yunhai Group personally came over to greet him with the utmost respect. Yet when it came to Li Qiang, Zhao Yunhai didn't even spare him a glance. The stark contrast was Mu Wanqing blind to it? And then there was the Luo family. The eldest daughter, Luo Qingqiu, personally accompanied him. Even old Master Luo, despite his injury, had made an appearance just to introduce Yi Chen as the most esteemed guest. Everyone present was eyeing Yi Chen, eager to forge a connection with him. And yet Mu Wanqing called him pitiful. There was no need to think too deeply about it. Mu Wanqing had probably been brainwashed again by her mother and brother. Yi Chen truly couldn't understand how such foolish people could exist in this world. Yet Mu Wanqing trusted them unconditionally. Yi Chen was tired of explaining. Pitiful. Then so be it. He sighed inwardly. If not for the 3 years of feelings he still had for Mu Wanqing, he wouldn't even spare her another glance. Yi Chen said coldly, Fine. Think whatever you want. I can't change your mind. Mu Wanqing was startled by the coldness in Yi Chen's tone. Her voice softened as she said, Yi Chen, I'm only hoping you'll work hard and stop relying on women to get by. That's not what a respectable man does. You have to understand that. Zhao Lan, full of disdain, glared at Yi Chen and pulled Mu Wanqing aside. Wanqing, stop wasting your breath on him. If he understood, you wouldn't have divorced him in the first place. A dog will always eat filth that can't change its nature. Zhao Lan knew her daughter very well. Even though Mu Wanqing had listened to her and divorced Yi Chen, her heart still leaned toward him. Even with someone as capable as Li Qiang by her side, Mu Wanqing hadn't fully accepted him. This left Zhao Lan feeling constantly threatened. She wanted to push her daughter and Li Qiang together, so they could leverage the Li family's power to gain more wealth and status. The last thing she wanted was for Mu Wanqing and Yi Chen to reconcile. So, she constantly intervened. Mu Fei chimed in, exactly. A man should be like Li Qiang, open and dignified. Trash like Yi Chen doesn't even deserve to be recycled. Yi Chen scoffed, turned his head, and said nothing more. Having reassured themselves that Yi Chen was still the same useless person they thought he was, the group seemed much happier. Zhao Lan smiled and said, It's my first time at such a luxurious banquet. I feel a bit out of place. Xiao Fei, I'm hungry. Go get some food and bring me a drink too. Mu Fei nodded. Mom, why just a drink? I saw some 1982 Lafite over there. I'll get you a glass. In a place like this, red wine suits our status better. Zhao Lan chuckled. All right, let's indulge a bit today. Bring me 2 glasses. Mu Fei walked to the bar with a spring in his step. A waiter carrying a tray of wine approached him and politely asked, Sir, may I offer you a drink? Mu Fei glanced at the wine on the tray but couldn't tell what it was. He quickly shook his head and said, No need. I'll pour it myself. Don't bother. The waiter hesitated, feeling a bit disdainful inside but said nothing. He nodded and left. Mu Fei found 4 glasses and began pouring the 1982 Lafite until each glass was full, as if afraid of not getting his money's worth. After filling the glasses, he found a tray, arranged the wine on it, and carefully carried it back toward Mu Wanqing and the others. However, after taking just 2 steps, Mu Fei stumbled slightly, nearly falling over. The wine, being overfilled, spilled out. Damn it. A man in his 20s named Xing Feng had wine spilled all over him. Already in a foul mood, he erupted in anger. Mistaking Mu Fei for a waiter, he slapped him hard across the face. Are you blind? Spilling wine on me? Do you have a death wish? Mu Fei clutched his face in pain, tears welling up as he retorted, I didn't do it on purpose. Why are you hitting me? Sing Feng sneered, so what if I hit you? You ruin my clothes. Can you even afford to pay for them? Mu Fei, feeling wronged, covered his face and said, why couldn't I afford it? You hit me, and I'll have my sister deal with you. Sing Feng smirked coldly. Deal with me? Ha! You're pretty bold. Let's see if I don't beat you to death. With that, Sing Feng slapped Mu Fei again. Frightened, Mu Fei turned and fled. Sing Feng, not willing to let it go, chased after him. Mu Fei ran to Mu Wanqing and shouted, Sis, help me. Someone's hitting me. Hearing this, Mu Wanqing and Li Qiang both frowned. Who would dare to hit someone at a place like this? At that moment, Sing Feng caught up. Mu Wanqing quickly stepped in front of Mu Fei and glared at Sing Feng. What are you doing? Who gave you the right to hit my brother? Hiding behind Mu Wanqing, Mu Fei pointed at Sing Feng and said, Sis, it's him. He slapped me twice. You have to stand up for me. When Sing Feng saw Mu Wanqing, his eyes lit up. He couldn't deny that she was stunning. With her carefully chosen outfit, she was even more captivating. Sing Feng smirked coldly and said, why did I hit him? Because he deserved it. Look at my clothes, he spilled wine all over them. How am I supposed to wear this now? Mu Wanqing replied coldly, if your clothes are dirty, we'll compensate you. But there's no need to resort to violence. Compensate? Sing Feng laughed and said, fine. This suit is Italian handmade and costs about 5 million. Plus my emotional distress, it's worth at least 100 million. Pay up. 100 million? For a suit that cost 5 million? An emotional distress compensation of 100 million? It was absurd. Mu Wanqing's face darkened as she snapped, you're being unreasonable. Are you picking a fight on purpose? Sing Feng sneered shamelessly, that's right. I'm picking a fight. If you can't pay, it's fine. How about this, you spend the night with me, and I'll let it slide. What do you think? Mu Wanqing's anger flared. Shameless. Disgusting. Dream on. Sing Feng, undeterred, looked at Mu Wanqing with arrogance and said, listen, because you're beautiful, I'm giving you this chance. Here are your two choices, either spend the night with me, and maybe I'll even make you my personal plaything, or I'll break your brother's legs. Remember, my patience is limited. Yi Chen sighed helplessly as he watched the scene unfold. Glancing at the terrified Mu Wanqing, he couldn't help but think back to similar incidents in the past. After Mu Wanqing entered the business world, her striking looks often attracted the attention of unscrupulous individuals. Yet, thanks to Yi Chen secretly handling everything behind the scenes, Mu Wanqing's business ventures always went smoothly. She never stopped to think, why was it that other businesswomen had to grovel and drink excessively to secure deals, with some even forced to compromise their dignity. Yet, for her, every negotiation seemed effortless, and even the instances of drinking were few and far between. Who would dare ask Yi Chen's woman to drink with them? Something so obvious was attributed by Mu Wanqing to her own exceptional talent in business. Now, without Yi Chen's protection, how could she avoid running into trouble? Yi Chen slowly stood up and looked at Mu Wanqing. Do you need my help? Mu Wanqing turned to Yi Chen, their eyes meeting. In that moment of danger, emotions from the past surged within her. For reasons she couldn't explain, the first person she thought of for help was still Yi Chen. But before she could say anything, her mother Zhao Lan interjected with a scornful tone. What help can you provide? Are you going to call on your sugar mama to come solve it for you? Even young Master Li hasn't spoken up yet, and here you are, pretending to be capable. Hearing Zhao Lan's words, Mu Wanqing's expression changed. That's right, what could Yi Chen possibly do to help? Rely on another woman? Mu Wanqing would rather die than let some other woman tied to Yi Chen intervene to help her. She turned her head away and said nothing. Li Qiang, on the other hand, saw this as the perfect opportunity. He had long been pursuing Mu Wanqing but had made little progress. This was his chance to shine hero, saving the damsel in distress. It was the perfect opportunity to win her over. Li Qiang immediately stood up and positioned himself in front of Mu Wanqing. He glared at Jing Feng and shouted, "What's wrong with you? Yelling at a woman? Is that all you've got? If you're so capable, come at me instead." Sing Feng frowned and looked coldly at Li Qiang. "Who the hell are you? Get lost and stop being an eyesore." Li Qiang was infuriated. Although he wasn't a top-tier heir in Yun City, he was still a second-generation rich kid. Yet Xing Feng showed him no respect at all. Narrowing his eyes, Li Qiang said, "Apologize to her immediately, or don't blame me for being rude." Sing Feng scoffed. "You? Rude? You think you're worthy?" Li Qiang sneered. "Listen up. My name is Li Qiang. My family owns Fu Hai Group. We have plenty of money, enough to bury you under it. Got it?" Sing Feng gave Li Qiang a meaningful look and said mockingly, "Oh, Fu Hai Group? I'm so scared. Terrifying." Li Qiang smirked. "If you're scared, then scram." Seeing this, Zhao Lan and Mu Fei felt emboldened. "Damn it. You dared to hit me earlier. Now that young Master Li is here, try touching me again. Let's see if I don't crush you." Mu Fei shouted angrily. "Exactly. You hit my son? I'll make sure you regret it. Do you really think we're afraid of you? With young Master Li here, how dare you act tough? Ever heard of Fu Hai Group? Crushing you is as easy as squashing an ant," Zhao Lan added mockingly. Li Qiang puffed out his chest proudly and said, "Kid, scram now, or I'll make sure you regret staying." Sing Feng glanced at the enraged group, took a few steps back, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He sneered and said, "Fine. Fu Hai Group young Master Li, right? I'll remember you." With that, Sing Feng turned and left. For now, he was at a disadvantage and didn't want a direct confrontation. Seeing him leave, Zhao Lan and Mu Fei became even more smug. "Hey! Look at him scurrying away like a beaten dog. I told you, young Master Li is reliable." Just a few words, and that brat ran off with his tail between his legs. Yeah, if he hadn't run, he might have gotten a good beating. "Young Master Li, you're the best. You've got the power in Yun City." The two laughed excitedly. Previously, at such high-profile events, they were always the ones getting picked on. But with Li Qiang by their side, they felt triumphant. Li Qiang chuckled and said, "Of course. I wouldn't just stand by and let anyone bully Wanking. Whoever dares to touch her, I'll crush them. In Yun City, I have the influence to protect her." Zhao Lan nodded repeatedly, clearly impressed. She sneered at Yi Chen and said, "See that, you good for nothing? Do you think Wanking still needs you? Young Master Li solves problems with a single word. And you? What can you do?" Mu Fei chimed in, "That loser can't do anything. All he knows is how to sponge off others." Yi Chen narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "How do you know I couldn't have solved it?" Zhao Lan burst into laughter. "Solve it? You, with your so-called abilities? Compared to young Master Li, you're not even worth mentioning." Yi Chen glanced at Li Xiang and said indifferently, "Him? Worthy?" Mu Wanqing frowned and stopped Zhao Lan. "Mom, can you stop dragging Yi Chen into everything? He has his pride. Could you stop undermining him all the time?" Zhao Lan snorted. "You're too kind-hearted. Even after the divorce, you still think about him. A loser deserves no sympathy. Let me tell you what a real man is. Someone like young Master Li, capable of standing up, solving problems and supporting you, that's a real man." Hearing Zhao Lan's praise, Li Qiang felt a surge of excitement. He smiled and said, "Wanking, Aunt Zhao is absolutely right. This world values power. To put it bluntly, in Yun City, I can help you solve most problems, grow your business, and ensure your safety. As long as I'm here, no one will dare touch you." Just as Li Qiang finished speaking, a furious voice echoed, "Damn it. There they are. The ones who insulted me. How dare they stay here? They must have a death wish." Leading the charge was Xing Feng, now flanked by several burly men in suits, clearly professional bodyguards. They surrounded Mu Wanqing and her group, exuding an intimidating aura. Seeing this, Mu Wanqing and the others instinctively backed away in fear. Despite his earlier boasting, Li Qiang felt a wave of panic. But he couldn't back down now. He stepped forward and said, "What do you think you're doing? Do you know where you are? Do you think you're the only one with bodyguards?" Li Qiang waved his hand, and immediately several bodyguards rushed over. These were bodyguards Li Qiang had hired for a hefty price from a professional agency. Seeing this scene, Zhao Lan and Mu Fei were even more in awe of him. A man like young Master Li is truly reliable. The two sides faced off. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Li Qiang, not afraid in the slightest, sneered at Xing Feng, determined to showcase his power in front of Mu Wanqing. He said, "Kid, today I'll show you what real power looks like." Xing Feng chuckled lightly and replied, "Oh, then I'm curious to see just how impressive you are." Li Qiang pulled out his phone and said, "I can call a few friends at random, and they'll have you begging for mercy." Hearing this, Zhao Lan's eyes lit up as she asked, "Young Master Li, are you about to use your connections?" Li Qiang nodded arrogantly, dialing a number. "Young Master Wang, Are you at the Luo family banquet? I've been cornered by someone here, come and help me out. After hanging up, Li Qiang declared smugly, kid, fights aren't pretty, but you can call your people too. Let's see who's better connected. Sing Feng shrugged, sneering, I don't need to call anyone. However, I can give you a chance to die knowing why. Li Qiang sneered in response, keep bluffing. The more you act tough now, the harder you'll be slapped later. Zhao Lan, seeing Li Qiang's confidence, asked, young Master Li, who did you call to be so confident? Casting a glance at Mu Wanqing, who was also curious, Li Qiang said proudly, in Cloud City, who doesn't have a few friends? The one coming is my good buddy, Wang Yelin, heir to a billion-dollar corporation. Hearing this name, even Mu Wanqing gasped. Wang Yilin was a famous young master in Cloud City. His family's billion-dollar corporation was not just a name, it truly had a market value of billions. It was a real, powerful company. Unexpectedly, Li Qiang had such connections. For a moment, Zhao Lan and Nu Fei's admiration for Li Qiang grew even stronger. At that moment, a casual voice came from behind. Young Master Li, someone dares to bully you in Cloud City? Who is it? Let me see. A young man approached. It was none other than Wang Yilin. His appearance made everyone, including Zhao Lan, breathe a sigh of relief. With Wang Yilin here, the young man across from them was surely doomed. Li Qiang chuckled, pointing at Xing Feng. Young Master Wang, it's that kid. Xing Feng, utterly unafraid, smiled disdainfully and said, yes, it's me, Wang Yilin. So you think you're strong enough to take me on? The once proud Wang Yilin froze upon seeing Xing Feng, his expression changing to one of fear. Bowing slightly, he stammered, why, young Master Singh, it's you! Everyone gasped at Wang Yilin's attitude. Li Qiang felt chills run down his spine, goosebumps covering his entire body. He had invited Wang Yilin to help him, yet the man was terrified upon seeing Xing Feng. Instantly, Li Qiang realized Xing Feng's identity must be extraordinary. His face turned pale as a sheet. Xing Feng spoke coldly, why can't it be me? Are you here to back this fool? Wang Yilin smiled awkwardly. How could I dare interfere with your affairs, young Master Xing? I'll leave immediately. Wang Yilin turned to leave. Panicking, Li Qiang grabbed his arm and said, young Master Wang, we're brothers. How can you not help me? Wang Yilin snapped angrily, damn it. I treated you like a brother, and now you're trying to get me killed. Do you know who he is? That's Xing Feng, the big shot of Cloud City's underworld. Do you know who his father is? Hearing his name alone will scare you to death. He's none other than the legendary Xing Yi. What? Li Qiang felt his head spin. Xing Yi? He was a figure like Qiang could only dream of avoiding at all costs. Legend had it that in Cloud City's underworld, 8 major enforcers answered directly to Xing Yi. Each was immensely powerful, holding significant influence in the underworld. And Xing Yi ruled over all of them, making almost the entire underground world of Cloud City his domain. No one dared to offend him. Never in his wildest dreams did Li Qiang imagine he had provoked Xing Yi's son. Watching Wang Yilin flee in terror, Li Qiang felt an overwhelming wave of fear. He was doomed. Zhao Lan and Nu Fei were also dumbfounded. They had heard of Xing Yi's infamous reputation. Normally they'd step aside for a minor thug. Now, they had offended the heir of the underworld kingpin of Cloud City. What to do? They were petrified. Xing Feng shot Li Qiang a cold look, his lips curling into a mocking smile. So, do you still want to call for help? I can wait. Li Qiang gave a forced smile. Call for help? He might as well call for his ancestors, it wouldn't make a difference. In Cloud City, who dared cross the Xing family? Terrified, Li Qiang stammered, why, young Master Singh, this is all a misunderstanding. Xing Feng raised his hand and slapped Li Qiang across the face, yelling, a misunderstanding? Misunderstand your mother. Get lost. Li Qiang, slapped hard, dared not show any anger. Offending the Xing family would be utter destruction, even his father couldn't save him. Li Qiang could only step back, not daring to utter another word. Xing Feng, his face full of arrogance, looked at Mu Wanqing with an unrestrained gaze. He slowly walked toward her, smiling faintly. So, do you still think I'm despicable and shameless? Mu Wanqing, frightened by his gaze, was overwhelmed with fear. Despite her business acumen, she had never encountered the likes of the underworld, but she had heard plenty of terrifying stories about the Xing family. Fear gripped her, leaving her at a loss for what to do. Xing Feng smiled slightly. Don't be afraid, sweetheart. I don't hit women, especially not pretty ones like you. However, you offended me today. If you spend the night with me, I'll let them go. What do you think? Mu Wanqing frantically shook her head. Zhao Lan and Mu Fei panicked too. Knowing Xingfeng's reputation, they turned to Li Qiang and pleaded, "Young Master Li, aren't you powerful in Cloud City? What should we do? He's going to hurt Wanqing." Li Qiang was helpless. He hadn't even touched Mu Wanqing yet, and now Xingfeng wanted to take her away. It left him extremely frustrated. What could he do? He couldn't risk offending Xingfeng. Sacrificing his entire family for a woman? Impossible. But letting go of Mu Wanqing didn't sit well with him either. At this moment, Xingfeng lost his patience. Waving his hand, he ordered coldly, "Take this woman away. Kill anyone who tries to stop you." The bodyguards immediately charged toward Mu Wanqing. Fear engulfed everyone. Mu Wanqing's eyes filled with terror. Just then, a calm voice interrupted, "Wait. I don't care what you do with the others, but you can't touch this woman." Everyone turned to look. It was Yi Chen. No one expected Yi Chen to step forward at this moment. After all, the opponent was Xing Feng, the eldest young master of the Xing family, an absolutely untouchable figure in Cloud City. To step out and confront Xingfeng now was nothing short of courting death. Li Qiang squinted his eyes. While he had wanted to show off in front of Mu Wanqing, he knew his limits. Against an ordinary person he might hold his own, but in the face of a super young master like Xingfeng, he could only shrink back. What a joke. The Xing family held absolute authority in Cloud City's underground circles. Offending the Xing family would only result in death if you were lucky enough to have a quick one. For Yi Chen to step forward now was sheer arrogance. Li Qiang secretly mocked him. The more impressive Yi Chen appeared now, the worse his fate would be later. This was the perfect opportunity to let Yi Chen draw Xingfeng's fire. Mu Wanqing also looked at Yi Chen in shock. She never imagined that, in the face of such despair and the wrath of Xingfeng, Yi Chen would be the first to step up to help her. This left her feeling deeply conflicted. She was moved by Yi Chen's courage but worried that he was being too reckless, escalating the conflict. After all, Xingfeng's power was immense. Even with the Luo family backing Yi Chen, Xingfeng might not care. Sure enough, Xingfeng's face darkened upon hearing Yi Chen's words. He looked at Yi Chen and naturally recognized him as an honored guest of the Luo family. With a cold tone, Xingfeng said, "Your name is Yi Chen, right? Are you sure you want to meddle in this? Even though you're an honored guest of the Luo family, I, Xingfeng, am not afraid of them." Yi Chen casually waved his hand and said, "I don't care about your petty squabbles, but this woman is off limits. Do as you please with the others." Xingfeng sneered, "And if I insist?" Yi Chen's gaze turned icy. "Then I won't mind killing you," he gasped. Everyone was stunned by Yi Chen's words. This guy was insane. He actually said he would kill Xingfeng. What a joke. Mu Wanqing panicked and said, "Yi Chen, stop fooling around. The Xing family's power is not as simple as you think. Don't be impulsive." Zhao Lan, however, grabbed Mu Wanqing and said, "What are you doing? If he wants to show off, let him. We didn't ask for his help. Doesn't he know his place? How dare he spout such nonsense?" Mu Wanqing rebuked, "Mom, he's helping me. How can you say that?" Zhao Lan froze for a moment, turned her head aside, and muttered, "Help? He should know his limits." Hearing Zhao Lan's words, Yi Chen felt nothing but disdain. To be honest, he hadn't wanted to get involved in this mess. If Xingfeng had simply taught Mu Wanqing a lesson, or even broken the legs of Li Qiang and Zhao Lan, Yi Chen wouldn't have said a word. But Xingfeng wanted to touch Mu Wanqing, and that was unacceptable. After all, Mu Wanqing was Yi Chen's ex-wife. Yi Chen would never allow another man to lay a hand on her. Take Li Qiang, for example. He was nothing more than a sycophant. If Mu Wanqing had truly been interested in him, Li Qiang would already be in hell meeting the king of Hades. Xingfeng snorted coldly. "Yi Chen, you want to interfere? I'm afraid you're not qualified." At that moment, Luo Qingqiu slowly walked forward from behind. Her cold gaze fixed on Xingfeng as she said, "Xingfeng, do you think I'm qualified to step in?" Xingfeng's expression changed. The Luo family held significant power in Cloud City, and his father, Singh, also had a good relationship with them. Xingfeng forced a smile. "Sister Qingqiu, what are you doing? Are you going to back him up?" Luo Qingqiu snorted coldly. "This is the Luo family's banquet. Are you sure you want to cause trouble here?" Xingfeng's expression turned extremely awkward. He glared at Yi Chen and sneered, "Fine, Yi Chen, right? You're safe under the Luo family's protection here. But can the Luo family protect you forever? Once you step outside this door, I'll show you the consequences of meddling. With that, Sing Feng turned and walked away. Luo Qingqiu looked at Yi Chen and smiled. Mr. Yi, I hope I didn't disturb your enjoyment? Yi Chen replied indifferently. No, is there something you need? Luo Qingqiu said, some friends would like to meet you. Would you have the time to join us? After a moment of thought, Yi Chen replied, sure, I'll come by later. Luo Qingqiu nodded. I'll wait for you in the backyard. Before leaving, she cast a haughty and mocking glance at Mu Wanqing. Mu Wanqing felt the hostility in Luo Qingqiu's gaze, gritted her teeth and turned her head away. After Luo Qingqiu left, Yi Chen turned to Mu Wanqing and said indifferently, I suggest you leave now. While I've temporarily handled Sing Feng, there's no guarantee he won't come after you later. Mu Wanqing had initially been very moved, but seeing Luo Qingqiu stand up for Yi Chen made her inexplicably jealous. She coldly said, hey chimpish. I don't need your help. I can handle my own affairs. Yi Chen sneered. Handle it yourself. If it weren't for me just now, would you still be standing here talking? Mu Wanqing froze, unable to refute him. She was indeed touched by Yi Chen's intervention, but Luo Qingqiu's involvement made her jealous and upset. Zhao Lan sneered, what a joke. Relying on you? If it weren't for Miss Luo just now, you'd already be beaten to death by Xing Feng. Stop pretending. You're just a man living off a woman. How do you even have the nerve to talk like that? Mu Fei added, exactly. We didn't need your help. With young Master Li here, solving this would have been a piece of cake. Li Qiang's face stiffened, but he forced himself to speak up. That's right. Honestly, Yi Chen just made things more complicated. I have an uncle who works in the underground world and knows Xingji well. I could have easily resolved this with a phone call. Yi Chen glanced at the hopeless group, scoffed, and turned to leave. While he didn't want to interact with irrelevant people, Luo Qingqiu had spoken up, so he couldn't refuse her invitation. He headed to the backyard. Meanwhile, Zhao Lan, despite her earlier bravado, was still worried about Xing Feng's potential retaliation. She nervously said, maybe we should leave? If Xing Feng really comes after us, we're done for. Mu Fei turned to Li Qiang. What's there to be afraid of? Didn't young Master Li say his uncle knows Xing Yi? Just make a call, and it'll be resolved. Mu Wanqing looked at Li Qiang skeptically. Young Master Li, is that true? Li Qiang cursed himself internally. While it was true he had an uncle in the underground world who had met Xing Yi a few times, Xing Yi's status was far too high to bother with his uncle. But seeing Mu Wanqing's expression, Li Qiang couldn't admit the truth. Gritting his teeth, he said, well, I'm not entirely sure, but I can try calling him. At the same time, Yi Chen had already arrived in the backyard. Luo Qingqiu was waiting there and said, Mr. Yi, you're really kind to your ex-wife. Even after the divorce, you're still helping her. Yi Chen smiled faintly and said, after all, 3 years of marriage, if I talk about it, it'll only bring tears. Luo Qingqiu laughed. Mu Wanqing is really ungrateful. She doesn't even appreciate a man like you. I can't understand what's going on in her head. Yi Chen waved his hand. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Who wants to see me? Luo Qingqiu said, you've definitely heard of this person. His name is Zexing Jinying. On the streets he's known as Zexing Yi. Yi Chen couldn't help but laugh. This is interesting. Just now his son was threatening to deal with me, and now his father wants to see me. Luo Qingqiu said, that brat Xing Feng has never been taught a lesson. Now that he's provoked you, Mr. Yi, he's going to suffer. Yi Chen smiled nonchalantly. Let's go. Lead the way. Luo Qingqiu led Yi Chen into the hall in the backyard. At this moment, old Master Luo was sitting at the main seat, and beside him sat a burly man with a square face. His natural authority was evident, exuding an imposing aura. This man was Zexing Jingsheng Xing Yi. Xing Jingsheng looked at old Master Luo and asked with a smile, Old Luo, is it true? That divine doctor cured your chronic illness in just one treatment? Old Master Luo chuckled. Old Zings, why would I lie to you? You knew how bad my health was before. Look at me now, I feel like I can live another 20 years easily. A glint flashed in Xing Sheng's eyes. He had seen old Master Luo before, back when his health was so frail it seemed like he could pass away at any moment. Yet in just a few days, he now appeared full of vitality. Xing Jingsheng took a deep breath and said, Old Luo, you must introduce this divine doctor to me. I've been to countless doctors for my condition, but none of them have been able to help. While it's not life-threatening, the pain and suffering are unbearable. Old Master Luo smiled. Don't worry. I've already asked Qingqiu to invite him. If he agrees, he'll come. As they were speaking, Luo Qingqiu brought Yi Chen inside. Old Master Luo immediately stood up and said respectfully, "Young Master Ye, you're here. Please have a seat and some tea." Seeing Yi Chen, Singh Jingxiong was momentarily stunned. This was the divine doctor Old Master Luo spoke of. He looked so young. In Singh Jingxing's mind, the older a doctor, the more skilled they were. But Yi Chen looked like a fresh graduate. Yi Chen remained composed and said, "Old Luo, are you feeling better now?" Old Master Luo laughed. "Thanks to the medicine you prescribed, I feel much better. Let me introduce you. This is Zexing Jingxiang, the head of the Yexing family and an old friend of mine. He's hoping you can take a look at his chronic condition." Although Singh Jingxiang was skeptical of Yi Chen's age, he still smiled and said, "Dr. Yi, my condition is." Before he could finish, Yi Chen waved his hand and said, "No need to say more. Your condition can be cured, and it's quite simple." "What?" Hearing Yi Chen's words, Singh Jingxiang was stunned. He hadn't even explained his symptoms, yet Yi Chen already knew. Usually when he went to the hospital, he had to undergo a full-body examination with countless medical tests before they could determine the cause. But Yi Chen had figured it out in just a few minutes. And it was simple? Singh Jingxiang, who had consulted numerous renowned specialists, found this hard to believe. No amount of medicine or treatments had worked for him. How could it possibly be simple? He asked in shock, "Dr. Ye, you already know my condition? Don't you need to examine me?" Yi Chen said calmly, "No need. The pallor of your face and bloodshot eyes indicate a blockage of vital energy. I assume your kidneys were injured in your youth, leading to blood deficiency and current difficulties in your bedroom activities. To put it simply, you're impotent." Gasp. Hearing this, Singh Jingxiang was utterly shocked. This was his secret. Aside from the doctors he had consulted, no one else knew about it. Even Old Master Luo had no idea. Yet Yi Chen had pinpointed it with a single sentence. A divine doctor. Truly a divine doctor. Singh Jingxiang was overwhelmed with emotion and quickly said, "Dr. Yi, you're absolutely right. That's exactly my condition. I've seen so many doctors but none of them could help. This illness is driving me insane." Yi Chen smiled faintly. "Your illness isn't due to overindulgence or exhaustion, but rather a kidney injury from your youth that wasn't properly treated, leaving residual complications. That's why conventional treatments are ineffective." Singh Jingxiang nodded repeatedly and asked, "Dr. Yi, please help me cure this. I'm willing to pay any price." Seeing Singh Jingxiang's eagerness, Luo Qingqiu laughed and covered her mouth. Singh Jingxiang, puzzled, asked, "Qingqiu? What's so funny?" Luo Qingqiu laughed. "It's just funny. Earlier your son was threatening to kill Mr. Yi, and now here you are, begging him for treatment. Don't you think that's amusing?" "What?" Hearing this, Singh Jingxiang's expression changed. At this moment, his mind was entirely focused on Yi Chen curing his illness. He was only in his 40s, still a man in his prime. With wealth and power, beautiful women surrounded him, but his condition left him helpless, unable to enjoy life. Furthermore, as the head of the Yixing family, to be a eunuch was humiliating. If word of this got out, the entire Singh family would become a laughingstock. Singh Jingxiang quickly said, "That ungrateful brat is out of control. How dare he offend Mr. Ye? Don't worry, I'll deal with this personally and give Mr. Yi a satisfactory explanation." Yi Chen smiled indifferently. "It doesn't matter. As long as he doesn't provoke me, it's fine. Now, sit down." Singh Jingxiang immediately sat in the chair. Yi Chen took out a silver needle and said, "I'll use acupuncture on you. It will hurt a bit, but don't worry. Don't worry, Mr. Ye. I'm not afraid of pain." Singh Jingxiang said, "I'm ready." Just as Yi Chen was about to start, he suddenly paused and asked, "By the way, did you bring your wife?" Singh Jingxiang was startled. "My wife passed away many years ago." Yi Chen asked, "Then did you bring a companion?" Singh Jingxiang nodded. "Yes, I did." Yi Chen said, "Qingqiu, prepare a room and bring Singh Jingxing's companion there." Singh Jingxiang was confused. "Why?" Yi Chen's eyes sharpened. "You'll understand soon." With that, Yi Chen inserted the silver needle into specific points. A sharp pain surged through Singh Jingxiang's body, and his eyes turned bloodshot as he gasped for air. Tai needle technique. Fire needle. Singh Jingxiang felt a burning sensation spreading through his body, as if a raging fire had been ignited inside him. A long-lost surge of vitality rose to his head. At this moment, his body felt like a balloon swelling up. Seeing this, Yi Chen patted him on the back and smiled. "Go now." Singh Jingxiang, sensing the power within him, wasted no time and dashed toward the room Luo Qingqiu had prepared. Luo Qingqiu had just escorted Xing Jingxiang's companion into the room. Turning around, she saw Xing Jingxiang rushing in like a madman. Luo Qingqiu quickly walked over to Yi Chen, asking in shock, "What's wrong with Uncle Singh? Has he gone mad?" Yi Chen smiled faintly and said, "He's indeed mad, but he's been holding it in for too long." Soon, miserable screams echoed from the room. Luo Qingqiu's face turned red as she glared at Yi Chen, then shyly turned and ran out. Over an hour later, hearty laughter burst from the hall. "Hey haha. So satisfying. It's been 8 years, 8 years." Xing Jingxiang walked out briskly, directly approaching Yi Chen. He bowed deeply and said, "Dr. Yi, I owe you a great debt." Yi Chen raised his hand slightly and said with a faint smile, "No need for such a grand gesture, Master Singh." Xing Jingxiang took a deep breath and said, "As a man, you cannot imagine how humiliating these past 8 years have been. Dr. Yi, your treatment is like a second life for me. In the future, if you ever need anything, no matter what it is, I, Xing Jingxiang, will go through fire and water to repay you." Yi Chen smiled. "Your condition has mostly been resolved. Later, I'll write 2 prescriptions for you. If you follow them, you'll fully recover." Xing Jingxiang nodded. "Thank you, Dr. Yi." His excitement was genuine, and understandably so. For a man apart from his life, nothing is more important than his masculinity. Having wealth and power, but being unable to enjoy them, was even worse than death for him. Suddenly, Xing Jingxiang remembered something. He turned to Yi Chen and asked, "Dr. Yi, just now Miss Luo mentioned that my son was disrespectful to you?" Yi Chen smiled faintly and said, "He's just a kid who doesn't know better." Xing Jingxiang's face darkened. He immediately pulled out his phone and called Xing Feng. As soon as the call connected, he began shouting angrily, "You ungrateful brat! Did you offend someone? Let me tell you, you will personally kneel before Dr. Yi and apologize. If you fail to earn his forgiveness, I'll break your legs myself and kick you out of the Singh family." After saying this, Xing Jingxiang hung up the phone and said to Yi Chen, "Dr. Yi, don't worry. If my son dares to disrespect you again, I'll break his damn legs myself." Yi Chen smiled faintly, showing no concern. Xing Jingxiang's actions were essentially saving his own son's life. If he couldn't control Xing Feng, Yi Chen wouldn't hesitate to end him. Old Master Luo laughed heartily and said to Xing Jingxiang, "Little Xing, congratulations on regaining your manhood." Xing Jingxiang blushed and replied with a laugh, "All thanks to Dr. Yi's unparalleled skill." Yi Chen, feeling bored with the conversation, waved his hand and said, "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." Old Master Luo nodded. "Young Master Yi, you're free to go." Old Master Luo and Xing Jingxiang likely had other matters to discuss, and Yi Chen wasn't interested in getting involved. He turned and walked into the hall, where he saw Xing Feng leading a group of people toward him in a hurry. Seeing this, Mu Wanqing and the others were shocked. Earlier, Xing Feng had vowed to take revenge on Yi Chen. They didn't expect him to act so quickly. Mu Wanqing panicked. She knew how reckless and lawless these young masters of Cloud City could be. With so many people on Xing Feng's side, Yi Chen's fate was obvious. Mu Wanqing quickly said, "What do we do? Xing Feng is here for revenge. Yi Chen's alone, he's definitely going to suffer." Xiao Lan frowned and said, "Wanqing, you're divorced. Why do you still care whether he lives or dies?" Mu Fei added, "Exactly. Wasn't Yi Chen acting all high and mighty earlier? Anyway, he's just a bootlicker for Miss Luo. Maybe she'll step in and make sure the punishment isn't too severe." Mu Wanqing frowned and said, "Mom, I don't like how Yi Chen relies on women and lacks ambition, but we lived together for 3 years. Feelings don't just disappear. Plus, he stood up for me earlier. We can't just ignore him now." Mu Fei snorted. "Sister, you're too soft-hearted. That's why Yi Chen could take advantage of you for 3 years. Anyway, didn't young Master Li say he called his uncle? His uncle knows Xing Yi, so maybe he can help." Mu Wanqing turned to Li Qiang and asked, "Young Master Li, can you help? For my sake, can you help Yi Chen?" Li Qiang felt annoyed. He had only been bluffing earlier. His uncle did have some involvement in Cloud City's underground world, but he wasn't particularly influential. While he had met Xing Jingxiang a few times, their relationship wasn't close. More importantly, Li Qiang wanted to see Yi Chen suffer at Xing Feng's hands. Why would he help Yi Chen? The truth was, Li Qiang had pursued Mu Wanqing for so long without making any progress. He believed it was because of Yi Chen. This made him hate Yi Chen deeply. If Xing Feng could cripple Yi Chen, it would be perfect. Still, seeing Mu Wanking's pleading expression, Li Qiang couldn't voice his true thoughts. Instead, he said perfunctorily, "Don't worry. I've already called my uncle. He said he'd try to mediate. Don't you trust me?" Although Li Qiang spoke confidently, he was already imagining Yi Chen's miserable fate at Sing Feng's hands. He figured he could make up an excuse later, saying his uncle's efforts didn't work. By then, it would be too late, and no one would care about a cripple. He could already picture Mu Wanqing turning to him for comfort after Yi Chen's downfall. Clenching his fists, Li Qiang felt a surge of satisfaction. Meanwhile, Mu Wanqing naively believed Li Qiang's uncle could help. She said gratefully, "Thank you, young Master Lai. If your uncle can help, I'll owe you so much." As they spoke, Sing Feng had already arrived in front of Yi Chen, exuding aggression. Li Qiang thought Xing Feng would immediately start beating Yi Chen. To his shock, Sing Feng stopped in his tracks, then suddenly knelt before Yi Chen and began kowtowing frantically. "Young Master Yi, I was wrong. Please forgive me. I didn't know who you were. I'll never dare to offend you again. Please treat me like a fart, and let me go." Behind Xing Feng, everyone who had previously disrespected Yi Chen also knelt and begged for forgiveness. This scene left Li Qiang and the others wide-eyed, their faces filled with disbelief. What was happening? Was there a mistake? Sing Feng was the eldest young master of the Xing family, one of the top figures in Cloud City. Yet here he was, kneeling before Yi Chen and begging for mercy? It was unbelievable. Everyone felt their minds go blank, completely unable to understand what had happened. Why would the always arrogant Sing Feng suddenly kneel and apologize to Yi Chen? Yi Chen glanced at Xing Feng calmly and said indifferently, "For your father's sake, I'll give you a chance. Get lost." Sing Feng kowtowed frantically and said, "Thank you, young Master Yi. Thank you, young Master Yi. I'll leave right away." This scene left everyone baffled. Mu Wanqing widened her eyes, swallowed hard, and asked in confusion, "What's going on here? Didn't Sing Feng come for revenge? Why did he kneel to Yi Chen?" Zhao Lan was also stunned and said, "Could it be that Miss Luo interceded on Yi Chen's behalf?" Mu Wanqing shook her head. "That's impossible. Based on Sing Feng's attitude earlier, while he wouldn't dare act rashly in front of Luo Qingqiu, he wouldn't go so far as to kneel to Yi Chen just because of her." Mu Fei suddenly seemed to realize something and said, "I know. It must be that young Master Lai's uncle called Xing Feng's father, which made Xing Feng back down." Mu Wanqing looked at Li Qiang and asked suspiciously, "Really?" Li Qiang felt awkward. He knew better than anyone that his uncle didn't have the power to make the Xing family disregard their pride just to give him face. But in front of Mu Wanqing, he couldn't outright deny it. He vaguely said, "I did call my uncle, so maybe it had some effect?" As they were speaking, the disheveled Xing Feng and his followers walked past hurriedly. The conversation between Xing Feng and his subordinates drifted over. "Boss, why did we have to kneel to that Yi Chen? Weren't we going to take him out?" "Damn it, don't bring it up. My father called me and told me to kneel and apologize to Yi Chen, or he'd break my legs. Damn, who did this Yi Chen call to get my father personally involved? This is so humiliating. Today's a total disgrace. Let's go. From now on, I'm going to be the laughingstock of all of Cloud City." Hearing Xing Feng's conversation, Mu Fei jumped up as if he'd discovered a new continent. "Did you hear that? Someone called Xing Feng's father, and that's why he gave in." Zhao Lan nodded. "That's right. Young Master Lai, you're amazing. I didn't expect your uncle to know even the head of the Xing family. What incredible connections. The Mu family will definitely rely on you in the future." Mu Fei agreed, saying, "Exactly. Brother Lai, I'll follow you from now on. You're so much better than that Yi Chen." The group showered Li Qiang with praise. Li Qiang himself started to believe it might have been his uncle's influence, even though he was initially unsure. The timing was just too coincidental. Puffing out his chest with pride, he said, "It's no big deal, Wanqing. Just a phone call, that's all." Zhao Lan gave him a thumbs up. "Wow, young Master Li, your connections are incredible. Even the Xing family gives you face. That's a big deal. From now on, the Mu family will count on you." Mu Fei also chimed in, "Exactly, Brother Lai. You're way better than Yi Chen." The praise inflated Li Qiang's ego. He decided to ask his uncle later if his influence in the underground world had grown. If his uncle truly had such sway, then Li Qiang could dominate Cloud City in the future. Yi Chen, meanwhile, paid no attention to their delusions. After lingering for a while, he found the banquet boring and decided to leave. Just as he reached the door, Zhao Lan's mocking voice came from behind him. Oh, leaving already? Has Miss Luo abandoned her little boy toy? Didn't you rely on her to get by? Mu Fei laughed and added, what kind of person is Miss Luo? Did you really think she'd be interested in him? Look at him. What part of him is worthy of Miss Luo? Yi Chen frowned and said coldly, you people are so annoying. Whether or not I'm worthy of Luo Qingqiu has nothing to do with you. Mu Fei immediately shouted angrily, nothing to do with us? Yi Chen, you're so shameless. Don't you know that if it weren't for us you'd already be beaten like a dog? Yi Chen paused, unsure what Mu Fei meant. He replied icily, beaten? You're so full of yourselves. Mu Fei said, you really don't get it, do you? Do you think Xing Feng knelt to you because he was afraid of you? Yi Chen sneered. Of course he was afraid of me. What else? Ha ha ha. Mu Fei laughed loudly. Afraid of you? That's hilarious. Let me tell you, your real savior is Brother Lai. If it weren't for him, you wouldn't have made it out of here alive. Savior? What nonsense is this? Yi Chen glanced disdainfully at the smug Li Qiang. What kind of savior? Li Qiang? Him. Not even close. You're insane. Yi Chen scoffed, ready to leave. This enraged Mu Fei and the others. To them, Yi Chen's safe departure was entirely due to Li Qiang's connections. Without them, Yi Chen would have been doomed. His lack of gratitude and his insults were unacceptable. Even Mu Wangqing became angry. She stopped Yi Chen and said, Yi Chen, shouldn't you at least thank young Master Lai? Yi Chen, frustrated, retorted, what a joke. Why should I thank him? Mu Wangqing, infuriated by Yi Chen's attitude, said why? Don't you know why Xing Feng, who came to take revenge, suddenly knelt and apologized? It's because young Master Li called his uncle and used his connections to protect you. Isn't that worth a thank you? Yi Chen was stunned. He stared at Mu Wangqing in disbelief. Xing Feng knelt and apologized because his father, Xing Jingxiong, would bow to Yi Chen himself. What kind of influence could Li Qiang's uncle possibly have? Li Qiang's shamelessness was astounding. To claim credit for something like this? Yi Chen chuckled and said, Li Qiang? His uncle? What a joke. They're not even worthy to carry my shoes, let alone protect me. This is the funniest thing I've ever heard. Hearing this, Zhao Len almost jumped up, pointing at Yi Chen and cursing, ungrateful. You're so heartless. Young Master Li saved you, and yet you're this ungrateful. If I had known you were such a jerk, I would have let them beat you to death. Mu Fei also sneered, exactly. Even a dog knows how to wag its tail when saved. You're worse than a dog. Shameless. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes and coldly mocked, who's truly shameless here? Xing Feng knelt to me because his father has to show me respect and even calls me young Master Yi. Do you even realize what kind of person Li Qiang is? Li Qiang, unwilling to back down, retorted angrily, what are you trying to say, Yi Chen? This is ridiculous. Respect you. Do you even know who Xing Feng's father is? That's Xing Jingxiong, a powerful figure. Your arrogance is unbelievable. I, at least, am your savior. Instead of gratitude, you're accusing me like this. Yi Chen replied coldly, oh? You saved me. What makes you think you have that kind of ability? Li Qiang hesitated briefly before forcing himself to respond. I called my uncle, of course. He must have contacted Xing Jingxiong, which is why Xing Feng apologized to you. Yi Chen laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. What a joke. Your uncle must be incredibly influential to make Xing Jingxiong disregard his family's pride and kneel to me. If that's the case, why is your family still in such a sorry state? Li Qiang's face turned red with anger and embarrassment. Even he had doubts because he knew his uncle didn't have that kind of power. But wasn't this too much of a coincidence? Mu Fei interjected, maybe Xing Jingxiong owes young Master Lai's uncle a favor? Li Qiang immediately seized the opportunity and said, exactly. Xing Feng wouldn't even give Miss Luo face, so how could he possibly care about this waste Yi Chen? It must have been my uncle's connections. Yi Chen sneered, how shameless. Mu Wangqing frowned and said, Yi Chen, I can confirm that young Master Li did call his uncle for help, and Xing Feng's attitude changed immediately after. It's easy to prove young Master Li. Why don't you call your uncle again and confirm it? Li Qiang was stunned. Confirm it? This was no joke. He hesitated. Yi Chen chuckled and mocked, he probably doesn't dare to make that call. The Lai family isn't even qualified to shine Xing Jingxing's shoes, yet you have the audacity to take credit for this? Laughable. Zhao Lan, furious, said, young Master Li, just make the call. Yi Chen refuses to believe it. Let's show him the truth. Mu Fei added, exactly. Call now. Besides young Master Li, who else could have the power to do this? Absolutely no one. Li Qiang was pushed to the edge. Reluctantly, he took out his phone, gritting his teeth. Fine, I'll prove it to you. He dialed his uncle's number. The phone rang a few times before connecting. 80,000. White Dragon. Pong. Hello? Qiangzi? Why are you calling me? I'm playing mahjong. On the other end, Li Qiang's uncle sounded distracted. Li Qiang hesitated before saying, Uncle, about what I asked you earlier, did it work? What are you talking about? His uncle asked. Li Qiang's heart skipped a beat. You know, the thing about contacting Xing Xiong. Oh, that? I haven't done it yet. What's it about again? His uncle replied. Li Qiang explained. It's about a friend of mine who offended Singh Feng. I wanted you to help mediate. Crash. The sound of objects falling and breaking came from the other end, followed by his uncle's furious voice. What? Your friend offended Xing Feng? Who is this friend? Cut ties with them immediately. Qiangzi. Don't blame me for not warning you. I've met Xing Xiong a few times, but in his eyes, I'm just a lackey. Do you know who Singh Feng is? If your friend offended him, cut ties with them immediately. And if it's you who offended him, go kneel at the Xing family's door, and wait until Singh Feng forgives you. Beep 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 beep. With that, his uncle hung up the call. Li Qiang was left standing there, his face full of shame and embarrassment. Because the call had been on speaker, everyone heard his uncle's words. Zhao Lan and the others turned pale. Earlier they had been so sure it was young Master Li's connections that helped Yi Chen. They had even wanted to force Yi Chen to thank him. But now, it was clear his uncle hadn't even considered the matter. Based on his tone, Li Qiang's uncle was nothing more than a fringe figure in Xing Jingxing's eyes. Yi Chen laughed lightly, looking at Li Qiang with mocking eyes. Did you hear that? You should hurry up and go kneel before Singh Feng. Otherwise you might not even be able to return to the Li family. Li Qiang's face turned ghostly pale. Yi Chen's scathing remarks made him feel deeply humiliated, but he had no retort. Yi Chen glanced coldly at Li Qiang, and then turned to Mu Wanqing. In a chilling tone he said, Do you see now? This is the man you favor? Compared to me, he's nothing but an ant. Crushing him wouldn't even take any effort. Mu Wanqing, when did your judgment become so short-sighted? With that, Yi Chen turned and left the estate, leaving the Mu family members in awkward silence. Mu Wanqing was left speechless by Yi Chen's words. Short-sighted? Her eyes reddened, tears welling up as she felt deeply wronged. For years she had worked hard in Cloud City's business world, taking the Mu family from nothing to where they were today. What right did Yi Chen have to call her short-sighted? She wanted to argue back, but today's events left her with no grounds to refute him. Moreover, she couldn't shake the question in her heart. She had initially believed it was Li Qiang's connections that resolved the matter, but now she realized it was someone else. Who could have such influence to control the Xing family? Could Yi Chen truly have a mysterious identity she didn't know about? Was that even possible? Li Qiang's face was flushed with embarrassment. He looked at Mu Wanqing awkwardly and said, Wanqing, I'm really sorry. My uncle couldn't help. Mu Wanqing gave a bitter smile. She couldn't blame Li Qiang. At least he had tried. She shook her head and said nothing more. Zhao Lan waved dismissively. All right, it doesn't matter. Yi Chen's fine now, isn't he? Mu Fei added, Exactly. He didn't even care about our help. He's probably found another rich woman to rely on. The group could only console themselves. Meanwhile, Yi Chen had already returned home. He noticed that Mu Qingshu wasn't there. Checking the time, it was already 10 p.m., long past when she usually got off work. Wondering why she hadn't come back yet, Yi Chen took out his phone and called her. Hello? Mu Qingshu's voice came through the phone. Brother-in-law, what's up? Where are you? Why aren't you home yet? Yi Chen asked, puzzled. I'm out with some friends, Mu Qingshu said with a laugh. What? Do you want to come pick me up? Send me the address. I'll come get you. It's not safe for a girl to be out this late, Yi Chen replied before hanging up. He grabbed a jacket and left the house. Before long, Mu Qingshu sent over the address Cloud City Supreme Club. Yi Chen frowned slightly. Why would Mu Qingshu, a young girl, be at a place like this for a gathering? He hailed a cab and headed to the Supreme Club. Meanwhile, inside a private room at the Supreme Club, a group of people was drinking. Mu Qingshu seemed a bit distracted. She hadn't really wanted to come to this gathering. However, after leaving the Mu family, she had started her own small company in the beauty industry. While her company wasn't as big as her sister Mu Wangqing's Kinjiwan group, she knew that socializing was an unavoidable part of growing her business. Truthfully, Mu Qingshu often envied her sister. Mu Wangqing didn't need to work as hard. Under the protection of her brother-in-law Yi Chen, her company quickly grew from nothing to a billion-dollar enterprise. Mu Wangqing only had to bury herself in work and didn't need to entertain clients. Deals seemed to fall into place effortlessly. It was clear to anyone paying attention. Business doesn't thrive without networking. Mu Wangqing could avoid it because Yi Chen had dealt with anyone with ulterior motives behind the scenes. Yet Mu Wangqing believed it was her own merit. Just then, a man about 25 or 26 approached with a glass of red wine. Smiling, he said, "Qingzhu, here's to your first drink. I hope we can work together in the future." Mu Qingshu nodded politely. "Thank you, young Master Zhu. I should be the one to toast you first." With that, she downed the wine in one gulp. Afterward, she felt slightly tipsy but forced a smile at the man. Young Master Zhu laughed heartily. "Impressive. Bold and straightforward. A beauty like you, Qingshu, is truly rare." This man was Zhou Yukun, the eldest son of the Zhou family in Cloud City. The Zhou family was wealthy and well connected in the investment sector. Many in the business world wanted to curry favor with Zhou Yukun. After all, in this day and age, any company looking to grow couldn't do without financing. Zhou Yukun, leveraging his family's network and power, frequently attended gatherings like this to meet women under the guise of business investment. And it worked. With money and power, Zhou Yukun rarely failed. Most women couldn't resist the allure of wealth. To Zhou Yukun, winning over a woman was simple: spend money. If it didn't work, it just meant he hadn't spent enough. This time, Zhou Yukun's target was Mu Qingshu. She was not only stunningly beautiful but also carried a unique air of grace and purity, vastly different from the typical women he encountered. Zhou Yukun didn't push further. He knew that being too aggressive could backfire. After complimenting her, he walked away, but not before exchanging glances with a few other men in the group. Soon, these men approached Mu Qingshu one by one. "Miss Mu, I've heard so much about you. I'm the general manager of Omalai. We're in the same industry, so I hope we can collaborate more in the future. Cheers. Miss Mu, here's to you. It's a pleasure to meet someone as beautiful and capable as you, Miss Mu Yu. It's an honor." Faced with toast after toast, Mu Qingshu felt it would be impolite to refuse. She ended up drinking 3 glasses in quick succession. The men, seemingly courteous and well-mannered, didn't linger or converse much, making it all appear like a normal round of toasts. However, Zhou Yukun watched with a faint smile. This was his tried and true strategy. Gradually get the woman drunk without alarming her, then take her to a hotel. By the time she sobered up the next day, everything would already be done. He could blame it on drunken behavior and, with the Zhou family's backing, offer some investment as compensation. Most women would accept the arrangement, and some even willingly became his secret lovers. To Zhou Yukun, Mu Qingshu was no exception. At this point, Mu Qingshu had drunk several glasses. While her alcohol tolerance was decent, she was starting to feel dizzy. The scheme targeting her was far from over. At Zhou Yukun's signal, 2 women approached Mu Qingshu, smiling. "Miss Mu, we've shared drinks before, but I'd like to toast you again. I've used your company's products, and they're excellent. I plan to visit your office tomorrow to discuss potential collaboration." Mu Qingshu smiled politely. "Miss Su, I'll personally greet you when you visit tomorrow." Miss Su laughed. "Great. Let's toast to that." Mu Qingshu hesitated. "Miss Su, I really can't drink anymore. I feel a bit dizzy, and I don't want to embarrass myself if I get drunk," Miss Su replied. "Oh, come on. Drinking should be fun. Isn't that right, everyone?" The room echoed with agreement. "That's right. Miss Mu, you're known for your tolerance. Let's all have fun tonight." "Exactly. If we're going to drink, let's drink to the fullest. Don't worry, Miss Mu Yu. If you get drunk, I'll personally see you home." Under the crowd's encouragement, Mu Qingshu reluctantly downed 2 more glasses. The alcohol hit her hard, leaving her feeling dizzy and nauseous, though she managed to hold it together. Seeing this, Zhou Yukun stood up and approached Mu Qingshu, smiling. "Miss Mu, here's to you." Mu Qingshu waved her hand. "I'm sorry, young Master Zhu. I really can't drink anymore. I feel so dizzy." Zhou Yukun pushed further, smiling. "Oh, come on, how can you not drink? What, are you looking down on me, Zhou Yukun?" Mu Qingshu shook her head. "No, not at all. I just really can't drink anymore." Feigning anger, Zhou Yukun said, You say you're not looking down on me, but you can't even drink a single glass. Clearly I'm not worthy of your respect. The others chimed in. Miss Mew. This is young Master Zhou. Every company in Cloud City depends on him for investment. Not drinking would be disrespectful. Exactly. One glass could mean a few million in investment. How can you refuse? You should at least drink this one glass. Blushing, Mu Qingzhu felt cornered. Under the pressure she reluctantly picked up the glass. Zhou Yukun's eyes gleamed with greed. He knew she was almost at her limit. A few more glasses, and she'd be completely at his mercy. But just as Mu Qingzhu was about to drink, a large hand suddenly grabbed her wrist and took the glass away. It was Yi Chen, his expression cold and stern. Sorry, but she won't be drinking this glass. Yi Chen's sudden appearance silenced the entire private room. Everyone present knew Zhou Yukun's intentions. Zhou Yukun wanted to win over Mu Qingzhu, and they were there to help. After all, in Cloud City they were just small business owners who didn't dare to offend Zhou Yukun. Some even hoped to curry favor with him. If they could get closer to Zhou Yukun, they might secure a significant investment from the Zhou family. One of Zhou Yukun's lackeys immediately jumped out, glaring at Yi Chen and shouting angrily, "Who are you to come here and boss us around?" Yi Chen replied calmly, "I'm her brother-in-law. She's had too much to drink and can't drink anymore." At this moment, Mu Qingzhu raised her head and glanced at Yi Chen, saying, "Brother-in-law, you're here. Let me introduce you to everyone. This is my brother-in-law, Yi Chen." Zhou Yukun, frustrated by Yi Chen ruining his plans, stepped back slightly but maintained a smile. "So you're Qingzhu's brother-in-law? Perfect timing. Have a drink with us." Yi Chen waved his hand. "Sorry, but we're leaving." Zhou Yukun's face darkened. "You're disrespecting me. Everyone here works in Cloud City. Qingzhu, haven't you been looking for investments? Why not discuss it further?" Hearing this, Mu Qingzhu looked at Yi Chen and said, "Brother-in-law, how about we stay a little longer?" Since starting her company, Mu Qingzhu had struggled to gain momentum. She had come to this gathering in the hope of finding opportunities to grow her business. She had no choice. Seeing her hesitation, Yi Chen didn't say much. At least his presence had made Zhou Yukun tone down his behavior. Zhou Yukun picked up a glass of wine, raised an eyebrow at Yi Chen, and said with a smile, "Yi Chen, right? Let me toast you. I've heard a lot about you." Yi Chen frowned slightly. "You've heard of me?" Zhou Yukun chuckled. "Of course. You're famous in Cloud City as the man who lives off a woman. You married into the Mew family, and once they succeeded, they kicked you out. How could I not know? I even heard the Mew family is looking for a new man for Mew Wanking. Honestly, ending up like you is a disgrace to all men." As soon as he said this, the whole room burst into laughter. "Ahaha." Yi Chen remained seated calmly, showing no anger. Mu Qingzhu, however, was furious and said, "Zhou Yukun, where did you hear such nonsense?" Feigning regret, Zhou Yukun said, "Oh Yi Chen, I don't mean to target you, but your former mother-in-law has been spreading this everywhere. It's hard not to hear about it. Honestly, you're quite famous in Cloud City's business circles, it's just that your reputation isn't great." Others joined in, laughing and mocking. As a man, if you're not capable, relying on a woman is understandable. But getting dumped afterward is just pathetic. Exactly. Not everyone can be as capable as Zhao Shao. Yi Chen, maybe you should toast Zhou Shao and learn from him how to be a real man. Yeah. Mu Qingzhu, hearing their sarcastic remarks, grew even angrier and wanted to refute them. Before she could, Yi Chen pulled her back, signaling her not to bother with them. Seeing this, Zhou Yukun and the others became even more contemptuous. In their eyes, Yi Chen's lack of response to the mockery confirmed that he was exactly the worthless man the rumors described. While the group continued chatting, the door to the private room suddenly opened, and a young man walked in. Everyone recognized him as a fellow businessman in the beauty industry. Beside him was his girlfriend, both looking upset. Zhou Yukun glanced at the man and smiled. "Liao Yu, why are you late? You'll have to drink as punishment." The man, named Liao Yu, sat down gloomily. His girlfriend, Zhang Yu, angrily said, "Zhou Shao, you don't know how angry we are. Just now, a drunk thug slapped me on the butt. When Liao Yu confronted him, the guy got cocky and beat both of us up. It's infuriating." "What?" Hearing this, everyone crowded around to ask Liao Yu if he was okay, though none of them seemed willing to stand up for him. After all, they were just acquaintances and not particularly close. No one wanted to get involved in such trouble. Zhou Yukun frowned slightly but said nothing. Zhang Yu glanced at Zhou Yukun and said, Zhou Shao, I can't swallow this insult. Can you help us? Liao Yu gave her a look and said, Zhang Yu, don't mess around. Avoiding trouble is better than causing it. Don't put Zhou Shao in a tough spot. Zhou Yukun, having had a bit to drink, considered himself highly influential in Cloud City. Moreover, this was his gathering and his guests had been attacked. He couldn't just ignore it. He also wanted to show off his abilities in front of Mu Qingzhu. Zhou Yukun slammed the table and shouted, Damn it! Who dares to mess with my people? Are they tired of living? Tell me where they are. I'll deal with it right now. This won't end here. The crowd began praising him. As expected of Zhou Shao. Always reliable. With Zhou Shao stepping in, those thugs will be scared out of their wits. Exactly. Let's go find them. With Zhou Shao leading us, we'll show them who's boss. Yeah, we've got enough people here. Even if it comes to a fight, we won't lose. Fired up by Zhou Yukun, everyone appeared ready to charge into battle. However, before they could make a move, the door to the private room was kicked open again. 4 or 5 men stormed in, led by a bald man. One of his lackeys immediately pointed at Zhang Yu and said with a grin, Boss, that's the chick. Look at that attitude and that figure. Perfect. The bald man scanned the room, his gaze lingering on Mu Qingzhu and the other women. His eyes lit up, and he laughed. Haha, not bad. I didn't expect so many beauties. This is getting interesting. Zhou Yukun frowned and stepped forward, shouting angrily, Who the hell are you? Do you have a death wish, causing trouble in front of me? Seeing that there were only 4 or 5 of them, Zhou Yukun wasn't intimidated. There were 7 or 8 men in their group, so they wouldn't be at a disadvantage in a fight. Besides, Zhou Yukun had some influence in Cloud City, and wasn't afraid of a few thugs. Zhang Yu quickly pointed at the bald man and said, Zhou Shao, that's the guy who hit me in Liao Yu. Zhou Yukun glared at the thugs in front of him and shouted, Damn it, was it you who hit my friend? The group of thugs, clearly drunk, swayed unsteadily and laughed. Yeah, we hit them. So what? Get out of my way. I want to have drinks with the beauties inside. Move. The bald-headed leader directly pushed Zhou Yukun. Zhou Yukun, unable to tolerate the humiliation, furiously kicked the bald man in the chest, sending him stumbling backward and falling to the ground. The thugs sobered up slightly at this and roared angrily, Damn, you dared to hit our boss? Brothers, get him! Zhou Yukun, refusing to back down, waved his hand and shouted, Guys, don't be afraid of these bastards. Beat them up. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility. With Zhou Yukun's assurance, the men in the private room charged forward together, throwing punches and kicks at the thugs. The thugs, although aggressive, were outnumbered and drunk, making it hard for them to stand steadily. Naturally, they ended up at a disadvantage. The group of thugs was thoroughly beaten and fled the room in a sorry state. The bald-headed leader, clutching his bleeding head, glared viciously at Zhou Yukun and snarled, All right, kid, you've got guts. Stay right here if you dare. Don't leave. Zhou Yukun sneered, Damn it, do you think I'm scared of you? In Cloud City, I, Zhou Yukun, have never feared anyone. After chasing the thugs away, the group in the room resumed drinking as if nothing had happened. Everyone surrounded Zhou Yukun, showering him with flattery. Zhang Yu raised her glass and smiled. Zhou Shao, you're amazing. Thank you for standing up for us. I toast to you, it was so satisfying to put those jerks in their place. Liao Yu also lifted his glass. From now on, we'll follow Zhou Shao. Buoyed by the praise, Zhou Yukun laughed smugly and said, They're just a few petty thugs. It's nothing. In Cloud City, you rely on connections to survive. The Zhou family may not be a top-tier family, but we still carry some weight here. Watching the group boast, Yi Chen sighed quietly. The bald-headed thug was clearly not someone to be trifled with. Yi Chen could tell from the scars on his arms and waist that he was no stranger to street fights. If not for the alcohol, Zhou Yukun and his group might not have had the upper hand earlier. Yi Chen spoke up, Maybe we should leave. If they come back, I'm not sure you'll be able to handle it. As soon as Yi Chen finished speaking, he became the target of everyone's ridicule. Ha, coward. With Zhou Shao here, what's there to be afraid of? Exactly. We all stepped up just now, but you didn't. No wonder you're known as a freeloader. As a man, you don't even have a shred of courage. What kind of man are you? If you're scared, just leave. With Zhou Shao backing us, we have nothing to fear. If they come back, let them. I haven't had a good fight in a long time. If they dare show up, I'll beat them to death. Zhou Yukun sneered at Yi Chen and said, I have to say, Qingzhu, your brother-in-law is pathetic. No wonder your sister divorced him. I suggest you keep your distance from him. When choosing a man, don't pick someone so spineless. Zhang Yu, clearly close to Mu Qingzhu, chimed in. Qingzhu, Zhou Xiao is right. Don't be impulsive when choosing a man. Yi Chen is already someone your sister didn't want. It's better to keep your distance from him. Look at Zhu Xiao, he's from a good family, loyal, and has money and power. What do you think? Consider him. Mu Qingzhu smiled awkwardly and waved her hand. I'm not thinking about that for now. But I think Yi Chen is right if they come back looking for trouble. Before she could finish, Zhou Yukun interrupted with a wave of his hand. Don't worry. If they come back, I'll deal with them. As a man, you have to show strength when it's needed. Just as Zhou Yukun finished speaking. Bang! The private room door was violently kicked open. In the next moment, the arrogant expressions on Zhou Yukun and the others' faces froze as they saw the bald-headed thug leading dozens of men into the room. Even Zhou Yukun couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He had never expected that a thug like the bald man could gather so many people in such a short time. The bald man, now much soberer, scanned the room with icy eyes and said, "Weren't you all acting tough just now? What happened?" "Afraid now. Whoever hit me earlier, step forward." At that moment, the room fell silent. The earlier bravado evaporated as everyone trembled under the intimidating presence of the thugs. Now, the group's only hope was Zhou Yukun. Liao Yu whispered nervously. "Zhou Xiao, what do we do now?" Zhou Yukun feigned composure, walking forward with forced confidence. He stopped in front of the bald man and said, "It was me who hit you." "What? You brought all these people here to scare me?" The bald man sneered. "Damn, you're pretty arrogant." Zhou Yukun scoffed. "I suggest you watch your tone with me. I'm Zhou Yukun, the eldest son of the Zhou family in Cloud City. My father, Zhou Sihai, is close friends with Nine Master, the owner of this place. Try touching me if you dare." Zhou Yukun invoked his family name, but worried it might not be enough. Remembering that his father had once spoken with Nine Master at a banquet, he decided to use Nine Master's name to intimidate the thugs further. Sure enough, the bald man hesitated, his demeanor changing. He bowed slightly and asked, "Your father knows Nine Master?" Hearing this, Zhou Yukun felt a surge of confidence. Clearly, Nine Master's name had frightened the bald man. Zhou Yukun became even more arrogant. "Of course. My father and Nine Master are good friends. Now, do you still dare touch me?" The bald man narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "If you're friends with Nine Master, I wouldn't dare." Hearing this, everyone in the room looked at Zhou Yukun with admiration. They resolved to strengthen their ties with Zhou Yukun. This was what connections looked like facing a group of thugs. Zhou Xiao's mere words had them retreating in fear. However, before they could celebrate, the group of thugs suddenly parted to create a path. A middle-aged man strolled into the room. The thugs immediately showed utmost respect, bowing one after another. "Nine Master. Nine Master. Nine Master. Master." At that moment, Zhou Yukun and the others were utterly shocked. Zhou Yukun, who had just been bluffing using Nine Master's name, hadn't expected the man himself to appear. This was Nine Master, a legendary figure in Cloud City. Zhou Yukun's heart sank as cold sweat dripped from his forehead. His body trembled uncontrollably. At this moment, Zhou Yukun was overwhelmed with fear. He had mentioned Nine Master's name to scare off the bald man, but who could have expected that Nine Master himself would show up? Who was Nine Master? He was the owner of the Supreme Club and a man with significant influence in all of Cloud City. "Who's causing trouble on my turf?" Nine Master's expression was cold as he approached, exuding the aura of a powerful figure that sent shivers down everyone's spine. For those present, Nine Master was a name they had all heard of. As mere business people, they would never dare cross someone of his stature. The previously arrogant crowd instinctively stepped back, leaving Zhou Yukun to face Nine Master alone. After all, Zhou Yukun was their only hope now. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Yukun forced a smile and said, "Nine Master. I didn't expect you to come. It's all a misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding." "Misunderstanding?" Nine Master's eyes narrowed coldly. "My brother was beaten, and you're calling it a misunderstanding? Brother?" The bald-headed thug was Nine Master's brother? Hearing this, Zhou Yukun felt a chill run down his spine. With a forced smile, he said, "Nine Master, my dispute with your brother was just a small argument. We're all brothers here. Let's not make a mountain out of a molehill. Please give me some face." Before he could finish speaking, Nine Master raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap across Zhou Yukun's face. "You? Who the hell are you? Do I know you? Why should I give you face?" Nine Master said furiously. The slap left Zhou Yukun dizzy and disoriented. Yet, he didn't dare show any anger. Instead, he quickly said, Nine Master, I'm Zhou Yukun, son of Zhou Yukun, son of Zhong Xiong of the Zhou family. Zhou Xiong? Nine Master sneered. You're Zhou Xiong's son? Hearing this, Zhou Yukun felt a glimmer of hope. Bowing slightly, he said, Yes, I'm Zhou Yangxiang's son. My father often speaks highly of you, Nine Master, calling you his good friend. Good friend? Nine Master's expression turned to one of disdain. His tone grew icy. Zhou Yang is worthy of being my brother? Tell him to call me himself. Maybe if he's willing to be my dog, he'll have the qualifications. This statement turned Zhou Yukun's face deathly pale. The Zhou family, which had some status in Cloud City, was nothing more than a dog in Nine Master's eyes. Zhou Yukun had clearly overestimated his father's influence. The other businessmen, who had been acting arrogantly earlier, now broke out in cold sweats. They had pinned their hopes on Zhou Yukun, only to see him utterly humiliated. At that moment, the bald man walked up to Zhou Yukun and delivered a powerful kick to his stomach. Bang! Zhou Yukun was sent flying, landing on the ground with a painful thud. The bald man sneered. What happened, kid? Weren't you acting all tough just now? Didn't you dare to hit me? Don't you know Nine Master is my brother-in-law? Damn you. Let's see how I'll deal with you today. Zhou Yukun lay curled up on the ground, groaning in pain, his arrogance completely gone. The bald man turned his attention to the trembling crowd, his tone fierce and commanding. You useless bastards, all of you, kneel in a line. If anyone refuses, I'll break their legs. Immediately, several of the bald man's thugs charged forward. Get down! Didn't you hear what Baldy said? Kneel now. Don't make me use force. Okay, I'll kneel. Nine Master, please spare us. It was all Zhou Yukun's idea. If we'd known you were Nine Master's men, we wouldn't have dared to lift a finger. Ah, don't hit me. I'll kneel. Under the thugs' threats, everyone in the room obediently knelt in a line except for Yi Chen and Mu Qingzhu, who remained seated in a corner without saying a word. Mu Qingzhu, trembling in fear, clung tightly to Yi Chen's hand, not daring to make a sound. The bald man soon noticed them. Pointing at Yi Chen, he roared, Damn it, are you too deaf? I told everyone to kneel, and you're still sitting there. Do you think my words mean nothing? Despite his shouting, Yi Chen remained unmoved. This infuriated the bald man even more. He stormed over to Yi Chen and bellowed, Are you looking for death? Yi Chen replied calmly, You can do whatever you want to them, but don't bother me. Remember, don't mess with me. Hearing Yi Chen's words, the kneeling crowd thought he was just putting on airs. In their eyes, he was only provoking the bald man further, someone who was a subordinate of Nine Master. These selfish individuals couldn't care less about Yi Chen's fate, they only worried about being implicated. Yi Chen, are you crazy? Nine Master is here, and you still dare to talk like that? Get over here and kneel. Exactly. If you want to act tough, don't drag us into it. If we kneel and apologize, they might let us go. Don't be stupid. If you anger Nine Master, none of us will get out of here alive. Mu Qingzhu, tell your brother-in-law to stop this nonsense. Looking at the people kneeling, Mu Qingzhu's face turned pale. Though she was also scared, she refused to kneel. Turning away, she stood firmly by Yi Chen's side. The bald man was now utterly enraged. He couldn't believe someone dared to defy him. All right, kid. You've got guts. Your name's Yi Chen, right? Today I'll make an example out of you. And that pretty woman next to you? After I finish you off, I'll have some fun with her. The bald man waved his hand, signaling his men to move in. Brothers, this kid thinks he's tough. Let's show him. Beat him to death. If he walks out of this room alive, I'll shave my head clean. Nine Master, standing by the door, had initially planned to let the bald man handle the situation. From his position, he hadn't seen Yi Chen's face clearly. But the mention of the name Yi Chen made Nine Master frown. Where had he heard that name before? He thought for a moment, and suddenly, realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. Cold sweat broke out on his back. Was this Yi Chen the same person that Xing Yi had warned them about? The one who must never be provoked? Could it be a coincidence? Nine Master's success in Cloud City was largely due to his long-standing association with Xing Zhengxiang. Over time, he had become one of Xing Zhengxiang's trusted lieutenants. Just today, Xing Zhengxiang had hosted a celebratory banquet, where he had shown everyone a photo of Yi Chen, and repeatedly emphasized that this man must never be disrespected. At the time, Nine Master hadn't taken it too seriously. After all, someone like Yi Chen was unlikely to cross paths with him. But now, he clearly heard the name Yi Chen. Seeing the bald man's group about to attack, Nine Master shouted angrily, "Baldy, stop right there." As the room was dimly lit, Nine Master couldn't see Yi Chen's face clearly. Trembling with fear, he walked toward Yi Chen. No one in the room noticed Nine Master's expression. They assumed that Yi Chen's arrogance had prompted Nine Master to personally deal with him. Zhou Yukun and the others, kneeling on the ground with their heads lowered, felt secretly pleased. They thought Yi Chen was doomed now that Nine Master himself was stepping in. To be honest, Zhou Yukun understood the situation. Even though they had beaten Baldy, as long as they didn't directly challenge Nine Master, they could kneel and apologize. At worst, they'd let Baldy hit them back and pay some money to resolve the matter. But going against Nine Master? Kneeling wouldn't be enough. No amount of money could salvage that. Baldy, meanwhile, sneered at Yi Chen, saying, "HMPF, kid, keep acting tough. With Nine Master personally stepping in, you're as good as dead. Nobody in Cloud City has ever survived defending Nine Master." At this moment, Nine Master was utterly terrified, his mind blank. He moved cautiously toward Yi Chen's face, trying to get a better look. Just then, a beam of light illuminated Yi Chen's face. The moment Nine Master saw Yi Chen's faint smile, it was as if he had been struck by lightning. His entire body froze in place. While everyone thought Nine Master was about to attack Yi Chen personally, he suddenly dropped to his knees. What was going on? The entire room was stunned. Nine Master knelt? What was happening? Nine Master, a prominent figure in Cloud City, knelt before Yi Chen. Who in the world was Yi Chen to warrant such treatment? Baldy thought Nine Master had accidentally fallen and rushed to help him up, saying, "Nine Master, are you okay? Why are you kneeling? That kid isn't worthy of it. Don't worry, I'll take care of him for you." Hearing this, Nine Master broke into a cold sweat. He forcefully shook Baldy's hand away and roared, "Get lost. Kneel at the back, all of you. Without young Master Yi's permission, no one is allowed to stand." What? Young Master Yi? Was he referring to Yi Chen? Baldy was dumbfounded. He stared at Yi Chen in disbelief, unable to comprehend how someone could terrify Nine Master this much. Not daring to question or resist, Baldy quickly knelt at the back. Zhou Yukun and the others were equally shocked. In their eyes, Yi Chen had been nothing more than a useless freeloader, someone they could easily crush. But now it was clear Yi Chen had an identity beyond their imagination. The entire room fell silent. Apart from Yi Chen and Mu Qingzhu, everyone knelt on the ground, trembling with fear. Yi Chen glanced indifferently at Nine Master and asked, "You've seen me before?" Nine Master, panicking, kowtowed and replied, "Young Master Yi, I've never met you personally, but my boss showed me your photo. I never expected to meet you here. My subordinates offended you. I deserve to die for this. Please punish me however you see fit." Yi Chen asked coldly, "Your boss? Who is that?" Nine Master quickly answered, "My boss is Master Singh." Yi Chen nodded in understanding. So this man worked for Singh Xiong. It made sense now. Ever since Singh Feng knelt and apologized to Yi Chen, Singh Xiong must have made sure his men memorized Yi Chen's face, warning them to avoid offending him at all costs. Singh Xiong certainly had foresight. Though Yi Chen didn't think much of Singh Xiong, the name left Zhou Yukun and the others utterly terrified. They had already overestimated Yi Chen's status, but to find out he was connected to Master Singh was beyond their comprehension. For them, Nine Master was already an untouchable figure. Master Singh, the ruler of Cloud City's underworld, was akin to a deity, and even he gave Yi Chen his respect. What kind of person was Yi Chen? Yi Chen's gaze shifted to Baldy. While the night's events didn't matter to him, Baldy's disrespect toward Mu Qingzhu crossed the line. Yi Chen said calmly, "Baldy, do you know what you did wrong?" Terrified, Baldy kowtowed repeatedly, slapping his own face. "I was wrong. Everything I did was wrong. I shouldn't have offended young Master Yi. I deserve to die. I truly deserve to die." Standing up slowly, Yi Chen took Mu Qingzhu's hand and said, "Let's go." Mu Qingzhu nodded, following Yi Chen out of the room. As they passed Baldy, Yi Chen stopped, placed a hand lightly on Baldy's head, and said indifferently, "It seems you still don't understand your mistake. Remember, in your next life, be more cautious." With that, Yi Chen lightly patted Baldy's head and left the room. Once Yi Chen was gone, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed Yi Chen had a forgiving nature. But what did he mean by next life? The room grew quiet as everyone pondered his words. Then they noticed Baldy. To their horror, they saw blood streaming from Baldy's 7 orifices, his eyes lifeless, and his arms limp. He was undeniably dead. What? Seeing this, Zhou Yukun and the others gasped in terror. Even Nine Master, who had seen much in his life, was stunned. Yi Chen had merely patted Baldy's head, yet it had taken his life so effortlessly. What kind of terrifying ability was this? Nine Master trembled uncontrollably, overwhelmed with fear and relief. Thankfully he had recognized Yi Chen in time, otherwise, he would have been the one to die tonight. But Zhou Yukun was even more terrified. His mind went blank, and a foul smell filled the air as he lost control of his bladder. He was utterly petrified. Baldy had been killed simply for making crude remarks about Mu Qingshu. Zhou Yukun, who had openly pursued her, what fate awaited him? It was over. Everything was over. Overwhelmed by fear, Zhou Yukun fainted on the spot. The entire room was gripped by an eerie silence. Meanwhile, Yi Chen and Mu Qingshu had left the Supreme Club. Seeing Mu Qingshu still in shock, Yi Chen said calmly, "In the future, avoid gatherings like this. If you must attend, make sure to bring me along." Blushing, Mu Qingshu nodded. What defined a true man? This was a real man. She couldn't fathom how her sister, Mu Wanqing, could have been so blind as to let Yi Chen go. Losing a man like him was surely a decision she would regret for the rest of her life. Yi Chen laughed and said, "I understand, sister-in-law. All right, let's go home." Yi Chen smiled and replied. However, Mu Qingshu didn't want to go home. She didn't know why, but she felt very comforted by the sense of security Yi Chen brought her. Unfortunately, in her heart, even though Yi Chen had divorced Mu Wanqing, he was still her brother-in-law. Mu Qingshu glanced at Yi Chen and said, "Brother-in-law, I don't want to go home." Yi Chen asked, "You don't want to go home? What else can you do at this hour?" Mu Qingshu smiled and said, "I want to buy some clothes. Can you come with me?" Yi Chen laughed and said, "Sure, I don't have anything else to do, and I'm not sleepy." Hearing this, Mu Qingshu jumped with joy and said, "Great. For a woman, nothing alleviates tension or anxiety better than shopping, especially for clothes. Many women love browsing for hours. Even if they don't buy anything, it still makes them happy." Instead of going home, the two went to a nearby shopping mall. The mall was nicely decorated and had many high-end brands. Mu Qingshu took Yi Chen into a boutique store. "Yi Chen, does this outfit look good on me?" Mu Qingshu asked as she stepped out of the fitting room. There was no denying that Mu Qingshu was incredibly beautiful, with a curvaceous figure. Though she bore a strong resemblance to her sister, Mu Wanqing, who was also an exceptional beauty, their temperaments were entirely different. Mu Wanqing had a cold and proud aura, whereas Mu Qingshu exuded the fresh and friendly vibe of a girl next door. Yi Chen looked her up and down and smiled, saying, "With your figure, you're like a clothes rack. Everything looks good on you." Hearing Yi Chen's compliment, Mu Qingshu beamed with happiness. She quickly turned to the sales assistant and said, "I'll take this one, and the other two I tried earlier as well." After leaving the store, Mu Qingshu said with a smile, "Brother-in-law, I still need a bag. How about you buy me one?" Yi Chen laughed and said, "Sure, pick whichever one you like." Mu Qingshu was surprised. "Anything I like? Well, then I'll pick a designer bag." Yi Chen nodded without hesitation. They entered a luxury handbag store. There weren't many people in the store, just a man and a woman browsing. The man, about 40 years old, was overweight and slicked his hair back, while the woman beside him appeared to be in her 20s, dressed provocatively, with an overpowering perfume that was hard to ignore. Mu Qingshu approached the counter and pointed to a red bag. "How much is this bag?" The sales assistant smiled and said, "Miss, you have great taste. This is a new limited edition bag released this year. There's only one in all of Yun City. It costs 78,000 yuan. Mu Qingshu froze for a moment. That was a steep price, nearly 80,000 for a bag. For Mu Qingshu, this price was beyond her budget. Since leaving the Mu family, she had started her own business. While her company was profitable, growing it required significant investment. Thus she lived frugally and rarely splurged on luxury items. Yi Chen noticed her hesitation and smiled. "If you like it, have them wrap it up." Just as Mu Qingshu was about to respond, the man and woman from earlier approached. The provocative woman saw the bag Mu Qingshu was holding and said, "Wow, honey, that bag is so pretty. I love it. Can you buy it for me?" The overweight man smiled indulgently. "Of course, honey. I'll get it for you." Then, the man turned to Mu Qingshu and said, "Miss, my wife likes that bag. If you're not buying it, just put it down. I'll take it." "Hey, you there, wrap this bag up for me, I'll pay for it." Mu Qingshu frowned. "What do you mean? I never said I wasn't buying it." The provocative woman snorted and said, "You've been looking at it for so long without paying. Clearly you can't afford it. If you don't have money, don't shop at high-end stores. Go buy some knockoffs, they're more suitable for you." Hearing this, Mu Qingzhu was furious. The overweight man ogled Mu Qingzhu with a lecherous gaze. Compared to the woman beside him, who was at most an average beauty, Mu Qingzhu's elegance and allure were worlds apart. The man chuckled and said, "Miss, if you can't afford it, just let me know. Come have a drink with me tonight, and I'll buy the bag for you." Hearing this, the provocative woman immediately protested. "Honey, how can you say that? Am I not enough for you?" The man smiled and said, "Don't worry, you won't be neglected. I've always enjoyed a threesome." Instead of being angry, the woman pouted flirtatiously. "Fine, but you better not forget about me." Listening to their shameless exchange, Mu Qingzhu felt a wave of disgust. She turned to the sales assistant and said, "Please wrap up this bag for me. I'm buying it." The provocative woman whined. "Honey, look at her. She won't give it to me." The overweight man snorted and glared at the sales assistant. "I said I want this bag. Don't you understand?" The sales assistant froze, too intimidated to respond. Mu Qingzhu said angrily, "Why should it go to you just because you said so? I saw it first. Don't you understand the concept of first come, first served?" The man sneered. "In my world there's no such thing as first come, first served. Only money matters." Then he threatened the sales assistant. "Sell this bag to her, and I'll cancel the 7 bags I ordered here today." Hearing this, the sales assistant's eyes lit up. As an experienced saleswoman, she could tell Mu Qingzhu was hesitant earlier, indicating she wasn't a wealthy customer. On the other hand, the man was a regular who frequently splurged on bags for his companions. Weighing her options, the sales assistant turned to Mu Qingzhu and said, "I'm sorry, miss. This bag has already been reserved by Mr. Xu. Perhaps you can choose something else?" Hearing this, Mu Qingzhu was livid. Her face turned red with anger. What kind of business was this? Did fairness and ethics mean nothing? This bag had clearly been her choice first, yet it was being taken away simply because someone else bought more. Was there no justice? Mu Qingzhu was furious as she stared at the sales assistant and said angrily, "What do you mean? Why are you selling the bag to them? I clearly said I wanted to buy it first. Don't you have any principles?" The sales assistant avoided her gaze and said nothing, halting her actions. Seeing Mu Qingzhu's anger, the seductive woman laughed mockingly. "Haha, how naive. This world doesn't run on principles, it's all about power. Without power, what good are principles?" Yixu Zhaiming also sneered. "Exactly. Haven't you heard of me, Yixu Zhaiming? I could get you kicked out of here with just one word. Do you believe me?" Mu Qingzhu was about to reply when Yi Chen stepped forward and said indifferently, "I don't believe you." Yixu Zhaiming furrowed his brows, glared at Yi Chen, and said in a cold tone, "Who do you think you are, punk? Do you know who I am? Get lost and stay out of my way, you useless nobody." Yi Chen's gaze turned cold, and he said sharply, "You think you're pretty powerful?" Yixu Zhaiming, provoked by Yi Chen's tone, instinctively raised his hand, intending to slap him. However, just as his hand rose, Yi Chen's eyes narrowed. He swiftly reached out, grabbed Zhu Zhaiming's wrist, and delivered a kick to his large belly. Bang! Yixu Zhaiming flew backward and crashed heavily onto the ground. The room fell silent. The seductive woman looked at Yi Chen in horror and shouted angrily, "You're dead. Do you know who you just hit? You're finished." Yi Chen walked over slowly, stepping on Yixu Zhaiming's face with his foot. His tone was icy as he said, "I don't care who he is. Get lost now, or I'll break his legs." Yixu Zhaiming lay on the ground, groaning in pain. He hadn't expected Yi Chen to be so bold and couldn't help but feel a pang of fear. After struggling to his feet with the help of the seductive woman, he limped toward the exit. Before leaving, Yixu Zhaiming turned back in rage and shouted at Yi Chen, "You're dead, punk. Just wait, I'll make you pay for this." Yi Chen cast a piercing glance his way, and Zhu Zhaiming fled in panic. Without giving Zhu Zhaiming another thought, Yi Chen turned to the sales assistant and said coldly, "Apologize to King Shu." The sales assistant was startled by Yi Chen's gaze, but was more upset about the lost commission from Zhu Zhaiming. She said angrily, "Why should I apologize to her? You've already cost me so much commission. I haven't even started with you. What, you think you're tough? Go ahead, hit me. I'm a woman, try hitting me to death." Yi Chen narrowed his eyes and said in a chilling tone, "I don't hit women." The sales assistant smirked dismissively, feeling emboldened. However, her smile quickly vanished as Yi Chen added, "But now, I declare that you're fired." "What? Fired? The sales assistant was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Are you my boss? Do you think you can just fire me? Yi Chen said calmly, I'm not your boss right now, but I will be soon, because I'm buying this store. The sales assistant was initially confused, then sneered. Buying this store? Did I hear that right? You heard correctly, Yi Chen replied. The sales assistant laughed scornfully. Ha ha. That's the funniest thing I've ever heard. Do you know how much this store is worth? The brand authorization alone costs tens of millions, not to mention the inventory. To buy this store, you'd need at least 100 million. Besides, our owner has hundreds of stores nationwide. Why would they sell to someone like you? To her, Yi Chen was just a young man trying to show off in front of a woman. Judging by his simple clothes and lack of accessories, he didn't look like someone who could afford such luxury. Yi Chen said indifferently, whether they're willing to sell is another matter. Call your boss. I want to negotiate personally. The sales assistant chuckled mockingly. Stop pretending. Do you know who owns this store? It's part of Yunhai Group. Heck, even this whole mall belongs to them. If you're so capable, why not buy the entire mall? Yunhai Group? Yi Chen raised his eyebrows. Seeing his reaction, the sales assistant sneered. Yes, Yunhai Group. Scared now? And you wanted to fire me? Look at yourself. Yi Chen said coldly, you'll regret this soon. He then pulled out his phone and called Zhao Yunhai. The sales assistant scoffed. Ha, you're even pretending to make a call. What, are you calling the chairman of Yunhai Group? Young man, you'd better focus on finding a real job instead of pretending to be someone you're not. The more you bluff, the harder you'll fall. Don't you know your place? Ring. Ring. The call quickly connected. Yi Chen ignored her and said calmly, Zhao Yunhai, does this mall belong to you? Name your price, I want to buy it. Zhao Yunhai, who was in a meeting, was startled by the call. He quickly replied, Young Master Yi? Yes, the mall is mine. But if you want it, I'll give it to you. There's no need to buy it. Just wait, I'll make arrangements and come to you right away. After hanging up, Yi Chen turned to Mu Qingzhu and said, Let's sit for a bit. Someone will be here soon to handle this. Mu Qingzhu asked nervously, Brother-in-law, isn't this getting out of hand? Also, buying this store would cost at least 100 million. Yi Chen smiled. Don't worry. Not just the store, this whole mall will be mine by the end of the day. And it won't cost a cent, they'll give it to me for free. Hearing this, the sales assistant was convinced Yi Chen was bluffing. The whole mall. Do you know how much that's worth? Tens of billions. And you think they'll just give it to you? Who do you think you are? At that moment, a commotion broke out outside the mall. A group of people stormed in. Seeing them, the sales assistant sneered. Looks like your bluffing's caught up to you. You won't even last until Zhao Yunhai gets here. They'll break your legs first. Before her words had fully settled, Yi Shu Jiming and the seductive woman entered with a gang behind them. The woman pointed at Yi Chen and shouted, That's him. He's the one who hit Ming Ji. Yi Shu Jiming stormed in with a group of thugs, each holding sticks, their expressions fierce and menacing. The group surrounded Yi Chen and Mu Qingzhu, trapping them. Yi Shu Jiming's gaze was cold and arrogant as he stared at Yi Chen. Kid, weren't you acting tough earlier? You even dared to hit me. Let's see you try now. Don't you know how many brothers I have? The seductive woman sneered exactly. In Yun City, no one dares to disrespect Ming Ji. You must have a death wish. The thugs behind them started shouting. Damn! He dared to hit Ming Ji. Does he want to die? I'll smash his head in with one strike. Brothers, get him. The sales assistant, seeing this, smirked smugly. With Yi Shu Jiming's connections and the backup he brought, Yi Chen was bound to get a severe beating. The sales assistant mocked, Ming Ji, this guy was so arrogant just now. Not only did he hit you, but he also claimed he'd buy the entire mall. He even pretended to call the chairman of Yunhai Group. Hearing this, Yi Shu Jiming froze for a moment, then burst into laughter. The seductive woman laughed so hard she clutched her stomach, mocking, Ha ha. That's the funniest thing I've heard. Calling the chairman of Yunhai Group? Doesn't he know Ming Ji is a supervisor for Yunhai Group? Yi Shu Jiming looked at Yi Chen with disdain. Kid, you've got some nerve to lie like that. Our chairman wouldn't even look at a nobody like you. The seductive woman added mockingly, Ming Ji, we'd better be careful. Next, he might claim to know Luo Mingcheng, the richest man in Yun City. Should we kneel and bow if he does? Yi Shu Jiming laughed. Everyone can talk big. But today it doesn't matter who he knows. I'll break his legs. Mu Qingzhu was so angry her face turned red. What are you doing? It's broad daylight in a lawful society and you dare gang up to attack someone. Aren't you afraid I'll call the police? Yishu Jiming scoffed, call the police? Go ahead. Let's see if they catch me first, or if you get beaten into a pulp first. Mu Qingshu fumed, you. Yikshu Jiming arrogantly turned to Yi Chen, his voice cold. Of course I'm not unreasonable. I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and lick my shoes, and let this girl spend a few nights with me. Then, I'll spare your life. How about that? Yi Chen squinted and said indifferently, you think you're worthy? Yishu Jiming's voice turned icy. What did you say? Are you not afraid of death? Yi Chen chuckled, his tone dripping with disdain. Death? No one in this world has the right to decide that for me. You're nothing more than a clown in my eyes. Yishu Jiming was enraged, his eyes flashing with fury. Damn it. You're asking for it. Brothers, get him. Kill this bastard. With Yishu Jiming's roar, the thugs, who had been eager to strike, charged at Yi Chen. Mu Qingshu was terrified. She screamed, brother-in-law, be careful. Run. Go call the police. Yi Chen remained calm, standing motionless as he shielded Mu Qingshu behind him. Yishu Jiming laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha, scared stiff, aren't you? Think you can run? You're trapped now. The first thug reached Yi Chen, raising his stick high and swinging it toward Yi Chen's head. These thugs were used to street fights, and their strikes were brutal. A hit like this could crack Yi Chen's skull open. But just as the stick was about to land, Yi Chen moved. He shifted slightly, causing the stick to miss him. The thug froze, unable to react in time. Suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. With a loud crash, he was sent flying backward, knocking over 3 of his companions. What? The sheer force was terrifying. Everyone froze in shock, but Yi Chen gave them no time to react. His figure flickered like a ghost, weaving through the thugs. Each time Yi Chen struck, 1 thug went down. Within a single minute, all the previously arrogant thugs lay groaning in pain on the ground, clutching their injuries. The room fell silent. Everyone stared in disbelief. What just happened? Was Yi Chen even human? He single-handedly took down over a dozen thugs in under a minute, and none of them even managed to touch him. Yishu Jiming stood frozen, his scalp tingling, his legs trembling uncontrollably as though struck by lightning. This Yi Chen wasn't human. He was a monster. The seductive woman and the sales assistant both shrank back, trembling as Yi Chen's aura radiated an overwhelming sense of fear. Yi Chen's cold gaze swept over to Zhu Jiming. Yishu Jiming's heart skipped a beat. His legs gave out, and he collapsed to the ground. Yi Chen slowly walked toward him. Terrified, Yishu Jiming scrambled backward, his voice shaking. Stay back. What are you doing? I'm warning you, I'm a supervisor at Yunhai Group. The entire group is behind me. If you dare touch me, Yunhai Group won't let you off. Yi Chen's voice was icy. Yunhai Group? What's that worth? Even if Zhao Yunhai himself were here, he couldn't save you. Yishu Jiming stared at Yi Chen in shock and fury. This guy was insane, a complete lunatic. Suddenly, the sound of screeching tires came from outside. A group of people entered, led by none other than Zhao Yunhai, the chairman of Yunhai Group. Seeing Zhao Yunhai, Yi Jiming felt as though he'd found salvation. He crawled toward Zhao Yunhai, shouting, Chairman. It's me, Yishu Jiming, the logistics supervisor for Yunhai Group. Please help me. This guy not only beat me up but also insulted Yunhai Group and humiliated you. You must not let him off. Yishu Jiming knew Zhao Yunhai valued the company's reputation highly. If he could anger Zhao Yunhai, Yi Chen would be doomed. Zhao Yunhai frowned but said nothing as he strode directly toward Yi Chen. When Zhao Yunhai walked toward Yi Chen, Yishu Jiming's hope reignited. In his mind, someone like Zhao Yunhai could crush Yi Chen as easily as swatting a fly. Yishu Jiming shouted frantically, Yi Chen, you're finished. Didn't you say Yunhai Group was nothing? Now that our chairman is here, you're dead meat. Hearing Zhu Jiming's words, the seductive woman and the sales assistant both sighed in relief. Yi Chen was terrifyingly strong, unlike anything they had ever seen. But no matter how strong he was, so what? In this world, brute strength meant nothing without power and influence. Someone like Zhao Yunhai didn't need to fight, he had countless people willing to fight for him. Could Yi Chen take on 10? Maybe. But 100? Impossible. Zhao Yunhai, with just a word, could summon hundreds of men to deal with Yi Chen. Now, under everyone's expectant gaze, Zhao Yunhai stopped in front of Yi Chen. They all believed he was going to deal with this man who dared insult Yunhai Group personally. But then, something unbelievable happened. The almighty Zhao Yunhai, revered like a god in their eyes, suddenly bowed deeply to Yi Chen and said, "Young Master Yi." What? Everyone froze, feeling as though they had plunged into an icy abyss. This couldn't be real. Were they seeing things? Zhao Yunhai, the chairman of Yunhai Group, bowed to Yi Chen and even addressed him as Young Master Yi. That was impossible. Who was Zhao Yunhai? He was the chairman of Yunhai Group, a leading company in Yun City. Even when dealing with the Luo family, one of the four major families in Yunhai, Zhao Yunhai could speak as an equal. How could he bow so humbly to Yi Chen? And his expression showed absolute respect, like a servant greeting his master. Yi Chen looked at Zhao Yunhai calmly and said coldly, "Yunhai Group really accepts anyone, huh? Just a mere supervisor, and he's already so lawless." Zhao Yunhai broke into a cold sweat, wishing he could strangle Zhu Jiming on the spot. He wasn't even aware of Zhu Jiming's position in the company. Someone at Zhu Jiming's level wasn't worth Zhao Yunhai's attention. But now, this insignificant employee had offended young Master Yi, and the blame ultimately fell on Zhao Yunhai. Clenching his teeth, Zhao Yunhai growled, "Yi Zhu Jiming." Yi Zhu Jiming was in complete shock. He had never imagined that Yi Chen not only knew Zhao Yunhai but was seemingly of higher status. Hearing Zhao Yunhai call his name, Yi Zhu Jiming dropped to his knees, crawling toward Yi Chen in terror. He kowtowed repeatedly, begging, "Young Master Yi, I was wrong. I didn't recognize you. Please forgive me. Just treat me as nothing, as a fart, and let me go. I was wrong." As he begged, he even leaned forward, trying to lick Yi Chen's shoes. Yi Chen raised his foot and kicked Xu Jiming, sending him sprawling. But Xu Jiming, seemingly oblivious to pain, scrambled back up and continued kowtowing frantically. The seductive woman collapsed to the floor, paralyzed with fear. She had just witnessed the once powerful Xu Jiming reduced to a groveling dog. Yi Chen spoke indifferently, "Zhao Yunhai, he's your man. Handle him." Zhao Yunhai's tone turned icy. Offending young Master Yi is an unforgivable crime. He waved his hand, and a few bodyguards in suits stepped forward. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Yunhai ordered, "Throw this trash and that filthy woman into the Yun River to feed the fish. I don't want to see them again." What? Those words made Zhu Jiming faint from fear. The seductive woman, however, found some strength and crawled to Yi Chen, begging like a dog, "Young Master Yi, it's not my fault. Please, I was wrong. Give me another chance. I can be your woman. I'll do anything you want if you spare me." But no one paid her any attention. The bodyguards quickly dragged her and Xu Jiming away like discarded trash. Their fate was clear. With Zhao Yunhai's power in Yun City, making people disappear was as easy as snapping his fingers. The scene left everyone stunned, even Mu Qingshu. She stared at Zhao Yunhai, a man she wouldn't even dream of meeting under normal circumstances. In the Yun City business world, Zhao Yunhai was almost godlike, admired and revered by countless people. But now, he stood humbly before Yi Chen. Mu Qingshu had always suspected that Yi Chen was powerful. She knew the Mu family's rise was largely thanks to his help. But even with all her guesses, she had underestimated him. If someone like Zhao Yunhai was so subservient to Yi Chen, just how terrifying was Yi Chen's true identity? Mu Qingshu was dazed, thinking about how her sister Mu Wangqing and their family had treated Yi Chen. She couldn't help but think they were all fools. A man of such incredible power, dismissed as a useless freeloader? Mu Qingshu had long believed Mu Wangqing would regret the divorce. Now, she was certain. If her sister ever learned Yi Chen's true identity, she would be consumed by endless regret. Zhao Yunhai smiled at Yi Chen and said, "Young Master Yi, I've brought the contract. From today onward, this mall is yours." Yi Chen nodded. "I'm not particularly interested in running malls, but she can't stay." He pointed at the sales assistant. The sales assistant froze in fear. She had mocked Yi Chen, thinking he was just a useless nobody. Now, karma had arrived. Desperately, she pleaded, "Chairman Zhao, please don't fire me. I can't lose this job. I beg you." Yi Chen's tone was icy. "This mall is mine now. I want you out immediately. If you delay, face the consequences." The sales assistant regretted her actions deeply but dared not argue under Yi Chen's cold gaze. She fled the mall in humiliation. With everything resolved, Yi Chen turned to Mu Qingshu and smiled. "Qingshu, your company hasn't been doing well, has it?" Mu Qingshu smiled bitterly. "Yes. Maybe I'm not cut out for business. I just don't have the talent my sister does." Yi Chen chuckled. "I wouldn't say that. Starting tomorrow, you'll run this mall. I'm appointing you as its CEO. Mu Qingshu's eyes widened in shock. This mall was one of Yun City's top luxury shopping centers, worth billions. And he wanted her to manage it? Was he serious? Yi Chen smirked subtly. He had no interest in running businesses. When Mu Wanqing rose to prominence in the business world, it was all thanks to his help. Now, he would help Mu Qingshu rise, just to prove a point. He wanted Mu Wanqing to see that anyone with his support could succeed. And when she realized her once inferior sister had surpassed her, she would know regret like never before. Mu Qingshu hadn't yet recovered from the surprise. She and her sister Mu Wanqing were both part of the Mu family, but their family had always favored Mu Wanqing more. To be honest, Mu Qingshu had always envied her sister. That's why she started her own business. But in comparison, Mu Wanqing had Yi Chen's help in the past, making her career smooth sailing, allowing her to become a celebrated business elite. No matter how hard Mu Qingshu worked, she could never catch up to her sister. But now, happiness had come too suddenly. Yi Chen had entrusted her with such a large mall to manage. Nervously, Mu Qingshu asked, "Brother-in-law, are you serious?" Yi Chen smiled and said, "Of course, why wouldn't I be?" Mu Qingshu asked with a laugh, "Aren't you afraid I'll run the mall into the ground? It's such a big luxury mall and I don't have any experience." Yi Chen said nonchalantly, "Experience is something you gain. If you don't try, you'll never have it. If you do, you'll soon gain enough experience. Just go for it, I trust you." Mu Qingshu was so touched that she almost cried. Once everything was settled, Yi Chen and Mu Qingshu went home. The next day, Mu Qingshu woke up early. It was the day she would officially take over the luxury mall. Yi Chen didn't accompany her. To Yi Chen, the mall wasn't something he cared about. Whether Mu Qingshu did well or poorly didn't matter. If he wanted to elevate someone to success, it was as easy as lifting a hand. Letting Mu Qingshu handle the handover alone would serve as a form of training. Yi Chen stayed in bed until the sun was high in the sky before lazily getting up. Thinking back. When he and Mu Wanqing were still married, Mu Wanqing was fully devoted to her career. To ensure she maintained proper nutrition, Yi Chen would often wake up early to prepare breakfast for her. He enjoyed that simple, peaceful life. But his care and support were seen by Mu Wanqing as a lack of ambition. He wasn't sure whether to laugh or cry at the irony. Walking out of his room, Yi Chen saw breakfast Mu Qingshu had bought placed on the table. After eating, Yi Chen decided to buy a car. After all, not having a vehicle was inconvenient. More importantly, Mu Qingshu, now the president of a major mall, would need a car that reflected her status. With that, Yi Chen left home and headed to the southern part of the city, where numerous car dealerships were clustered, offering a wide range of brands. After surveying the options for a moment, he decided to check out Mercedes-Benz. A Mercedes-Benz vehicle appeared more businesslike and steady, making it a suitable choice. Upon entering the Mercedes-Benz dealership, no one came to greet him. The showroom wasn't busy, but two salespeople were dozing in their chairs. Noticing Yi Chen, they barely lifted their heads before looking away. Yi Chen's casual outfit, a thin t-shirt, cropped pants, and flip-flops made him appear far from a prospective buyer. To the salespeople, someone dressed like that couldn't possibly afford a Mercedes-Benz. Why waste time on him? Frowning, Yi Chen asked, "I'm here to buy a car. Isn't anyone going to assist me?" One of the salespeople, Lu Yu Yanyan, reluctantly stood up, her tone impatient. "Sir, are you sure you're in the right place? This is a Mercedes-Benz dealership. If you're looking for electric scooters, there's a Yachty store around the corner." Yi Chen frowned. "I'm not in the wrong place. I'm here for a Mercedes. Is this how you treat customers?" Lu Yanyan smirked internally. She had seen plenty of people like Yi Chen, those who pretended to shop for cars but only wanted to take photos for social media. After snapping a few pictures, they'd leave. Still, she couldn't outright dismiss a customer, so she said impatiently, Fine. You're here to buy a car. What do you want to see?" Yi Chen replied calmly, "Show me the Maybach." "What?" Lu Yu Yanyan was stunned. She scrutinized Yi Chen more closely, then burst into mocking laughter. "A Maybach? Are you serious? Do you even know how much a base model costs? Can you afford it?" Yi Chen replied coldly, "Why wouldn't I be able to afford it?" Lu Yanyan sneered, "A base model Maybach costs at least 1,000,000 yuan. Look at your outfit, does it even add up to 100 yuan? You want a Maybach? One scratch on the car would cost you everything you own. Who do you think you are?" Yi Chen prided himself on his patience, but Liu Yanyan's blatant snobbery pushed his limits. Angrily, Yi Chen said, "What kind of attitude is this? Don't you know the saying, the customer is always right?" Lu Yu Yanyan scoffed. "The customer is always right if they can afford to buy. Someone like you doesn't qualify as a customer." Yi Chen, his face darkening, said, "I don't want to deal with you. Get your manager. I'll see whether I can buy the car or not." Lu Yanyan laughed disdainfully. "You might as well leave now. Even if the manager comes, nothing will change." Yi Chen retorted coldly, "If I leave, you'll regret it. I could crush you with money alone." Lu Yunyan mocked, "Oh, I'm so scared. Everyone, look, a rich guy here wants to crush me with money. What a joke." Her sarcastic comments drew the attention of other employees. At that moment, a middle-aged man descended from the second floor. It was Li Sen, the dealership's manager. "What's going on here?" Li Sen asked with a frown. "Manager, this guy is causing trouble. I told him to leave, but he refused." Lu Yinyanyan accused, playing the victim. "He can't afford a car but acts all high and mighty. Manager, you have to do something." Li Sen glanced at Yi Chen and smirked mockingly. Well, well. Isn't this the infamous freeloader Yi Chen? You're here to buy a car?" Yi Chen frowned. "Who are you? I don't know you." Li Sen laughed. "Of course you don't know me, but I've heard all about you. Li Qiang is my cousin, understand? You're the guy who got kicked out of the Mu family, right? Divorced, wife taken away, and still daring to cause trouble here? You think I don't know your background? Buying a car? Can you even afford it?" Yi Chen's expression turned cold, and he said in an icy tone, "Very well. It seems this is how you treat customers. I've seen enough. People like you probably won't last long in this job." Hearing Yi Chen's words, the others burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. Don't worry, I'll be doing this job until the end of time. Losing a customer like you won't make or break us. A freeloading loser like you, daring to act arrogant in front of us. Who gave you the confidence? Get out. Just walking into our store tarnishes our brand." Yi Chen narrowed his eyes, a cold smile on his lips. Without saying anything more, he turned and walked away. Arguing with people like this wasn't his style. Seeing Yi Chen leave, Li Sen sneered, "See that? People like him deserve to be ridiculed. Coming here just to show off this is a high-end dealership. Can he even afford it?" Lu Yanyan giggled and said, "Exactly. And to think he said we wouldn't last in our jobs. Who does he think he is?" Li Sen waved his hand and said smugly, "All right, back to work. Next time someone like that comes in, just call security and have them thrown out." Lu Yanyan nodded. "Got it, manager." Feeling satisfied after mocking Yi Chen, Li Sen went upstairs and ran into Wang Yun, the regional director of the Mercedes-Benz dealership. Seeing Wang Yun, Li Sen immediately put on a fawning smile and said, "Hello, Director Wang." Wang Yun nodded and asked, "Li Sen, I heard some commotion in the lobby just now. What happened?" Li Sen replied, "Oh, it's nothing. Just someone causing trouble, but it's been taken care of." Wang Yun frowned slightly and said, "I've always emphasized that anyone who walks into the store is a customer. Whether they're here to browse or buy, they're potential clients. As the manager, you need to ensure your staff is providing good service. Understand?" Li Sen quickly smiled and said, "I understand. Don't worry, I'll strictly follow your instructions." Satisfied, Wang Yun left without saying more. Meanwhile, after leaving the Mercedes-Benz dealership, Yi Chen turned and walked into the neighboring Rolls-Royce dealership. Upon entering, he noticed the sales staff acted similarly to those at the Mercedes dealership. They gave him a cursory glance but didn't bother approaching him. Yi Chen frowned slightly. Was everyone in sales this superficial? He walked up to one of the salespeople and was about to speak when the salesperson waved him off and called out, "Xiao Meng, you've got a customer." A young woman mopping the floor quickly put the mop aside and approached Yi Chen. She enthusiastically wiped her hands on her clothes and said, "Sir, are you here to look at cars?" Yi Chen nodded. "Yes, show me around." The young woman nodded eagerly. "Of course, sir. Please follow me. I'll show you our models." As Yi Chen followed her deeper into the store, laughter erupted behind him from the other salespeople. "You're so bad. Sending her to deal with someone who's obviously just here to waste time. Not my problem. Didn't you see how eager she was? She's new and hasn't been hardened by reality yet. She needs this experience." Ha ha ha, still so naive. Look at his outfit, he couldn't even afford a side mirror, let alone a car. I think I saw him get kicked out of the Mercedes dealership earlier. Hey ha ha. Yi Chen ignored their laughter, but the young woman seemed embarrassed. She quickly apologized, saying, "I'm so sorry, sir. My colleagues weren't targeting you. Every customer who enters is our guest, and it's our duty to provide the best service possible. Take your time looking around. Even if you don't buy anything, it's fine. Cars are expensive, and you should compare options to find the right one. Yi Chen wasn't angry. At his level, few things could truly upset him. You've got a point. The young woman, clearly a recent graduate, was brimming with enthusiasm. She smiled and introduced herself. I'm Lu Meng, a salesperson here. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Yi Chen nodded and stopped in front of a car. How much is this one? Lu Meng smiled and explained, this is the new Rolls-Royce Ghost. The base model starts at around 5.3 million yuan. At this price point, the features are already excellent. The base model is the most cost-effective option. Yi Chen nodded and moved to another car. How about this one? Lu Meng replied, this is the Dawn, and it's priced similarly to the Ghost. However, this one is a convertible. A convertible? Yi Chen frowned. He wasn't a fan of convertibles and found this model too sporty. Shaking his head, he said, I'm not interested in convertibles. Lu Meng smiled and said, yes, many people feel the same way. Given its high price, the Dawn isn't a popular choice. Yi Chen said. Got it. The two continued browsing, their interactions drawing the attention of the other salespeople. One salesperson couldn't help but laugh. Xiao Meng showing him 2 cars is enough. Do you really think he's going to buy? Lu Meng frowned but politely replied, Sister Wang, if a customer wants to see more, it's our duty to show them. Whether they buy or not is up to them, but providing a thorough introduction is our job as salespeople. Wang sneered, fine, keep wasting your time. You'll learn after a few hard knocks in life. Yi Chen ignored the chatter and stopped in front of another car. This one looks nice. How much is it? Lu Meng quickly responded, Sir, you have excellent taste. This is the Rolls-Royce Phantom. The base model starts at 8 million yuan, and the fully equipped version can go up to 10 million yuan. Yi Chen seemed satisfied with this car. Looking at Lu Meng, he said, all right, call your manager. Lu Meng was momentarily stunned, unsure of his intentions. Sister Wang, however, was furious and mocked, you've looked at enough cars for free. What do you want with our manager? Stop showing off, it's getting ridiculous. Even Lu Meng gave Yi Chen a slightly skeptical look, wondering if he was just there to waste time. Yi Chen smiled faintly and said, you should call your manager. I'm buying the Rolls-Royce Phantom, and you can't make that decision. Lu Meng hesitated. Sir, if you want to buy, I can handle the paperwork myself. There's no need to involve the manager. I can also offer you the best discount. Wang sneered, exactly. You're just showing off. We salespeople can handle transactions, you don't need the manager. Yi Chen shrugged nonchalantly and said, young lady, I'm not just buying one. I'm buying 10 Rolls-Royce Phantoms. Are you sure you can handle that? What? The entire room fell into stunned silence. Hearing Yi Chen's words, everyone was stunned, their eyes wide open as they stared at him in disbelief. Did they hear that right? 10 cars at once? What kind of joke was this? It was common knowledge that even in a city like Cloud City, selling just one Rolls-Royce Phantom in a few months was already rare. Yet this man was asking for 10 in one go? Lu Meng's eyes widened as she looked at Yi Chen and asked, Mr. Yi, are you serious? Yi Chen smiled faintly and said, of course, I'm serious. Lu Meng quickly responded, Mr. Yi, please have a seat. I'll go and get our manager right away to ensure you get the best price. After saying this, Lu Meng ran toward the manager's office. A few minutes later, a professional-looking woman wearing a small suit and high heels walked down. Led by Lu Meng, she approached Yi Chen. This woman was Liao Fang, the regional manager of the Rolls-Royce dealership. She glanced at Yi Chen carefully and asked cautiously, hello, Mr. Yi. I'm the regional manager, Liao Fang. Are you the one planning to buy a car? Yi Chen nodded and directly took out his bank card, saying, I want this Rolls-Royce Phantom. Give me 10 of them, full payment by card. What? Even someone as experienced as Liao Fang couldn't help but feel her heart tremble slightly. This man didn't seem to care about money at all. Despite his seemingly ordinary attire, he was undoubtedly a super-rich individual. Liao Fang immediately explained respectfully, Mr. Yi, please don't worry. Here's the situation for this model, our inventory is limited. There's one car in the showroom and one in the warehouse. For the rest, we'll need to transfer stock from other dealerships. How about you pay for 2 cars now, and when the others arrive, we can arrange another meeting. Yi Chen frowned slightly and asked, how long will it take to transfer the cars? Liao Fang replied, it may take up to a month in total. Yi Chen said, no problem. Open the order and charge the full amount now. I'll take one car with me today, and when the others arrive, have them delivered to my designated location. For Yi Chen, there was no concern about the dealership playing any tricks unless they wanted to close down for good. No one in this world could afford to owe Yi Chen anything. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Liao Fang felt even more respectful. His confidence and dominance were unlike anything she'd seen before. Yi Chen was clearly not an ordinary person. Liao Fang nodded. Understood. We'll expedite the transfer process and ensure you're satisfied. Yi Chen nodded. Good. Process the payment. And make sure the commission for this sale goes to that young lady. Don't withhold any of it. Lu Meng, who had been standing there, was still in shock. The happiness had come so suddenly. In a Rolls-Royce dealership, commissions were extremely high because the cars were so expensive. Selling even one vehicle was incredibly challenging. Many salespeople were known to use all kinds of methods, including their charm, to close deals. For most salespeople, selling 2 cars in a year was enough to make them the top salesperson. Now, Lu Meng had just secured a commission for 10 cars by simply assisting Yi Chen. It was as if a pie had fallen from the sky. The other salespeople around couldn't help but slap their thighs in regret, especially Wang Ji, who had ignored Yi Chen earlier and instead handed him off to Lu Meng. At this moment, Wang Ji was almost fainting. 10 car commissions. Her snobbish attitude had cost her a massive paycheck. If she hadn't judged Yi Chen by his appearance and had instead served him sincerely, those 10 car commissions would have been hers. Liao Fang smiled and said, Rest assured, Mr. Yi. We'll take good care of our employees. Although Lu Meng is new, she's very dedicated and hardworking. She'll surely be promoted soon. Yi Chen nodded faintly, not commenting further. Liao Fang said with a smile, Lu Meng, please assist Mr. Yi with the procedures. I'll contact our other dealerships to arrange for the additional cars. Lu Meng quickly responded, Mr. Yi, please follow me. As Lu Meng led Yi Chen to complete the paperwork, word spread quickly that a wealthy customer had come in and purchased 10 Rolls-Royce Phantoms in one go. Over at the Mercedes-Benz dealership, the salespeople also caught wind of the news and started gossiping. Wow! Did you hear? A big spender bought 10 Rolls-Royce Phantoms at once. That's insane. Rich people, huh? I'm so jealous. Why can't I have such luck? The salesperson who closed that deal must be swimming in commissions. Do you know who this big spender is? I heard it's a young man wearing flip-flops. Very low-key. Flip-flops? Could it be that guy who was kicked out of our dealership earlier? Now that you mention it, it does sound like him. At that moment, Li Sen and Lu Youyanyan, who had just finished their discussion upstairs, walked down and noticed the salespeople chatting. Li Sen scolded them with a stern face. What are you all doing, gossiping during work hours? One salesperson hesitated and said, Manager Li, there's huge news. A wealthy customer just bought 10 Rolls-Royce Phantoms. Rolls-Royce is going to make a killing this time. Li Sen frowned. Even though they sold different car brands, there was still competition between dealerships. Hearing this news, Li Sen's face darkened, and he scolded, Look at them, then look at yourselves. When will you let me relax? Lazy and careless. I've told you time and again to show enthusiasm to every customer. The salespeople inwardly rolled their eyes but outwardly showed reluctant agreement. One of them said, Manager Lai, there's something else. And it might not be good news. Li Sen asked, What is it? The salesperson said, That big spender might be the young man who came to our store earlier and got kicked out. What? Hearing this, Li Sen froze and asked in shock, You mean Yi Chen? His throat tightened, and he shook his head repeatedly, muttering, Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That Yi Chen is just a useless freeloader who got dumped by his wife. How could he have that much money? The salesperson shrugged awkwardly. I just heard rumors. Maybe it's someone else. Li Sen felt a little relieved but couldn't shake his anxiety. If it really was Yi Chen, and he had visited their Mercedes-Benz dealership first only to be kicked out, it could cost him his job. He felt increasingly uneasy. Lu Youyanyan tried to comfort him, saying, Manager Li, don't listen to their nonsense. That Yi Chen is a good-for-nothing. He probably can't even afford the cheapest car, let alone 10 Rolls-Royce Phantoms. It's ridiculous. Li Sen tried to reassure himself, You're right. All of you, get back to work. Stop spreading rumors, or there will be consequences. While Li Sen felt slightly calmer, he didn't realize that their general manager, Wang Yun, had coincidentally run into Rolls-Royce's regional manager, Liao Fang, in the parking lot. Two people were naturally at odds with each other and often competed in private. To be honest, Rolls-Royce is generally expensive, and sales can't be great because not many people can afford it. However, Mercedes-Benz is not only a well-known brand but also considered a luxury brand in the eyes of car owners, with prices covering a wide range from low to high. As a result, Wang Yun had always overshadowed Liao Fang. Now that Liao Fang saw Wang Yun, she happily walked over, greeted him enthusiastically, and smiled. "Director Wang, you truly are my lucky star." "Thank you, truly. Are you free sometime soon? I'd like to treat such a selfless person like you to a drink." Wang Yun frowned slightly and said indifferently, "Liao Fang, what's wrong with you? What do you mean?" Liao Fang smiled happily and said, "Thanks to your blessing, we just sold 10 Rolls-Royce Phantoms at once. We've already exceeded our sales target for this year. Thank you so much, Director Wang." When Wang Yun heard this, his brows furrowed even deeper. Seeing Liao Fang's expression made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Moreover, he was deeply shocked. Selling 10 Phantoms at once? That's simply incredible. Wang Yun thought Liao Fang was deliberately trying to provoke him. With a cold snort, he said, "Congratulations, Director Liao. After being suppressed by US Mercedes for so many years, you've finally had your moment to shine." Liao Fang laughed loudly and said, "That's why I have to thank Director Wang even more. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have had such luck. If I didn't know how upright you always are, I might have thought you were our undercover agent." Upon hearing this, Wang Yun was furious and said, "Director Liao, what do you mean by that?" Feigning surprise, Liao Fang said, "What? Director Wang doesn't know? The wealthy man who bought the cars went to your store first but was driven away by your staff's rude attitude. He had no choice but to come to us. Didn't you know that?" "What?" Upon hearing this, Wang Yun felt as if his soul had left his body for a moment. A wealthy client with such spending power went to their store first but was driven away? This reminded Wang Yun of what Li Sen had mentioned earlier. He knew someone had caused trouble and was chased out. Could it be that this wealthy man was the one who was chased away? Wang Yun suddenly felt a surge of anger. You have to understand. A client capable of spending over 100 million yuan on cars is an extraordinary and rare super VIP. Every store dreams of holding on to such a client and wouldn't dare let go. And yet, such an opportunity was ruined by their own staff? Grinding his teeth and suppressing his anger, Wang Yun said, "That's impossible. I've always required my employees to prioritize customer service. How could this happen?" At that moment, Yi Chen, who had just finished the paperwork, walked out. When Liao Fang saw him, she immediately left Wang Yun and approached Yi Chen with utmost respect. "Mr. Yi, have you completed the paperwork?" Yi Chen nodded and said, "Yes, it's done. I'll drive one car away first, and you can deliver the others later." Liao Fang quickly nodded and said, "Rest assured, our service is always customer first." Wang Yun, watching Yi Chen, hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Hello, Mr. Yi. I'm Wang Yun, the regional director of Mercedes-Benz." Hearing this, Yi Chen's expression turned slightly cold, and he sneered, "Your staff's attitude is really something else." Wang Yun's face changed immediately upon hearing this. He was now certain that what Liao Fang said was absolutely true. He hurriedly apologized, saying, "Mr. Yi, this is my fault for failing to manage my staff properly. I'm deeply sorry for the disrespect you experienced. I will ensure this matter is addressed." Even though Yi Chen didn't buy a car from him, a client of this caliber must never be offended. Meanwhile, Li Sen and Lu Yu Yanyan, standing outside the store, noticed this scene and turned pale. "It's over. It's over." The rumored wealthy client turned out to be Yi Chen, the very person they had just driven away. They were doomed. Sure enough, the next moment, Wang Yun turned around, his expression dark as he stared at Li Sen and Lu Yanyan. He roared, "Li Sen, Lu Yanyan, get over here now." The two trembled as they approached, swallowing hard. "Director." Wang Yun angrily said. "Apologize to Mr. Yi immediately." Li Sen's face froze. But facing Wang Yun's fury, he didn't dare say much. He lowered his head and said, Mr. Yi, I was wrong." Yi Chen said lightly, "Wrong? You were quite arrogant earlier. I actually liked your unyielding attitude. Didn't you call me a loser? What now? Suddenly I'm Mr. Yi? What? They even dared to call Mr. Yi a loser?" Wang Yun was completely enraged. He shouted, "Li Sen, is this how you treat clients? From this moment you and Lu Yanyan are fired. Don't bother coming to work anymore." Li Sen's legs gave out, and he stood there like he'd been struck by lightning. He had worked hard and used connections to secure his manager position. The salary was high, allowing him to live a luxurious lifestyle and even exploit his authority to develop relationships with female sales staff. Losing this job would send him back to square one. Lu Yuyanyan, on the other hand, regretted her actions so much that she wanted to slap herself. She suddenly dropped to her knees, crying and pleading, "No, don't fire me. I was wrong, I can't lose this job. Mr. Yi, I'll do anything for you. Please, help me, plead for mercy. I really can't lose this job." Yi Chen coldly watched them. The saying goes, pitiful people often have their hateful side. The downfall of Li Sen and Lu Yuyanyan was entirely their own doing. At this point, a phantom car was brought up. Yi Chen said coldly, "This is your issue to resolve, not mine. But remember, stay humble, because some people are not to be offended." After saying that, Yi Chen got into the driver's seat and drove away. Li Sen and Lu Yuyanyan continued to plead desperately, "Director, we were wrong. Please don't fire us." Wang Yun, consumed by rage, wanted to strangle the two of them. He furiously roared, "Not fire you? Damn it! You two are just salespeople, and yet you dare offend anyone? Do you realize how much money your stupidity cost us? Get out, leave now." Wang Yun roared in fury. No one sympathized with Li Sen and Lu Yuyanyan, while the other salespeople were filled with fear, silently vowing never to judge customers by their appearances again. As for what happened next, Yi Chen didn't care. He figured Li Sen and Lu Yuyanyan's fates would undoubtedly be tragic. As Yi Chen drove away, intending to check on Mu Qingshu's progress at the luxury mall, inside the mall, Mu Wanqing and her family were shopping, followed closely by Li Qiang. At this moment, "Congratulations, Miss Mu, on becoming the president of Star Group," a voice rang out. Mu Wanqing thought it was directed at her, and the group turned their heads, only to see Mu Qingshu shaking hands with a young man. Everyone was stunned. What? Mu Qingshu became the president of Star Group? How was that possible? Zhao Lan, Mu Fei, and Mu Wanqing were all shocked. They knew very well that Mu Qingshu, although running a small company, had only invested a few million yuan and was still unprofitable after a year. How did she suddenly become the president of a group? And this upgrade was terrifyingly fast. Star Group was a super mall alliance worth billions. This leap of Mu Qingshu's brought her closer to catching up with Mu Wanqing by more than half, leaving Mu Wanqing dumbfounded. She had worked hard for several years to develop Qunjiuan Company to its current state. Recently she had been in a terrible mood. Ever since her divorce, it seemed her good luck had run out. Apart from the previous contract signed with Yunhai Group, she had approached several former clients, only to be rejected each time. This left her, who had always enjoyed smooth sailing, deeply frustrated. She couldn't understand what was wrong. And now, suddenly seeing Mu Qingshu become the president of Star Group made her feel even more like she was cursed. Zhao Lan, however, wasn't thinking so much. She pulled Mu Fei over and asked in surprise, "Qingshu?" Mu Qingshu turned her head, saw Zhao Lan, and quickly said, "Mom, little brother, sister, what are you doing here?" Zhao Lan said, "We're shopping here." "How? How did you suddenly become the president of Star Group?" Mu Qingshu glanced awkwardly at her sister Mu Wanqing, then smiled and said, "It was brother-in-law who made me the president of Star Group." "Brother-in-law?" Zhao Lan frowned and asked, "You mean Yi Chen?" Mu Qingshu said, "Yes." Zhao Lan snorted coldly and said, "Qingshu, when will you start being honest with us? We are your family. Your sister has already divorced Yi Chen, yet you keep tying everything to him. Are you deliberately trying to upset us?" Mu Qingshu, laughing helplessly, said, "Mom, didn't you ask me? I'm just answering honestly." "Nonsense." Zhao Lan shouted angrily. "Yi Chen is just a freeloading piece of trash. He made you the president of Star Group? Does Star Group belong to him?" Mu Fei chimed in, "Exactly, second sister. I think you've been brainwashed by Yi Chen." Seeing how deeply Zhao Lan and Mu Fei were prejudiced against Yi Chen, Mu Qingshu could only shake her head helplessly and said, "Forget it, believe what you want. I just took over here and have a lot to do, so I'll leave now." After speaking, Mu Qingshu turned and left. Zhao Lan and Mu Fei naturally refused to believe her. They both thought Mu Qingshu was just trying to provoke them. Mu Fei looked at Li Qiang and asked, "Young Master Lai, do you know what's going on with Star Group?" Li Qiang frowned and said, "I remember Star Group is a subsidiary of Yunhai Group. And the person who was talking to Qingshu earlier seems to be Zhao Yunhai's youngest son." Mu Wanqing nodded and said, "Yes, Star Group does belong to Yunhai Group. How did Qingshu get involved with them?" Li Qiang pondered and said, Could it be that the young master of the Zhao family is pursuing King Shu? As soon as he said this, everyone felt it made sense and nodded in agreement. Indeed. For someone like Mu Qingshu to suddenly become the president of Star Group, it couldn't have been due to some nobody. And among the people they knew, the only one capable of such a thing was Zhao Yunhai's youngest son. If that were the case, then King Shu's future would surely be limitless. Zhao Lan's eyes widened as she said, "In the past, King Shu was immature, quarreling with your father and leaving the Mu family, always saying she wanted to rely on herself. But now she's really become the president of Star Group. I think you all should persuade your father to let King Shu return home sooner rather than later." Mu Fei said. "We don't have any issues with second sister, it's that stubborn old man who drove her out of the house." Mu Wangqing said. "That's not entirely fair. King Shu was indeed a bit too headstrong before. But we're family, and there's no grudge that lasts overnight. I'll talk to Dad about it." As they were chatting, suddenly, Li Qiang pointed to the side and said, "Look, isn't that the Zhao family's young master who was just talking to King Shu?" Zhao Lan turned to look and immediately smiled. "Quick, let's go find out what's going on. If the Zhao family's young master is indeed pursuing King Shu, and we help them succeed, won't we have a connection to Yunhai Group?" Mu Wangqing frowned slightly. She was a very proud person. Of course she would be happy if Mu Qingshu found a good match. But Zhao Lan's talk of climbing the Zhao family made her uncomfortable. However, she didn't say much. Zhao Lan and Mu Fei quickly walked over, stopping the Zhao family's youngest son, Zhao Feng. "Hello, young Master Zhao." Zhao Lan greeted with a smile. Zhao Feng frowned, glanced at Zhao Lan, and asked indifferently, "You are?" Zhao Lan smiled and said, "I'm Mu Qingshu's mother. My name is Zhao Lan, and this is her younger brother Mu Fei and her older sister Mu Wangqing." Hearing this, Zhao Feng immediately smiled and greeted them politely. "So you're President Mu's family. A pleasure to meet you." Seeing Zhao Feng being so polite, Zhao Lan was even more convinced that he had feelings for Mu Qingshu. She smiled slightly and asked, "Young Master Zhao, Qingshu becoming the president of Star Group must have been thanks to you. It must have been hard work." Zhao Feng humbly said, "Not at all. It was just a matter of a few words." "A matter of a few words?" "Exactly." Zhao Lan and Mu Fei exchanged glances, both understanding. For Mu Qingshu to become president, it must have been as simple as Zhao Feng saying a few words. However, to confirm, Zhao Lan cautiously asked, "I heard that Qingshu became the president of Star Group thanks to Yi Chen. Young Master Zhao, you must know Yi Chen very well, right?" Zhao Feng was stunned. Yi Chen? Ken? He seemed unfamiliar with that name. Not only had he never met Yi Chen, but he had never even heard of him. Zhao Feng had always been studying abroad and paid little attention to domestic affairs. His recent dealings with Mu Qingshu were the first thing he did after returning to China. Zhao Feng asked curiously, "Yi Chen? Who is Yi Chen?" Seeing Zhao Feng's reaction, Zhao Lan and the others immediately concluded that Mu Qingshu had lied. After all, how could someone like Yi Chen, a useless man, have any say in such a major corporation? Zhao Lan awkwardly smiled and said, "Never mind, I must have misunderstood. Young Master Zhao will leave Qingshu in your care." Zhao Feng nodded and said, "Don't worry, I'll take good care of President Mu." After the conversation, Zhao Feng left. Zhao Lan turned to Mu Wangqing and said, "See? There's nothing more to say. You sisters are too naive and always get fooled. You were deceived by Yi Chen, and now it's King Shu's turn. Our Mu family must have owed that scoundrel Yi Chen something in a past life." The group fell silent. Indeed. They had almost convinced themselves that Mu Qingshu deliberately brought up Yi Chen just to annoy them, likely to prove something for Yi Chen after Mu Wangqing divorced him. If this wasn't brainwashing by Yi Chen, then what was it? Mu Wangqing lowered her head and said, "Actually, aside from being a bit unmotivated, Yi Chen wasn't all that bad. Mom, we're already divorced, can you stop bringing him up?" Zhao Lan angrily said, "No. Yi Chen is a useless bum who ruined you. I can't let him ruin Qingshu too. He thinks he's so clever, divorcing the older sister and going after the younger one? Unbelievable." Mu Fei nodded in agreement, "Exactly. We can't let him succeed." Mu Wangqing sighed and said, "All right, young Master Li is still here. Stop embarrassing yourselves. Let's go." The group headed toward the exit. Just as they reached the door, a Rolls-Royce Phantom pulled up outside the mall. This car was stunning and eye-catching. After all, it was a luxury car. Anyone passing by would stop to take a closer look. Mu Fei, a car enthusiast, couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, what an amazing car. A Rolls-Royce Phantom. It's worth over 10 million yuan. Who's this incredible person driving such a luxurious car? Mu Fei was obviously envious. A car worth over 10 million yuan was no joke. Even though Mu Wangqing's Qin company had a market value of 1 billion yuan, its cash flow rarely exceeded 200 million. And with all the funds invested in development, there was no money for such luxury cars. Zhao Lan also admired the car and said, "Yes, this car is amazing. When will I ever be able to afford something so grand? It's so impressive." Mu Fei said, "I wonder which rich young master owns this car. I'm so jealous. Sister, didn't you say you'd buy me a BMW? When are you going to get it for me?" As they talked, they kept looking at the Rolls-Royce Phantom, guessing which wealthy person it belonged to. Soon, the car parked. The door opened, and someone stepped out. When they saw who it was, Mu Wangqing and the others were completely stunned. Their eyes widened as they stared in disbelief. Yi Chen. It was Yi Chen? They would never have imagined that the person driving a luxury Rolls-Royce Phantom worth over 10 million yuan was the very man they called a useless bum. Could this be real? Zhao Lan and Mu Fei couldn't help rubbing their eyes, thinking they were hallucinating. Mu Fei stammered, "Mom. Am I dreaming? Why does that guy look like Yi Chen?" Mu Wangqing, feeling a bit low, said, "That's Yi Chen." She had been married to Yi Chen for 3 years. He had always been a stay-at-home husband, and the most he'd ever driven was a Mazda. But now, not long after their divorce, he was driving a luxury car worth millions. It was unbelievable. Mu Fei's eyes widened as he said, "This. How is this possible? How can he afford such an expensive car? Where did he get the money? Sister, could he have taken money from our Mu family?" Mu Wangqing shook her head and said, "That's impossible. He never managed anything at Chunjiwan Group. There's no way he could have taken money." Mu Fei asked, "Then how did he buy the car?" At this moment, Zhao Lan narrowed her eyes and said, "Isn't it obvious? What's Yi Chen best at? Mooching off women. King Shu just became the president of Star Group, and now Yi Chen's driving a luxury car worth millions. Isn't that cause and effect?" Mu Fei was shocked and said, "Could it be second sister's money?" Li Qiang nodded and said, "It's possible. For King Shu to become Star Group's president, she probably had to give up the company she founded. It might have been acquired by Yunhai Group at a premium. Given the scale of her company, selling it for 10 million yuan wouldn't be difficult." Hearing this, Mu Fei was furious and said, "Damn it! This guy is ruthless. My second sister sells her company, and he uses the money to buy a luxury car? Shameless." Zhao Lan was also angry and said, "Let's go teach Yi Chen a lesson. We have to make him leave your second sister. Otherwise she'll be drained dry." The two angrily marched toward Yi Chen. Zhao Lan glared at Yi Chen and said angrily, "Yi Chen, have you no shame? Who gave you the nerve to drive a Rolls-Royce Phantom?" Yi Chen frowned and said coldly, "I bought this car for myself. What does it have to do with you?" Zhao Lan snapped, "You bought it for yourself? Stop flattering yourself. Don't think we don't know you used King Shu's money to buy this car. Can't you survive without mooching? You ruined Wangqing, and now you're after King Shu. Does our Mu family owe you something?" Yi Chen's face darkened as he looked at the hysterical Zhao Lan, finding her completely unreasonable. He used Mu King Shu's money? Even if he didn't explain, didn't they know Mu King Shu didn't even have that much money? Yi Chen's tone turned icy as he said, "You're too full of yourselves. Even King Shu's job was arranged by me. Do you think I need her money to buy a car?" Mu Fei burst out laughing, "Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Do you think we're that gullible? You arranged her job? Do you have that kind of power? Without young Master Zhao pursuing my second sister, how could she have become president? What could a bum like you possibly do?" Yi Chen snorted and said, "I'm not interested in talking to you." But Mu Fei ignored Yi Chen and went straight to the Rolls-Royce Phantom. He opened the door, got in, and touching the luxurious steering wheel and soft leather seats, felt a surge of vanity. He glanced at Yi Chen and said, "I'm borrowing this car for a few days." Yi Chen couldn't help but laugh in anger and said, "You're borrowing my car? Where do you get the nerve? This is my car. Why should I let you drive it?" Mu Fei sneered and said, "Your car? Obviously it was bought with my second sister's money. Why shouldn't I drive it?" Yi Chen frowned and said, "I don't want to argue with you. Get out of the car now." Mu Fei shouted angrily, "No way. What are you going to do, hit me?" Yi Chen squinted, his eyes flashing coldly. He reached into the car, grabbed Mu Fei, and pulled him out through the window, throwing him to the ground. His tone was icy as he said, "If you keep messing around I'll beat you up." Mu Fei, Dazed from the fall, never expected Yi Chen would actually lay hands on him. He looked at Yi Chen, but when his eyes met Yi Chen's cold gaze, he trembled in fear. Scrambling to his feet, he hid behind Mu Wanqing and cried out loudly, "Sister, look, he hit me. He actually dared to hit me." Mu Wanqing saw her brother being hit and quickly stepped forward, saying, "Yi Chen, that's enough. When did you become so rough, resorting to violence over a disagreement?" Yi Chen looked coldly at Mu Wanqing, his tone chilling as he said, "I've never changed. You just don't know me well enough. If it weren't for your sake, he would already be a corpse." Mu Wanqing was startled by Yi Chen's gaze. Did she really not understand Yi Chen? But they had lived together for 3 years. How could she not understand him? In those 3 years, Yi Chen had not only been good-tempered but also completely accommodating to her. To let her work and start her business with peace of mind, he had taken care of everything at home. When had she ever seen Yi Chen lose his temper? For 3 years, she had always thought Yi Chen was a gentle and mild-mannered person. Now, seeing Yi Chen hit someone, she finally realized he had changed. Yi Chen took a deep breath and said, "Mu Wanqing, control your brother. If something doesn't belong to him, he'd better not touch it. No one is obligated to indulge him." After saying that, Yi Chen snorted coldly, locked his car, and turned to walk into Star Mall. Mu Wanqing was left speechless by Yi Chen's sharp words. That's right. They were divorced now. Yi Chen had no obligation to tolerate her family anymore. But even though his words made sense, why did they leave her feeling so lost? Mu Fei glared at Yi Chen's back, angrily cursing, "Damn it, what's the big deal? That car isn't even his. What's he showing off for? This is pissing me off." Mu Wanqing snapped, "Enough. Stop talking. It's just a car. What's so great about it? Let's leave." Not wanting to stay there any longer, Mu Wanqing turned and headed home. She felt a vague sense of crisis. In the past, when Yi Chen was around, everything seemed to go smoothly for her, and her career was flourishing. But after the divorce, she found that nothing seemed to go right anymore. Now even Mu Qingshu had become the president of Star Group. She thought about it a lot and concluded that she just wasn't working hard enough. If she didn't push herself harder, she feared becoming a laughingstock. The group returned to the Mu family home. Zhao Lan and Mu Fei entered first, while Mu Wanqing also intended to go inside. However, she was stopped by Li Qiang. Mu Wanqing turned to look at Li Qiang and asked, "Young Master Li, is there something you need?" Li Qiang took a deep breath, walked up to Mu Wanqing, and said, "Wanqing, there's something I want to tell you." Mu Wanqing frowned slightly and asked, "What is it?" Li Qiang suddenly took out a ring from his pocket, looked at Mu Wanqing with deep emotion and said, "Wanqing, you know I've liked you for a long time. But you've always kept your distance from me, making me feel anxious. Today I've mustered up the courage to tell you I love you. Will you be my girlfriend?" Mu Wanqing was startled by Li Qiang's sudden confession. To be honest, she had never had feelings for Li Qiang and had always been careful to maintain her distance. Looking at Li Yang, for some reason, a memory from 3 years ago suddenly surfaced in her mind when a man with a handsome smile knelt in front of her with a ring and proposed. Yi Chen. Compared to the panic and unease she felt at Li Qiang's confession now, the happiness she had felt when Yi Chen proposed to her 3 years ago was incomparable. The contrast made Mu Wanqing feel even more uncomfortable. Mu Wanqing took a deep breath and said, "Young Master Li, I'm truly sorry. You're a good man, but as you know, I've just divorced and am not ready to enter a new relationship. I'm sorry, but I can't accept your feelings." Seeing the calm look in Mu Wanqing's eyes, a trace of anger flashed in Li Qiang's lowered gaze. He had pursued Mu Wanqing for so long, but she hadn't given him a chance, likely because she still couldn't let go of Yi Chen. Even so, Li Qiang didn't let his displeasure show. He chuckled and said, "So, I've been given the nice guy card, huh?" Mu Wanqing sighed and said, "I'm truly sorry, young Master Lai. Honestly, there are many great women out there. You could." Li Qiang waved his hand and said, "All right, I understand. No need to say more." Mu Wanqing sighed, turned, and walked into the Mu family home. To be honest, Mu Wanqing acknowledged that Li Qiang had helped her in many ways. If they could be friends and mutually benefit each other, she welcomed that. But if Li Qiang had other intentions, it would be hard for her to accept. She didn't know why, but her instincts told her she couldn't easily accept any man other than Yi Chen. Even though she thought Yi Chen lacked ambition, she had never spoken badly about him in any other way. Li Qiang stood there, watching Mu Wanqing leave, stunned. Honestly, he had pursued her because of her beauty. But after all this time with no results, he felt like a fool. Yet he was unwilling to give up. For a moment, He felt stuck. At that moment, Mu Fei walked over and asked, "Brother Li, did you just confess to my sister?" Li Qiang nodded and said, "Yes, but your sister doesn't like me. I think I should just give up. Maybe we're not meant to be." Mu Fei panicked at this. In his eyes, Li Qiang had not only status in Yun City but also a strong background and a wealthy family. If Li Qiang became his brother-in-law, he would have a solid backer in the future. Mu Fei said, "Brother Lai, you know my sister's personality. She just got divorced and cares too much about appearances to accept you right away. But I have an idea." Li Qiang looked at Mu Fei curiously and asked, "What's the idea?" Mu Fei said, "In a few days, it'll be my grandmother's birthday. Our whole family will go to celebrate. Since my sister was raised by my grandmother, she listens to her the most. If you can win my grandmother's favor at the birthday party, my sister will definitely see you in a new light." Li Yong asked skeptically, "Really?" Mu Fei smiled and said, "Of course." Mu Fei wasn't lying. 3 years ago, Yi Chen and Mu Wanqing hadn't been that close. But at the time, Mu Wanqing was of marriageable age, and her family was urging her to settle down. Plus, the family was in heavy debt. They hoped Mu Wanqing could marry soon and bring in some dowry money. But Mu Wanqing kept rejecting suitors until she met Yi Chen. When Yi Chen visited the Mu family for the first time, he made their grandmother incredibly happy. Their grandmother grew very fond of Yi Chen. That's how Yi Chen and Mu Wanqing's marriage came about. So in Mu Fei's opinion, if Li Qiang could win over their grandmother, he'd have a big chance of gaining Mu Wanqing's favor. After that, everything would naturally fall into place. Mu Wanqing, of course, had no idea her brother was giving Li Qiang advice. If she knew, she'd probably be furious with her dim-witted brother. Sure enough, Li Qiang's eyes lit up upon hearing this and said, "All right, I'll definitely prepare a generous gift for the old lady to win her over." Mu Fei and Li Qiang, with their shared scheming nature, plotted together. Yi Chen and Mu Qingshu walked out of the mall and approached the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Yi Chen smiled and said, "President Mu, please get in." Mu Qingshu was stunned when she saw the car and said, "Yi Chen, whose car is this? Where did you borrow it from?" Yi Chen smiled faintly and said, "It's not borrowed. I bought it. Besides, this car is yours." "Mine." Mu Qingshu looked at Yi Chen in shock and said, "Are you saying this car is for me?" Although Mu Qingshu didn't know much about cars, she recognized the brand. A Rolls-Royce, no matter the model, cost millions, sometimes tens of millions. Now Yi Chen was saying this car was for her, leaving her utterly shocked. Yi Chen smiled faintly and said, "You're working for me now, and you're the president of a group. You can't keep driving a second-hand car, can you?" "But this car is too expensive," Mu Qingshu said hesitantly. "Enough, no rejecting it. I'm your boss now. What I say goes. Got it?" Yi Chen said, throwing the keys to Mu Qingshu. "Drive home." Mu Qingshu hesitated. "You want me to drive?" Yi Chen asked. "Don't you have a driver's license?" Mu Qingshu nodded. "I do, but..." Yi Chen laughed. "No buts. If you have a license, then you drive. Or do you expect your boss to drive?" Unable to argue, Mu Qingshu had no choice but to act as a chauffeur. Sitting in the luxurious interior of the car, Mu Qingshu felt as if she were dreaming. A luxury car worth over 10 million was casually gifted to her. Such a perfect man, and yet Mu Wanqing divorced him. What a waste. Since becoming the president of Star Group, Mu Qingshu had been incredibly busy. She understood that although this job was arranged for her by Yi Chen, it only made her feel more compelled to work hard. Otherwise, she'd be letting down Yi Chen's trust. As for Yi Chen, he remained leisurely. The next morning, after eating the breakfast Mu Qingshu had prepared, Yi Chen stayed home watching TV. Just then, his phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Yi Chen frowned. Not many people knew his number, so who could this be? Yi Chen answered, his tone indifferent. "Hello, who is this?" A pleasant voice came from the other end, cautiously asking, "Hello, is this Yi Chen?" Yi Chen said coolly, "It's me. Who's this?" The caller audibly sighed in relief. "Ah, it's really you, Yi Chen. I thought I had the wrong person. Guess who I am?" Hearing the voice, Yi Chen found it somewhat familiar but couldn't immediately place it. He said, "I don't like guessing games. Either tell me who you are, or I'll hang up." The person on the line sounded annoyed. "You're still so serious. All right, it's Zhou Ye? Don't tell me you've forgotten me?" "Zhou Ye?" Yi Chen finally remembered. Zhou Ye was a high school classmate of his. However, after graduating, Yi Chen had lost touch with all his high school classmates. Moreover, he had changed his phone number, so even if any classmates remembered him, they wouldn't know how to contact him. Yi Chen was curious how Zhou Ye had gotten his number. Yi Chen asked, "So it's you, Zhou Ye. How did you get my number?" Zhou Ye snorted lightly and said, "You have the nerve to ask? After graduation you vanished. Several times, classmates wanted to invite you to reunions but couldn't reach you. If it weren't for yesterday, when you bought 10 Rolls-Royce Phantoms at once and I got curious enough to investigate, I probably still wouldn't have found you." Yi Chen understood. It seemed Zhou Ye had obtained his number from the records he left at the dealership. Yi Chen smiled and said, "So that's how it is. What's up, Zhou Ye?" Zhou Ye said, "Well, tonight we're having a high school reunion. You should come. You've missed all of them over the years. Everyone talks about you every time. You're not allowed to refuse." Yi Chen instinctively wanted to decline, but hearing Zhou Ye's insistence and feeling bored himself, he said, "All right, where's the venue?" "I live in Fenja Garden. I'll take a taxi over." Zhou Ye said, "Fenja Garden? That's close to me. I'll come pick you up." Yi Chen said, "All right, give me a call when you arrive." After hanging up, Yi Chen resumed watching TV. To be honest, he didn't particularly like attending reunions. If Zhou Ye hadn't called, he probably would never have gone. The truth was, Yi Chen had long seen through the realities of society. Many reunions were less about nostalgia and more about showing off. Successful classmates would brag, while those who struggled were marginalized. Some even took advantage of drunkenness to turn old-school crushes into one-night stands, which was truly revolting. Around 4:30 in the afternoon, Zhou Ye called to say she had arrived at Fenja Garden. Yi Chen walked out of his apartment complex and soon saw Zhou Ye standing next to a BMW, waving at him. Looking at Zhou Ye, Yi Chen noticed she was quite different from the pure and innocent girl he remembered from high school. Now, she wore a short purple dress that showed off her long legs, paired with high heels. Her hair was slightly curled, and her face was adorned with delicate makeup. She had shed her youthful innocence and gained a mature charm. Seeing Yi Chen, Zhou Ye smiled and said, "Yi Chen, it really is you. I haven't seen you in so many years, and you haven't changed at all. You're still so handsome." Yi Chen smiled faintly and said, "You've changed a lot, but you've only gotten prettier." Zhou Ye wrinkled her nose and said, "Himpish, so you're saying I wasn't pretty in high school?" Yi Chen shrugged and smiled. "You were pretty then, and you're pretty now." Zhou Ye laughed and said, "That's more like it. But seriously, Yi Chen, what do you do now? Are you married?" Yi Chen smiled. "I just got divorced recently. Now I'm doing nothing." Hearing this, Zhou Ye was stunned. Divorced? Didn't Yi Chen just buy 10 Rolls-Royces yesterday? How could someone so wealthy get divorced? Zhou Ye asked curiously, "Yi Chen, are your standards too high, or did you get rich and abandon your wife? Who did you marry? Was it someone we went to school with?" Yi Chen shook his head and said, "No, her name is Mu Wangking. Anyway, why talk about this? It's bad luck." "What?" Yi Chen said it casually, but Zhou Ye was stunned. Mu Wangking? Not only had she heard of her, but she had even seen her. Mu Wangking was the CEO of Qin Yuan Company, a strong businesswoman who had been thriving in Yun City's business circles in recent years. She was practically a rising star in Yun City's business world. And Yi Chen had actually been married to Mu Wangking? Mu Wangking was somewhat well known in Yun City. After all, while her Qin Yuan Company hadn't yet gone public, it had secured many contracts over the past 3 years. The company had grown from a small business to one with a market value exceeding 1 billion yuan. This was enough to amaze people. This also explained Zhou Ye's curiosity about how Yi Chen could afford to buy so many Rolls-Royce Phantoms at once. Perhaps it was because of the divorce that he received a large amount of property. Zhou Ye smiled apologetically and said, "Sorry for bringing up something upsetting. I didn't know you were already divorced." Yi Chen smiled casually and said, "It's fine." Zhou Ye changed the subject, saying, "By the way, our high school classmates sometimes organize reunions after graduation, but you've never come. Back then, you were a big deal at school, and even now, many classmates still remember you at every reunion." Yi Chen smiled faintly and said, "Is that so? High school feels like such a long time ago." Zhou Ye laughed and said, "Get in the car, let's go." Yi Chen opened the passenger door and sat down. Zhou Ye glanced at Yi Chen. To be honest, in high school, Yi Chen was indeed a big deal, outstanding in every way. Not only was he the school heartthrob, but he was also top-notch in sports, particularly basketball. At the time, Yi Chen was practically every girl's Prince Charming, And Zhou Ya was no exception, she secretly admired him. Meanwhile, Yi Chen was the rival of every boy in school. Who wouldn't be envious or jealous? Previously, Zhou Ya assumed Yi Chen could buy 10 Rolls-Royce Phantoms because he had made it big after graduation. But after seeing him in person, she started to realize Yi Chen had likely gained a fortune through marriage and a hefty divorce settlement. Zhou Ya sighed inwardly, then got into the car. Soon they arrived at the reunion venue, the Yun City Crown Hotel. This was a very upscale hotel. Zhou Ya glanced at Yi Chen and smiled. What do you think? Not bad, right? Yi Chen was slightly surprised and said, I've heard this hotel is quite expensive. Hosting a class reunion here looks like everyone's doing pretty well. Zhou Ya laughed and said, Not exactly. This reunion isn't split cost. A wealthy classmate is footing the bill. Yi Chen asked, Who's paying? Zhou Ya said, Who else? Our high school class president, Yan Bin. Hearing this, Yi Chen understood. Yan Bin was the class president during high school, also quite good looking, but he was always overshadowed by Yi Chen. More importantly, Yan Bin came from a wealthy family, and their business was reportedly thriving. He was a bona fide rich second generation. Back in the day, Yan Bin, who was often eclipsed by Yi Chen, secretly schemed against him. But all that was in the past, and Yi Chen didn't want to dwell on it. The two walked into the hotel and arrived at the private room. When they opened the door, the room was already packed. As Zhou Ya and Yi Chen walked in, everyone turned to look. Well, Zhou Ya, you're here so early. What's this? Found yourself a boyfriend, and he's pretty handsome. A sharp-faced man teased with a smile. I was just about to try my luck with Zhou Ya, but someone beat me to it. Zhou Ya chuckled and said, Monkey, shut up. What boyfriend? Take a good look at who this is. Monkey squinted at Yi Chen and said, Looks familiar. Zhou Ya laughed and said, Familiar? This is Yi Chen. Last time you were just talking about how long it's been since you last saw him. Monkey's eyes widened, and he exclaimed, Yi Chen? Damn! Long time no see. I thought you weren't in Yun City anymore. Hearing it was Yi Chen, many classmates gathered around warmly chatting with him. Especially the girls, who were beaming with excitement. Wow, Yi Chen, it's really you. Long time no see. I can't believe you're still so handsome. Look at these muscles so toned. Our high school heartthrob. Back in high school, I always wanted to be friends with you, but I was too shy to say anything. You've missed every reunion. Tonight you owe us a few extra drinks. As Yi Chen was surrounded by female classmates, a man with slicked back hair walked over. He casually handed Yi Chen a cigarette, his eyes filled with faint disdain. Yi Chen, still remember me? Yi Chen glanced at the man and nodded. I remember. Wang Peng. Back in high school, Wang Peng was a troublemaker who often followed Yan Bin around, cracking jokes and fooling around. He was one of Yan Bin's lackeys. It was said that Wang Peng didn't do well on the college entrance exam, but after spending a few years with Yan Bin, he now drove a Mercedes. At every reunion he liked to show off. Wang Peng chuckled lightly and said, Wow, I'm honored that our high school star still remembers me. So, Yi Chen, where are you working now? Yi Chen replied truthfully, I'm not working at the moment. Wang Peng laughed and said, No job? What's the plan? Any big projects? Maybe you can take an old classmate under your wing? Yi Chen smiled faintly and said, Not really. After graduation I went abroad, got married, and became a stay-at-home husband for 3 years. I recently got divorced, so there's no project. Hearing this, the surrounding classmates couldn't help but cool their attitudes. After all, they were no longer high schoolers. Now that they were part of society, they understood that power and money mattered most. Yi Chen may have been a big deal in high school, but after so many years, he was unemployed, and even divorced, a far cry from his past. This realization made many classmates lose interest in reconnecting with Yi Chen. After all, most people wanted to associate with those above them, not those below. Wang Peng's lips curled into a faint smile. He casually pulled out a business card and said with a grin, No job? That's not good. I run a small company, not very big, just a few million in profit each year. How about this? Come to my office tomorrow, and I'll arrange a job for you. With your build, you can work as a security guard at my factory. Right now, there's only a dog guarding it, and I don't feel it's safe. Hearing Wang Peng's words, the classmates burst out laughing. Someone even teased, Wang Peng, you're too mean. How can you ask our high school star to be a watchdog? Wang Peng feigned an apologetic tone and said, My bad. But jobs aren't easy to find these days. Many high school stars end up as nobodies in society. Don't you agree, Yi Chen? Hey, who would have thought Yi Chen is doing so poorly now? Looks like Wang Peng has found his chance. I still remember back in high school, Wang Peng couldn't even speak in front of Yi Chen and even got beaten up a few times. Yi Chen was so arrogant in school. Who knew he'd end up like this? Exactly, as they say, 30 years east, 30 years west. If I were Yi Chen and ended up like this, I wouldn't show up at a class reunion no matter what. He probably didn't want to come either, but Zhou Ya must have run into him, and he couldn't make an excuse to decline. Yi Chen squinted his eyes, glanced at Wang Peng, and said calmly, "No need. I can still support myself for now." Wang Peng chuckled and said, "No worries. We're old classmates. If you ever need it, this position will always be waiting for you." As they were talking, the private room door opened again. A man in a suit walked in. He wore sunglasses and exuded confidence with every step, his face full of arrogance. The moment he appeared, the people around Yi Chen scattered and surrounded this man. Only Yi Chen remained seated. This man was Yan Bin. "Oh wow. President Yan is here. It's been a few months, and you're still as imposing as ever. President Yan, we heard you recently invested 30 million in a landscaping project. Since we're all old classmates, if there are any opportunities, please look out for us." "Yes, President Yan, you're the most successful among all of us. We'll definitely be relying on you in the future. Don't look down on us." "Good evening, President Yan." The classmates flattered him incessantly. Everyone knew that back in high school, people joked that Wang Peng was Yan Bin's lapdog. They used to mock him for it. But now, the classmates who had gone to college and started working were still struggling, while Wang Peng, who followed Yan Bin, was making millions a year. At least Wang Peng, through Yan Bin's connections, was earning a solid income. To them, it didn't matter as long as they could benefit from Yan Bin. Swallowing their pride was a small price to pay. Yan Bin smiled faintly and said, "Of course we're all classmates. If there's anything you need, I'll prioritize you. Is everyone here? It's on me tonight, let's all have a good time." Hearing this, the crowd erupted in praise. As expected of President Yan, so generous. "Honestly, I've never been to the Crown Hotel before. It's a privilege to be here, thanks to you." Wang Peng leaned close to Yan Bin and smirked. "Boss, all the classmates showed up tonight. Look over there, guess who that is?" Yan Bin's gaze shifted to Yi Chen, and his eyes narrowed with a hint of surprise. Of all people, Yan Bin would never forget Yi Chen's eyes. Back in high school, Yan Bin, with his wealthy and powerful family, should have been the school's star. He campaigned hard to be class president and participated in numerous activities to prove himself outstanding. But then there was Yi Chen, who outshone him in every way, becoming a shadow over Yan Bin's confidence. Yi Chen was like the sun, and no matter how brightly Yan Bin shone, he could never outshine him. Yan Bin squinted slightly and said in a flat tone, "So it's you, Yi Chen. I didn't expect you to come to the reunion." Yi Chen smiled faintly and said, "Long time no see, Class President Yan." Yan Bin chuckled and said, "Indeed, it's been a while. Our high school star Yi Chen, please take a seat." Everyone sat down. Yan Bin, having already heard from Wang Peng about Yi Chen's current situation, felt immensely satisfied. Back in school he couldn't surpass Yi Chen, but now, in the real world, Yi Chen was nothing more than an ant he could crush with ease. Once everyone was seated, Yan Bin signaled a waiter, who brought over a bottle of red wine. Yan Bin smiled smugly and said, "Look at this Chateau Lafite Rothschild, vintage 1969. I brought it specifically for everyone to taste tonight." He motioned for the waiter to pour a small amount into everyone's glass. Monkey picked up his glass and downed it in one gulp, muttering, "Waiter, this is red wine, not liquor. Why pour such a small amount? I didn't even get to taste it properly." Zhou Ye quickly intervened, "Monkey, stop it. This is a 1969 Lafite." Monkey asked, puzzled, "So what? I can handle my alcohol." Zhou Ye sighed and said, "It's not about your tolerance, it's about the price. This bottle costs about 1,000,000 yuan. Do the math, how much do you think that little glass you just drank is worth?" The classmates gasped in shock. They knew Yan Bin was wealthy, but hadn't expected him to be this rich, bringing a bottle of wine worth over 1,000,000 yuan. This wasn't drinking, it was burning money. Monkey shrank back in embarrassment. He had no idea the wine was so expensive. If he'd known, he would have sipped it slowly. He'd never be able to afford something like this anywhere else. Yan Bin didn't seem upset. He chuckled, pulled out a bottle of baijiu, and said, "Monkey has a point. Since it's a reunion, we should enjoy ourselves. This is an 80-year-old mutai. While it's not as pricey as the red wine, it still costs about 100,000 yuan per bottle. Tonight, everyone can drink to their heart's content. The classmates were shocked again. Typically, drinking regular mutai was already enough to excite them. But Yan Bin had brought an 80-year-old bottle, leaving everyone salivating. It looked like they were in for a wild night. Yan Bin said nothing more. He opened a bottle of baijiu and poured it into 3 large glasses, completely emptying the bottle. Looking at Yi Chen, Yan Bin said casually, "Yi Chen, I bet you've never had such good liquor. 3 glasses, 1 bottle, worth about 100,000 yuan. Each glass is over 30,000 yuan. You've missed every reunion these past years, so drink these 3 glasses to make up for it." Hearing Yan Bin's words, the classmates didn't dare say anything. However, they couldn't help but pity Yi Chen. After all, drinking baijiu like this, even if it was good liquor, was enough to cause serious harm. Zhou Ye quickly stood up and said, "Yan Bin, that's enough. This is baijiu, and these 3 glasses total a liter. Drinking this much could cause a stomach ulcer." Yan Bin smiled faintly and said, "Oh, come on. We're all classmates. What's a little drinking?" Everyone turned to look at Yi Chen, only to see him sitting motionless, clearly not planning to drink. Seeing this, Wang Peng couldn't hold back. He slammed the table, stood up and shouted, "Yi Chen, President Yan is giving you face by letting you drink. This kind of liquor you couldn't afford it, even if you worked yourself to death. Now that President Yan is offering it, and you still won't drink? Are you trying to disrespect him?" The classmates naturally understood that Yan Bin was deliberately trying to humiliate Yi Chen. At this moment, apart from Zhou Ya, probably no one would stand up for Yi Chen. After all, everyone knew that no matter how glorious Yi Chen had been in high school, in the real world, power and money were everything. Flattering Yan Bin might bring them benefits, but helping Yi Chen would likely yield no return, and might even offend Yan Bin. As for the so-called bond of classmates, so many years had passed since graduation, how much of that bond could possibly remain? Yan Bin noticed Yi Chen remained unmoved. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he said, "I heard you've had a tough time since graduation? No job? Well, lucky for you, if there's one thing I have, it's plenty of money." With that, Yan Bin pulled out a stack of cash from his bag, at least 100,000 yuan, and slammed it onto the table. "Here, I've got money to spare. Drink a glass, and I'll give you 10,000 yuan per glass. Drink as many as you want and take the cash. This is the kind of chance to get rich that you won't see in your lifetime." Wang Peng sneered mockingly and said, "Wow, President Yan is so generous. Yi Chen, your big break is here. Why don't you hurry up and kowtow to thank President Yan?" Hearing 10,000 yuan per glass, some classmates were visibly tempted. What a joke. Most of them earned, at best, 10,000 yuan a month after graduating. Drinking 1 glass for 10,000 yuan? Even if it meant drinking until they bled, they'd still gulp it down. The classmates began urging Yi Chen. "Yi Chen, stop caring about your pride. Pride won't pay the bills." "Yeah, I'm jealous of you. If President Yan gave me this chance, I'd down 3 liters right away. Just drink it. The money isn't the issue. If you upset President Yan, the consequences will be much worse. You still think it's high school? Out here in the real world, you need to follow its rules." Seeing Yi Chen being humiliated, Zhou Ya's face turned dark. After all, she was the one who had invited Yi Chen. She had just wanted to reconnect with an old classmate, but she hadn't expected Yan Bin to treat Yi Chen like this. If she had known, she wouldn't have brought Yi Chen here. Feeling guilty and angry, Zhou Ye said, "Yan Bin, it's true you're rich, but that doesn't mean you can insult others like this." Yan Bin chuckled and said, "Insult? How is this an insult? I'm offering real money, 10,000 yuan per glass. Classmates, tell me, does this count as an insult?" The classmates burst into laughter, led by Wang Peng, who shouted along with the crowd, "This isn't an insult, it's generosity. Yeah, 10,000 yuan per glass. Where else can you find such a good deal? Don't get me started. Last time I had to drink until I bled to land a contract, and the bonus was only 5,000 yuan. If someone offered me 10,000 per glass, I'd drink every day." Yan Bin squinted at Yi Chen, feeling certain he had Yi Chen cornered. In this society, power and wealth commanded flattery and obedience. Back in high school, Yan Bin had always been overshadowed by Yi Chen. Now, he was determined to regain his dignity. Humiliating Yi Chen and stepping on him would be the sweetest revenge. Yan Bin sneered and said, "Yi Chen, I'll give you one last chance. Drink or don't. If you refuse, don't blame me for being unkind. I'm generous to my classmates, but to those who disrespect me, the consequences are always dire. Do you understand? Zhou Ya saw Yi Chen staying silent and thought he might be scared. Originally, Zhou Ya had thought Yi Chen was doing well and brought him to the reunion to relive old memories. But now it seemed Yi Chen's recent wealth was likely just a divorce settlement. Meanwhile, Yan Bin came from a wealthy and powerful family. Zhou Ya could only try to persuade him, Yi Chen, stop being stubborn. Just drink a glass, and we'll leave. If they don't welcome you, we don't need to stay. Everyone was watching Yi Chen. In their eyes, Yi Chen's defiance was just a facade. Deep down, he was likely scared out of his wits. It wouldn't be long before he gave in, drank the wine, and might even end up licking Yan Bin's boots for money. As everyone waited for Yi Chen to make a fool of himself, Yi Chen touched his nose and spoke calmly. Actually, as classmates, I didn't want to sour our relationship. But since President Yan insists on hearing from me, fine. Drink the wine on the table, kneel and apologize to me. Then I'll let this go. What? Hearing Yi Chen's words, everyone was stunned. They stared at Yi Chen with wide eyes. Did they hear that right? Not only did Yi Chen want Yan Bin to drink, but he also wanted him to kneel and apologize? No one could believe it. Yi Chen was just as audacious as he had been in high school. But why? Did he still think it was high school, where no one dared to challenge him? Did he not know Yan Bin's current status? Yan Bin was no longer someone ordinary classmates could mess with. For a moment, the room fell into stunned silence. Yi Chen, are you crazy? How dare you talk to President Yan like that? Yeah, do you have a death wish? Apologize to President Yan right now, or you'll regret it. We're all classmates. We don't want to see you get hurt, Yi Chen. Stop being stubborn. At this moment, Yan Bin's face had darkened to an extreme. With his current wealth and status, very few people dared to demand he kneel and apologize, let alone someone like Yi Chen. His anger flared, and his face twisted with rage. He took a step toward Yi Chen and growled. Kneel and apologize? Who gave you the guts to say that? Do you know who I am now? Do you still think you're the star from high school? I'm the eldest son of the Yan family. Our family controls a business empire worth tens of billions, and my uncle is a top official in the Yun City military district. And you? You dare ask me to kneel and apologize? Are you tired of living? Gasp. The classmates were shocked. They had known Yan Bin was wealthy, but they hadn't realized his family's influence had grown so much, with billions in assets and military connections. No wonder Yan Bin was so arrogant. As Yan Bin's rage boiled over, several classmates stepped in to calm him down. President Yan, please calm down. Yi Chen doesn't know better. We're all classmates, there's no need to escalate things. Yeah, let it go this time. It wouldn't look good if something serious happened. Yi Chen, why are you still sitting there? Go and apologize to President Yan immediately. Do you really want to lose your life over a little pride? At this moment, Yi Chen slowly stood up. Everyone thought he was about to apologize. Yan Bin raised his head arrogantly, ready to crush Yi Chen's dignity underfoot. However, Yi Chen walked up to Yan Bin and suddenly kicked him hard in the stomach. Yan Bin flew backward, crashing into the wall. Boom! This scene stunned everyone as if they had been struck by lightning. They stared at Yi Chen in disbelief. Their minds were blank. Wasn't Yi Chen supposed to go over and apologize? How could he dare to make a move? He's crazy. Yi Chen must be insane. If he had merely offended Yan Bin, all he had to do was apologize, beg for forgiveness, and say a few nice words, and the matter would have been resolved. But now Yi Chen had actually resorted to violence. This was equivalent to completely offending Yan Bin beyond redemption. Everyone was trembling in fear. Yi Chen was finished. Completely doomed. At this moment, Yan Bin felt a surge of uncontrollable fury. He never imagined Yi Chen would dare to hit him. For so many years, no one had ever humiliated him like this. Yan Bin struggled to his feet, glaring at Yi Chen with a ferocious expression, and roared in a cold tone, Yi Chen, you're dead. I'm telling you, the consequences of hitting me are beyond what you can bear. Wang Peng, Yan Bin's lackey, couldn't hold back anymore. He jumped up and roared, throwing a punch directly at Yi Chen. Back in school, Wang Peng had been a troublemaker. After graduation, he even trained in martial arts for a few years to gain Yan Bin's favor. Seeing Yan Bin being hit, Wang Peng naturally couldn't just stand by. He roared, damn it, you've got some guts to hit Brother Bin. I'll kill you. This punch, full of force, aimed straight at Yi Chen's head. Yi Chen, however, didn't move an inch. As the fist got closer, a faint smirk appeared on his lips. Suddenly, with one hand, he reached out and caught Wang Peng's wrist with precision. Wang Peng froze. After all, he had trained in martial arts and could handle multiple opponents with ease. Yet Yi Chen's speed was astonishing, and his strength was so overwhelming that Wang Peng couldn't budge an inch. Yi Chen's cold voice rang out, "If you're going to be a dog, stay in your place. Don't go around biting people, or you'll get beaten. Understand?" As soon as Yi Chen finished speaking, he flipped Wang Peng with one hand and delivered a powerful kick, sending him crashing into the wall. Blood instantly streamed from Wang Peng's head. Yan Bin was both shocked and furious. Watching Yi Chen, he clearly realized Wang Peng's strength. Normally when they went out, Wang Peng handled any trouble, and few could stand up to him. But now, in front of Yi Chen, Wang Peng couldn't even last a single move. This made Yan Bin swallow nervously, fear creeping into his heart. Yi Chen slowly walked toward Yan Bin. Terrified, Yan Bin shouted, "You! Don't come any closer. What are you trying to do?" Yi Chen smirked and said, "I told you, we're all classmates. There's no need for this. But you didn't believe me. Didn't you think you were so impressive? Come, kneel." Yan Bin's face was filled with panic. He was a proud man, especially in front of his classmates. If he knelt to Yi Chen now, how could he show his face in the future? Gritting his teeth, Yan Bin said, "Yi Chen, who do you think you are? Asking me to kneel? Dream on? You think just because you hit me you can walk away from this?" Yi Chen chuckled. With a swift kick, he knocked Yan Bin to the ground and stepped on his head without mercy. In a cold tone he said, "When did I ever say I was going to leave?" At this moment, Yan Bin felt endless humiliation. He had planned to humiliate Yi Chen, but instead Yi Chen had overpowered him and was now stepping on him. The shame was unbearable, and Yan Bin wished he could find a hole to crawl into. Meanwhile, the classmates around them were all dumbfounded by Yi Chen's actions. That was Yan Bin, someone very influential in Yun City. Yet he was being stepped on by Yi Chen just like that. Zhou Yao was equally stunned. She had thought Yi Chen was the weaker party in his confrontation with Yan Bin. But now it seemed Yi Chen was still the same Yi Chen. No matter how many years had passed, his character hadn't changed one bit. For some reason, Zhou Ya's eyes were fixed on Yi Chen. At this moment, it felt like her teenage infatuation had returned, making her heart race uncontrollably. Yan Bin was in utter misery but still stubbornly said, "Yi Chen, I'm telling you, I'm the eldest son of the Yan family. My status is far above yours. You'd better let me go." Yi Chen sneered and said, "Status? Yan Bin, back in high school, I could suppress you. Now, I can still easily crush you. Do you really think you're somebody?" Yan Bin, full of rage, said, "Yi Chen, you can fight, but this isn't school anymore. Plenty of people can fight. In this society, power and money rule, understand? You've hit me now, but once you leave this room you'll face retaliation that will make you wish you were dead." Yi Chen scratched his ear and laughed. "Oh? It seems you're not convinced." Yan Bin said, "Not convinced? Of course I'm not convinced. If you've got the guts, let me go, and I'll show you what real power looks like." None of the classmates doubted Yan Bin's words. After all, Yan Bin indeed had the capability. While Yi Chen's fighting skills were unexpected, what could that achieve? Without power, once he left this room, Yan Bin could easily summon dozens, even hundreds, of bodyguards. But by then, how many people could Yi Chen possibly fight? More importantly, with the Yan family's connections, if Yan Bin wanted to deal with Yi Chen, he could not only make Yi Chen unable to survive in Yun City, but also make him disappear entirely without any consequences. So, while Yi Chen seemed to have the upper hand, in reality he had cut off his own escape route. Yi Chen said, "I'd like to see what you're capable of." A cold smile appeared on Yi Chen's lips. He pressed down harder with his foot, making Yan Bin cry out in pain. However, Yan Bin stubbornly said, "Yi Chen, if you've got the guts, kill me. Otherwise I won't let you go." Yi Chen snorted. He suddenly crouched down and pulled Yan Bin's phone from his pocket. Seeing this, everyone somewhat understood Yi Chen's intent. Hitting Yan Bin was one thing, but not letting Yan Bin call for help was crucial. Otherwise Yi Chen's fate would indeed be grim. Yan Bin's face changed. What he wanted most now was to contact someone to deal with Yi Chen. But Yi Chen had taken his phone, cutting off any communication. While everyone thought Yi Chen was going to destroy Yan Bin's phone, Yi Chen unexpectedly handed it back to Yan Bin. In a calm tone, Yi Chen said, "Yan Bin, I'd really like to see what you mean by real power. Go ahead, make a call." Call anyone you think can save you. Remember, I'll give you 20 minutes. If no one comes, I'll break your legs and make you a cripple for life." Has Yi Chen gone mad? Not only did he beat Yan Bin, but he also dared to call for Yan Bin to summon reinforcements. If people from the Yan family came, Yi Chen would likely end up dead without even a burial site. Yan Bin was stunned by Yi Chen's audacity. He stared at Yi Chen in disbelief and coldly said, "Are you sure? Aren't you afraid of dying?" Yi Chen let out a light laugh and replied, "I'm absolutely sure. You should worry about yourself first." A flash of anger appeared in Yan Bin's eyes. He picked up his phone and made 5 or 6 consecutive calls. After finishing the calls, Yan Bin felt a bit more confident. Once his people arrived, Yi Chen would undoubtedly meet a miserable end. Yi Chen seemed entirely unconcerned by Yan Bin's glare and calmly said, "Remember, you only have 20 minutes. The surrounding students were all shocked. In less than 5 minutes. Suddenly, Toi. The door to the private room was pushed open. A young man dressed in luxurious attire walked in slowly. His entire demeanor exuded nobility and arrogance, as if he didn't regard anything in the world as worth his attention. Behind him followed a burly man as tall as a mountain, standing at nearly 1.9 meters, with muscles so well defined they seemed ready to burst. One look at him was enough to know he was not someone to be messed with. This young man was the first person Yan Bin had called for help. As soon as he entered, he glanced at Yan Bin, whose face was bruised and swollen, and said in an icy tone, "I'm Chen Feiyu. The Yun City Crown Hotel is my turf. Who dares to cause trouble here? Step out now." "Chen Feiyu?" Hiss. The moment this name was mentioned, everyone around couldn't help but gasp. This was the eldest young master of the Chen family in Yun City. The Crown Hotel itself was owned by the Chen family. Unexpectedly, Yan Bin had connections with the Chen family's eldest young master. Being able to call him out meant Yi Chen was truly doomed this time. It was well known that the Chen family specialized in the hotel industry, owning dozens of 5-star hotels not only in Yun City but across numerous other cities. In Yun City, the Chen family held significant influence, making Chen Feiyu even more domineering. In this city, who wouldn't give Chen Feiyu face? Yan Bin quickly scrambled to his feet and said to Chen Feiyu, "Young Master Chen, it was that guy who hit me. Please, you must avenge me." Chen Feiyu glanced at Yan Bin indifferently. To him, Yan Bin wasn't particularly important, just another person trying to curry favor with him in Yun City. What angered Chen Feiyu wasn't that Yan Bin got beaten up but that someone dared to cause trouble on his turf. Chen Feiyu's icy gaze landed on Yi Chen, and he said in an indifferent tone, "Did you hit him?" Yi Chen responded calmly, "I did." Chen Feiyu snorted lightly and said, "Oh, since you did, kneel down and apologize. Remember, I'm giving you a chance right now, you should cherish it." Chen Feiyu spoke casually, as if he were an emperor issuing an edict. That kind of lofty attitude. It was incredibly annoying. But no matter how annoying it was, no one dared to say anything. After all, this was Chen Feiyu, the eldest young master of the Chen family. Among the students present, who would dare to offend someone like him? That was practically asking to be crushed. He could ruin them with a snap of his fingers. Originally, Zhou Ye thought the situation was already dire when Yi Chen hit Yan Bin. Now that Chen Feiyu had arrived, if Yi Chen didn't bow his head, the consequences would only get worse. However, all the students believed that although Yi Chen was arrogant, he wasn't stupid. There was no way he'd oppose someone like Chen Feiyu, a top-tier young master. Everyone looked at Yi Chen, only to see him glance indifferently at Chen Feiyu and say in a calm voice, "Who do you think you are? Do you think you're worthy of making me kneel?" Hiss. Hearing Yi Chen's words, everyone gasped in shock. What? Did they hear that right? Yi Chen actually said Chen Feiyu wasn't worthy. That's taking a joke way too far. The surrounding students knew Yi Chen was arrogant after all. He dared to hit Yan Bin. But none of them expected Yi Chen to be so audacious as to disregard someone like Chen Feiyu. This guy had to be insane. Even Yan Bin was taken aback by Yi Chen's words. To be honest, Yan Bin knew deep down that Chen Feiyu only came because the hotel belonged to his family. Yan Bin was a frequent customer, so Chen Feiyu extended this courtesy. But to Chen Feiyu, this was a trivial matter. His mere presence should have been enough to make anyone causing trouble at the Crown Hotel kneel in terror. Yet now, not only was Yi Chen unafraid, but he was outright challenging Chen Feiyu. A trace of delight appeared in Yan Bin's heart as his gaze grew colder. He thought to himself, "Arrogant. Arrogant. Keep being arrogant. You even dare to say Chen Feiyu is nothing?" Ha ha ha, Yi Chen, you're really dead this time. Anyone who dares provoke Chen Feiyu won't meet a good end. Zhou Ye was so frightened by Yi Chen's words that her legs almost gave out. To be honest, offending Yan Bin might leave some hope for survival. But offending Chen Feiyu? Not just Yi Chen, but anyone associated with him might face retaliation from Chen Feiyu. The students were trembling with fear. One by one, they distanced themselves from Yi Chen, afraid of being dragged into his mess. Yi Chen, are you crazy? That's young Master Chen. How dare you insult him? Are you tired of living? Young Master Chen, we have nothing to do with Yi Chen. Please don't take your anger out on us. Yeah, we don't know him. Young Master Chen, it's just him cursing you. Young Master Chen, please calm down. If you must punish someone, punish Yi Chen alone. He refuses to kneel, but will kneel and kowtow to you instead. Please don't involve us. At this moment, all the students thought Yi Chen was doomed. Back in high school, Yi Chen was the school's star. But this wasn't high school anymore. What did his past glory mean now? In this world, power was everything. And Chen Feiyu, as the eldest young master of the Chen family, wielded endless wealth and influence. Could Yi Chen possibly contend with him? In their hearts, Yi Chen was just a fool who didn't understand the situation. With a single word, Chen Feiyu could destroy Yi Chen completely. So no one spoke up for Yi Chen. On the contrary, they all wanted to distance themselves from him as quickly as possible. Otherwise, if Yi Chen's actions angered Chen Feiyu, and they got dragged down with him, it would be a disaster. As expected, Chen Feiyu, who had been wearing a dismissive expression, finally showed a hint of fury on his face. He seemed to think he'd misheard. In Yun City, someone dared to say Chen Feiyu, wasn't worthy? Did he hear that wrong? Chen Feiyu squinted his eyes, his gaze filled with rage, and said coldly, "Kid, what did you just say? Say it again if you've got the guts." Everyone in the room could feel the anger radiating from Chen Feiyu, almost about to erupt. The private room was eerily silent, so quiet that no one dared to breathe loudly. The sound of beating hearts seemed to echo in the room. Chen Feiyu was furious. The classmates swallowed nervously, fearfully turning their heads to look at Yi Chen. Deep down, they all hoped Yi Chen would apologize to Chen Feiyu to dissipate Chen Feiyu's wrath. After all, the anger of a top-tier young master was not something they could handle. What was supposed to be a simple class reunion had escalated into this chaos. They all had families and responsibilities. If Chen Feiyu bore a grudge against them because of Yi Chen, they might as well consider their lives over. Unfortunately, Yi Chen didn't act according to their wishes. Instead, he glanced at Chen Feiyu with disdain and said, "Get out now and I'll let this slide. This doesn't concern you. Stay out of it, or you won't be able to bear the consequences." Ha ha ha. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Chen Feiyu burst into laughter from sheer anger. He truly wanted to see what kind of consequences Yi Chen thought he couldn't bear. "Kid, I must admit, you've got guts. But you should know, the last person who dared to speak to me like that now has grass growing over his grave about a meter tall." Chen Feiyu's voice grew colder, a clear sign that his rage had reached its peak. The air in the room seemed to drop to freezing. In his entire life, he had never encountered someone as brazen as Yi Chen. Initially, he thought his status alone would allow him to resolve the matter with a single sentence. But now, he was genuinely furious. Anyone who dared to offend him would never come to a good end. Chen Feiyu waved his hand and said nonchalantly, "Take him down." As soon as Chen Feiyu gave the order, the burly man who had been standing silently behind him suddenly lunged forward. His enormous hand clenched into a fist. Without saying a word, he swung it directly at Yi Chen's head. So powerful. So terrifying. The onlookers gasped in shock. Just one glance was enough to tell that this man was a seasoned fighter. His punch was so strong that it even created a faint whistling sound as it cut through the air. Yan Bin's eyes widened in awe. That's Iron Bull, Chen Feiyu's top fighter. This burly man, known as Zhang Jun, was famous as Chen Feiyu's most formidable subordinate. However, most people had long forgotten his real name. Known for his training in iron body martial arts, Zhang Jun was rumored to have such tough skin that a blade once broke in half upon striking his arm. People started calling him Iron Bull or Iron Brother. His strength was said to be immense, capable of handling a dozen people at once without breaking a sweat. Anyone who took a direct punch from him might as well be prepared for the afterlife. Chen Feiyu chuckled arrogantly. That's right. With Iron Bull taking action, this kid is as good as dead. Yan, I've solved this for you. How are you planning to repay me? Yan Bin quickly replied flatteringly, "Young Master Chen, that's easy. Next time I'll host a banquet for you. Whatever you want, just say the word, and I'll do my best to fulfill it." The two chatted casually, as if Yi Chen's demise was already guaranteed. In their minds, once Iron Bull made a move, Yi Chen would either be dead or crippled. Meanwhile, Iron Bull's powerful punch was already heading straight for Yi Chen's head. The sheer force of it could probably even knock out a bull. Zhou Ya covered her eyes, unable to bear the sight of Yi Chen's imminent bloody end. Regret filled her heart. If she had known, she wouldn't have brought Yi Chen to this reunion. Now that Yi Chen was facing such a dire situation, she felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Iron Bull didn't see Yi Chen as a threat either. In just one more second, he believed, Yi Chen would be left incapable of living a normal life. But just as the critical moment approached, when everyone thought Yi Chen was about to be obliterated by Iron Bull's punch, Yi Chen suddenly moved. In a flash, Yi Chen extended his right hand, moving as fast as lightning, and caught Iron Bull's massive fist with precision. Iron Bull's charge came to an abrupt halt. Unable to advance even an inch, Iron Bull felt an unstoppable force holding him back. No matter how hard he tried, his fist was firmly locked in Yi Chen's grip, unable to break free. For a moment, the scene seemed frozen in time. Seeing Iron Bull stuck in place, Chen Feiyu frowned and scolded, "Iron Bull, what are you doing? Stop holding back and take him down." Before Chen Feiyu could finish his sentence, Iron Bull was already cursing internally, overwhelmed with terror. Did he not want to finish off Yi Chen quickly? He couldn't. Yi Chen smirked coldly, his expression indifferent. He glanced at Iron Bull with icy disdain. Then, in an instant, he leaped into the air, delivering a swift roundhouse kick to Iron Bull's neck. Boom! The burly Iron Bull was sent flying by Yi Chen's kick. Crash! Bang! Thud! The room was filled with the sound of destruction as Iron Bull smashed through several chairs before slamming into the wall. His body slumped to the ground, unconscious. This scene left everyone utterly stunned. Some even rubbed their eyes, doubting what they had just seen. Iron Bull, standing at 1.9 meters tall, a hulking mass of muscle, had been sent flying by a single kick from Yi Chen? How much strength did that kick carry? The crowd was left in disbelief. Yan Bin's mind went blank. While he had sensed Yi Chen's strength earlier when Yi Chen hit him, he never imagined it was at this level. Iron Bull wasn't like him, he was a seasoned underground fighter, trained through life and death combat. Yet, this expert had been knocked out with one kick. How strong was Yi Chen? Yan Bin couldn't wrap his head around it. Chen Feiyu was equally dumbfounded. As Yun City's top young master, he had encountered plenty of reckless individuals in the past. To ensure his safety, he had spent a fortune hiring Iron Bull as his personal bodyguard from the underground fighting circuit. Over the years, no matter the situation, Iron Bull had always resolved it within 3 punches. Even retired Special Forces soldiers, hired specifically to counter Iron Bull, had failed miserably. Chen Feiyu never imagined Iron Bull would lose one day. The shock left him reeling. Yi Chen's expression remained unchanged, as if he hadn't just taken down a formidable underground fighter, but merely squashed an ant. He glanced at Chen Feiyu with cold detachment, a faint smirk tugging at his lips, and walked toward him step by step. Suddenly, Yi Chen raised his hand and landed a vicious punch on Chen Feiyu's face. Boom! The blow sent Chen Feiyu flying backward, blood spurting from his mouth, his teeth scattering across the floor. An intense wave of pain engulfed him, forcing his body to curl up as he wailed in agony. In his ears, Yi Chen's icy voice echoed mercilessly. "Are you still feeling arrogant now?" What? Witnessing this scene, everyone in the private room couldn't help but shiver uncontrollably, their eyes wide open in disbelief at what they were seeing. This was the eldest young master of the Chen family, and yet, he had been beaten to the point of spitting blood. If hitting Yan Bin could be excused as impulsive, striking Chen Feiyu was an entirely different matter. This wasn't something that could be resolved so easily. If the Chen family's wrath were to be unleashed, who could withstand their fury? Some classmates who were familiar with Yun City's power dynamics were already feeling their scalps tingle. Zhou Ya, this time Yi Chen is done for. Striking Chen Feiyu is the same as going up against the entire Chen family. That's a true juggernaut. Yi Chen is finished. Zhou Ya, I suggest you stay away from Yi Chen. You don't want to get dragged down with him. At this moment, no one dared to stand close to Yi Chen. It was as if he had turned into a ticking time bomb, ready to explode at any moment. Whoever got near him would be blown to smithereens. However, Yi Chen appeared utterly unbothered. He glanced at his watch and said indifferently, Yan Bin, you have 13 minutes left. A trace of fear crept into Yan Bin's heart. He hadn't expected Yi Chen to be this brazen. Why? Sure, Yi Chen might have some skills, but there were plenty of skilled people in this world who dared to act as recklessly as him. Take Iron Bull, for instance. Even though he lost to Yi Chen, he was still far stronger than an average person. And yet, even someone as strong as Iron Bull had no choice but to work as Chen Feiyu's bodyguard. As Yan Bin's thoughts raced in terror, the tension in the room seemed to solidify. 10 minutes later, a group of over 10 burly men stormed in from outside, cursing loudly and exuding a menacing aura. Even before they arrived, their shouts could be heard echoing through the hallway. Who the hell dares touch our young master? Which blind fool laid hands on young Master Yan? Brothers, find him and take him down. Let's see who's so bold. Seeing this group of muscular men burst in, the classmates couldn't help but feel their hearts pounding wildly. Only Yan Bin had a smirk on his face. He knew. These were his men. Over the years, Yan Bin had built a wide network of connections. While he had made friends with many young masters, he had also inevitably offended some in the process. So, he had spent a significant amount of money recruiting skilled fighters, hiring them as bodyguards for the Yan family. When there was no trouble, they served as his entourage, adding to his intimidating presence. After all, these fighters were no ordinary thugs. Each was someone who lived on the edge, including retired special forces and even international hitmen, all well versed in the art of killing. If any of them were to fight Iron Bull one-on-one, they might not stand a chance. But they had the numbers. And sometimes, even the strongest fighters couldn't fend off a swarm of attackers. Seeing his men arrive, Yan Bin's confidence returned. He glared coldly at Yi Chen and sneered, "Kid, you're really arrogant. But it's a pity you're too overconfident. Now that my brothers are here, let's see how cocky you can be. I'll not only break your legs, but I'll make sure you live a life worse than death." Yi Chen glanced at Yan Bin with contempt and let out a mocking laugh. "With those useless thugs you called? Useless?" Hearing Yi Chen's words, everyone gasped audibly. These men exuded an aura of danger, their presence alone enough to make one's hair stand on end. Clearly, they were not to be trifled with. And yet, in Yi Chen's eyes, they were nothing more than useless. Yan Bin burst into laughter and said, "Brothers, did you hear that? This kid just called you useless. So, what are you going to do about it? Take him down. Get him. Finish him." The shouts from the group of thugs were deafening, almost shaking the roof of the private room. Any ordinary person facing these men would be trembling uncontrollably. Yan Bin narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Brothers, well said. Today, give him the beating of his life. Break all 4 of his limbs. I want to see how cocky he'll be then." As soon as Yan Bin gave the order, the burly men charged at Yi Chen, wielding sticks and exuding murderous intent. However, what shocked everyone was that Yi Chen didn't run or even flinch. He just stood there, as if he had been petrified by fear. Yan Bin's lips curled into a smug grin. To him, Yi Chen's defiance was nothing but empty bravado. "Keep pretending," Yan Bin sneered. "Soon I'll show you what it means to live a life worse than death." At that moment, the thug at the front raised his stick, aiming straight for Yi Chen's head. His speed was incredible, but even faster was the slim figure that suddenly appeared behind Yi Chen, holding a short blade aimed at his neck. Seeing this, the onlookers were stunned. This group of thugs wasn't just strong and imposing, they were highly coordinated. In just a split second, 2 of them had sealed off Yi Chen's escape routes. Within moments, the stick and blade would undoubtedly leave Yi Chen severely injured. Yan Bin's eyes glimmered with excitement. In his mind, Yi Chen was already cornered, with no way to escape. Die. Just die already. Yan Bin roared internally with glee. But just as everyone thought Yi Chen was doomed, something astonishing happened. At the critical moment, Yi Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Without moving his feet, he twisted his body in place, using both hands to grab the 2 assailants rushing toward him. In a flash, he delivered a flying kick that sent both men flying. In midair, the 2 thugs couldn't help but spit blood before crashing to the ground. The other thugs charging at Yi Chen suddenly froze in shock. Yi Chen's speed was otherworldly. Before they could react, Yi Chen moved like a serpent, weaving through their ranks. Blood splattered as he dispatched them one by one. Every step he took brought another thug to the ground. In just a few dozen seconds, all 10+ thugs lay writhing on the floor, groaning in pain. Not a single one had even touched the hem of Yi Chen's clothes before falling. What? Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief, their hearts gripped by overwhelming fear. They thought they had already overestimated Yi Chen. but in the end they realized they had still underestimated his strength. After taking down the group of thugs, Yi Chen didn't hesitate for a moment. In a blink he appeared in front of Yan Bin and said coldly, "Time's almost up. It seems no one can save you now." Feeling the murderous aura emanating from Yi Chen, Yan Bin couldn't help but swallow nervously. But at that moment, a commotion erupted outside, drawing everyone's attention. Everyone turned their gaze outside, and two figures were seen walking toward the private room. The moment they appeared, the room fell into complete silence. The two individuals were none other than figures of absolute authority and power. One was Chen Feng, the head of the Chen family, and the other was Yan Wu, a senior officer in the military district and Yan Bin's uncle. The appearance of these two figures left everyone trembling with fear. This had escalated to a whole new level. It was well known that Chen Feng, the head of the Chen family, wielded enormous influence in Yun City. The Chen family controlled nearly all high-end hotel businesses in the city, with assets worth close to 10 billion yuan. As for Yan Wu, he was a formidable figure in the city's military district, rumored to be the commander of a secret special forces unit. In this day and age, what use was being skilled at fighting? Power was everything. Everyone believed that with the arrival of these two titans, Yi Chen was destined for a tragic end. At this moment, both Chen Feiyu and Yan Bin regained their confidence. A moment ago fear had silenced them, but now, despite their injuries, they endured the pain and stood up. The two walked over to Yi Chen, pointing at him and declaring, "Kid, soon you'll see what real power in Yun City looks like." Yi Chen let out a light laugh and replied, "Will you die if you stop boasting?" "Boasting?" Chen Feiyu's gaze turned icy. "Do you even know who my father is? Sure, you can fight, but can you fight 10 people, 100, 1,000? Can you dodge bullets?" Yan Bin sneered and added, "Exactly. And my uncle is here too. Do you know what my uncle does? He could bring an entire squad of soldiers and turn you into Swiss cheese. Do you get it?" The surrounding onlookers all thought Yi Chen was merely putting up a front. Chen Feiyu and Yan Bin had a point. While Yi Chen's combat skills were undeniably impressive, he had picked the wrong fight. No matter how strong he was, a single bullet would end him. Could he be faster than a gun? At this stage the situation seemed irreversible. Zhou Ye, unable to bear the thought of seeing Yi Chen's demise, approached him worriedly and pleaded, "Yi Chen, let it go. You can't win against them. Bow your head, at least save your life." Hearing Zhou Ye's words, Yan Bin arrogantly interjected, "Zhou Ye, are you seriously speaking up for him? After what he did to me and young Master Chen, do you think bowing will solve anything?" The other classmates chimed in, "Yeah, Zhou Ye, are you crazy? Come back here. The more you speak for Yi Chen now, the worse it'll be for him and you. He's a lunatic, but are you as insane as he is?" Zhou Ye bit her lip and, with a determined look, turned to Yan Bin and said, "Yan Bin, we're all classmates. Let me apologize on Yi Chen's behalf." "Can't you?" Before she could finish her sentence, Yi Chen grabbed her arm and interrupted, "Zhou Ye, there's no need for you to apologize to them. If anyone should apologize, it's them." Hearing Yi Chen's words, Zhou Ye felt a surge of frustration. Did Yi Chen still not understand the gravity of the situation? This was a matter of life and death. Yan Bin chuckled coldly and said, "See that, Zhou Ye? Your concern is wasted on him. And let me tell you, even if he gets on his knees and apologizes, it won't matter. I'm going to break his legs and make sure he's a cripple for the rest of his life." Meanwhile, Chen Feng and Yan Wu, the two powerful figures, entered the private room. Their faces were dark with anger, and it was clear they were furious. The crowd could understand, after all, their family members had been assaulted. It was tantamount to a slap in their faces. How could they not be enraged? As the two approached, Yan Bin's excitement grew. He jumped up shouting, "Ha ha ha! Yi Chen, are you scared now? Weren't you so arrogant just now? Keep it up. I want to see what makes you think you can act this way in front of me. You're good at fighting, aren't you? Come on, hit me again." Just as Yan Bin finished speaking, Yi Chen suddenly raised his hand and slapped him hard across the face. Smack. Yan Do. The crisp sound of the slap echoed throughout the room. Everyone was dumbfounded. What was going on? In this situation, Yi Chen dared to strike Yan Bin again. Did he have a death wish? A faint smirk appeared on Yi Chen's lips as he said coldly, "I've never heard a more shameless request in my life. You really have a filthy mouth." At that moment, Tay! Yan Bin felt a surge of rage flood his mind. His hatred for Yi Chen was so intense that he wanted nothing more than to skin him alive. He screamed hysterically, "You bastard! You're dead. I'll make you pay for this." Third uncle, this punk hit me and young Master Chen. Help us get revenge. Kill him. You have to kill him. Yan Bin's crazed expression made it clear just how furious he was. Likewise, it was easy to imagine how terrible Yi Chen's fate would be once he fell into Yan Bin's hands. Too young. Far too reckless. At this moment, Chen Feng and Yan Wu didn't say a word. They simply walked toward Yi Chen with grim expressions. Seeing this, everyone shook their heads. With these two heavyweights closing in, could Yi Chen possibly stand a chance? Even if he didn't care about his own life, what about his family? Would he drag them into this as well? Yan Bin's lips curled into a sinister grin. Knowing Yi Chen's combat prowess, he turned to someone nearby and asked, "Did my uncle bring reinforcements?" The person quickly replied, "Yes, he brought them. The Chen family head came with over 50 bodyguards, and your uncle Yan Wu brought more than 30 fully armed special forces soldiers. They're all assembled outside the hotel." Hearing this, Yan Bin felt a wave of relief. 50 bodyguards and 30 armed soldiers. Under these circumstances, not even a god could save Yi Chen. The other classmates sighed in resignation. They had anticipated this outcome. After all, the Chen family's influence was immense, and Yan Bin's uncle was a military heavyweight. With their combined power, crushing Yi Chen would be as easy as squashing an ant. Just as everyone assumed Yi Chen would finally surrender, Chen Feng and Yan Wu stopped in front of Yi Chen. What everyone expected, a brutal takedown of Yi Chen, did not happen. Instead, under the shocked gazes of the crowd, Chen Feng and Yan Wu both knelt down before Yi Chen with a loud thud. In an instant, the private room fell into absolute silence. Everyone's eyes widened, their jaws dropping as if they could swallow an egg. Some even rubbed their eyes, doubting what they were seeing. A titan of Yun City's business world and a senior figure in its military district. Both kneeling before Yi Chen? What was going on? What had just happened? Weren't they supposed to take action against Yi Chen? Why were they kneeling to him? Why? Why on earth is this happening? Chen Feiyu and Yan Bin were utterly stunned, their minds blank and their bodies frozen in place. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't comprehend it. Why would Chen Feng, the head of the Chen family, and Yan Wu, a military district powerhouse, kneel before Yi Chen? To them, Yi Chen was nothing more than a worthless nobody, a freeloader without a job. The contrast was simply too overwhelming. After all, Chen Feng was the head of the Chen family, a man whose kneeling was almost unheard of in Yun City. Even if Luo Mingcheng, the head of the prestigious Luo family, were to appear, Chen Feng would never humble himself to this extent. And Yan Wu? His status was even more intimidating. As a soldier and a special forces instructor, he represented the Yun City military district. For someone like him to kneel before a nobody like Yi Chen, it was beyond anyone's imagination. Yan Bin felt as though he couldn't breathe. The uncle he had always been so proud of was now kneeling before Yi Chen, someone he considered trash. It was enough to drive him mad. In his shock and fury, Yan Bin shouted, "Uncle, what are you doing? Why are you kneeling before this worthless piece of trash?" Silence. Yan Wu roared, glaring at Yan Bin with such rage that it seemed he might explode. At that moment, Yan Wu truly wished he could skin this nephew of his alive. This was no trivial matter. Of all the people to offend, why did Yan Bin have to provoke Yi Chen? Yi Chen's identity was shrouded in mystery, his power immeasurable. And now, this damned nephew of his had not only offended Yi Chen but risked dragging the entire Yan family into ruin. For years, the Yan family's foothold in Yun City had depended entirely on Yan Wu's position in the military. In truth, the Yan family lacked any deep foundation. One misstep, and the entire family could crumble. Yet Yan Bin, drunk on his family's status, spent his days stirring up trouble. Most of the time, Yan Wu's influence was enough to smooth things over. But who would have thought Yan Bin would go so far as to provoke someone of Yi Chen's level? Did he have a death wish? And did he intend to take the entire Yan family down with him? Chen Feng and Yan Wu ignored Chen Feiyu and Yan Bin entirely. Both of them bowed respectfully to Yi Chen and said in unison, "Greetings, young Master Yi. Greetings, Commander Yi. Young Master Yi. Commander Yi." Hearing these titles, everyone present felt their very souls tremble. For Chen Feng, the head of the Chen family, to address someone as young Master Yi indicated a status so terrifying it was hard to imagine. And for Yan Wu to refer to him as Commander Yi? That sent chills down everyone's spines. What did that title mean? Everyone knew exactly what it signified. But how could it be possible? How old was Yi Chen? How could he be a young master or a commander? The surrounding classmates stared at Yi Chen in utter disbelief. Earlier they had thought Yan Bin, with his prestigious family background, was the one they should curry favor with. But now they realized the man they had belittled, Yi Chen, was a figure they could only look up to in awe. At that moment, many of them were filled with deep regret. Why, when Yi Chen was being mocked earlier, had they not stood up for him? Worse still, why had they sided with Yan Bin? Their regret was so intense they wanted to slap themselves. Though they didn't know the specifics of Yi Chen's identity, anyone who could make Chen Feng and Yan Wu Neil must have an identity of unparalleled terror. If they could even gain a fraction of Yi Chen's favor, their futures would be limitless. Meanwhile, Zhou Ya stood frozen in place. She realized that she couldn't see through Yi Chen at all. At first she thought Yi Chen was merely a wealthy man after he bought a luxury car worth over 100 million yuan. Later she discovered that Yi Chen had divorced Mu Wanqing and assumed his money had come from their divorce settlement. And now? She realized Yi Chen's status was something she could only dream of comprehending. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't figure out just how terrifying Yi Chen's true identity was. At this moment, the private room was deathly silent. With Yi Chen saying nothing, no one dared to speak first. Everyone knew that Chen Feiyu and Yan Bin were finished. Yi Chen's calm gaze fell on Chen Feng, and he said indifferently, "Chen Feng, your Chen family seems quite powerful. In Yun City I suppose you call the shots, don't you?" Hearing Yi Chen's words, Chen Feng began trembling uncontrollably. His entire body seemed to age a decade in an instant, as he hunched over and prostrated himself on the floor, exuding utter humility. Seeing this, Chen Feiyu felt a terror that seemed to seep into his very soul. As the eldest young master of the Chen family, he had always been treated with deference in Yun City. Why had he been able to live so arrogantly? Wasn't it because the Chen family was powerful enough to back him up? Chen Feiyu had witnessed countless occasions where people groveled before his father. He had always believed his father was invincible, a figure of unmatched prestige. But now, he realized how wrong he was. Chen Feng, though quaking with fear, tried to maintain a facade of composure. He said shakily, "Young Master Yi, I was wrong. I failed to discipline my son. He offended you, and I leave his punishment entirely to your discretion." Yi Chen's tone turned icy as he replied, "Good. At least your attitude is decent. Then break one of his arms as a lesson." What? Had they heard that right? Yi Chen wanted Chen Feng to personally break his son's arm? How could that be possible? That was his own son. Chen Feiyu was dumbfounded. He stammered, "Dad, I'm your own flesh and blood. Surely you won't listen to him, will you? Our Chen family is strong in Yun City. Why should we fear him?" It was as though Chen Feng hadn't heard a word. Rising from his kneeling position, he motioned for a bodyguard, who immediately handed him a wooden stick. Chen Feng began walking toward Chen Feiyu step by step. Chen Feiyu stared at his father in disbelief. He was the Chen family's eldest young master, the only heir. As Chen Feng approached, Chen Feiyu instinctively retreated, his voice trembling with fear. "Dad. I was wrong. Please, Dad. Don't break my arm. I'll listen from now on, I swear." Chen Feng remained unmoved, speaking coldly. "Hold out your arm. I will say this only once. If you step back again or try to pull your arm away, I will expel you from the Chen family. You'll fend for yourself from then on." Those words hit Chen Feiyu like a bolt of lightning, leaving him utterly devastated. He was filled with regret and fear. If only he had known Yi Chen's identity, he would never have dared to offend him, not in a million years. Chen Feiyu knew his father's character well. If he tried to resist again, the consequences would likely be far worse than just losing an arm. With no other choice, Chen Feiyu clenched his teeth and extended his arm, too terrified to pull back. Chen Feng stepped on Chen Feiyu's arm to hold it in place. With a grim expression, he raised the stick and swung it down hard. Crack! The sound of the bone breaking echoed through the room. "Ahe! At!" Chen Feiyu collapsed to the floor, writhing in agony, his screams of pain filling the air. Chen Feng's icy gaze fell on his son as he spoke in a chilling tone. "Son, remember this: to succeed in life, you must be tactful and considerate of all sides. If you only act arrogant and reckless, causing trouble wherever you go, your end will undoubtedly be tragic. Today young Master Yi has shown mercy by only taking one of your arms. Now kneel and thank him for his kindness." Chen Feiyu, gritting his teeth against the pain, knelt before Yi Chen and bowed repeatedly, shouting, "Thank you, young Master Yi, for your great kindness. Thank you for sparing my life." This scene. It was like a thunderclap to everyone in the room, leaving them utterly dumbfounded. Most of the classmates were ordinary people. To them, power meant someone like Yan Bin, who could summon help to solve problems at a moment's notice. But seeing a top-tier young master like Chen Feiyu, his arm broken, bowing in gratitude to Yi Chen, it shattered their understanding of power. This was true power, being like Yi Chen, holding boundless authority, where a single word could determine someone's fate. Yan Bin's legs were already shaking uncontrollably. His heart was gripped with overwhelming fear. Even Chen Feiyu, who was merely a bystander in all of this, had been punished with a broken arm. Yan Bin, who had mocked and antagonized Yi Chen from the beginning, could only imagine what fate awaited him. Sure enough, Macy, in the next moment, Yi Chen's gaze landed on Yan Bin, and with a calm voice he said, "It's your turn." Those 4 simple words hit Yan Bin like a thunderbolt, leaving him paralyzed with terror. His legs gave out, and he fell to his knees with a thud, pleading desperately, "Yi Chen, please don't do this. We're classmates. I beg you, spare me. We're classmates after all." Classmates? Yi Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. "If I were a lowly, unemployed nobody, would I still be worthy of being your classmate, President Yan? I've told you more than once not to damage the bond of classmates. Did you ever take it to heart?" Hearing this, Yan Bin's face turned deathly pale. He was overcome with panic. Yi Chen was right. If this had been any other classmate, Yan Bin wouldn't just refuse to apologize, he would have gone out of his way to humiliate and oppress them to display his power. Yi Chen stepped forward. This simple motion alone sent shivers down everyone's spines. Was Yi Chen going to kill Yan Bin? Zhou Ye, feeling conflicted, couldn't help but step forward and plead, "Yi Chen, Yan Bin has indeed done wrong, but his crime doesn't warrant death. Can't you spare his life?" Yi Chen frowned. To be honest, of all his classmates, Zhou Ye was the only one he had a slightly favorable impression of. If not for her intervention, Yi Chen might indeed have ended Yan Bin's life. However, since Zhou Ye had spoken up, Yi Chen decided to grant her this favor. Yi Chen looked at Yan Bin and asked calmly, "You don't want to die?" Yan Bin kowtowed frantically. "Young Master Yi, I don't want to die. I really don't. Please spare me. I'll do anything you ask. I'll kowtow to you. I'll bow down." Yi Chen took a deep breath and said, "Fine. I'll give you one chance." With that, Yi Chen turned to Yan Bin's uncle, Yan Wu, and said, "I'll spare his life today. But I don't want to see him again. Send him to the Black Tiger camp of the Northern Liang Army." Hearing this, Yan Wu felt a wave of dread wash over him, but he didn't dare question Yi Chen. He immediately nodded and said, "Understood, Commander Yi." Without hesitation, Yan Wu grabbed the terrified Yan Bin and dragged him out of the private room. Once outside, Yan Bin let out a sigh of relief. He thought he had narrowly escaped death and considered himself lucky compared to Chen Feiyu, who had lost an arm. Feeling reassured, he even chuckled softly. Yan Wu frowned and asked coldly, "What are you laughing at?" Yan Bin replied, "Third uncle, you're amazing. Thanks to you, I'm alive and in one piece. Isn't that something to celebrate?" Yan Wu sighed and said, "If you think so, then celebrate while you can." Yan Bin didn't think much of it and asked, "By the way, what did he mean about sending me to the Black Tiger camp? Is it just some military training? 3 years and I'll be back, right? Or, uncle, how about you secretly let me go abroad for 3 years instead?" Yan Wu sneered and said, "There isn't a single person in this world who dares disobey Commander Yi's orders. Stop dreaming. I'll personally escort you to the Black Tiger camp, and I'll inform your father that you'll no longer be considered his son." Yan Bin froze. "Third uncle, what does that mean?" Yan Wu's tone turned icy. "The Black Tiger camp is a nightmare for soldiers. In that place, death is a luxury. All that awaits is suffering worse than death." Hearing this, Yan Bin broke out in a cold sweat. A deep sense of foreboding gripped his heart, but there was nothing he could do to change his fate. Yan Wu knew very well that sending his nephew to the Black Tiger camp was as good as a death sentence. Most people who entered that place perished after enduring unimaginable physical and psychological torment. Meanwhile, in the private room, the atmosphere was heavy with silence. After a long pause, one classmate shakily raised his glass, approached Yi Chen, and said, "Why, Yi Chen? We're all classmates. In the future, let's..." Before he could finish, Yi Chen's expression remained indifferent as he interrupted, "Spare me the pleasantries. This is a class reunion. Let's keep it simple and pure. I think my presence here only spoils the mood, so I'll be leaving." Yes, with that, Yi Chen turned and left the private room. He held no grudges against his classmates. After all, Their differences in status and position were too vast, and there was little chance they would cross paths again in the future. The classmates, however, were filled with regret. They realized that their previous behavior had hurt Yi Chen, and the fact that he didn't hold it against them was already a blessing. The mood for the reunion was gone. One by one, they silently lamented their actions. If only they had known Yi Chen's true status earlier, they would have treated him with the utmost respect. How could they have let things come to this? Zhou Ya watched as Yi Chen left. Unable to suppress her emotions, she quickly ran after him, catching up soon after. Yi Chen, wait. Yi Chen stopped and turned to look at Zhou Ya. Zhou Ya, is there something else? Zhou Ya hesitated, her voice tinged with guilt. Yi Chen, I'm really sorry about today. If I hadn't invited you, none of this would have happened. Yi Chen smiled faintly. It's not your fault. Zhou Ya looked at him cautiously. She was keenly aware of the vast gap between her and Yi Chen. He was like the blazing sun in the sky, while she was nothing but dust on the ground. They shouldn't have had any connection at all. Yet Zhou Ya felt a pang of reluctance. Hesitating slightly, she asked softly, Yi Chen, I know your status is extraordinary now. But in the future, if I miss you, can I still contact you? I mean, as a classmate, just as friends. Yi Chen didn't give Zhou Ya a clear answer. Truthfully, today's events left him somewhat disappointed. The bonds of friendship from their school days had already been eroded by the passage of time. Moreover, back in high school, Yi Chen was never someone who excelled at socializing. After bidding farewell to Zhou Ya, Yi Chen returned home. When Mu Qingno saw him enter, she greeted him with a smile. Brother-in-law, have you eaten yet? Yi Chen smiled faintly and replied, not yet. Initially he had been in a great mood, looking forward to a class reunion. But after all that had happened, he hadn't even had the chance to eat. Mu Qingno hurried into the kitchen and, a few minutes later, brought out steaming hot dishes. She said with a smile, I was worried you hadn't eaten, so I saved you some food. Brother-in-law, sit down and eat. Yi Chen was taken aback. Mu Qingno was now the president of a corporation, her work undoubtedly demanding. Yet she had taken the time to personally prepare food for him. He couldn't help but think back to the time when Mu Wanqing had been entirely consumed by her work. Yi Chen used to cook for her himself, only to be accused of lacking ambition. The contrast was almost comical to him. Glancing at Mu Qingno, Yi Chen sat down to eat and asked with a smile, how's work? Are you adjusting well? Mu Qingno nodded, it's going well. At least I haven't encountered any major difficulties yet. That's good, Yi Chen replied. After finishing the meal, the two chatted for a while before heading off to bed. The next day, it was nearing noon when Yi Chen woke up. Stretching and yawning, he got out of bed, washed up, and changed his clothes. After getting ready, Yi Chen left the house. He was headed to the Luo family today. Old Master Luo's health had been improving lately, but his condition still required acupuncture to stabilize. Today was the scheduled day for his treatment. When Yi Chen went downstairs, he noticed that the Rolls-Royce Phantom he had given to Mu Qingno had been taken, presumably for her commute to work. The other Rolls-Royce Phantom he ordered had not yet arrived. With no other options, Yi Chen had to settle for Mu Qingno's old second-hand Mazda. As Yi Chen drove toward the Luo family estate, a loud and piercing horn suddenly blared nearby. A Ferrari sped past him, almost colliding with his car. Yi Chen frowned and honked in response. These days, some people, just because they had a bit of money, seem to forget their own names. Driving recklessly like that, what? Were they in a hurry to meet death? After honking, Yi Chen didn't think much of it and continued driving. But unexpectedly, not long after, the Ferrari slowed down and blocked Yi Chen's path. A man wearing Armani stepped out of the Ferrari, walked up to Yi Chen's car, and knocked on the window. Yi Chen rolled it down and asked, "What do you want?" The man, looking arrogant, sneered at Yi Chen. "Hey punk, was it you who just honked?" Yi Chen replied calmly. "Yeah, it was me. The way you were driving was dangerous. Don't you know that?" The man scoffed, glancing disdainfully at Yi Chen. "Dangerous my ass. I'll drive however I damn well please. Who do you think you are? Look at that crappy car you're driving. You dare lecture me? Do you believe I won't smash your car to pieces?" Yi Chen's expression hardened, and he responded coldly, "Try it. I'd like to see you try." The man laughed dismissively. "You'd better believe it. Remember this, I'm Zhu Lai, the young master of the Zhou family from the provincial capital. Crushing you would be as easy as squashing an ant. If I weren't in a hurry, I'd make you regret ever being born. Next time, if I see you again, I'll not only wreck your car but break your legs too, you lowly commoner." With that, Zhou Li got back into his Ferrari and sped away. Yi Chen's lips curled into a faint smile, completely unfazed. People like Zhou Li weren't even worth his anger. Before long, Yi Chen arrived at the Luo family's estate and parked his car in the lot. As he stepped out of the car, he saw Zhou Li emerging from another spot, holding a bouquet of roses. Each real rose was paired with one crafted from pure gold. When Zhou Li spotted Yi Chen, he froze for a moment before sneering, "Punk, do you even know where you are? How dare you show up here?" Yi Chen shrugged and replied, "This is the Luo family's estate, isn't it? Why wouldn't I dare come here?" Zhou Li laughed mockingly. "You know this is the Luo family's place, yet you dare park your junk car here? Look around, do you see any car worth less than $1 million? Aren't you embarrassed? You should leave right now before you pollute the air." Yi Chen chuckled, amused by Zhou Li's arrogance. "And who do you think you are, to be telling me what to do?" Zhou Li smirked and raised his bouquet. "See this? It's for the eldest daughter of the Luo family, Luo Qingqiyu. Once I become her man and marry into the Luo family, I'll have every right to tell you to get lost." Yi Chen smiled. "Hey, I don't think she'll accept your flowers." Zhou Li scoffed, giving Yi Chen a condescending look. "What would a lowlife like you know about my charm? Now scram. Don't get in my way." At that moment, Luo Qingqiyu walked out of the courtyard. Seeing her, Zhou Li's face lit up with excitement. He turned to Yi Chen with a smug grin. "See that? The eldest daughter of the Luo family personally came to the entrance to welcome me. This is something people like you could never comprehend." With that, Zhou Li strode confidently toward Luo Qingqiyu. Yi Chen, unfazed, looked around and casually plucked a wildflower from a nearby bush before making his way toward Luo Qingqiyu as well. At this point, Zhou Li was brimming with enthusiasm. Standing before Luo Qingqiyu, he eagerly said, "Qingqiyu, it's been so long. I came to visit Grandpa Luo, and I didn't expect you to personally come to greet me. Here, these flowers are for you. I hope you'll always stay as beautiful as you are now." He extended the bouquet toward Luo Qingqiyu, certain she would accept it. As the young master of the Zhou family, Zhou Li knew their family had long been on good terms with the Luo family. He and Luo Qingqiyu had known each other since childhood, though it had been years since they'd last met. There was no denying that Luo Qingqiyu was stunningly beautiful, and Zhou Li had his sights set on her. In his mind, a marriage between the Zhou and Luo families would be a perfect match, benefiting both sides greatly. However, before Zhou Li could bask in his excitement, Yi Chen approached with the wildflower he had just picked. He handed it to Luo Qingqiyu and, with a faint smile, said, "Qingqiyu, I saw this wildflower and thought it was beautiful, so I picked it for you. Do you like it?" Hearing Yi Chen's words, Zhou Li was momentarily stunned. Then he burst into loud laughter, mocking, "Ha ha ha, did I hear you right? Kid, are you insane? Who do you think you are giving flowers to Qingqiyu?" Yi Chen shrugged and smiled. "Who said only you can give her flowers?" Zhou Li sneered, "You're killing me with laughter. Look at yourself, so shabby, picking wildflowers from the roadside. Did you even notice my bouquet? Real roses paired with gold ones. You really don't know your place." Yi Chen replied with a calm smile, "Well, who knows? Maybe Qingqiyu prefers wildflowers." Zhou Li scoffed, giving Yi Chen a contemptuous glance, and chose not to engage further. In his mind, Yi Chen was simply here to be a joke. First of all, the Zhou and Luo families had long-standing ties, and Zhou Li and Luo Qingqiyu had known each other for years. Even if they hadn't seen each other in a while, they were still old acquaintances. Secondly, what could Yi Chen possibly have to compete with him? Zhou Li was the young master of the Zhou family, a man of immense power and wealth. Handsome and well-dressed, he arrived in a Ferrari, holding a bouquet of golden roses. And Yi Chen? Driving a second-hand, beat-up car, holding a roadside wildflower, and to top it off wearing cheap flip-flops. His entire outfit probably didn't cost more than 200 yuan. Any woman would know who to choose. Haitian Yongs. Just as Zhou Li thought his victory was certain, Luo Qingqiyu reached out, took the wildflower from Yi Chen, and smiled shyly. "Young Master Yi, thank you for the flower. I love it." "What?" Zhou Li was dumbstruck, staring in disbelief. The golden roses in his hands suddenly felt like a joke. Luo Qingqiyu had accepted a wildflower while ignoring his carefully prepared bouquet of golden roses. For a moment, Zhou Li felt humiliated beyond measure. He stammered in disbelief, "Qingqiyu, why? I put so much thought into these flowers. Why won't you take them?" Luo Qingqiyu smiled faintly and said, "Young Master Zhou, I didn't say I wouldn't accept them. Thank you for the flowers, But next time, there's no need to go to such an expense. She took the bouquet from Zhou Li and casually handed it to a servant standing nearby. This scene was a crushing blow to Zhou Li. Although Luo Qingqiu had technically accepted his flowers, she immediately passed them off to someone else. Meanwhile, she held Yi Chen's wildflower close, smelled it repeatedly, and even placed it in her hair, her joy unmistakable. Truthfully, Luo Qingqiu's heart was pounding with nervousness. She hadn't expected Yi Chen to give her a flower. After hearing her grandfather say she wasn't worthy of Yi Chen, she had avoided contacting him. Yet for some reason, even though their time together had been brief, she often found herself thinking about him. Many times, she had picked up her phone to call Yi Chen, only to dial his number halfway before hanging up. Now, receiving a flower from Yi Chen, even a simple wildflower, was enough to make her happy for a long time. Luo Qingqiu said, "Young Master Yi, Zhou Li Lai. Let's go inside. Grandfather is waiting." At this point, Zhou Li was furious but didn't dare to show it. He glared at Yi Chen, his heart seething with rage. He was the young master of the Zhou family. In the provincial capital, countless women threw themselves at him. For those women, even a smile from him would send them into a frenzy. But now, he had been outshone by someone he considered a worthless lowlife. The humiliation was unbearable. Yi Chen, however, smiled faintly at Zhou Li and said, "I underestimated you. I didn't think you'd manage to get your flowers delivered after all." With that, Yi Chen walked into the Luo family estate, smiling. Hearing Yi Chen's comment, Zhou Li felt as though he had been punched in the gut. Yes, his flowers had been delivered, but he would rather he hadn't prepared them at all. He was furious. Zhou Li squinted at Yi Chen, his hatred growing. If he could, he would have skinned Yi Chen alive. At the same time, Luo Qingqiu's attitude toward Yi Chen made Zhou Li suspicious. Who exactly was this guy? How could he command such respect from Luo Qingqiu? Could he be the young master of some powerful family? Pondering this, Zhou Li followed them into the main hall. Inside, Old Master Luo Mingcheng, sat at the head of the table. Yi Chen walked over and greeted him with a smile. "Old Master Luo, you're looking much better these days." Before Yi Chen could finish, Zhou Li interrupted him, stepping forward. "Grandpa Luo, it's been a long time. You're still as healthy as ever. My grandfather asked me to convey his regards. He says he misses the old days of working with you, and hopes to invite you to the provincial capital for a gathering sometime soon." Luo Mingcheng smiled faintly and said, "Ah, little Zhou, it's been years. You've grown up. Have a seat." Receiving praise from Luo Mingcheng, Zhou Li shot Yi Chen a smug look and took a seat. Yi Chen didn't seem to mind. He continued, "Have you been feeling any discomfort lately?" Luo Mingcheng laughed. "Dr. Yi, ever since I started taking the medicine you prescribed, I've been feeling much better. I haven't needed the wheelchair at all recently." Yi Chen smiled. "Good. After today's final acupuncture session, your old ailments shouldn't trouble you anymore." Luo Mingcheng beamed. "Excellent, excellent. Dr. Yi, please, let's get started." As Luo Mingcheng and Yi Chen headed to another room, he turned to Luo Qingqiu and said, "Qingqiu, once the acupuncture is finished, I may need to rest. Please entertain little Zhou and Dr. Yi in the meantime. You're all young, so you'll have more to talk about. This old man will leave you to it." Luo Qingqiu nodded. "Understood, grandfather." After Luo Mingcheng and Yi Chen left, Zhou Li's lips curled into a disdainful sneer. Moments ago, he had been wondering about Yi Chen's background. He had assumed Yi Chen might be a young master from some prominent family. But now, it turned out Yi Chen was nothing more than a barefoot doctor. While his medical skills might be decent, what did it matter? In this world, power was everything. What good were medical skills? Top-tier hospitals were filled with expert doctors. With enough power and influence, anyone could hire the best physicians. If one's status was high enough, even the most revered medical masters would come running at a call. In an instant, Zhou Li's disdain for Yi Chen deepened. Losing to someone like him today was a humiliation Zhou Li couldn't stomach. Looking at Luo Qingqiu, Zhou Li sneered, "Qingqiu, it seems your standards have dropped considerably over the years. What's wrong? Have your taste changed? Why are you associating with someone like that?" Luo Qingqiu frowned and said, "Zhou Li, you haven't changed. Your words are as unpleasant as ever. Young Master Yi's medical skills are exceptional, and you should at least show him some respect." Zhou Li scoffed, "Respect him? He's just a barefoot doctor. Someone like that isn't worthy of my respect." Luo Qingqiu frowned deeply upon hearing Zhou Li's words. If not for the long-standing ties between the Zhou and Luo families, she might have already stopped talking to him entirely. Considering the relationship between their families, Luo Qingqiu's expression turned cold as she snapped. Enough. Yi Chen is not as simple as you think. From now on you are not allowed to slander him. Show him some respect, do you understand? Hearing Luo Qingqiu speak up for Yi Chen, Zhu Li felt a wave of anger surge within him. He had always thought that, as the young master of the Zhou family, and with the connection between their families, pursuing Luo Qingqiu would be an easy task. After all, in high society, marriages often weren't matters of personal choice. If their union benefited both the Zhou and Luo families, it would naturally come to fruition. Who would have thought? The Luo Qingqiu he had liked for so long was now so openly defending a mere barefoot doctor. Zhou Li had only ever humbled himself before Luo Qingqiu because he liked her. In terms of family power, the Zhou family was far stronger than the Luo family. And in truth, it was Luo Qingqiu who was climbing up to their level. Zhou Li's expression darkened. He snorted coldly and said, Qingqiu, you know how I've treated you. Now, standing up for an outsider in front of me, aren't you afraid of hurting my feelings? Luo Qingqiu responded earnestly, Zhou Li, our families may have a good relationship, but I've always seen you as a brother. If you have other intentions, let me make it clear now there is no possibility between us. Zhou Li stared at her in disbelief, gritting his teeth as he said, we're a perfect match. Our union would greatly benefit your family. And now, just because of that Yi Chen, you're rejecting me? Luo Qingqiu said firmly, it has nothing to do with Yi Chen. Even without him I would never like you. Zhou Li couldn't believe what he was hearing, and his hatred for Yi Chen deepened immeasurably. Not long after, Yi Chen finished administering acupuncture to old Master Luo, and stepped out. Seeing him, Luo Qingqiu's face lit up with a sweet smile. She asked gently, Yi Chen, how's my grandfather doing? Yi Chen smiled and replied, don't worry. He's fine now and is resting. Witnessing this interaction, Zhu Li clenched his teeth so hard it seemed he might crack them. Just moments ago, Luo Qingqiu had been so cold and indifferent toward him. Now, facing Yi Chen, she was all smiles and sweetness. With a snort, Zhou Li pulled out a handful of cash, tossing it at Yi Chen's feet. His voice was cold and mocking. I thought you were someone special, but it turns out you're just a doctor. Perfect timing, I've been feeling unwell lately. Take a look at me. If you do a good job, consider this your tip. Hearing Zhu Li's words, Luo Qingqiu's expression immediately darkened. Her already low opinion of Zhu Li sank further. She had just warned him that Yi Chen wasn't someone to be trifled with and deserved respect. Yet not only did Zhu Li ignore her, but he also blatantly attempted to humiliate Yi Chen. Was he courting death? Luo Qingqiu was about to speak, but Yi Chen cut her off with a smile and said, you're right, you are sick. Zhou Li snorted, trying to scare me? You're the one who's sick. A fake doctor who's all talk and no skill. Yi Chen sighed dramatically and said, judging by the yellow tint of your sclera and the dark circles under your eyes, it's clear that your kidney energy is severely depleted. You're suffering from spleen and stomach weakness, as well as exhaustion of vital essence. It's quite serious. Zhou Li's face stiffened as he angrily retorted, what nonsense are you spouting? Even Luo Qingqiu looked puzzled and asked, I don't see anything wrong with him. Yi Chen, what do you mean specifically? What kind of illness is it? Yi Chen shrugged and replied, simply put, overindulgence. Kidney deficiency. This revelation. Luo Qingqiu's cheeks flushed red, and she couldn't help but cover her mouth to suppress her laughter. Zhou Li's face turned pale with anger. He pointed at Yi Chen and roared, you bastard. How dare you insult me? I've always lived a clean life. How could I possibly have kidney issues? You're nothing but a quack. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and said calmly, you know deep down if you're unwell. Lately, haven't you been feeling weak in those moments? Finishing in 1 or 2 minutes perhaps? Zhou Li's expression twisted in fury, but his heart skipped a beat. Yi Chen had struck a nerve. He had been struggling with such issues recently, and even relied on medication to cope. Yi Chen chuckled and said, actually, it's an easy fix. Apologize to me, and I'll write you a prescription. You'll be back to your best self in no time. Zhou Li's rage boiled over. And in truth, if they were somewhere private, he might have knelt down and begged for the prescription. Such matters were deeply humiliating for any man. But with Luo Qingqiu present, there was no way he could admit to it even if it killed him. His shame and frustration morphed into seething anger. Pointing at Yi Chen, he roared, you're spouting nonsense. I don't have any of those problems. Say another word, and I'll beat you to death. Yi Chen's gaze turned icy. Beat me to death? You think you're capable of that? At this, Zhou Li completely lost control. Yi Chen wasn't just challenging him, he was openly mocking him, taking the woman he liked and embarrassing him in front of her. Furious, Zhou Li glared at Yi Chen, his voice dripping with venom. Today I'll give you one chance because of King Qiyu. Kneel down and apologize to me, and I'll consider letting this go. Remember, this is your only chance. Yi Chen looked at Zhou Li's arrogance with utter disdain. He couldn't fathom where Zhou Li got the courage to speak to him like that. Yi Chen sneered and didn't bother replying. Seeing Yi Chen's indifference only made Zhou Li angrier. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, I said kneel. Didn't you hear me? Luo Qingqiu frowned and raised her voice. Zhou Li, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Zhou Li snorted, Qingqiu, stay out of this. You know my temper, I hate it when nobody's act cocky in front of me. I won't tolerate it. Yi Chen's eyes darkened. He had tried to avoid escalating things, but Zhou Li's endless provocations left him no choice. With a cold laugh, Yi Chen said, annoying. The atmosphere grew tense in an instant. Luo Qingqiu quickly shouted, Zhou Li, don't be impulsive. Someone's going to get hurt. Zhou Li sneered. What's this? Are you worried about him? Don't be. Even you know someone's going to get hurt, yet he doesn't seem to realize it. Luo Qingqiu was exasperated. No, you don't understand. I'm worried he'll beat you to death. What? Hearing this, Zhou Li felt as if his pride as a man had been crushed underfoot. His face twisted in fury, unable to contain the fire burning within. Zhou Li almost laughed out loud in anger. Him? Beaten to death by Yi Chen? This was the funniest joke he had ever heard. Squinting his eyes coldly, Zhou Li said, King Qiyu, you must be mistaken. Me? Beaten to death by him? Do you even know? I've been practicing taekwondo since I was a kid. I'm a black belt now. I can break a 3-meter plank with a single kick. I'm even the provincial taekwondo champion. And you think he could beat me? Isn't that the most absurd thing you've ever heard? Hearing Zhou Li's words, Luo Qingqiu was at a loss for words. A taekwondo black belt? To her, that was nothing but fancy moves with no real substance. She wanted to speak, but Zhou Li, growing impatient, turned his sharp gaze toward Yi Chen and said, You're dead! With that, Zhou Li spun twice on the spot and launched a flying kick straight at Yi Chen's face. Yi Chen took a step back, retreating 2 steps in quick succession, effortlessly dodging Zhou Li's kick. Zhou Li froze for a moment. He hadn't expected Yi Chen's movements to be so fast, allowing him to dodge his attack. Furious, he cursed, Damn it! Are you even a man? Stop dodging if you've got guts. Zhou Li launched another kick at Yi Chen. This time Yi Chen smiled faintly and said, All right. With that, Yi Chen stepped forward, reaching out with precision to grab Zhou Li's ankle. Then, he brought his knee up forcefully. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed instantly. Zhou Li staggered back a few steps before collapsing to the ground. The sharp, searing pain from his leg made him cry out in agony. He stared at Yi Chen in shock and disbelief. He was a taekwondo black belt. In his dojo, he could easily take on several opponents at once. But now? After just a single exchange, Yi Chen had broken his leg. Humiliation. Rage. Damn you. I'll kill you. Zhou Li's face turned ashen. Enduring the pain of his broken leg, he swung a punch at Yi Chen. But Yi Chen wasn't about to humor him. With a single kick, Yi Chen struck Zhou Li square in the stomach. Boom! Zhou Li's body flew backward, crashing heavily into the wall. Blood spewed from his mouth in a dark torrent. At this moment, Zhou Li felt nothing but shock and terror. He never imagined that his provincial taekwondo champion status would mean nothing against Yi Chen. He couldn't even get a single hit in. Humiliation. Utter humiliation. Yi Chen slowly walked toward Zhou Li, his voice cold and sharp. Weren't you so arrogant just now? How does it feel now? Clenching his teeth, Zhou Li spat. You dare hit me? You're finished. You've gotten yourself into big trouble. Yi Chen snorted. Oh really? Trouble is the least of my concerns. Now, get on your knees and apologize. Zhou Li froze, his heart filled with frustration. He was the young master of the Zhou family in the provincial capital. His pride would never allow him to kneel before anyone. Coldly, Zhou Li said, in your dreams. I'd rather die than kneel to you. Mark my words, my family will retaliate. The Zhou family's power in the provincial capital is beyond your imagination. Crushing you would be as easy as squashing an ant. Zhou Li thought that invoking the Zhou family's name would intimidate Yi Chen, but he underestimated Yi Chen's power. To Yi Chen, the Zhou family was nothing more than an insignificant pest not even worth mentioning. Taking a step forward, Yi Chen grabbed Zhou Li by the throat and lifted him off the ground. Zhou Li felt a wave of suffocation envelop his body. His eyes filled with terror. In the past, no matter whom he provoked, mentioning the Zhou family's name always made others back off. But now, Yi Chen wasn't just unafraid, he looked like he intended to kill him. Panic consumed Zhou Li, his voice hoarse as he choked out, I'm the young master of the Zhou family. You wouldn't dare kill me. Yi Chen's lips curled into a cruel smile as he tightened his grip. You can gamble on whether I dare or not. At this moment, Zhou Li was utterly terrified. Unable to breathe, he clawed desperately at Yi Chen's hand. Trembling, he stammered, Let me go. I'll apologize. Hearing this, Yi Chen flung Zhou Li to the ground like a piece of trash. Zhou Li scrambled to his knees, shaking with fear. Bowing his head repeatedly, he cried out, I was wrong. Please don't kill me. I'll kowtow. I'll apologize. Yi Chen stared down at Zhou Li coldly. Then, turning to Luo Qianqiu, he said, All right, if there's nothing else, I'll be going. Luo Qianqiu looked at Zhou Li helplessly. She had warned him not to provoke Yi Chen, but he refused to listen and even pushed things too far. Now, he had brought this humiliation upon himself, and she felt no sympathy for him. Nodding, she said, Yi Chen, let me walk you out. Without sparing Zhou Li another glance, Luo Qianqiu followed Yi Chen out of the villa. It wasn't until Yi Chen was completely gone that Zhou Li collapsed to the ground, feeling as though all the strength had been drained from his body. Cradling his broken leg, his eyes burned with hatred and resentment. Who was he? He was the young master of the Zhou family in the provincial capital. He held immense power and influence. In the provincial capital, people wouldn't even dare insult him behind his back. But now, his pride, his dignity, everything had been trampled underfoot by Yi Chen. This was something Zhou Li couldn't bear. Gritting his teeth, he raised his head, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Today's humiliation would remain seared in his memory. He growled through clenched teeth, Yi Chen, the shame you've caused me today, I'll repay it 100-fold, 1,000-fold. You don't understand the true power of the Zhou family. This grudge will not go unanswered. Meanwhile, outside the villa, Luo Qianqiu looked at Yi Chen with concern and said, Mr. Yi, today's events might cause trouble. Zhou Li is the young master of the Zhou family in the provincial capital, and their only heir. You broke his leg, he's bound to seek revenge. Yi Chen smiled faintly. Don't worry. If he has any brains, he'll stay out of my way. Otherwise, if I decide to kill him, even the Zhou family won't be able to protect him. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Luo Qianqiu was taken aback. She knew Yi Chen's identity was mysterious and powerful, so much so that even her grandfather treated him with respect. But she had always assumed Yi Chen's influence was limited to Yun City. She never imagined that even the Zhou family of the provincial capital was insignificant in his eyes. Watching Yi Chen leave, Luo Qianqiu felt a twinge of melancholy. Murmuring to herself, she said, Yi Chen, your identity is so mysterious and vast. Am I truly worthy of you? After parting ways with Luo Qianqiu, Yi Chen received an unexpected call from Mu Wangqing. He was momentarily stunned. Ever since their divorce, Mu Wangqing rarely called him. This was indeed unusual. Answering the call, Yi Chen asked calmly, What's the occasion? Why are you calling me? Do you need something? Mu Wangqing's voice came through the phone, saying, Where are you? I need to see you. Yi Chen chuckled faintly and replied, You're such a big-time CEO. Your time is precious. Why would you want to meet a small fry like me? Mu Wangqing's tone turned annoyed. Yi Chen, can you stop being so sarcastic? Yi Chen responded, Mu Wangqing, do you think the entire world revolves around you? When we were married, I indulged you, spoiled you, and protected you. But now that we're divorced, what obligation do I have to show up whenever you call? If you want to see me, fine, you come to me. Mu Wangqing was silent for a long time before speaking again, her tone slightly somber. Fine. Where are you? I'll come find you. Yi Chen glanced around and spotted a cafe nearby. Xinhong Road, Time Cafe. I'll wait for you for 20 minutes. With that, Yi Chen hung up. Hearing the beeping tone on the other end of the line, Mu Wangqing felt an inexplicable heaviness in her chest. She remembered how Yi Chen had once been entirely devoted to her, fulfilling her every whim. But now, even meeting him seemed so difficult. Taking a deep breath, Mu Wangqing straightened the papers on her desk, left her office, and drove to the address Yi Chen had given her. Not long after, Mu Wangqing arrived at Time Cafe and spotted Yi Chen inside. On the table were 2 cups of coffee. She sat down and glanced at the cup in front of her. It was a cappuccino, her favorite. Her heart wavered slightly. He still remembered her preferences. This realization stirred a faint sadness in her. However, she quickly concealed these feelings. Mu Wangqing had always considered herself a proud and elegant woman. Even though part of her regretted their impulsive divorce, she wasn't one to admit fault easily. In her mind, Yi Chen's lack of ambition had always been the root of their problems. Yi Chen tapped his fingers lightly on the table and asked, "All right, what do you want?" Mu Wangqing took a sip of her coffee before speaking. "It's Grandma's birthday in a few days. We're planning a banquet for her. You need to attend." Yi Chen let out a wry laugh. "Mu Wangqing, we're divorced. I don't think I have the right or obligation to attend your grandmother's birthday banquet." Mu Wangqing replied, "Grandma doesn't know about our divorce. She's old now. She doesn't need to bear the burden of our issues." Yi Chen's expression grew cold. "She'll have to find out eventually. Why not tell her now? Bring along your Mr. Lai too. Who knows? Maybe she'll like him even more." Mu Wangqing glared at Yi Chen, her voice sharp with anger. "Yi Chen, can't you take anything seriously? I've told you before, nothing ever happened between me and Li Qiang. We're just friends. Is it a crime for him to pursue me?" Yi Chen snorted. "Why would a man play the lapdog? It's because the woman gave him hope." Mu Wangqing began, her voice rising, but she quickly caught herself. Taking a deep breath, she calmed down and said, "Fine, Yi Chen. I don't want to argue about this. From the moment you entered the Mu family, you should know how Grandma treated you. She's 80 years old now, and there's no telling how many years she has left. She always treated you like her own grandson, often favoring you over my younger brother. If you don't want to attend the banquet, then forget it. Just pretend I never asked." With that, Mu Wangqing stood to leave. Yi Chen remained silent, his head lowered. Truthfully, if there was anyone in the Mu family that he cared about, it was Grandma and perhaps Mu Qingshu. 3 years ago, when Yi Chen married Mu Wangqing, Grandma had been nothing but kind to him, genuinely kind. She always thought of him first, even giving him things she wouldn't give to her biological grandchildren. Whenever Yi Chen and Mu Wangqing quarreled, Grandma would scold Mu Wangqing while standing firmly on Yi Chen's side. Mu Wangqing often grumbled, saying that Yi Chen was more like Grandma's real grandson. In the past, Yi Chen would visit Grandma every month without fail. But after the divorce, he hadn't visited once. He didn't know how to face her now. Grandma, on the other hand, frequently called him, asking why he hadn't visited. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen finally spoke. "Wait." Mu Wangqing turned back. "What is it?" Yi Chen said. "Fine. I'll attend Grandma's banquet, and we won't tell her about the divorce. But let me be clear, this is for Grandma." Mu Wangqing nodded nonchalantly. "All right. In that case, come with me now." Yi Chen frowned. "Where to?" "To pick out a gift for Grandma, of course. Or were you planning to show up empty-handed?" She replied. "I'll buy my own gift," Yi Chen said coldly. Mu Wangqing sighed inwardly at his distant tone. Taking out a bank card, she placed it on the table. "There's 200,000 yuan on this card. Make sure you get something nice so Grandma won't lose face." With that, she turned and walked away. Looking at the card on the table, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of irony. Picking it up, he left the cafe. Though they were divorced, Yi Chen had no intention of attending events for Mu Wangqing's parents. But Grandma was different. Over the past 3 years, her kindness had left a deep impression on Yi Chen. He couldn't bear the thought of upsetting her, especially at her age. After leaving the cafe, Yi Chen began considering a suitable gift for Grandma. He knew she had a particular fondness for jade. Years ago, during a financial crisis in the Mu family, Grandma had sold off her cherished jade collection to help pay off debts. Even when Mu Wangqing later wanted to buy her new jade pieces, Grandma refused, always saying, "I'm too old for such things." Yi Chen respected her deeply, viewing her as a true grandmother figure. Regardless of his relationship with Mu Wangqing, he didn't want this kind woman to suffer. After some thought, Yi Chen took out his phone and dialed a number. The phone call was for Mu Qingshu. Originally, Yi Chen wanted to invite her to choose a gift together, but it turned out that she was out negotiating a business deal with someone else. Left with no other choice, Yi Chen had to go to the jade market alone. In the southwestern part of Yun City, there is a large jade market, offering a wide variety of jade products for sale. Jade is a general term. For instance, the king of jade is jadeite, but there are many other types such as Haitian jade, juyu, and jasper. As the ancient saying goes, the beauty of stone makes it jade. When Yi Chen arrived at the southwestern jade market, the place was bustling with people. Many jade enthusiasts flocked here, not just for quality jade but also for the chance to strike it lucky. Especially with stone gambling. This particular aspect of the market attracted countless stone gambling enthusiasts. Stone gambling involves the trade of raw jadeite stones. When jadeite is mined, it is covered by a layer of weathered skin, making it impossible to determine the quality of the jade inside. A single piece of raw jadeite could turn out to be worthless, or could reveal top-grade jade that brings instant wealth. This excitement draws people in droves, eager to try their luck at stone gambling. There's even a saying in the trade: one cut to poverty, one cut to wealth, and one cut to a life of rags. It means that a single cut in stone gambling could lead to total financial ruin, extraordinary wealth, or a life reduced to shambles. Some individuals, unable to handle the extreme highs and lows, have even taken their own lives. Yi Chen entered the jade market and approached one of the stalls. Seeing a customer, the shopkeeper enthusiastically greeted him, saying, "Brother, come take a look. The quality of our jade is excellent." Yi Chen casually picked out a few pieces, and indeed, their quality was good. However, they were all ordinary jade pieces. He asked, "Do you have anything better?" The shopkeeper smiled and said, "Ah, I can see you're an expert. Look at this piece, top-notch glassy ice jade. Only 188,000 yuan. It's a guaranteed bargain." Yi Chen shrugged and said, "Not good enough." The shopkeeper was taken aback but continued, "How about this piece? White jade, 800,000 yuan. This is already a high-quality jade." Yi Chen picked up the white jade and examined it. It was indeed smooth and lustrous, but he still shook his head, saying, "Anything even better?" The shopkeeper slapped his thigh and said, "You've got quite the eye, brother. Come with me." He led Yi Chen to the back of the stall and carefully pulled out a safe. After entering the password and opening it, he said, "Boss, this is premium emerald jade, priced at 8.8 million yuan. This is undoubtedly the best jade in the entire southwestern market. You won't find another like it anywhere else." Seeing the emerald jade, Yi Chen's eyes lit up. It was indeed a fine piece. Its color and texture were exquisite. His grandmother would definitely love it. Yi Chen said, "This jade is good, but unfortunately, it's too small." This remark displeased the shopkeeper, who said, "Brother, are you here to mess around? How big do you expect jade of this quality to be? If you want something larger, you'll have to try stone gambling." "You're hilarious." Just as Yi Chen was about to respond, a voice called out from behind him, sounding pleasantly surprised. "Yi Chen?" Yi Chen turned around and saw that it was none other than his old classmate, Zhou Ya. He hadn't expected to run into her here, so he smiled and said, "Zhou Ya, what a coincidence." Zhou Ya asked, "Yeah. Yi Chen, are you here to buy jade?" Yi Chen nodded. "Yes, but I haven't found anything satisfactory yet. I might go check out the stone gambling section." Zhou Ya giggled and said, "That's normal. It's really hard to find good quality jade at reasonable prices. Let me introduce you to someone." Zhou Ya wasn't alone. She was accompanied by a man. When he saw Yi Chen, a trace of hostility flickered in his eyes. However, Zhou Ya didn't notice and cheerfully said, "This is my university classmate, Lu Fei. He's an expert in stone gambling." "Lu Fei, this is my high school classmate, Yi Chen." Yi Chen smiled politely and extended his hand. "Nice to meet you." Lu Fei shook his hand, a faint smirk on his face. "I just heard you were interested in stone gambling? Brother Yi, are you experienced in this field?" Yi Chen shrugged. "Not really. I've never tried it before. I just couldn't find the jade I wanted, so I thought I'd try my luck." Hearing this, a trace of arrogance flashed in Lu Fei's eyes. He said, "Stone gambling isn't about luck. Many people have gambled away their entire fortunes. It requires expertise and tools. Without any prior experience, you could lose everything." Yi Chen smiled. "Thanks for the advice. I'll be careful." With that, Yi Chen was about to head to the stone gambling section alone, but Zhou Ya quickly grabbed his arm and said, "Yi Chen, since we ran into each other, let's go together. Lu Fei is great at stone gambling. He can help you make the right choice." Lu Fei, seeing Zhou Ya's gesture, was visibly displeased. A dark look crossed his face. Although Zhou Ya wasn't as stunning as Mu Wangqing and her sister, she was still a beauty by any standard, with a BMW and an excellent career. Lu Fei had been pursuing Zhou Ya for some time and was confident he could win her over. After all, he wasn't lacking in qualifications either. With years of experience in stone gambling, he had unearthed some top-quality jade and achieved financial freedom. Suppressing his anger, Lu Fei forced a smile and said, "Sure, I'll guide you for free as a favor to Zhou Ya. Usually my expertise comes with a 5-figure fee. You should know, I'm one of the top stone gambling experts in the southwestern jade market. Everyone here knows the name Lu Fei." Yi Chen could sense Lu Fei's hostility but didn't want to create unnecessary conflict. Since Zhou Ya had insisted, he nodded and said, "All right, let's take a look together." Soon, the three of them arrived at the stone gambling market. Lu Fei picked up a raw stone and arrogantly said, "You see, stone gambling is a profound skill. There's glassy jade, icy jade, and waxy jade, each with its own characteristics. Identifying a stone with jade inside is extremely difficult. Even I have to rely on probability." Zhou Ya asked curiously, "Lu Fei, what's the most valuable jade you've ever unearthed?" Lu Fei proudly replied, "Not to brag, but my best find was a piece of top-quality jade that sold for 10 million yuan. Zhou Ya was shocked. 10 million yuan? That's incredible. After all, 10 million was no small sum. Seeing Zhou Ya's astonishment, Lu Fei felt immensely satisfied. Although his claim was somewhat exaggerated, it wasn't entirely false. However, when he glanced at Yi Chen's expression, Liu Fei's brow furrowed. The guy wasn't impressed in the slightest. His face remained completely indifferent. A trace of malice flickered in Lu Fei's eyes. He thought to himself, "Just wait. I'll make sure you regret this." Zhou Ya didn't notice Lu Fei's grim expression and pulled Yi Chen along, saying, "Let's go to the largest stone gambling stall. It's Wanbao Pavilion just ahead." Lu Fei suppressed his anger, concealing it behind a broad smile. He continued, putting on an air of expertise, and said, "That's right, when it comes to stone gambling, you must go to the bigger stalls. If you go to smaller ones, you'll likely get scammed. At Wanbao Pavilion, they have a larger selection of raw stones, and the chances of finding high-quality jade are much higher." Before long, the three of them arrived in front of Wanbao Pavilion. One couldn't help but notice the difference. Compared to the small, cramped stalls, Wanbao Pavilion was enormous. It appeared to have combined several shops into one spacious venue. Inside, the setup was simple, with various raw stones displayed everywhere, each marked with a price. Yi Chen was a bit amazed and said, "I didn't expect so many people to be into stone gambling." Upon hearing this, a hint of disdain flashed in Lu Fei's eyes as he chuckled lightly. "Of course. But most of these people are just here for the excitement. Truly mastering stone gambling isn't easy. The first and most crucial thing is financial strength. To put it bluntly, just buying raw stones already filters out most people with shallow pockets. For those who can only afford leftovers, their chances of striking gold are slim. The raw stones that have even a slight chance of yielding top-quality jade are very expensive." Zhou Ya nodded in agreement. "That's true. But for Yi Chen, this should be a small matter." Zhou Ya admired Yi Chen immensely, having witnessed his capabilities before. Although she didn't know his true identity, she believed that for him, buying raw stones was as effortless as playing a game. She was simply stating her honest thoughts. However, Lu Fei heard it differently. Originally, he had gone through great lengths to invite Zhou Ya out, hoping to impress her. Yet with Yi Chen's arrival, all of Zhou Ya's attention seemed focused solely on him. Lu Fei, on the other hand, felt like a complete third wheel. He snorted lightly and said, "Having money is just the bare minimum. You haven't seen it, but there have been wealthy businessmen, worth tens of millions, who got addicted to stone gambling and ended up jumping off buildings. Yi Chen, I'd advise you not to try it. If you can't handle the pressure and end up taking a leap, it's definitely not worth it." Zhou Ya frowned and said, "Lu Fei, what nonsense are you spouting?" Lu Fei snorted again and said, "I'm just being honest. He's never gambled on stones before, and doesn't have a shred of professional knowledge. I'm offering him kind advice. Is that wrong?" Yi Chen shot a cold glance at Lu Fei and said icily, "I don't need your advice. Stone gambling is a piece of cake for me. If you don't want to be here, you can leave. If you want to stay, then keep your mouth shut." Hearing this, Lu Fei's face darkened in anger. He sneered, "Hey kid, let me tell you something. Without my help you won't get anything worthwhile. Do you believe that?" Yi Chen was speechless. If not for running into Zhou Ya, Lu Fei wouldn't even qualify to talk to him. With a faint smile, Yi Chen said, "Is that so? The only reason I'm even acknowledging you is because you're Zhou Ye's friend. As for your so-called stone gambling skills, in my eyes they're nothing special. Not only will I gamble on stones, but I'll also uncover the best jade possible. So, can you shut up now?" Hearing this, Lu Fei burst out laughing. He looked at Yi Chen as if he were a fool, his arrogance tinged with undisguised contempt. Over the years, Lu Fei had achieved financial freedom through his expertise in stone gambling. In this circle, people addressed him as Brother Fei with utmost respect. Many even knelt before him, begging for his guidance. But now Yi Chen had the audacity to call him nothing special. It was utterly ridiculous. Lu Fei had never encountered someone as clueless as Yi Chen. He had been deliberately picking a fight, irritated by Zhou Ye's closeness with Yi Chen. Naturally, he saw Yi Chen as an enemy. Snorting coldly, Lu Fei said, "You call me nothing special? Fine, fine. In all my years in the stone gambling world, no one has ever dared to say that about me, Lu Fei. I was giving you face earlier, but now I think a loser like you isn't even worth my time. Zhou Ye, let's go." He reached out to pull Zhou Ye away. But Zhou Ye stood her ground, not moving an inch. She and Lu Fei were merely friends, and she had never liked him. Moreover, it was Lu Fei who kept provoking Yi Chen. Zhou Ye was starting to feel annoyed. She said, "Lu Fei, Yi Chen is my friend. I wanted you to help him, but why do you keep stirring up trouble?" Lu Fei, seeing that Zhou Ye refused to leave, became furious and shouted, "Why should I help him? Who does he think he is? Guys like him aren't even qualified to be my friends. Zhou Ye, let me tell you, if it weren't for your sake, I'd beat the crap out of trash like him the moment I saw him." Now Zhou Ye was angry too. She retorted, "In that case, just leave. We don't need your help." Lu Fei was fuming inside. He had pursued Zhou Ye for so long, assuming that although she hadn't accepted him, she at least held some affection for him. But now, just because of Yi Chen's presence, Zhou Ye was willing to cut ties with him. His pride as a man felt utterly trampled. Seeing Zhou Ye's anger, Lu Fei dared not provoke her further. Narrowing his eyes, he glared at Yi Chen and said, "Kid, all you do is hide behind women and let them defend you?" Yi Chen found this amusing. He replied, "First of all, we just ran into each other by chance. Second, I've never needed anyone to stand up for me because it's unnecessary. And finally, what do you want to do? If you want to fight, I'd advise against making a fool of yourself." Hearing this, Lu Fei was on the verge of exploding. He really wanted to punch Yi Chen right then and there. However, Lu Fei also knew that if he did, he'd completely lose any chance with Zhou Ye. The only way to win her back now was to thoroughly humiliate Yi Chen in every possible way. Yi Chen wasn't very arrogant, was he? Didn't he think Lu Fei's stone gambling skills were subpar? Perfect. He'd just beat Yi Chen at his own game, show him who was boss, and crush him with public humiliation. That way Yi Chen's image would crumble in Zhou Ye's eyes. With this plan in mind, Lu Fei suppressed his anger and said, "Kid, aren't you full of yourself? Think my stone gambling skills are inferior? Fine, let's compete. Do you dare?" Yi Chen replied indifferently, "Not interested." Lu Fei froze. He hadn't expected such a direct rejection. Frustrated, he blurted out, "What the hell? Are you even a man? Are you scared? If you're afraid, just kneel down and beg me. Maybe I'll teach you a thing or two about stone gambling. A coward like you." Yi Chen's eyebrows furrowed slightly, and a faint sneer appeared on his lips. "Are you trying to provoke me?" "That's right, I'm provoking you. So what?" Lu Fei snorted coldly and added, "If you're a real man, compete with me. I can put down 10 million as a bet, can you? Do you even have that much money, you worthless piece of trash?" Zhou Ye became anxious immediately. She knew Lu Fei was highly skilled in stone gambling, while Yi Chen had never even touched this field before. Such a match would be completely unfair. She quickly tried to persuade Yi Chen, saying, "Yi Chen, don't fall for it. Stone gambling isn't that easy. If you agree, you'll just be walking into his trap." Hearing this, Lu Fei sneered and mocked Yi Chen, "Are you telling me you, as a man, can't even make decisions for yourself? Do you have to listen to a woman for everything?" Zhou Ye was furious and snapped, "Lu Fei, what's that supposed to mean? I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Even if you win, so what? Bullying a beginner like Yi Chen is hardly honorable, don't you get that?" Lu Fei, full of disdain, replied, "Don't kid yourself. He just called me second-rate, didn't he? Let's be real, this guy is just a freeloader with no real ability. I've stepped all over him, and he doesn't even have the guts to fight back. Zhou Ye, is this the kind of coward you're into?" Zhou Ye was so angry she pointed a trembling finger at Lu Fei, but no words came out. Yi Chen's brows furrowed slightly. Initially, he had no intention of paying Lu Fei any mind, but the man's relentless provocations had exhausted his patience. Fine. If that's the case, it's time to teach him a lesson he won't forget. Yi Chen calmly asked, "All right, you've successfully provoked me. What are we betting on?" Lu Fei smirked and said, "Of course we'll bet on stone gambling. We'll each choose 10 raw stones worth a total of no more than 1 million yuan. Once they're cut open, whoever stones gain the most value wins. The loser pays the winner 10 million yuan. How about it?" Yi Chen shook his head. "Not interested." Lu Fei looked at Yi Chen with contempt and sneered, "Why? Don't have the money, you loser?" Yi Chen's eyes narrowed as he replied, 10 million? That's too little. Let's make it 1 billion yuan and throw in a leg. The loser pays 1 billion yuan and gets one leg broken. How about that? Do you dare? What? Lu Fei was utterly stunned. 1 billion yuan? And a leg on top of that? The stakes were insanely high. Although Lu Fei had made a lot of money through stone gambling over the years, his total assets barely exceeded 1 billion yuan. But soon, an overwhelming sense of excitement surged through Lu Fei. After all, he was a stone gambling expert. In the entire jade market, the only people who could beat him were seasoned veterans. And who was Yi Chen? A complete novice. He'd never gambled on stones before. Even if he picked 100 raw stones, he'd be lucky to find a single piece of green jade. In this market, with its thousands of raw stones priced from high to low, most were worthless rocks. Finding a valuable piece of jade was like finding a needle in a haystack. Pure luck wouldn't cut it. Almost everyone who relied on it ended up losing miserably. This was a hard lesson learned by countless gamblers. To Lu Fei, Yi Chen was practically handing him money, not just money, but a chance to break his leg and humiliate him thoroughly. Winning would net him 1 billion yuan and a sense of satisfaction. How could he possibly refuse such an offer? Zhou Ya, however, was growing more and more anxious. She knew Yi Chen was wealthy, but 1 billion yuan was no small amount. She tried to dissuade him, saying, "Yi Chen, please let it go. It's not worth it." Yi Chen smiled faintly and said, "You should be trying to talk him out of it. After all, life as a cripple won't be easy for him." Hearing this, Lu Fei burst out laughing mockingly. "Ha ha ha, I'll return those words to you. It's rare for someone to hand me money on a silver platter. I accept your terms. Let's begin, shall we?" Yi Chen shrugged indifferently. "Sure." Fearing Yi Chen might back out, Lu Fei quickly said, "The owner of Wanbao Pavilion is a billionaire and a well-known figure around here. Let's have him act as the mediator. We'll each transfer 1 billion yuan to him for verification and as a guarantee." Yi Chen nodded. "Works for me." Lu Fei, squinting his eyes, turned to fetch the owner of Wanbao Pavilion. Such high-stakes bets in stone gambling weren't uncommon, so the owner readily agreed. The owner, Zhang Yu, was a tall, thin man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. He exuded an air of cultured elegance. After sizing up both Lu Fei and Yi Chen, he said, "The rules are clear to both of you, so I won't repeat them. Now, each of you needs to transfer 1 billion yuan to the account I specify." Lu Fei immediately began making calls to gather the money. His total assets were only around 70 million yuan, but with his reputation in the jade market and the high interest rates he promised, he managed to borrow an additional 20 million yuan quickly. For the last 10 million yuan, he resorted to a high-interest loan. Finally, he scraped together 1 billion yuan and transferred it to Zhang Yu. Seeing Yi Chen still standing idly by, Lu Fei snapped, "Why aren't you getting your funds together?" Yi Chen nonchalantly pulled out a card and said with a smile, "Get funds? No need. I'll transfer it directly." Yes. Both Lu Fei and Zhang Yu involuntarily drew a sharp breath. Watching Yi Chen's calm demeanor, they couldn't help but think, this guy is seriously rich. But the wealthier Yi Chen appeared, the more excited Lu Fei became. He never doubted he'd win. He was already imagining the billion yuan as his. In fact, Lu Fei even regretted not raising the stakes higher earlier. Meanwhile, the commotion quickly attracted the attention of nearby onlookers, who gathered to watch the spectacle. "Did you hear? There's a huge bet going down over there. Big money's involved. 1 billion yuan. Damn, these guys are loaded. Stone gambling really is a game for the rich. Who's competing? Must be some big shots. It's Lu Fei, the famous stone gambling expert. He's up against someone new. Rumor has it the guy insulted Lu Fei's skills and even tried to steal his girl. No way. Challenging Lu Fei in stone gambling? That's just suicide. Even if Lu Fei picked stones blindfolded, he wouldn't lose to some rookie like Yi Chen." The crowd buzzed with speculation. Lu Fei's reputation as a stone gambling expert was well known, with many high-value finds under his belt. In contrast, Yi Chen was a complete newcomer, and no one believed he stood a chance. Lu Fei, seeing that the stakes were set, pulled out his professional equipment and shot Yi Chen a contemptuous look. "Kid, There's a set of tools for selecting raw stones over there at the counter. Go pick your stones, I'll cover the cost. But whether you know how to use them is up to you. Lu Fei sneered at Yi Chen before picking up his tools and starting to select raw stones. Lu Fei's equipment was top-notch. A high-intensity flashlight, the most essential tool for stone appraisal, was used first to check the color and detect impurities under the light. Other tools, such as stone cleaning tools, were also meticulously prepared. Selecting raw stones that could yield high-value jade wasn't easy. The onlookers naturally turned their attention to Lu Fei. As a well-known figure in the stone gambling world, many hoped to pick up a few tricks from him. Impressive. That gear alone must have cost a fortune, right? No doubt about it. Lu Fei is bound to win. Of course. In this industry, apart from a few old masters, no one can surpass Lu Fei. $1 billion yuan. I'm so envious. Someone's just handing money to Lu Fei. I feel like becoming his disciple. The crowd's admiration for Lu Fei was palpable. In this world, real skill did indeed make earning money look easy, especially with foolish people around every year. But then they turned their eyes to Yi Chen, curious to see what the challenger of Lu Fei's caliber was capable of. And what they saw left them utterly stunned. Instead of selecting stones like Lu Fei, Yi Chen had casually found a place to sit and was chatting leisurely with Zhou Ya. For a moment, everyone was dumbfounded. What the hell? What is this guy doing? Stone selection has a time limit, yet this guy isn't choosing stones, he's flirting instead? Are my eyes deceiving me? Crazy. This is a $1 billion yuan bet. Even if you're rich, you can't just throw money away like this. He probably knows he's going to lose, so he's just giving up. The crowd watched Yi Chen with a mixture of disbelief and pity, lamenting how they'd never come across such an easy mark themselves. At this point, anyone could beat Yi Chen, let alone Lu Fei. This was shaping up to be a crushing defeat. Zhou Ya was equally anxious. She knew Yi Chen's identity was no ordinary one, and he likely had plenty of money. But throwing it away like this was entirely different. What's more, if Yi Chen lost, it wasn't just $1 billion yuan, he'd lose a leg too. She hurriedly tried to reason with him. Yi Chen, why aren't you picking stones yet? There's not much time left. Lu Fei has already picked 7. Yi Chen smiled faintly and said, no rush. Let him pick first. The outcome is already decided. Zhou Ye was puzzled. What outcome? Yi Chen chuckled. That he'll lose, of course. Hearing this, the onlookers nearly burst out laughing. They all assumed Yi Chen was just being stubborn and couldn't admit defeat. At this stage, how could he still dream of winning? Lu Fei, of course, noticed Yi Chen's antics. Seeing him sitting idly, his contempt deepened. He was convinced this time he had no chance of losing. With a cold glint in his eyes, Lu Fei muttered to himself, go ahead, act tough for now. Soon enough, you'll understand what despair feels like. Suppressing his simmering anger, Lu Fei continued selecting stones. For any stone gambling expert, no matter how skilled, it was impossible to hit the mark every single time. Successful gamblers relied on probability. For example, buying 10 raw stones at once, with a 30% chance of yielding green jade, was enough to ensure profit. If they happened to uncover a top-quality jade piece, it would mean guaranteed earnings. But even that 30% chance was enough to shut out most people from the game. Time ticked by, and with 5 minutes left on the clock, Lu Fei had selected his 10 stones. Holding the numbers in hand, he turned to look at Yi Chen. What's this? Planning to forfeit? He asked, puzzled. Yi Chen smiled. Why would I forfeit? Lu Fei sneered. There are only 5 minutes left to choose your stones, and you haven't picked a single one. If this isn't forfeiting, what is it? Yi Chen replied, I'll pick now. Lu Fei burst out laughing. Now? You think you have time? You've already lost. What a joke. Do you seriously think you can pick a few random rocks and beat me? You must still be dreaming in broad daylight. The crowd erupted in laughter. To them, Yi Chen's behavior was amateurish. Even for seasoned experts, selecting raw stones required careful and repeated inspection. Finding green jade without due diligence was nearly impossible. But Yi Chen wanted to pick 10 stones in 5 minutes. That was pure luck, nothing more. Lu Fei continued his taunts. Why don't you go back to wherever you came from? Hoping to rely on luck to beat me? You must be dreaming. Yi Chen ignored him and walked straight into the selection area. Without even looking closely, he quickly picked 10 stones, jotting down their numbers as he went. Done, Yi Chen said, turning back with a faint smile. What? Done? Everyone was utterly stunned. This was completely absurd. It took Yi Chen less than a minute to pick his stones. Essentially, he was relying entirely on luck, randomly selecting 10 pieces. What the hell? Even if you planned to lose, you didn't have to make it so obvious. While stone gambling did have an element of thrill, it was ultimately a field that required skill to turn a profit. This guy. Is he insane? He's not even trying to hide the fact that he's giving up. I've seen gamblers relying on luck before, and none of them ever escape total ruin. Sigh. This guy is doomed. The crowd looked at Yi Chen with disappointment, having completely written off any chance of him winning. Even Zhou Yao was at a loss, unable to understand his actions. She was growing increasingly anxious. Liu Fei was, technically speaking, someone she had brought along. If Yi Chen lost and ended up with a broken leg, there'd be no way to salvage the situation. Unfortunately, no matter how worried Zhou Yao was, she couldn't change Yi Chen's mind. She could only sit there helplessly, waiting for the outcome. Liu Fei, relishing the moment, walked up to Yi Chen with a gloating smile. Seriously? I thought you might actually be capable, but you're just picking stones at random and expecting to win? What a joke! Yi Chen shrugged. We'll see soon enough. Liu Fei smirked coldly. Fine. Who goes first, you or me? Yi Chen replied indifferently, doesn't matter. Whatever makes you happy. A sinister grin spread across Liu Fei's face. Alright then, let's start with mine. Don't worry, kid. I'll make sure you lose convincingly, and don't even think about backing out. I'm not just taking your billion yuan, I'm breaking your leg to show you that messing with me is a mistake you'll never forget. The crowd burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, this is killing me. Did Yi Chen get his brain stuck in a door or something? Does he really think he can win? Picking 10 raw stones at random, he's probably not going to uncover a single jade. Just wait, he's doomed. Poor guy. Not only is he going to lose a billion, but he's also going to lose a leg. Sigh, all because of a woman. With a billion yuan, he could have done anything else worthwhile. At this moment, Zhang Yu, the owner of Wanbao Pavilion and the mediator, stepped forward and looked at Yi Chen and Liu Fei. He asked, all right, are you both ready? Final confirmation, have you chosen your stones? If so, we'll start cutting them. Both Liu Fei and Yi Chen nodded and said, we're ready. Zhang Yu began the verification process to finalize the betting arrangements. Alright, Liu Fei has selected 10 raw stones with a total value of 1 million yuan. Yi Chen's 10 raw stones have a total value of 400,000 yuan. Hearing this, the crowd was once again stunned. Everyone knew that the most reliable way to uncover jade was to select more expensive raw stones. After all, every raw stone in the market had already been pre-screened by the sellers. The higher-priced ones typically had a higher chance of containing jade. Yet Yi Chen had only spent 400,000 yuan, compared to Liu Fei's 1 million. This guy really had no concept of stone gambling. Soon the stone-cutting master took Liu Fei's raw stones and began the process. The water-cooled cutting machine roared to life, its noise echoing across the hall. The crowd fell silent, their eyes glued to Liu Fei's stones. After the first stone was cut, the master announced, the first stone. No gain. The crowd sighed. No one had expected Liu Fei's first stone to fail. Liu Fei's face stiffened, but he forced a smile. It's just the first stone. No one can guarantee a hit every time in stone gambling. I'm confident the next one will yield results. And sure enough, as the second stone was being cut, the master shouted, it's a gain. A big one. Everyone turned to look. Sure enough, a streak of green light emerged. Glassy ice jade, valued at 300,000 yuan. Hiss. The crowd collectively drew a sharp breath. Liu Fei's skill was impressive. His second stone had already yielded a jade worth 300,000 yuan. To put it in perspective, Liu Fei had invested 1 million yuan in total. With this one stone, he had already recovered 30% of his investment. Incredible. As expected of Brother Fei. Amazing. I'm so jealous. If I had this level of skill, I'd be unstoppable. The crowd was full of admiration. Liu Fei's confidence was evident as a faint smile appeared on his lips. He had absolute faith in his stone gambling skills. While he couldn't guarantee hitting green every time, he was confident in doubling his investment. The stone cutting master continued cutting the rest of Liu Fei's stones. Gain. White jade, valued at 200,000 yuan. No gain. No gain. No gain. With several consecutive losses, the atmosphere became tense. Liu Fei was down to his final stone, having uncovered only 2 jade pieces worth a total of 500,000 yuan. If the last stone failed to yield results, Lu Fei would face a net loss of 500,000 yuan, putting him at a significant disadvantage. Finally, the last stone was cut. As the master's voice rang out, the crowd collectively exhaled in relief. Big gain. Top-grade wax jade, valued at 2 million yuan. Wow! The crowd erupted in astonishment. A massive gain. Stone gambling was truly thrilling. Just when it seemed like Lu Fei was going to suffer a major loss, his final stone turned the tables, earning him a huge profit. After deducting his 1 million yuan investment, Lu Fei walked away with a net gain of 1.5 million yuan. The crowd was envious. Even Lu Fei sighed in relief, his heart pounding with excitement. Victory was assured. Turning to Yi Chen, Lu Fei smirked and said, "Kid, did you see that? 10 stones and I netted 1.5 million yuan, now it's your turn. Do you really think you can beat me? I told you before, don't go up against me in stone gambling, or I'll make you regret it so much you'll doubt your very existence." Yi Chen shrugged and smiled. "Oh? A mere 1.5 million? Do you think that's impressive? Ha ha ha, you're still running your mouth," Lu Fei sneered. "A piece of trash like you doesn't even understand stone gambling. You're about to learn what it means to lose everything." Ignoring Lu Fei, Yi Chen handed his stones to the cutting master. The master glanced at Yi Chen, shook his head, and sighed. Most people believed Yi Chen had no chance of winning. Quietly, the master said, "Young man, you should apologize to Lu Fei and call off this bet. Losing money is a small matter, but if you end up crippled, it'll ruin the rest of your life." Yi Chen smiled faintly. "Thank you for your concern, but don't worry. Go ahead and start cutting." Seeing Yi Chen's determination, the master stopped trying to persuade him and began cutting the first stone. Initially, the master didn't believe there was any chance of finding jade in Yi Chen's stones. The crowd was eagerly waiting to mock him. However, as the first cut was made, a flash of green appeared. The master froze in shock before shouting, "Gain!" What? The very first cut revealed a gain? What was happening? Could this guy really be so lucky? Even Lu Fei's expression darkened, and he muttered through gritted teeth, "Dumb luck. Just dumb luck. So what if the first one's a gain? Luck can't replace skill." But before Lu Fei could finish his thought, the master's next words hit him like a slap across the face. Big gain. Top-grade glassy ice jade, valued at 7 million yuan. What? It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. Everyone thought they had misheard. Yi Chen's first stone had yielded a top-grade jade worth 7 million yuan? 7 million? The crowd was utterly dumbfounded. Especially Lu Fei, his mind went blank. He had been so sure of his victory, confident that his 1.5 million yuan profit would make him the star of the show. But now, Yi Chen, a so-called novice who had picked his stones randomly, had uncovered a jade worth 7 million yuan from his very first stone. In other words, even if Yi Chen didn't cut the rest of his stones, he had already completely crushed Lu Fei. For a moment, Lu Fei's legs gave out, and he collapsed to the floor, his mind blank. How could this happen? 1 billion yuan. He was about to lose 1 billion yuan? And his leg as well. Even worse, out of that billion, 30 million yuan was borrowed money, including high-interest loans. If he lost this money, the loan sharks wouldn't just cripple him, they'd take his life. How could this happen? No matter how hard Lu Fei tried, he couldn't make sense of it. His face was blank, and an overwhelming fear consumed him. At this moment, the entire hall fell silent. Initially, everyone was certain that Lu Fei was destined to win. With just 10 raw stones, he had already earned a net profit of 1.5 million yuan, a remarkable result that all but secured his victory. But who could have expected that Yi Chen's very first raw stone would yield a massive 7 million yuan profit, completely crushing Lu Fei? What was even more astonishing was that the raw stones Yi Chen had chosen weren't expensive, costing less than 30,000 yuan each. A 30,000 yuan investment yielding a 7 million yuan return, hundreds of times in profit. This was enough to drive anyone mad with envy. For a moment, everyone's minds were reeling. Wasn't Yi Chen supposed to be a stone gambling novice? They had seen him randomly select 10 stones without any apparent thought or strategy. How could his luck be this extraordinary? At this point, Zhou Ya was just as stunned. She had been genuinely worried about Yi Chen losing, knowing Lu Fei's prowess in stone gambling. But she could never have imagined that Yi Chen wouldn't just win, he would win so decisively. Yi Chen walked slowly over to Lu Fei and said in a calm tone, "So? Do you still want to continue?" Lu Fei's eyes were filled with fear as he stared at Yi Chen. "You? How could you win? You're just relying on luck. How could someone like you beat me?" Yi Chen scoffed and said indifferently, "Facts speak louder than words. Since you gambled, you should honor the terms. Transfer 1 billion yuan to me, and don't forget break one of your legs as well." Lu Fei swallowed hard. At this point, if he had sincerely admitted defeat and begged Yi Chen for mercy, perhaps Yi Chen might have spared him. Even Zhou Ya, feeling some pity, walked over and said, "Lu Fei, why don't you apologize to Yi Chen? I'll speak to him on your behalf and ask him to let you go. He should give me that much respect." She truly wanted to help Lu Fei out of this situation. However, Lu Fei took her words as a humiliation. Suppressing his fear, he let his anger consume him. To him, Zhou Ya's suggestion was a slap in the face. Completely blinded by rage, Lu Fei gritted his teeth, glared at Yi Chen, and said, "I refuse to accept this. You only won because of sheer luck. Let's gamble again. I don't believe your luck will hold out." Yi Chen glanced at him disdainfully and said, "You've already lost everything. That 1 billion yuan is mine. What do you have left to wager?" Lu Fei, consumed by thoughts of reclaiming his losses, stared darkly at Yi Chen. "I still have my house and car. I can borrow more money. I can raise 50 million yuan and I'll add my hand to the wager. I'll bet you won't hit green again." With a twisted expression, Lu Fei growled, "If I lose, the 50 million yuan in my hand are yours. But if you lose, you return my 1 billion yuan. Hearing this, Zhou Ya realized Lu Fei had completely lost his mind. She tried to dissuade him. "Lu Fei, stop this madness. Haven't you lost enough? If you keep this up, you'll lose your life too." But Lu Fei was beyond reason. He glared at Zhou Ya with bloodshot eyes and screamed, "Zhou Ya, you're nothing but a filthy whore. Even now you're siding with that bastard Yi Chen. I've chased after you for so long and you choose this trash over me? Let me tell you, nobody can beat me in the stone gambling world. I'm Lu Fei. I'll take back everything I've lost." Zhou Ya's face went pale at his outburst. She had tried to warn him out of kindness, but she hadn't expected such humiliation in return. Tears welled up in her eyes and streamed down her face. It's impossible to save someone who's determined to destroy themselves. Ignoring Zhou Ya entirely, Lu Fei turned his attention back to Yi Chen. His voice was cold and filled with malice. "What's wrong, Yi Chen? Are you scared? I despise trash like you who rely purely on luck. Do you think you can keep winning just by being lucky?" Yi Chen stared at him coldly and said, "Do you realize you're courting death?" Lu Fei burst into manic laughter. "Courting death? Me? Lu Fei courting death? If you have the guts, gamble with me again. If you don't dare, it means you're just a coward. If you won't bet, kneel down and admit you're trash, a worthless piece of garbage." Yi Chen sneered. If Lu Fei was so eager to dig his own grave, there was no need to hold back. Looking at Lu Fei with icy contempt, Yi Chen said, "Fine. Since you insist on gambling, let's do it. I'll make sure you leave here as a cripple with nothing left." Lu Fei's eyes flashed with malice. He was already consumed by madness. Having lost 1 billion yuan in a leg, he saw this as his only chance to recover everything. More importantly, Lu Fei firmly believed that Yi Chen's earlier win was purely due to luck, and luck doesn't last. As long as he kept pushing, he was confident he could ruin Yi Chen completely. By now the onlookers were utterly dumbfounded. The situation had spiraled out of control. The crowd split into two camps. One group believed Yi Chen's victory was purely luck-based. With 1 billion yuan already in his pocket, now was the perfect time to quit while he was ahead. The other group thought Lu Fei was out of his mind, and that stopping now was his only rational option. But the decision wasn't theirs to make. Lu Fei pulled out his phone and started borrowing money. Thanks to his reputation in the stone gambling world, he managed to scrape together 50 million yuan by leveraging his house, car, and high-interest loans. This was his last bit of capital. If he lost, there would be no coming back. If Lu Fei had just restrained himself, he could have used the 50 million to pay off his debts and slowly worked his way back up in the stone gambling world. It would have taken time, but recovery was possible. But he stubbornly refused to admit defeat. He was convinced that as long as Yi Chen continued cutting his remaining stones, he could reclaim everything. Lu Fei continued taunting Yi Chen. "Yi Chen, my funds are ready. Keep cutting. I refuse to believe your luck will hold out." "Luck?" Yi Chen chuckled. "I, Yi Chen, have never relied on luck in my life. Everything I achieve is through skill." Yi Chen signaled the stone cutter to continue. At this moment the room was deathly silent. Every pair of eyes was fixed on the cutter, as if each strike of the blade was cutting into their hearts. The first 3 cuts revealed nothing. Lu Fei gasped for air, his eyes bloodshot as he burst into wild laughter. "Ha ha ha. Nothing. I knew it. Luck doesn't last forever. You're finished, you're done for." Lu Fei had descended into complete madness. Just as everyone thought Yi Chen's stone was a dud, the cutter made one final cut. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically, as if he had seen something unbelievable. With a trembling voice he shouted, "It's green. It's a massive hit." What? A big win? How was that possible? How much did it increase in value? Everyone thought Yi Chen's second raw stone would come up empty, but at the very last moment, it yielded a massive gain. And not just any gain, a huge one. The excitement was overwhelming. As all eyes turned to the cutting master, he swallowed hard, his hands trembling as he shouted excitedly, "Top-grade emerald." This time, the cutting master didn't even bother announcing a price it was beyond his ability to estimate. Flawless, top-grade emeralds were unimaginably valuable. Madness. Everyone went crazy. A flawless, top-grade emerald? Within moments, several people pushed their way out of the crowd. "Oh my god, a flawless top-grade emerald, it's stunning. Brother, I'm the chairman of Chow Tai Fook. Is this emerald for sale? I'll pay 13 million. Chairman Zhou, are you trying to lowball him? This emerald is extraordinary. I'll pay 20 million. Wait, I'll offer 23 million. Seeing these bidders emerge, the crowd was stunned. They recognized these people. They were well-known CEOs of high-end jewelry brands. No one expected them to be drawn here. And it made sense. Even in the largest jade markets, it was rare to see such a flawless emerald of this caliber. Jackpot. Overnight wealth. The crowd looked at Yi Chen with envy. They had thought his earlier 7 million yuan gain was his limit, but his second stone alone had just skyrocketed by more than 20 million. Was this luck? Who could have such godlike luck? But Yi Chen merely waved his hand and said, "No rush. There are still 8 stones left. Let's open them all." Hearing this, everyone gasped audibly. Did he really think he could keep uncovering jade? Was it truly luck? As one stone after another was cut, the entire hall erupted. Top-grade glassy ice jade. Top-grade wax jade. Top-grade imperial jade. One after another. All 10 of Yi Chen's raw stones yielded jade, and the least valuable one still brought in a profit of 5 million yuan. Among them was a piece of top-grade imperial jade that none of the onlookers had ever seen before. Shock. Endless shock. Everyone present felt their minds go blank. It was as if their souls had left their bodies, and they stood there in a daze, unable to think. Oh my god! If uncovering jade from 2 out of 10 stones was luck, then uncovering jade from all 10 couldn't be explained by luck. That was divine-level skill. Holy crap. I've never seen anything this terrifying. That's not a man, that's a god. He just emptied Wanbao Pavilion's stock of top-grade jade in one go. The owner of Wanbao Pavilion must want to die right now. He made billions in one shot? Terrifying. Even Zhang Yu, the owner of Wanbao Pavilion, couldn't help but swallow hard. To say he wasn't heartbroken would be a lie. The jade Yi Chen had just uncovered was worth billions. It was as if someone had stabbed him in the chest with a knife. However, as the owner of a major establishment, Zhang Yu had substantial resources and didn't go back on his word. He knew that today's events, once publicized, would attract an endless stream of stone gambling enthusiasts to Wanbao Pavilion. After all, a place where flawless emeralds and imperial jade could be found would instantly become the top choice for every gambler. Meanwhile, the most excited people in the hall were the jewelry store CEOs. If they could purchase even one of Yi Chen's top-grade jade pieces, they could resell it at a massive profit. Of course, Yi Chen had no time to pay attention to these CEOs. He turned and looked at Lu Fei, who was already paralyzed with fear. At this moment, Lu Fei was completely numb. He had already lost 1 billion yuan to Yi Chen earlier. Hoping for a comeback, he had staked everything, only to watch Yi Chen uncover piece after piece of top-grade jade. This meant he had now lost another 50 million yuan to Yi Chen. This was all he had left. Lu Fei knew that if he handed over the money to Yi Chen, his life would be over. Even if the loan sharks didn't kill him, his life would be ruined. And so, though filled with fear, Lu Fei began considering other plans. Yi Chen, however, looked at him coldly and said, "Lu Fei, you've lost." Lu Fei shrank back, too scared to respond. Yi Chen smiled faintly and said, "Including the previous bet, you now owe me 1.5 billion yuan, plus 2 legs. You transferred 1 billion to the Wanbao Pavilion owner earlier. Where's the remaining 500 million? Lu Fei's lips twitched. Bowing his head, he pleaded, "Brother, I was blind. Please let me go. I won't dare to challenge you again." Yi Chen's voice turned icy. "A gambler must honor their bets, haven't you heard that saying? Lu Fei knelt on the ground, his head banging against the floor. A flicker of malice flashed in his eyes but was quickly hidden. He said hurriedly, yes, I'll honor my bet. But please give me some time. I'll call someone to bring the money. Yi Chen glanced at his watch and said, you have 30 minutes. Yes. Liu Fei nodded repeatedly, pulling out his phone and walking away. As he turned, his face darkened, and his eyes glinted with venom. Yi Chen walked over to the group of jewelry store CEOs. Seeing him approach, they immediately began speaking up. Mr. Yi, I'd like to buy the Imperial Jade. We can offer the best price, please. Would you consider selling it? Mr. Yi, I'm interested in the emerald. Name your price, and I promise you'll be satisfied. Our store might not be the largest, but we guarantee the best service if you choose us. Yi Chen scanned the group with a faint smile and said, I don't plan on selling the jade. However, I do have a proposal. What kind of proposal? One of them asked. Yi Chen replied, I want these flawless jade pieces crafted into a sculpture of the god of longevity. Which one of you can do it? The CEOs were shocked. They knew well that Yi Chen's jade was not only large but also flawless. Using it to craft a sculpture of the god of longevity would be an enormous waste. Sculpting would inevitably lead to material loss, and the finished product would be challenging to sell. If they could acquire the jade intact, its resale price would be significantly higher. Mr. Yi, please reconsider. Turning it into a sculpture will lower its value significantly. They pleaded. Yi Chen chuckled. I don't need the money. Carve the sculpture. The leftover fragments can be your payment. If you're interested, step forward. If not, I'll find someone else. What? The CEOs thought they had misheard. The leftover fragments as payment? Are you kidding? Even the scraps from top-grade Imperial Jade were incredibly valuable. What generosity! In an instant, the CEOs began competing fiercely. We'll do it. We only need 80% of the scraps as payment. We'll take 70%. We'll settle for 50%. Damn it! Can you not be so ruthless? Finally, the opportunity was secured by Zhou Xiaofu, the most influential among the jewelers. For these jewelry merchants, while crafting the jade into a longevity god statue was less profitable than buying the entire jade intact, even the leftover scraps were highly valuable. Once everything was settled, Yi Chen slowly turned to look at Lu Fei. At this moment, Lu Fei was trembling with fear, as if silently praying for a miracle, while Yi Chen walked toward him step by step. Yi Chen's voice was cold as he said, Your 30 minutes are almost up. Where's the money? Lu Fei shivered in terror and pleaded, Please don't come closer. Give me a little more time. I've already called someone to bring the money. Yi Chen sneered, Sorry, my time is valuable. If you can't pay, then your life will suffice. Lu Fei panicked, scrambling backward on all fours. Suddenly, a commotion arose in the distance. Everyone turned to see a young man striding in confidently. When Lu Fei looked up and saw the newcomer, a glimmer of hope appeared on his face. His savior had arrived. Lu Fei immediately clung to the man and shouted, Young Master Singh, you're finally here. I've been bullied so badly. Please help me get revenge. I'll transfer the promised 30 million to your account right away. The newcomer was none other than Xing Feng, the arrogant and domineering scion of the Xing family in Yun City. Over the years, Lu Fei had made a fortune in the stone gambling market, but lacked any real backing. In Yun City, this made him vulnerable. To gain some clout, Lu Fei spent lavishly to curry favor with members of the city's underground circles. His generosity eventually earned him the acquaintance of Xing Feng, and he became one of Xing Feng's underlings. It was Xing Feng that Lu Fei had called earlier, promising him 30 million yuan to come and help. For Lu Fei, while 30 million was a hefty sum, losing 1.5 billion to Yi Chen was far worse. If Xing Feng could get rid of Yi Chen, Lu Fei believed it would be a bargain, even if he had to pay 50 million. His hatred for Yi Chen was boundless. Xing Feng frowned at Lu Fei, then roared in anger, In Yun City, someone dared to touch one of my men. Did you not mention my name? Lu Fei, still shaken, exaggerated, I did, young Master Singh, but he didn't care at all. He said. What did he say? Xing Feng's anger grew. He said. You're nothing but a nobody. Lu Fei added fuel to the fire. Xing Feng's face darkened. What? Who's bold enough to say that? I want to see who in Yun City dares to challenge me. The crowd gasped when they recognized Xing Feng. No one expected Lu Fei to have such a powerful connection. Xing Feng was the young master of the Xing family, the overlord of Yun City's underground world. If he intervened, Yi Chen was as good as finished. Damn. Who knew Lu Fei had ties to young Master Singh? Yi Chen is doomed now. Yeah. In Yun City, hardly anyone would dare cross Sing Feng. Who would even dare? The Xing family controls the entire city's underground forces. Provoking them is asking for death. Sigh. Yi Chen's finished. Not only will Lu Fei avoid paying him back, but Yi Chen might lose his life. Even Zhou Ya paled at the sight of Xing Feng. She knew Yi Chen wasn't ordinary after all. He had previously faced Chen Feiyu, the scion of the Chen family, and even forced the Chen family patriarch to kneel and apologize. But while Chen Feiyu was formidable, the Xing family was on another level entirely. Zhou Ya had heard of the Yixing family's fearsome reputation and even avoided common street thugs whenever possible. Now, faced with such a powerful figure, she felt an overwhelming sense of panic. Quietly, she whispered, "Yi Chen, what do we do? Maybe we should leave quickly. I've heard about the Xing family, they're not people you want to offend." Yi Chen smiled faintly. "Don't worry. It's fine." Yi Chen's calm confidence stunned Zhou Ya. Could it be that even the Yixing family, which controlled Yun City's underground world, didn't scare him? By now, Xingfeng's presence had given Lu Fei a renewed sense of courage. Leading Xingfeng toward Yi Chen, he pointed and said, "Young Master Singh, it's this bastard. Take care of him for me, and I'll pay you the full 30 million. Xingfeng lifted his gaze and looked at Yi Chen. That single glance nearly made his soul leave his body. As the young master of the Yixing family, there were very few people in Yun City he feared. Even the heirs of the city's top families wouldn't dare openly challenge him. He could curse and insult them without hesitation. But if there was one person in Yun City he dared not offend, it was undoubtedly Yi Chen. Xingfeng's mind flashed back to the last time he had faced Yi Chen. He could still remember the humiliation of kneeling before him, begging for forgiveness. How long had it been? And now he had encountered this terrifying man again. Xingfeng's expression twisted with fear. But Lu Yufei, oblivious to Xingfeng's reaction, continued to boast. In his mind, there was nothing Xingfeng couldn't handle. Yi Chen was nothing more than an ant for Xingfeng to crush. Fueled by Xingfeng's presence, Lu Fei began shouting, "Yi Chen, are you seriously still putting up a front? Do you know who this is? This is young Master Singh from the Xing family. Surely you've heard of him." Yi Chen smiled faintly. "I've met him." Lu Fei snorted. "Then why aren't you kneeling to him already? Are you waiting for young Master Singh to take action himself? Let me tell you, no one in Yun City dares to disrespect him. By offending me, you've insulted him. Kneel and apologize, or suffer the consequences." Yi Chen chuckled softly. "Kneel? Do you think you're worthy? If anyone should be kneeling, it's you two." "What?" The crowd was stunned. If Yi Chen had directed his words solely at Liu Fei, they wouldn't have been so shocked. But it was clear that Yi Chen's words included Xing Feng. He was telling Xing Feng, the young master of the Yixing family, to kneel? This was insane. If Xing Feng got angry, who could survive his wrath? As expected, the moment Yi Chen finished speaking, Xing Feng began walking toward him. The crowd collectively gasped, thinking Yi Chen had pushed Xing Feng to his breaking point. Xing Feng was about to make him pay. Lu Fei, his eyes filled with excitement, sneered, "Yi Chen, you're finished. Once young Master Singh takes action, your life is over. Don't worry, though, after you're dead, I'll feed your corpse to the dogs." Xing Feng walked up to Yi Chen. Just when everyone thought Yi Chen's fate was sealed, something shocking happened. In front of everyone's stunned eyes, Xing Feng, the high and mighty young master of the Yixing family, ruler of Yun City's underground world, suddenly dropped to his knees with a loud thud in front of Yi Chen. "What?" In an instant, everyone in the hall gasped sharply, their faces twitching as they widened their eyes in disbelief. It was as if they had all been turned to stone. Some covered their mouths, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Their throats felt clogged, rendering them speechless. Who was Xing Feng? He was the eldest young master of the Yixing family. And now, he was kneeling in front of Yi Chen, radiating reverence. Stunned. Completely stunned. No one could comprehend why someone as powerful and influential as Xing Feng would kneel before Yi Chen. Lu Fei, who had just been reveling in the thought of Yi Chen's imminent demise, now stood frozen, as if he'd been encased in ice. His disbelief was written all over his face as chills ran down his spine. Trembling with anger and fear, Lu Fei stammered, "Why, young Master Singh, why are you kneeling to this trash? Get up. Aren't you here to help me? You've knelt before the wrong person." Xing Feng dared not say a word. Right now he wanted nothing more than to skin Lu Fei alive. In Yun City, Xing Feng could resolve problems with almost anyone. But of all people, Lu Fei had to provoke Yi Chen. This had forced Xing Feng to kneel once more. Did Xing Feng know Yi Chen's true identity? He didn't. But after their last encounter, his grandfather Singh Jingxiang had personally instructed him to never cross Yi Chen under any circumstances. Even an accidental offense had to be met with the utmost humility and a plea for forgiveness. What kind of existence could terrify someone like Zheng Jingxiang? How could such a person be ordinary? Without even glancing at Lu Fei, Xing Feng remained kneeling before Yi Chen, his body trembling slightly. Yi Chen cast a cold glance at Xing Feng and asked, "Is he one of yours?" Xing Feng quickly shook his head. "No, young Master Yi. I don't know him." "Well, I do, but we're not close. I had no idea this idiot would dare to offend you." Yi Chen said indifferently, "He owes me 1.5 billion yuan plus 2 legs. Since he's your man, I'll show some respect to your father, Singh Jingxiang. Transfer the money to my account and deal with him yourself, and remember, I don't want to see him in Yun City again." Xing Feng immediately nodded. "Yes, young Master Yi, I'll take care of it." At this moment, no one dared to utter a word. Their minds were racing with questions about Yi Chen's identity. What kind of person could command such deference from Xing Feng? Even Zhou Ya was left utterly dumbfounded. She had known Yi Chen's status was extraordinary after all. He had forced the Chen family patriarch to kneel before him. But now she realized she had still underestimated him. Xing Feng. That Xing Feng. One of the most elite young masters in Yun City, and yet he was so humble before Yi Chen. Without sparing Lu Fei another glance, Yi Chen took Zhou Ya by the hand and began walking out of the hall. It wasn't until Yi Chen had left that the tension in the room finally eased. Everyone let out a collective sigh of relief. Yi Chen's sheer presence had been suffocating. Xing Feng slowly rose to his feet, his eyes red with suppressed rage. His anger was now entirely directed at Lu Fei. Xing Feng walked toward Lu Fei, who was shaking with fear. Trying to curry favor, Lu Fei stammered, "Young Master Xing, you're incredible. Thank you for saving me." Xing Feng's expression twisted into a sneer. Slap. He struck Lu Fei hard across the face, roaring furiously, "Thank me? I should thank you, huh? You absolute moron. Of all the people you could provoke, you chose that demon? If you want to die, fine, but don't drag me into it." Xing Feng, already seething with anger, unleashed his fury on Lu Fei, beating him mercilessly to vent his frustrations. By the time Xing Feng was done, Lu Fei was barely alive. Weakly, Lu Fei pleaded, "Young Master Singh, please. Spare me. I won't dare again, never again." Xing Feng's gaze turned icy as he said, "Spare you? And who's going to spare me? Didn't you hear what young Master Yi said? 1.5 billion yuan, plus 2 legs." With a wave of Xing Feng's hand, 2 men in black suits stepped forward. Stretching his neck, Xing Feng smirked. "All right, break his legs first. Young Master Yi's orders must be carried out." At Xing Feng's command, the 2 men in black grabbed their batons and mercilessly shattered Lu Fei's legs. Lu Fei screamed in agony, his voice echoing throughout the hall. Fear coursed through him as he dragged himself toward the door. But Xing Feng stepped on his back, pinning him down. In a chilling tone, Xing Feng said, "Young Master Yi also said he doesn't want to see you in Yun City again." Lu Fei sobbed, "Young Master Singh, please. I'll leave Yun City immediately." Regret consumed Lu Fei. He cursed himself for ever provoking Yi Chen. Now, he didn't even dare to hate Yi Chen. All he wanted was to escape this nightmare. But Xing Feng sneered, "Leave Yun City? How do I know you won't sneak back? There's only one way to make sure young Master Yi never sees you again." Terrified, Lu Fei stammered, What way?" Xing Feng chuckled darkly. "By throwing you into the river to feed the fish." With that, Xing Feng gestured, and his men dragged Lu Fei out of the hall. It was clear Lu Fei's fate was sealed. With Xing Feng's influence, making someone disappear in Yun City was effortless. The remaining onlookers lowered their heads, none daring to interfere. To do so would be suicidal. Xing Feng cracked his neck, finally feeling some relief after dealing with Lu Fei. Meanwhile, Yi Chen had already escorted Zhou Ya back to her apartment. Standing outside, Zhou Ya hesitated before asking Yi Chen, "Do you want to come up? There's no one else at home." Yi Chen understood the implication of her words but had never viewed Zhou Ya as anything more than a classmate. He had no intention of taking things further. With a faint smile he replied, "No, I have something else to do." Zhou Ya's face fell slightly. She knew she wasn't worthy of Yi Chen, but spending time with him had left her utterly captivated by his commanding aura. As she watched Yi Chen walk away, her emotions were a whirlwind of admiration and heartbreak. After meeting someone as dominant and powerful as Yi Chen, how could she ever look at another man? But Yi Chen was oblivious to Zhu Ya's feelings. And even if he knew, he wouldn't care. As Yi Chen made his way home, a black van suddenly pulled up in front of him. Yi Chen frowned as two burly men stepped out of the vehicle, their expressions cold and menacing. One of them approached and asked, "Are you Yi Chen?" Yi Chen replied calmly, "I am." The man's tone was icy. "Good, you're coming with us." Yi Chen's frown deepened. These men had blocked his path with such arrogance, and now they wanted to take him away. Squinting slightly, Yi Chen sneered. "You think I'll go with you just because you say so? Who do you think you are?" Two burly men froze in place, their expressions stiffening instantly. It was the first time they had encountered someone so arrogant. One of them, with a cold tone, said, "We're from the Zhou family in the provincial capital. Our patriarch has invited you for a meeting." They revealed their identity directly. Not to mention here in Yun City. Even in the provincial capital, mentioning the name of the Zhou family was usually enough to make anyone back down immediately. However, Yi Chen squinted his eyes. Just earlier, he had broken the leg of Zhou Li, the eldest son of the Zhou family. And now, the Zhou patriarch was already coming after him? So, you beat the younger one, and the older one shows up? Yi Chen chuckled lightly and said, "Is this your attitude when inviting someone? Go back and tell your patriarch I'm busy." "What?" The two burly men froze again, their faces stiffening further as anger surged within them. They had already mentioned the Zhou family's name, yet Yi Chen still dared to refuse? Absolutely preposterous. "Kid, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." One of the burly men stepped forward, exuding an intimidating aura. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes and sneered, "Oh? Are you thinking of making a move?" The two sides confronted each other. If the men dared to act, Yi Chen would deal with them decisively on the spot. Just as the tension in the air reached its peak, a captivating woman stepped down from the car. Her long, smooth hair cascaded naturally, with slightly curled tips that added an extra touch of femininity and elegance. Her face was beautifully sculpted, her features delicate, and her large, bright, and expressive eyes radiated charm and intelligence. When she smiled, her cheeks slightly lifted, exuding an air of thoughtfulness mixed with a hint of allure. She embodied sophistication with a subtle grace that perfectly defined the essence of a mature beauty. Her figure was beautifully curvaceous, full yet slender, and even in simple attire, she exuded an undeniable allure that drew eyes toward her. Overall, her elegant and enchanting presence conveyed a sense of warmth, wisdom, and intellect. She walked up to Yi Chen, bowed slightly, and said softly, "Mr. Yi, must you turn everyone away? Although you've had some disagreements with our young master, today's invitation isn't about seeking trouble. In addition to you, we've invited many prominent figures from Yun City. Please, Mr. Yi, give us some face." Her voice was gentle, giving off a soothing and pleasant feeling. It was immediately clear that this woman was no ordinary person. Yi Chen replied indifferently, "Now this is how you invite someone. Since the Zhou patriarch has invited me, I won't refuse." The woman bowed slightly again, extending her hand, and said, "Mr. Yi, please." Yi Chen got into the car. Before long, they arrived at the venue where the Zhou family was hosting their banquet. As soon as they reached the entrance, Yi Chen spotted Luo Qingqiu, looking visibly anxious. When Luo Qingqiu saw Yi Chen stepping out of the car, she hurried over and asked, "Yi Chen, are you okay?" Yi Chen smiled faintly and replied, "I'm fine. Why are you here?" Luo Qingqiu explained, "I heard that the Zhu family sent people to invite you to the banquet. Since you had a conflict with Zhu Lai earlier, I was worried they might give you trouble, so I rushed over to check." Yi Chen laughed, "Don't worry, they didn't trouble me." At that moment, the woman from the car also spoke up, smiling, "Miss Luo, you're overthinking. We're all civilized people. Since Mr. Yi has arrived, I'll leave you to enjoy yourselves while I tend to other matters." Luo Qingqiu snorted lightly, turned her head away, and completely ignored the woman. After she left, Yi Chen glanced curiously at Luo Qingqiu and asked, "Who is that woman? You don't seem to like her." Pouting, Luo Qingqiu said, "Her name is Li Qingchang. She's nothing but a socialite and the secret mistress of the Zhou patriarch. Yi Chen, let me warn you not to be fooled by her smiling face. She's actually a venomous and scheming woman. You'd better stay away from her." Yi Chen chuckled. "Interesting." Luo Qingqiu's expression shifted, and she pouted, "You're awful. I'm warning you she's a bad woman, and you call her interesting." Yi Chen laughed lightly, "You misunderstood. I meant your flustered expression is interesting." As he said this, he playfully pinched Luo Qingqiu's nose. Her face turned crimson instantly, and she shyly lowered her head. Just that small gesture from Yi Chen made her heart race uncontrollably. Blushing, Luo Qingqiu muttered, "All right, let's go inside and see what the Zhou family is up to." Watching her awkward attempt to change the subject, Yi Chen couldn't help but smile. The two walked toward the banquet hall. It was evident that this gathering wasn't specifically targeting Yi Chen, as many prominent figures were present at the event. Inviting Yi Chen seemed to be a later decision. Yi Chen, the Zhou family is one of the 4 major families in the provincial capital, with considerable influence. Especially their patriarch, Zhou Yaokun, who is a truly formidable figure. Zhou Li, the one whose leg you broke, is his son, Luo Qingqiu explained. She couldn't help but feel a bit worried. The Zhou family's influence in the provincial capital was immense, and Zhou Yaokun was not only powerful but also ruthless. She feared he might harm Yi Chen. Yi Chen, however, remained unfazed and smiled. "Since I'm here, I'll just go with the flow. If the Zhou family dares to make a move against me, they'll find I'm not so easy to deal with." The two found a spot to sit, grabbed a couple of drinks and began sipping casually. To be honest, Yi Chen had always disliked such gatherings. To him, these so-called social elites were nothing more than insignificant ants. Still, attending this event reminded him of Mu Wanqing. Back then, Mu Wanqing had eagerly attended high society banquets to expand her connections and grow her company, Chunjiwan. At the time, Yi Chen had quietly arranged things so that she would be invited to all major events in Yun City. But ever since their divorce, with Mu Wanqing's current status, she likely found it hard to re-enter these high society circles. After all, even though Qin Yuan was now profitable, to the truly elite, having a net worth of over $1 billion was merely the threshold. She was still an outsider to their circle. Without a strong foundation, even with money, one would only be seen as a nouveau riche. As Yi Chen was lost in thought, suddenly, a young girl approached Yi Chen and Luo Qingqiu. She looked at Yi Chen with a hint of malice in her eyes and said coldly, "Are you the one who broke my brother's leg?" Yi Chen turned to look at her, frowning, and asked, "Who's your brother?" The girl smirked and replied, "My brother is Zhu Li. I'm Zhu Yuhan." "You've got guts, kid. Not only did you dare to beat my brother, but you also dared to show up at my Zhou family's banquet. Aren't you afraid this might turn into a trap?" Yi Chen looked at Zhou Yuhan, noting that her name exuded a certain elegance, but her outfit was undeniably bold and avant-garde. She was wearing a short t-shirt adorned with exaggerated and vibrant designs, paired with a high-waisted skirt that revealed her navel and showcased her devilishly curvaceous figure. She accessorized with a wide-brimmed hat, silver necklaces, bracelets and earrings, all of which highlighted her individuality. To put it plainly, most of the men attending this banquet were dressed in black suits, and the women in evening gowns, each vying to outshine the others. Zhou Yuhan's rebellious, bad girl style stood out shockingly. Before Yi Chen could say a word, Luo Qingqiu, standing beside him, softly admonished her, "Yuhan, be respectful. Don't act so rudely. You're behaving like a child who hasn't grown up." Hearing Luo Qingqiu speak, Zhou Yuhan instantly ignored Yi Chen, throwing her arms around Luo Qingqiu and pouting coquettishly, "Oh my dear sister, I've missed you so much." Luo Qingqiu was immediately overwhelmed, feeling goosebumps rise all over her skin. She hurriedly said, all right, calm down. Stop making such a fuss." It was clear that Luo Qingqiu and Zhou Yuhan had a good relationship, but Zhou Yuhan's over-the-top personality was a bit much for Luo Qingqiu to handle. Letting go of Luo Qingqiu, Zhou Yuhan raised an eyebrow mischievously and teased, "Sister Luo, you seem so nervous about him. Don't tell me he's your new boyfriend?" Luo Qingqiu's face flushed bright red as she stammered, "Don't talk nonsense. There's nothing improper between Mr. Yi and me." Zhou Yuhan, as if discovering a new world, exclaimed, "Oh my sister Luo, why is your face so red?" At this moment, Luo Qingqiu felt her heart pounding furiously. To be honest, she was usually a very composed woman. As the eldest daughter of the Luo family, hardly anyone dared to tease her like this. On any other occasion, even if Zhu Yuhan joked around, she wouldn't react at all. But in front of Yi Chen, all her cold and aloof demeanor seemed to crumble. The burning heat on her face made her head spin. She glared at Zhou Yuhan and said, "Stop talking nonsense. I'm going to the restroom." Luo Qingqiu felt her face was scorching hot and wanted to splash some water to cool down. As she left, the mischievous smile on Zhou Yuhan's face abruptly disappeared, replaced by a frosty expression. She looked at Yi Chen and said coldly, "Yi Chen, I want to duel you." Yi Chen blinked, thinking he'd misheard. "What did you say?" "I said I want to duel you," Zhou Yuhan repeated. "You call your guys, and I'll call mine. Let's pick a spot and fight it out." Hearing this, Yi Chen couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. This little girl really was a troublemaker. Challenging him to a public brawl? Yi Chen, slightly exasperated, said, "You've got issues." Zhou Yuhan snorted. "You're the one with issues. I think you're just a coward. Sure, you breaking my idiot brother's leg felt great to me, but he's still my brother. You hurt him, which means you've insulted my family. So, I'm challenging you to a fight." Yi Chen squinted his eyes, a faint smile forming at the corner of his mouth. "Sure, anytime. Bring whoever you want, and I'll crush them with one hand." Zhou Yuhan's expression darkened. "Are you looking down on me?" Yi Chen looked her up and down, shrugged, and said, "Go look in a mirror. What's supposed to stand out doesn't, and what's supposed to curve doesn't. You're basically a flat board. What's there for me to respect?" Despite her tough demeanor, Zhou Yuhan was still a young girl. Yi Chen's words instantly struck a nerve, and her face turned bright red. She glared at him and retorted, "You're awful. Just wait, I'll make you regret this." Yi Chen chuckled. "Anytime." Pointing angrily at him, Zhou Yuhan shouted, You're so full of yourself. Fine, I'll remember this. Ah Shay, you're infuriating." She screamed in frustration like a mad woman before storming off. Just as she turned, she bumped into Luo Qingqiu, who was returning from the restroom. At that moment, Luo Qingqiu, after splashing her face with water, no longer felt as flushed. Seeing Zhao Yuhan's furious expression, she asked, "Yuhan, what's wrong?" Huffing, Zhou Yuhan replied, "He pissed me off." "Don't ask me what, go ask your stupid boyfriend. If it weren't for your sake I would have punched him." Watching her storm off, Luo Qingqiu looked at Yi Chen curiously and asked, "What did you do?" Caught off guard by her questioning gaze, Yi Chen quickly replied, "Nothing." "Nothing? How could nothing make that little girl so upset? You didn't take advantage of her, did you?" Luo Qingqiu asked suspiciously. Yi Chen let out a bitter laugh. With her undeveloped figure? If I were going to take advantage of someone, it'd be you instead. Luo Qingqiu's face turned bright red at his words. For a moment, she was utterly speechless. The banquet continued. Aside from a few people greeting Luo Qingqiu, no one paid much attention to Yi Chen. Of course, that suited him fine, he enjoyed his solitude. However, as time ticked by, the Zhou family still didn't approach him, leaving Yi Chen wondering why they had gone to such lengths to invite him. The only thing he could conclude was that Zhou Yaokun likely didn't take him seriously, and was deliberately making him wait as a way of suppressing his spirit. Just as Yi Chen was deep in thought, suddenly, a security guard approached him rudely, grabbing his shoulder with one hand and saying coldly, "You! Come with me. Our patriarch wants to see you." Yi Chen frowned and said coldly, "Let go." The security guard sneered. "Kid, do you know where you are? Just come with me and don't resist or you're dead." To be honest, Yi Chen was already feeling annoyed from all the waiting. If he weren't curious about what the Zhou family was up to, he wouldn't have even bothered coming to this banquet. If Zhu Yaokun had treated him with courtesy, the issue with Zhou Li might have been resolved. But if they intended to provoke him, Yi Chen had no intention of holding back. Take this security guard for example. His rude grip on Yi Chen's shoulder had already infuriated him. Yet the guard kept barking, emboldened by the backing of the Zhou family. Yi Chen let out a cold snort, ignoring the man. With a slight movement of his body, an intense aura erupted from within him. The guard suddenly felt a terrifying force tearing through his hand. Crack! A bone-breaking sound echoed. The overwhelming energy sent the guard flying, slamming him into the wall with a loud crash. This scene instantly drew everyone's attention. For a moment, the entire room fell silent in shock. Someone actually dared to cause a scene at a Zhou family banquet? Who is this kid? This is a Zhou family banquet, and he actually dared to hit one of their bodyguards. Does he have a death wish? He's insane. Completely insane. Everyone knows the Zhou family is immensely powerful. Stirring up trouble here is nothing short of courting death. Yi Chen's actions at the Zhou family banquet immediately drew everyone's attention. The bodyguard he had struck wasted no time in calling for reinforcements. In an instant, dozens of bodyguards stormed into the room, surrounding Yi Chen. Causing trouble at a Zhou family banquet? Unforgivable. Yi Chen looked at the fierce and intimidating bodyguards without a hint of worry. He simply glanced calmly at Luo Qingqiu beside him and smiled. It seems Zhu Yaokun, the patriarch of the Zhou family, is just a man of hollow reputation. Luo Qingqiu covered her mouth and chuckled softly. Only you would dare to say such a thing. Yi Chen shrugged and said nonchalantly, I thought Zhou Yaokun might have some wisdom since he invited me here. But sending a group of minions to posture? It's honestly a bit laughable. Hearing Yi Chen's words, the surrounding onlookers gasped audibly. This kid has some nerve. Surrounded by bodyguards, he still dared to mock the Zhou family patriarch. Crazy. Absolutely insane. The bodyguard Yi Chen had struck earlier, now filled with rage, said angrily, Kid, don't act so cocky. Our patriarch wanted to meet you, but you not only refused but also injured me. I need an explanation. Yi Chen furrowed his brow, his gaze icy as he said coldly, You want an explanation? Who do you think you are? Let Zhou Yaokun come and speak to me himself. The bodyguard roared furiously, You! Who do you think you are? Yi Chen shrugged. In that case, there's nothing more to say. Qingqiu, let's go. And with that, Yi Chen turned to leave with Luo Qingqiu. To Yi Chen, attending the banquet was already a concession to Zhu Yaokun. He had made a move during the banquet, something Zhou Yaokun undoubtedly knew about. The patriarch's failure to appear could only mean he was observing from the shadows. Since Zhou Yaokun chose not to show himself, Yi Chen saw no need to give him any more face. As Yi Chen prepared to leave, the bodyguard's expression turned cold as he shouted, Kid, do you think you can just walk out of here? A chilling smile appeared at the corner of Yi Chen's mouth. Want to fight? You're welcome to try. As the tension in the hall grew thicker, on the second floor of the hall, Zhou Yaokun stood with a cold expression, watching the scene unfold. Beside him was the stunningly beautiful woman, Li Qingchang, who had earlier invited Yi Chen to the banquet. Zhou Yaokun asked in a calm tone, Qingchang, what's your impression of Yi Chen? Li Qingchang smiled seductively and said, Hard to read. But I'd advise you not to make an enemy of him lightly. He's shrouded in mystery. Zhou Yaokun was slightly taken aback. That's rare. You hold him in such high regard? Li Qingchang's smile blossomed. Just a gut feeling. Zhou Yaokun didn't say much more. He began descending the stairs slowly, knowing that if he didn't intervene soon, the banquet might devolve into a brawl. Before long, Zhou Yaokun appeared, prompting the bodyguards to retreat to the side. The surrounding onlookers gasped in astonishment. Wow! The patriarch of the Zhou family himself has shown up. That kid must have some serious weight to his name if Zhou Yaokun personally came out. Hey, you think that's a good thing? That kid is probably doomed now. The Zhou family is a major power in the provincial capital. Challenging them is practically a death sentence. As they stared at Yi Chen, the onlookers were convinced he was finished. The Zhou family's power was too immense in their eyes, and no one dared to provoke them. Zhou Yaokun approached Yi Chen at a measured pace. Luo Qingqiu, well aware of the long-standing ties between the Luo and Zhou families and of the Zhou family's superior influence, stepped forward and greeted. Uncle Zhou. Zhou Yaokun nodded briefly before turning his gaze to Yi Chen. I heard you wanted me to come and invite you personally? Yi Chen smiled faintly. That's correct. Zhou Yaokun's expression hardened. You've got some nerve. But you're too young to understand the consequences of offending the Zhou family. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. Zhou Yaokun lived up to his reputation. His mere presence was enough to instill fear in others. Yet Yi Chen remained unshaken and even smiled. I wouldn't call it offending. After all, I only broke your son's leg. If anything, that makes us enemies. What? The moment Yi Chen's words fell, a collective chill ran through the room. Who is this guy? He actually broke the leg of Zhou Yaokun's son? Zhou Yaokun's son must be Zhou Li, the eldest son of the Zhou family. No wonder Zhou Li was absent from today's banquet. It turns out he was hospitalized after Yi Chen broke his leg. Everyone was stunned. This guy is crazy. Not only did he injure Zhou Yaokun's son, but he also had the audacity to attend the Zhou family banquet. Does he even understand the meaning of death? And now, he was blatantly provoking Zhou Yaokun in front of everyone, adding fuel to the fire. With so many eyes watching. If Zhou Yaokun didn't avenge his son, the Zhou family's reputation would be utterly tarnished. As expected, Zhou Yaokun's expression grew increasingly dark. Taking a deep breath, he said, I admire your courage, but you've injured my son. If this isn't resolved, how can the Zhou family save face? Yi Chen shrugged. What resolution do you have in mind? Zhou Yaokun's eyes narrowed, his tone chilling. You broke my son's leg. I'll break yours. That would be fair. Yi Chen scoffed. You don't have what it takes. The room erupted. Shock. Utter shock. Yi Chen's arrogance was off the charts, claiming that Zhou Yaokun lacked the ability. Unbelievable. Does he even know the power of the Zhou family? If Zhou Yaokun isn't capable, who in the entire provincial capital would be? This kid must have lost his mind. The crowd thought Yi Chen was utterly insane. Anyone else would have been trembling in fear before Zhou Yaokun. But Yi Chen dared to provoke him. Zhou Yaokun squinted his eyes, a cruel smile tugging at his lips. Very well. Let's see if I truly lack the ability. As he spoke, he waved his hand. In an instant, a figure leaped from afar with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, the figure traversed dozens of meters, appearing before the crowd as if materializing out of thin air due to the sheer velocity. A young man in his early 20s appeared, his movements agile and brimming with energy. Dressed entirely in black, his entire presence radiated an extraordinary aura. His gaze was piercingly sharp. A single glance was enough to make anyone feel an overwhelming sense of oppression. Standing there, his restrained yet domineering presence made it difficult for anyone to meet his eyes. Every breath of his exuded a forceful power that was intangible yet palpable, like a cutting wind. This man was powerful. Everyone could feel an unmatched strength emanating from him, leaving them awestruck. Zhou Yaokun looked at Yi Chen and said in a calm tone, "Let me introduce him to you. His name is Lu Yu. If you manage to survive against him, all grudges between you and the Zhou family will be settled." Zhou Yaokun offered no further introduction. In his mind, Yi Chen stood no chance of surviving against Lu Yu. He didn't believe a word of Li Qingchang's earlier caution. From his perspective, Yi Chen was just a reckless fool. From the moment Zhou Yaokun saw Yi Chen, he had already sentenced him to death in his heart. Protecting the dignity of the Zhou family was paramount, and anyone who dared oppose them had to die. Lu Yu glanced at Yi Chen with disdain and said mockingly, "Uncle Zhou, against a nobody like him, you want me to act? Isn't that overkill?" Zhou Yaokun chuckled. "Lu Yu, if you want to make a name for yourself, you shouldn't hold back. Kill him, and make him the stepping stone to your fame." Lu Yu approached Yi Chen, looking down at him and sneering. "Kneel." Yi Chen frowned, a cold smile forming at the corner of his mouth. He had never encountered someone as arrogant as Lu Yu before. Letting out a faint snort, he said, "Who do you think you are?" Lu Yu replied calmly, "I'm here to kill you. Understand?" Yi Chen shrugged. "Do you think you're worthy?" Lu Yu frowned. In his eyes, Yi Chen was someone he could crush with a single hand, nothing more than an ant. To him, Yi Chen should obediently kneel on the ground and await his judgment, as if from a god. But to his utter shock, this ant dared to defy him. A flash of anger crossed Lu Yu's face. "You dare provoke me? Do you have any idea of the consequences? You can't afford to bear them." The tension in the air grew thick. Luo Qingqiu, visibly anxious, glanced at Zhou Yaokun and pleaded, "Uncle Zhou, why must you take things this far? Does someone have to die for you to be satisfied?" Zhou Yaokun responded with a faint smile. "This is a matter between young people. I won't interfere." Frustrated, Luo Qingqiu turned to Lu Yu. "Lu Yu, don't do this. Someone could really get killed." Lu Yu scoffed. "Smart girl, at least you understand he'll die by my hand." Luo Qingqiu retorted, "No. What I mean is, you shouldn't provoke Yi Chen. Why not apologize to him? Otherwise you might end up being killed by him." "What?" Lu Yu burst into wild laughter. "Ha ha ha. Did I hear that right? He's going to kill me? That's the funniest thing I've ever heard." A glimmer of disdain flickered in Zhou Yaokun's eyes. He had absolute confidence in Lu Yu's strength. He hadn't explained Lu Yu's background to anyone, because Lu Yu came from an ancient martial family. Luo Qingqiu sighed helplessly and said, "I warned Zhu Li the same thing before. Unfortunately he didn't listen, and now his leg is broken. I hope you'll take this as a warning." Hearing this, Lu Yu's face darkened as if he'd been humiliated. His eyes turned icy as he looked at Yi Chen and said arrogantly, "Kid, do you believe her?" Yi Chen shook his head. Seeing this, Lu Yu laughed even louder. "Ha ha ha. At least you have some self-awareness. You're right, you're nothing more than an ant in front of me. Crushing you is too easy. But if you kneel and beg for mercy, I might go easy on you." Yi Chen chuckled softly. Lu Yu frowned and asked, "What are you laughing at?" Yi Chen replied indifferently, "Nothing much. I just find you ridiculous. Honestly, someone like you isn't even worth my attention." "What?" Lu Yu's face twisted in anger, the mockery in his expression replaced by a cold, murderous intent. As the eldest son of the Lu family, he prided himself on his immense strength and status. In his world, only he had the right to trample on others' dignity. He would never tolerate anyone insulting his own. Narrowing his eyes, Lu Yu said coldly, "Kid, this world is far more mysterious than you can imagine. Some people are born to stand above the masses. You know my name, Lu Yu, but you don't know my true identity. If my identity were revealed, it would be enough to make you kneel in fear." Yi Chen looked at Lu Yu with a blank expression, almost pitying him. This guy was beyond conceited, clearly obsessed with his own importance. With a faint smirk, Yi Chen replied, "Oh? Then why don't you enlighten me? What's your grand identity? Are you some stray cat or dog? I'm curious to see what would make me kneel." Lu Yu's expression turned haughty. "Kid, today I'll open your eyes. Do you know what an ancient martial family is? I come from one of them. I'm a true practitioner of inner force, a legendary martial artist revered by thousands." These words sent a wave of shock through the crowd. An ancient martial family? An inner force martial artist? For ordinary people, such terms were utterly foreign and almost mythical. Even among the elite present, most were clueless about what an ancient martial family truly entailed. But for those with some knowledge of this secret world, Lu Yu's words were chilling. Zhou Yaokun's eyes sparkled with confidence. His faith in Lu Yu's strength stemmed from the fact that Lu Yu was a bona fide ancient martial artist, a level of existence unattainable for ordinary people. Oh my God! An ancient martial artist. I've heard of them. They say such people can defy gravity and move mountains. They're known as inner force martial artists. I always thought they were just characters from novels. I didn't think they were real. Lu Yu looked down at Yi Chen with overwhelming arrogance and said, "So? Are you scared now? Are your legs trembling, ready to kneel and worship me?" Lu Yu had encountered this countless times before. No matter how arrogant someone was, they all ended up begging for mercy once they learned his identity. He believed Yi Chen would be no different. However, Lu Yu's confidence was misplaced. Yi Chen's expression didn't change in the slightest. Instead, he said lightly, "An inner force martial artist. The identity you hold in such high regard is nothing but trash in my eyes." This. Hearing Yi Chen's words, everyone around was completely stunned. Arrogant. Terrogant. Utterly arrogant. Lu Yu was a genuine ancient martial arts expert. Anyone else, upon hearing such a fact, would have scrambled to curry favor with Lu Yu, hoping to leave a favorable impression. But Yi Chen! He still treated Lu Yu like trash. Zhou Yaokun let out a sigh. Earlier, he had thought Yi Chen might truly be someone remarkable. But now it seemed he was just an ignorant fool, completely unaware of the gravity of the situation. As the eldest son of the Lu family, Lu Yu already carried himself with extreme pride. To be humiliated like this by Yi Chen? How could he not be furious? Once Lu Yu was enraged, Yi Chen's fate was as good as sealed. And indeed, the very next moment, hearing Yi Chen's mockery, Lu Yu's expression turned ice cold, his entire being seething with rage. The inner force within him began to surge wildly, creating a sudden gust of wind that swept through the area, forcing people to lower their heads under the oppressive atmosphere. Boom! A loud bang echoed as Lu Yu casually slapped a nearby solid wood tea table, shattering it into pieces. Witnessing this, everyone around gasped sharply, their eyes widening in disbelief. Most of those present didn't truly understand what an ancient martial arts expert was. Even those who had heard of them had never seen one in action. But now, fear filled their hearts. A single slap had completely destroyed a solid wood table? What kind of power was that? Could such strength even belong to a human? Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. This was no ordinary table, it was solid wood, renowned for its hardness. Normally, even with a sledgehammer, one could only manage to dent it slightly. Breaking it entirely? Unthinkable. And smashing it with a single slap? Impossible. Impossible. Holy crap, that's terrifying strength. If that slap landed on a person, they'd probably have every bone in their body shattered instantly. So this is the power of an ancient martial arts expert. I used to think people trained in boxing, sanda, or MMA were real masters. But in front of someone like Lu Yu, even Mike Tyson wouldn't last a single punch. At this moment, the surrounding atmosphere grew so silent it was suffocating. No one dared to breathe loudly. Lu Yu stood still, his expression cold, and looked at Yi Chen with a sinister gaze. In all my years I've never encountered someone as arrogant as you. Today you'll be the first. Have you thought about how you want to die? Yi Chen frowned slightly and said, "You talk too much." Hearing this, Lu Yu was utterly infuriated. His eyes narrowed sharply, and with a sudden burst of speed he shouted, "Die, you brat!" Lu Yu moved like lightning, appearing in front of Yi Chen in the blink of an eye, his violent inner force tearing through the air with a deafening sound. The immense pressure made the crowd instinctively retreat. Everyone was certain that Lu Yu's punch would leave Yi Chen either crippled or dead. But to their astonishment, Yi Chen remained perfectly calm, standing still as if completely unbothered. As Lu Yu's fist came flying toward him, at the last moment, Yi Chen finally moved. He extended his hand slowly, yet with pinpoint precision, catching Lu Yu's fist effortlessly. Snap! Yishan Shane! Lu Yu's body trembled violently. His fist was caught by Yi Chen's hand, and in his mind, this was nothing short of suicidal. With a single punch, Lu Yu believed he could easily shatter Yi Chen's arm. But what happened next was beyond his comprehension. As soon as Lu Yu's fist made contact with Yi Chen's hand, it felt as though it was gripped by an overwhelming force, completely immobilized. He couldn't move forward even an inch. Lu Yu's face turned pale, his heart filling with dread. How was this possible? He was an ancient martial arts expert. Though only at the early stages of inner force mastery, defeating an ordinary person should have been effortless. Yet now, he was completely at Yi Chen's mercy? This was impossible. As Lu Yu stood there, utterly shocked, Yi Chen seemed to grow impatient. He spoke in a calm, detached tone, "Is this all you've got? What a disappointment. Now it's my turn." A chill ran down Lu Yu's spine, his entire body covered in goosebumps. For the first time he felt true fear. Yi Chen casually raised his hand and swung it toward Lu Yu's head. Slap! A resounding smack echoed through the hall. Under the stunned gazes of everyone present, Lu Yu spat out a mouthful of blood, his entire body sent flying backward like a kite with a broken string. He crashed heavily into a wall after flying more than 10 meters. Crack! The sound of bones breaking reverberated. Yi Chen glanced at Lu Yu indifferently and said, "Not even worth the effort." In an instant, the entire hall fell silent. Everyone's expressions froze, their faces pale as they stared at Yi Chen with wide, vacant eyes. They couldn't believe what they had just witnessed. That was an ancient martial arts expert. In their minds, such a person was supposed to be an almost godlike existence. Yet now, he had been knocked out with a single slap from Yi Chen. How was this possible? This couldn't be real. Luo Qingqiu's face was filled with a mix of shock and disbelief. As the eldest daughter of the Luo family, she had heard of ancient martial artists before. She had been genuinely worried for Yi Chen when she learned that Lu Yu was one of them. But now, she was utterly stunned. Yi Chen's mysterious identity had already intrigued her, but his strength was beyond anything she could have imagined. As she looked at Yi Chen, her eyes were filled with nothing but admiration and an almost fanatical reverence. Meanwhile, Zhou Yaokun felt a chill run down his spine. He couldn't believe that Lu Yu, someone he had considered exceptionally powerful, was completely outmatched by Yi Chen. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Recalling Li Qingcheng's earlier assessment of Yi Chen, Zhou Yaokun couldn't help but feel an ominous sense of foreboding. Yet, he still chose to place more faith in Lu Yu. Even if Lu Yu had been defeated, he wasn't alone. Behind him stood the entire Lu family. The Lu family. A true ancient martial clan, filled with countless experts. Though they lived in seclusion, no one dared to provoke them. Now that Lu Yu had been beaten, if the Lu family were angered, it wouldn't just be Yi Chen in trouble. The entire Yun city might not survive the wrath of an ancient martial clan. With this in mind, Zhou Yaokun quickly stepped forward, pointing at Yi Chen and shouting angrily, "Yi Chen, are you insane? He's the eldest son of the Lu family. If something serious happens to him, can you bear the consequences?" Yi Chen smirked coldly and looked at Zhou Yaokun. "Oh? So, he can attack me, but I can't fight back. If you want to blame someone, blame him for being too weak. He couldn't even withstand a single slap from me. An ancient martial artist? What a joke." Zhou Yaokun's face turned alternately pale and red. Gritting his teeth, he said in a sinister tone, "Yi Chen, I don't care about the rest. I demand that you immediately apologize to young Master Lu." Hearing Zhou Yaokun's words, Luo Qingqiu couldn't help but think how shameless he was. It was Zhou Yaokun who invited Yi Chen here, it was Zhou Yaokun who instigated Lu Yu to fight Yi Chen, and now that Lu Yu had been beaten, Zhou Yaokun was demanding Yi Chen apologize. What kind of logic was this? Luo Qingqiu said angrily, "Uncle Zhou, you can't be so shameless. If Lu Yu's skills weren't up to par, then even if he got beaten to death he deserved it. Zhou Yaokun let out a cold snort, ignoring Luo Qingqiu entirely. Instead, he turned to Yi Chen and said, "I'll give you 1 minute. Apologize immediately." Yi Chen chuckled lightly. "And what if I don't?" Zhou Yaokun's tone turned icy. "Yi Chen, don't think that just because you can fight you're invincible. In this world what matters is power and influence. Do you believe that with just one word from me, I can make it so that Yun City can no longer tolerate you?" Hiss. Hearing these words, the crowd couldn't help but gasp inwardly. It was clear that Zhou Yaokun intended to use his power to suppress Yi Chen. And indeed, although the Zhou family's base was in the provincial capital, their influence was immense, and they had many business partnerships in Yun City. A single word from Zhou Yaokun could make 90% of the city's influential families bend to his will. Zhou Yaokun had every reason to make such a bold claim. Yi Chen might be able to fight, but the world of capital and influence wasn't about physical strength. It was about relationships, power, and financial dominance. Zhou Yaokun wore an expression of smug superiority. To him, influence was a man's greatest armor. Although he couldn't beat Yi Chen in a fight, he could use his power to crush him, humiliate him, and leave him no room to resist. After all, no one could exist in isolation. Surely Yi Chen had family, had friends? Zhou Yaokun could leverage his power to ensure that anyone connected to Yi Chen wouldn't be able to survive in Yun City, until Yi Chen bowed his head. Yi Chen squinted his eyes and sighed. "Are you threatening me?" Confident in his power, Zhou Yaokun wasn't afraid of Yi Chen. He snorted coldly. "You've got 30 seconds left. If you think I'm threatening you, then yes I am." The crowd looked at Yi Chen with pity. At this moment, the wisest choice for Yi Chen would be to lower his head and apologize. At worst, it was just admitting fault. There was no need to go up against a behemoth like the Zhou family. Submitting was the smartest move. Just as everyone thought Yi Chen would buckle under pressure and apologize to Lu Yu, Yi Chen spoke calmly. "The thing I hate most is being threatened." "Very well. Let me make an announcement. Starting today, all Zhou family businesses and partnerships in Yun City are to be eliminated. The Zhou family is to get out of Yun City." Hardline response. Bold move. Yi Chen's words left everyone utterly stunned. There was no denying it, Yi Chen's declaration was outrageously arrogant. But his unyielding stance against the Zhou family stirred a fire in everyone's hearts. Zhou Yaokun looked at Yi Chen in disbelief, then burst into loud laughter. "Ha ha ha ha. You're telling the Zhou family to get out of Yun City? Do you think Yun City belongs to you? Do you even know how much the Zhou family has invested here?" This wasn't just empty boasting from Zhou Yaokun. Over the years, he had meticulously laid out his business empire in Yun City, building relationships with the city's powerful families. Almost every influential household in the city had some partnership with the Zhou family. That was why Zhou Yaokun could confidently declare that Yi Chen wouldn't be able to survive in Yun City. But Yi Chen seemed indifferent. He replied flatly, "I don't care how much you've invested in Yun City. Starting today, none of it will belong to you." Arrogant. Zhou Yaokun, seeing Yi Chen's defiance, angrily took out his phone. "Very well, I'll call every major family in Yun City. I'll make sure your reputation is ruined and that everyone connected to you is driven out of Yun City." With that, Zhou Yaokun began making calls. This banquet had been arranged as part of his strategy to expand the Zhou family's influence in Yun City, and only second-tier families were invited. He now started contacting the city's top-tier families, determined to crush Yi Chen completely while showcasing the Zhou family's overwhelming power. Quickly finishing his calls, Zhou Yaokun glared at Yi Chen with venomous eyes. "Just wait. Today you'll see what it feels like to be sanctioned by all of Yun City's most powerful families." Hiss. Zhou Yaokun's words sent shivers down everyone's spines. This was the true meaning of power. A single phone call could mobilize the city's entire upper echelon. The Zhou family's capabilities were undeniably terrifying. Everyone waited anxiously, knowing that today would likely shake Yun City to its core. Many couldn't help but glance at Yi Chen, letting out silent sighs of regret. Indeed. In this world, power was the ultimate truth. Everything people pursued, status, wealth, security, revolved around power. While Yi Chen was young and undeniably strong, with the courage to challenge power, it was ultimately futile. He would inevitably crumble under the weight of Zhou Yaokun's influence. But as they looked at Yi Chen, they noticed something strange. His face remained calm. There wasn't a hint of fear or unease. It was baffling. To Zhou Yaokun, Yi Chen was just a reckless fool who didn't know the weight of his own words. Once Yun City's elite arrived, it would mark the beginning of Yi Chen's downfall. And in truth, In truth, Zhou Yaokun's actions were carefully calculated. If it were just about dealing with Yi Chen, he wouldn't have gone to such lengths. But he wanted to make an example of Yi Chen to send a message to the Lu family behind Lu Yu. Moreover, it was an opportunity to flaunt the Zhou family's strength to consolidate their position in Yun City. For Zhou Yaokun, this was a strategic move that killed 3 birds with 1 stone. Soon, luxury cars began arriving outside the banquet hall. Everyone craned their necks to catch a glimpse, eager to see just how much power Zhou Yaokun wielded in Yun City. However, and with just one glance, everyone was struck by an intense shock. Hiss! The arrivals were far beyond anyone's expectations. Nearly every guest stepping out of those cars was one of Yun City's most prominent and powerful figures. The gathering of so many elite individuals in one place was akin to a seismic event. If these people so much as stomped their feet, Yun City would tremble. No one had imagined that the Zhou family's influence in Yun City was this immense. A single phone call, and so many major players showed up to support them. At this point, it seemed like Yi Chen's fate was sealed. The patriarch of the Luo family in Yun City, Luo Mingcheng. The president of Yunhai Group, Zhao Yunhai. The emperor of Yun City's underground world, Singh Jingxiang. The patriarch of the Qi family in Yun City, Qi Meng. As one after another of Yun City's top elites walked in, everyone's eyes widened in shock. These were the people they could only dream of becoming. Was this the true foundation of the Zhou family? Even though the Zhou family was based in the provincial capital, they still held unrivaled influence in Yun City. Zhou Yaokun looked at Yi Chen with smug satisfaction. In his eyes, Yi Chen was no more than an ant he could crush with one hand. Assembling such a grand display might even seem like overkill against someone like Yi Chen. But so what? Today, Zhou Yaokun wanted to demonstrate the full might of the Zhou family, not just to target Yi Chen, who wasn't even worthy of being the primary focus, but to intimidate certain forces in Yun City that were resistant to the Zhou family's development plans. Zhou Yaokun glanced at Yi Chen indifferently and said, "Do you see this? This is the pinnacle of power and influence, something someone like you could never hope to achieve in your lifetime." Hearing Zhou Yaokun's words, the surrounding crowd nodded in agreement. The longer one lived in Yun City, the clearer the importance of circles became. Every social circle had its own rules, and most people were confined to their own level. No matter how hard they tried to climb, breaking into a higher circle often proved impossible. In their eyes, Yi Chen didn't belong at this banquet at all. The gap between him and Zhou Yaokun was as vast as the heavens and the earth. Just as Zhou Yaokun was about to greet Yun City's elites, Zhao Yunhai, leading the group, spoke first. "Zhou Yaokun, this is the project contract between the Zhou family and Yunhai Group. As of today, the contract is void. Within 3 days, all Zhou family businesses within Yunhai Group's jurisdiction must withdraw, or they will be confiscated." Zhou Yaokun's smile froze on his face. He stared at Zhao Yunhai in disbelief, opening his mouth to say something, but before he could respond, the other elites stepped forward one by one. "Zhou Yaokun, all our collaborations are terminated as of today. The Qi family will never work with the Zhou family again. You have 3 days to get the Zhou family out of Yun City. Otherwise, don't blame me, Singh Jingxiang, for not showing mercy. The Luo family is cutting all ties with the Zhou family." Crash. Shock. Unbelievable shock. Everyone around was left speechless. What was going on? This couldn't be real, could it? Weren't these elites invited by Zhou Yaokun to support him? Why were they all suddenly cutting ties with the Zhou family? These elites represented half the power in Yun City. If they severed ties, the Zhou family would have no room to develop in the city. Zhou Yaokun was dumbfounded. He hadn't expected this turn of events and stood frozen in place. His scalp tingled as dread washed over him. For years he had poured his heart and soul into building a foothold in Yun City. If all these collaborations were severed, his efforts would be completely wasted. With a grim expression, Zhou Yaokun turned to Luo Mingcheng. What baffled him most was the Luo family's stance. The Zhou and Luo families had been allies for generations. When the Zhou family began developing in Yun City, it was the Luo family that had offered significant support. Why had the Luo family turned against him now? In disbelief, Zhou Yaokun asked, "Old Luo, our families have been allies for generations. Why are you doing this?" Luo Mingcheng sighed and replied, "Zhou Yaokun, the bond between our families ends today. You've offended someone you should never have crossed." Offended someone he shouldn't have? Zhou Yaokun was stunned. When had he ever offended such a person? Moreover, the Zhou family was one of the top families in the provincial capital. If anyone had been offended, it was others who should fear offending him, Zhou Yaokun. In Yun City, was there anyone he couldn't afford to offend? His mind went blank as he tried to comprehend. Who could wield such power to make Yun City's top elites sever ties with him without hesitation? This had to be someone of unimaginable influence, perhaps a young master from Longdu or Madu? But that didn't make sense either. Zhou Yaokun hadn't made enemies with anyone recently. At most he had a conflict with Yi Chen. His gaze swept over Yi Chen. But he quickly dismissed the thought. It was impossible. He simply couldn't figure out who he had offended. Zhou Yaokun asked in confusion, "Old Luo, who's behind this? Who have I offended?" The crowd was equally curious. For these elites to sacrifice immense profits just to cut ties with Zhou Yaokun, this mysterious figure had to have an identity that could terrify anyone. Was there truly someone in Yun City with such overwhelming power? Just as everyone was lost in speculation, Yi Chen stepped forward and said calmly, "Stop guessing. The person you offended is me." A flicker of disdain crossed Zhou Yaokun's eyes. He hadn't expected Yi Chen to step forward at this moment. Already in a foul mood, he was further irritated by what he saw as Yi Chen's mockery. Instantly, Zhou Yaokun was about to explode in anger. But before he could speak, Luo Mingcheng, Zhao Yunhai, Singh Zhengxiang, Qi Meng, and the other elites all bowed deeply toward Yi Chen and exclaimed loudly, "Young Master Yi." What? Everyone in the room widened their eyes in shock. What was going on? Who was this Yi Chen? How could he command the allegiance of Yun City's top elites? Zhou Yaokun was dumbfounded. To him, Yi Chen was just a brash kid who had overstepped by injuring his son. He had planned to deal with Yi Chen after the banquet. But now, he realized he had gravely underestimated him. Young Master Yi? Surname Yi? There wasn't any prominent family in Yun City with the surname Yi. Could he be from another province? Zhou Yaokun narrowed his eyes and asked coldly, "Who exactly are you?" Yi Chen smiled faintly and replied, "You don't need to know who I am. All you need to know is that the Zhou family has 3 days left in Yun City. After that, all your assets will be confiscated." With that, Yi Chen turned and walked away. Luo Mingcheng and the other elites immediately followed, looking every bit like his loyal entourage. The sight was utterly astonishing. These were the people who could shake Yun City with a mere stomp of their feet, yet they had become followers of a young man. Zhou Yaokun watched Yi Chen's departing figure, his eyes flashing with a sinister glint. Over the years, he had established extensive networks in Yun City. 3 days wouldn't be enough to withdraw all his assets. Yi Chen clearly intended to seize everything he had. Fury surged within Zhou Yaokun. He had never faced such humiliation, not even in the provincial capital. "Investigate. Immediately find out everything about Yi Chen," he barked. Yi Chen walked along the road, followed closely by Luo Mingcheng and the others, while their bodyguards and drivers trailed behind in cars, maintaining a respectful distance. Unless Yi Chen spoke, none of them dared to utter a word. After some time, Yi Chen suddenly stopped, turned around, and swept his gaze over the group. "Is there something you need?" Luo Mingcheng, the eldest and most experienced among them, quickly smiled and said, No, nothing, Yi Xiao." Yi Chen nodded. "If there's nothing, then disperse. Why are you following me? Are you all so idle?" Luo Mingcheng opened his mouth to say something, but Qi Meng, who was standing next to him, quickly tugged at his sleeve. Qi Meng had something he wanted to ask Yi Chen, but, not being familiar with him, was worried Yi Chen might refuse. He hoped Luo Mingcheng could make the request on his behalf. Clearing his throat, Luo Mingcheng said, "Well, Yi Xiao, this is Qi Meng. He has something he'd like to ask of you." Yi Chen frowned and looked at Qi Meng. "What is it?" Startled, Qi Meng, who wasn't entirely sure of Yi Chen's identity but had deduced from the other's behavior that he must be someone incredibly influential, became nervous. Yi Xiao, I'm Qi Meng from Yun City's Qi family. I'm almost 50 this year." Hearing this, Yi Chen rolled his eyes. "Why are you rambling? Get to the point." Qi Meng hurriedly nodded and bowed. Yes. I've heard that Yi Xiao possesses miraculous medical skills. I suffered an injury when I was younger, and it never fully healed. For years, I've been tormented by this old wound. I was hoping Yi Xiao could take a look. Regardless of whether it can be cured, I'll prepare a gift for you as a token of gratitude." Yi Chen glanced at Qi Meng and replied indifferently, "Hijime. You do have an injury. Whenever it's rainy or humid, your lower back hurts, doesn't it? The damper the weather, the harder it is for you to stand upright?" Qi Meng froze, his eyes filling with shock. "How? Shouldn't diagnosing an illness require an examination? Even traditional Chinese medicine practitioners would at least observe, ask questions, and take a pulse, right? But Yi Chen? Men? With just one glance, he identified the injury and pinpointed the exact symptoms. Shocking. Absolutely shocking. Qi Meng had indeed suffered a severe back injury in his youth. Although surgery had saved his life, it left him with chronic pain that flared up during humid weather, making it nearly impossible to straighten his back. This condition had plagued him for over 2 decades. Yi Shao, your insight is astonishing. Is there any hope for me? Qi Meng asked, still in disbelief. Yi Chen waved a hand dismissively. Come here. Curious, Qi Meng approached. As soon as he stood in front of Yi Chen, suddenly, Yi Chen acted. With one hand, Yi Chen grabbed Qi Meng by the shoulder and lifted him into the air. Everyone gasped, stunned by Yi Chen's sudden action. They couldn't understand why he had just thrown Qi Meng. But then, Yi Chen struck Qi Meng's lower back several times, each blow producing a sharp cracking sound. Qi Meng felt a surge of warmth spread through his body, followed by an overwhelming sense of relief. By the time he landed, he was so stunned that he couldn't immediately react. All done, Yi Chen said nonchalantly. If there's nothing else, leave. Stop following me. Done? Just like that? Luo Mingcheng and the others were well aware of Qi Meng's condition. Despite their wealth and connections, Qi Meng had consulted countless renowned doctors over the years, only to be told his injury was incurable. And yet, Yi Chen had resolved it in moments. Qi Meng, too, was astounded. He had felt only a warm flow of energy and little else. Could his injury truly be healed so easily? Tentatively, he bent forward. Previously, even the slightest attempt to bend his back would result in excruciating pain. Now, as he bent fully, placing both hands on the ground, he felt nothing, no pain, no pressure. He was cured. Truly cured. Qi Meng's heart swelled with awe and gratitude. Yi Chen was nothing short of a miracle worker. Seeing Yi Chen about to leave, Qi Meng ran after him, dropping to his knees with a loud thud. Yi Shao, thank you for curing my old injury. I must give you a gift. Please accept it, or I won't be at peace. Yi Chen replied casually. What gift? Qi Meng gestured for his driver to bring the car over, and then said to Yi Chen, Yi Shao, please get in the car. The gift is too large to bring here. I promise you'll be satisfied. Without overthinking it, Yi Chen stepped into the car. Shortly after, Qi Meng brought Yi Chen to Hidden Dragon Manor. Hidden Dragon Manor was Yun City's most exclusive estate, rumored to have cost billions to construct. Everything within it, from its facilities to its decor, was top tier. As Yi Chen took in his surroundings, a slight frown appeared on his face. What was Qi Meng planning by bringing him here? And in truth, Qi Meng was Yun City's largest real estate developer. Most of the city's luxury mansions and villas were built by his company. Arriving at the manor's entrance, Qi Meng quickly got out, opening the car door for Yi Chen. Yi Chen stepped out and asked, What are you giving me? Qi Meng gestured grandly toward the estate. This Yi Shao Hidden Dragon Manor. This estate is the pinnacle of luxury in Yun City. It represents all my effort and dedication. I've never found anyone worthy enough to live here, not even myself. But now that I've met you, Yi Shao, your status is the only one deserving of this place. I wish to gift it to you. Yi Chen glanced around. There was no denying it. Hidden Dragon Manor was every bit as grand and magnificent as its reputation suggested. Without responding, Yi Chen walked into the estate. The moment he stepped inside, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Something was off. Why was the spiritual energy here so dense? Yi Chen examined the trees planted throughout the manor. Though they appeared ordinary, they were thriving, and even plants that should have withered in this season remained lush and green. Strange. Highly unusual. Noticing Yi Chen's curiosity, Qi Meng explained, Yi Shao, you've probably sensed it as well. The most remarkable thing about this manor is that it's spring all year round. The trees and plants here rarely wither. Yi Chen nodded, closing his eyes to focus. Moments later, his eyes flew open in shock. He understood now. The reason the vegetation here flourished year-round was because the manor was built above a spiritual vein. A hiss. Even Yi Chen found this revelation surprising. If this were merely a luxurious estate, he wouldn't have paid it much attention. But an estate sitting atop a spiritual vein, however small, was another matter entirely. Nodding in satisfaction, Yi Chen said, This place is good. I'll take it. After receiving Hidden Dragon Manor, Yi Chen returned to his current residence. Mu Qingshu was already home. Seeing Yi Chen enter, she greeted him with a smile. "Brother-in-law, have you eaten?" Yi Chen smiled back. "Not yet, but I'm not planning to eat right now. Pack up your things, we're moving." "Moving?" Mu Qingshu was stunned. This news came as a surprise. They had been living comfortably here, so why the sudden move? Curiously, she asked, "Where are we moving to?" Yi Chen smiled. "You'll find out soon enough. Don't worry, it'll be much better than here." Hearing that, Mu Qingshu didn't ask further questions. She quickly started packing, though there wasn't much to bring. Hidden Dragon Manor already had all the necessary furniture, and was cleaned daily by professional staff. Before long, Yi Chen took Mu Qingshu to Hidden Dragon Manor. Standing at the entrance, Mu Qingshu was utterly dumbfounded. She never expected that the move Yi Chen mentioned would be to Hidden Dragon Manor. To her, Hidden Dragon Manor was a legendary place. It was the most luxurious estate in Yun City, costing over 5 billion to build. Some even claimed it was the location of Yun City's Dragon Vein. Shocked, Mu Qingshu turned to Yi Chen and asked, "Brother-in-law, are you saying we're going to live here from now on?" Yi Chen nodded. "That's right. What do you think? Do you like it?" Mu Qingshu forced a laugh. "Like it? How could I not like it? This is the pinnacle of luxury in Yun City. I heard that even Luo Mingcheng wanted to buy it back then, but Kiwai Meng refused to sell it. He didn't even want to live here himself." "Brother-in-law, how did you manage to buy this place?" Shrugging, Yi Chen replied casually, "Buy it? I didn't buy it, someone gave it to me." Boom! Yi Chen's words, spoken lightly, hit Mu Qingshu like a thunderclap. Gave it to him? Pie. Was this a joke? This was a luxury estate worth billions. And someone just gave it to him? Mu Qingshu was in shock. It seemed her brother-in-law's identity was far more terrifying than she had imagined. Yi Chen led Mu Qingshu to the gate. At the entrance, professional security guards were already stationed. Upon seeing Yi Chen, the guards bowed and greeted him respectfully. "Welcome home, Mr. Yi." Yi Chen nodded. "This is Mu Qingshu. She'll be living here from now on. Make sure you recognize her." The guards quickly and respectfully said, "Welcome home, Miss Miu." Mu Qingshu smiled and nodded to them in acknowledgement. As they walked into the manor, Mu Qingshu's excitement bubbled over. "I never thought I'd get to live in such a luxurious estate one day. Brother-in-law, I'm so happy." Yi Chen chuckled. "Don't get too excited. The happy days are just beginning." Puzzled, Mu Qingshu asked, "Brother-in-law, what do you mean?" Yi Chen explained, "The most valuable aspect of this manor isn't its decor or location. Beneath this estate lies a spiritual vein. Living here will nourish your body, rejuvenate your energy, and keep you free from illness." Mu Qingshu was stunned. "Really? No wonder the air feels so much fresher here." Yi Chen didn't elaborate further, and they continued walking into the manor. Mu Qingshu ran off toward the villa area, her excitement evident. Yi Chen called after her, "Slow down. What's the rush?" Giggling, Mu Qingshu replied, "I want to pick my own room and clean it up." Yi Chen said, "The staff clean everything daily. There's no need for you to do anything." Mu Qingshu insisted, "I don't care. It's my first time living in such a nice place. I have to clean it myself to feel truly happy." Seeing her so elated, Yi Chen didn't argue. He didn't follow her but instead went to the manor's entrance to survey the surroundings. Since there was a spiritual vein beneath the estate, he wanted to fully utilize it by planting spiritual herbs and medicines. Meanwhile, in the Hidden Dragon Mountain area, Mu Wangqing was walking along a path with a group of investors. These investors had come from out of town, and Mu Wangqing had secured this opportunity to show them the land in Hidden Dragon Mountain, hoping to develop a vacation resort there. The chance came by luck. One of the investors happened to be a former university classmate of hers. Using this connection, she managed to secure the opportunity. She couldn't afford to let it slip away. Mu Wangqing had always believed in the potential of Hidden Dragon Mountain's tourism industry. If she could establish a resort here, it would undoubtedly be a huge success. Taking a deep breath, she began introducing the area. "Ladies and gentlemen, Hidden Dragon Mountain is Yun City's prime location. Not only is the scenery breathtaking, but its geographical position is excellent, just a 10-minute drive from 2-5-level scenic spots. What's more, Yun City's most luxurious Hidden Dragon Manor is located here." A man in the group, named Lan Shi, nodded in agreement. He was one of the investors and Mu Wangqing's university classmate. "Now a manager in Angel Investments," he said with a smile, "I've heard a bit about Hidden Dragon Manor. Its construction caused quite a stir back then." Mu Wangqing quickly added, That's right. It's safe to say that everyone in Yun City knows about Hidden Dragon Manor. This area is the dream residential zone for many. People even visit just to catch a glimpse of it. An older investor asked, not bad. The location and marketability seem promising. Plus, with the reputation of Hidden Dragon Manor, investing here doesn't seem like a problem. But is there anyone living in the manor? Mu Wanking smiled. Since its construction, Hidden Dragon Manor has remained unoccupied. Many wealthy individuals have tried to buy it, even offering billions, but none succeeded. Anyone who can live there must be extraordinarily wealthy or powerful. As they walked closer to Hidden Dragon Manor, the investors observed the surroundings. Suddenly, they froze in surprise. Not only did they see security guards stationed outside the manor, but on the lawn inside, a man was lounging on a chair, basking in the sun. Wasn't this manor supposed to be unoccupied? Lan Shi asked, puzzled. Mu Wanking followed his gaze, her expression calm at first. You may not be familiar with Yun City, but this manor was built by Qi Meng, a real estate tycoon. He doesn't lack money and has said he'd only sell this estate to someone worthy. Honestly, my biggest dream was to one day live in Hidden Dragon Manor. Though I know I'm not qualified, everyone needs dreams, right? In my opinion, no one in Yun City is qualified to live in this dream estate. Lan Shi, listening to Mu Wanking's words, was left speechless. He pointed toward the manor. Unoccupied. Then, who is that? Mu Wanking turned to look where he was pointing. That one glance. Her entire body froze. Her eyes widened in disbelief. She felt a chill run down her spine. Her whole body stiffened as she stared, unable to move. What's going on? Wasn't Hidden Dragon Manor supposed to be unoccupied? Why is there someone living there now? Mu Wanking stared at the figure lounging on the chair inside the estate. He looked somewhat familiar. No, not just familiar. Very familiar. She looked more closely. Boom! It was as if her mind was struck by lightning. Her mouth fell open, and her hands began to tremble. That was Yi Chen. Her ex-husband of 3 years. There was no way she could mistake him. But still. It could be anyone living in Hidden Dragon Manor, but Yi Chen. That was absolutely impossible. How could he live there? How was he qualified to live there? Shock. She was completely stunned. What in the world had happened? Wasn't Yi Chen always a useless freeloader? What gave him the right to live in this estate? Mu Wanking's mind was in chaos, unable to make sense of it. Lan Shi noticed Mu Wanking's unusual reaction and asked, Wanking, what's wrong? Snapping out of it, she replied. I don't know why someone is living in Hidden Dragon Manor, but I recognize that person. It's impossible for him to live there. Lan Shi asked curiously, you know him? Who is he? Mu Wanking hesitated. Yi Chen was her ex-husband, and divorce wasn't something she wanted to publicize. She simply said, just a friend. Lan Shi smiled. Then why don't you go say hello? Mu Wanking also wanted to figure out why Yi Chen was there. She quickly said, I'll go ask him. She walked up to the entrance of Hidden Dragon Manor. Immediately, the security guards stopped her. One of them said, sorry ma'am, this is private property. Please leave. Mu Wanking said, let me in. I'm here to see someone inside. The guard replied coldly, apologies, but you need to leave. Annoyed, Mu Wanking shouted, Yi Chen. Get out here and explain this to me. The guards, now irritated, warned her, if you keep causing trouble, don't blame us for taking action. Yi Chen heard her shouting and frowned. He had just moved in. How did Mu Wanking already know about this? And why had she come here? Confused, Yi Chen walked over to the gate. Looking at Mu Wanking, he asked, what are you doing here? Mu Wanking chuckled sarcastically, I should be asking you that. What are you doing here? Yi Chen smirked. This is my home. Where else would I live? Boom. Hearing this, Mu Wanking staggered back a few steps. Yi Chen was really living here. How could this be possible? It was absolutely impossible. Staring at him in disbelief, Mu Wanking said, what a joke. You, living in Hidden Dragon Manor. Who do you think you are? Do you even deserve to live here? Yi Chen, can you say something truthful for once? Or are you just working here as a security guard? Yi Chen looked at her, unimpressed. He wasn't interested in explaining and said coldly, think whatever you want. I don't care. At that moment, another guard walked up to Yi Chen and said, Mr. Yi, Miss Mu is asking for you inside. Hearing this, Yi Chen turned and walked back into the estate. Mu Wanking's eyes narrowed. Miss Mu? There was another woman inside with the last name Mu? Could it be her younger sister, Mu Qingzhu? As Yi Chen left, the guards escorted Mu Wanqing away. For the rest of the afternoon she couldn't calm down. She kept thinking about why Yi Chen and Mu Qingzhu were living in Hidden Dragon Manor. This was the kind of luxurious estate she had only dreamed of living in. She had never even set foot inside. So how did Yi Chen and Mu Qingzhu get to live there? After hastily wrapping up her duties with the investors, Mu Wanqing rushed home. Zhao Lan, her mother, noticed her troubled expression and asked, "Wanqing, what's wrong?" Mu Wanqing sighed. "Mom, something strange happened today." Hearing this, Mu Bo and Mu Fei also came over. "Strange? What happened?" they asked. Mu Wanqing recounted how she had seen Yi Chen at Hidden Dragon Manor. The Mu family was instantly stunned. "What? You're saying that trash Yi Chen is living in Hidden Dragon Manor? How is that possible?" "Exactly. What makes him qualified? I heard that the estate alone cost billions to build. What kind of status does Yi Chen have to live there?" Mu Wanqing shook her head, equally puzzled. "I don't understand either. But I saw it with my own eyes. And there was someone else inside a Miss Mu. I suspect it's Qingzhu." Zhao Lan glanced at Mu Fei and quickly said, "Mu Fei, go check Qingzhu's house. See if she's still there." Mu Fei nodded and drove to Mu Qingzhu's house. Not long after, he returned. Zhao Lan immediately asked, "Well, what did you find?" Mu Fei replied, "The house is empty. All her belongings have been packed up, and the furniture is covered with dust cloths. It looks like she's moved out." Mu Bo squinted his eyes and said, "So it's true Qingzhu has moved into Hidden Dragon Manor with Yi Chen?" Mu Wanqing was still in disbelief. But how? How could they possibly afford to live in such a luxurious estate? Even Yun City's wealthiest would struggle to get in. No one could figure it out. After a while, Zhao Lan spoke up. "I get it now. Yi Chen is riding on Qingzhu's coattails. Qingzhu's status isn't what it used to be. She's now the CEO of Zixin Group, backed by Zhao Yunhai. Maybe Qingzhu performed exceptionally well and was rewarded. If anyone could make it possible for Qingzhu to live in Hidden Dragon Manor, it's someone like Zhao Yunhai." Hearing this, the family nodded in agreement. Mu Bo added, "Exactly. Didn't you all say before that Zhao's eldest son seemed particularly attentive to Qingzhu? Maybe he's spending extravagantly to pursue her." Mu Wanqing still felt skeptical. Would someone really spend billions just to pursue someone? It seemed unlikely. She asked, "But why is Yi Chen living there too?" Mu Fei laughed. "Sis, don't you get it? Yi Chen's a parasite. He's been freeloading off Qingzhu ever since we kicked him out. It's no surprise he's latched onto her again." Mu Wanqing thought for a moment. "You might be right. But giving someone access to such a valuable estate just to win them over? It seems over the top." Xiao Lan scoffed. "You don't understand. The estate obviously doesn't belong to Qingzhu. It's just a temporary arrangement to impress her. As women, we know how these things work. Living there doesn't mean owning it, it's just a show of status." The family considered her reasoning and found it convincing. Anyone capable of letting Mu Qingzhu live in Hidden Dragon Manor had to be among Yun City's elite. Given that Xingqian Group was a subsidiary of Zhao Yunhai's Yunhai Group, it made sense. And they had personally seen how attentive Zhao Yunhai's son was to Qingzhu. Realizing this, Zhao Lan couldn't suppress a surge of jealousy and anger. "So that's how it is. But why? None of us have ever lived in such a luxurious estate. How does that trash Yi Chen get to live there first?" The family's discussion grew more heated, their resentment toward Yi Chen intensifying. Zhao Lan, visibly angry, said, "This is infuriating. That Yi Chen is clearly taking advantage of our Mu family. He's a grown man, why can't he earn his own living? Why does he have to rely on women?" Mu Fei chimed in, "Exactly. First, he mooched off of our eldest sister. After we kicked him out, he latched onto our second sister. Now he's living in Hidden Dragon Manor? No way. I'm going to talk to second sister and tell her to kick him out, then we can move in." Mu Wanqing quickly stopped him. "Don't act rashly. We need to figure out what's really going on. I have something very important to handle tomorrow, and we can't afford to mess it up." Mu Bo, curious, asked, "What's so important?" Mu Wanqing's expression turned determined as she replied, "Haven't you heard? The globally renowned Pearl Group is coming to Yun City." At these words, the entire family was stunned. The Pearl Group? That's one of the world's top 500 corporations, a massive, prestigious company. And now they're coming to Yun City? This was monumental news. Mu Bo exclaimed, "Wow. A company that big establishing itself in Yun City will create countless opportunities. Mu Wonking smiled proudly. Exactly. As soon as I got wind of this, I immediately reached out to the Pearl Group, and guess what? One of their project managers happens to be my former college classmate, and he's agreed to give me an opportunity to collaborate with them. What? Mubo, Zhao Lan, and the others could hardly breathe from excitement. Excitement. This was monumental news. Being able to collaborate with the Pearl Group could catapult Qin Yuan Company to unprecedented heights. Zhao Lan laughed heartily. Daughter, you're amazing. If you successfully secure this partnership, our Mu family status in Yun City will skyrocket. Mubo added, Wonking. I've always had high hopes for you, and you haven't disappointed me. My only regret is not stopping your marriage to Yi Chen back then. That decision left a stain on your otherwise bright future. Zhao Lan scowled. What bad luck he was. We need to help Wonking clean up this stain completely. Once she reaches the pinnacle of Yun City's business world, there'll be no room for Yi Chen to drag her down. Mu Fei nodded. I'm sure Yi Chen hasn't given up yet. He's probably still clinging to the hope of remarrying Big Sister. With his shamelessness, we need to stay vigilant. In their eyes, Yi Chen had spent 3 years living off their family, contributing nothing. When they divorced, he left with nothing, refusing even the 5 million yuan they offered him out of pride. He had no job, no income, how could he survive? Surely, they reasoned, he was leeching off Mu Qingshu now. Without her, he'd likely starve on the streets. Mu Wonking sighed. Qingshu is just too naive. She's the CEO of Singh Group now, yet she's still associating with Yi Chen. Doesn't she realize it lowers her status? And besides, Yi Chen was her brother-in-law. Now that they're living together, what will people say? Mu Fei narrowed his eyes. Big sister, since you're about to secure this partnership with the Pearl Group, why don't we organize a gathering with some high-status friends? Let Yi Chen see firsthand what your social circle looks like now. Once he realizes the gap between you, we can give him some money to leave Hidden Dragon Manor, and then we can move in. Zhao Lan nodded in agreement. That's a great idea, Fei. Mu Wonking also nodded. All right, I'll make the arrangements. Meanwhile, Yi Chen was unaware of the Mu family scheming to not only humiliate him but also claim Hidden Dragon Manor for themselves. The idea was laughable. At that moment, Yi Chen and Mu Qingshu were enjoying lunch at Hidden Dragon Manor. Still giddy about moving in, Mu Qingshu looked up and asked, Brother-in-law, did you hear the news? Hear what? Yi Chen glanced at her curiously. Mu Qingshu grinned. You really don't keep up with current events, do you? The internationally renowned Pearl Consortium is coming to Yun City, and the CEO of the Yun City branch is none other than the famed financial goddess, Lu Miaoyin. Hearing this, Yi Chen's eyes flickered slightly, and a faint smile played on his lips. Noticing his silence, Mu Qingshu asked, Brother-in-law, have you heard of Lu Miaoyin? Yi Chen chuckled. Yes, I've heard of her. Mu Qingshu said excitedly, she's truly worthy of being called the goddess of finance. I heard she's been dominating Wall Street with her Pearl Consortium. Not only is she stunningly beautiful, but she's also incredibly intelligent, someone everyone admires. Yi Chen smiled and replied, she's all right. Not as extraordinary as the rumors make her out to be. She can be a bit clueless. Mu Qingshu giggled. Brother-in-law, you're so funny. She's an internationally recognized financial genius. How could she be clueless? She's undoubtedly brilliant. Besides, my sister admires her more than anyone. If you said that in front of her, she'd probably scold you. Yi Chen shrugged nonchalantly. She can't scold me now we're divorced. Mu Qingshu stuck out her tongue, silently scolding herself for bringing up a sore topic. After lunch, Mu Qingshu left for work, and Yi Chen stepped out of Hidden Dragon Manor for a stroll. As he walked along a path near Hidden Dragon Mountain, several luxury cars suddenly stopped in front of him. 2 people stepped out. The first was a stunningly beautiful woman with an air of sophistication. Her elegant eyes glimmered with intelligence, and she exuded a noble, graceful aura. Every step she took seemed like a dance through a celestial realm. Her skin was as fair as snow, her delicate facial features flawlessly balanced. A faint, playful smile graced her lips, making her look both approachable and commanding. Next to her stood a tall, imposing man. He had a lean face, a towering stature, and was dressed in a black trench coat with a round-brimmed hat. Beneath the hat, his calm, expressionless eyes seemed to pierce through everything, as if he had seen the world's truths. Even a single glance from him sent a shiver down one's spine. It was clear this man was an extraordinarily dangerous figure. The aura he emitted alone was enough to make people tremble. Seeing these two, Yi Chen was momentarily stunned. a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. To be honest, he hadn't expected them to come. It had been so long since they last met. A faint smile appeared on his lips as he looked at the two of them and said in a calm tone, "Lu Miaoyan, Zhang Yi." Both Lu Miaoyan and Zhang Yi looked at Yi Chen, a trace of respect flashing in their eyes. The next moment, Lu Miaoyan and Zhang Yi dropped to their knees before Yi Chen in unison, their voices respectful and synchronized as they called out, "Young master." Their expressions were filled with utmost reverence and awe. If Mu Wanqing and her family had witnessed this scene, they would have been utterly shocked. Lu Miaoyan, the financial goddess who dominated Wall Street and was hailed as a once-in-a-century talent. She controlled immeasurable wealth and had the financial means to destabilize an entire country if she so desired. Zhang Yi, on the other hand, was no ordinary figure. He was a globally renowned legend. The top-ranked assassin, known as the God of Death on the assassin leaderboard. The #1 mercenary, titled the God of War on the mercenary rankings. The pinnacle of overseas martial prowess, known as the Reaper on the global combat power leaderboard. Countless tales surrounded the Reaper abroad. It was said that wherever the Reaper appeared, mountains of corpses followed. He was a figure of absolute terror, someone no one dared to provoke. In fact, many nations feared him, as there were instances where his mere presence almost caused a nation's collapse. To many, the Reaper was an unattainable dream and an apex to aspire toward. Yet here he was, kneeling before Yi Chen, addressing him as young master. If this were to spread, it would undoubtedly shock the entire world. Yi Chen, however, showed no surprise. He merely said calmly, "Stand up." Lu Miaoyan and the Reaper Zhang Yi rose to their feet. Yi Chen glanced at Lu Miaoyan and said, "Miaoyan, I heard you moved the Pearl Consortium to Yun City. Why abandon the turbulence of Wall Street to come to such a small place?" Lu Miaoyan slightly bowed and replied, "Young master, you've been missing for 3 years, and we missed you. So, we took the liberty of coming here. Young master, when will you visit Pearl Consortium for an inspection?" Yi Chen chuckled. "I'll stop by when I have the time." He then turned to Zhang Yi and asked, "What about the task I entrusted you with back then? How's the progress?" The Reaper Zhang Yi remained expressionless, his voice calm as he reported, "Young master, we've uncovered some leads. The forces in Dragon Country are incredibly intricate. We've identified at least 10 organizations involved in the siege against Ms. Su Zixuang back then. However, the exact reasons are still under investigation." Yi Chen nodded. "Good. Speed it up. I want every person who forced or harmed Zixuang to pay the price." A cold, murderous intent filled Yi Chen's eyes. He thought of the woman who had died in his arms, a goddess-like figure. She was his beloved. But she was gone. No matter how extraordinary she was, she still met her end. This hatred was something Yi Chen couldn't let go of. His return to Dragon Country was for the sole purpose of finding those who had harmed Su Zixuang and eradicating them, one by one. However, one thing had always puzzled him. Before Su Zixuang passed away, she had asked him to marry Mu Wanqing, take care of the Mu family, and ensure they lived without worries. For 3 years, Yi Chen had lived with the Mu family but never discovered any connection between them and Su Zixuang. He had even asked Mu Wanqing if she knew of Su Zixuang, but Mu Wanqing had claimed she'd never heard of her. This left Yi Chen deeply perplexed. If there was no connection, why would Su Zixuang leave such a request as her final wish? Yi Chen couldn't figure it out. Nevertheless, he had adhered to Su Zixuang's dying wish. In 3 years, he had turned the Mu family from a debt-ridden household into a billion-yuan enterprise. Everything they had was because of Yi Chen. Even though he was now divorced from Mu Wanqing, his tolerance for the Mu family remained high, because of Su Zixuang. Otherwise, with a mere gesture, he could have obliterated the insignificant Mu family. After bidding farewell to the Reaper Zhang Yi, Yi Chen accompanied Lu Miaoyan to Pearl Consortium. As they neared Pearl Consortium, Yi Chen glanced at Lu Miaoyan and said, "I'll head to the office first and wait for you." Lu Miaoyan replied, "Young master, shouldn't the employees get a chance to meet their new boss?" Yi Chen waved her off. "No need. You're the public face of the consortium. I don't manage the corporation, so let's not bother with that. It's annoying." Lu Miaoyan giggled. "Young master, you're as low-key as ever. Fine, you go ahead to the 10th floor CEO office." Yi Chen nodded and quickly stepped into the elevator. Meanwhile, Mu Wanqing had prepared her documents and arrived at Pearl Consortium. Looking up, she caught a fleeting glimpse of a familiar figure disappearing into the elevator. Although it was just a brief glance, she felt a sense of familiarity but couldn't make out who it was. Mu Wangking froze. Why did that figure look so much like Yi Chen? Though she hadn't seen the person clearly, after living with Yi Chen for 3 years, she was overly attuned to his presence. Even the slightest resemblance felt glaring. But then, looking around Pearl Consortium, she chuckled bitterly to herself. What's wrong with me? We're divorced. Am I still thinking about that guy? How could I mistake someone else for him? This is Pearl Consortium. Yi Chen wouldn't even have the qualifications to step through these doors. Shaking her head, she sighed and quickly walked inside. At that moment, a man of similar age greeted her with a smile. Wangking, long time no see. Mu Wangking straightened herself and smiled back. Zhou, my old classmate. The man before her was Zhou Yu's, a college classmate she hadn't seen since graduation. She was surprised to learn that Zhou Yu's had become a project manager at Pearl Consortium. This connection gave Mu Wangking immense hope. If she could establish a good rapport with Zhou Yu's, she might secure a contract with Pearl Consortium. Zhou Yu's looked at Mu Wangking, his eyes flashing with admiration. Wangking, you really live up to your reputation as our university's campus queen. You've only grown more beautiful. I also heard you started your own company. Amazing. Mu Wangking responded modestly. Zhou, you flatter me. I'm just running a small operation. Nothing compared to you, a project manager at a world-class company like Pearl Consortium. Although Zhou Yu's acted humble, he couldn't help but feel proud. Indeed, for someone his age to hold a managerial position at Pearl Consortium was impressive anywhere. While Mu Wangking's Qingyuan group seemed successful with a valuation of over 100 million yuan, in reality, it wasn't even qualified to collaborate with Pearl Consortium. Zhou Yu's was about to say something when he spotted a striking figure walking past. His expression turned serious as he bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle and respectfully called out, President Liu. Liu Miaoyan nodded slightly and replied with a single word, HMM. She then strode directly into the elevator. President Liu? Mu Wangking's heart skipped a beat. Could it be? She asked in astonishment. Zhou, was that just now? The famed financial goddess, President Liu Miaoyan? Exactly. Zhou Yu's nodded and said, she's none other than Liu Miaoyan, the financial goddess who's been dominating Wall Street. Actually, she should be the CEO of the Mingzhu Financial Group's headquarters, but for some reason she's come to Yuncheng. Mu Wangking gazed enviously at Liu Miaoyan's retreating figure. This was the kind of person she had always dreamed of becoming. Mu Wangking was a highly ambitious woman. She wasn't content with just making a little money. What she wanted was to stand at the pinnacle of the world, like Liu Miaoyan. To be someone admired by all. She wanted everyone who saw her to look at her with reverence. This was also why she had resolved to divorce Yi Chen. It wasn't because she had fallen out of love or had an affair. It was because she wanted to become a woman like Liu Miaoyan. Taking a deep breath, Mu Wangking said with admiration, President Liu truly lives up to her legendary reputation. Her aura is unparalleled. It's probably impossible to find another woman in the world who can compare to her. Zhou Yu smiled and said, that's only natural. However, people like President Liu exist in a completely different world from us, one that we can't even begin to fathom. Mu Wangking didn't respond. A different world? In her heart, she secretly vowed that one day she would step into the elite circles of someone like Liu Miaoyan. Before this moment, she had hesitated about whether divorcing Yi Chen was too impulsive. To be honest, her decision to divorce was more due to her parents' nagging and pressure, and she had felt reluctant deep down. But now, seeing Liu Miaoyan, she realized that divorcing Yi Chen might have been the right choice. If she wanted to enter circles like Liu Miaoyan's, Yi Chen would undoubtedly hold her back. How could she become a revered goddess in the business world with a lazy, unmotivated man as her husband? Zhou Yu's, unaware of Mu Wangking's thoughts, smiled and said, I previously assessed your Qingjuan company. To be honest, it wasn't originally qualified to collaborate with the Mingzhu Financial Group. However, since Mingzhu Group has just set up in Yuncheng and I mediated the situation, I managed to secure a 5 million yuan project for you. Don't think it's too small. Although it was only a 5 million yuan project, not a particularly large one, Mu Wangking was still thrilled. After all, this was a contract with the Mingzhu Financial Group, something every company in Yuncheng dreamed of. Given Qingyuan Company's size, they wouldn't normally even have a chance. Now, they had secured a contract. Even if it didn't generate profits, just having this experience would enhance Qingyuan's brand value in Yuncheng. Mu Wangking expressed her gratitude sincerely. Zhou, you're too kind. Being able to collaborate with the Mingzhu Financial Group is my dream. Qin Juan will put in 200% effort to ensure the project is done well. Zhou Yu smiled and said, I believe in you. Come with me to sign the contract. After signing the contract, Mu Wangqing smiled and invited him. Zhou, since it's your first time in Yunqing, would I have the honor of hosting you at a gathering? I'll invite some of Yunqing's entrepreneurs so we can have a lively time. Zhou Yu nodded and agreed. Firstly, Mu Wangqing was beautiful, and he had some interest in her, so this was a chance to get closer. Secondly, Zhou Yu's planned to establish himself in Yunqing, so he needed to network with local entrepreneurs to lay the groundwork for his career. Meanwhile, in Luo Miaoyan's office, Yi Chen was sitting in the boss's chair, legs casually propped up on the desk. Lu Miaoyan was crouching obediently by his feet, gently massaging his legs. Lu Miaoyan was the CEO of the Mingzhu Financial Group. Even the titans of Wall Street treated her with utmost respect, calling her President Liu. This goddess who controlled untold wealth was now massaging Yi Chen's legs. If anyone else saw this, the entire world would likely go mad. While massaging his legs, Lu Miaoyan asked softly, Young master, I heard you've divorced? Yi Chen nodded and said, Yes, divorced. Lu Miaoyan asked in confusion, Why? Although I don't know what connection Sister Su has with the Miu family, she said to look after them. Why would you get a divorce? Yi Chen chuckled bitterly and said, Maybe the Miu family thinks I'm unambitious, powerless and poor, so I'm unworthy of being their son-in-law. What? Lu Miaoyan was stunned. What kind of nonsense was this? They looked down on Yi Chen? Were the Miu family's brains damaged? Yi Chen, poor? Let's not even mention Mingzhu Financial Group, which controlled wealth that could rival nations. Yi Chen was the owner of Mingzhu Group. Yi Chen, powerless? That was an international joke. With a single word, Yi Chen could destroy a country. People like Lu Miaoyan were merely his servants. Not to mention that Yi Chen could command millions with a single order. Saying he was infinitely powerful wouldn't even be an exaggeration. And yet, he was deemed unqualified? The Miu family clearly had no sense at all. Angrily, Lu Miaoyan said, Daring to slander the young master like this, should I wipe out the Miu family? Yi Chen waved his hand and said, No need. Let them be. I still don't know why Su Zixuan wanted me to help the Miu family. But since she asked, I can at least ensure they enjoy a prosperous life. 3 years of wealth and comfort are enough. As long as they don't overstep, they'll have a lifetime of peace and security. Lu Miaoyan nodded. So what's next for you, young master? Narrowing his eyes, Yi Chen said, I owe Zixuan my life. But she's dead now. I must find out who killed her. Given her capabilities, it's impossible for her to have been killed so easily. There must be more behind this. Once I find out who's responsible, no matter who it is, I'll destroy them. Lu Miaoyan nodded. She understood how important Su Zixuan was to Yi Chen. Her eyes narrowed as well. After 3 years of lying low in Dragon Country, Yi Chen was about to re-emerge. This time, the entire Dragon Country would undoubtedly be rocked by an earth-shaking storm. After chatting with Lu Miaoyan for a while, Yi Chen left Mingzhu Group. Not long after stepping outside, he saw Mu Wangqing standing by the roadside. The two were already divorced. Yi Chen didn't want to have anything more to do with her, so he turned to leave. But Mu Wangqing saw him and frowned, displeased. Yi Chen, so it is you. Are you stalking me? Earlier she had noticed a figure resembling Yi Chen but couldn't confirm it. Now, seeing him sneaking around behind her, she immediately assumed he was following her. Without thinking, she directly confronted him. Yi Chen was stunned. When had he ever followed Mu Wangqing? She was seriously overestimating herself. Yi Chen said coldly, Why would I follow you? Mu Wangqing retorted, If you weren't following me, then what are you doing here? Don't tell me you got lost and ended up here. Yi Chen curled his lips and said, I'm not as bored as you are. I just came to take a look at Mingzhu Group, that's all. Take a look at Mingzhu Group? That's all? What a joke. K-Bay. This was a Fortune 500 company. Did he think it was some tourist attraction he could just walk into for a visit? Mu Wangqing was speechless. She had thought that, during their marriage, while Yi Chen had been lazy, unambitious, and incapable, he was at least a passable stay-at-home husband. At the very least, his temperament and personality were decent. He wasn't talkative, but he also didn't brag. Now that they were divorced, she hadn't expected Yi Chen to change so much. Frowning, Mu Wangqing said, Take a look at the company. Are you going to say next that Mingzhu Group belongs to you? Yi Chen shrugged and said, That's right, it's mine. So what? Mu Wangqing couldn't take it anymore. Angrily, she said, Yi Chen, There's no need for you to talk big in front of me. We were married for 3 years. Do you think I don't know what kind of person you are? Do you really think bragging will make me think highly of you or make me want to reconcile with you? Yi Chen sighed and said dismissively, Mu Wangqing, are you out of your mind? When did I ever say I wanted to get back together with you? Mu Wangqing shook her head in frustration. Even now, Yi Chen refused to admit anything. She took a deep breath and said, Yi Chen, you really need to put in some effort. People won't respect you just because you dream about it, you need to work for it. I just signed a cooperation contract with Mingzhu Group. In the future, I'll have more opportunities to work with top companies like this. Do you know who Lu Miaoyan is? One day, I'll become someone like her. If you don't start improving yourself, the gap between us will only grow wider. By then, you'll only be able to look up at me from afar. Yi Chen was speechless. To be honest, if they hadn't divorced, forget about a mere small project with Mingzhu Group, he could have handed the entire company over to her, even made Lu Miaoyan her assistant. Why would she need to look up to Lu Miaoyan? But Yi Chen didn't want to bother explaining. Oh, congratulations, he said indifferently. With that, he turned to leave. Mu Wangqing saw the indifferent expression on his face and thought it was because he didn't understand the significance of collaborating with Mingzhu Group. This made her realize how narrow-minded Yi Chen's worldview was. If this continued, Yi Chen would become a complete waste of a man. Hurriedly catching up to him, Mu Wangqing said, Yi Chen, you really can't go on like this. Tonight, I've invited a few entrepreneurs from Yuncheng to a small gathering. You should come too. Yi Chen shrugged. Why would I attend? I'm busy. Mu Wangqing snapped. Busy with what? Wandering aimlessly? I'm giving you an opportunity here. You should value it. Meeting successful people can broaden your horizons so you won't stay so ignorant. Yi Chen sneered. I don't need to meet anyone. They're not worth it. Mu Wangqing was speechless. Listen to this. Just listen to what Yi Chen was saying. Incompetent yet so arrogant. Taking a deep breath, Mu Wangqing said, Do you really want to stay a coward forever? You're even scared to attend a small gathering. How can you ever achieve anything? I really think divorcing you was the right decision. You'll never amount to anything. Yi Chen stopped in his tracks. His expression turned cold. While his marriage to Mu Wangqing had been to fulfill Su Zixuang's dying wish, 3 years of living together had left some feelings behind. It would be a lie to say there were none. But seeing Mu Wangqing's attitude now made his heart ache. Yi Chen said coldly, Maybe this is how you've truly felt all along. Fine, I'll attend the gathering. But whether I have potential or not is not for you to decide. With that, he walked away without looking back. Watching Yi Chen's retreating figure, Mu Wangqing felt a pang of melancholy. She had always felt guilty about the divorce after all. Yi Chen had left with nothing. But now, seeing Yi Chen, she couldn't help but feel that the gap between them was enormous. When Mu Wangqing returned home, Zhao Lan and the others surrounded her. Zhao Lan asked, Wangqing, how did it go? Did you secure the contract? Mu Wangqing nodded. Yes, I signed it. Zhao Lan was overjoyed. That's wonderful. This is a contract with Mingzhu Group, something others can only dream of. My daughter is amazing. Mu Wangqing said. I also ran into Yi Chen today. Zhao Lan frowned. Yi Chen? Why did you see that loser? Mu Wangqing shook her head. I'm not sure. I feel like he's been following me, but I don't know what he's up to. Mu Fei chimed in, Isn't it obvious? That guy must be trying to reconcile with you. He's probably sneaking around looking for an opportunity. That's all he's capable of, sneaky tricks. Mu Wangqing sighed. Anyway, tonight I've invited a classmate from Mingzhu Group to a small gathering. I've also invited Yi Chen. Zhao Lan was shocked. Daughter, what were you thinking? Why would you invite him? He doesn't belong there. Mu Bo, however, smiled slyly. Don't rush to judgment. Yi Chen indeed doesn't belong there. But precisely because he doesn't, letting him attend such a high-level gathering will make him realize the gap between him and Wangqing. Let him see that Wangqing is now worth billions and interacts with top-tier people, while he's still a nobody. Once he understands he's no match for her anymore, he'll finally give up. Mu Wangqing said nothing. That was indeed her intention, though she felt it was a bit cruel to Yi Chen. Taking a deep breath, she said, All right, I'll handle this. Mom, Dad, I need to get ready for the event. With that, Mu Wangqing turned to leave. Mu Fei quickly caught up to her and grabbed her arm. Sis, wait a moment. Mu Wangqing turned to him and asked, What is it? Mu Fei smiled. Can you take me to the gathering too? I want to broaden my horizons. Mu Wangqing frowned. Don't be ridiculous. What would you do at the gathering? You don't know anyone there. Mu Fei protested. If that loser Yi Chen can go, why can't I? Besides, if Yi Chen gets upset or causes a scene, I can deal with him. You shouldn't have to dirty your hands, sis, you're in a different league now. Hearing this, Mu Wanqing thought it made sense. She nodded and said, fine, you can come with me. Just make sure to keep an eye on Yi Chen and don't let him cause trouble. Very soon, Mu Wanqing and Mu Fei arrived at the Sigri restaurant. Even though the collaboration with the Mingzhu Financial Group was just a small 5 million yuan project, it had paved the way for Mu Wanqing to advance further. And all of this was thanks to Zhou Yu's. To show her gratitude, Mu Wanqing had spent a hefty sum to book a private room at the Sigri restaurant. Sigri restaurant was one of the top-tier establishments in Yuncheng. Generally, only the city's elite dined there, while ordinary people could never afford to eat there even once in their lifetime. After all, a single meal there cost several years of an average person's salary. By choosing this venue, Mu Wanqing immediately felt as though her world had changed. Spending money freely, where a single dinner equaled years of someone else's hard work, marked a significant step up in her social status. This was the power of being in the right circles. The people she interacted with now were all capable of dining at a place like Sigri. Thinking of Yi Chen, Mu Wanqing recalled how they used to eat at roadside stalls during their relationship. Although those times were joyful, that wasn't the life Mu Wanqing wanted. What she desired was a life spent in the most luxurious restaurants in the country, basking in the envious gazes of others. Now, she was inching closer to her dream step by step. The gap between her and Yi Chen would only grow larger, and their paths would continue to diverge. Just then, Yi Chen walked over slowly. Seeing him, Mu Wanqing said, Yi Chen, tonight is your last chance to see what the upper class and people of status are like. I hope you can reflect on your life after tonight and figure out what to do moving forward. Don't waste your life anymore. Yi Chen frowned but remained indifferent. Upper class? How laughable. A group of ants dared to call themselves the upper class? Yi Chen had never cared for the so-called high society. He, alone, represented the pinnacle of power and wealth. Seeing Yi Chen's disdainful expression, Mu Fei grew furious and snapped, Yi Chen, wipe that smirk off your face. If it weren't for my sister, you'd never have stepped foot in a place like this in your entire life. Who do you think you are? Let me tell you, when we go inside, sit quietly in the corner and don't speak. You're not worthy of anything else. Got it? Mu Wanqing stopped him, saying, enough. Say no more. Let's go in. The group walked into the private room, which was lavishly decorated. There weren't many guests, but most of them were prominent business figures from Yuncheng. Mu Wanqing had invited only those worth over 1 billion yuan. The star of tonight's gathering, of course, was Zhou Yu's, the project manager from the Mingzhu Financial Group. The Mingzhu Financial Group carried immense clout. Even though Zhou Yu's was merely a project manager, and didn't possess as much wealth as some of the business owners in the room, the prestige of the Mingzhu name elevated him to the center of attention. Manager Zhou, here's my business card. It's an honor to meet you today. Please guide me in the future. Exactly. Manager Zhou, achieving such a position at such a young age is truly remarkable. Manager Zhou is not only talented but also exceptional in every way. When Mu Wanqing's group entered, Zhou Yu's immediately noticed them. His gaze briefly landed on Yi Chen, and a faint look of disdain flashed across his face. However, he didn't make it obvious. He approached Mu Wanqing and said with a smile, Wanqing, you're here. Mu Wanqing returned the smile. Sorry to keep you waiting, Zhou. Zhou Yu's chuckled. Waiting for someone as stunning as you is my pleasure. Isn't that right, everyone? The crowd eagerly agreed. President Mu, congratulations on becoming the first in Yuncheng to secure a project with the Mingzhu Financial Group. President Mu, you're bound to shine brightly in Yuncheng after this. Indeed. And to think you're personally acquainted with Manager Zhou, how envious we are. Mu Wanqing looked at the wealthy business owners before her. These were people worth billions, and in the past, she would never have been able to invite them to an event like this. Although she was relatively wealthy herself, they had never taken her seriously. But now, thanks to her connection with Zhou Yu's, these very same people were now fawning over her. This was the power of circles. Mu Fei, watching his sister, felt a surge of pride. He shot a glare at Yi Chen and said, see that? My sister is destined to be a prominent figure in Yuncheng's business world. You probably regret divorcing her now, don't you? Let me tell you, don't even think about getting back together. You're not worthy, understand? Even though Mu Fei didn't know these business moguls personally, he could tell from their demeanor that they were no ordinary people. They were all praising Mu Wangking. He believed that soon the Mu family would rise to become one of Yuncheng's elite families, and he himself would be a young master. What a satisfying thought. At that moment, Zhou Yuz glanced at Yi Chen and asked with a smile, Wangking, you brought 2 people today. Aren't you going to introduce them? Mu Wangking hesitated for a moment before smiling. This is my younger brother, Mu Fei. I brought him along to broaden his horizons. As for this gentleman, he is my ex. Before she could finish, Mu Fei interjected with a grin, Manager Zhou, you don't need to bother with this guy. He's just a loser trying to chase after my sister. Honestly, he's not good enough. But you and my sister, now that's a perfect match. Mu Wangqing frowned and scolded, Xiao Fei, don't speak nonsense. Although Mu Wangqing was aware of Zhou Yuz's interest in her, she had no intention of being with him. After all, he was just a manager. However, Mu Fei thought differently. He knew Zhou Yuz was the project manager for the Mingshu Financial Group, and if he became his brother-in-law, it could bring more lucrative projects to their family. Mu Fei laughed and said, how am I speaking nonsense? Manager Zhou is a million times better than Yi Chen. Isn't that right, everyone? The crowd began chiming in. Exactly. Manager Zhou is such an outstanding individual, and President Mu is truly stunning, a match made in heaven. If they were together, it'd be a perfect pairing. I agree. Only someone like Manager Zhou deserves President Mu. As for certain others who don't know their place, they should stay away. Listening to the incessant chatter, Yi Chen frowned. He looked at Mu Wangqing and sneered, Mu Wangqing, did you invite me here tonight just to watch this circus of clowns singing each other's praises? Nothing but self-congratulatory nonsense. In my eyes, they're nothing but ants. And yet you're proud of knowing them? What? Hearing Yi Chen's words, everyone in the room was stunned, staring at him in disbelief. Was this guy insane? He actually called them all ants? What nonsense. Everyone present was worth at least hundreds of millions, and Zhou Yuz himself managed projects worth tens or even hundreds of billions. If they were ants, then what was Yi Chen? Probably not even worthy of being an ant in comparison. When Mu Wangqing heard Yi Chen's words, her face flushed with embarrassment. The guests she had invited today were people she had to curry favor with, yet in Yi Chen's eyes, they were nothing more than ants. His ignorance was beyond comprehension. How humiliating. Absolutely disgraceful. Sure enough, laughter erupted from everyone in the room. Their laughter was piercing. But none of them argued with Yi Chen or showed any anger. To them, Yi Chen's words were so childish that they were simply laughable. Arguing with him would only demean themselves. Zhou Yuz sighed and looked down at Yi Chen with a condescending smile. Kid, sometimes you think saying things like that will provoke us, but in our eyes you're just immature. To be honest, if Mu Wangqing hadn't brought you here, we wouldn't even spare you a glance. Ridiculous. Kiculous. Ignorant. Everyone in the room looked at Yi Chen as though he were beneath them. Mu Fei shook his head in frustration and whispered, Yi Chen, don't you see? You don't belong in this kind of circle. I hope you realize that and stop clinging to my sister. She will never get back together with you. Can't you see? That's Zhou Yuz, a project manager from the Mingshu Financial Group. He might even become my brother-in-law one day. Compared to him, you're as insignificant as dirt beneath his feet. Yi Chen shrugged indifferently and said, First of all, I've never thought about getting back together with your sister. Secondly, a mere project manager of the Mingshu Group? I could get him fired with just one word. His voice wasn't quiet, so everyone in the room heard it clearly. Especially Zhou Yuz. He had always taken pride in being a project manager at the Mingshu Financial Group. Wherever he went, his title commanded respect. Now, hearing Yi Chen claim he could fire him with a single word, Zhou Yuz's expression darkened. He glared at Yi Chen and said, You! Get me fired. I usually don't bother with nobodies like you, but now I'm curious. Let's see how you plan to get me fired. Yi Chen glanced at Zhou Yuz calmly and said, Very well. Starting tomorrow you no longer work at the group. Consider this your official notification you're fired. As soon as those words were spoken, the room fell silent. Everyone stared at Yi Chen as though he were a clown. Then, laughter erupted even louder than before. Ha ha ha, did I hear that right? He officially notified him. What a joke. Are you the CEO of the Mingshu Group, or Lu Miaoyan's son or something? You think you can fire someone just like that? Wangqing. Where did you find this weirdo? He's completely shattered my worldview. Even Zhou Yuz looked at Yi Chen with disdain and shook his head. If you had even a bit of common sense, you wouldn't say something so ignorant. The Mingzhu Financial Group is a Fortune 500 company. As a mid-level manager, I can only be fired if I commit a major violation, and that decision requires a written dismissal from my direct superior and approval from the board of directors. Other than Lu Miaoyin herself, not even senior executives have the authority to fire me. Do you understand that? A burst of mocking laughter filled the room again. Mu Wanqing sighed in frustration. She knew that the larger and more formal a corporation was, the more complicated its hiring and firing processes were. This was common knowledge. But Yi Chen, not only ignorant of basic facts, still dared to act arrogantly in front of so many people. It was beyond embarrassing. Mu Wanqing also knew that in their 3 years of marriage, Yi Chen had never worked, let alone started a business, so it wasn't surprising that he didn't understand corporate processes. Faced with the crowd's ridicule, Yi Chen acted as if he didn't hear it. What they didn't realize was that their so-called arrogance meant nothing to Yi Chen. To him, they were all just ants. At this point, everyone in the room had already dismissed Yi Chen as a braggart. Even Mu Wanqing was utterly disappointed in him. No one paid him any further attention. Mu Fei, not even sparing Yi Chen a glance, hovered around Zhou Yu's, tirelessly flattering him. The gathering soon came to an end. Mu Wanqing personally saw Zhou Yu's and the other guests out. When she returned to the private room, she looked at Yi Chen and sighed helplessly. Yi Chen, do you know how ridiculous and humiliating you were tonight? Yi Chen shrugged and said, humiliating? How? Mu Wanqing snapped, you're truly incorrigible. Tonight's gathering was an opportunity anyone else would have seized. Take Mu Fei for example. In just one evening, he got the contact information of Zhou Yu's and several other entrepreneurs. If he ever wants to start a business in the future, these people will be valuable resources. Entering this circle would be effortless for him. And you? Did you connect with anyone at all tonight? Yi Chen replied indifferently, they're not worth my time. They're not even qualified to meet me. You. Mu Wanqing was furious at his arrogance and felt like she was losing her mind. Mu Fei, on the other hand, looked smug and said, sis, don't waste your breath on him. You know exactly what kind of person Yi Chen is, don't you? Mu Wanqing shot Yi Chen a cold glance and said, you've really disappointed me. Yi Chen smirked dismissively and said, oh. Without another word he turned and left. Watching Yi Chen's inexplicable arrogance, Mu Wanqing and Mu Fei were both infuriated. He was a complete nobody, so where did he get such unwarranted pride? What a joke. Meanwhile, Zhou Yu was sitting in his car, heading home. Tonight had been a perfect opportunity for him to flaunt his status, especially in front of Mu Wanqing. Even though he knew she had been married before, Mu Wanqing's beauty was undeniable. If the chance arose, he wouldn't mind enjoying her for a while. It wasn't like he intended to marry her just some casual fun. As Zhou Yu indulged in his fantasies, his phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the screen. It was his direct superior, the project director. Quickly he picked up the call, just about to greet him, when a cold voice came through. Zhou Yu, I'm officially notifying you that you've been terminated by the Mingzhu Financial Group. Tomorrow, report to the office to hand over your work. Hearing this, Zhou Yu sobered up instantly. He was fired? Did he hear that correctly? Cold sweat immediately broke out on his forehead. Zhou Yu couldn't understand why he had been fired. While he wasn't the most exceptional employee at Mingzhu Group, he had always been diligent and achieved excellent results. Just a few days ago, Director Wang had even acknowledged his capabilities. And now, he was suddenly fired? He couldn't accept this reality. He had poured countless efforts into getting into Mingzhu Group, passed through multiple rounds of rigorous selection, and worked tirelessly to reach his current position. In fact, when he worked overseas, the title of project manager wasn't particularly impressive. He had actively requested a transfer back to Yuncheng so he could leverage his status as a Mingzhu Group project manager to thrive in the city's business circles and bask in the admiration of others. But before the dream had even begun, it was shattered. Director Wang. Why? Why am I being fired? I didn't make any mistakes. You even recognized my work just recently. Zhou Yu asked unwillingly. Enough, there's no point in saying more. This is a decision from above. There's nothing I can do about it. I'm just here to inform you, Director Wang sighed. But since we've worked together, I'll give you a piece of advice. Think carefully. Did you offend someone recently? With that, Director Wang hung up. Zhou Yu was completely stunned. He had only been in Yuncheng for half a month and had spent most of his time familiarizing himself with the company's local operations. He had barely interacted with anyone. How could he have offended someone? Moreover, whoever had the power to fire him must be someone of immense influence. How could he have offended someone like that? It was impossible. Zhou Yu slammed his fists on the steering wheel in despair. Suddenly, he froze. The image of Yi Chen surfaced in his mind, along with Yi Chen's words in the private room about firing him. At first he had dismissed it as a joke, but now, Yi Chen's prediction had come true. He was really fired. Thinking back, he hadn't interacted with many people in Yuncheng. If he had to pinpoint someone he might have offended, the only person that came to mind was Yi Chen from earlier that evening. Could it really have been Yi Chen? How could that be possible? Hadn't Mu Wanqing said that Yi Chen was just a lazy, good-for-nothing freeloader? The more Zhou Yu thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. Apart from Yi Chen, he couldn't think of anyone else who might hold a grudge against him. No, it had to be Yi Chen. Earlier, Yi Chen had spoken with such confidence about firing him. Everyone had laughed, thinking it was just bluster. But now that he reflected on it, who would dare to be so brazen unless they truly had the capability? Cold sweat began to pour down Zhou Yu's back. He had unknowingly offended someone of unimaginable power. Mu Wanqing. This is all your fault. Zhou Yu screamed hysterically as the realization hit him. Meanwhile, Yi Chen had returned to Hidden Dragon Manor. Mu Qingshuang had already prepared dinner. Seeing Yi Chen enter, she quickly said, "Brother-in-law, come and eat." Yi Chen nodded. He hadn't eaten much at the gathering, so he sat down to fill his stomach. Looking at the table full of dishes, he smiled and said, "Not bad, looks great." Mu Qingshuang picked up some food and placed it on Yi Chen's plate. "Brother-in-law, my mom called me today. She asked if I was staying at Hidden Dragon Manor. I didn't know how to answer, so I just brushed it off. How did she find out we moved here?" Yi Chen chuckled. "Mu Wanqing brought a client to Hidden Dragon Manor earlier and ran into me. She probably told your mom about it." Mu Qingshuang nodded. "That explains it." Yi Chen smiled. "Don't worry about it. By the way, Grandma's birthday is coming up in a few days. I'll probably attend the celebration." Mu Qingshuang took a deep breath and said, "Brother-in-law, Grandma has always been good to you. She's getting old. Please don't let her find out about your divorce with my sister. I'm afraid she wouldn't be able to handle it." Yi Chen nodded. "Wanqing mentioned this too." I agreed. Yi Chen wasn't a heartless person. In truth, if it hadn't been for Su Zixuang's dying wish, he wouldn't have allowed the Mu family to develop the way they had. Apart from Grandma and Mu Qingshuang, there wasn't a single grateful person in the entire Mu family. For Yi Chen, those who treated him well would receive his kindness 100-fold. If it weren't for Grandma, he wouldn't set foot in the Mu family's home ever again. Mu Qingshuang nodded knowingly and asked, "Brother-in-law, have you prepared a gift for Grandma's birthday?" Yi Chen replied, "I almost forgot until you mentioned it. Has anything been delivered here in the past 2 days?" Mu Qingshuang nodded. "Yes, I put it on the shelf." "What is it?" Yi Chen said. "It's Grandma's birthday gift, but it still needs some work. You should rest early. I'll go to my room." With that, Yi Chen took the package to his room. It was a beautifully crafted box. Inside was a flawless necklace, with each bead made from the finest jade. The materials came from the imperial jade that Yi Chen had won in a gambling game. This necklace alone, if sold on the market, could easily fetch billions. Initially, Yi Chen had considered commissioning a peach-shaped ornament or a longevity statue from Zhuoshao Xiaofu. But thinking of Grandma's age, he decided against those since they couldn't be carried around. A necklace, however, could be worn daily. Currently, the necklace was only half finished. Yi Chen's next task was to infuse it with energy, making it a top-tier piece capable of promoting longevity and warding off evil. Holding the necklace in his hand, Yi Chen focused his gaze. The air around him seemed to freeze. Soon, the once lustrous necklace in Yi Chen's hand gradually lost its shine until it appeared completely dull. Yi Chen smiled faintly. "Finally done. Although it doesn't look as beautiful as before, with my spiritual energy infused, whoever wears this necklace will enjoy prolonged life and immunity from illness. This is perfect for Grandma." Meanwhile, Mu Fei, having just finished the gathering, was on his way home when he received a phone call. Turning to Mu Wanqing, he said, "Sis, you head back first. I have something to take care of." Mu Wanqing nodded. "All right, don't stay out too late. Come back soon." Mu Fei grinned. "Got it." After saying goodbye to Mu Wanqing, Mu Fei headed to a bar. Spotting Li Qiang in a booth, a look of disdain flashed in his eyes. Previously, he had thought of Li Qiang as a suitable match for Mu Wanqing. But after tonight's gathering, Mu Fei's standards had skyrocketed. His sister's status was rising, and she was now associating with people of significant influence. A mere Li Qiang was no longer worthy of her. While Li Qiang was undoubtedly 100 times better than that useless Yi Chen, Mu Wanqing's abilities would surely land her an even better husband in the future. Despite his disdain, Mu Fei still decided to show some respect and showed up. Seeing Mu Fei, Li Qiang quickly stood up and said with a smile, "Brother, you're here. Have a seat." Mu Fei walked over and noticed 3 beautiful women sitting in the booth. With a smirk that didn't quite reach his eyes, he said, "Brother Li, how do you have the time to hang out at the bar tonight? Enjoying the company of such beauties looks like you're in high spirits." Li Qiang pulled Mu Fei closer and laughed. "Little brother, you've got it wrong. I only have eyes for your sister, Wanqing. I'd never fool around. These girls? I brought them here just for you." As Mu Fei sat down, the 3 women leaned toward him enthusiastically. Mu Fei blushed. He'd never encountered such bold women before. Awkwardly he coughed and said, "Oh, so that's how it is, Brother Lai, this is a bit much." Li Qiang waved dismissively and said, "You 3, go have fun for now. I need to discuss something with my brother here." The 3 women promptly left. Li Qiang chuckled. "Don't worry, brother. If you like them, you can take all 3 home later." "All 3? Mu Fei asked, his voice tinged with disbelief. Li Qiang nodded. "If you're into them, all 3 are yours." Mu Fei felt a rush of excitement, but he quickly calmed himself and asked with a smile, "Brother Li, you didn't call me here just for this, did you? What's going on?" Li Qiang leaned in slightly. "The past few days I haven't visited Wanqing. You know why? I've been preparing a gift. You mentioned your grandmother's birthday last time." Mu Fei's heart sank. Last time, in an attempt to keep Li Qiang interested, he'd mentioned their grandmother's upcoming birthday, hoping that Li Qiang would curry favor with her and win Wanqing's heart. But now, after tonight's gathering, he realized that Wanqing's status in Yunqing's business circles was rapidly rising. Li Qiang might no longer be good enough for her. He felt a pang of regret. However, the words had already been said. Moreover, he thought about Yi Chen, that useless man, who would also attend the birthday banquet. Using Li Qiang to humiliate Yi Chen and drive him away from the Mu family seemed like the perfect opportunity. Mu Fei quickly said, "Yes, the birthday is in a few days. But that punk Yi Chen will be there too. Brother Lai, you have to make sure to put him in his place." Li Qiang sneered. "That lowlife Yi Chen? Don't worry. I'll make sure he's utterly humiliated." Mu Fei laughed. "Of course. Who is Brother Lai? Yi Chen doesn't even deserve to shine your shoes." The 2, reveling in their shared disdain for Yi Chen, chatted for another half an hour. When their conversation ended, the 3 women returned at just the right time. Li Qiang raised an eyebrow at Mu Fei, who had been holding back all night. Finally, Mu Fei laughed and said, "Ladies, let's go. I'll take good care of you tonight." As Mu Fei left with the 3 women, Li Qiang's smile disappeared. His eyes narrowed, and he muttered to himself, "Mu Wanqing, I've chased after you for so long and haven't even held your hand. This birthday banquet will be your last chance. If you don't give me what I want, I'll take it by force." He waved his hand, and one of his lackeys quickly approached. Li Qiang asked, "Is everything ready?" The lackey nodded repeatedly. "Yes, young Master Li, everything is set. The 3 girls Mu Fei had just left with are ours. By tomorrow morning the footage will be in your hands." A sinister smile spread across Li Qiang's face. Perfect. For Li Qiang, his patience with pursuing Mu Wanqing was wearing thin. If he really had to take drastic measures, then Mu Fei's performance tonight would serve as leverage to keep the Mu family under his control. The Mu family's matriarch held a high position within the family. Everyone treated her with respect, and because of her advanced age, Mu Wanqing had even kept her divorce with Yi Chen a secret to avoid upsetting her. To this day, the Mu matriarch still believed they were married. Recently she had often asked why Yi Chen hadn't visited her. Mu Wanqing and the others could only come up with excuses, claiming that Yi Chen was on a business trip or busy and couldn't return. In the past, when the Mu family was burdened with debt, the grandmother's birthday celebrations were simple family affairs. But ever since the Mu family became wealthy, they started hosting grand parties every year, inviting prominent figures to celebrate her birthday. Today was the Mu matriarch's birthday banquet. Mu Wanqing paced back and forth, looking uneasy. Mu Fei noticed and asked, "Sister, today is Grandma's birthday. Why do you seem so worried?" Mu Wanqing sighed. "A few days ago I invited Zhou Yuz to attend Grandma's birthday banquet, and he agreed. But for some reason I haven't been able to contact him these past few days. Every year, Mu Wanqing invited prominent figures to the birthday banquet. If Zhou Yu's, representing the Mingzhu Financial Group, attended this year, it would undoubtedly enhance the Mu family's influence in Yunqing. But despite his initial agreement, Zhou Yu's had become unreachable since the last gathering. This filled Mu Wanqing with a sense of foreboding. Mu Fei frowned. What's going on with Zhou? Did you try visiting him at the Mingzhu group? Mu Wanqing shook her head. No, we're just classmates. There's no project-related reason for me to visit him. Mu Fei hesitated. Do you think he was really fired? Mu Wanqing was taken aback. Fired? Mu Fei nodded. That night, didn't Yi Chen keep boasting that he'd get Zhou Yu's fired? If Zhou wasn't fired, why would he suddenly disappear? Mu Wanqing was startled, but then shook her head. That's impossible. Yi Chen doesn't have that kind of power. Mu Fei laughed bitterly. Exactly. If he were that capable, he wouldn't have ended up divorced. As the banquet began, Zhou Yu's was nowhere to be seen. The hall was filled with Yuncheng's wealthy businessmen and talented individuals from various fields. The Mu matriarch, supported by Mu Wanqing, entered the room, beaming with joy. She glanced around and asked, "Where's Yi Chen? He hasn't visited this old woman in so long. Is he not coming today either?" Mu Wanqing's expression changed. Her grandmother still didn't know about the divorce. Just as she was about to speak, Yi Chen walked in with a smile and said, "Grandma, I'm here to see you." The Mu matriarch immediately grabbed Yi Chen's hand and smiled. "Yi Chen, you haven't been fair to this old woman. You haven't visited in so long. Did I do something to upset you?" Yi Chen glanced awkwardly at Mu Wanqing but still smiled. "Of course not, Grandma. I wouldn't dare. I've just been busy lately, but I promise to visit more often in the future." The Mu matriarch chuckled and pulled Yi Chen and Mu Wanqing's hands together, saying, "You two need to stay harmonious and loving, alright?" The scene made the entire room feel awkward. Especially Li Qiang, whose eyes were filled with jealousy as he stared at Yi Chen. The enthusiasm of the Mu family's matriarch left Yi Chen and Mu Wanqing feeling awkward. However, out of concern that the elderly woman wouldn't be able to handle the shock, they tacitly chose to conceal the fact of their divorce. Fortunately, the birthday banquet soon began, and the guests commenced giving their gifts. At this point, Mu Fei and Li Qiang exchanged a glance. Clearly, Li Qiang had planned to use this segment to humiliate Yi Chen thoroughly. Over the years, Mu Wanqing had built a decent network of connections in Yun City, and the people attending the banquet were all there to show respect. "Madam, I wish you endless joy and health. On behalf of Mining Enterprises, I present this gift, a box of premium wild antler velvet. I represent Yixian Corporation, and knowing your fondness for tea, we've specially procured some ancient tree tea aged over 1,000 years as your birthday gift. Madam." One by one, the guests offered their gifts. Most of them were renowned entrepreneurs in Yun City, and the value of their presents all exceeded 1,000,000 yuan. On such occasions, many aimed to gain favor and foster good relations with Qingyuan Corporation, especially upon hearing that Mu Wanqing had secured the project with Mingzhu Group. Naturally, they were meticulous in their gift preparations. At this moment, Li Qiang strode forward confidently, taking out the gift he had carefully prepared. It was an exquisitely crafted box, and when opened, it revealed a medicinal pill inside. The sight of the pill left everyone stunned. Li Qiang announced loudly, "Madam, this is a nourishing pill that I personally procured from the Yun City branch of the National Medicine Hall. It's said that consuming this pill can prolong life and promote good health." What? Hearing Li Qiang's words, the crowd was astounded. A nourishing pill. Most of them had heard of it. The pill was notoriously expensive, with a single one costing about 5,000,000 yuan. Moreover, as a product of the National Medicine Hall, its quality was guaranteed. More importantly, these pills weren't sold in unlimited quantities. In fact, obtaining the opportunity to purchase one was often more valuable than the pill itself. It was said that the rights to buy a single pill were sometimes traded for nearly 10,000,000 yuan. No one had expected Li Qiang to spare no expense, as obtaining a pill from the National Medicine Hall was no small feat. The matriarch was shocked and exclaimed, This is too extravagant, too extravagant." Even Mu Wanqing was overwhelmed, saying, "Young Master Lai, this gift is far too precious. A pill from the National Medicine Hall is worth a fortune." Though pained by the expense, Li Qiang gritted his teeth and maintained a composed smile. "It's nothing. I happen to have connections at the National Medicine Hall. This is just a pill, not a big deal. Compared to Madam's distinguished status, only such a gift is fitting." The matriarch beamed with delight and laughed heartily. Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you so much. Seeing the matriarch's joy, Li Qiang was inwardly elated, thinking his pursuit of Mu Wanqing might be on the right track. Turning to Yi Chen, he provocatively said, "Everyone else has given their gifts. Yi Chen, what about yours? Don't tell me you came empty-handed." Mu Fei took this opportunity to chime in, "Exactly, Yi Chen. Even if you're a good-for-nothing, today is Grandma's birthday. Don't tell me you can't even afford a gift? Sure, you can't compare to young Master Li's generosity, but you should at least put in some effort." Everyone's eyes turned to Yi Chen. Those aware of the situation knew that Li Qiang and Mu Fei were singling Yi Chen out to embarrass him. However, in this situation, Yi Chen had no choice but to endure it. After all, Li Qiang's gift, while valued at 5 million yuan, was elevated to over 10 million with the added prestige of the purchase opportunity. Who could compete with a gift worth over 10 million yuan? Yi Chen was nothing but a loser who had even divorced Mu Wanqing. Rumor had it that he was barely scraping by and was living off Mu Wanqing's younger sister. What kind of gift could such a man possibly offer? Many eagerly awaited Yi Chen's humiliation. But Yi Chen stepped forward confidently, approaching the matriarch. With a smile he said, "Grandma, I wish you boundless longevity, prosperity as vast as the seas, and a life as enduring as the southern mountains." The matriarch laughed heartily at his words, clearly pleased. "My dear grandson, what a sweet blessing. You've made Grandma so happy." Of everyone in the Mu family, aside from Mu Wanqing, the matriarch treated Yi Chen the best. For 3 years she had truly regarded him as her own grandson. Whenever Mu Bo and Zhao Lan mocked Yi Chen, it was the matriarch who stood up for him. Mu Fei sneered from the side, "Sweet words are easy. Where's the gift?" Without sparing Mu Fei a glance, Yi Chen took a necklace out of his pocket and presented it to the matriarch. "Grandma, this necklace is my gift to you. You should wear it at all times, as it will protect you from illness." The moment Yi Chen's gift appeared, the room fell silent. The necklace lacked any luster. While its design was passable, it was clearly a cheap trinket. Especially compared to Li Yong's nourishing pill, Yi Chen's gift was like heaven and earth in contrast. Li Qiang and Mu Fei seized the opportunity to mock Yi Chen. "Ha ha ha. Yi Chen, is this the best you could do? Did you buy this at a street stall for 10 yuan? This is hilarious. Even if you're broke, you could have at least put in some effort for Grandma. At the very least, get something worth more than 100 yuan. Look at this necklace. It's so dull and ugly, nobody would even bother picking it up off the ground. And you want Grandma to wear this? Do you even know her status? She has countless jewels worth millions. Why would she wear your junk? What a disgrace. Absolutely pathetic." Even Mu Wanqing frowned, visibly upset. She had reminded Yi Chen in advance about the banquet. If he had shown the slightest ambition, he would have prepared a better gift. After all, the matriarch had always treated Yi Chen well, sometimes even better than Mu Wanqing herself. Annoyed, Mu Wanqing said, "Yi Chen, you've truly let me down. Are you so poor now that you couldn't even manage a decent gift? I wasn't expecting you to compete with young Master Li, but this is garbage." "Garbage?" Yi Chen frowned and retorted coldly, "It's not that my gift is garbage. It's that you lack the vision to appreciate it." Mu Fei sneered, "Do you think we're blind? If this isn't garbage, then what is? Can it even compare to young Master Li's nourishing pill?" Yi Chen smirked disdainfully and declared proudly, "A nourishing pill. That piece of junk doesn't even hold a candle to the gift I prepared." What? Did they hear it wrong? Everyone doubted their own ears. Shock. Disbelief. They couldn't believe Yi Chen dared to say such a thing. The nourishing pill is garbage? After a moment of silence, laughter erupted from the room. "Ha ha ha. This is killing me. This guy's boasting really knows no limits. The nourishing pill, something so rare that money can't even buy it, and he's calling it garbage. That necklace of his is obviously some trinket from a street stall. Maybe he bought it at a 2 yuan shop. What ignorance. This is hands down the funniest thing I've heard all year." Amid the ridicule, Mu Wanqing and the others felt utterly humiliated. However, the matriarch of the Mu family, as always, stood by Yi Chen's side. Smiling warmly, she said, "A gift is a gesture of goodwill. As long as it's a gift from Chen Er, I'll love it. Chen Er, put it on for me." Yi Chen paid no attention to the opinions of others. As long as his grandmother liked it, that was all that mattered. As for the rest, they weren't even worth his notice. To him, they were just a bunch of ignorant fools. Smiling, Yi Chen carefully placed the necklace around the old lady's neck. She paused for a moment, visibly surprised. As soon as she wore the necklace, she seemed to feel a wave of comfort emanating from it. The matriarch couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh, this necklace feels different. It's so comfortable to wear." Hearing her words, Mubo and the others sneered. "Mom, you're spoiling Yi Chen too much. That piece of junk couldn't possibly make you feel good." The matriarch frowned and snapped, "Enough. Shut your mouths. Yi Chen is far more considerate than any of you." Li Qiang was a bit displeased, but he was confident that he had already defeated Yi Chen in terms of gifts. The matriarch's words, he thought, were merely to save Yi Chen's pride. With a sly smile, he said, "Matriarch, in addition to the nourishing pill I just presented, I've prepared another grand gift for you." "Another gift?" Everyone looked at Li Qiang curiously. The matriarch, intrigued, asked, "Young Master Li, the gift you've already given is extravagant enough. I can't possibly accept more from you." Li Qiang chuckled. "Please don't say that, matriarch. The next gift isn't an object but a person." "A person?" Everyone was dumbfounded. What was Li Qiang playing at, gifting a person to the matriarch? What kind of gift was that? Smiling, Li Qiang explained, "Today is the matriarch's birthday, and someone of her status deserves to make an impression. Although the guests here are all distinguished individuals, I felt it wasn't enough. So, I specifically invited an important figure to attend and add to the prestige of this event." The room fell silent, and curiosity filled the air. Li Qiang had invited an important figure? Many of the guests present were billionaires, and hearing Li Qiang suggest their presence wasn't prestigious enough left some of them feeling slightly offended. However, no one openly expressed their discontent. Mu Wangqing couldn't help but ask, "Young Master Lai, who is this important figure you've invited?" With an air of arrogance, Li Qiang announced, "The steward of Tianwu Pavilion." "What?" The entire room shot to their feet. Someone from Tianwu Pavilion? Even if it was just a steward, that person would still be an intimidating figure. It was well known that in Yun City, figures like Luo Mingcheng of the Luo family or Zhao Yunhai of the Yunhai group were influential in the business world, commanding respect. However, outside the business sphere, Yun City had even more powerful forces, such as Tianwu Pavilion, a name that struck fear into the hearts of ordinary people. Rumor had it that the pavilion's master was a grandmaster-level martial artist, and the pavilion itself was full of martial arts experts. Even a steward from Tianwu Pavilion would be an elite martial artist of terrifying skill. These martial artists were far beyond the scope of ordinary people, revered and feared. In comparison, most of the billionaires present were insignificant. Hiss. At that moment, even the matriarch, Mu Wangqing, and the others couldn't help but gasp. Mu Bo was visibly thrilled. He looked at Li Qiang in excitement and asked, "Young Master Lai, is it true? The steward of Tianwu Pavilion is coming to the Mu family?" Li Qiang smirked. "Uncle, of course it's true. My Lai family has some connections with Tianwu Pavilion, so I just happened to mention it." Mu Bo was so excited he nearly jumped up. This was incredible. If the Mu family could use this opportunity to establish a relationship with Tianwu Pavilion, their family status would soar overnight. Mu Bo couldn't help but glance admiringly at Li Qiang. No one had expected Li Qiang to have such connections with a martial arts powerhouse. "Impressive, young Master Li. Your influence is truly remarkable," Mu Bo praised. Mu Fei chimed in, "Brother Lai, you're incredible. Absolutely domineering." In the ordinary world, this was how things worked. Even having a tenuous connection to someone from Tianwu Pavilion would elevate a person's status. Many people couldn't resist fawning over Li Qiang, hoping to use him as a bridge to Tianwu Pavilion. At this moment, Mu Fei turned to Yi Chen and mocked, "Yi Chen, look at this. Someone like Brother Li is a true dragon among men. His connections are something you could never hope to achieve in your lifetime. Brother Li even knows the steward of Tianwu Pavilion, while you're nothing but a speck of dust." Hearing this, Yi Chen chuckled and said, "Getting worked up over knowing a mere steward? You'd think he was the master of Tianwu Pavilion or something." His words shocked the entire room. Yi Chen's audacity was unbelievable. He dared to speak so arrogantly, even belittling the steward of Tianwu Pavilion. Li Qiang's face turned red with anger. "Yi Chen, you can spout nonsense about other things, but you better watch your words about Steward Hong. If he hears you, you'll die, and the Mu family will suffer for it. A martial arts expert's power is beyond your comprehension." Mu Bo and the others turned pale. Yi Chen was unbelievably ignorant, daring to speak ill of a martial arts expert. "Yi Chen, shut up. Don't you see what kind of person you are? How dare you say such reckless things? You must have a death wish." "Exactly. If you want to die, do it yourself. Don't drag the Mu family down with you. You have no skills or achievements, yet you dare to spout nonsense here. Anyone associated with you is doomed. Keep quiet, or I'll throw you out. Just then, a thunderous voice boomed from outside, rolling through the room like a crashing wave. Steward Hong of Tianwu Pavilion, here to celebrate the matriarch's birthday. Everyone was stunned. It really was Hong San, the steward of Tianwu Pavilion. Although just a steward, he was undeniably a martial arts expert. That alone was enough to command respect from everyone present. And more importantly, he was the steward of Tianwu Pavilion. This meant his master was a grandmaster-level martial artist. Compared to such a figure, even the likes of Luo Mingcheng or Zhao Yunhai, prominent figures in Yun City, were utterly insignificant. So when Hong San appeared, the entire crowd was shaken. No one expected that Li Qiang would know someone of such status. Zhao Lan looked at Li Qiang with an expression akin to a mother-in-law admiring her son-in-law. If Li Qiang could establish a connection with Tianwu Pavilion, wouldn't that mean that if Mu Wanqing and Li Qiang got together, the Mu family would also benefit from this relationship? Zhao Lan approached Li Qiang with a warm smile. Young Master Li, you're truly remarkable to have invited someone from Tianwu Pavilion. This is undoubtedly the highlight of today's event, bringing unparalleled prestige to our family. Mu Bo also chimed in with a grin. Exactly. Young Master Li is truly impressive, miles ahead of that useless Yi Chen. Not only did you gift a nourishing pill, but you also invited a martial arts expert like Hong San. This is such an honor for us. As he said this, he glanced at Yi Chen with even more disdain. The comparison was stark. The more they compared, the more infuriating it became. After all, Yi Chen had gifted nothing but a cheap street stall trinket as a birthday present. And to make matters worse, he had the audacity to claim others didn't recognize its value. Everyone here was a sharp-eyed business mogul, each worth billions. They were well acquainted with luxury, and could instantly recognize that Yi Chen's dull, lifeless necklace was worthless. Mu Fei sneered at Yi Chen, his tone dripping with mockery. Yi Chen, you should really take notes from young Master Lai. Stop acting so arrogant when you're completely useless. Honestly, if I were you, I'd bash my head against a wall out of shame. You have no money, no connections, and you still cling to our family like we owe you something. Yi Chen shot a cold glance at Mu Fei and said, if it weren't for Grandma, even if you begged me to return, I wouldn't have come back. Mu Fei burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. That's the funniest thing I've heard all day. You think I'd beg you to come back? Look at yourself. You're not even good enough for my sister anymore. The only reason you're still hanging around is because my second sister is too kind. If it weren't for her, you'd probably be begging on the streets by now. The crowd roared with laughter upon hearing Mu Fei's words. Truth be told, aside from the matriarch, everyone knew that Yi Chen and Mu Wanqing were already divorced. In their eyes, Yi Chen's every move was nothing but a joke. Ignoring Yi Chen, Mu Bo turned to Mu Wanqing and said, Wanqing, go with young Master Lai to greet Steward Hong. Don't let it seem like we're neglecting our guest. Mu Wanqing and Li Qiang quickly walked to the entrance. Hong San stepped inside, and both of them respectfully greeted him, saying, Welcome, Steward Hong. Your presence graces us with honor. Hong San glanced at Li Qiang. To be honest, the Mu family wasn't worthy of his attendance. However, Tianwu Pavilion had some ongoing business with Li Qiang's family, so he had reluctantly agreed to attend. Carrying himself with an air of arrogance befitting a martial arts expert, Hong San paid little attention to the crowd of mere billionaires before him. He nodded slightly and walked toward the matriarch. Matriarch, I wish you boundless blessings and longevity. Unfortunately, I came on short notice and didn't prepare a gift. I'll make up for it next time. No one dared to say anything. For a martial arts expert like Hong San, his mere presence was a gift. Who would dare expect more from him? Even if he had come with just his greetings, it would still be considered an honor. The matriarch hurriedly smiled and said, How could we ask for more? Just having Steward Hong here is already a great honor for us. Besides, the gift young Master Li brought is already more than enough. I am truly satisfied. Hong San hadn't paid much attention earlier. After all, he assumed the gift from this gathering of billionaires wouldn't be anything extraordinary. However, as his gaze fell on the necklace around the matriarch's neck, his heart skipped a beat. Could that be the precious gift she mentioned? Seeing the necklace, even Hong San felt a pang of envy. He couldn't help but smile and say, Young Master Li, you truly live up to your name. To present such a precious gift, I can't help but feel envious myself. Zhao Lan immediately chimed in, Indeed. Among all the gifts today, The one from young Master Li is undoubtedly the most precious. Hong San's eyes were fixated on the necklace. And he couldn't help but ask, "May I take a closer look at it?" The matriarch, thinking he referred to the box containing the nourishing pill, quickly handed it to him. "Of course. If you like it, it's yours." Hong San was taken aback. He opened the box and frowned in disdain. A nourishing pill? What garbage! The crowd was stunned. The nourishing pill is garbage? This was supposed to be the most valuable gift presented today, and it was the very item Hong San had requested to see. Confused, Zhao Lan asked, "Steward Hong, didn't you ask to see this?" Hong San was momentarily puzzled before realizing the misunderstanding. He said, "No, I wasn't referring to the nourishing pill. I meant the necklace the matriarch is wearing. Could I take a closer look at that?" "What?" The crowd was in an uproar. What's so special about that necklace? Wasn't it the trashy necklace gifted by Yi Chen? Everyone knew it was likely bought from a street stall. If the matriarch didn't dote on Yi Chen, Zhao Lan would have thrown it into the trash to avoid the eyesore. So why was Hong San specifically requesting to see that necklace? Out of all the gifts, it appeared to be the least valuable. Feeling awkward, Li Qiang said, "Steward Hong, the nourishing pill was my gift." Hong San finally understood. But to him, the nourishing pill was indeed garbage. Though he had come as a favor to Li Qiang, he saw no need to flatter anyone unnecessarily. Then what about the necklace? Hong San asked curiously. Li Qiang scoffed. "That necklace? It's just a trinket from a street stall, probably worth less than 10 yuan. What's there to look at?" Others chimed in. "Exactly. He even told the matriarch to wear it all the time, claiming it could prolong her life. That necklace is nothing but an eyesore. If the matriarch didn't forbid it, I'd have thrown it in the trash myself. Even if someone gave it to me for free, I wouldn't want it. It's filthy. Look at how dull it is. Any random necklace I buy looks 100 times better." Hearing their remarks, Hong San couldn't help but twitch his lips in frustration. Looking at the crowd, he sighed and said, "You all have no idea what you're talking about. That necklace might be priceless." What? Did they hear it wrong? Could this worthless necklace really be priceless? What kind of joke is this? The matriarch, seeing that Hong San didn't appear to be joking, took off the necklace and handed it to him. She asked, "Is this necklace truly valuable?" Hong San shook his head. Everyone let out a sigh of relief, thinking Hong San was only joking, possibly instructed by Li Qiang to deliberately humiliate Yi Chen. Zhao Lan chuckled and said, "Steward Hong, you're quite the joker. I knew it. Someone as useless as Yi Chen couldn't possibly afford anything valuable. Even if there was a chance to pick something decent out of a trash heap, it wouldn't be for him." But no one noticed. As soon as Hong San touched the necklace, his hands began trembling uncontrollably, and his eyes widened in utter shock. It was as though all the surrounding sounds had vanished. His entire focus was fixed on the necklace. Seeing Hong San's expression, everyone was stunned. How could a mere worthless necklace cause such an intense reaction from him? It must be noted, Hong San wasn't just the steward of Tianwu Pavilion, he was also a formidable martial artist. His vision and judgment were leagues above anyone else in the room. Could it be? Was this necklace truly a treasure? All eyes turned to Hong San. Even Mu Wanqing glanced at Yi Chen in confusion, a trace of doubt flickering in her mind. But she quickly shook her head with a bitter smile. She had been married to Yi Chen for 3 years. Now that they were divorced, she thought she understood him well enough. With Yi Chen's capabilities, there was no way he could give a gift that would astonish a martial arts expert. As everyone speculated, Hong San slowly lifted his head and said, "This thing isn't just priceless." Phew. Mies. Hearing this, everyone let out a breath of relief. It was far easier to believe that the necklace was garbage than to think it was a treasure. After all, it was a gift from Yi Chen. How could it be anything but worthless? Mu Fei smirked with disdain, ready to deliver a sarcastic remark. But Hong San continued, "Priceless doesn't even begin to describe it. This is a one-of-a-kind treasure, an unparalleled artifact. Even in the martial arts world, this would be considered an extremely rare and invaluable object." What? Hong San's words left everyone dumbfounded. A rare treasure? If Hong San, of all people, called it a rare treasure, just how valuable was it? At that moment, Li Qiang felt his face burning with embarrassment. He had invited Hong San to celebrate the matriarch's birthday in an attempt to suppress Yi Chen. But instead, his plan had backfired spectacularly. Not only did Hong San dismiss the nourishing pill as garbage, But he also began praising the gift from Yi Chen. It was like shooting himself in the foot. Li Qiang wished he could find a hole to crawl into. Mu Fei was equally stunned. He stepped forward and asked, "This thing, a cheap necklace, is truly worth so much?" Hong San sneered and said, "You lack the vision to see its value. Do you doubt my judgment? Forget everything else. Let's start with the material. This necklace is made of flawless imperial jade. A piece of this size, carved into a necklace, is already worth billions." Everyone exchanged stunned looks. Billions? That was insane. Yi Chen's finances couldn't possibly stretch to billions. He probably couldn't even manage tens of thousands. How could he afford to give such a valuable gift? Mu Wanqing frowned and said, "That's impossible. I've seen imperial jade before. It's completely translucent, flawless, and incredibly beautiful. But this necklace is dull and lackluster. It doesn't look like it's made of any kind of premium jade." Hearing Mu Wanqing's comment, many others nodded in agreement. Most of the people in the room were wealthy business tycoons. They were no strangers to jade and had attended plenty of auctions. When had they ever seen jade that looked so dull? Hong San ignored their skepticism. Instead, his excitement grew as he explained, "That's precisely what makes this necklace extraordinary and highlights its true value. Ordinary imperial jade wouldn't even catch my attention. What's remarkable about this necklace is that it has been intricately crafted by a martial arts grandmaster, at least at the grandmaster level or above. The necklace contains an immense amount of spiritual energy. When worn by an ordinary person, it not only extends their lifespan and prevents illness but also purifies the impurities within their body." In an instant, the entire room was stunned. No one had expected this necklace to be the handiwork of a grandmaster. For ordinary people, a grandmaster was a figure high above the mortal world. Even the most worthless object, if touched by a grandmaster, would become a priceless treasure. Hong San was now too absorbed in his thoughts to care about the others. He turned to the matriarch and cautiously asked, "Madam, I would like to purchase this necklace. Name your price, whatever you ask. I can offer, even up to 10 billion. His words caused an uproar among the crowd. What they had considered to be a piece of junk was now being offered for 10 billion by Hong San. What kind of joke was this? That was 10 billion. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. The members of the Mu family were especially stunned. Mu Bo was the first to step forward and said, "Mom, that's 10 billion. You should sell it." Zhao Lan quickly nodded. "Yes. If we sell this necklace, the Mu family will immediately rise to become a billion-dollar clan, one of the top families in Yun City." The matriarch shook her head firmly and said, "No. This is a gift from my beloved grandson. How could I possibly sell it to someone else?" Yi Chen, standing quietly to the side, finally spoke. He had initially thought no one in the room would recognize the necklace's significance. To his surprise, Hong San had some discernment. The necklace was a gift to his grandmother to ensure her longevity and immunity from illness. How could he allow it to be sold to someone else? Moreover, the necklace he had crafted with his own hands couldn't be bought, not even for 10 billion. Yi Chen stepped forward and said, "Grandma, I gave you this necklace. You absolutely mustn't sell it to anyone." Hearing this, Mu Bo and Zhao Lan became furious. To them, the necklace's supposed abilities were worthless. The 10 billion offer, on the other hand, was very real. Mu Fei interjected, "Yi Chen, did you pick this necklace out of some random street stall? Are you stopping Grandma from selling it because you realized its value and want to take it back and sell it yourself?" Zhao Lan's expression hardened, and she glared at Yi Chen suspiciously. "Exactly. This necklace now belongs to Grandma, so don't think you can take it back. If you were too blind to see its value when you gave it away, that's your own fault. Now that it's hers, how we handle it is none of your business." Mu Bo walked directly up to Hong San and said, "Steward Hong, don't mind that useless trash. We'll sell the necklace for 10 billion. Hong San frowned and looked at Yi Chen. Suddenly, an overwhelming, terrifying aura burst forth from the necklace, filling the room. The sheer intensity of the energy felt like a warning. If Hong San dared to buy the necklace, this power alone could destroy him. Hong San's expression changed instantly. He realized that the master who had crafted this necklace was likely present in the room, and they were using the necklace to issue a silent warning. This kind of power and skill. It was unheard of, unimaginable. Who could it be? Such strength could only belong to someone truly godlike. Hong San turned his gaze back to Yi Chen, studying him intently. Yet, he sensed no martial energy from Yi Chen. It wasn't him. But then, who was it? Hong San was filled with suspicion. The necklace was gifted by Yi Chen, yet he couldn't sense any martial energy from Yi Chen. This indicated that Yi Chen was not the true owner of the necklace. However, the overwhelming sense of threat emanating from the necklace was undeniable. That feeling of menace was so intense it made his heart tremble. With this in mind, it seemed likely that someone powerful in the martial arts world was supporting the Mu family from the shadows. Initially, Hong San had planned to purchase the necklace. But now, not even death would compel him to do so. He was absolutely certain that if he dared to buy the necklace, he would be immediately punished. Mu Bo and the others looked at Hong San expectantly. It was 100 billion yuan. If they could sell the necklace, the Mu family would instantly rise to become one of Yun City's most prominent families. But Hong San gave an awkward smile and said, well. He hesitated, trying to think of a way to refuse without offending the Mu family. Turning to Yi Chen, he quickly pointed at him and said, since he doesn't want you to sell it, let's leave it at that. I won't be buying the necklace. I have urgent matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. With that, Hong San, clearly apprehensive of the mysterious figure behind the Mu family, turned and left hastily, almost fleeing. Seeing this, the Mu family was furious. Everyone's gaze turned to Yi Chen, filled with resentment. 100 billion yuan. Gone. Just like that? Mu Bo and Zhao Lan felt as though their heads were about to explode. They were on the verge of losing their minds. Unable to control herself, Zhao Lan lunged at Yi Chen, shouting angrily, it's all your fault. You cursed bringer of bad luck. That was 100 billion yuan, and because of you, our Mu family has lost it. Mu Bo too was beside himself with rage. Losing 100 billion yuan was enough to drive anyone mad. If it weren't for Yi Chen's meddling, Hong San would definitely have bought the necklace. He roared at Yi Chen, you've freeloaded off our Mu family for 3 years, and now you've cost us 100 billion yuan. Don't you feel the slightest bit of guilt? Why do you keep harming us? Meeting you has been the greatest misfortune of our lives. Yi Chen paid no attention to them. At this moment, even Mu Wanqing seemed to lose her composure. She frowned and looked at Yi Chen, saying, Yi Chen, you shouldn't have interfered. Don't you know you no longer have the right to speak in matters like this? Originally, Yi Chen had no intention of arguing with the Mu family. But Mu Wanqing's words made him laugh. He replied coldly, Mu Wanqing, don't be ridiculous. This necklace was my gift. If I don't have the right to speak, then who does? Mu Wanqing froze, her face turning stiff. The thought of losing 100 billion yuan had left her mind in chaos. She had completely forgotten that the necklace originally belonged to Yi Chen. Hearing his retort, her face flushed with embarrassment. Mu Fei, however, shamelessly chimed in, sister, there's no need to feel embarrassed. Since he gave the necklace to Grandma, it now belongs to the Mu family. He has no right to speak about it. Zhao Lan nodded in agreement. Exactly. And Yi Chen just got lucky. Who knows where he picked up this necklace? If it weren't for young Master Lai inviting Steward Hong, everyone here would have dismissed it as trash. No one would have recognized its value. If anything, we should be thanking young Master Li. Hearing their logic, everyone around them was stunned. The audacity of this mother and son duo was astounding. It was clear that Yi Chen had gifted the necklace, yet they twisted the narrative to act as though it had nothing to do with him. Worse, they blamed him for their supposed loss of 100 billion yuan. This bizarre logic left everyone speechless. Yi Chen couldn't be bothered to argue with them. To martial artists, the necklace was indeed valuable, but to him, it was merely a gift for his grandmother. The Mu family matriarch couldn't stand it any longer. She stepped forward and angrily scolded them, all of you, shut your mouths. Look at yourselves, you're disgusting. Chen Ayer, don't pay any attention to them. Whether the gift is expensive or not, Grandma loves it. If this necklace is truly so valuable, then take it back and sell it yourself. I'm old, and any gift from you makes me happy. Hearing the matriarch's words, Mu Bo and the others panicked. No, you can't. Grandma, this is a 100 billion yuan necklace. You can't let him take it away. Exactly. Don't let him take advantage of us. Yi Chen noticed their panicked expressions and smirked with disdain. Mu Wanqing caught this look, and a flicker of confusion crossed her mind. Was Yi Chen looking down on them? What right did he have to look down on them? Was it simply because of his luck? Even if Yi Chen had been lucky enough to acquire a priceless necklace, it was just a fluke. If not for Hong San recognizing its value, no one else might have. Just as everyone assumed Yi Chen would take the necklace, he chuckled softly. Walking over to the matriarch, he placed the necklace back around her neck and subtly used a minor mystical technique, ensuring the necklace couldn't be removed. With a smile, Yi Chen said, Grandma, since I gave this necklace to you, you should keep it. No matter how valuable it is, it's nothing compared to your health. What? Everyone was stunned. He knew the necklace's value and still insisted on giving it to the matriarch? This guy, was he just showing off? Mubo and the others, however, saw a glimmer of hope. As long as Yi Chen didn't take the necklace, they could persuade the matriarch to sell it once the guests left. 100 billion yuan. The Mu family could soon ascend to become one of Yun City's elite families. Their minds were already racing with plans for how to spend the fortune. The birthday banquet soon ended. Mubo quickly escorted the guests out, while Yi Chen and Mu Qingshuang left disappointed. The Mu family's behavior had left a sour taste in their mouths. Unlike the others, Mu Qingshuang had a different perspective. While they believed Yi Chen's gift was a lucky find, Mu Qingshuang suspected otherwise. She thought the necklace likely belonged to Yi Chen all along, and that he had known its value from the start. Despite this, he had casually gifted it. Yi Chen's background was likely far more terrifying than anyone imagined. Mu Qingshuang sighed inwardly, frustrated by her parents' and sister Mu Wanqing's short-sightedness. All for the sake of 100 billion yuan, they had completely lost their dignity. And yet they had driven away Yi Chen, someone who could bring the Mu family endless fortune. It was like throwing away a watermelon to pick up a sesame seed. Taking a deep breath, Mu Qingshuang asked, "Brother-in-law, are we just going to leave like this? Aren't you worried my parents will force Grandma to sell the necklace?" Yi Chen, unconcerned, replied with a smile, "Don't worry. They won't be able to sell it." At this moment, the Mu family had already sent all the guests away. Several members of the Mu family immediately gathered around the old lady. Mubo said, "Mom, take off the necklace." The old lady clutched her necklace protectively and asked vigilantly, "What are you trying to do? This is a gift from Chenier. Are you trying to get your hands on it again?" Zhao Lan quickly said, "Mom, this necklace is worth 10 billion. If we sell it, the Mu family will instantly become one of Yun City's top-tier families. This is a glorious opportunity to bring honor to our ancestors and benefit future generations." Mu Fei chimed in coquettishly, "That's right, Grandma. Look at how hard my sister works every day to run the company. How much does she earn each year? If we sell this necklace, everyone in Yun City will have to respect the Mu family." Mu Wanqing said nothing, maintaining an air of restraint, but inwardly, she too hoped the necklace could be sold for 10 billion. The old lady seemed a bit tempted but still shook her head, saying, "No, Chenier said this necklace cannot be sold." Mu Bo said angrily, "Mom, why are you always siding with that brat? We're your real family. Do you think we'd ever harm you?" Saying this, Mu Bo reached out, trying to forcibly remove the necklace. After all, it was 10 billion. Almost no one could resist the allure of such a sum. However, the moment Mu Bo's hand touched the necklace, he suddenly felt a tremendous force strike him. Bang! In an instant, Mu Bo was thrown backward by an invisible force. Mu Fei was stunned and said, "Let me try." Bang! The moment Mu Fei touched the necklace, he was also blasted away with a loud crash. The father and son duo lay on the ground, groaning in pain. Everyone was shocked. Zhao Lan and Mu Wanqing quickly rushed over to help them. Zhao Lan cried out, "Mom, look. Because of this necklace, your son and grandson are hurt like this. Is it really worth it?" Seeing this, the old lady couldn't help but feel conflicted. A trace of hesitation appeared on her face. Noticing the old lady's wavering resolve, the group exchanged glances and began acting out their pain. "Ah, Mom. It hurts so much. I think my hand is broken. Grandma, my head is spinning. Am I going to die?" Heartbroken, the old lady walked over, crying, "Oh, my dear grandson, all right. Grandma will give you the necklace. You mustn't let anything happen to you." Saying this, the old lady attempted to remove the necklace. Mu Bo and the others were overjoyed. However, in the next moment, they were disappointed because, no matter how hard the old lady tried, the necklace seemed fused to her neck and wouldn't come off. The old lady said in confusion, "How strange. What's wrong with this necklace? Why can't I take it off?" Mu Bo, Zhao Lan, and the others frowned. After some investigation, they discovered that the necklace couldn't be removed at all, and no one other than the old lady could even touch it. Mu Wanqing exclaimed in surprise, "This necklace truly isn't ordinary. It seems selling it is hopeless." Zhao Lan slapped her thigh in frustration. That was 10 billion. To see it but not be able to take it. How infuriating. Zhao Lan said angrily, "It's all that brat Yi Chen's fault. If he hadn't said anything, we'd already have the 10 billion by now." Mu Bo nodded. He's nothing but a jinx. I'm so mad I want to slap him. They kept at it until late into the night. Yet they still couldn't remove the necklace from the old lady's neck and eventually had to give up. At this moment, Mu Bo was filled with hatred for Yi Chen. Grinding his teeth, he swore he would teach Yi Chen a lesson. Mu Fei leaned over and said, "Dad, we can't let Yi Chen off easily. That kid not only ruined our big plan but now lives in the Hidden Dragon Manor. We've never even set foot in such a luxurious place." Mu Bo nodded. "Exactly. That brat must have shamelessly latched onto your second sister. We need to find a way to kick him out." Mu Fei frowned. "But second sister always sides with outsiders now. She doesn't care about us anymore. What can we do?" Zhao Lan said angrily. "Has she forgotten her place? Tomorrow we'll move in directly." I don't believe Mu Wangking would take in an outsider but refuse her own family. Everyone immediately agreed with Zhao Lan's idea. Although they couldn't sell the necklace, the thought of moving into Yun City's most expensive Hidden Dragon Manor filled them with anticipation. At that time, they were determined to drive Yi Chen out of the Hidden Dragon Manor. The next day, Mu Wangking went to work early, and Yi Chen was strolling leisurely down the street. For the past 3 years, ever since marrying Mu Wangking, he had outwardly lived as a house husband, while secretly investigating the connection between the Mu family and Su Zixuang, but he had found nothing. He had even asked Mu Wangking if she knew Su Zixuang, and she had always denied it. With Yi Chen's sharp instincts, he knew Mu Wangking wasn't lying. Yet if the Mu family didn't know Su Zixuang, why had Su Zixuang, on her deathbed, asked him to take care of the Mu family? This was something Yi Chen couldn't figure out no matter how hard he tried. At that moment, Death God Zhang Yi sent a message. He had uncovered Su Zixuang's background. It turned out Su Zixuang wasn't an orphan, her parents were alive. She was born into the Su family, which owned a logistics company and had modest wealth. This revelation surprised Yi Chen even more. Because, ever since he had known Su Zixuang, she had always claimed to be an orphan and had never mentioned having any relatives in Yun City. Logically speaking, if Su Zixuang wanted to entrust someone with her last wishes, she would have asked Yi Chen to take care of the Su family, given that her biological parents were still alive. Yet Su Zixuang had never mentioned the Su family, instead asking Yi Chen to look after the unrelated Mu family. This was very strange. Clearly, there was some crucial detail Yi Chen didn't yet know. He instructed Death God Zhang Yi to keep investigating. Then, Yi Chen squinted his eyes. Since he now knew Su Zixuang was part of the Su family, visiting them might help clarify the situation. Soon, Yi Chen arrived at the logistics company run by the Su family. The company wasn't very large, with only 5 or 6 employees. As Yi Chen walked in, a curious employee stopped him and asked, "Hello, how can I help you?" Yi Chen said, "I'd like to meet your boss." The employee asked suspiciously, "What do you want with our boss?" Yi Chen chuckled lightly and said, "I want to discuss a big business deal. Could you let him know?" The employee didn't dare delay and quickly went inside. Before long, the employee returned, followed by a pot-bellied middle-aged man. The man paused when he saw Yi Chen, surprised by how young he was. However, thinking of the big business deal, he smiled and said, "My apologies for not welcoming you sooner. I'm Su Wood, the owner of Hongyun Logistics. May I ask your name?" "Su Wood?" According to the information from Death God Zhang Yi, Su Zixuang's father was named Su Wood. It seemed he had found the right place. "My name is Yi Chen." Yi Chen glanced at Su Wood and said, "Are you Su Zixuang's father?" Su Wood, who had been full of smiles, immediately turned pale upon hearing Yi Chen's words. His expression darkened, and he said coldly, "I don't know what you're talking about. You've got the wrong person. Leave now. Don't disturb my business, such bad luck." Yi Chen was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected Su Wood to react so strongly. After all, with the capabilities of Death God Zhang Yi, there was no way he could have gotten the wrong person. Any information that reached Yi Chen's ears was always verified without a doubt. Therefore, the man in front of him was undoubtedly Su Zixuang's father. But why was he denying it? Yi Chen said calmly, "I'm not mistaken. You are Su Zixuang's father. Why won't you admit it?" At these words, a trace of panic flickered across Su Wood's face. Lowering his voice and gritting his teeth, he said, "I told you, you've got the wrong person. I don't know you, and I don't know any Su Zixuang. If you don't leave now, I'll call someone." Naturally, Yi Chen wasn't going to leave. Over the years, He had been suppressing a deep anger in his heart. After graduating from high school, Yi Chen had gone overseas and endured a long period of darkness. During that time, the only person who stayed by his side was Su Zixuang. To Yi Chen. This Shen. Su Zixuang was an extremely important friend. More than that. Back then, Su Zixuang had always followed Yi Chen. Although her talent wasn't as monstrous as his, her abilities had already reached the realm of a grandmaster. But after returning to Long Country, she died. Yi Chen was determined to find all those responsible for her death and kill them all to avenge her. It was clear that Su Wood in front of him knew some inside information. Yi Chen took a deep breath. He wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he walked over to the boss's chair, sat down, and said indifferently, "Don't worry, I have time to wait for you to talk." Seeing this, Su Wood was instantly enraged. He waved toward the door, calling out to a few burly men. Immediately, several burly men rushed in. "Boss, what's going on? Is someone causing trouble? Shit, daring to make trouble here? Does he have a death wish? Is it this guy? Boss, should we take him apart?" Su Wood looked at Yi Chen coldly and said, "Kid, I'll give you one last chance. Leave this place immediately, and I'll pretend you were never here. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." A flash of cold light appeared in Yi Chen's eyes. "Tell me, how did Su Zixuang die?" Seeing that Yi Chen wasn't budging, Su Wood lost his temper completely and shouted, "You little punk, you don't know what's good for you. Boys, take him down and kill him." Yi Chen smirked coldly. "I advise you. Don't push me to kill." Su Wood snorted and said, "Ha! Who do you think you are? Trying to threaten me? When your legs are broken later, you'll learn the meaning of begging for mercy." As he spoke, Su Wood waved his hand. Immediately, the burly men charged toward Yi Chen. Yi Chen looked at the burliest man who rushed at him first and sighed softly, muttering to himself, "You've forced my hand." His gaze sharpened. He raised one hand and slapped. Boom! The burly man charging at the front suddenly stopped in his tracks. He was still nearly a meter away from Yi Chen, and Yi Chen's palm hadn't even touched him. But the sheer force of Yi Chen's slap instantly caused the man's head to explode into a mist of blood. The man's body froze and collapsed backward. In an instant, the office fell into dead silence. The remaining burly men were utterly dumbfounded by what they saw. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably. What the hell? What kind of monster was this? A single slap, executed from a distance, had blown a man's head apart? Terrifying. Utterly terrifying. As for Su Wood, his earlier arrogance had completely vanished. He was now frozen in place, his face pale with fear, and a dark stain appeared on his pants. A martial arts master? This Yi Chen was actually a martial arts master. Although Su Wood was just an ordinary man, his past experiences had made him witness the power of martial arts masters. To him, martial arts masters were untouchable beings. In fact, years ago, when Su Zixuang had offended a martial arts master, Su Wood had abandoned his daughter and, to this day, dared not acknowledge her existence. All because he feared retribution from martial arts masters. But he never imagined. Today, he would once again be confronted by a terrifying martial arts master. Yi Chen's icy gaze swept over him as he said, "Now, are you ready to talk?" Thud. Dud. Su Wood didn't dare utter a single word of refusal. He immediately dropped to his knees, pleading, "I was wrong. I was so wrong. I didn't know you were a martial arts master. Please don't kill me." Yi Chen glanced at the terrified burly men and barked, "Get out and close the door behind you." The men, feeling as if they had been granted a reprieve from death, fled the room in a panic. Only Su Wood was left, trembling uncontrollably. "Why? Why won't you acknowledge your daughter, Su Zixuang?" Yi Chen asked coldly. Su Wood, shaking like a leaf, stammered, "It's not that I won't acknowledge her, it's that I can't. Years ago, Zixuang's biological mother, my first wife, died in an accident. Later, I remarried. Zixuang thought I had betrayed her mother and, in a fit of anger, went overseas. We hadn't seen each other for years. Then, 4 years ago, Zixuang suddenly came home for a visit. I thought our family could reunite, but I didn't expect she offended someone." "Who did she offend?" Yi Chen asked coldly. "That." Su Wood lowered his head, sweat dripping from his forehead. After a moment of hesitation, he said, "You'd better not ask. Those people, they're not people we can afford to provoke. If they find out I talked, I'll die." Yi Chen squinted his eyes and said sharply, "Fine. Choose now, talk, or die." Terrified, Su Wu began trembling violently. He shouted in desperation, "Are you forcing me? Yes, you're a martial arts master, but their strength is beyond anything you can imagine. Among them, even a grandmaster is the weakest. Back then, Zishuang brought endless trouble to me. And now you're here? I regret ever having such a troublesome daughter." Hearing this, Yi Chen's expression darkened. In a flash, he moved, grabbing Su Wu by the neck. From the way he acted, it was clear he never truly cared for his daughter. Their father-daughter relationship was nowhere near as he claimed. No wonder. Su Zishuang had never once mentioned Su Wu, even on her deathbed. He wasn't worthy of being a father. Yi Chen's aura grew oppressive as he said, "Talk, or die." At that moment, Su Wu felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation. Terrified, he realized that if he didn't speak now, Yi Chen would really kill him. As Su Wu was about to lose consciousness, his survival instincts kicked in. He struggled desperately and shouted, "It was Yun City Su family. Back then, Su Liangchen threatened my wife and drugged Zishuang." Drugged? Yi Chen's eyes turned icy cold. With his understanding of Su Zishuang, it was absolutely impossible for her to be killed easily. After all, Su Zishuang wasn't just a martial artist at the grandmaster level. More importantly, Yi Chen had personally taught her assassination, combat, stealth, and concealment techniques. Even if she encountered an opponent she couldn't defeat, escaping safely should not have been an issue. If she hadn't been drugged, Su Zishuang probably wouldn't have died. In that moment, Yi Chen's tone became chilling as he said, "Take your family and disappear from Yun City. If I ever see you again, I'll make you wish you were dead." Like discarding garbage, Yi Chen directly threw Su Wu to the ground. Terrified beyond measure, Su Wu scrambled to his feet and fled in panic. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Yi Chen's eyes. Finally, he had uncovered a useful clue: the Su family Su Liangchen. "I will personally send you and the Su family to hell to accompany Su Zishuang." After driving Su Wu away, Yi Chen pulled out his phone and called Xing Jingxiong. He mentioned needing Xing Jingxiong's help. Xing Jingxiong politely invited Yi Chen to have a meal and discuss the matter over dinner. Yi Chen accepted the invitation. Soon after, Yi Chen arrived at the restaurant Xing Jingxiong had chosen. As soon as he approached the entrance, Xing Jingxiong walked out with a broad smile and bowed, saying, "Divine Dr. Yi, you've finally arrived. I've been eagerly awaiting you." Yi Chen said calmly, "I have something I need you to do." Xing Jingxiong chuckled, "Anything, anything. If Divine Dr. Yi needs something, it's as good as done." After following Xing Jingxiong to a private room, Yi Chen got straight to the point. "I need you to investigate someone for me, the boss of Hongyun Logistics, Su Wu." Xing Jingxiong nodded, "That's simple. What do you need to be done?" Yi Chen replied, "Have some men keep an eye on him. Don't let him have a single peaceful day. I want him to live in fear and regret for the rest of his life." For Xing Jingxiong, this task was nothing at all. He immediately agreed, "If that's all, don't worry. Since Divine Dr. Yi asked, I'll make sure he repents every day." Yi Chen nodded. "Good. Also, there's something else I want to ask you." Xing Jingxing looked puzzled. "What is it?" Yi Chen asked. "Do you know Su Liangchen?" Hearing this name, Xing Jingxiang's expression changed. He quickly looked around to make sure no one else was nearby, then lowered his voice and said, "Of course I know Su Liangchen. He's the eldest son of the Su family in Yun City. Don't tell me that Su Wu you mentioned is related to the Su family?" Xing Jingxiong regretted agreeing to the task so quickly. If Su Wu were connected to the Su family, how could he possibly have the courage to provoke them? Yi Chen chuckled lightly and said, "There's no connection between them. I asked about Su Liangchen because I want to understand the strength of the Su family." Xing Jingxiong let out a sigh of relief and said, "I see. The Su family is incredibly powerful. I've heard that Su Liangchen is a martial artist who has also reached the grandmaster level. He's considered a prodigy among Yun City's younger generation. Forgive me for asking, but what's your relationship with the Su family, Divine Dr. Yi?" Yi Chen smiled faintly and replied, "Mortal enemies." Thud. Xing Jingxiong fell off his chair in shock. Yi Chen frowned and said with a hint of mockery, "You're supposed to be a major figure in Yun City's underground world, and yet this is how you act." Xing Jingxiong forced a bitter smile and said, "Divine Dr. Yi, you don't understand. While I may control a significant portion of Yun City's underground world, and am fearless when dealing with ordinary people or even wealthy businessmen, the Su family is different. They're a martial arts clan. If they wanted to destroy me, they could do it with one hand. How could I not be afraid?" Yi Chen chuckled lightly and said, "Don't worry. Once I destroy the Su family, you'll have nothing to fear. Xing Jiangxing's body trembled violently, and his eyes widened. Did he hear that right? Destroy the Su family? This must be a joke. The Su family had a legacy spanning over 1,000 years. While Su Liangqin might be a prodigy who had reached the Grandmaster level, the true strength of the Su family lay with its patriarch and their immense power. In all of Yun City, no one dared claim they could destroy the Su family. Even though Xing Jingxiong knew Yi Chen was highly skilled and admired by many, including Luo Mingcheng, Zhao Yunhai, and himself, they were all mere surface-level figures in Yun City. The real powerhouses were the Su family and organizations like the Tianwu Pavilion True Martial Arts Forces. Terrified, Xing Jingxiong tried to dissuade him. Please, Divine Dr. Yi, don't say such things carelessly. If word gets out, the consequences will be unimaginable. Yi Chen snorted coldly, scared already? Pathetic. Xing Jingxiong was rendered speechless. To be honest, he greatly admired Yi Chen's medical skills and genuinely wanted to befriend him. However, he now realized that Yi Chen was overly arrogant, dismissing even martial arts clans like the Su family. This was nothing short of seeking death. For a moment, Xing Jingxiong even lost his appetite. If Yi Chen and the Su family were truly mortal enemies, what should he do? He had no means to help Yi Chen and might even get dragged down with him. If the Su family were to unleash their fury, it would spell disaster for Xing Jingxiong. Although he was thinking this, he suppressed his inner fear and continued to entertain Yi Chen politely. At that moment, commotion erupted outside the private room. Tianwu Pavilion is handling business here. Everyone not involved, leave immediately. A group of people stormed into the restaurant. As soon as everyone heard that the Tianwu Pavilion was involved, they hurriedly fled in fear. In Yun City, the Tianwu Pavilion was an incredibly formidable force, one that almost no one dared to offend. Xing Jingxing also heard this and knew that the Tianwu Pavilion was clearing the area. As a martial arts force, they rarely targeted ordinary people. Thus, whenever they acted, they would clear the area first. If anyone remained after the clearing, their life or death would be left to fate. Xing Jingxiong looked at Yi Chen and said, Divine Dr. Yi, it seems the Tianwu Pavilion is clearing the area. We should leave too, just in case we get caught up in this. Yi Chen remained seated and said indifferently, No need. They're here for me. Hearing this, Xing Jingxiong's legs nearly gave out. What? Here for Yi Chen? Me? He had just learned that Yi Chen was at odds with the Su family, and now the Tianwu Pavilion was after him too? This was insane. Xing Jingxiong had lived a long life but had never directly clashed with two powerful martial arts forces like this. He didn't even have the qualifications to do so. And now, the Tianwu Pavilion had directly come knocking? As Xing Jingxiong trembled in fear, the door to the private room was suddenly kicked open. A group of men in black stormed in. The leader scanned the room and pointed at Yi Chen, saying, It's this guy. At this moment, Xing Jingxiong couldn't stop trembling all over. He considered himself a man who had seen much in life. But now, facing this, it was the Tianwu Pavilion, and they were really here for Yi Chen. He couldn't wrap his head around it. Although Yi Chen was skilled in medicine, that was nothing in the eyes of the Tianwu Pavilion. Why would they mobilize for someone like Yi Chen? Xing Jingxiong looked over. Sure enough, the Grandmaster of Tianwu Pavilion, Ling Tianwu, stood right before him, and next to him was the pavilion steward, Hong San. Young man, I heard you obtained a necklace. Tell me where it came from. Ling Tianwu squinted his eyes. Ever since Hong San returned and reported the incident with the necklace, he immediately sensed that it was no trivial matter. Just the aura emanating from the necklace alone was enough to instill fear in Hong San. Whoever crafted that necklace likely surpassed the Grandmaster realm. Seeing Yi Chen remain silent, Hong San darkened his face and barked, Young man, our pavilion master is speaking to you. Are you pretending not to hear him? Do you have a death wish? The Tianwu Pavilion was known for its domineering conduct. In Yun City, almost no one dared to ignore members of the Tianwu Pavilion, let alone when the pavilion master himself had come. Xing Jingxiong, seeing this, was terrified but still stepped forward. Master Ling? I'm Xing Jingxiong. This gentleman, Mr. Yi, is my friend. Could you perhaps do me a small favor and not make things difficult for him? Yi Chen was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected Xing Jingxiong to stand up for him at a time like this. However, while Xing Jingxiong carried significant clout among ordinary people, he was far from qualified to stand up to the Tianwu Pavilion. Ling Tianwu unleashed his aura. Bang! Singh Jingxiong was immediately forced to his knees under the oppressive force of Ling Tianwu's aura. Ling Tianwu was a grandmaster-level powerhouse. He had long surpassed the limits of ordinary men. In the presence of a grandmaster, ordinary people were mere ants, disposable trash that could be crushed at will. To Ling Tianwu, suppressing Singh Jingxiong required no effort at all. Ling Tianwu coldly looked at Singh Jingxiong and said, "What kind of nobody are you to think you deserve my respect?" Singh Jingxiong trembled uncontrollably. In front of a grandmaster-level powerhouse, merely speaking up had already taken all his courage. He had thought that, by controlling much of Yun City's underground world, he could at least earn some face. But now it was clear. He was gravely mistaken. Ling Tianwu's aura surged, oppressing Singh Jingxiong so completely that the man could hardly breathe. It felt as if his life would end at any moment. Everyone assumed that Singh Jingxiong was about to die. "Let him go. Then get out." A cold, commanding voice suddenly rang out. Instantly, everyone in the Tianwu pavilion froze, their gazes locking onto Yi Chen. What the hell? Was this guy insane? To speak up now. Pai? And to tell Ling Tianwu to get out. Did he not know who Ling Tianwu was? For a moment, all members of the Tianwu pavilion glared at Yi Chen. "Damn it, kid. What did you just say? You dare talk to our pavilion master like that? Are you tired of living? The Tianwu pavilion is not someone you can mess with. Brothers, let's just chop this kid to pieces and see if he's still so cocky." But Yi Chen showed no fear in the face of their threats. He calmly stood up, reached out, and helped Singh Jingxiong to his feet. His tone was serene yet commanding. "From now on, you kneel to no one but me. That is my decree to you." These words not only stunned Singh Jingxiong, but also left the members of the Tianwu pavilion dumbfounded. Singh Jingxiong hurriedly said, "Mr. Yi, the Tianwu pavilion is too strong. You should leave first, or the consequences will be dire." Yi Chen chuckled lightly. "Don't worry. I'll handle it." And with that, Yi Chen stepped forward, facing Ling Tianwu. His gaze turned icy. "You kneel." "What?" Hearing Yi Chen's words, everyone was utterly shocked. Then, laughter erupted from the room. "Ha ha ha. Did I hear that right? He actually told our pavilion master to kneel? Did he get his head slammed in a door? This kid dares humiliate our pavilion master? He's dead for sure. Ridiculous. The Tianwu pavilion holds supreme authority in Yun City. Does he think he can throw his weight around here?" Hong San's eyes turned cold as he bellowed. "Brothers, this kid dares to insult the Tianwu pavilion. Kill him." In an instant. Kana Mei. All the disciples of the Tianwu pavilion charged at Yi Chen. These disciples were no ordinary men. Nearly all of them were martial arts practitioners. Though they were only at the inner strength level and not yet grandmasters, their combined assault was still formidable. Singh Jingxiong was frozen in terror. At that moment, Yi Chen's eyes flashed with a sharp glint. Watching the oncoming disciples of the Tianwu pavilion, he let out a soft snort. And threw a single punch. An overwhelming aura burst forth, unleashing a terrifying force. Boom! With one punch, a bloody path was carved. The shockwave from his strike seemed to tear through heaven and earth, reducing all the disciples to mere blood mist. Seeing this, everyone was stunned. What the hell? How strong was he? Singh Jingxiong's eyes widened in disbelief. He had always known Yi Chen to be an exceptional healer, but he never imagined Yi Chen was also a martial arts powerhouse. At this moment, Ling Tianwu was completely enraged. He roared, "You dare kill members of my Tianwu pavilion? You're courting death." Ling Tianwu's figure blurred. In an instant, he appeared before Yi Chen. He threw a punch. It carried an immense, terrifying power, aimed to kill Yi Chen with one blow. However, Yi Chen didn't even glance at Ling Tianwu. Instead, he casually swung a slap. Slap. In that instant, Ling Tianwu, the grandmaster of the Tianwu pavilion, was sent flying as if struck by an irresistible force. He crashed heavily into the wall. At this moment, the room fell into complete silence. Everyone's eyes widened in utter disbelief. This had to be a joke. Ling Tianwu, the revered pavilion master of the Tianwu pavilion, and a grandmaster-level powerhouse, someone no one dared provoke in Yun City, had been slapped away by Yi Chen? Was this real? Singh Jingxiong, more than anyone, felt his worldview shatter. Yi Chen's strength had far surpassed his expectations. For the first time, Singh Jingxiang felt immensely fortunate. When Ling Tianwu first appeared, he had stood up for Yi Chen rather than distancing himself. Now it was clear. Yi Chen was the true powerhouse. Yi Chen walked slowly to Ling Tianwu, his tone cold as ice. "Now, do you have anything else to say?" Ling Tianwu, trembling in fear, scrambled to his knees and began kowtowing frantically. "I didn't know you were a grandmaster. I offended you unintentionally. Please, grandmaster, spare me." "What? A grandmaster?" Yi Chen was actually a grandmaster. For a moment, everyone was shocked beyond belief. Yi Chen glared at Ling Tianwu. Just as his phone rang, it was Mu Kingsno calling. "Brother-in-law, hurry back to Hidden Dragon Villa. Something big has happened." Yi Chen glanced at Xing Jingxiang and said, "You handle the rest. I have something to take care of." At this moment, Singh Jingxiang was completely stunned. Seeing Yi Chen leave so decisively, he could only nod blankly. Ling Tianwu, too, was deeply shaken. From Yi Chen's earlier strike, he clearly realized that Yi Chen's strength far exceeded his imagination. After all, he himself was a grandmaster-level powerhouse. And yet, he had almost been killed by a single slap from Yi Chen. He could be almost certain now. Yi Chen's strength was vastly superior to his own, likely at the half-step Great Grandmaster level, or even already at the Great Grandmaster realm. One had to understand. In the entirety of Yun City, finding even a handful of Great Grandmasters was practically impossible. At this moment, Singh Jingxing still felt a lingering fear facing Ling Tianwu. But just as he was unsure how to speak, Ling Tianwu got up from the ground, grabbed Singh Jingxing's hand enthusiastically, and said, "Brother Xing, earlier I was blind and failed to recognize your importance. I offended both young Master Yi and yourself. Please accept my apologies. If you're still upset, I'll kneel and apologize right now." Singh Jingxiang hurriedly stopped him. "Are you kidding me? How could he let a grandmaster kneel before him? What had he done to deserve such respect?" For a moment, Singh Jingxiang's understanding of Yi Chen's strength became even clearer. He knew. Ling Tianwu was a grandmaster. Previously, Singh Jingxiang wouldn't have even qualified to speak to him. But now, simply because of his association with Yi Chen, Ling Tianwu not only apologized to him personally, but was even willing to kneel. This realization made Singh Jingxiang feel an unprecedented surge of pride. He looked at Ling Tianwu and said, "Master Ling, how could I dare let you kneel? I'm not qualified to speak out of turn in your presence." Ling Tianwu froze for a moment, but then smiled warmly and said, "Brother Xing, you're being too formal. From now on we're brothers. By the way, may I ask, what is your relationship with young Master Yi?" Singh Jingxing's eyes flickered, and he quickly said, "I'm nothing more than young Master Yi's dog." Ling Tianwu showed no disdain at all. On the contrary, he was internally shaken. He now suspected that Yi Chen was a great grandmaster. To achieve such a realm at Yi Chen's age was nothing short of extraordinary. Even in the entire Dragon Nation, such talent would rank among the top prodigies. As a grandmaster himself, Ling Tianwu deeply understood that martial cultivation was an act of defying the heavens. No matter how talented one was, without immense backing and resources, it was impossible to reach such heights at Yi Chen's age. To serve under such a powerful great grandmaster was, in truth, a blessing. At the very least, if Yi Chen's identity as a great grandmaster were revealed, most of Yun City's forces would bow to Singh Jingxiang. Ling Tianwu believed himself to have keen foresight. If he could establish a connection with Yi Chen, his Tianwu pavilion would no longer be confined to Yun City. Smiling faintly, Ling Tianwu said, "Brother Singh, you're being modest. May I invite you to a meal sometime as a gesture of goodwill?" Singh Jingxiang felt an overwhelming excitement. He was incredibly grateful that, in a critical moment, he had stood up for Yi Chen. And now, he was reaping the rewards he could never have imagined achieving in his lifetime. Yi Chen, meanwhile, paid no attention to Ling Tianwu. To be honest, though Ling Tianwu was a grandmaster, he still wasn't worth Yi Chen's notice. Yi Chen pulled out his phone and sent a message to Death God Zhang Yi. He asked him to investigate the Su family of Yun City. With Zhang Yi's abilities, he would surely get results quickly. Afterward, Yi Chen returned to Hidden Dragon Villa. When Mu Kingsno had called earlier, her tone had been anxious. He wasn't sure what had happened, but it shouldn't have been anything dangerous. After all, the security at Hidden Dragon Villa was extremely tight. Before long, Yi Chen arrived back at Hidden Dragon Villa. The moment he walked in, Yi Chen was dumbfounded. Because he saw Mu Bo, Zhao Lan, and their family sitting in the living room with bags and luggage. Mu Qing's sat helplessly to the side, wiping tears from her eyes. Clearly she had been driven to the brink. Yi Chen frowned, swept his gaze over everyone, and finally looked at Mu Wanqing. Mu Wanqing, what's the meaning of this? Mu Wanqing froze, just about to speak. But Zhao Lan quickly interrupted and said, Yi Chen, I'm officially informing you that our family is moving into Hidden Dragon Villa. You can pack your things and move out now. Yi Chen couldn't help but laugh at Zhao Lan's absurd confidence. He said speechlessly, You really are shameless. When did I ever agree to let you live here? And now you're telling me to move out. Don't you think this is ridiculous? Mu Bo snorted coldly and said, Who's ridiculous and shameless here? Do you think you're someone important? If you weren't clinging to our Kingsno, do you think you'd even be living in such a luxurious place? Mu Kingsno was speechless and said, Mom, Dad, can you stop being unreasonable? This villa belongs to brother-in-law. It would have been better if Mu Kingsno had said nothing. The moment she spoke, Zhao Lan suddenly acted like a shrew, throwing herself to the ground and wailing loudly. Oh, what a good daughter I raised. She sides with outsiders while ignoring her own parents. You're now the CEO of Star Group, living in such a luxurious villa, and you'd rather let an outsider live here than your own parents. My heart hurts. I might as well die. Don't stop me. With that, Zhao Lan made a show of trying to crash into the wall. Seeing this, Mu Wanqing hurriedly pulled Zhao Lan back and said, Mom, don't do this. Calm down, okay? Zhao Lan wailed, How can I calm down? I raised you, and now you stand with this worthless Yi Chen instead of me. How am I supposed to live? Mu Wanqing, looking helplessly at Mu Kingsno, shouted, Kingsno, look at what you've done to Mom. Yi Chen watched this family's outrageous antics. He couldn't help but find it laughable. He coldly said, Enough with the act. With talent like yours, why don't you all go to Hollywood? No matter what you say, you're not living here. Zhao Lan snorted and said, Yi Chen, shut up. What right do you have to speak? Yi Chen coldly replied, This is my house. Why wouldn't I have the right to speak? At that moment, suddenly, Mu Fei came running down from the second floor, holding a property title deed. He pointed angrily at Yi Chen and said, Your house? Yi Chen, you're really shameless. Look at what I found. The property deed for Hidden Dragon Villa, it clearly states my second sister's name, Mu Kingsno. The room fell silent. Everyone crowded around to look at the deed. Sure enough, the owner's name written on it was Mu Kingsno. Yi Chen was slightly taken aback. Back when Qi Meng had gifted him the villa, it was Mu Kingsno who handled the ownership transfer process. Yi Chen had never paid it much attention. Confused, he turned his head to look at Mu Kingsno. Afraid of being misunderstood, Mu Kingsno hurriedly explained. It turned out, the reason Hidden Dragon Villa was registered under Mu Kingsno's name was because of Yi Chen's identity. With Qi Meng's status, there was no record of him in the Dragon Nation, so during the transfer, it couldn't be placed under Yi Chen's name. At the time, Mu Kingsno had called Yi Chen about it. Yi Chen casually told her to register the villa under her name. To Yi Chen. Me Chen. It was just a villa. Not to mention Hidden Dragon Villa, Yi Chen owned expensive estates across the world. He even possessed the world's most luxurious castle, gifted to him by the Queen of Eagle Nation. Naturally, he wouldn't care much about Hidden Dragon Villa. However, he hadn't expected this casual decision to turn into ammunition for the Mu family. Sure enough. Enough. The next moment, Mu Bo and Zhao Lan were both overjoyed. Did you see that? The owner's name is Kingsno. Yi Chen, you're shameless. And you still dare claim this villa is yours? What kind of trick did you pull on our Kingsno to make her defend you so much? Now that the ownership document is right here, what more do you have to say? Seeing the property deed, Mu Bo and Zhao Lan intensified their attacks on Yi Chen. They had always believed that Yi Chen was shamelessly freeloading, and now, with the deed as proof, they became even more brazen. Mu Wanqing sighed coldly and looked at Yi Chen. Earlier, when Yi Chen had confidently claimed that the villa was his, she had believed him, even if just a little. But now, she realized, Yi Chen was shameless to the extreme. She regretted trusting him even for a moment. Disappointed. She was utterly disappointed. The more Yi Chen tried to use others' kindness as his own capital for boasting, the more ridiculous Mu Wanqing found him. Mu Fei stepped forward with a sneer. Sis, look at this. Yi Chen will never change. A dog can't stop eating a shay. Thankfully you divorced him. It's rare to find someone as shameless as him. just as Yi Chen was about to retort. Suddenly, the Mu family's old matriarch walked in from outside, smiling as she said, "Not bad, this house is quite nice." Then, she walked up to Yi Chen, puzzled, and said, "My dear grandson, I heard from Wanking and the others that you're inviting Grandma to live here?" Yi Chen swept his gaze across the others and smiled. "Yes, Grandma. Kingsno and I want you to live here, alone." Yi Chen deliberately emphasized the word alone, clearly directed at Mu Bo and the others. But Zhao Lan laughed and said, "Mom, why are you even asking him? This villa is in Kingsno's name, so it belongs to the Mu family. What right does an outsider like him have to decide?" The old matriarch's face darkened as she scolded, "Zhao Lan, how many times have I told you? Since Yi Chen and Wanking were married, he is part of our family. Why divide us into outsiders and insiders? A family should live together in harmony." And with that, the old matriarch turned to Yi Chen and asked, "Yi Chen, isn't that right? Don't worry, with Grandma here, no one will bully you." Seeing the old matriarch standing up for him, Yi Chen's heart softened. He smiled and said, "Yes, Grandma, you're absolutely right." The old matriarch nodded in satisfaction. "Then this old bag of bones owes it to my dear grandson, Chen. Thanks to you, I can live in such a nice house. I remember back then, Shuang'er once said she would let me live in a place like this." The old matriarch stopped mid-sentence, suddenly realizing what she was saying, and immediately shut her mouth. Mu Wanking curiously asked, "Grandma, who were you just talking about? Shuang'er? Who is Shuang'er?" The moment these words were spoken, Yi Chen's eyes widened sharply. Shuang'er? Could the Shuang'er grandma mention Bisu Zishuang? The old matriarch spoke so naturally, which clearly indicated that she and Su Zishuang knew each other well. However, it seemed like she was afraid of something and refused to mention it further. Hearing Mu Wanking's question, the old matriarch shook her head repeatedly, denying it. No, you misheard me. I don't know any Shuang'er." "Alright," Chen agreed, "so we'll all live here together. A family is happiest when we're all together." The old matriarch still didn't know about Yi Chen and Mu Wanking's divorce. Because of her age, the family had intentionally hidden the truth, fearing it would be too much of a shock for her. Although Yi Chen was extremely displeased with the Mu family, for the sake of Grandma, he could only relent. He glanced at Mu Bo and the others and said coldly, "Since Grandma has spoken, you can stay. But I warn you, follow the rules. If you don't, you'll get out on your own." With that, Yi Chen wanted to probe further about Su Zishuang. So, he supported Grandma and said with a smile, "Grandma, let me take you for a walk in the garden." The two of them walked out together. Seeing Yi Chen leave, Zhao Lan turned red with rage. Pointing at Yi Chen's back, she shouted angrily, "Did you see that? He's still so arrogant. He even dares tell us to get out. He's completely out of control." Mu Fei added coldly, "H&Pf, he used to live off our Mu family, and now he still does. I'd like to see who throws out whom. Once he's homeless, let's see how arrogant he'll be." Mu Kingsno watched her family's behavior. She couldn't help but feel helpless, to be honest. The villa might be in her name, but it truly belonged to Yi Chen. At this moment, Mu Bo walked over to Mu Kingsno with a smile and said, "Kingsno, I admit I was wrong in the past. Now you're the CEO of Star Group and own such a grand villa. Let's not hold grudges. We're family, our bond is thicker than water. Once we drive Yi Chen out, we'll make the Mu family the strongest in Yun City together." Mu Kingsno sighed deeply and said, "Dad, Mom, and Sister, I think you should really treat brother-in-law better." Before she could finish, Zhao Lan interrupted her sharply, "Enough. Don't mention Yi Chen, he's bad luck. Kingsno, you're young and gullible, easily brainwashed by scheming people like Yi Chen. If you really think of yourself as part of the Mu family, stop bringing up that unlucky guy." Hearing Zhao Lan's ridiculous logic, Mu Kingsno was infuriated. She stomped her foot angrily and said, "You'll regret this." After saying that, Mu Kingsno turned and stormed off. Mu Bo and Zhao Lan didn't care at all. Living in Hidden Dragon Villa, they finally felt satisfied. Meanwhile, Yi Chen wasn't paying attention to them. Supporting Grandma, he walked leisurely through the garden. Grandma smiled warmly as she admired the flowers around her. "The flowers here are so beautiful. I always wanted to grow a garden full of flowers, but I never had the chance." Yi Chen smiled and said, "If you like them, Grandma, I'll have more planted for you." Grandma chuckled and said, "No need to go through all that trouble." Yi Chen hesitated for a moment before finally asking, "Grandma, there's something I want to ask you. Earlier you mentioned Shuang'er. Was that Su Zishuang? What's her connection to the Mu family?" The moment he said this, the smile on Grandma's face immediately disappeared. Grandmother froze for a moment before she spoke. Chen Er, you misheard. I never mentioned anyone named Shuang Er, nor do I know any Suzy Shuang. Don't ask about this matter again. Yi Chen frowned. He could sense it. Grandmother definitely knew Suzy Shuang. But for some reason, some pressure or fear stopped her from mentioning that name. Moreover, when grandmother accidentally let slip earlier, she said that Shuang Er had once wanted to buy a villa like Hidden Dragon Villa for her. This showed. Grandmother and Su Zixuang must have been very close. But why was grandmother so afraid to bring it up? Yi Chen was unwilling to let it go and asked, Grandmother, do you know something? Grandmother's face turned cold, and she said sternly, Yi Chen, from now on, you are not allowed to ask about this matter again. If you ask again, I'll leave right now. Remember, not only can you not ask me, but you must also never mention the name Su Zixuang outside. Do you understand? Seeing grandmother's firm and angry expression, Yi Chen let out a sigh. It seemed that the incident surrounding Su Zixuang's death must involve an extremely complicated and powerful force, otherwise, it wouldn't have made grandmother so terrified. Yi Chen didn't push her any further. For now, the only clue he had was the Su family in Yun City. They shared the same surname, Su. Could there be a connection between the Su family, Su Wood, and Su Zixuang? Just then, Yi Chen sensed Death God Zhang Yi's presence. After settling grandmother, Yi Chen went to the second floor. Death God Zhang Yi appeared silently behind Yi Chen. Master? I have results regarding the Su family that you asked me to investigate. A sharp glint flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. What did you find? Death God Zhang Yi looked slightly worried. The Su family has no connection with Miss Su Zixuang. They just share the same surname. However, I discovered that after Miss Su was hunted down, it was the Su family who visited several families in Yun City and threatened them to never mention Su Zixuang's name again. Those who disobeyed would be killed without mercy. Hearing this, Yi Chen immediately understood. Whether it was Su Wood or the Mu family, they must have been threatened by the Su family. After all, the Su family of Yun City was a martial arts family. They wouldn't dare resist at all. No wonder even Mu Wangqing and others had never heard of Su Zixuang. It seemed that only grandmother and the deceased old master of the Mu family knew about Su Zixuang. Since the Su family had issued the threats, then they must know the details behind Su Zixuang's pursuit and death. A cold, murderous glint appeared at the corner of Yi Chen's lips. If that's the case, then it's time to pay the Su family a visit. Regardless of whether the Su family directly participated in the hunt for Su Zixuang or not, Yi Chen had to get to the bottom of it. The Su family could not escape responsibility. The Su family, as one of the four great martial arts families of Yun City, was far more powerful than Tianwu Pavilion. Tianwu Pavilion had been founded by Ling Tianwu after reaching the Grandmaster level. But the Su family was different. The Su family was a legitimate martial arts family with a history stretching back hundreds of years. Especially the head of the Su family, Su Tianhua. Not only was he a martial arts powerhouse, but his influence in Yun City was deeply entrenched. As one of the four great families, the Su family was universally regarded as untouchable. People were divided into ranks. Families like the Mu family, with individuals like Mu Wangqing who had earned a bit of money, and whose net worth reached into the hundreds of millions, were nothing more than small fry in Yun City. One level higher were people like Xing Xingxiong, Luo Mingqiang, and Zhao Yunhai. These individuals stood at the peak of ordinary people, controlling their fates and amassing immense wealth. Above them were martial arts powers like Tianwu Pavilion. They possessed immense strength, vast wealth, and unparalleled networks. Even the wealthiest elites had to bow to them. Strength was everything. And the Su family was a force even stronger than Tianwu Pavilion. They controlled the fate of everyone in Yun City. With just one word, they could make people like Luo Mingqiang or Zhao Yunhai vanish without a trace. Before long, Yi Chen arrived at the Su family estate. The scenery here was stunning, and the villa was guarded heavily. Most notably, these guards were not ordinary bodyguards. Each one of them was a genuine martial artist. Martial artists who were revered elsewhere were mere guards in the Su family estate. This spoke volumes about the Su family's power. When Yi Chen reached the entrance of the estate, a guard stepped forward and stopped him, shouting angrily, "Who are you? What do you want? Do you know where you are? How dare you trespass here? Do you have a death wish?" Yi Chen said calmly, "I'm here to see someone." The guard snapped, "See someone? You're in the wrong place. No one here wants to see you. Get lost now, or you'll regret it. Yi Chen's expression turned cold, and a surge of power erupted from him. The violent force instantly blasted the guard into the air. Then, Yi Chen roared furiously. Su Tianhua, come out here and kneel to greet me. Otherwise I will destroy the Su family today. Yi Chen's furious voice echoed like rolling thunder across the Su family estate. In an instant, the entire Su family estate was in an uproar. Everyone was stunned. This was the Su family. For countless years, no one had ever dared to cause trouble at the Su family estate. But now, someone had not only come to stir up trouble but even demanded that the head of the Su family, Su Tianhua, kneel to greet him. How dare he? Before long, all the Su family guards assembled, and the eldest young master of the Su family, Su Liangchen, stormed out with a face full of fury. When he saw Yi Chen at the gate, he was momentarily stunned. Who was this lunatic? So bold. Su Liangchen glared at Yi Chen and shouted, "Kid, are you looking for death? How dare you shout my father's name at the Su family estate? You're like a lantern in a toilet courting death." To Su Liangchen, Yi Chen was nothing but an ant. What a joke! The Su family had nearly 100 martial artist guards, each one carefully selected for their strength. On top of that, Su Liangchen himself was a half-step grandmaster. In his eyes, Yi Chen coming here to cause trouble was nothing but suicide. Even if Yun City's other 3 great families combined, they might not dare provoke the Su family alone. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. I said, "Tell Su Tianhua to come out and kneel to greet me." "Didn't you hear?" Su Liangchen sneered. "Who do you think you are? What right do you have to demand my father kneel before you? Are you out of your mind? I think it's you who should kneel and beg for forgiveness." "What right?" Yi Chen's gaze turned sharp and deadly as he stared at Su Liangchen. "You want to know what gives me the right? Fine, I'll tell you my fists. I wonder if Su Tianhua's old bones can withstand a single punch from me." As he finished speaking, Yi Chen's figure suddenly flashed, charging directly toward the Su family's gates. Hearing Yi Chen's words, all the members of the Su family were shocked. This kid was simply too arrogant. How dare he spout such madness? Seeing Yi Chen approaching, Su Liangchen roared loudly. "Everyone get him. Kill him and let him know what happens when you mess with the Su family." Su Liangchen squinted his eyes and arrogantly looked at Yi Chen. He seemed to already envision the scene where Yi Chen would be annihilated by dozens of martial arts experts. What a joke. These Su family guards were all elites. The power they could unleash together was terrifying. Even a master-level practitioner wouldn't dare to face so many martial arts experts head-on. This was why, for so many years, despite the Su family offending numerous people, no one dared to challenge their manner easily. Probably. Why he? Only someone as brash and reckless as Yi Chen would do something so foolish. However, actions have consequences. Since Yi Chen dared to provoke the Su family, death was the only outcome awaiting him. Yet, just as this thought surfaced, Su Liangchen witnessed a scene he would never forget. Yi Chen, like a human cannonball, moved with extreme speed. The martial arts experts who tried to intercept him hadn't even gotten close before being swept away by Yi Chen's aura. Boom, 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 boom. A series of dull thuds echoed. One by one, those martial arts experts were sent flying. In just the blink of an eye, Yi Chen was standing right in front of Su Liangchen. Su Liangchen was frozen in place. His body trembled uncontrollably. What was happening? How could this be? These were dozens of martial arts level guards. Even a master level practitioner would retreat in the face of such a group, right? But Yi Chen? He had used nothing but his aura to send all the Su family's guards flying? How strong was he? Yi Chen looked at Su Liangchen coldly and said in an icy tone, "Now, do you understand why?" Su Liangchen didn't dare say another word. Beads of sweat as large as beans formed on his forehead. Just Yi Chen's aura alone was enough to make it hard for him to breathe. Probably, Yi Chen could take his life with a single move. At this critical moment. Stop. Who dares to cause trouble at my Su family? From inside the manor, the Su family patriarch, Su Tianhua, emerged with several master-level practitioners. Upon seeing Su Tianhua, Su Liangchen immediately ran to him, shouting, "Grandfather, save me. That brat came to our Su family causing trouble, knocked down all our guards and he wants to kill me." Su Tianhua looked at the guards groaning on the ground. His heart sank. To be able to take down all the Su family guards, This young man was certainly no ordinary individual. Taking a deep breath, Su Tianhua spoke slowly. I hear you're looking for me? Yi Chen replied. You are Su Tianhua? Su Tianhua nodded. That's right. We seem to be strangers. Why are you looking for me? Su Tianhua didn't act impulsively. He wanted to probe Yi Chen's background. If Yi Chen had no significant backing, he would certainly kill him for causing trouble in the Su family. But Yi Chen coldly said, I told you before to come out and kneel to greet me. Did you not hear me? What? Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, everyone was shocked. Yi Chen had indeed said those words earlier, but everyone thought he was merely being arrogant, trying to force Su Tianhua to come out. Unexpectedly, he now directly demanded, in front of Su Tianhua, that he kneel to greet him. How audacious! In an instant, the Su family members were utterly enraged. Su Tianhua represented the face of the Su family. For Yi Chen to demand he kneel was akin to trampling the Su family's pride underfoot. Impudent brat. Where did you come from to spew such nonsense? I think you're courting death. How dare you insult our patriarch? I'll take your life. Two furious voices rang out. The Su family members immediately rejoiced. These two stood beside Su Tianhua and were his left and right guardians, figures of high status within the Su family. More importantly, both of them were genuine master-level practitioners. When the guardians heard Yi Chen demanding Su Tianhua kneel, they were instantly enraged. In unison, the two flashed forward, charging toward Yi Chen, determined to make the arrogant youth pay the price. Su Tianhua didn't stop them. His face was equally grim. Clearly he was furious. Since becoming the Su family patriarch in Yun City, it had been ages since anyone dared speak to him in such a manner. If Yi Chen wasn't taught a lesson today, how would the other powers in Yun City view him? If Yi Chen didn't die today, Su Tianhua would likely become a laughingstock over tea and gossip. Su Liangchen grew worried. Having witnessed Yi Chen's strength earlier, he quickly said, Grandfather, that brat is strong. But Su Tianhua merely chuckled and said, How strong could he be? Let your second and third uncles teach him a lesson first. Otherwise people might think anyone can step on my Su family. Su Liangchen became anxious and said, No, wait. He wanted to stop them. Pundolai. But it was too late. The second and third uncles had already reached Yi Chen. Brat, I'll take your life. Let this be a lesson for offending the Su family. Two figures charged, unleashing a terrifying aura. Just when everyone thought Yi Chen was finished, Yi Chen snorted lightly and vanished like a phantom. Everyone was stunned. Where was he? How had he disappeared from where he stood? And before they could react, suddenly, the second and third uncles felt a chilling pressure engulf them. Turning sharply, they saw two fists heading their way. Boom! Boom! Two muffled sounds rang out. Almost simultaneously, the second and third uncles were sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. On closer inspection, the chests of the two master-level practitioners had caved in, letting out faint groans. Both collapsed, blood streaming from their orifices. What? This scene completely stunned everyone present in the Su family. What was going on? Those were two master-level practitioners. Masters. In Yun City, they were considered untouchable. For example, Ling Tianwu of the Tianwu Pavilion was a master-level practitioner who had built a powerful faction on his own. It was said that any family fortunate enough to have a single master-level practitioner could rise to the top echelon of Yun City's elite families. Yet now, two masters had attacked together, only to be defeated by two punches from Yi Chen? Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. Everyone stared wide-eyed at Yi Chen. Who was this youth, and why was he so powerful? For a moment, no one in the Su family dared to speak, including Su Tianhua. They all understood they had messed with someone untouchable, someone akin to an invincible meteorite from the heavens. The silence was deafening. Everyone felt as if the very air around them had turned icy cold. Since when had masters become so weak? Su Liangchen couldn't meet Yi Chen's gaze. He had wanted to stop his uncles earlier but had been too late. Now this two master-level practitioners had been crippled. The Su family's strength had plummeted. What the other three elite families of Yun City had failed to achieve despite their efforts, Yi Chen had accomplished effortlessly with two punches. At this moment, Su Tianhua was utterly despondent. He would have never imagined that someone as young as Yi Chen had already reached the level of a grandmaster. Forget a small place like Yun City. Even looking across the entire Dragon Kingdom, Anyone who could attain the Grandmaster level at this age was undoubtedly a peerless genius. If he had known earlier that Yi Chen was a Grandmaster, he would have knelt down to greet him without hesitation. How could he have dared to provoke him at this moment? Bo! As Yi Chen's gaze swept over him, Su Tianhua's entire body trembled. With a loud thud, he knelt on the ground and respectfully said, "I didn't know the Grandmaster had graced us with his presence." Su humbly apologizes for any offense and begs the Grandmaster's forgiveness. Seeing Su Tianhua kneeling, Su Liangchen and the other Su family members also hastily knelt. "Please forgive us, Grandmaster. Please forgive us, Grandmaster." Everyone was consumed by intense fear, especially Su Liangchen. As the eldest son of the Su family, he had reached the level of a half-step master at his age, and was already hailed as one of Yun City's rare geniuses. But who could have imagined? Yi Chen, who was about the same age, had already become a Grandmaster. A Grandmaster. That was a realm countless people yearned for. Yi Chen cast a cold glance at Su Tianhua, and said indifferently, "Take me inside. I have some questions for you." Su Tianhua hurriedly and respectfully led Yi Chen to the main hall. "Please, Grandmaster, take the seat of honor." Yi Chen directly sat at the head of the table, while Su Tianhua and Su Liangchen stood respectfully before him. Su Tianhua asked, "What would the Grandmaster like to ask?" Yi Chen said plainly, 3 years ago. Su Zishuang. Hearing this name, Su Tianhua's expression changed drastically. He quickly waved his hands and said, That matter has nothing to do with me or the Su family." Yi Chen snorted coldly and said, "Nothing to do with you? Then why did you, Su Tianhua, personally threaten others to keep silent about Su Zishuang's affair?" Su Tianhua trembled all over in fear. Yi Chen said coldly, "I'm giving you a chance now. Tell me everything without omitting a single detail. If I find even the slightest concealment, I will make sure the Su family is wiped out." Su Tianhua didn't dare to hide anything. He said bitterly, "Grandmaster, the matter with Su Zishuang really has nothing to do with me. I haven't even met Su Zishuang. Back then, the reason I threatened Su Wood and the Mu family was because I was acting under someone else's orders." Yi Chen barked, "Who gave the orders?" Su Tianhua stammered, I. He was in agony. He was terrified. Because the person who had ordered him to do this was someone he couldn't afford to offend either. Yi Chen squinted his eyes, and a sharp glint flashed in them. A terrifying aura erupted from his body. Su Tianhua felt an apocalyptic pressure bearing down on him and blurted out in fear, "It was the Yun family of Shengjing who gave the order." Shengjing? How had this drawn in the forces of Shengjing? The Yun family of Shengjing was undoubtedly a superpower in the Dragon Kingdom. Not only were they filled with experts, but they were also involved in many complex matters across the Dragon Kingdom. Yi Chen said coldly, "Are you saying that it was the Yun family of Shengjing who killed Su Zishuang?" Su Tianhua shook his head and replied, "It shouldn't be. With the Yun family's power, they wouldn't need to act personally. Moreover, I've heard that those hunting Su Zishuang weren't just from one group but that she was being pursued on multiple fronts. As I recall, the old patriarch of the Mu family was killed trying to protect Su Zishuang." Yi Chen's heart trembled. The Mu family patriarch had passed away before Yi Chen married Mu Wanqing. The cause of the old patriarch's death. The Mu family had always avoided discussing it. Who would have thought that there was such a connection? No wonder. Su Zishuang's final words were for Yi Chen to repay the Mu family's kindness. Yi Chen had always found this strange. Now, it finally made sense. Although Su Tianhua didn't know who exactly had ordered the death of Su Zishuang, or why she had been targeted by so many forces. At least Yi Chen now had a direction. This matter could not be separated from the Yun family of Shengjing. Seeing Yi Chen remain silent, Su Tianhua hurriedly swore, "Grandmaster, I swear, our Su family never participated in the hunt for Su Zishuang. I can stake my life on it. I've told you everything I know. Please, Grandmaster, quell your anger." Yi Chen's expression remained calm. He knew Su Tianhua was telling the truth. Su Tianhua wouldn't dare hide anything in front of him, not even if given 10 lives. Yi Chen's face stayed impassive. Su Tianhua couldn't fathom what Yi Chen was thinking. In his opinion, though Yi Chen was powerful and might be a grandmaster, he would still have to bow down before the terrifying Yun family of Shengjing. The Yun family's influence was simply too immense. The Su family might be one of Yun City's 4 great families, but compared to the Yun family, they were nothing more than ants. Even if all 4 great families of Yun City united, they wouldn't stand a chance against the Yun family. just as Su Tianhua thought Yi Chen was going to abandon further investigation. Suddenly, a group of people entered from outside. Luo Mingcheng, Zhao Yunhai, and Jingjing Shang. Su Tianhua recognized these three, but in the past, they hadn't been significant enough to warrant his attention. The three walked up to Yi Chen and respectfully said, "Young Master Yi, we've gathered the information you requested. Su Zixuang only stayed in Yun City for 7 days. From what we've uncovered, her previous whereabouts lead to Haicheng. As for what she did in Haicheng, we haven't been able to find out yet." Yi Chen nodded slightly. Su Tianhua hadn't expected Yi Chen to involve others in investigating this matter. However, Ichi has a Feiya. Even though Luo Mingcheng and his group had some influence in Yun City, they weren't qualified to meddle in martial arts affairs. For a moment, Su Tianhua's view of Yi Chen lowered, but before this feeling could settle, suddenly, another figure entered the hall. When Su Tianhua saw who it was, he froze. It was none other than Ling Tianwu, the pavilion master of Tianwu Pavilion, another master-level practitioner. As soon as Ling Tianwu entered, he immediately knelt down with a loud thud and said, "Young Master Yi, I offended you last time. After discussing with Brother Singh, we wish to follow you. Please grant us this opportunity." Yi Chen cast a cold glance at Ling Tianwu. Truthfully, with Ling Tianwu's abilities, he wasn't qualified to follow Yi Chen. However, since Yi Chen was currently in the Dragon Kingdom, and didn't want to mobilize too many external forces, it was indeed necessary to cultivate some subordinates within the kingdom to carry out his commands. Yi Chen said indifferently, "Let's see how you perform." Ling Tianwu was overjoyed and quickly said, "Thank you, young Master Yi." Su Tianhua was utterly baffled. While Yi Chen was undoubtedly powerful, Ling Tianwu was still the master of a pavilion. Why would he have to prove himself just to follow Yi Chen? Su Tianhua couldn't understand. Yet, at that moment, two more figures entered the hall. When Su Tianhua saw them, his heart, which had barely calmed, surged with tumultuous waves. These two were none other than Lu Miaoyin, the president of the Mingzhu group, and standing beside her was a man whose presence exuded an overwhelming, deathly oppression, as if the Grim Reaper himself had descended. Could it be that these two also knew Yi Chen? The two approached Yi Chen with utmost respect. Miao Yin greets the master. Zhang Yi greets the master. What? At that moment, Su Tianhua's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the scene before him. What was going on? They actually called Yi Chen their master? They were Yi Chen's servants? What kind of joke was this? Who was Liu Miaoyin? She was the president of the Mingzhu Consortium, a woman who held Wall Street in the palm of her hand. And such an outstanding, high-ranking financial goddess was merely Yi Chen's servant? Heavens. Kevins. Su Tianhua was at a complete loss for words. Just a moment ago he thought that when Yi Chen learned the Yun family of Shengjing was behind Su Zixuang's persecution, he would surely be afraid. But he couldn't have been more wrong. He had completely underestimated Yi Chen. Even Lu Miaoyin was Yi Chen's servant. How noble must Yi Chen's identity be? Wait a minute. Suddenly, Su Tianhua thought of something. He glanced at the man standing beside Lu Miaoyin. Zhang Yi? Why did this name sound familiar? Su Tianhua was sure he had heard it before, but he couldn't immediately recall where. Then it hit him. Su Tianhua's body shook violently. Zhang Yi? The Grim Reaper Zhang Yi? Boom! Su Tianhua felt as if a thunderclap had exploded in his mind. He went blank. He was losing it. He finally remembered Zhang Yi was none other than the top-ranked Grim Reaper on the international leaderboard. Heavens! At this moment, Su Tianhua lowered his head, completely subdued by Yi Chen's status. Yi Chen, however, paid no attention to Su Tianhua. He looked at Zhang Yi and said, "Starting tomorrow, you will investigate all the forces of the Yun family in Shengjing. Anyone connected to the Su Zixuang incident, no matter how minor, must be identified. I want the names of every single participant." Zhang Yi nodded and replied, "Understood, master." Then, Yi Chen turned to Lu Miaoyin and said, "Miaoyin, arrange to support the Mu family." Lu Miaoyin hesitated for a moment and asked, "Master, supporting the Mu family is no problem, but you and Mu Wangqing?" Yi Chen replied indifferently, "I have nothing to do with her anymore." However, back then, the Mu family patriarch sacrificed his life to protect Shuang Heir. That's a debt of gratitude. Since Shuang Heir can no longer repay it, I will do it on her behalf. This is what the Mu family deserves. Lu Miaoyin nodded. Understood, master. After giving his instructions, Su Tianhua stepped forward, visibly excited. With a loud thud, he knelt before Yi Chen and said, Young Master Yi, is there any chance that my Su family could serve you? While we can't compare to your influence, we could help ease your burdens in Yun City. Yi Chen gave an indifferent grunt and walked out. Back at Hidden Dragon Manor. Yi Chen didn't concern himself with the Mu family moving in. Initially, he had intended to find an excuse to drive them out, but after what he had learned from Su Tianhua, Yi Chen understood. The debts the Mu family had incurred, and the patriarch's death, were likely brought about by Su Zixuang's tragedy. Since Su Zixuang owed a debt to the Mu family, it was only natural for Yi Chen to repay it on her behalf. At this moment, Mu Wangqing had just finished a phone call. She was visibly excited. She couldn't help but jump with joy. Mu Fei, noticing her happiness, asked curiously, Sis, what's going on? Why are you so thrilled? Did you find money on the ground? Mu Wangqing laughed and said, Ha 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 ha. This is even better than finding money. Do you know who just called me? Mu Fei shook his head. Who? Mu Wangqing said, The Mingzhu Group. They said after a review, our Qinjuan company meets their standards, and they want to collaborate with us on a project. Mu Fei pouted and said, Didn't you already collaborate on a project with them before? What's so exciting about this? Mu Wangqing rolled her eyes and said, You don't understand. That previous project was worth only 5 million, barely enough to build a reputation. But this time, it's different. The project is worth 5 billion. If we complete it, Qinjuan company could earn at least 1 billion in profits. What? Hearing this, Mu Bo and Zhao Lan couldn't help but gather around. 1 billion in profits? Wanqing, is this true? You're amazing. Just look at how Qinjuan company has grown under your leadership in just a few years. One project earning 1 billion, this is incredible. Wow. And with the Mingzhu Group too. I've always said my daughter is a business genius. Mu Wangqing clenched her fists tightly. Truthfully, while the potential profit of 1 billion excited her, what truly motivated her was the recognition she had earned from the Mingzhu Group. This meant, if she executed the project well, Qinjuan company could become a long-term partner of the Mingzhu Group. This would significantly elevate her status and position. She could rise to become a first-tier elite in Yun City. Earning money was secondary. What Mu Wangqing sought was influence and standing. Now, the Mingzhu Group was her stepping stone to greater heights. The Mu family members were all beaming with excitement. Just then, Yi Chen walked in. Mu Wangqing glanced at Yi Chen, and for a moment, she felt an increasing disparity between their statuses. She was now a partner of the Mingzhu Group. But Yi Chen? She. From what she knew, Yi Chen was still unemployed. Perhaps he had grown accustomed to freeloading at the Mu family for the past 3 years, and had become too lazy to even work. Mu Wangqing sighed. For her, the partnership with the Mingzhu Group was just the beginning. Her identity and status would only continue to rise. She might even rival figures like Luo Mingcheng and Zhao Yunhai. Of course, Yi Chen had no idea what she was thinking. Even if he did, he would only sneer. The status Mu Wangqing aspired to, and figures like Luo Mingcheng and Zhao Yunhai whom she admired, weren't even qualified to serve as Yi Chen's subordinates. Mu Fei glanced disdainfully at Yi Chen and said, Hey Yi Chen, did you hear? My sister is about to collaborate with the Mingzhu Group. One project will earn her 1 billion. How about that? Feeling envious? Yi Chen paused, and let out a faint laugh. Envy? What was there to envy? The only reason Lu Miaoyan supported the Mu family was to repay the debt owed by the Mu patriarch's sacrifice. Mu Wangqing was merely enjoying the benefits of that legacy. If not for Yi Chen's intervention, would Qinjuan company have ever gotten a project from the Mingzhu Group? Seeing Yi Chen remain silent, Zhao Lan smirked and said, What would he know? He's just an unemployed loafer. How could he understand how remarkable the Mingzhu Group is? Honestly, it's good that you divorced him. Otherwise, all your hard work would have gone to waste supporting a parasite like him. Yi Chen ignored them. He simply cast a calm glance at Mu Wangqing and said, Since you've secured the contract, make sure you do a good job. Mu Wangqing froze for a moment. When Yi Chen said those words, his gaze carried an unmistakable hint of disdain. She was instantly displeased. This was a partnership with the Mingzhu Group. A commercial deal worth over 5 billion. Why was Yi Chen so dismissive? What did he have to be proud of? Zhao Lan snorted and said, Sweet daughter, don't pay him any mind. Look at him acting all smug, as if he was the one who secured your collaboration with the Mingzhu Group. Mu Fei sneered as well. Exactly, sis. We should celebrate properly. Collaborating with the Mingzhu Group is a huge leap forward for our family. Mu Wanqing replied. There's no need to celebrate. I have to get up early tomorrow to sign the contract with the Mingzhu Group. Mu Fei said excitedly, Really? Sis, can I come with you? Mu Wanqing frowned and asked, Why would you go? Mu Fei responded, To show my face. Sis, do you think, if your collaboration with the Mingzhu Group goes well, you could recommend me for a job there? Mu Wanqing gave him a sharp look. A job at the Mingzhu Group? He was really daring to dream. Though Mu Fei was a college graduate, it was only from a second-tier university, not a prestigious institution. Wanting to work at the Mingzhu Group? His qualifications would disqualify him immediately. Mu Wanqing dismissed the idea, but Zhao Lan seemed to be struck by inspiration and said, Wanqing, your brother has a point. If he could get a job at the Mingzhu Group, wouldn't that bring glory to our family? Mu Wanqing gave a bitter smile and said, Mom, do you think the Mingzhu Group is just some second-rate company? To work there, you'd at least need a degree from a top-tier university. Just look at how unserious Yao Fei is. Mu Bo laughed and said, Nowadays, it's all about connections. If you've got the right connections, who cares about qualifications? Mu Wanqing shook her head. I think it's very unlikely. Zhao Lan countered, Unlikely doesn't mean impossible. Once you get to know the Mingzhu Group's executives better, isn't it just a matter of saying the word? Mu Wanqing couldn't help but smile wryly. She realized her family was somewhat naive. Yi Chen, listening to their conversation on the side, couldn't help but laugh. Mu Fei glared at Yi Chen and scolded, What are you laughing at? What's so funny? Yi Chen shrugged and said, I'm laughing because you're being too naive. He wants to work at the Mingzhu Group? Mu Fei was furious. Why can't I? Is the Mingzhu Group yours? Do you think just because you say I can't, I won't be able to? Yi Chen chuckled. Actually, you're right. If I say you can't, then you really won't. Hearing this, Mu Wanqing frowned and said slowly, Yi Chen, you've lived comfortably in the Mu family for the past 3 years. It seems you've forgotten how the world works. Yi Chen smirked and asked, And how does the world work? Mu Wanqing replied, This world runs on relationships and connections. Don't be so quick to dismiss it. With my current status and position, which you can't even imagine, it's not impossible for me to get Mu Fei into the Mingzhu Group. Yi Chen sneered and said, Mu Wanqing, you really don't understand your place. Do you truly think King Yuan Company's current success is all due to your own abilities? Mu Wanqing assumed Yi Chen was referring to her friends who had helped her along the way. She snorted and said, Why isn't it? Building relationships is also a skill. Yi Chen, you're becoming more and more disappointing. The gap between us is growing wider. This time, I'll show you just how capable I am. I will get Mu Fei into the Mingzhu Group. Seeing her confidence, Yi Chen didn't argue further. For Mu Wanqing, getting Mu Fei into the Mingzhu Group was a major challenge, and succeeding would make her proud for a long time. But for Yi Chen, it didn't matter if it was Mu Fei or a beggar. Whether they could get into the Mingzhu Group was entirely up to him. This one-sided argument wasn't worth continuing. Yi Chen gave Mu Wanqing a dismissive look and said indifferently, Go ahead and try. If he gets into the Mingzhu Group, I'll be impressed. Mu Wanqing raised her head arrogantly and said, Fine. Since you want to challenge me, I accept. Soon, you'll see that my current status is something you can't even dream of reaching. The next day, at the Mingzhu Group headquarters, Mu Wanqing arrived with Mu Fei to sign the contract. Mu Wanqing looked at Mu Fei and said, Xiao Fei, once we're inside, don't say a word. Let me handle everything. Today is very important for our family, so don't mess it up. Understand? Mu Fei grinned and said, Got it, sis. As they entered the Mingzhu Group building, both were awestruck by its grandeur. In comparison, although King Yuan Company had its own office building, it couldn't hold a candle to the Mingzhu Group's opulent and luxurious decor. As soon as they stepped inside, they felt an overwhelming sense of cold authority. Turning around, they saw a woman exuding an air of nobility striding in from outside. Her presence was extraordinary. Even Mu Wanqing, who considered herself quite attractive, couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. Mu Fei nudged a nearby Mingzhu Group employee and asked, Hey bro, who's that stunning woman? The employee frowned and scolded, Where did you come from, being so disrespectful? That's our Mingzhu Group's president, Lu Miaoyin. What? She was the president of the Mingzhu Group, Lu Miaoyin? Mu Wanqing's admiration deepened. It was her first time seeing her idol in person. In Mu Wanqing's eyes, a woman should aspire to be like Lu Miaoyin, who could dominate the financial world with ease. Mu Wanqing often dreamed of becoming a woman like Lu Miaoyan. In fact, her decision to divorce Yi Chen, aside from her parents' urging, was largely because she believed Yi Chen would hinder her success. Take Lu Miaoyan for instance. Such a successful and noble woman, and there had never been any rumors of her having a man. After all, for someone as exceptional as Lu Miaoyan, how many men could possibly be worthy of her? As Mu Wanqing watched Lu Miaoyan walk by, her eyes were filled with fervent admiration. With just one look, she was captivated by Lu Miaoyan's aura. A woman should be like this. At that moment, Mu Wanqing set her goal to become a woman like Lu Miaoyan. Meanwhile, Lu Miaoyan quickly entered the building. As she approached, when she reached Mu Wanqing became extremely nervous, as if she were meeting a celebrity she idolized. She wanted to speak but was unsure if she was worthy. Unexpectedly, Lu Miaoyan suddenly stopped. She glanced at Mu Wanqing, then smiled and said, "Hello, we finally meet, Miss Mu Wanqing." At that moment, Mu Wanqing's entire body trembled violently, and her mind went completely blank. She couldn't find the right words to describe the excitement surging in her heart. At this moment, Mingmo, she had only one thought. The president of the Mingzhu group, Lu Miaoyan, actually knew her. Oh my god! Had her status as Mu Wanqing already risen to such a level? Had she already caught the attention of the Mingzhu group's president? After her initial shock, Mu Wanqing quickly recovered and, overwhelmed by the honor, said, "President Liu, you know me?" Lu Miaoyan revealed a meaningful smile and said, "Of course I know you, and I know you quite well. Your company is doing a great job. The qualifications have all been met. Do a good job with this project and don't let me down." Mu Wanqing hurriedly smiled and said, "Don't worry, President Liu. I'll do my very best to make it perfect." Lu Miaoyan nodded and left. But Mu Wanqing remained immersed in endless joy. She had never expected today would turn out to be her happiest day yet. Because she had been praised by the president of the Mingzhu group, her idol, and had even been personally greeted. Mu Wanqing could already feel the envious gazes of the surrounding Mingzhu group employees. Out of all these Mingzhu group employees, Lu Miaoyan hadn't even acknowledged anyone else but had personally spoken to Mu Wanqing. Didn't this mean that, in Lu Miaoyan's eyes, Mu Wanqing was more important than anyone else here? Mu Fei, overwhelmed with excitement, said, "Sis, did I see that right? The president of the Mingzhu group just praised you." Mu Wanqing straightened her posture, a trace of pride emanating from her, and said, "That's right. Honestly, I didn't expect my status to have reached this level already. It seems our Mu family will soon truly rise." Both were overjoyed. Lu Miaoyan, of course, hadn't anticipated that a few casual words to Mu Wanqing would make her think so much. As Lu Miaoyan entered her office, immediately, her cold and noble demeanor quietly dissipated. A soft and affectionate expression appeared on her face. She walked gracefully to the desk, knelt gently, and naturally extended her hands to massage the legs in front of her. "Master, is the pressure all right?" Lu Miaoyan's sweet voice was filled with tenderness and devotion. This scene, if Mu Wanqing and the others had seen it, their worldview would have completely shattered. Lu Miaoyan was the president of the Mingzhu group. She was a financial goddess renowned even on Wall Street. Anyone who saw Lu Miaoyan would instinctively feel a deep sense of inferiority. And yet, such a goddess-level figure now was kneeling on the ground, massaging a man's legs and calling him master. This man was none other than Yi Chen. Yi Chen let out a faint hum and said, "Not bad, very comfortable." Lu Miaoyan smiled and said, "Earlier outside, I ran into Mu Wanqing. It seems she came to sign a contract. As per your instructions, I gave the Mu family a project contract." Yi Chen nodded and said, "All right, don't pay too much attention to the Mu family. Once Shuang'er's debt to them is repaid, there will be no further connections." Lu Miaoyan smiled and said, "Master, Grim Reaper Zhang Yi has sent word that he's discovered Su Zishuang had established her own company in Yun City, though she used someone else's name as the legal representative. That company is now controlled by the Zhou family of Yun City." Yi Chen asked with curiosity, "Oh, what company is it?" Lu Miaoyan replied, "It's currently the largest pharmaceutical company in Yun City, called Qkai Pharmaceuticals. Their main industry is in beauty products. It's confirmed that their best-selling product, the beauty pill, was made using a formula you once gifted to Su Zishuang. However, for some reason, the pill's effectiveness seems significantly diminished, as if they're using an incomplete formula. Yi Chen nodded and said, Kikai Pharmaceuticals. Look into it and see what's going on. Lu Miaoyan replied. Understood, I'll arrange it immediately. Yi Chen stretched lazily, preparing to leave. Lu Miaoyan escorted Yi Chen out of the building. At the same time, Mu Wangqing and Mu Fei had successfully signed the project contract. Around a corner, Mu Wangqing suddenly noticed a familiar silhouette. Upon closer inspection, she was startled because, for a moment, she thought she saw Lu Miaoyan bowing to someone. What was going on? Mu Wangqing thought she must have been mistaken. What shocked her most was that, while she hadn't seen the man's face clearly, his silhouette looked almost identical to Yi Chen's. How was that possible? Mu Fei, puzzled, asked Sis. What's wrong? Mu Wangqing, still shocked, asked Xiao Fei. Did you see President Liu bowing to someone just now? Mu Fei chuckled bitterly and said, Sis, what are you talking about? President Liu's status, how could she possibly bow to someone else? Mu Wangqing replied, but I really saw it just now. And it was a man who looked very familiar. Mu Fei thought she was joking and said, ha 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 sis, you're probably too excited today and seeing things. What kind of man could deserve Lu Miaoyan bowing to him? And looking familiar? Don't tell me you think it's Yi Chen? Mu Wangqing nodded slightly and said, it really looked a bit like Yi Chen. Ha ha ha. Mu Fei burst out laughing. The idea was so absurd it felt like the biggest joke in the world. Yi Chen was just a useless freeloader. Lu Miaoyan, on the other hand, controlled billions in wealth and was a goddess in the financial world. The thought of Lu Miaoyan bowing to Yi Chen was utterly ridiculous. Mu Fei reached out and touched Mu Wangqing's forehead, saying, Sis, let me check if you're running a fever. If you're sick, go see a doctor. Don't say things that could offend President Liu. Mu Wangqing stayed silent, though she herself thought it was unlikely. Perhaps it was just someone who looked similar to Yi Chen. However, the scene she had just witnessed left a deep impression. She was almost convinced the man Lu Miaoyan had bowed to was indeed Yi Chen. Mu Wangqing pulled out her phone and called Yi Chen. The call connected quickly. Yi Chen's lazy voice came from the other end. What do you want? Mu Wangqing's hands trembled as she asked, did you come to the Mingzhu group? Yi Chen paused for a moment, then replied casually, yeah, why? Mu Wangqing's heart skipped a beat. Could that silhouette really have been Yi Chen? She swallowed nervously and asked, what were you doing at the Mingzhu group? Yi Chen frowned and said, what's it to you? Can't I visit my own company? Boom! Mu Wangqing's mind felt like it had been struck by lightning, as she stood there in utter shock. Suddenly, a burst of angry shouting came from the phone. Yi Chen, how many times have I told you? That's my vegetable garden. Stop stepping on it. If you crush my vegetables again, I'll kick you out. I, Zhao Lan, mean what I say. Mu Wangqing froze. Wasn't that her mother Zhao Lan's voice? She asked in confusion. Yi Chen, didn't you say you were at the Mingzhu group? Didn't you say the Mingzhu group is yours? You're clearly at home. Yi Chen was momentarily speechless. He replied with exasperation, I am at Hidden Dragon Manor. This is so annoying. My estate is being used to grow vegetables. You mother and daughter duo are going to drive me insane. Beep. Beep. The call ended. Mu Wangqing was left in a daze. Mu Fei immediately jumped into Moxius. Did you hear that? That guy never tells the truth. He's clearly at home but claims to be at the Mingzhu group. You must have been mistaken. Him? Worthy? Mu Wangqing sighed in relief. She was now almost certain she had indeed been mistaken. The man who could make Lu Miaoyan bow was absolutely not Yi Chen. Mu Wangqing was sulking. She had just naively thought that maybe Yi Chen had some extraordinary identity, but it turned out she was overthinking it. Yi Chen was truly something else. Even though he was clearly at Hidden Dragon Manor, he still claimed to be at the Mingzhu group, and even went as far as to say it belonged to him. Did he really think anyone would believe such blatant lies? This was exactly what Mu Wangqing found most disdainful. A man, if he wants to earn respect and be looked up to, he should rely on his hard work and determination, not on boasting and empty talk. Mu Wangqing sighed and said, I know he's not qualified. Forget it. Let's not talk about him anymore. Mu Fei laughed. Sis, let's head back. When they returned to Hidden Dragon Manor, Mu Wangqing immediately saw Yi Chen lounging in the courtyard, basking in the sun. Seeing his lazy and carefree demeanor, Mu Wangqing couldn't help but sigh, her eyes betraying her disappointment. Zhao Lan and Mu Bo came over. Wangqing, you're back. How did it go? Did you sign the contract? Zhao Lan asked excitedly. Mu Wanqing couldn't hide her excitement as she replied, I signed it, and it went very smoothly. Mom, Dad, you wouldn't believe who we met today. Zhao Lan asked curiously, who did you meet? Mu Wanqing said, we met Lu Miaoyan, the president of the Mingzhu group, and she even took the initiative to speak to me. Mu Bo was stunned and said, heavens, Lu Miaoyan? You mean the financial goddess of Wall Street? She's incredibly famous in the financial world, and is the president of the Mingzhu group, managing trillions in assets. Forget Little Yun City, she's a top figure in the entire capital market of the Dragon Kingdom. Mu Wanqing nodded, yes, her. She's the person I aspire to be. Mu Fei chimed in, Mom, Dad, you might not know, but Liu Miaoyan not only took the initiative to talk to my sister but also praised her, as if she really saw great potential in her. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. That's amazing. My precious daughter is incredible. If Lu Miaoyan recognizes you, your future will be limitless. Darling, you must seize this opportunity. Try to interact with Liu Miaoyan more. A single lift of her finger could elevate our Mu family to new heights. I wonder what Liu Miaoyan likes. We should find out and cater to her preferences. Yes, no matter the cost, we must secure this relationship. But Liu Miaoyan's status is so high that it would be like climbing to the heavens to figure out her preferences. Yi Chen, not far away, overheard their conversation. He wasn't interested in eavesdropping. But the Mu family seemed to be speaking loudly on purpose, as if to ensure he heard them. As they bragged, Yi Chen spoke up impatiently, what's so hard about that? She loves Barbie dolls the most, just give her a Barbie doll. Hearing Yi Chen's words, the Mu family cast disdainful looks his way. What kind of joke was this? Who was Lu Miaoyan? She was a trillionaire president and a leading figure on Wall Street. Cold and aloof in demeanor. Liking Barbie dolls? Did he think she was a little girl next door? Zhao Lan snapped, Yi Chen, if you don't know, just keep quiet. Suggesting Barbie dolls, how childish can you be? You probably don't even know who Lu Miaoyan is, so why are you interrupting? Mu Fei sneered, exactly. You're just a useless freeloader. Just stay lying down and let my second sister support you with her job. We're talking about the highest echelons of Yun City. You're in no position to join the conversation. None of them took Yi Chen seriously. To them, Yi Chen was simply beneath notice. In their minds, if they were to gift something to Lu Miaoyan, it couldn't be anything ordinary like money or gold jewelry. For someone of Lu Miaoyan's status, those would be too trivial. Though they didn't know what she would like. It definitely wouldn't be something as ridiculous as a Barbie doll. Something only little girls would like. How could someone of Lu Miaoyan's status possibly enjoy that? Yi Chen couldn't be bothered to argue with them. Ignorant people could never be reasoned with. The Lu Miaoyan they admired was merely the cold exterior she showed to the world. If they ever entered her private room, they'd see it filled with an exquisite collection of limited edition Barbie dolls. No one paid Yi Chen any attention. Mu Wanqing sighed and said, I'll look into what Lu Miaoyan likes and figure it out later. Zhao Lan nodded and said, oh, by the way, your aunt's family heard we're living in Hidden Dragon Manor and insisted on coming to see it. Wanqing, find time to pick them up, will you? Mu Wanqing frowned. The aunt Zhao Lan mentioned was actually Zhao Lan's younger sister. Mu Wanqing didn't have much fondness for that family. But since they were relatives, it wasn't easy to refuse. Mu Wanqing frowned and said, Mom, you and Dad can pick them up. I just signed the contract with the Mingzhu group and have a lot to do. I don't have the time. Zhao Lan replied, your dad and I are busy too. Then, Zhao Lan turned to Yi Chen with an imperious tone and said, Yi Chen, you're free all day and do nothing. Tomorrow, go pick them up for me. Mu Fei nodded in agreement. Exactly, Yi Chen is the most suitable. He's the freest and does nothing but freeload off our family every day. He can't just eat for free forever, he should do something. Yi Chen looked at their smug expressions with some annoyance. It was as if they felt entitled to boss him around. Yi Chen slowly stood up. With a cold tone, he said, I'm busy. Zhao Lan snapped, busy? What could you possibly be busy with? You don't work, you don't do chores, and you just lie around in the sun all day. What's keeping you so busy? Yi Chen laughed and said, even if I weren't busy, why should I pick them up for you? Have you forgotten that I'm divorced from Mu Wanqing? We have nothing to do with each other anymore. Former mother-in-law. With that one sentence, Yi Chen left Zhao Lan speechless. Zhao Lan, enraged, shouted, Yi Chen, who gave you the audacity to talk to me like that? Yi Chen furrowed his brow and said, this is just how I am. If you're unhappy, you can move out. And by the way, take care of your own business, I'm not your servant. With that, Yi Chen turned and went upstairs. Zhao Lan was so furious she was almost trembling, pointing angrily at Yi Chen. Did you see that? He's out of control. That useless freeloader actually dared to talk back to me like that. This is outrageous. No, I have to figure out a way to kick that useless man out. Living off our family and still daring to talk back, what does he think he's doing? Mu Wangqing and Mu Fei quickly tried to calm her down. Mom, don't get angry. I'll have Xiao Fei pick them up tomorrow. When Kingshu comes back, we'll have a serious talk with her. Mu Fei, still puzzled, said, by the way, I haven't seen second sister these past few days. What has she been up to? Oh, this hidden dragon manor is truly remarkable. Sister Lan, I used to think marrying into the Mu family was a foolish choice, but I never imagined you'd end up living in such a magnificent estate. After Mu Fei picked up her aunt's family, Zhao Lan wasted no time showing her younger sister around Hidden Dragon Manor. Zhao Lan's younger sister was Zhao Maiqin. To be honest. Although Zhao Maiqin was only 3 years younger than Zhao Lan, she surpassed her sister in terms of fashion, appearance, and elegance. She carried herself with a timeless charm. Zhao Maiqin had never married but had a daughter, making her an independent woman who became a single mother before marriage. Over the years she had never remarried. Her daughter, Lin Qingye, was currently in university. Generally speaking, being a single mother who had a child out of wedlock often invited judgmental stares from others. Yet Zhao Maiqin seemed to be completely unaffected. While others speculated that she had been deceived and abandoned, Zhao Maiqin never mentioned Lin Qingye's father. She always insisted that having his child was the best decision of her life. This left many people baffled. Over the years, Zhao Maiqin had single-handedly raised her daughter and still managed to thrive in Yun City's business world. She even founded her own company and was highly capable. At least 3 years ago, when Zhao Lan's family was drowning in debt, Zhao Maiqin was already worth tens of millions. Hearing her sister's praise, Zhao Lan couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. She smiled and said, "It's nothing special. It's all thanks to my second daughter. Now Kingshu is not only the CEO of Star Group but also the one who got us into this hidden dragon manor. She's truly filial." Zhao Lan continued to show them around. Suddenly, she spotted Yi Chen lounging on a deck chair, basking in the sun. Her brows furrowed as she scolded, "What are you doing? Can't you see we have guests? And here you are, lazily sunbathing. You're good at enjoying yourself, aren't you? Now go serve some tea." Yi Chen smirked and said, "If you want tea, get it yourself. I'm not your servant." Zhao Lan was immediately infuriated. You're driving me mad." Zhao Maiqin curiously asked, "Sister Lan, who is this?" Lin Qingye chuckled and interjected, "Mom, you don't know. This is the famous freeloader king of the Mu family. I've heard plenty about him from Wanqing and Mu Fei." Zhao Maiqin frowned. "Oh, Wanqing's ex-husband? Didn't they get divorced? Why is he still living here? Is this some sort of post-divorce arrangement?" Zhao Lan sighed. "Don't even mention it. Yes, they're divorced, but I don't know what spell this guy cast on my second daughter. King Zhu insists he stays here, and we can't kick him out. Both my daughters. What did I do to deserve this?" Lin Qingye had long heard of Yi Chen's reputation, especially after Mu Wanqing and Mu Fei exaggerated their stories. She was convinced that Yi Chen was a shameless and despicable man. Lin Qingye approached Yi Chen, looking down her nose at him, and said, "Hey, freeloader king, how shameless can you be? You're divorced from Wanqing, yet you're still leeching off her. If I were you, I'd bash my head against a wall in shame. A man who lives off a woman, aren't you embarrassed?" Yi Chen couldn't even be bothered to glance at Lin Qingye. Truthfully, if not for the fact that the Mu family patriarch sacrificed his life to protect Su Zixuang, and Su Zixuang's dying wish was for Yi Chen to repay that debt, he would have kicked this entire family out long ago. Still, Yi Chen didn't bother explaining. He merely said coldly, "Get lost. Mind your own business." Lin Qingye's face turned red with anger. She shouted, You dare insult me? You're a shameless, freeloading, disgusting man." Zhao Maiqin pulled Lin Qingye back and said, "Forget it. Don't stoop to his level. His skin is thicker than city walls. A man can be ruthless or cold, but he mustn't be useless." Yi Chen ignored them. He adjusted his posture and continued to relax in the sun. The group stopped paying attention to Yi Chen and resumed their conversation. Zhao Maiqin said, "Sister Lan, I heard Wanqing recently struck a deal with the Mingzhu group?" Zhao Lan beamed with pride. "You really have your ear to the ground. Yes, Wanking has truly made a name for herself this time. I even heard that Lu Miaoyin, the president of the Mingzhu group, publicly praised Wanking and seemed to hold her in high regard. Zhao Maiqin, being a businesswoman, understood the significance of the Mingzhu group's president. She quickly said, "Both Wanking and King Zhu are doing so well. You've raised excellent daughters, Sister Lan. You've taught them so well." Lin Qingye asked curiously, "Auntie, why haven't I seen King Zhu today?" Zhao Lan replied, "King Zhu's been very busy lately. I haven't seen her in days. Who knows what she's up to? Oh, by the way, you must stay for dinner tonight." Zhao Maiqin waved her hand and said, "No need for dinner. I don't have the time today." Zhao Lan asked, "What else do you have to do?" Zhao Maiqin said, "Sister Lan, didn't you hear? The Mingzhu Group is spearheading the creation of a business association in Yun City. Tonight, the newly elected president of the association is hosting an inauguration banquet." Zhao Lan's eyes widened in shock. A business association president? Such a major event. And she hadn't even heard about it. Zhao Lan exclaimed, "Really? Well, then I suppose dinner's out of the question. But if Yun City is electing a business association president with such a grand banquet, I wonder if Wanking received an invitation. I'll have to ask her." The group chatted for a while longer. To prepare for the banquet, Zhao Maiqin and Lin Qingye soon left. At this point, Zhao Lan could hardly wait to gather everyone for a meeting. What? A banquet for the business association president? Everyone turned to Mu Wanking. Over the past few weeks, her collaboration with the Mingzhu group had elevated her status in Yun City's business circles. Mu Wanking awkwardly smiled and said, "Well, I really don't know. I've been busy with the Mingzhu group project and haven't paid attention to this. Besides, I didn't receive an invitation." Immediately, Zhao Lan and the others looked disappointed. It would be a lie to say they weren't upset. After all, Zhao Maiqin had received an invitation, while the Mu family hadn't. Wasn't this a clear indication that Zhao Maiqin was still better off than Zhao Lan? In the past, Zhao Maiqin had completely overshadowed Zhao Lan. Now Zhao Lan had hoped to stand tall thanks to her daughters. But this was a crushing blow. Zhao Lan said bitterly, "So we can't attend the banquet. But your Aunt Maiqin can. What should we do?" Seeing Zhao Lan's distress, everyone felt helpless. Without an invitation, there was no way to attend the banquet. At that moment, Yi Chen came downstairs after resting. He glanced at the group, smiled faintly, and said, "It's just a banquet. If you want to attend, I can take you there." The group froze in disbelief. It was as if they had just heard the most ridiculous joke. They couldn't help but burst into mocking laughter. Did they hear that correctly? Was that Yi Chen who said those words? What a joke! Mubo furrowed his brow and barked, "Shut up. Do you even know what we're talking about? Why are you butting in?" Yi Chen smirked and said, "Isn't it the inauguration banquet for the business association president? It's not exactly a secret." What? Everyone was stunned. Yi Chen actually knew about it, and he seemed dismissive of it, as if he didn't think much of the business association. Even Mu Wanking was surprised. After all, Kasun, the establishment of the business association and the inauguration of its president were not something the average person knew about. Only those involved in Yun City's business circles were invited. Especially during the selection of the president, most of the details were kept confidential. For instance, Mu Wanking herself, even though she was part of the business world, wasn't aware of it until Zhao Lan mentioned it. So how did Yi Chen know? Could it be that he had started paying attention to Yun City's business affairs lately? Zhao Lan scoffed and said, "Yi Chen, who are you trying to fool? You probably overheard me and Maiqin talking about this banquet. And now you're claiming you can take us there? Do you even have the capability?" Yi Chen shrugged and said, "Why wouldn't I? I'm going to the banquet myself." What? Yi Chen was going to the banquet? Now the group really couldn't sit still. What was going on? Could anyone in Yun City attend this banquet? Except for their family? Mu Wanking's eyes widened as she asked, "Are you really going to the banquet?" Yi Chen replied indifferently, "Absolutely. What's the matter? Do you want me to take you in? Without me, you probably won't even get in." Hearing Yi Chen's slightly mocking tone, everyone instantly became furious. Mu Fei snorted, "What nonsense! Do you think the banquet belongs to you? Do you have an invitation? Let's see it." Yi Chen shrugged again and said, "I don't have an invitation. I don't need one to attend the banquet." What? The group was finally relieved, laughing derisively. No invitation? So he was just bluffing. Mu Wanqing thought Yi Chen's ability to exaggerate had reached new heights. He could spout nonsense without even blinking. She sighed and shook her head. Forget it. I'll go pull some strings. Don't worry, Mom, I'll make sure we get the invitations. With that, Mu Wanqing made a few calls. Soon after, Pony, a smile appeared on her lips. She turned to Zhao Lan and said, Mom, I got them. I asked some friends for a few invitations, so not only can I go, but you all can come too. Hearing this, everyone was overjoyed. Zhao Lan immediately smiled and looked at Yi Chen with disdain. See that, Yi Chen? This is what connections look like. A few phone calls and everything is sorted out. Unlike you, who can't even get an invitation and still dares to boast. Shame on you. Mu Bo nodded in agreement. That guy probably didn't expect Wanqing's status in Yun City's business circles to be so high. Mu Fei sneered, Yi Chen, once we all go to the banquet tonight, I bet we won't see you there. Why don't you beg my sister? Maybe she'll be kind enough to give you an invitation. Yi Chen glanced at them calmly, shrugged, and said indifferently, I've already said, without me, you won't get in even with invitations. Believe it or not, that's up to you. I'm heading to the banquet now, so take care. With that, Yi Chen left the house. This left Zhao Lan and Mu Bo fuming. Mu Bo pointed at Yi Chen's retreating back and angrily said to Mu Wanqing, Look at him. Look at the way he talks. How can someone say such nonsense? He claims he can attend without an invitation, yet we supposedly can't get in even with invitations. How shameless can he be? Zhao Lan, equally furious, said, Exactly. He's just deceiving himself. I'm really worried about King Zhu. She's doing so well now, and Yi Chen nearly ruined Wanqing before. We can't let this guy ruin King Zhu too. Mu Wanqing sighed, brushing off Yi Chen's words as nonsense. She had specifically contacted several friends in the business world. They had assured her they could provide the invitations. Yet Yi Chen claimed they wouldn't be allowed in even with invitations. Wasn't that pure nonsense? Mu Wanqing shook her head and said, Forget it, Mom, Dad. Don't take Yi Chen seriously. He probably realizes how far beneath me he is now. That's why he keeps boasting, trying to narrow the gap between us. But he doesn't understand that once a divide forms, it becomes an insurmountable barrier. Zhao Lan nodded. You're right. Listen to Wanqing. There's no need to bother with that waste. Let's go get ready. Your Aunt Maikin mentioned that tonight's banquet will be attended by the most influential figures in Yun City. We can't embarrass ourselves. Mu Fei exclaimed excitedly, This is my first time attending such a high-end banquet. I'm so thrilled. After happily preparing themselves, they set off. Before leaving, Mu Wanqing received the invitations her friend had sent over. Soon, the group arrived at the 5-star Crown Hotel. It was one of the most upscale hotels in Yun City. Looking at its grand decor, even Mu Bo couldn't help but marvel. I never thought I'd have the chance to attend such a high-end banquet in my lifetime. This is amazing. Zhao Lan said excitedly, Don't act like some countryside bumpkin, or we'll be laughed at. Mu Wanqing smiled. Let's go, Mom and Dad. Let's head inside. She led the group to the hotel entrance, where a security guard stopped them and asked, Do you have invitations? Mu Wanqing confidently handed over the invitations, saying, Yes, we do. She passed them over. The security guard took the invitations and examined them carefully, occasionally glancing at Mu Wanqing and her group. After a while, the security guard looked up and flatly said, I'm sorry. These invitations are invalid. Please leave. What? The group was stunned. Invalid? How could they be invalid? What kind of joke was this? Zhao Lan immediately panicked and shouted, We have invitations. Why can't we use them? Why won't you let us in? Mu Bo was also furious. Are these invitations fake? You blind fools. Mu Wanqing, feeling frustrated, thought the security guard was deliberately making things difficult for her. She angrily said, These invitations were given to me by Zhou Ling, the supervisor of the business association. I demand an explanation for why we're not allowed in. Otherwise, I'll hold you accountable. The security guard remained calm. Instead, he smirked mockingly. Zhou Ling? Sorry, but he's been dismissed for abusing his power and accepting bribes. Any invitations he issued have been invalidated. These invitations were probably bought with money, weren't they? This banquet is for the top figures in Yun City's business world. If you don't have the capability, don't try to join in. Understand? What? The faces of the Mu family members instantly turned dark. Mu Wanqing's status in Yun City had changed significantly, yet they were being blocked at the door by a mere security guard and even insulted by him. This left everyone feeling both embarrassed and furious. Since when could a security guard speak to them this way? Zhao Lan nearly lost her mind. She angrily shouted, "You filthy security guard, what nonsense are you spewing? Watch your mouth, or I'll rip it apart." Mu Fei was also livid and said, "Exactly. Do you even know who my sister is? Do you know how much money our Mu family's Qinjuan company earns in a year? I could crush you with money." The security guard sneered. "I don't care how much money you have. As far as I'm concerned, your invitations are invalid, and you're not qualified to enter. Now move along and stop blocking the way. Let me tell you, anyone attending this banquet tonight is way out of your league. If you cause trouble, you'll regret it." The Mu family members were infuriated. But the guard's words were not entirely wrong. Anyone attending this business association banquet, spearheaded by the Mingzhu group, would undoubtedly be someone of wealth and influence. If they offended the Mingzhu group, causing them to terminate their collaboration, the losses would be unimaginable. Although angry, they had no choice but to remain outside the hotel. At this moment, Yi Chen walked over from a distance. Noticing the group awkwardly standing outside, he chuckled softly and walked straight towards the entrance. He couldn't even be bothered to exchange words with them. Mu Fei noticed Yi Chen and immediately mocked him. "Well, Yi Chen, I didn't expect you to actually come. Are you here to embarrass yourself?" Yi Chen glanced at Mu Fei and said calmly, "No matter how embarrassing I might be, it won't be worse than being stopped outside the hotel." Mu Bo was furious. Do you think you can get in while we can't? What a joke. Someone like you, a useless nobody, dares to step into such a high-class venue?" Zhao Lan snorted angrily. "A man without even an invitation, coming here to disgrace himself. You think you're so capable? Let's see how you plan to get in." Yi Chen smirked and replied, "How? Just by walking in." With that, he strode toward the banquet hall. Seeing this, Mu Bo squinted disdainfully and said, "We have invitations and still can't get in. This guy doesn't even have one and thinks he'll waltz in? Just wait, the security guards will beat him out with sticks any minute now." Zhao Lan nodded in agreement. "Let him act smug. Let's see how embarrassed he gets in a moment." Mu Fei fumed, "When they throw him out, I'll make sure to humiliate him properly. He really thinks he's something special." Mu Wanqing sighed, listening to the others. She remained relatively calm, speaking condescendingly, "Mom, Dad, Mu Fei, our status and position are no longer what they used to be. There's no need to stoop to Yi Chen's level. Dealing with someone like him lowers our dignity." Before she could finish her sentence, the group watched as a security guard approached Yi Chen. At that moment, something shocking happened that left everyone's jaws hanging. The same security guard who had stopped Mu Wanqing and the others not only didn't stop Yi Chen but also bowed respectfully to him and said, "Mr. Yi, welcome. Please come in." Yi Chen nodded indifferently and walked inside without hesitation. This scene left Mu Wanqing and the others dumbfounded. What was going on? Yi Chen didn't show any invitation, yet the guard bowed and fawned over him? How was this possible? This was the same guard who had acted so arrogant and dismissive towards them. But now he was groveling before Yi Chen? What made Yi Chen worthy of such treatment? Everyone was utterly shocked. It shattered their worldview. Mu Bo stammered, How? How is this possible? We couldn't get in, so how can Yi Chen, without even an invitation, walk in?" Zhao Lan was on the verge of tears. What's going on? Could Yi Chen have some hidden identity? No, that's impossible. He's just a useless freeloader who lives off others. How could he have any special identity? Mu Wanqing was equally stunned. She had always believed that with her partnership with the Mingzhu group, her status and position had skyrocketed. Compared to Yi Chen, she saw herself as a blazing sun, while Yi Chen was nothing more than an insignificant ant. There was no comparison. Yet now, she, the sun, was barred outside, while Yi Chen, the ant, walked right in. Her face burned with humiliation. What was happening? How was this possible? Mu Wanqing couldn't wrap her head around why Yi Chen was allowed to attend this banquet, while the group was still in a state of shock. Suddenly, Mu Fei's eyes widened as he pointed inside the hotel and exclaimed, "Look, that woman beside Yi Chen. Isn't that our second sister, Mu Qingzhu?" Everyone turned to look. Although they only caught a glimpse, they immediately recognized that the woman beside Yi Chen was indeed Mu Qingzhu. No wonder. In an instant, everything clicked for them. They had been puzzled about why Yi Chen could enter without an invitation. Now it was clear he was relying on Mu Qingzhu. She had been absent these past few days. She must have been preparing to attend this banquet. Mu Bo snorted coldly, I knew it. Why else would Yi Chen be able to get in? And here I thought he actually had some ability. Turns out he's just clinging to my second daughter. Zhao Lan huffed. Look at him, acting all high and mighty. It's infuriating. Call your sister right now and tell her to bring us inside. Mu Fei quickly pulled out his phone and called Mu Qingzhu. However, her phone was turned off. They couldn't reach her. The family was like ants on a hot pan, running around in circles. Meanwhile, Yi Chen and Mu Qingzhu entered the banquet hall. Mu Qingzhu looked a little nervous and said, "Brother-in-law, are you really sure you want me to be the president of this association? I'm afraid I'm not capable." Yi Chen smiled. "Don't worry. I'm here. You don't need to know how, you just need to do it." The truth was, Mu Qingzhu hadn't been home recently because she had already been elected as the president of the Yun City Business Association, with the Mingzhu group backing her. Although she was young, no one dared oppose her. Today, the banquet was to celebrate Mu Qingzhu's inauguration as president. Originally, Yi Chen had thought about inviting Mu Wangqing and the others to join the celebration. However, they didn't seem interested in his goodwill. Fine. Yi Chen decided not to bother anymore. To him, whether the Mu family attended or not didn't matter at all. At this moment, suddenly, a petite and beautiful girl dashed toward Mu Qingzhu with excitement and exclaimed, "Second cousin. What are you doing here?" After saying that, the girl noticed Yi Chen and immediately frowned with a trace of anger. "Yi Chen, it's you. Mu Fei was right. After divorcing my eldest cousin, you've been clinging to my second cousin. You're really shameless." Yi Chen frowned and turned to look. The girl was none other than Lin Qingye. Lin Qingye despised men who lived off women more than anything in her life. Back when Yi Chen married Mu Wangqing, the marriage was met with opposition. At the time, Yi Chen had no stable job, but the Mu family was drowning in debt and struggling to survive. Mu Wangqing had reached marriageable age, so the family reluctantly agreed to the marriage. Even so, they looked down on Yi Chen, treating him as nothing more than a live-in son-in-law. After the wedding, Yi Chen didn't even bother to work. He spent his days idling away, doing nothing productive. Combined with Mu Wangqing and Mu Fei often sharing stories about him with Lin Qingye, she became convinced that Yi Chen was a hopeless case, incapable of achieving anything in life. Now that Mu Wangqing had divorced Yi Chen, it should have been a good thing. Who would have thought? Pod. Yi Chen shamelessly clung to Mu Qingzhu after divorcing Mu Wangqing. Did he think he could have both sisters? How despicable. Yi Chen said coldly, "This is none of your business. Stay out of it." Lin Qingye furrowed her delicate brows and retorted, "How can I not get involved? I won't let my second cousin fall into a pit of despair. Let me tell you, everyone here tonight is a person of significance. You better leave quickly and stop embarrassing my second cousin." Yi Chen glanced at her with disdain. "Who, in your opinion, would qualify to attend this banquet without being an embarrassment?" Lin Qingye replied proudly, "At the very least, someone worth more than 1,000,000,000 yuan. She glanced at Yi Chen as she spoke, her expression full of arrogance. After all, her mother's net worth had long surpassed 1,000,000,000. Yi Chen chuckled. To him, Lin Qingye's perspective was laughably narrow. 1,000,000,000 yuan? That wasn't even pocket change for him. The wealth he controlled was far beyond Lin Qingye's wildest imagination. Different classes. In Yi Chen's eyes, Lin Qingye's antics were nothing but a joke. Mu Qingzhu intervened gently. "That's enough, Qingye. Yi Chen isn't what you think. Let it go. I'm very busy tonight, so I can't entertain you. Let's meet up later for dinner." Lin Qingye smiled sweetly. "All right, Qingzhu." As she said this, she deliberately shot a warning glare at Yi Chen, her eyes full of contempt. Just then, Zhao Mai-Qin approached and asked, "Qingye, where did you go? I've been looking for you." Lin Qingye pouted. "Oh, I just ran into someone thick-skinned." Zhao Mai-Qin turned to Yi Chen, momentarily stunned. "What's he doing here?" Lin Qingye scoffed. "He must have shamelessly begged my second cousin to bring him along." Her disdain for Yi Chen was evident, possibly because of preconceived notions. To her, high-end banquets like this were for the powerful and influential. People like Yi Chen, with no background, were out of their league here. One wrong move, and he could bring disaster upon the Mu family. Forget it. Ignore him. I just found out that Yun City's most powerful figures are here tonight. There are also many eligible bachelors. You're still young, and if you can find the right one. Zhao Mai-Qin began to strategize. The longer one worked in the business world, the more they understood the importance of relationships. If Lin Qingye could find a suitable match among the elite sons attending tonight's banquet, her future would be limitless. Lin Qingye's expression shifted awkwardly. Mom, stop it! Look, they're coming in! At the entrance, a group of people walked in. When the crowd saw them, they knew instantly that these were the heavyweight guests of the evening. Both Xiao Maiqin and Lin Qingye widened their eyes in awe. Wow! There's Luo Mingcheng from the Luo family, and Luo Qingqiyu, their eldest daughter. She's so beautiful. That's Singh Xingxiong, the big boss of Yun City's underground world. And Zhao Yunhai from Yunhai Group. Am I seeing things? Is that Ling Tianwu, the head of the Tianwu Pavilion? Unbelievable. That looks like Su Tianhua, the head of the Su family, one of the 4 major families. Wait. Look at the person leading them. Isn't that Lu Miaolian, the president of the Mingzhu Group? Zhao Maiqin and Lin Qingye were so stunned they instinctively swallowed. These were all absolute titans of Yun City. Each of them held the power to shake the city with a single word. And tonight, they were all here together. It was utterly mind-blowing. Mom. That's Lu Miaolian, the financial goddess. She's my role model. One day I want to be like her. Lin Qingye stared at Lu Miaolian with admiration and longing. Every woman wanted to live like Lu Miaolian. You'll have to marry eventually. If you find the right man, you could become a woman like her. Zhao Maiqin appreciated her daughter's ambition but knew the reality. To reach Lu Miaolian's level of power and influence, one needed backing from the highest echelons of society. Not everyone relies on men. Lu Miaolian didn't. She doesn't even have any scandals. Lin Qingye insisted. As the two chatted, they suddenly noticed the group of elites heading toward them. What's going on? Mom, do you know these big shots? Lin Qingye took a nervous step back. I don't. How could I possibly know such people? Zhao Maiqin replied bitterly. Then, why are they coming this way? Lin Qingye felt overwhelmed by the aura of these titans. Countless thoughts raced through her mind. She was certain she had no connection to these people. However, the next moment, she froze completely. Lu Miaolian, who was leading the group, stopped in front of her. She bowed deeply in Lin Qingye's direction, her expression full of respect, and said, "Greetings, master." The group behind her followed suit, bowing in unison and shouting, "Greetings, young master." Lin Qingye was utterly stunned. From her perspective, it looked as though these people were bowing to her. Panic set in as she began trembling. Was this a dream? Why were these people calling her master? And young master? Could it be? Lin Qingye suddenly recalled her mother mentioning that her biological father was a powerful figure. Could these people be here because of her mysterious father? The situation was so overwhelming that Lin Qingye didn't know how to respond. She instinctively raised her hand, about to say something. "All right, let's start the banquet," a calm voice said from behind her. The voice sounded familiar. She turned to look. It was Yi Chen. For a moment, Zhao Maiqin and Lin Qingye were both stunned. Master? Young master? Yi Chen? These 3 terms didn't seem to connect. In an instant, Lin Qingye understood. These elites weren't bowing to her, they were bowing to Yi Chen. Her expression changed drastically. Was this not a mistake? Lin Qingye always thought that the only reason Yi Chen could attend the banquet was because of Mu Qingshu. But no matter how powerful Mu Qingshu was, she couldn't possibly make Lu Miaolian bow and scrape before anyone. Now, it seemed, her assumptions were completely wrong. These influential figures, the ones commanding great power and authority, were all gathered around Yi Chen. Lin Qingye couldn't figure it out. Why? How could this be? Wasn't Yi Chen just a useless freeloader? How could he possibly hold such a high status? Yi Chen didn't even glance at Lin Qingye as he walked out first. Behind him, those powerful individuals all stepped back half a pace and followed him, walking with him toward the main seat. Lin Qingye's mind was completely blank at this moment. Especially when she saw her idol, Lu Miaolian, someone she admired immensely, was nothing more than a servant to Yi Chen. She was stunned. This was Lu Miaolian, the goddess of finance who controlled trillions in assets. And yet, she was merely a servant? Then who exactly was Yi Chen? In that instant, Lin Qingye was completely dumbfounded. On one hand, there was a super elite figure who even someone like Lu Miaolian had to call master. On the other hand, there was the so-called freeloader whom Mu Wanqing had divorced, and who was despised by the Mu family. The contrast between the two was shocking. Second cousin isn't Yi Chen just a freeloader? Wasn't he disdained by the Mu family? Why? Why? Lin Qingye hurriedly grabbed Mu Qingzhou. Perhaps it was because she had been influenced by Mu Wangqing and Mu Fei's slander about Yi Chen, and her preconceived notions had taken root. She could hardly believe it. Don't speak nonsense. Brother-in-law isn't what you think. Eldest sister didn't recognize his worth, but don't tell me you can't see it either. If someone hears what you just said, you could offend all these top figures in Yun City in an instant. Do you understand the consequences? Mu Qingshu softly warned her. Lin Qingye immediately felt a chill run down her spine. What kind of joke was this? If she really offended so many powerful people, her family's modest resources would be wiped out instantly. Frightened, Lin Qingye shrank back, her head low. Zhao Maiqin was even more terrified, covering Lin Qingye's mouth and sternly warning her. Qingye, from now on, you are not allowed to mention anything about Yi Chen's identity or matters concerning him. We cannot afford to offend him. Understood? Lin Qingye numbly nodded. The banquet soon began. Zhao Maiqin pulled Lin Qingye to sit down. Lin Qingye looked at Yi Chen seated at the main position, radiating such brilliance and dignity. At this moment her gaze could no longer leave him. Meanwhile Lu Miayan, the president of Mingzhu Group, slowly stepped onto the stage. Today marks the handover ceremony for the new president of the Yun City Business Association. I'm sure everyone is curious as to which outstanding individual will take on this important role. Now, I hereby announce. The new president of the Yun City Business Association is Miss Mu Qingzhou. Clap, clap, clap. The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. What? Zhao Maiqin and Lin Qingye's eyes widened in disbelief. Mu Qingzhou? President of the Business Association? What kind of joke was this? The Yun City Business Association wasn't some insignificant grassroots organization. It was a position that connected nearly half of Yun City's commercial network. Whoever assumed the presidency would undoubtedly become one of Yun City's most prominent figures. But attaining this role was no easy feat. Each past president of the business association had been a dominant figure in their own right. For example, the previous president, Su Tianhua, was the head of the Su family, one of the four major families. Normally, someone like Mu Qingshu, regardless of her background or experience, wouldn't stand a chance at becoming the president. Such blatant favoritism would have sparked unanimous opposition in the past. After all, the benefits brought by the president's position were immense. But now, the hall was filled with cheers. No one questioned Mu Qingshu's qualifications or ability, simply because she was Yi Chen's nominee. That was enough. It was utterly shocking. This scene today left Zhao Maiqin and Lin Qingye feeling profoundly shaken. What kind of status did Yi Chen possess to make the majority of Yun City's elite families act so subserviently? The banquet concluded quickly. Under Yi Chen's direction, the attendees dispersed. Yi Chen and Mu Qingshu walked out together, while Zhao Maiqin and Lin Qingye followed timidly behind. At this moment, their fear of Yi Chen had reached the very depths of their being. As they stepped outside, Zhao Lan and her group suddenly rushed up. They hadn't been allowed to attend the banquet and had been frantically calling Mu Qingshu, only to find her phone off. So they had been waiting outside. When they saw Yi Chen and Mu Qingshu emerge, they immediately stormed over to demand an explanation. Qingshu, you've really made me furious. Why wasn't your phone on? Do you know how many times I called you? Zhao Lan angrily questioned her. Mom, why are you here? What's so urgent that you've been calling me? Mu Qingshu asked, puzzled. She took out her phone and realized it had indeed run out of battery and turned off. Why? We're your parents, yet we weren't allowed into the banquet while you brought that useless Yi Chen inside. Do you even consider us your parents? Exactly. Second sister, do you know how humiliating it was for us to be stopped at the entrance while you took a freeloader like Yi Chen inside? You've disgraced the Mu family. You'd rather take him to the banquet than bring us along. Are you trying to infuriate us? The group berated Mu Qingshu, repeatedly calling Yi Chen a useless man. If it were the past, Zhao Maiqin and Lin Qingye would have joined in to criticize Yi Chen. But now, hearing such remarks made their backs break out in a cold sweat. What kind of joke was this? Yi Chen's status far exceeded their comprehension. The Mu family was truly clueless. They had no idea they were rejecting such a golden opportunity. Mu Qingshu could only smile bitterly. Mom, what are you saying? Do you think brother-in-law needs me to bring him to a banquet? He brought me, and I even became. Before she could finish, Zhao Lan interrupted. Did I hear that right? He brought you? Have you lost your mind, or have I? What kind of spell has Yi Chen cast on you to make you abandon even your parents? Mu Qingshu was exasperated. Mom, can you let me finish speaking? What's there to say? All you have are ridiculous excuses. You're just trying to upset me. I regret raising you all these years. Zhao Lan retorted harshly. Frustrated by her mother's unreasonable attitude, Mu Qingshu angrily dragged Yi Chen away. The group fumed silently. Turning to Zhao Maiqin and Lin Qingye, Zhao Lan sighed. I'm sorry for making a scene. Zhao Maiqin and Lin Qingye felt a chill in their hearts. Making a scene? They wouldn't dare. Feeling a pang of conscience, Zhao Maiqin said, Sister Lan, don't you think your attitude toward Yi Chen is a bit harsh? Zhao Lan scoffed. Harsh? I think I've been more than kind. He's just a freeloader, what kind of respect does he deserve? Hearing this, Zhao Maiqin trembled uncontrollably. If those words were overheard by Yun City's elite, the consequences would be catastrophic. Meanwhile, Lin Qingye approached Mu Wanqing and asked, Big cousin, now that you're divorced from Yi Chen, does that mean you'll never get back together with him? Mu Wanqing replied arrogantly, Our statuses and positions are worlds apart now. We're no longer in the same league. Lin Qingye chuckled inwardly. Indeed, they weren't in the same league. Mu Wanqing couldn't even come close to Yi Chen's level. She smiled foolishly, realizing that with Mu Wanqing out of the picture, Yi Chen was now single. And so was she. Lin Qingye believed that her beauty and perspective were no worse than Mu Wanqing's. She was even younger. Since Mu Wanqing had made it clear there would be no reconciliation, Lin Qingye felt no hesitation in pursuing Yi Chen herself. Big sister Wanqing, what does Yi Chen like to eat the most? Lin Qingye asked curiously, her small, darting eyes betraying her hesitation. He doesn't have much else going for him, but when it comes to food he's quite particular. At this point, Mu Wanqing paused, looking at Lin Qingye curiously, and asked with suspicion, Why are you suddenly interested in Yi Chen? Lin Qingye was startled, and hurriedly shook her head. No. Why would I care about him? Not at all. Really, I don't. Seeing Lin Qingye's strange expression, Mu Wanqing found it odd but didn't press further. By the way, the banquet you attended today, it was for the inauguration of the new president of the Yun City Business Association, right? Did you meet the new president? Mu Wanqing shifted the topic. She was more concerned about the happenings at the banquet. The new president of the Yun City Business Association was a crucial figure for any businessman in Yun City. If the Mu family could establish a connection with this new president, it would bring tremendous benefits. Of course. Not only did I meet the new president, but I know them quite well. Lin Qingye said with a smile. Know them well? Mu Wanqing's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help feeling a surge of joy. Zhao Lan and the others also grew excited. If Lin Qingye knew the new president well, it must be through Zhao Maiqin's connections. After all, Zhao Lan was Zhao Maiqin's elder sister. Through this familial relationship, the Mu family could form a bond with the new president. Zhao Lan exclaimed happily, Qingye, does your mother really know the new president that well? Could you introduce them to Wanqing? Lin Qingye was speechless and shook her head in disbelief. Looking at this group of people, she couldn't help but feel her scalp tingle. How could people be so clueless? If it weren't for Yi Chen's overwhelming status, Lin Qingye wouldn't even dare mention his identity. She almost wanted to blurt out to Mu Wanqing that she hadn't just lost a husband, she'd lost the most powerful man in the world. Lin Qingye silently resolved to distance herself from Mu Wanqing's family in the future. Stupidity might just be contagious. Qingye, we're family. Since you're so familiar with the new president, why can't you introduce them? Seeing Lin Qingye shake her head, the Mu family thought she was unwilling to help. Zhao Lan became a little upset. Aunt, it's not that I don't want to introduce them, it's that there's no need. You know this person better than I do. Lin Qingye replied. What? They knew them better? For a moment, everyone Mu Wanqing, and the others started racking their brains, trying to think of which important figure they knew who could possibly become the new president of the Yun City Business Association. The CEO of Qiaoyu Group? No, he wasn't qualified. Could it be Chairman Liu? That couldn't be right either. Chairman Liu had already gone abroad. After thinking long and hard, no one could figure out which influential figure they knew who could rise to such a prestigious position. Seeing their puzzled faces, Lin Qingye sighed and said, Don't bother guessing. I'll just tell you the new president of the Yun City Business Association is none other than second cousin Mu Qingshu. Boom! The Mu family was instantly stunned. Mu Qingshu? The new president was Mu Qingshu? This revelation was like a bolt of lightning out of the blue. Qingye, You're not joking, are you? Mu Wanqing looked at Lin Qingye in shock. She couldn't believe it. Ben? Although Mu Qingshu had become the CEO of Xingqiang Group, she was still working under Zhao Yunhai. Even Zhao Yunhai himself wasn't qualified to become the association's president. So how could Mu Qingshu be qualified? This had to be a joke, a massive one. After all, Mu Wanqing had always been considered the pillar of the Mu family. In terms of achievements, Mu Qingshu had always been leagues behind her. But ever since her divorce, Mu Wanqing's career had stagnated, only recently gaining momentum with a project from the Mingzhu Group. Meanwhile, Mu Qingshu had gone from being a small-time businesswoman to the CEO of Xingqiang Group. And now she'd become the new president of the business association, someone even Mu Wanqing had to look up to. It was like watching a sparrow transform into a phoenix overnight. How did she manage it? The previous president had been Su Tianhua, the head of the Su family, one of Yun City's 4 major families, a true titan of the city. I'm not joking. If you don't believe me, go ask second cousin Mu Qingshu yourself. Lin Qingye shrugged, waved them off, and turned to leave. She didn't want to waste any more time here. Instead, she wanted to find out more about Yi Chen's preferences. To be honest, witnessing Yun City's elite bowing before Yi Chen today had left Lin Qingye so shaken she felt like her soul had almost left her body. This was what it meant to be a real man. This was what true power looked like. From now on, no other man could ever catch her eye. After all, once a woman had seen a true lion, how could she ever be interested in a wild dog? After Lin Qingye left, the Mu family finally snapped out of their shock. Excitement surged through them. I think Qingye wasn't lying. Qingshu really has become the president of the business association. This is amazing. Our Mu family can finally hold our heads high. The president of the business association. Qingshu has really brought honor to our family. From now on, who in Yun City would dare look down on us? No wonder that useless Yi Chen has been sticking to Qingshu. He must have known her value would skyrocket. He's actually quite cunning. After being dumped by Wanqing, he latched onto Qingshu. I bet it's Yi Chen who's been stirring up trouble and preventing us from reconciling with Qingshu. That little bastard infuriates me. I'm going to make Yi Chen pay. The Mu family was abuzz with excitement. Only Mu Wanqing seemed dejected. She had always believed she was the most capable person in the family, but now, she felt completely overshadowed by Mu Qingshu. However, she quickly regained her determination. She believed that Mu Qingshu's rise to the position of president couldn't have been achieved through her own ability. Someone must have been helping her behind the scenes. Such connections were unsustainable in the long run. Only by relying on her own efforts to climb to the top could she secure lasting success. Mu Wanqing was confident that with her collaboration with the Mingzhu Group, her future was limitless. She would surpass Mu Qingshu one day, and she would do it with her own capabilities. As for Yi Chen, Mu Wanqing didn't give him a second thought. The Mu family soon returned to the Hidden Dragon Manor. The moment they arrived, Zhao Lan and Mu Bo called Mu Qingshu downstairs, eager to confirm the news. They exclaimed excitedly, "Qingshu, we heard you've been appointed the new president of the Yun City Business Association. Is that true?" Mu Qingshu didn't intend to hide it and smiled. "Yes, Mom and Dad, I was just about to tell you about it." Hearing Mu Qingshu's confirmation, Mu Bo and Zhao Lan were so excited they nearly jumped for joy. Zhao Lan quickly said, "This is fantastic, Qingshu. Now that you're the president of the business association, you hold great power, especially in terms of connections. They span across all of Yun City." Mu Bo nodded in agreement. "Exactly. From now on you can use your authority to allocate all profitable projects to Qinyang Corporation. The money will come straight to our Mu family. This is wonderful." Mu Qingshu forced an awkward smile. "Mom, Dad, don't worry. I'll do what I can. But I've only just taken office, and there's still a lot I don't understand. Besides, I can't be too blatant about it." Mu Qingshu wanted to clarify that, while she did hold some authority as the president, the truth was that everything she had now was thanks to Yi Chen. For any decisions, she still needed Yi Chen's approval. How could she possibly act on her own? However, Zhao Lan was displeased upon hearing this. She retorted, "Qingshu, take your time if you need to, but we're family. If you don't help us, who will you help? Just make sure to secure a billion-yuan project within a month. That shouldn't be an issue. After all, as the president, most people will give you face." Yi Chen, listening to this, felt his scalp tingle. Zhao Lan's appetite was truly astonishing. Starting off with a billion-yuan project? What an audacious sense of entitlement. Even if Mu Qingshu could decide on such projects, Openly favoring the Mu family would undoubtedly draw public criticism. If not for Yi Chen's influence backing her, she might have been ousted from her position on the spot. The Mu family clearly had no regard for Mu Qingshu's reputation or well-being. All they cared about was their own benefit. Unable to tolerate it anymore, Yi Chen said coldly, "I think you shouldn't set your expectations too high. Don't be too greedy." At this, Zhao Lan and Mu Bo instantly became unhappy. They both glared at Yi Chen. "What do you know? This is our family's business. Who gave you the right to speak?" "Exactly. You're just a useless freeloader clinging to Qingshu. Do you really think you're somebody now? Qingshu is the president now. Not using her authority would be foolish. If you don't understand, shut up, or I'll deal with you myself." Yi Chen looked at their greedy faces with an indifferent expression, completely unfazed. In his eyes, Zhao Lan and Mu Bo's behavior was nothing more than the futile scurrying of ants. Nothing could succeed without his approval. Unfortunately, the Mu family had no idea about this. Mu Qingshu let out a silent sigh. She had tried several times to warn her family about Yi Chen's true identity, but their prejudice against him ran too deep. They refused to listen and even accused her of deliberately protecting him. Over time, Mu Qingshu stopped bothering to explain. However, she glanced at Mu Wanqing, wondering if her elder sister would regret her actions once she learned of Yi Chen's identity. Despite feeling a little disheartened about her sister's sudden rise, Mu Wanqing was genuinely happy for her deep down. "Mom, Dad, since Qingshu's been promoted, how about we celebrate with dinner tonight? I'll book a high-end restaurant so we can have a proper family gathering. It's been a while since we all ate together," Mu Wanqing suggested. Hearing this, the Mu family unanimously agreed. Mu Wanqing quickly made the reservation, and everyone began preparing for the dinner. Mu Qingshu turned to Yi Chen and said, "Brother-in-law, let's go." Hearing this, Zhao Lan immediately frowned. "This is a family celebration for Qingshu's promotion. Why are you inviting Yi Chen? He's not even your brother-in-law anymore. As an outsider, he has no place at our family dinner." Yi Chen shrugged indifferently. "Well then, I won't go." Zhao Lan sneered, "At least you know your place." Mu Fei added, "Exactly. Know your limits." Mu Qingshu furrowed her brows. She was, after all, part of the Mu family and worried that offending Yi Chen too much could have serious consequences for them. With a sigh, Mu Qingshu said, "If brother-in-law isn't going, then I won't go either." This declaration left everyone stunned. To Zhao Lan and Mu Bo, it seemed as if Mu Qingshu had been completely bewitched by Yi Chen. Not only had she insisted on letting him stay at Hidden Dragon Manor, but she had also brought him to the banquet, and now refused to attend a family dinner without him. It was utterly baffling. "Qingshu, what's wrong with you? Why are you always standing up for Yi Chen? We took care of him for 3 years, that's more than enough. You're just too soft-hearted. Letting him stay at Hidden Dragon Manor is already generous." Mu Qingshu couldn't be bothered to explain. She simply sat down next to Yi Chen, making it clear that if he didn't go, neither would she. This left Yi Chen feeling a bit helpless. He genuinely didn't want to go. After all, he had no desire to sit down for a meal with the Mu family. While he had allowed them to stay at Hidden Dragon Manor because of Su Zixuang's last wish and his grandmother's sacrifice, their foolishness was increasingly testing his patience. Seeing Mu Qingshu's determination, Zhao Lan had no choice but to relent. Fine, he can come along. What a bother." Mu Qingshu smiled and pulled Yi Chen up. "Brother-in-law, let's go." Watching Mu Qingshu drag Yi Chen out the door, Zhao Lan muttered in frustration, "See what I mean? Qingshu has been completely brainwashed by Yi Chen. We need to figure out a way to get her away from this deadweight." Mu Bo nodded in agreement. "How about we arrange a marriage for Qingshu?" Zhao Lan's eyes lit up at the idea. "That's a great idea. With Qingshu's current status, she could definitely marry a nobleman. That way Yi Chen wouldn't stand a chance." Mu Bo replied, "All right, I'll start looking for suitable candidates." Soon after, the group arrived at Western Fortune Hotel. This was one of Yun City's most upscale establishments, frequented by the city's wealthiest elite. It was said that a single meal here could cost tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. If you ordered alcohol, a single bottle could equate to a decade's wages for an average person. Ordinary people simply couldn't afford to dine here. The lavish decor immediately caught their attention. Zhao Lan couldn't hide her pride. "Wanqing, you really outdid yourself booking such a high-end place. I heard a meal here costs at least tens of thousands." Mu Fei looked at Yi Chen with disdain and remarked, "Yi Chen, you're lucky to join us. Without our family, you'd never set foot in a place like this in your lifetime." Yi Chen shrugged indifferently. Can't afford it? This low-end restaurant wouldn't even catch my eye. His words left everyone staring at him in disbelief. Even Mu Wanqing couldn't help but look at him with contempt. Bragging without hesitation. This was Yun City's most prestigious restaurant, where a single meal could cost a fortune. And he dared to dismiss it. If this wasn't blatant bragging, what was it? Can you stop bragging for once? Mu Wanqing said impatiently. In her eyes, Yi Chen was just trying to elevate his own worth to gain her admiration. Little did he know that the more he boasted, the more annoying he became to Mu Wanqing. Yi Chen shrugged, completely indifferent. He was merely speaking his mind. The Mu family couldn't be bothered to pay attention to Yi Chen, except for Mu Qingzhu, who shook her head helplessly. To be honest, a place of this level truly wasn't worth Yi Chen's attention. The more Mu Qingzhu interacted with Yi Chen, the more mysterious she found him. Every time she thought she understood him, he would always surprise her. Considering Yi Chen's status, only something like a state banquet could truly match his level, right? Soon, the family sat down in a private dining room to eat. Mu Bo was in high spirits. Having two outstanding daughters brought him immense pride. Raising his glass, he said loudly, "Let's toast. I'm so happy today. Wanqing's King Yuan Corporation is on track and has secured a partnership with Mingzhu Group. And King Shu has become the president of the Yun City Business Association. You've both made me so proud." Zhao Lan chimed in with a smile. That's right. Our Mu family is no longer what it used to be. Let's see who dares to look down on us now. The atmosphere was joyous, though they couldn't help but throw in a few jabs at Yi Chen. Yi Chen didn't mind. How could sparrows understand the aspirations of a swan? As the family enjoyed their meal, the door to their private room was suddenly kicked open. A group of young men barged in, accompanied by a squad of bodyguards, all with menacing expressions. Mu Bo and the others were startled. Who would interrupt their meal like this? Were they here to cause trouble? In the past, Mu Bo might have been worried, but now, with his daughter's rising status in Yun City, his confidence had grown immensely. Standing up, Mu Bo glared at the intruders and shouted, "Who are you people, and what do you think you're doing?" The leader of the group, a cocky young man named Lu Tao, sneered arrogantly. He lazily scanned the room, his eyes lighting up when they landed on Mu Wanqing and Mu Qingzhu. Well, two beautiful ladies. Looks like today's my lucky day. Lu Tao smirked, and then changed his tone, pointing at Mu Bo. You lot! Get out. I'm taking this room. And the two beauties stay to drink with me. Don't make me repeat myself. Mu Bo was furious and shouted, "You scoundrels! Get out now, or don't blame me for what happens next." Lu Tao scoffed. Slap. A loud slap landed on Mu Bo's face, leaving him stunned. No one had expected Lu Tao to be so audacious as to strike him outright. Seeing Mu Bo get hit, the family erupted in anger. "Dad, are you okay? Dad!" Mu Wanqing and Mu Qingzhu rushed over to help him up. Mu Fei, enraged, shouted, "You must be blind. Do you even know who we are? Hitting my dad, you're asking to die." Lu Tao chuckled dismissively. "I don't care who you are. Get out now, or you'll all be beaten." Mu Fei was furious. "Do you have any sense of decency? We're just having dinner. How can you act so unreasonable?" Lu Tao burst into laughter. "Unreasonable? You're absolutely right. I am unreasonable. In Yun City, I'm the law." With a wave of his hand, Lu Tao signaled his bodyguards. Immediately, a group of burly men stepped forward, clearly ready to escalate the situation. Mu Wanqing and Mu Qingzhu were also livid. Mu Fei shouted, "Big sister, second sister, call someone to deal with these thugs. This is infuriating." Mu Bo added, "Exactly. I just said no one would dare bully our family in Yun City anymore. If we don't handle this, how can we hold our heads high?" Both Mu Wanqing and Mu Qingzhu pulled out their phones, ready to call for help. After all, the intruders had bodyguards, and the family was at a disadvantage in a physical conflict. Mu Wanqing quickly dialed a business associate. Mu Qingzhu was about to make a call as well but hesitated when she glanced at Yi Chen. She decided against it. With Yi Chen here, was there really any need to call for backup? Seeing Mu Qingzhu not making a call, Mu Fei asked suspiciously, "Second sister, why aren't you calling for help?" Mu Qingzhu replied, "Don't worry. We don't need to. Brother-in-law is here." Mu Fei glanced at Yi Chen with disdain. Depend on Yi Chen? Had his sister lost her mind? From the moment these thugs burst in and hit Mu Bo, Yi Chen had been sitting quietly, not even sparing them a glance. he was probably scared stiff. If they relied on Yi Chen, they might not even know how they died. Mu Wanqing finished her call and said confidently, "Don't worry. I've called someone. They'll be here soon." The family felt slightly relieved. Lu Tao overheard her and burst out laughing. "She says she's called for help. That's hilarious. In Yun City, who dares interfere with my business? I told you to leave, but you wouldn't listen. Don't blame me for what happens next. Boys, get to work. Break the legs of the men. As for the two beauties, don't hurt them. Damaged goods aren't as fun." Lu Tao gave his orders with a laugh. The bodyguards moved toward Mu Bo and Mu Fei. The Mu family turned pale with fear. The reinforcements Mu Wanqing had called hadn't arrived yet. If Lu Tao's men acted now, they were doomed to suffer. What could they do? Mu Bo and Mu Fei stood at the front, trembling in fear. Mu Qingshu, panicking, turned to Yi Chen and pleaded, "Brother-in-law, can you help? These people really mean to hurt us." Hearing her plea, Mu Wanqing sighed in frustration. She had been married to Yi Chen for 3 years and knew him too well. Counting on him now was impossible. Mu Fei also shouted angrily, "Second sister, do you really think Yi Chen is capable of anything? If he were, he'd already be standing in front of us protecting you and big sister. Look at him just hiding in the back." Mu Bo and Zhao Lan's frustration only grew. Looking at Yi Chen sitting there, they thought he was utterly useless. He couldn't even protect a woman. What good was he? Among everyone present, Mu Bo was too old, and Mu Fei too young. Yi Chen was the only adult man, yet he wasn't stepping up. What a waste of space. Yi Chen sighed, feeling helpless. To be honest, he hadn't paid any attention to Lu Tao and his lackeys. But since Mu Qingshu had asked, he couldn't just sit back and do nothing. At that moment, Yi Chen spoke slowly, his voice cold. "You lot, leave this room immediately. Otherwise you won't be able to bear the consequences." What? Yi Chen actually spoke up at this moment, telling Lu Tao and his group to leave. To be fair, for a moment, Yi Chen actually seemed like a man. As everyone wondered why Yi Chen, who had been hiding in the back, dared to speak up now, the next moment, they saw through the second-floor window several cars pulling up outside the restaurant. The car doors opened, and a young man stepped out. It was none other than Kiao Sen, the young master of the Kiao family in Yun City, and the help Mu Wanqing had called for. At that moment, everyone understood. So Yi Chen had spoken up because he saw that reinforcements had arrived. Otherwise he might have hidden himself long ago. Thinking of this, even Mu Wanqing found it amusing. Now that help is here, you step forward to act tough. You really know how to time it. Let me tell you, a real man stands tall on his own and doesn't rely on petty tricks. Mu Bo and the others were even more disappointed in Yi Chen's behavior. Lu Tao hadn't expected Yi Chen to dare speak up either. In Yun City, no one dared to talk to him like this. Enraged, he shouted, "Kid, you want me to leave? You've got some guts. Let's see what consequences I can't handle." With that, Lu Tao pointed at Yi Chen and barked, "Boys, break that kid's legs first. Let's see how cocky he is then." Several burly men charged toward Yi Chen aggressively. Mu Bo and Mu Fei stepped aside on purpose. In their eyes, Yi Chen was digging his own grave. He loved to exploit opportunities, didn't he? The reinforcements hadn't even reached the second floor yet, and he was already in a hurry to show off. Now he was just shooting himself in the foot. Yi Chen's eyes turned cold. He remained seated at the table, unmoving. Watching the two burly men approach, he grew impatient, and was about to make a move himself. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the room. "Who dares touch a friend of mine, Kiao Sen?" Kiao Sen entered the private room with a group of people, exuding an imposing presence. Having received Mu Wanqing's call for help, he had rushed over without delay. He had met Mu Wanqing at a banquet and was quite taken by her beauty. Now that he had a chance to impress her, he wasn't going to let it slip away. "Who is it?" "Oh, it's young Master Kiao. What's the matter? Are you planning to interfere with my business, Lu Tao?" Lu Tao's face darkened as he spoke. "Young Master Lu, I didn't expect it to be you. How about this? Give me some face, and we'll let this matter drop. These people are my friends, and we all operate in Yun City. We'll cross paths often, don't you think?" Kiao Sen, too, was caught off guard to find that it was Lu Tao. The Kiao family and the Lu family had business dealings, and weren't enemies but weren't exactly friends either. Their relationship was neutral. Still, to impress Mu Wanqing, Kiao Sen decided to stand his ground. Lu Tao's expression darkened. He wasn't afraid of Kiao Sen, but as both were prominent figures in Yun City, and given the cooperation between the Kiao and Lu families, he had to consider the situation. Narrowing his eyes, Lu Tao said, "Since young Master Kiao has spoken, I can't refuse to give you face." "Fine, I won't hold it against them." Hearing Lu Tao's words, Mu Bo and the others breathed a sigh of relief. See? This was the power of connections. With just one phone call, Mu Wanking's contact had solved a problem they couldn't handle. This was influence. This was networking. Kiao Sen resolved the issue with just a few words, and even Mu Wanking felt a sense of pride. She glanced at Yi Chen, her expression clearly saying, "See? This is what a truly influential person looks like. This is the world I now belong to, a world far beyond the reach of someone like you, who only knows how to cut corners." Yi Chen, I used to wonder if divorcing you was the right decision. But now I know. It was the right decision because only then could I step into a bigger, better circle. Kiao Sen, grateful for Lu Tao's concession, smiled and said, "Thank you, young Master Lu. Don't worry, I understand the rules. Tomorrow I'll personally visit Kukai Pharmaceuticals to have tea with you." Kiao Sen's words were carefully veiled. Among Yun City's elite, it was customary to maintain appearances and settle things amicably, unless there was deep-seated enmity. For instance, since Kiao Sen had stepped in to mediate, and Lu Tao had given him face, Kiao Sen would naturally have to reciprocate with a gesture of goodwill. This was an unspoken rule among the elite. Lu Tao cast a reluctant glance at Mu Wanking and Mu Qingshu, clearly disappointed. If it weren't for Kiao Sen, tonight he might have had a chance to enjoy their company. With a snort, Lu Tao muttered grudgingly, "Fine, let's go." Throughout the entire episode, Yi Chen had been sitting in the back, seemingly uninterested in the commotion. After all, such petty squabbles didn't even register in his eyes. However, when Yi Chen heard Kiao Sen mention Kukai Pharmaceuticals, his expression subtly changed. Kukai Pharmaceuticals. Wasn't that the company death god Zhang Yi had investigated, originally founded under Su Zixuang's name? Zhang Yi's findings had revealed that Su Zixuang had used someone else's identity to establish Kukai Pharmaceuticals. Its flagship product, the youthful elixir, had become wildly popular thanks to a formula Yi Chen had given Su Zixuang. Yet, when Su Zixuang faced trouble, Kukai Pharmaceuticals not only failed to help her but also prioritized its own interests. After her death, the company was completely taken over. Yi Chen had long intended to investigate Kukai Pharmaceuticals. Now, the opportunity had presented itself. At this moment, Lu Tao and his group were about to leave, giving Kiao Sen the face he had requested. Mu Bo and the others warmly approached Kiao Sen. "Young Master Kiao, you truly have a commanding presence." "Thank you, young Master Kiao. Without you, we'd have been in real danger today." "Young Master Kiao, why don't you join us for a meal?" "Young Master Kiao, you're truly outstanding, a true prodigy." Kiao Sen smiled smugly and said, "Wanking and I are good friends. Of course I'd help her. But keep in mind, young Master Lu gave me face this time. Since he's with Kukai Pharmaceuticals, it's best not to provoke him in the future. Our families have business ties after all." Mu Bo nodded. "Of course. We're not unreasonable people and won't go looking for trouble." Everyone else nodded in agreement. It seemed the situation had been resolved perfectly. Lu Tao and his group were already at the door of the private room. Just as everyone thought the matter was over, suddenly, a figure moved like a ghost, blocking Lu Tao's path. Lu Tao frowned, his face immediately souring. Yi Chen squinted, his voice icy as he asked, "What's your relationship with Kukai Pharmaceuticals?" Lu Tao snapped, "What business is that of yours?" Yi Chen's expression turned cold. Suddenly, he kicked Lu Tao hard in the stomach. Bang! Lu Tao was sent flying by the kick, completely out of control. Yi Chen's cold voice echoed in the room. "I asked you, what's your relationship with Kukai Pharmaceuticals?" Seeing Yi Chen suddenly take action, everyone in the private room felt a chill down their spines. What was he doing? What on earth was Yi Chen thinking? Mu Wanking was completely stunned. She had gone to great lengths to call Kiao Sen to resolve this issue, and now Yi Chen had interfered. Why didn't he step forward earlier, before Kiao Sen arrived, and now he wanted to draw attention to himself? Mu Bo felt his face burn with embarrassment. Just moments ago, he had confidently declared that they wouldn't provoke Lu Tao again. And now, in the very next second, Yi Chen had done exactly that. Not only had he provoked Lu Tao, but he had also hit him. They were doomed. Kiao Sen had managed to resolve this issue only because of his connections. But with Lu Tao beaten, those connections would now mean nothing. Yi Chen must have gone mad. Lu Tao glared at Yi Chen with a face full of rage, roaring furiously, "Bastard! How dare you hit me? My sister is Lu Qingqiu, the CEO of Kikai Pharmaceuticals. I'll make sure you die a miserable death." Lu Qingqiu? As expected. As expected. Back when Su Zixuang founded Kikai Pharmaceuticals, she had done so under the guise of a close friend's identity. But who would have thought that Lu Qingqiu would ultimately betray Su Zixuang? Not only had she remained indifferent to Su Zixuang's death, but she had also seized complete control of Kikai Pharmaceuticals, which rightfully belonged to Su Zixuang. The thought of this filled Yi Chen with rage. Without hesitation, Yi Chen began beating Lu Tao even more ruthlessly. Within moments, Lu Tao was left bruised and swollen, his face unrecognizable, a pitiful sight. This was madness. Absolute madness. The Mu family was utterly terrified. They had thought Lu Tao was just an employee of Kikai Pharmaceuticals. Who would have guessed that he was actually the brother of the company's CEO? Now they were truly doomed. It was well known that in Yun City, Kikai Pharmaceuticals was even more powerful than Yunhai Group. Lu Qingqiu, the CEO of Kikai Pharmaceuticals, was a formidable figure. Despite starting from nothing, she had built the company into a billion-dollar empire with the help of the youthful elixir. In just a few years, the company had risen to the top tier, and Lu Qingqiu had recruited numerous powerful experts to strengthen its position. Even the four great families had to show respect to Kikai Pharmaceuticals. As Lu Qingqiu's younger brother, it was no wonder Lu Tao acted so brazenly in Yun City. The Mu family's faces were pale. Yi Chen had hit Lu Tao, which meant he had effectively offended Kikai Pharmaceuticals. Not only would Yi Chen suffer, but the Mu family would also be dragged down with him. Damn it! Why did he have to show off now? This is it. We're finished. I told you Yi Chen is a walking disaster, and now he's really going to drag us all down with him. Sure enough, in the next moment, the bodyguards Lu Tao had brought finally snapped out of their shock. They all gritted their teeth in anger. If news of Lu Tao being beaten spread to Kikai Pharmaceuticals, it would undoubtedly cause a huge stir. Everyone knew how protective Lu Qingqiu was of her only brother. Bastard! How dare you hit young Master Lu? Get him. Break his legs immediately. Notify President Lu this cannot be ignored. Surround him. Don't let him escape. The bodyguards shouted furiously, closing in on Yi Chen from all directions. Yet Yi Chen showed no fear. He grabbed the battered Lu Tao and, with a cold voice, said, "Take me to your sister." Lu Tao, covered in injuries, gritted his teeth and hissed, "You've got guts, kid. Don't worry, my sister will kill you." The surrounding bodyguards kept a close eye on Yi Chen, ensuring he couldn't escape. Soon, under their watchful escort, they left the private room. To Yi Chen, the group of bodyguards posed no threat. His goal was to purge the traitors. Kikai Pharmaceuticals belonged to Su Zixuang, and he would not tolerate anyone with ulterior motives seizing control of it. As Yi Chen dragged the nearly unconscious Lu Tao toward Kikai Pharmaceuticals, the news had already reached Lu Qingqiu at the company. Over the years, as Kikai Pharmaceuticals grew into one of Yun City's top powers, Lu Qingqiu's demeanor had also undergone significant changes. Her poise and aura had both reached new heights. However, one thing about her hadn't changed: her fiercely protective nature. Having lost her parents at a young age, her younger brother, Lu Tao, was the only family she had left in the world. No matter how reckless Lu Tao was, she couldn't bring herself to scold him harshly. As a result, Lu Tao had grown up arrogant and overbearing. Upon hearing that her brother had been beaten, Lu Qingqiu slammed her desk in anger. She immediately summoned the master-level experts employed by Kikai Pharmaceuticals. She was determined to find out who had dared lay a hand on her brother. And she didn't mind making it crystal clear to all the powers in Yun City. Anyone who touched her brother would pay a price far greater than just their life. Meanwhile, back in the private room, the Mu family was completely paralyzed with fear. Watching Yi Chen being escorted out by the bodyguards, none of them dared utter a word. Mu Wangqing sighed. Sigh. When did Yi Chen become so reckless? Young Master Qiao, do you think this matter can still be salvaged? Qiao Sen quickly shook his head. Wangqing, your ex-husband is absolutely insane. Young Master Lu is Lu Qingqiu's brother. Hitting him? Lu Qingqiu will never let this slide. Do I even need to tell you how powerful Kikai Pharmaceuticals is? Mu Bo, full of worry, said, Yi Chen has dug his own grave, and frankly, I don't care what happens to him. My concern is whether this will affect our Mu family. If Kikai Pharmaceuticals decides to come after us, it'd be the unluckiest thing to ever happen to us. The family discussed for a long time, and finally reached a conclusion: Yi Chen was as good as dead. Indeed, Offending a behemoth like Qkai Pharmaceuticals would most likely lead to death. Hearing their words, Mu Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. This must be a matter of perspective. To the Mu family, Qkai Pharmaceuticals was an untouchable giant, an entity they couldn't afford to provoke. But to Yi Chen, it probably wasn't even worth mentioning. Mu Qingshu smiled and said, "Don't worry. This won't affect our family, and Yi Chen will be fine." Her words left everyone stunned. But soon, they misunderstood. Zhao Lan looked at Mu Qingshu and asked, "Qingshu, are you planning to help him? Are you going to make some calls to protect him? Is he really worth it?" Zhao Lan's words made everyone realize what Mu Qingshu might be thinking. Indeed, if Mu Qingshu wanted to protect Yi Chen, it might actually work. After all, as the president of the Yun City Business Association, she had extensive connections. If she could get someone from Mingzhu Group to step in, even Qkai Pharmaceuticals might have to give her some face. However, this realization also infuriated the Mu family. Just moments ago, when they were being bullied by Lu Tao, Mu Qingshu hadn't been willing to make a single call for help. And now, for Yi Chen, she was ready to pull strings? Didn't that mean Yi Chen was more important to her than her own family? Mu Fei pouted and said, "Second sister, this isn't fair. We were being bullied earlier, and you didn't call for help." Mu Bo sighed. Sigh. I've really raised a good daughter, always siding with outsiders. Mu Qingshu was dumbfounded. She had meant that Qkai Pharmaceuticals couldn't do anything to Yi Chen. When had she ever said she was going to protect him? And did Yi Chen even need protection? She didn't have the qualifications to protect him if she tried. The Mu family had essentially convinced themselves that Mu Qingshu was definitely going to intervene to protect Yi Chen. Mu Qingshu looked helpless. However, she also understood her parents' thinking. Even if she tried to explain at this point, they wouldn't believe her. So, Mu Qingshu decided to remain silent instead of wasting her breath. Meanwhile, at Qkai Pharmaceuticals headquarters, Lu Quinqiu's face was frosty as she sat in the main hall, having already dismissed all her employees. Two middle-aged men exuding a sharp, oppressive aura stood by her side. These two were martial arts grandmasters whom she had hired at great cost. Surrounding her were numerous bodyguards employed by Qkai Pharmaceuticals, many of whom were martial arts experts themselves. Lu Quinqiu's gaze carried a tinge of murderous intent. At that moment, Yi Chen walked in, dragging the battered and unrecognizable Lu Tao behind him. When Lu Qingqiu saw the state her brother was in, her anger only intensified. Suppressing the fury in her heart, she looked at Yi Chen, curiosity flickering in her eyes. She couldn't help but wonder who Yi Chen was. Not only had he injured her brother, but he also dared to appear before her. Did this man have some hidden backing? After all, such behavior was brazen beyond belief. Lu Qingqiu had discreetly stationed many people around the area, not to mention the two martial arts grandmasters by her side. Was Yi Chen truly unafraid? "I must admit, you're quite bold. You injured my brother and still dared to come here. Are you tired of living?" Lu Qingqiu said coldly. "If he weren't your brother, I wouldn't have even bothered hitting him," Yi Chen replied calmly. Lu Qingqiu frowned. She had a good memory and was certain she had never met Yi Chen before. Yet Yi Chen claimed he attacked Lu Tao because of her. Could there be some kind of grudge between them? "I don't believe we've met. How exactly have I offended you?" Lu Qingqiu asked with a puzzled look, uncertainty flickering in her mind. After all, as Qkai Pharmaceuticals grew stronger over the years, she had inevitably made enemies and even destroyed some families. It wasn't out of the question that a surviving heir from one of those families had come seeking revenge. Lu Qingqiu didn't immediately attack Yi Chen because she wanted to uncover his background first. Only then could she ensure a clean sweep, eliminating all loose ends. Yi Chen, of course, saw through her thoughts but didn't care. With a light chuckle, he said, "When someone commits so many sins, they forget why they're being targeted. Do you enjoy sitting in the CEO's chair at Qkai Pharmaceuticals? Do you think you deserve to sit there?" Hearing his words, Lu Qingqiu was momentarily stunned, but then she burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, Qkai Pharmaceuticals is my company. Are you saying I don't deserve to be its CEO? Isn't that absurd?" Yi Chen narrowed his eyes. "Absurd? What part of Qkai Pharmaceuticals is yours? Did you provide the funding to establish the company? Or did you create the formula for the youthful elixir? Lu Qingqiu, do you think that just because Su Zixuang is dead, you can enjoy the fruits of her labor?" "What?" Hearing Su Zixuang's name, Lu Qingqiu's expression changed drastically. She never imagined that Yi Chen would know about Su Zixuang. After all, Very few people in Yun City were aware that Kukai Pharmaceuticals had been founded by Suzy Shuang. Lu Qingqiu had merely been the public face of the company. Looking back, Lu Qingqiu never regretted her actions. To achieve absolute power, one couldn't afford to be soft-hearted. In an instant, her killing intent reached its peak. She couldn't allow anyone who might jeopardize her future to live. Her gaze, now filled with murderous intent, locked onto Yi Chen. "Who exactly are you?" Yi Chen's lips curled into a faint, cold smile. "Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is that you're going to die. But before you do, I'm willing to give you a chance to repent." Lu Qingqiu's eyes were nearly overflowing with tangible malice. Yet Yi Chen continued speaking nonchalantly. "Lu Qingqiu, on Qingcheng Mountain in Yun City stands Su Zishuang's memorial tomb. I'll give you an opportunity to step down as the CEO of Kukai Pharmaceuticals and recite prayers at her tomb for 3 years. I'll wait for you at Qingcheng Mountain for 3 days. If you don't show up, I'll make you regret ever coming into this world." Audacious. Unbelievably audacious. This man had no sense of self-preservation, daring to threaten Lu Qingqiu in such a manner. Having said his piece, Yi Chen turned and prepared to leave. But Lu Qingqiu's icy voice rang out behind him. "Kill him." In an instant, one of the martial arts grandmasters beside her moved like a phantom, launching a fierce attack at Yi Chen's back. Yi Chen didn't even flinch. Just as the grandmaster's strike was about to land, Yi Chen suddenly turned around. His deep, piercing gaze carried a hint of coldness and killing intent. The grandmaster's body froze mid-action, as if paralyzed, unable to move. By the time he snapped out of it, Yi Chen had already walked far away. To the others, it seemed as though the grandmaster had simply stopped attacking without explanation. Lu Qingqiu frowned and glared at the grandmaster, displeased. "Master Zhao? Why didn't you kill that man? Did you hold back?" Master Zhao felt humiliated. He had indeed intended to kill Yi Chen, but in that fleeting moment, he had been intimidated by Yi Chen's gaze. Of course, admitting such a thing would be too shameful. Thinking quickly, he said, "President Lu, killing him is easy. But he just threatened you openly and injured your brother. Killing him now would be letting him off too lightly." Lu Qingqiu narrowed her eyes and nodded. "You're right. Kukai Pharmaceuticals has risen to its current heights, and few dare to challenge me, Lu Qingqiu. This is the perfect opportunity to demonstrate my power to those who might be plotting against us." Master Zhao smiled. "You're planning to make an example of him?" Lu Qingqiu nodded. "Exactly." Watching Yi Chen leave, Lu Qingqiu made no further move to stop him. After all, hadn't he asked her to meet him at Qingcheng Mountain within 3 days? She would go. And she would bring the full force of Kukai Pharmaceuticals with her. Not only would she kill Yi Chen publicly, but she would also desecrate Su Zishuang's memorial tomb. Repent? How laughable. She would never relinquish what she had fought so hard to claim. Yi Chen left Kukai Pharmaceuticals. The reason he had given Lu Qingqiu 3 days was to give her a chance to repent before Su Zishuang's memorial tomb. Back at Hidden Dragon Manor, Mu Bo and Zhao Lan saw Yi Chen return safely, showing no surprise at all. This piqued Yi Chen's curiosity. But before he could speak, Zhao Lan stormed up to him and snapped, "Yi Chen, does the Mu family owe you something in this life?" Yi Chen froze. What was going on? The Mu family all looked furious, as if Yi Chen owed them something. Zhao Lan, still enraged, shouted at him. "Yi Chen, you were married to Wanking for 3 years. Did our Mu family ever treat you unfairly? We fed you, clothed you, and didn't make you work. Now you're divorced, yet you're pestering Qingzhu. Was it not enough that you ruined Wanking? Why do you want to harm Qingzhu too? Qingzhu has shown you so much kindness that you'll never be able to repay her in this lifetime." Yi Chen stared at Zhao Lan, utterly baffled. He owed Qingzhu? What a joke. Everything Qingzhu had now was because of him. What do you mean? When have I ever harmed Qingzhu? Why don't you ask her yourself, did I harm her? Yi Chen replied coldly. You're so shameless. From now on, you're not allowed to go near Qingzhu. If you do, you'll ruin her for sure. Zhao Lan screamed hysterically. Yi Chen gave her an icy glance, his frown deepening. If you want me to stay away from Qingzhu, it's simple. Discuss among yourselves and move out of here. And stop shouting in front of me. The only reason you have your current status is because my grandfather secured it for you. Know your place. His tone was frosty. Everything Yi Chen had done for the Mu family was because Su Zishuang had owed them in the past, and because of his 3-year marriage to Mu Wanking. Otherwise, how could a minor family like the Mu family have risen to their current standing? But his words left the Mu family stunned. Had Yi Chen gone mad? He was telling them to move out. On what grounds? This was King Zhu's hidden dragon manor. If anyone should move out, it should be Yi Chen. What an ingrate! Living here, eating and drinking without contributing, and now demanding they leave. Not even a shred of gratitude. Did you hear that? Did you hear what he just said? This brat has grown completely out of control. He's infuriating me. Now he wants to take over the manor. If he's already thinking about taking the manor, he'll soon have his eyes on the entire Mu family's wealth. Mu Wangqing was equally furious. In her eyes, Yi Chen had already sealed his fate by offending Lu Qingqiu of Kikai Pharmaceuticals. With his abilities, there was no way he could resolve the situation. Yi Chen, you really need to reflect on yourself. Don't you find it strange that you came back safe and sound today? After offending Lu Qingqiu, aren't you curious why you didn't suffer a single scratch? Mu Wanqing's icy gaze was filled with disappointment as she looked at Yi Chen. Let me tell you. It's because King Zhu used her connections to save you. Otherwise you'd already be a corpse by now. Do you understand that? Mu Wanqing roared angrily. She never thought Yi Chen could be so ignorant. If she didn't tell him the truth, he might actually think he could act however he pleased in Yun City. Yi Chen was speechless. He needed King Zhu to protect him? What a ridiculous joke. The only reason he came back was because he chose not to kill Lu Qingqiu on the spot. Besides, King Zhu would never interfere in his affairs. She didn't have the standing for it. You're overthinking things. Kikai Pharmaceuticals? Lu Qingqiu? I could crush them with a flick of my finger. Never mind, why am I even explaining this to you? Stay out of my business from now on. Yi Chen snorted coldly and headed upstairs to his room. But the Mu family was stunned by his words. Kikai Pharmaceuticals? What a joke. That was one of Yun City's top corporations, a giant even Yunhai group had to respect. Even someone as powerful as Zhao Yunhai would tread carefully around Lu Qingqiu. And yet Yi Chen dared to boast. Mu Bo and Zhao Lan were livid. Did you hear what he just said? He claims Lu Qingqiu is nothing to him. He's boasting like there's no tomorrow. He's completely lost all sense of reality. Mu Fei nodded in agreement. Mom, Dad, I think we need to do something about this. Didn't you say earlier that you wanted to find a boyfriend for King Zhu? If King Zhu falls for someone else, she'll naturally distance herself from Yi Chen. Mu Bo nodded. That's right. With King Zhu's current status and position, she's sure to find an ideal husband. We can't let Yi Chen drag her down. Zhao Lan asked, do you have anyone in mind? After thinking for a moment, Mu Bo said, actually I do. Years ago, your grandfather had an old friend in the wrong family of Yun City. Their son had been developing his career abroad, but I recently heard he's returned to the country. Mu Wanqing asked, what's his background? What kind of person is he? Mu Bo replied, the wrong family isn't one of Yun City's top families, but they have assets worth several billion. More importantly, their youngest son is extremely accomplished. Not only does he hold dual doctorates from overseas, but he was also recently recruited by the Dragon Nation's military department. What? Recruited by the military department? The entire family gasped. That was a career path with unlimited potential, a source of immense pride for any family. While some heirs relied on their family's influence, such as the sons of Yun City's 4 major families, gaining respect through sheer familial power, entering the military department was an entirely different level. It required true, unmatched capability. Even Mu Wanqing was taken aback. The military department's elites were the dream partners of countless women. For a moment, Mu Wanqing couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. If she hadn't married Yi Chen back then, perhaps she might have had a chance with one of those military elites. But there was no use crying over spilled milk. Though she had achieved some success now, having been divorced, she could never match up to a military department elite. Zhao Lan, on the other hand, was thrilled. That's wonderful. When can you arrange a meeting with the wrong family? King Zhu should meet their son. Whether it works out or not, at least they should get to know each other. Mu Bo nodded. Leave it to me. After dinner, Mu Bo and Zhao Lan continued discussing how to set King Zhu up with wrong family's youngest son. Suddenly, Mu Wanqing hurried into the house, her face pale and filled with anxiety. Seeing her distressed expression, Zhao Lan asked, Wanqing, what's wrong? Why do you look so shaken? Did something happen? Mu Wanqing didn't reply immediately. Her trembling hands reached for a glass of water, which she gulped down. Mu Bo asked, what is it, my dear? What's going on? Taking a deep breath, Mu Wanqing's eyes filled with fear as she spoke. This is bad. Something terrible has happened. When Mu Wangqing's expression showed she wasn't joking, Zhao Lan and Mu Bo both felt a wave of unease. After all, Mu Wangqing was now a CEO worth billions. She had seen and experienced a lot in Yun City's business world. For her to be this frightened, it had to be something major. Wangqing, you're scaring me. What happened to make you so terrified? Mu Bo was visibly anxious. Mo Wangqing took a deep breath. I've received news that Lu Qingqiu has spent the entire day mobilizing all her connections. Reportedly, within just one day she has gathered all the martial arts masters trained by Qkai Pharmaceuticals and rallied nearly half of Yun City's forces that support her company. The entire city is in an uproar. No one expected Lu Qingqiu to have such a deep foundation. Apparently she's called back 8 martial arts grandmasters, nearly 1,000 martial artists, and an army of 20,000 ordinary fighters. With such a terrifying force, I'm worried she's targeting Qingzhou. Hearing Mu Wangqing's words, both Zhao Lan and Mu Bo were stunned. Could it be that Mu Qingzhou, in trying to protect Yi Chen, had provoked Lu Qingqiu? If this was just about dealing with Yi Chen, why would Lu Qingqiu need to make such a massive show of force? It seemed likely that Lu Qingqiu was indeed targeting Yi Chen, but Mu Qingzhou had intervened on his behalf, forcing Lu Qingqiu to escalate her response as a warning to Mu Qingzhou. The more they thought about it, the clearer the situation seemed. Yes, it was all Yi Chen's fault. Zhao Lan nearly burst into tears. I told you. Lu Qingqiu wouldn't let Yi Chen off so easily. Her brother was beaten so badly, how could she just let it slide? Mu Bo, filled with despair, added, we're doomed. Yi Chen is going to drag us all down. Qingzhou, how could you be so foolish? Are you really going to let the entire Mu family be buried because of Yi Chen? Mu Wangqing felt equally troubled. Lu Qingqiu's actions alone were terrifying. Mu Qingzhou might be a Chamber of Commerce president, but even the 4 major families of Yun City wouldn't dare challenge such a force head-on. What do we do now? Mu Wangqing asked weakly. She racked her brain, going through all her contacts and resources. Even if she pooled everything she had, it wouldn't be enough to stand up to Lu Qingqiu. Mu Bo's expression turned cold. This won't do. With Qingzhou's personality, she'll definitely try to help Yi Chen, even if it's dangerous. We have to stop her from doing something foolish. That's right. Why don't we lock her up for a few days? Once Lu Qingqiu deals with Yi Chen, we can plead for forgiveness. After all, it was Yi Chen who hurt her brother, it has nothing to do with us. You're right, Xiao Fei. Wangqing, find an excuse to lure Qingzhou out. Let's pack up and stay at the old family residence for a few days. The group discussed their plan, and even Mu Wangqing agreed that it might be the only solution. After all, Lu Tao was injured by Yi Chen. The guilty party should face the consequences alone. As they were discussing, Yi Chen descended the stairs. The Mu family immediately fell silent. They couldn't let Yi Chen know about their plan. Mu Wangqing looked at Yi Chen with a complex expression. She believed his days were numbered. Once Lu Qingqiu made her move, Yi Chen wouldn't stand a chance. Taking a deep breath, she asked, Yi Chen, do you regret it? Yi Chen paused, puzzled. Regret what? Mu Wangqing replied, do you regret attacking Lu Tao? Do you regret offending the Lu family? Do you understand that even though Lu Qingqiu spared you this once because of Qingzhou, you can only use someone's goodwill once? Have you not considered that she might come after you again? Hearing Mu Wangqing's words, Mu Bo and Zhao Lan exchanged anxious glances, silently warning her not to reveal what was happening outside. If Yi Chen learned about the danger, his cowardly nature might lead him to beg Qingzhou for protection. If that happened, they wouldn't be able to confine Qingzhou, and the entire Mu family would be dragged into the abyss. Yi Chen, however, seemed unfazed. He simply chuckled and said, you all seem so tense. We're just talking about Lu Qingqiu. If she dares act recklessly, I'll deal with her. Be bold. Lu Qingqiu is nothing more than an ant not worth worrying about. What? Mu Wangqing was shocked by Yi Chen's words. Disappointment. Utter disappointment. Did Yi Chen think Qingzhou could protect him forever? Here he was, on the brink of death, and he was still spouting nonsense. Lu Qingqiu was an ant. What a ridiculous joke. In just one day, Lu Qingqiu had mobilized a force of 20,000. In another couple of days, that number could easily double. Forget dealing with Yi Chen, such a force could even challenge the 4 major families of Yun City. And yet, in Yi Chen's eyes she was merely an ant? Yi Chen glanced at the Mu family. There were some things he didn't want to say, but he had promised Su Zixuang to give the Mu family a prosperous life. Moreover, the old Mu family patriarch had died because of this. Looking at Mu Wangqing, Yi Chen hesitated but eventually softened. He said, By the way, I have something to tell you. In 2 days, I'll deal with Lu Qingqiu. You might want to make preparations to seize Kikai Pharmaceuticals shares. It's a big pie, how much you can take depends on you. Hearing this, Mu Bo jumped up in outrage. Yi Chen, are you insane? Who do you think you are, talking about dealing with Lu Qingqiu? You just want to drag King Shu to her death, don't you? Let me tell you, King Shu is just a chamber president. Do you really expect her to help you take down Lu Qingqiu? You're a madman. A complete lunatic. You're a clueless piece of garbage. If you want to die, go die on your own. Don't drag us down with you. Yi Chen's gaze turned icy as he looked at the Mu family. He wasn't angry he had said those things for their benefit. If they refused to appreciate it, then they would only have themselves to blame for their regrets later. As Yi Chen left, Mu Wanqing let out a long sigh. Forget it. You can't reason with someone who's determined to die. If Yi Chen is so set on his path, he has no one to blame but himself. Despite her harsh words, a strange sadness crept into her heart at the thought of Yi Chen's impending doom. How laughable. Even now he's still scheming, thinking King Shu can help him take down Lu Qingqiu. I was right, he just wants to take over our hidden dragon manor and push King Shu into the abyss. We can't let him succeed. Exactly. Let's act immediately. Wanqing, message King Shu and tell her to meet us at the old residence. Once she's there, we'll confine her. I want to see how quickly Yi Chen meets his end without King Shu's help. The Mu family, furious and resolute, began executing their plan. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these days, Mu Wanqing had been out gathering information and soon learned something that shocked everyone. Lu Qingqiu of Kikai Pharmaceuticals had managed to assemble a force of nearly 30,000 people in just 3 days, fully demonstrating the company's profound resources. This terrifying power wasn't something Yi Chen, a mere individual, could handle. In fact, even among Yun City's prominent families, few could compete with such influence. At the Mu family's old estate, Mu Wanqing, under Mu Bo's instruction, took out her phone and called Mu Qingqiu. Hello, big sister. King Shu, it's Mom. She accidentally fell at the old house. You need to come quickly. What? Mom fell? I'll be there right away. After the call, Mu Wanqing finally breathed a sigh of relief. This matter concerns the survival of our Mu family. We absolutely cannot afford any mistakes. Mu Bo declared, standing before the group and laying out the details. Everyone nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. The entire city of Yun was in turmoil. It was clear that Lu Qingqiu had no intention of showing mercy to anyone. After all, Yi Chen had injured her only brother, and her infamous protectiveness was well known. Previously, she had spared Yi Chen, likely due to Mu Qingshu's influence. But now, with Lu Qingqiu making such a public display of force, if Mu Qingshu stubbornly chose to assist Yi Chen, the entire Mu family might end up paying the price. Soon, Mu Qingshu, having heard about her mother's fall, put aside her work and rushed to the old estate. The moment she entered, she was stunned. Everyone in the Mu family was sitting calmly on the sofa, perfectly fine, especially Zhao Lan, who showed no signs of injury. Mom, are you okay? Big sis said you fell? Mu Qingshu asked, confused. No, I didn't fall. That was just a lie to get you here, Zhao Lan said coldly, giving Mu Bo and Mu Fei a meaningful glance. In an instant, Mu Bo and Mu Fei approached Mu Qingshu, grabbed her arms, and started dragging her toward a room. Dad. Xiao Fei. What are you doing? Let go of me. Mu Qingshu cried out, struggling fiercely, her heart filling with unease. However, she was no match for the strength of the two men. She was soon thrown into a room. The door slammed shut, followed by the sound of a lock clicking. Dad, Mom, why did you lock the door? Let me out, I have work to do. Mu Qingshu yelled, frustrated, banging on the door. What? Let you out so you can die with that worthless Yi Chen. Just stay put. I won't let you go to your death. Mu Bo roared angrily. He was truly exasperated. The Mu family had finally gained a foothold, only for Yi Chen to ensnare Mu Qingshu in his nonsense. Exactly. King Shu Lu Qingqiu has turned the city upside down, and Yi Chen, that useless man, still expects you to clean up his mess. Does he take us Mu family members for fools? Second sister, just stay here. Soon Yi Chen will be killed by Lu Qingqiu. Then we'll find you a better man. There's no need to waste your energy on a troublemaker who freeloads off others. The Mu family stood at the door, trying to persuade Mu Qingshu. Mu Qingshu was on the verge of breaking down. She never imagined her family would trick her into coming back, only to imprison her. She was both furious and desperate. She knew reasoning with Mu Bo and Zhao Lan was futile. So, she turned to Mu Wangqing for help. Big sis. Let me out. Brother-in-law is already preparing. If we side with him now, the rewards will make our Mu family soar to new heights. If you keep me locked up, you'll regret it. Mu Qingshu pleaded loudly. Mu Wangqing initially hesitated, feeling a pang of guilt, but upon hearing Mu Qingshu's words, she realized locking her up was the right decision. Anyone with common sense could see that Lu Qingqiu was determined to make an example out of this situation. Siding with Yi Chen would only lead to the Mu family's destruction. You're completely deluded. Stay put and stop causing trouble. Also, I've divorced Yi Chen, he's no longer your brother-in-law. Mu Wangqing sighed, frustrated and disappointed. At Hidden Dragon Manor, Yi Chen yawned as he descended from the second floor. The manor was unusually quiet today. The Mu family was nowhere to be seen, a fact Yi Chen had already anticipated. Their petty schemes couldn't escape his notice. But he didn't care. After changing his clothes, he headed toward Qingcheng Mountain. The mountain was known for its breathtaking scenery. Yi Chen had built a symbolic tomb for Su Zixuang there. Standing before the grave, his expression turned somber. His feelings for Su Zixuang weren't romantic, yet they transcended mere camaraderie. Years ago, during a particularly difficult time overseas, Su Zixuang had saved his life. Without her, he wouldn't have achieved his current status and position. For this reason, Yi Chen would never allow anyone who had harmed Su Zixuang to continue living. After a silent 3-minute tribute, a figure appeared behind him. It was Zhang Yi, the Reaper. Master, everything is ready. Just give the word, and we can mobilize an army of 100,000 at a moment's notice, Zhang Yi reported. Messi. Qicai Pharmaceuticals wasn't the main culprit behind Zixuang's suffering. How's the investigation into the true mastermind? Yi Chen asked indifferently. He didn't see Qicai Pharmaceuticals as a threat, but was determined to uncover the forces behind Su Zixuang's demise. To his surprise, despite Zhang Yi's abilities, the investigation had yet to yield results, which greatly displeased him. Zhang Yi flinched, kneeling on one knee. Master, I must apologize for my incompetence. This matter involves the Yun family from the imperial capital. Their influence in the Dragon Kingdom runs deep, and our investigation has faced significant obstacles. Yi Chen nodded, not blaming him. After all, this was the Dragon Kingdom's territory, and the Yun family was a major power. Zhang Yi's investigation was bound by certain rules, so resistance was to be expected. Zhang Yi added, although we've yet to uncover the Yun family's role, I've identified a faction in Yun City with direct ties to Su Zixuang's case. Oh? Which faction? Yi Chen asked. The Hua family, one of Yun City's 4 major clans. I discovered that Su Zixuang was gravely injured by a palm strike from the Hua family's patriarch, which left her unable to escape her later fate, Zhang Yi revealed. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed. The Hua family? Whatever their motives, daring to harm Su Zixuang meant they were courting death. As the two conversed, Lu Qingqiu led her army of tens of thousands from Qicai Pharmaceuticals, advancing relentlessly toward Qingchang Mountain. President Lu. Everything is ready. This time, we've gathered 3,000 martial arts masters alone, and the hired enforcers supported by various factions have reached tens of thousands. With this force, we can sweep away everything. Zhao Qing walked alongside Lu Qingqiu, his eyes sharp as he spoke. Zhao Qing had been following Lu Qingqiu for the longest time, and was her most trusted aide. It must be said. Although he was a martial arts grandmaster, he placed immense trust in Lu Qingqiu, an ordinary person. Because Lu Qingqiu's methods and strategies were extraordinarily powerful. Excellent. This time we, Qicai Pharmaceutical, are making an example out of someone to serve as a warning. To kill someone as insignificant as Yi Chen doesn't require so many people. What I want is for all of Yun City to understand that Qicai Pharmaceutical is untouchable. Lu Qingqiu's face was full of pride. She always thought of herself as self-made. Her current status had placed her at the pinnacle of Yun City. She had long forgotten that the only reason she had risen to such heights, overturning her fate, was because she had betrayed her best friend and seized what rightfully belonged to Su Zixuang. That's how she obtained everything she had now. On Mount Kin Chang, Lu Qingqiu brought a few martial arts masters with her, only to find that Yi Chen was alone on the mountain. This surprised her. Yi Chen had dared to threaten her publicly. She thought he would at least bring some people to back him up. But this? Was this a joke? You're here. This is Su Zixuang's symbolic grave. You will kneel here for 3 years to atone for your sins. Yi Chen didn't turn around. He simply spoke calmly. He stood there as if he alone could face thousands of men. Ha ha ha, boy, You're really amusing. Who do you think you are, barking orders at me here? Look around. The entirety of Mount Kin Chang is under my control. What can you possibly use to fight me? Do you really think I mobilized such a large force because of you? You're wrong. This is to show all of Yun City that while I, Lu Qingqiu, may be an ordinary person, I wield power that can shake the heavens. Lu Qingqiu's face was filled with madness. She was ready to show Yun City's upper society her fangs. Yi Chen remained calm, his eyes carrying a hint of disappointment. He had given Lu Qingqiu a chance, but it seemed she didn't want to cherish it. Back then, Su Zixuang founded Qkai Pharmaceutical, using a billion yuan investment, something you could never achieve in your lifetime. You've basked in the glory Qkai Pharmaceutical brought you, but why did you betray Zixuang when she needed help the most? Yi Chen's voice was calm as he asked. Lu Qingqiu's expression changed, becoming somewhat twisted. Clearly, even she didn't want to face that part of her past. Back then, the last time she saw Su Zixuang was severely injured and had asked Lu Qingqiu to find her a safe place to hide. But Su Zixuang never imagined that the person she trusted most would betray her, secretly revealing her hiding place. This led to Su Zixuang being hunted down again while already gravely injured, ultimately resulting in her death. It could be said that while Lu Qingqiu didn't kill Su Zixuang with her own hands, she was directly responsible. The victor writes the history. Su Zixuang was too exceptional and envied by others. Even if I had helped her, she couldn't have escaped death. By betraying her, not only did I survive, but I also gained my current position. I have no regrets. If I were given the chance again, I'd betray her without hesitation. Lu Qingqiu's face was ferocious as she shouted. She believed in ruthless pragmatism. She was an extremely selfish and self-serving person. You're truly incorrigible. Yi Chen sighed deeply, shaking his head. Then, he stopped paying attention to Lu Qingqiu and instead gently touched Su Zixuang's symbolic grave. Shuang, I told you before that being too kind isn't good. Your judgment of people has never improved, has it? But don't worry. Everything you lost, I will take back for you. The debts you wanted to repay, I'll settle for you. The people you wanted to kill, I'll finish off for you. As Yi Chen whispered to the grave, Lu Qingqiu lost patience. In her view, someone like Yi Chen wasn't worth her time. What she wanted was to prove to everyone that Lu Qingqiu was unparalleled in Yun City. Zhao Qing, by now, all eyes in Yun City must be focused on Mount Kin Chang. Give the order. I want all of Yun City to witness my power. Lu Qingqiu squinted her eyes, a faint smile forming at the corner of her lips. It felt like the sky over Yun City was about to collapse. Dark clouds covered the sky, pressing down heavily. The streets were empty. At the Mu family's old residence, Mu Bo sat on the sofa, sensing that something unusual was happening in Yun City today. I wonder what's happening. That useless Yi Chen is probably dead by now, isn't he? Did Wanqing go to gather information? She hasn't returned yet. As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Wanqing rushed in from outside. All eyes turned to her. What's the situation outside? Zhao Lan asked nervously. It's worse than we imagined. It's terrifying. I never knew Yun City had such terrifying forces. Reportedly, just the martial arts masters number in the tens of thousands. Martial arts grandmasters, who are rare on ordinary days, are everywhere tonight. The entire Yun City is deserted. Hearing Mu Wanqing's words, the Mu family was utterly stunned. Qkai Pharmaceuticals' power was beyond anything they had expected. Fortunately, we locked up Wanqing. Otherwise, she'd have been dragged down by Yi Chen. That useless Yi Chen is so arrogant. He relies on Wanqing's influence and thinks he's capable. Now let's see how he dies. On Mount Kin Chang, Lu Qingqiu waved her hand, and figures appeared around her. Seeing these individuals would make anyone gasp. Lu Tao, who had been beaten by Yi Chen and should have been recovering in the hospital, had come to Mount Kin Chang despite his injuries. He wanted to witness Yi Chen's miserable end with his own eyes. Ha, Yi Chen, you never expected to end up like this, did you? You dared to hit me, and now you'll pay with your life. Look, 10 martial arts grandmasters stand before you. 3,000 martial arts masters, 30,000 enforcers. You should feel honored that someone as insignificant as you has garnered such attention. Lu Tao laughed maniacally, convinced that no one could survive such a lineup. Yi Chen took a deep breath. He calmly turned around. Facing the 10 martial arts grandmasters, he showed no panic. He glanced at Lu Qingqiu and Lu Tao, a cold smile forming on his lips. Not everyone's here yet, are they? Yi Chen's voice was soft and slow, yet unsettling. What do you mean? Lu Qingqiu squinted her eyes. I mean, this isn't enough people, Yi Chen said, just as a figure slowly ascended Mount Kin Chang. As soon as he appeared, everyone gasped. It was Luo Mingcheng, the head of the Luo family. Lu Qingqiu frowned. She hadn't invited Luo Mingcheng, the patriarch of the Luo family. Why was he here? Could it be that he had seen the power of Qukai Pharmaceutical Group and had come to curry favor with her? Before her thoughts could settle, several more figures arrived. Hiss. Su Tianhua, patriarch of the Su family. Lu Miaoyin of Mingzhu Group. Singh Zhengxiong, patriarch of the Xing family. Ling Tianwu, master of Tianwu Pavilion. Zhao Yunhai of Yunhai Group. At this point, even Lu Qingqiu couldn't help but take a sharp breath. If figures like Luo Mingcheng and Zhao Yunhai could still show her some respect, the same could not be said for Ling Tianwu, Su Tianhua, or Lu Miaoyin. These individuals were all more powerful than Qukai Pharmaceutical Group. Why had they come? Lu Qingqiu hadn't invited them. The atmosphere suddenly turned tense. However, the news quickly reached the Mu family, leaving them utterly shocked. What? Qukai Pharmaceutical Group must be crazy, are they really this powerful? Even figures like Ling Tianwu and Su Tianhua were invited. And Lu Miaoyin of Mingzhu Group. Wanking, do you see now? Thankfully, we stopped King Shu, otherwise the Mu family wouldn't have a place to stand in Yun City. The power of Qukai Pharmaceutical Group is simply overwhelming. Yi Chen is doomed. How dare he provoke such a terrifying force? Mu Bo took a deep breath, squinted his eyes and said, Yi Chen is probably trembling with fear by now, still dreaming that King Shu will help him. Zhao Lan laughed coldly. That useless Yi Chen living off our Mu family in Yun City, and still daring to provoke Qukai Pharmaceutical Group. What does he have to fight against Lu Qingqiu? Mu Qingzhu was locked in her room. No matter how much she pleaded, the Mu family wouldn't let her out. Mu Qingzhu felt utterly hopeless. At such a critical moment, not only were her family members not standing by Yi Chen's side, but they had also locked her up. This meant that after this incident, the Mu family would likely become completely marginalized in Yi Chen's world. Mu Qingzhu was so angry she felt like vomiting blood. This was such a golden opportunity, but her family's ignorance had ruined it. If they supported Yi Chen now, the rewards in the future would be 100 or even 1,000 times greater. Dad, Mom, I'm begging you, let me out. Mu Qingzhu cried desperately. Let you out? To die? Do you have any idea how many powerful figures Lu Qingqiu has gathered? You're just a Chamber of Commerce president. Do you think you can go up against those deeply rooted in Yun City? I'm telling you, give up on that idea. We absolutely won't let you go out and get yourself buried alongside Yi Chen. Zhao Lan shouted angrily. At this point, Mu Qingzhu was still thinking of going out? She must be out of her mind. Dad, Mom, big sister, if we don't help brother-in-law now, we'll regret it in the future. Mu Qingzhu shouted in anger. Ha 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 ha. Listen to her. Qingzhu has truly lost her mind. That useless Yi Chen is probably going to die tonight. Regret? Ridiculous. Meanwhile, on Mount Kin Chang, beads of sweat were forming on Lu Qingqiu's forehead. So many influential figures had arrived. Yet none of them were invited by her. This gave her an ominous feeling. Patriarch Su. President Lu. Why are you here? This matter doesn't seem to have anything to do with you, does it? Lu Qingqiu squinted her eyes and directly asked. Su Tianhua and the others glanced at Lu Qingqiu but said nothing. Instead, they walked straight to Yi Chen. In the next moment, something happened that left Lu Qingqiu and everyone else utterly shocked. The patriarch of one of the four major families, Su Tianhua, the president of Mingzhu Group, Lu Miaoyin, who controlled trillions of assets, the master of Tianwu Pavilion, Ling Tianwu, and others knelt down before Yi Chen at the same time. Greetings, young Master Yi. Greetings, Master. Salutations to Lord Yi. What? Seeing this scene, Lu Qingqiu felt her scalp go numb as if she had seen a ghost. She almost jumped out of her skin. This couldn't be real, could it? What was going on? Wasn't Yi Chen just a useless freeloader? Why were these influential figures kneeling to him? Lu Miaoyin, the president of Mingzhu Group, was a goddess in the international financial world. Even heads of state from major countries treated her with the utmost respect. Yet she called Yi Chen her master? What kind of joke was this? Are you all insane? Why are you kneeling to this boy? Lu Qingqiu couldn't wrap her head around it. Her eyes widened as she cried out in disbelief. Lu Miaoyin's expression turned cold as she snapped, Lu Qingqiu, it's not us who are insane, it's you. To dare offend my master, you will pay a heavy price. Hearing Lu Miaoyan's words, Lu Qingqiu felt a surge of panic but quickly regained her composure. To be honest, the appearance of Su Tianhua, Ling Tianwu, and Lu Miaoyan had indeed shocked and frightened her. After all, their identities and status were extraordinarily high. But this time, Lu Qingqiu had gathered 10 martial arts grandmasters, over 3,000 martial artists, and tens of thousands of enforcers. With such a force, what could the 4 family heads do? At best, Su Tianhua and Ling Tianwu were only 2 martial arts grandmasters, but Lu Qingqiu had 10 of them. With this thought, Lu Qingqiu regained her confidence. Ha 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 ha, who would have thought that the esteemed president of Mingshu Group would stoop so low as to become someone's servant? Normally I might give you all some respect, but now, with Kikai Pharmaceutical Group at its peak, even if I wiped you all out, what could you do? Lu Qingqiu puffed out her chest arrogantly, convinced she had everything under control on Mount Kin Chang. If Su Tianhua, Lu Miaoyan, and the others dared interfere, she would eliminate them all. Su Tianhua snorted disdainfully. Just you? In Yun City? You don't even have the right to be arrogant, let alone in front of young Master Yi. You're nothing but a clown. Su Tianhua cast a contemptuous glance at Lu Qingqiu. Su Tianhua, you're calling me a clown? Open your eyes. I've gathered 10 martial arts grandmasters, 3,000 martial artists, and tens of thousands of enforcers. This place is completely surrounded, not even a fly could escape Mount Kin Chang. What do you have to fight me with? Kikai Pharmaceutical will become the strongest force in Yun City. I, Lu Qingqiu, will become the queen of Yun City. After today, the 4 major families will cease to exist. Only my Kikai Pharmaceutical Group will remain. Looking at Lu Qingqiu's arrogance, everyone revealed a hint of disdain in their expressions. Those whom the heavens wish to destroy, they first make mad. Clearly, Lu Qingqiu had become too conceited. Clap, clap, clap. Yi Chen clapped his hands. He stepped forward slowly. I didn't expect you to have such wild ambitions. What a pity your strength doesn't match your ambitions. Yi Chen took a deep breath. The killing intent in his eyes was almost tangible. It was clear. Yi Chen had lost all hope in Lu Qingqiu's unrepentant ways. Yi Chen, I really underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have some skill. Truly surprising, but unfortunately you're too full of yourself. You dared to meet me on Qingcheng Mountain? This time, I'll make sure none of you leave alive. Lu Qingqiu declared arrogantly. Oh, is that so? Yi Chen chuckled lightly and said, why don't you take a look at the situation below the mountain before you speak? Lu Qingqiu raised an eyebrow. A sense of unease crept into her heart. She whipped her head around sharply. Boom! In an instant, it was as if she had been struck by thunder. She saw. A deafening rumble echoed from below the mountain. An overwhelming number of martial artists were advancing toward Qingcheng Mountain with an unstoppable momentum. 100,000 martial experts. 100,000 elite troops. The sheer aura they exuded was enough to make one's blood run cold. Death God Zhongyi appeared on Qingcheng Mountain. Beside him stood several individuals in military combat uniforms. Death God Zhongyi knelt on the ground, his expression reverent as he called out, Master, 100,000 martial experts have assembled. Wherever your sword points, our hearts shall follow. The military personnel saluted and declared, God Yi, by order of the military, 100,000 soldiers are at your command. Within the military ranks, every person gazed at Yi Chen as if looking at a god. Only they knew Yi Chen's top-secret identity. The god of war in the military. He was the deity of the armed forces. Among them, a young man from the military named Rong Xiao stared at Yi Chen with eyes full of reverence. Tensei. However, he was not yet qualified to speak directly to Yi Chen. He could only look up to him in awe. What? Lu Qingqiu was utterly stunned. She could never have imagined that Yi Chen's power would be so terrifying. What did 100,000 martial artists mean? Forget a small city like Cloud City, even some small nations could be completely annihilated. Not to mention the addition of 100,000 military troops. The 3,000 martial artists and tens of thousands of henchmen Lu Qingqiu had brought with her. They didn't even dare to resist. They immediately surrendered. In an instant, Lu Qingqiu felt her entire body tremble uncontrollably. Fear. Regret. Helplessness. Mistral? What other cards do you have to play? Yi Chen's gaze swept over Lu Qingqiu, a mocking smile curling at his lips. Compete with me in power? Lu Qingqiu? The trifling 7-colored pharmaceutical group? Not even close. Lu Qingqiu's face was ashen. At this point she had no way out. She couldn't surrender. Even if she did, she would likely not escape death. Her gaze turned colder. She still had one chance, her 10 martial arts grandmasters. If these 10 grandmasters acted together, she might still have a chance to escape after subduing the key figures here. Especially Yi Chen. Now, she understood that Yi Chen was the true powerhouse. As long as she captured him. No matter how many people he had, they would be forced to hold back. With this thought, Lu Qingqiu narrowed her eyes and said ruthlessly, Yi Chen, you've given me quite the surprise. But if you think I'll just admit defeat, then you underestimate me too much. With 10 grandmasters protecting me, I'd rather go down fighting. Zhao Qing, all of you, attack together and capture Yi Chen as a hostage. Zhao Qing was already trembling with fear inside. He knew. This time, Lu Qingqiu had kicked an iron plate. Under such circumstances, there was no good outcome for those siding with Lu Qingqiu. The only way out was to fight to the death. And with 10 grandmasters, there was still a chance. Zhao Qing roared, brothers, attack together. They only have a few grandmasters, they're no match for us. As long as we capture Yi Chen, we'll have a way to survive. With Zhao Qing's shout, the 10 martial arts grandmasters erupted with overwhelming energy. They charged at Yi Chen all at once. A glint of killing intent flickered in Lu Qingqiu's eyes. With 10 grandmasters attacking simultaneously, Yi Chen's subordinates wouldn't even have time to save him. However, what surprised both Lu Qingqiu and the 10 grandmasters was that the people standing beside Yi Chen did nothing to save him. They didn't even move. Lu Qingqiu smirked coldly, laughing inwardly. Yi Chen might have some powerful identity, but it seemed his subordinates weren't very loyal. With 10 grandmasters attacking him, Yi Chen was surely doomed. At this moment. And then the grandmasters' attacks were already at Yi Chen's doorstep. Their momentum was overwhelming. It seemed as if they could crush everything in their path. Hey haha, Yi Chen. It seems your subordinates aren't very reliable. At a time like this, they're not even trying to save you. Your only fate now is death. Lu Qingqiu roared hysterically. She failed to notice. Everyone else was looking at her as if she were a fool. In a flash, the 10 martial arts grandmasters' attacks were mere inches from Yi Chen. Finally, just as Lu Qingqiu thought Yi Chen was done for, Yi Chen moved. He raised a single hand and threw a punch toward the oncoming grandmasters. Boom! A thunderous explosion resounded. The first to make contact with Yi Chen's punch was Zhao Qing. And at first, Zhao Qing didn't take it seriously. In his view, Yi Chen was so young, how strong could he possibly be? It was nothing more than a desperate struggle. However, in the next moment, he felt something was wrong. Yi Chen's punch carried a power that filled him with unspeakable dread. Not good. By the time Zhao Qing realized this, it was too late. Boom! 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 A series of deafening sonic booms filled the air. The 10 martial arts grandmasters froze in their tracks. Especially Zhao Qing, who was closest to Yi Chen. He didn't even have time to scream before his entire body exploded into a mist of blood. The remaining 9 grandmasters fared no better. With a single punch from Yi Chen, all of them had holes punched clean through their chests. Thud. 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 In an instant, the 10 martial arts grandmasters collapsed heavily to the ground. Looking again, all of them were already dead. The scene fell into utter silence. Lu Qingqiu stood frozen, her eyes widened in disbelief at the sight before her. She still hadn't processed what had just happened. The 10 martial arts grandmasters she had spent countless resources to hire had been killed with a single punch from Yi Chen? Horror. Endless terror. Lu Qingqiu couldn't believe it. After all, a single martial arts grandmaster could establish their own faction, and even found a sect of figure capable of shaping an entire era. Take Ling Tianwu for example. He was a nobody, with no family or background to speak of. If he had been an ordinary person, he would have likely been lost in the crowd, just another face in the masses. But he had extraordinary martial arts talent. Through sheer effort, he successfully reached the level of a martial arts grandmaster. He rose to become one of the most prominent figures in Yun City, founding the Tianwu Pavilion, and became the center of attention. Such was the strength of a martial arts grandmaster. Lu Qingqiu had gathered 10 martial arts grandmasters. She believed this force to be unstoppable. Never could she have imagined 10 martial arts grandmasters were no match for a single punch from Yi Chen. At this moment, Lu Qingqiu felt her scalp go numb, as if she had fallen into an icy abyss. This. How could this be possible? It was only now that Lu Qingqiu understood why Yi Chen dared to challenge her. Why so many of Yun City's powerhouses recognized Yi Chen as their leader. Why, when the 10 martial arts grandmasters attacked, no one helped Yi Chen defend himself. Because there was no need. It was over. Everything was over. The only thing Lu Qingqiu couldn't figure out was this: she knew many of Yun City's powerful figures, but who exactly was Yi Chen? What kind of identity allowed him to stand so high above the rest of humanity? Yi Chen slowly walked toward Lu Qingqiu. Fear gripped her heart. She knew that at this point, she had no power left to resist. Lu Qingqiu. Su Zixuang treated you as her best friend. Everything you have is because of her. She never demanded you share your wealth or glory, and she treated you generously. So why did you steal her fortune and watch her die without lifting a finger? Your heart is as venomous as a snake or scorpion. You deserve to die. Boom! Yi Chen's words were like a bolt of lightning, striking Lu Qingqiu's mind with ferocious force. Thud. Under Yi Chen's terrifying aura, Lu Qingqiu fell to her knees. I was wrong. I was truly wrong. Please, I beg you, forgive me. I'm willing to kneel at Zixuang's grave and confess my sins. At this moment, all of Lu Qingqiu's previous arrogance had vanished. She desperately kowtowed, slamming her head against the ground. Soon, her forehead was red and swollen. Yi Chen's icy gaze lingered on Lu Qingqiu as he said indifferently, "Don't worry, I won't kill you." Hearing this, Lu Qingqiu felt a moment of relief. She was convinced. As long as she survived, there was still a chance to rise again. Unfortunately, this hope was extinguished by Yi Chen in the next instant. You won't die, but you will spend the rest of your life repenting at Zixuang's grave. That is your punishment. Yi Chen's eyes turned cold. Crack. In an instant, Lu Qingqiu's legs were crushed under the terrifying pressure. She knelt before Su Zixuang's grave. Her heart was filled with utter despair. In her ears, Yi Chen's icy voice echoed. Assign someone to watch over the siblings. Ensure they remain at the grave for the rest of their lives. And remember, don't let them die. Yi Chen's order effectively sealed Lu Qingqiu's fate. No one would pity her. Offending Yi Chen. This was the price she had to pay. For the rest of her life, Lu Qingqiu would live in despair and helplessness. Such was the cost of betrayal. The matter quickly came to an end. At Yi Chen's command, the 100,000 martial arts experts withdrew in full force, and the military personnel also departed. And in truth, for Yi Chen, Ming Chen, dealing with someone like Lu Qingqiu didn't require such a grand display. The reason he acted this way was because death god Zhang Yi, while investigating Su Zixuang's death, had faced obstruction from many powerful factions. He wanted to instill fear in those who hid like rats in the shadows, meddling behind the scenes. This was also a warning. If they stopped in time, so be it. As long as they had no involvement in Su Zixuang's persecution, Yi Chen would not concern himself with them. But if they ignored his warning, Lu Qingqiu would serve as a cautionary example. Mu Bo paced anxiously in the Mu family's ancestral home. The tension was palpable. The commotion seems to have died down. Is Yi Chen dead? Zhao Lan asked cautiously. He must be dead by now. With such a display of force, how could Yi Chen possibly survive? Offending the 7-colored pharmaceutical group was the most foolish decision he ever made. Mu Bo took a deep breath. It would be better if Yi Chen were dead. With his 2 daughters being so outstanding, they couldn't afford to let Yi Chen drag them down. Let Qingju out. Mu Bo glanced at Mu Fei, signaling him to open the door. Mu Fei opened the door. Mu Qingshu burst out like a mad woman, shouting angrily at them, "You're insane! Why did you lock me up? Do you realize that because of your ignorance, we've missed the greatest opportunity of our lives?" Seeing Mu Qingshu's fury, Mu Bo sighed helplessly. Mu Wangqing furrowed her brow and scolded, "Qingshu, how dare you speak to your parents like that? Have you no respect? We did this for your own good." Zhao Lan chimed in angrily, "Exactly. At this point, do you still want to help Yi Chen? Don't you understand the strength of Lu Qingqiu? If you go, you'll only die with him." Mu Fei added, "Second sister, just listen to us for once. When will you finally grow up and be more mature? Do you think we would harm you? In a few days, Dad will introduce you to a promising young officer from the military. He's leagues ahead of Yi Chen. We're saving you." How is that ignorance? Looking at her family, all acting as if they knew best for her, Mu Qingzhu's anger couldn't even erupt anymore. It felt like emotional blackmail. Disappointment flashed through her eyes. Originally, if she had stood by Yi Chen's side this time, she might have had the chance to take control of the seven-colored pharmaceutical group. What would that mean? It would mean the Mu family could instantly rise to become one of the most prominent families in Yun City. But it was all ruined by her family. Sigh. Mu Qingzhu couldn't say another word. She shook off Mu Fei's hand and stormed out of the ancestral home. She had to find Yi Chen as soon as possible to make up for her absence. Mom, Dad, look at what second sister has become. Mu Fei complained angrily. You fool. No matter what, she's still your sister. Now that Yi Chen is dead, she'll marry into the military. Won't you benefit as well? Mubo said, laughing gleefully. Come on, let's go back to Hidden Dragon Villa. Tonight your mom will prepare a feast so we can celebrate. Zhao Lan said cheerfully. The group returned to Hidden Dragon Villa, full of joy, imagining a life without Yi Chen. But as they entered the villa, their smiles froze on their faces, replaced by expressions of utter shock. It was as if they had seen a ghost. There, lying leisurely on the lawn under the sun, was Yi Chen. No mistake about it. It was Yi Chen. Wasn't he supposed to be dead? They've gone mad. Truly, they've gone mad. The Mu family members were more shocked at seeing Yi Chen alive than if they had seen a ghost. After all, Yi Chen had offended Lu Qingqiu, the president of the seven-colored pharmaceutical group, a figure with overwhelming power. Having angered Lu Qingqiu, how could Yi Chen possibly survive? And not even sustain a single injury? They all knew. Lu Qingqiu had gathered 10 martial arts grandmasters. Forget Yi Chen, this force could even annihilate the 4 great families. Yet Yi Chen was lying leisurely on a deck chair, waving a feathered fan in his hand. I'm not dead. Are you surprised? Yi Chen spoke with a slight tone of disdain, accompanied by a faint smile. Even Mu Wangqing was stunned. It wasn't that she wished for Yi Chen's death, but the situation he had faced was a certain death trap. No matter how much she racked her brain, she couldn't figure out what had happened. But soon, Mubo spoke up after hearing from his contacts. With a shocked expression he said, I reached out to my friends in the wrong family and finally understood. I kept wondering why Lu Qingqiu would mobilize such a massive force just to deal with Yi Chen. It turns out, Yi Chen wasn't the real target. It was all part of the conflict between the seven-colored pharmaceutical group and the Mingzhu group. Even the military got involved. Everyone nodded in agreement. Mubo's friends were reliable sources. After all, the Rong family's eldest son, Rong Xiao, was in the military. If the military was involved, Rong Xiao would definitely know. So that's it. Lu Qingqiu didn't even consider Yi Chen worth her attention. And here we were worrying for nothing. I have to admit, Yi Chen's luck is unbelievable to come out of this alive. It's not just luck. His status is so low that he's not even worth the trouble of killing. The Mu family members felt a mix of relief and inexplicable unease. They were relieved that the Lu family had been destroyed. The Mu family wouldn't be implicated because of Yi Chen. But they were uneasy about having to deal with Yi Chen, this so-called failure, in their lives moving forward. Yi Chen, consider yourself lucky this time. Lu Qingqiu didn't have the time to bother with you, but because of your reckless behavior, you nearly got Mu Qingzhu hurt. From now on you'd better stay away from her. She's pure and trusts you, you cannot harm her. Mu Wangqing's tone carried a hint of anger. Although this situation had nothing directly to do with Yi Chen, it was the result of the conflict between the seven-colored pharmaceutical group and the Mingzhu group, when 2 giants clashed. If Mu Qingzhu had been involved, she would have been crushed in an instant. Listening to Mu Wangqing, Yi Chen couldn't help but laugh. Mu Wangqing, when did you become so self-righteous? Who nearly harmed Mu Qingzhu? If you hadn't locked her up, she'd already be the head of the seven-colored pharmaceutical group. Yi Chen scoffed. While he had planned to honor Su Zixuang by bringing prosperity to the Mu family, hearing Mu Wangqing's words, he couldn't help but find it absurd. The Mu family, with Yi Chen's covert assistance, had indeed gained some wealth and influence. But compared to Yi Chen's resources and power, the gap was astronomical. To be frank, by locking up Mu Qingzhu, the Mu family had forfeited unimaginable wealth, and they remained completely oblivious. Perhaps you don't know, Yi Chen continued, but the seven-colored pharmaceutical group originally allocated 0.5% of its shares to your Mu family, which were forcibly taken by Lu Qingqiu. Yi Chen dropped this bombshell casually. Years ago. When Su Zixuang founded the Seven-Colored Pharmaceutical Group, she had indeed allocated 0.5% of shares to the Mu family patriarch. He wasn't lying. Hearing this, the Mu family was utterly dumbfounded. They knew what the Seven-Colored Pharmaceutical Group was. Even 0.5% of its shares was a massive fortune. Mu Fei, stunned, turned to Mu Bo and asked, "Dad, is this true? Did the Seven-Colored Pharmaceutical Group really have shares allocated to us?" Mu Bo was equally dumbfounded. Frowning, he said, "I've never heard of this. As far as I know, our Mu family has no connection to the Seven-Colored Pharmaceutical Group." Hearing Mu Bo's words, everyone assumed Yi Chen was making things up. "Yi Chen, are you just trying to grab attention? It seems you've gotten used to boasting," Mu Wanqing said with a bitter smile, her disappointment in Yi Chen growing. "Boasting?" Yi Chen sneered. "I don't stoop to boasting. Let me tell you. The reason Lu Qingqi was destroyed is that I mobilized 100,000 martial arts experts and deployed 100,000 military troops. Lu Qingqi was nothing more than an ant." Hearing this, the Mu family was utterly dumbfounded by Yi Chen's shamelessness. Almost instantly, they concluded he was lying. What a joke. Mobilizing 100,000 martial arts experts? Deploying 100,000 military troops? Who would believe such nonsense? Did Yi Chen think he was a god? Listen to him. Just listen. How thick does someone's skin have to be to spout such nonsense? Hilarious. He claims to have deployed 100,000 troops. Does he think he's a general? Let's bring Rong Xiao over and see if he can confirm Yi Chen's ridiculous claims. Mu Wanqing, exasperated, looked at Yi Chen and said, "Yi Chen, are you saying this to win me back? Do you think anyone would believe such a story? Believe it or not." Yi Chen shrugged, disinterested in arguing further, and returned to his room. Watching Yi Chen's retreating figure, Mu Bo was furious. "It seems we need to expedite the marriage arrangements for King Shu. Yi Chen's shamelessness is reaching new heights. If we're not careful, he might ruin King Shu. Then we'll truly regret it." Mu Bo's face was filled with determination. "Dad, when is that Rong family young master coming? I think a military officer would make an excellent husband for King Shu. It would benefit the Mu family immensely. And when Rong Xiao arrives, we can finally expose Yi Chen's lies." Mu Fei asked excitedly. "Exactly, Dad. I also think we need to arrange the meeting soon. Otherwise, King Shu might get too entangled with Yi Chen." Mu Wanqing added with concern. Even she couldn't understand why she had fallen for someone as useless as Yi Chen back in the day. She worried that King Shu might follow the same path. And if that happened, there would be no undoing it. "Don't worry. Rong Xiao may be arrogant, but he's incredibly filial. I've already spoken to his father, and he's agreed to introduce him to King Shu. But until then, keep an eye on Yi Chen. Don't let him cause any trouble." Mu Bo smiled. In his mind, if King Shu ended up with Rong Xiao, it would be a perfect match. After all, Rong Xiao was not only highly educated and a returnee from overseas, but had also been specially recruited into the military. His future was limitless. By comparison, Yi Chen was nothing but a braggart. What else could he possibly do? After some discussion, they decided to arrange King Shu's meeting with Rong Xiao in secret, keeping Yi Chen completely out of the picture. To prevent his jealousy from disrupting their plans, this was now the Mu family's top priority. In the Mu family's discussions, the matter of arranging Mu Qingzhu and Rong Xiao's marriage was settled. However, the two people involved were completely unaware. Mu Qingzhu was busy with damage control, frantically acquiring sales channels for the Seven-Colored Pharmaceutical Group. Rong Xiao, on the other hand, was far too occupied. The War Division was hosting a banquet for Yi Shen. He was busy trying to make an impression on Yi Shen. After all, this was the legendary figure of the War Division. A being of absolute power. A force of unimaginable strength. There was no way he would miss such an opportunity. At the Mu household, Mu Bo was on the phone with Rong Gao, the head of the Rong family. "Old Rong, I think it's a perfect match. Your son may be making waves in the War Division, but my second daughter is no slouch either. She's now the president of the Yun City Chamber of Commerce, a leader in the business world. Yes, young people should spend more time together. If things work out, all the better." "What? An important banquet to attend? Ain't him. What about tomorrow? How about coming over for a visit?" All right, it's settled then." Mu Bo hung up the phone, a smile spreading across his face. "Dad, how did it go? Did Uncle Rong agree?" Mu Fei asked eagerly, his excitement barely contained. For Mu Fei Having a war division elite like Rong Xiao as his brother-in-law was the dream. Compared to Yi Chen, a war division elite like Rong Xiao, it was true nobility. And if the match worked out, Mu Fei imagined leveraging the connection to get himself into the war division as well. Wouldn't that bring immense glory to the Mu family? Don't worry. Old Rong agreed. He's bringing Rong Xiao over tomorrow to meet us. You all need to prepare and make sure that worthless Yi Chen doesn't cause any trouble. Mu Bo warned. Relax, Dad. No problem. Tomorrow, I'll stand guard outside, and I swear I won't let Yi Chen ruin anything. Mu Fei declared, slapping his thigh in excitement, nearly jumping up with enthusiasm. After dinner. Hey, where's Yi Chen? He's been gone this whole time. Don't tell me he's off causing trouble again? Mu Wangking asked worriedly. It wasn't that she was concerned about Yi Chen's safety, it was just that he had a knack for stirring up trouble. And somehow, his luck always saved him at the last second. But luck always runs out eventually. If Yi Chen kept offending people, the Mu family would inevitably get dragged down with him. Big sis, why do you even care? It's better if he's not here, out of sight, out of mind. Mu Fei said, lounging with his legs crossed, his face full of indifference. Meanwhile, outside the city, the Yun City War Division had assembled a force of 100,000 soldiers. This was the division's training and operational base, a highly secretive location that ordinary people could never find. Gong Yu, the commander of the Yun City War Division, paced anxiously. Why isn't he here yet? This is driving me crazy. Gong Yu was a seasoned man, known for his calm demeanor even in the face of immense pressure. It was rare to see him so on edge. Commander Gong, please don't worry. Yi Shen has already agreed to attend the banquet. He wouldn't go back on his word. Rong Xiao said with a flattering smile. Although he was trying to comfort Gong Yu, he was more excited than anyone else. Not worry? That's Yi Shen we're talking about. If it weren't for the Central War Division's direct orders to assemble 100,000 soldiers under his command, I wouldn't even have known that the legendary Yi Shen was here in Yun City. If I'd known, I'd have paid my respects long ago. Gong Yu took a deep breath and explained. Rong Xiao, though he had heard of Yi Shen's legendary reputation, hadn't been in the war division long enough to fully understand his past. Taking this opportunity, he asked, Commander Gong, is Yi Shen really as incredible as the legends say? I caught a glimpse of him last time, and he seemed so young. Gong Yu glanced at Rong Xiao and chuckled. You curious little thing prying into secrets. Well, I can tell you this much: Yi Shen isn't officially part of the war division. His true identity is shrouded in mystery. How mysterious? Rong Xiao pressed. Gong Yu replied. You've heard of the many rankings overseas, right? Like the number 1 assassin on the killer list, the number 1 mercenary on the mercenary list, and the number 1 on the martial arts pinnacle list, Death God. Each of these figures is a household name. But in reality, all of them are Yi Shen's subordinates. Some would even call them his slaves. What? Rong Xiao was utterly stunned. He had only ever heard of Yi Shen's mythical status within the war division. But he could never have imagined that Yi Shen's identity was even more terrifying than he had thought. After all, the figures Gong Yu mentioned, the killer god, war god, and death god. Each of them, individually, could dominate entire regions overseas. And yet, they were merely Yi Shen's subordinates. Gong Yu chuckled. Shows how little you know. Do you know about the Mingzhu group? Rong Xiao nodded. Of course. It's a powerhouse in Yun City, and I've heard its female president is stunningly beautiful. Gong Yu continued, in Yun City, it's called the Mingzhu group. Overseas, it's known as the Mingzhu Consortium. That so-called beautiful president isn't just about looks. Back in the day, she dominated Wall Street, earning the title of financial goddess from many tycoons, but as noble as she is, she's merely Yi Shen's servant. Can you imagine Yi Shen's strength now? Rong Xiao felt his head spinning. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. And this was probably just the tip of the iceberg when it came to Yi Shen's power. Taking a deep breath, Rong Xiao asked, Commander Gong, if Yi Shen isn't part of the war division, why has he been deified within it? And how can he command 100,000 soldiers? After all, in Dragon Nation, the war division was highly specialized. Not just anyone could command its forces. Only top-ranking officers had such authority. Mobilizing 100,000 soldiers? That was no trivial matter. Even Gong Yu, as the head of the Yun City War Division, couldn't deploy so many troops on his own. This brings us to the legendary tale of that sword. A hint of nostalgia appeared on Gong Yu's face. Back then, I witnessed it myself. At the time, I hadn't been transferred to Yun City yet. During a special mission, our 1,000-man unit, led by 4 war gods, was ambushed by a group of small-time villains. The war gods were severely injured, and we suffered heavy losses. To make matters worse, the enemy assembled 10 war gods to wipe us out. We had no strength left to resist. At that critical moment, a young man carrying a sword happened to pass by. And with one strike, an absolutely dazzling strike. That strike. It was like the blazing sun. That strike. Vast and boundless. With that one strike, the young man slaughtered all 10 war gods. And that young man was Yi Chen. Hearing Gong Yu's tale, Rong Xiao was utterly dumbfounded. One strike to kill 10 war gods? What kind of scene was that? No wonder. He was called Yi Shen. No wonder Dragon Nation's war division would put 100,000 soldiers under his command. As the two men marveled, a voice suddenly rang out. Gong Yu, after all these years you've become a commander, yet you're still gossiping about me behind my back. How could it be just one strike? Back then, I accidentally sneezed and scared those trash to death. Lord Yi, you're here. Quickly. Please have a seat. You should have notified me earlier, so I could personally greet you. Gong Yu and Rong Xiao were both startled. Without any prior notice, Yi Chen had simply barged into the battle commander's lounge. If Yi Chen had intended to kill someone, Gong Yu's head, even if he had 10 of them, wouldn't have sufficed to save him. Gong Yu bowed and invited Yi Chen to take the main seat, his face adorned with an ingratiating smile. This left Rong Xiao utterly dumbfounded. It was widely known that Gong Yu wielded near absolute authority in the War Department. Only a few top-level figures could speak to him as equals. Anyone else, upon seeing Gong Yu, would bow respectfully, feeling fortunate even if he exchanged a few words with them. But now, in Yi Chen's presence, Gong Yu was behaving like a mere subordinate. Rong Xiao, visibly tense, quickly stepped forward and said, "Greetings, Lord Yi." Yi Chen glanced at Rong Xiao, his first impression being that he was quite young. Gong Yu promptly introduced him. "This is Rong Xiao, a newly recruited talent of the War Department. Would you mind evaluating him?" Yi Chen scrutinized Rong Xiao for a moment before nodding. "Not bad, but his strength is somewhat lacking. He needs to put in more effort." Hearing this compliment, Rong Xiao felt as if he was ascending to the heavens. After chatting for a while, Yi Chen got to the point. "So, why did you call me here?" His gaze turned to Gong Yu, direct and straightforward. "It's been so long since we last saw each other, Lord Ye. I wanted to pay my respects, but you wouldn't allow it. So I thought I'd invite you over for a meal." Gong Yu chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head in a feigned display of innocence. This odd behavior puzzled Rong Xiao. Gong Yu, typically a commanding and decisive leader, was acting entirely out of character in front of Yi Chen. "A meal? Since when are you this thoughtful?" Yi Chen shot Gong Yu a skeptical look, clearly unconvinced. Gong Yu panicked and glared at Rong Xiao. "What are you standing around for? Bring out the prepared dishes and my finest wine. I want to drink heartily with Lord Yi." Rong Xiao hastily scrambled to carry out the orders, impressed by Gong Yu's urgency. The War Department was notorious for its drinking prowess, and Gong Yu was no exception. He filled a large bowl with strong liquor and downed it in one go, leaving Rong Xiao slack-jawed. While Rong Xiao could hold his liquor, he had never seen such drinking before. Gong Yu's reputation as a heavy drinker was well earned. Rong Xiao assumed that Yi Chen, being so young, would struggle to keep up. However, after a few rounds, Gong Yu, the so-called god of alcohol, was the one defeated. After several toasts, the meal wound down. "So, we've eaten and drunk. Is there anything else?" Yi Chen asked Gong Yu, his tone calm but cutting. "No, nothing else. I invited you purely to enjoy food and drink. Do I look like someone with ulterior motives?" Gong Yu, now visibly tipsy, slurred his words slightly. Yi Chen's sharp gaze seemed to pierce through Gong Yu's intentions. Rising from his seat, Yi Chen spoke decisively. "If that's all, I'm leaving." With that, Yi Chen began walking out. Startled, Gong Yu's intoxication nearly dissipated. He scrambled to his feet, stumbling awkwardly as he almost fell flat on his face. "Lord Yi, please wait." Ignoring his disheveled state, Gong Yu chased after Yi Chen. Yi Chen stopped, his eyes narrowing as he snapped, "Speak clearly. If you've got something to say, say it. If it's nonsense, let it out. Since when did you become so indecisive, even as the battle commander?" Gong Yu endured Yi Chen's scolding with a sheepish grin, showing no signs of offense. Rong Xiao, watching, felt his scalp tingle. This was Gong Yu, the battle commander of Yunqing's War Department, being chastised like a child. Actually, It's nothing major, Gong Yu admitted awkwardly. Our War Department in Yuncheng has nurtured some promising talents in recent years. I was hoping Lord Yi could evaluate them. As expected, you had a hidden agenda. Fine, but remember, this is the last time, Yi Chen replied, though he did not refuse. Despite his brusque demeanor, he acknowledged the gesture. Given that the War Department had rallied tens of thousands of soldiers to show their respect, Gong Yu beamed with delight and led the way eagerly. Soon, they arrived at the training grounds, where 10 elite members of the War Department stood. Each one was under 30 years old and had reached the rank of Martial Master, a remarkable feat, as such individuals were rare prodigies. Lord Yi, please take a look at these elite members and give us your assessment, Gong Yu said with a beaming smile. The 10 martial masters were surprised to see Yi Chen in person. Though they had heard tales of him, they were shocked by how young he appeared. This was the man who had created a legendary legacy in the War Department? How could he look so young? Despite their doubts, they respectfully greeted him. Greetings, Lord Yi. Yi Chen merely glanced at them without responding. After a moment he lazily asked, do you want the truth, or a sugar-coated lie? Of course, the truth. Don't worry, these individuals may be talented, but without your guidance they're not even worth mentioning. Isn't that right? Gong Yu said with a chuckle. The 10 elites froze in embarrassment. They had achieved mastery before 30, a level of success that would make them rulers in the outside world. Yet here, Gong Yu dismissed them as insignificant. Even though Gong Yu was the battle commander, his words stung, leaving them visibly displeased. Noticing this, Yi Chen pointed to the individual at the front and asked, what's your name? The martial master stepped forward and replied, reporting to Lord Yi, my name is He Quan. You seem dissatisfied, Yi Chen remarked. He Quan hesitated before responding, to be honest, Lord Yi, I am. We are all under 30 and have achieved the rank of martial master. I dare say we are exceptional talents, not worthless as implied. Yi Chen chuckled softly. That depends on who you compare yourself to. Against the mediocrity outside, you might indeed shine. But compared to my subordinates, even my lackeys who failed to reach the Grandmaster rank by the age of 20 would be considered trash. What? The room fell silent, and everyone stared at Yi Chen in disbelief. Did he just say that failing to become a Grandmaster by 20 made someone trash? The 10 martial masters looked utterly stunned, their faces filled with shock and doubt. Some even questioned if Yi Chen's legendary reputation was built on exaggeration. It wasn't that they didn't believe him. It was just that Yi Chen's words sounded far too exaggerated. After all, reaching the rank of martial master before the age of 30 meant one would receive prioritized training in the War Department. Such individuals were highly likely to become a battle commander in the future. Take Gong Yu, for example. He broke through to the martial master level at the age of 28. Now, he holds the highest position in the Yuncheng War Department. Yet, in Yi Chen's eyes, such accomplishments amounted to nothing. And to claim that even a mere lackey of his could achieve the Grandmaster rank by the age of 20? What a joke. Grandmaster rank. It was an entire realm above Martial Master. For these so-called elites, reaching Grandmaster by the age of 50 would already be a monumental achievement. But a 20-year-old Grandmaster? What kind of concept was that? It was unheard of. He Quan forced an awkward smile and said, Lord Yi, please don't joke with us. The moment he said this, smack, Gong Yu erupted in fury and slapped the back of He Quan's head. How dare you? Do you think you're qualified to question Lord Yi? You've got some nerve. Watch as I beat the nonsense out of you. He Quan staggered backward, deeply aggrieved. What was Gong Yu doing? Sure, Yi Chen was formidable and practically a legend in the War Department, but wasn't this a bit much? Did Gong Yu have to debase himself to this extent? Unable to take the beating, He Quan dodged left and right, but Gong Yu seemed intent on pursuing him. You brat! I'll teach you a lesson. Take this. How dare you? The scene quickly devolved into chaos, with one person chasing and the other fleeing. Yi Chen was speechless. He could see right through Gong Yu's antics. Enough. Yi Chen's voice rang out, laced with exasperation. Don't worry, Lord Yi, Gong Yu said ingratiatingly, bowing repeatedly. I'll make sure to properly discipline this brat for speaking out of turn. Someone as mighty and unparalleled as you must not be questioned by the likes of him. The other 10 martial master elites looked on with growing disdain. This was the War Department, a place where every member was prepared to spill their blood and sacrifice their lives. The last thing they could stand was shameless flattery. In the past, Gong Yu was a decisive, principled leader who even dared to argue with War Department higher-ups if he believed he was right. But his groveling behavior in front of Yi Chen now sparked a wave of revulsion among the elites. Had Gong Yu not been the battle commander, and had Yi Chen not been present, they might have openly questioned him. The entire spectacle felt like a farce, utterly unbecoming of the War Department. If other branches saw this, Yuncheng's War Department would surely become a laughingstock. Yi Chen ignored Gong Yu's groveling. He knew all too well that Gong Yu always had ulterior motives. The extravagant dinner and even the rare wine were clear signs that this was no ordinary visit. Sighing, Yi Chen pulled out a small white bottle from his pocket and casually tossed it to Gong Yu. "Here, take this. And leave one pill for that kid Rong Xiao, he's not bad. Stop bothering me. Don't call me unless it's urgent. Actually, don't call me even if it is urgent." With that, Yi Chen vanished from sight, leaving the War Department altogether. He had no intention of staying longer. Who knew what else Gong Yu might try to extort from him? These people were nothing but freeloaders. Gong Yu tried to stop him, but there was no way he could catch up. Frustrated, he stood in place, bowing repeatedly in Yi Chen's direction as he departed. "Commander Gong," He Quan said angrily once Yi Chen was gone, "I've always respected you as a stern and principled leader who never stooped to flattery. But today, I've lost all respect for you." Gong Yu abruptly turned around, his previous subservience gone. His face was stern and cold once again, resembling the decisive battle commander everyone knew. "You don't understand. That man is Lord Yi. He has resources you can't even imagine. Behaving like this in front of him is entirely justified," Gong Yu scolded. The other elites, seeing He Quan's defiance, quickly tugged at his sleeve, signaling for him to back down. But He Quan, a young prodigy and a staunch advocate for justice, refused to relent. "I don't care how many resources he has or how high his status is. We can respect him, but that doesn't mean we have to grovel at his feet," He Quan declared boldly, fully prepared for Gong Yu's wrath. In fact, he was ready to be expelled from the elite team. If that was the price for speaking his mind, so be it. Yet to his surprise, Gong Yu didn't get angry. Instead, he simply let out a faint "oh" and turned away. He opened the bottle Yi Chen had given him, poured out several pills, and handed one to each of the elites except for He Quan. Finally, Gong Yu tossed one to Rong Xiao. "Kid, you're in luck." The group stared at the small, black pills in confusion. What were these? "Commander Gong, is a mere bottle of pills worth sacrificing your dignity?" He Quan asked, still puzzled. Gong Yu ignored him. Instead, he addressed the others. "Take them and circulate the War Department's prescribed technique." The group hesitated but didn't dare disobey. They swallowed the pills and began practicing as instructed. The moment the pills entered their mouths, they were stunned. A surge of immense power coursed through their veins, impacting their entire circulatory systems. What? The elites quickly sat cross-legged, channeling the energy. The potency of the pills defied everything they had ever known. Boom! 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 In an instant, each person's aura surged, far surpassing their previous limits. Their meridians were being entirely unblocked by a force they couldn't comprehend. An hour passed. 2 hours. Suddenly, Rong Xiao opened his eyes and let out a roar, standing up with an overwhelming burst of energy. Even He Quan was shocked. Rong Xiao, a recruit chosen more for his academic background than combat ability, hadn't even reached Martial Master rank before. And now, in mere hours, he had broken through. How was this possible? A sinking feeling crept into He Quan's heart. He realized he might have overlooked something extraordinary. Before he could dwell on it further, the 9 Martial Master elites who had taken the pills also stood up. Their auras were terrifying. All 9 had simultaneously broken through to Grandmaster rank. Shock. Endless shock. Rong Xiao was the first to react. His strength had never been particularly high, and he had only started practicing martial arts after joining the War Department. However, his talent was exceptional. In such a short time he had achieved some minor success. But no matter how talented he was, breaking through to the Martial Master realm would have required at least 10 to 20 years of hard training. In fact, he had already resigned himself to focusing on administrative work within the War Department. And yet, with just one pill from Yi Chen, he had broken through to the Martial Master realm. This was insane. Oh my god, how is this possible? I've become a Grandmaster. What kind of pill is this? I just recently broke through to Martial Master, and now I've directly jumped an entire realm to Grandmaster. Incredible. This is absolutely terrifying. So this is Yi Chen. The pills he casually hands out have such terrifying effects. My god. A god. He truly is a god. From this day forward, Yi Shen is the one and only god in my heart." The 9 elite martial artists were in tears. They had spent over 20 years just to break through to martial master, and becoming a grandmaster. At best, it would take another 10 years. If they were lucky, 20 years. For some, it was a goal they might never achieve in their lifetime, as talent was crucial. But now, in just one night, they had all become grandmasters. In this moment, they finally understood why Gong Yu had acted so out of character tonight, so subservient, so deferential to Yi Chen, even groveling and smiling foolishly. It was all for them. While they were worshipping Yi Chen, they also felt immense gratitude toward Gong Yu. "Thank you, Commander Gong. We are grateful to Commander Gong for securing this opportunity for us. This debt of gratitude can never be repaid." The 9 elites knelt before Gong Yu, their emotions surging beyond words. Among the group, only He Quan stood dumbfounded. Just 2 hours ago, they had all been at the same level. In fact, He Quan had been one of the strongest among them. But now, all the other elites had become grandmasters, and even the weakest of them, Rong Xiao, had reached martial master. All because of a single bottle of pills Yi Chen casually handed out? He Quan had initially dismissed Yi Chen's earlier claim that anyone under his command who hadn't reached grandmaster by age 20 was a failure as pure exaggeration. But the facts were now in front of him. He had no choice but to believe, and regret began to creep into his heart. Thud. He Quan fell to his knees before Gong Yu, filled with remorse, frustration, and regret for his short-sightedness. It was so clear now. If Yi Shen didn't have heaven-defying abilities, why would Gong Yu humble himself? Although He Quan's doubt stemmed from a sense of justice, he hadn't thought it through. A person capable of instantly elevating martial masters to grandmasters. Someone like Yi Shen was no ordinary figure. Forget bowing and scraping, He Quan would gladly kneel and call Yi Chen father if it meant earning his favor. "Commander Gong, I was wrong. I was so wrong. I shouldn't have doubted you, and I certainly shouldn't have doubted Yi Shen. Please grant me a pill." He Quan sobbed, tears streaming down his face as he begged. "Weren't you the one saying people should have dignity? Didn't you say you looked down on me for groveling before Yi Shen? Didn't you accuse me of abandoning my pride? And now you're kneeling before me?" Gong Yu said lazily, shrugging as if he had anticipated this exact scene. He Quan wanted to slap himself in frustration. "I was wrong, Commander Gong. I truly regret it. Please forgive me." He Quan knew that his only option was to beg for forgiveness. In the martial path, one wrong step could lead to a lifetime of regret. His comrades had all become grandmasters. If he remained where he was, he wouldn't just miss out on this opportunity, he might lose his future entirely. In the martial world, every realm represented a massive gap. The strong soared to unimaginable heights, while the weak faded into obscurity. Fortunately, Gong Yu wasn't truly angry. He knew that He Quan's intentions weren't malicious. "You meant well, but you didn't think it through. I'm not upset about your insults, I'm angry that you question my character. Why did I do what I did? It was for your benefit. That was Yi Shen. The chance you received tonight was something I shamelessly begged for on your behalf. Do you understand?" Gong Yu's gaze swept coldly over He Quan. As the battle commander of Yunqing, Gong Yu needed soldiers who would follow his orders without question, not self-righteous individuals who constantly challenged his decisions. "I'll save your pill for you. Go train in the Southwest War Department for a year. If you can learn some humility, I'll give you your chance." With that, Gong Yu waved dismissively and walked away. He Quan nodded. As long as the opportunity was still there, he didn't mind waiting a year. Meanwhile, Rong Xiao was still in a daze. Out of all the elites, he had benefited the most. Although he was in the War Department, his family background was unremarkable, and he had only started practicing martial arts after joining. But now, in an instant, he had become a martial master and joined the ranks of the War Department's elite. Previously, his top-tier academic qualifications had made him an outstanding administrator. Now, as a martial master, his future in the War Department seemed limitless. At this moment, in Rong Xiao's heart, Yi Chen had become his one and only god. Everything he had now, though it was something Yi Chen had done casually, was a gift from Yi Chen. After leaving the War Department, Rong Xiao returned home. His father, Rong Jiming, beckoned him over. "Xiao R, come here for a moment." Rong Xiao approached. "What is it, Dad?" Rong Jiming smiled. "Xiao R, you're doing so well now working in the War Department, with a high status and excellent prospects. You're not getting any younger, either. I have an old friend with a daughter who's very beautiful. I was thinking of introducing you to. If things work out, you shouldn't be so picky anymore." Rong Xiao hesitated for a moment. "Dad, I'm not interested. Rong Jiming continued, "Don't worry, she's very pretty, and I've met her myself. She's also impressive, currently the president of the Yuncheng Chamber of Commerce. She'd be a good match for you." Rong Xiao smiled faintly. "The Chamber of Commerce? That's not bad. But things are different for me now." Rong Jiming looked puzzled. "What's different?" Rong Xiao explained, "Today, I met the greatest benefactor of my life. Dad, I'm no longer just an administrator. I'm now an official martial master." As he spoke, Rong Xiao waved his hand, releasing a burst of energy. Boom! A distant wall shattered into pieces. Rong Jiming was completely stunned. "A martial master? My son is a martial master?" He was utterly shocked. He knew exactly what being a martial master meant, and it was beyond his imagination. "My son's a martial master? Then the Mu family's daughter might not even be worthy of him. But I've already promised my friend, what should I do now?" Rong Xiao chuckled. "Dad, don't stress. A promise is a promise. I'll go meet her tomorrow." Hidden Dragon Manor. A few people were having a meal, and Yi Chen was not present. Mu Bo glanced at Mu Qingshu and asked, "Qingshu, are you free tomorrow?" "Not sure. I've been quite busy lately." "Why do you ask, Dad?" Mu Qingshu responded. She had been preoccupied with matters concerning the Rainbow Pharmaceutical Group these past few days. At this point, she had essentially been marginalized primarily because she hadn't immediately appeared at Yi Chen's side when he needed her. Instead, the Mu family had detained her. Otherwise, with her brother-in-law's influence, she would have already taken control of the Rainbow Group by now. "What do you mean, not sure?" "Qingshu, while work is important, you need to balance work and rest. You're not getting any younger. Are you planning to ignore your personal life entirely and never even consider relationships?" Mu Wanqing frowned and began lecturing. "Sis, you've changed. Weren't you the one who divorced my brother-in-law for the sake of your career? So why is it okay for you, but not for me?" Mu Qingshu retorted without holding back. She still resented Mu Wanqing for this. A brother-in-law as good as Yi Chen, yet she didn't want him and even divorced him. What was going through her mind? Mu Wanqing's face stiffened. "My situation was different. Don't use me as an excuse." Mu Wanqing was visibly flustered and angry. "I really don't want to bring you up, but divorcing my brother-in-law was the biggest mistake of your life. You'll regret it for sure in the future." "Brother-in-law." Enough. Before Mu Qingshu could finish, Mu Wanqing angrily cut her off. Her divorce from Yi Chen had been because she felt he lacked ambition. Yet now, Mu Qingshu acted as if she were obsessed, claiming she would regret her decision. Regret? Regret what? If she hadn't foolishly married Yi Chen back then, she might have been the one being matched with a War Department elite today. In her heart, Mu Qingshu seemed ungrateful, despite having benefited from her mistakes. "That's enough from both of you. Qingshu, if you still consider me your father, stay home tomorrow." Mu Bo made the final decision. As soon as he spoke, his phone rang. He walked aside to take the call. Shortly after, he returned to the table. His previously spirited demeanor had now wilted like a frost-bitten eggplant. "Dad, what happened? Who was it?" Mu Fei asked curiously. "It was your uncle Rong," Mu Bo sighed. "Dad, they're not coming, are they?" Mu Fei's heart sank. If the Rong family cancelled their visit, his plans would fall apart. Mu Bo shook his head. "No, they're coming. But this time I'm afraid Qingshu might not be a match for them anymore." Hearing this, the others burst into laughter. "How is that possible, Dad? Don't joke. Even if Rong Xiao is a War Department elite, second sister is the president of the Chamber of Commerce." "Exactly. I heard Rong Xiao is just in an administrative role in the War Department. How could Qingshu not match him?" Mu Bo smiled bitterly and said, "That's what I thought at first. But your uncle Rong just informed me of something. As of today, Rong Xiao has become a martial master." "What?" The Mu family was stunned. "A martial master? May? Good heavens! How was that possible? Rong Xiao was so young, how could he have reached the martial master level already?" It was well known that Rong Xiao had only recently graduated. At his age, achieving the martial master realm would make waves even outside the War Department. For instance, figures like Ling Tianwu of the Tianwu Pavilion and Su Tianhua, the head of the Su family, were all martial masters. But Rong Xiao was in the military. With his age and talent, as long as he worked hard, his future as a regional powerhouse was almost guaranteed. No wonder Mu Bo said Mu Qingshu wasn't a match for Rong Xiao. The Mu family was overwhelmed with shock. "Dad, what do we do now?" Mu Wanqing asked anxiously. Even though she had been divorced and couldn't be part of Rong Xiao's matchmaking, If Mu Qingshu could marry such a promising figure, it would be a significant advantage for the Mu family, especially if it distanced them from Yi Chen, whom she saw as a failure. What can we do? Qingshu, this is your opportunity. Make sure to leave a good impression. If you can end up with Rong Xiao, it will be the honor of your lifetime, Mu Bo said with a helpless shake of his head. At this point, they could only hope for the best. Mu Qingshu was also surprised by Rong Xiao's exceptional talent, but in truth, her shock was fleeting. After witnessing Yi Chen's strength, she doubted that any man in the world could ever impress her. If it weren't for the past relationship between Yi Chen and Mu Wanqing, she wouldn't hesitate to pursue Yi Chen herself. Even now, she could only bury her feelings deep inside. She resolved that, in this life, her heart would belong to no one else. The next morning, the Mu family woke up early. Mu Fei kept a close eye on Mu Qingshu, afraid she might back out. Has anyone seen Yi Chen? Mu Bo turned to Mu Wanqing. I don't know. It seems he didn't come back yesterday, Mu Wanqing replied, shaking her head. She had stayed up late and noticed that Yi Chen hadn't returned after going out. Perfect. That saves us the trouble of getting him out of the way. As long as he doesn't show up to cause trouble, we won't bother with him. Now, everyone get ready, your Uncle Rong will be here soon. Mu Bo snorted and went to make preparations. Not long after, Rong Zhaiming and his son arrived at Hidden Dragon Manor. Rong Zhaiming exuded confidence, his face radiating pride. With a son who was both a martial master and a War Department elite, he was now the center of attention wherever he went. Rong Xiao himself looked equally impressive. Dressed in his combat uniform and carrying the aura of a martial master, he exuded an air of authority and nobility. Not only was he tall, but he was also exceptionally handsome. He truly looked like a knight in shining armor. As soon as they met, Mu Bo approached Rong Zhaiming with enthusiasm. Zhaiming, it's been years since we last saw each other. I've always wanted to meet up, but I just couldn't find the time. Ha ha ha, same here. But look at you, raising two such outstanding daughters. I completely understand. Rong Zhaiming replied. Oh, not as outstanding as you. Look at your son, not only is he a War Department elite, but now he's a martial master. Honestly, I'm envious. Mu Bo said with admiration. The two old friends exchanged flattery. Rong Zhaiming felt deeply satisfied. Though they had been close in university, life had kept them apart. Over the years, their occasional meetings always seemed to turn into subtle competitions over who had raised the better children. Mu Wanqing looked at Rong Xiao and couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. She turned to Mu Qingshu. See that? This is what a true prodigy of Yunqing looks like. His bearing, his presence absolutely flawless. Yi Chen can't compare to him in the slightest. Early in the morning, Rong Xiao saw the two Mu sisters, particularly Mu Qingshu. At first, Rong Xiao was skeptical about this matchmaking arrangement. After all, he was now a martial master. How could an ordinary girl possibly be a match for him? But when he saw Mu Qingshu, he was stunned. Beautiful. Truly beautiful. As a young man full of vigor, he couldn't help but be slightly captivated. Especially when he heard Mu Wanqing compliment him, his posture instinctively straightened. Hello everyone, I'm Rong Xiao. My father and Uncle Mu have been family friends for years, and I hope our families can continue to strengthen this bond. Here are some gifts I've prepared for everyone, please kindly accept them. Rong Xiao introduced himself confidently, exuding the dignified and heroic aura of someone from the War Department. Mu Bo was grinning from ear to ear. Good, good. Come in, come in. I've prepared some excellent wine and today, we won't leave until we're thoroughly drunk. Mu Bo enthusiastically ushered Rong Xiao and his father into the manor. Rong Zhaiming looked around at the grandeur of Hidden Dragon Manor and couldn't help but marvel. Old Mu, you're truly blessed. This manor is incredibly luxurious, its value is astronomical. Living in a place like this must add years to your life. Mu Bo chuckled and pointed at Mu Qingshu. This manor belongs to my second daughter. She may not be as accomplished as your son, but she's not bad. She's currently the president of the Yunqiang Chamber of Commerce. Rong Xiao nodded approvingly as he looked at Mu Qingshu. The president of the Yunqiang Chamber of Commerce must have an extensive network. Owning a property like Hidden Dragon Manor only further proves Miss Mu's excellence. Mu Qingshu gave a faint smile and replied. It's nothing, I was just fortunate to meet the right benefactor. Seeing her cold demeanor, Mu Wanqing quickly tugged at her sleeve and chimed in, Qingshu is indeed excellent, but Rong Xiao is extraordinary. Becoming a martial master at such a young age must make you one of the top elites in the War Department, right? Mu Wanqing was eager to learn about Rong Xiao's standing in the War Department. After all, the top elites were those with the potential to become battle commanders, true regional leaders, wielding significant power. Rong Xiao smiled humbly. I am indeed a War Department elite, though I previously held an administrative role. As everyone knows, administrative positions are limited to providing support and advice. But things have changed now. To be honest, I now have the potential to compete for the role of battle commander someday. After all, like Miss Qingzhu, I too encountered a true benefactor. Whoa. The room fell silent, the atmosphere thick with astonishment. The War Department's hierarchy was strict. Transitioning from an administrative role to competing for battle commander was no small leap. Rong Xiao's statement made everyone reevaluate him. A benefactor? Who could be so incredible? Mu Wanqing couldn't help but ask, curiosity piqued. He's the only god in my heart, the supreme war god of the War Department. For example, you've all heard about the recent Rainbow Pharmaceutical Group incident, haven't you? Our supreme war god, in his fury, mobilized 100,000 troops to annihilate Lu Qingqiu. My breakthrough to martial master was entirely thanks to him. A casual effort on his part. As Rong Xiao spoke of Yi Chen, his eyes shone with reverence. That powerful? What's his name? Mu Bo asked eagerly. If someone that influential could be befriended, it would be an unparalleled advantage for the Mu family. Moreover, the Mu family had known that the Rainbow Pharmaceutical Group was destroyed for offending the War Department. They had no idea that the supreme war god himself had intervened. It seemed Yi Chen's luck had been extraordinary. Without the War Department's supreme war god stepping in, Yi Chen would have been eliminated long ago. Uncle Mu, his name is not to be mentioned lightly. He's a god, and speaking of him in casual settings is disrespectful. Rong Xiao said with deep conviction, truly viewing Yi Chen as divine. True, someone as formidable as the supreme war god is beyond the reach of ordinary people. Speaking of which, someone clueless once offended Rainbow Pharmaceutical Group. If your War Department hadn't stepped in, he'd be dead by now. It seems you're even his savior. Mu Bo chuckled awkwardly, offering a brief explanation. The two families continued to chat as they ate, their conversation veering away from the main topic. Mu Bo grew increasingly anxious. He worried that Rong Xiao might not take a liking to Mu Qingshu. After a moment of silence, he finally gritted his teeth and asked with a smile, Rong Xiao, I'm sure your father mentioned it, my younger daughter Qingzhu is of marriageable age. You're about the same age. What do you think? Could there be a match? How do you feel about Qingshu? Rong Xiao, still a relatively young man fresh out of university, had been captivated by Mu Qingshu at first sight. Blushing slightly, he replied, Uncle Mu, isn't this a bit too soon? I have a great first impression of Qingshu. But matters like this should depend on the girl's feelings, don't you think? Why ask her? You're so exceptional, Rong Xiao. It's her fortune to marry someone like you. If you like her, I'd even agree to a wedding tomorrow. Mu Bo said with a hearty laugh. Dad, what are you talking about? Mu Qingshu interrupted coldly. Rong Xiao is indeed outstanding, but I don't like him. I know someone even better, someone I already have feelings for. I'll never like him. Is that clear? Her blunt words made the atmosphere tense, leaving Rong Xiao visibly stunned. Mu Qingshu's words struck a blow to his confidence. He was a rising star in the War Department, and a martial master, far surpassing his peers in Yunqing. Even within the War Department, only a handful could match him. Frowning, Rong Xiao suppressed his frustration and said, Miss Mu, I understand if you don't like me. But I am a War Department elite, a martial master. You claim to know someone better, who is it? I'd love to meet someone who can outshine a War Department elite and martial master. The room grew awkwardly silent. Don't be upset, Rong Xiao, Mu Bo quickly interjected. She's just young and doesn't know what she's saying. There's no one better than you. Exactly. In all of Yunqing, it's hard to find anyone as exceptional as Rong Xiao. Qingzhu is naive and doesn't understand. Don't worry, as long as you like her, we'll ensure she marries you. The Mu family scrambled to placate Rong Xiao. Mu Qingshu, however, remained stoic. Just as she was considering how to extricate herself, she suddenly spotted Yi Chen walking into the hall. Her eyes lit up as she pointed to Yi Chen and said to Rong Xiao, see? He's better than you. 1,000 times better. Rong Xiao couldn't accept this easily. Perhaps in the past he didn't think he was all that exceptional. But now, not only was he highly regarded in the War Department, but he had also achieved the rank of martial master. Yet, what truly made him proud wasn't even these accomplishments, it was the fact that Yi Chen had once praised him. That alone was proof of his excellence. He refused to believe that there was anyone better than him in Yunqing. Because Rong Xiao had his back to the hall, he didn't immediately see who had entered. In his mind, he was prepared to size up anyone who approached and make sure they understood the gap between them. Slowly, Rong Xiao turned his head. At that exact moment, Yi Chen stepped into the hall. Their eyes met. Boom! Rong Xiao felt as though his brain had been struck by 5 bolts of lightning. It was as if he had seen a ghost. His whole body froze in place, his finger pointing at Yi Chen. God! 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 He stammered, unable to form a coherent sentence due to sheer terror. This sudden shock rendered his mind completely blank. Are you crazy? Yi Chen, what are you doing back so early? Did you come here just to cause trouble? Mubo barked angrily, pointing at Yi Chen. He had noticed that Rong Xiao already seemed to have some interest in New Qingzhou. The moment was critical, and now Yi Chen had returned, clearly intending to ruin everything. Just look. Even Rong Xiao seemed upset, stammering about something like crazy and God. If it weren't for Rong Xiao's composed nature, he might have already lashed out at Yi Chen. Mubo's scolding flowed naturally, but Rong Xiao was petrified. Crazy? Was he calling Yi Chen crazy? What? A failure? Was Mubo out of his mind, daring to call Yi Chen a crazy failure? If Yi Chen was a failure, then Rong Xiao wasn't even worthy of being called a failure. Before Rong Xiao could react, Zhao Lan chimed in angrily. What are you doing here at a time like this? We have important guests, and you can't even stay out of the way. What if you offend them? Can you take responsibility for that? Mu Fei followed up, pointing at Yi Chen. Look closely. This is my second sister's boyfriend, Rong Xiao. He's a War Department elite, a martial master, a once-in-a-millennium genius. He's today's honored guest. Yi Chen, go back to your room. You don't even deserve a seat at this table. Mu Fei's words, though not loud, were like thunderclaps in Rong Xiao's ears. At that moment, Rong Xiao felt like dying. These people were insane. Every word they spoke was like a dagger to his soul, making him tremble uncontrollably. Oh, a genius, huh? Yi Chen said casually, his tone indifferent. Rong Xiao immediately stood up, almost dropping to his knees. However, noticing that the Mu family didn't seem aware of Yi Chen's identity, he restrained himself and instead bent forward humbly. No, I'm not a genius. You are. You are. Rong Xiao bowed repeatedly, wishing he could dig a hole and crawl into it. If Yi Chen held a grudge over this, his bright future would be utterly ruined. His exaggerated actions left the Mu family completely stunned. What was going on? Their eyes widened in disbelief. Was this how War Department elites behaved? Why was Rong Xiao bowing so obsequiously to Yi Chen? I'm heading upstairs. Enjoy your meal, Yi Chen said indifferently, uninterested in wasting time with the group. He had more important things to do. Yes, please go upstairs. Take your time, Rong Xiao said eagerly, nodding and bowing like a sycophant. Rong Xiao, what are you doing? There's no need to bow to him. He's just a failure, shamelessly freeloading in this house. It's a miracle he even has this moment of glory. Mubo said with a hint of irritation, pulling Rong Xiao back. Rong Xiao, you don't have to do this. That man is Yi Chen, my ex-husband. We're divorced now, so he's not even part of our family anymore. You're not obligated to show him any courtesy, Mu Wangqing added. Rong Xiao felt his scalp tingling, his legs trembling slightly. He wasn't bowing out of respect for the Mu family. And divorced? He must have misheard. Had the Mu family really divorced Yi Chen? What a joke. Yi Chen was one of the most powerful figures in the world. And the Mu family dared to divorce him? Come on, brother Xiao. With your status, Yi Chen is nothing. That guy divorced my elder sister and now has his sights set on my second sister. Once you become her boyfriend, he won't dare make any moves, Mu Fei said with a chuckle. What? Yi Chen was interested in New Qingzhou? Then, wasn't this matchmaking arrangement effectively stepping on Yi Shen's toes? Crap. Rong Xiao was truly terrified now. He cursed himself for coming here today and wished he could break his own legs. Brother Xiao, why are you shaking so much? Are you so mad at that failure that you're trembling? Should I take you upstairs to teach him a lesson? You're a martial master, you could crush him with ease, Mu Fei said, noticing Rong Xiao's trembling. Rong Xiao was utterly defeated. He couldn't respond to anything this family was saying and didn't dare to. Who knew if they might even suggest he kill Yi Chen next? Ah. Uncle Mu, I just remembered I have urgent matters back at the War Department. I'll take my leave. Terrified and anxious, Rong Xiao stood up abruptly and hurriedly made his way to the door. Wait, Rong Xiao. Why are you leaving so soon? What about you and King Shu? Mubo called out, trying to stop him. But as a martial master, Rong Xiao disappeared the moment he stepped out. fleeing so quickly that he didn't even bother to take his father with him. Rong Zhiming awkwardly smiled and said, "Well, you know how things are in the War Department. Everything is urgent. He must have had something come up. Of course we understand. Rong Xiao is a War Department elite. His duties are more important. Romantic matters can wait," Mu Bo replied, forcing a smile. After exchanging pleasantries, Rong Zhiming quickly excused himself and left as well. Mu Qingshu had witnessed everything, and she knew exactly why Rong Xiao had reacted so strangely. He had been terrified of Yi Chen. Perfect. After this incident, Rong Xiao probably wouldn't dare to return. "All right, they're gone. I'm heading to work," Mu Qingshu said, leaving the room. Mu Bo was left fuming. Everything had been going so smoothly, and suddenly it had all fallen apart. What happened? Everything was fine, and we were so close to setting up Rong Xiao and King Zhu. Why did he change his attitude so quickly? Mu Bo muttered in frustration. Mu Fei squinted his eyes and said, "Dad, Mom, elder sister, isn't it obvious? Think back, Rong Xiao's attitude changed the moment Yi Chen came back, didn't it?" Everyone paused and realized he was right. "What does that mean?" Mu Wangking asked, confused. What else could it mean? Yi Chen ruined it. Someone like Rong Xiao with his status and identity wouldn't want to associate with a family dragging around someone like Yi Chen. He must have been scared off, thinking we'd leech off the wrong family. Mu Fei declared confidently. Hearing this explanation, the Mu family started to feel it made sense. After all, before Yi Chen returned, their conversation with Rong Xiao and his father had gone very smoothly. But as soon as Yi Chen showed up, Rong Xiao's attitude had shifted drastically. Gone was his earlier confidence. Instead, he seemed distracted and uninterested, as though he was merely humoring them. It was obvious he just wanted to brush them off. "I told you to keep an eye on Yi Chen. Now look what's happened. This guy ruined everything. Our Mu family had the chance to connect with a future battle commander, and now it's all gone. I'm furious." Mu Bo roared in frustration. Just then Yi Chen came downstairs. Seeing him, Mu Bo and the others rushed over, their faces filled with anger. "What are you all doing? Ready to eat someone alive?" Yi Chen asked, puzzled by their menacing approach. "Yi Chen, you bastard! Do you even know what you've done?" Zhao Lan yelled at him furiously. Yi Chen was truly bewildered. These past few days, he had been busy with his own matters and barely interacted with the Mu family. He hadn't even exchanged more than a few words with them. "I don't think I've done anything to provoke you, have I?" Yi Chen frowned, his voice turning cold. "Not provoked us? You've already ruined Wanking's life and now you want to ruin King Shu's too? You caused us to lose a prodigy as a son-in-law. How can your heart be so malicious?" Mu Bo angrily demanded. "Former father-in-law, aren't you going too far? I haven't done anything since I came back." "You're clearly just blaming me for no reason," Yi Chen replied, exasperated. "Blaming you? Who do you think you are? We were having a perfectly good conversation with Rong Xiao, and then you showed up and scared him off. People are afraid of you, a leech who only knows how to sponge off others and do nothing all day. Anyone would run away. You scared off the future pride of the Mu family." "Exactly. Can you honestly say it wasn't you who scared him off?" The Mu family launched into a tirade against Yi Chen, one accusation after another. Finally, Yi Chen understood they were talking about Rong Xiao. It wasn't intentional on his part. It was just sheer coincidence. And honestly, it wasn't even a false accusation. Seeing Yi Chen had indeed scared Rong Xiao. If anything, it was surprising he hadn't completely wet himself. "All right, fine. Yes, I scared him off. But you can't blame me for that. He overthought things. With his level of ability, he's not even worth my attention. Next time you talk to him, just tell him not to worry about me. He can do whatever he wants, I won't interfere. If he wants my attention, he'll need to work a lot harder." Yi Chen shrugged, waved his hand dismissively, and left. The Mu family was left staring at each other in disbelief. What? Had they misheard? What was Yi Chen saying? They were accusing him of being so insufferable that he scared Rong Xiao away. Did this guy think they were praising him? Look at him. His arrogance knows no bounds. Rong Xiao, a War Department elite and martial master, needs Yi Chen's attention. I think he's lost his mind. Does he really think just because second sister supports him, he can act like he's above everyone? Wanking. What do we do about this? Mu Wanking was speechless. She had always believed that Yi Chen's repeated troubles would eventually lead him to recognize his place. But now, he was completely delusional, thinking he had significant status in Yuncheng. Did he really believe he could look down on even War Department elites? Mu Wanking's disappointment in Yi Chen deepened. If he continued like this, He would end up living in a fantasy world as a complete failure. Sigh. The Mu family was left fuming, their frustration palpable. Yi Chen ignored the Mu family as he walked out of Hidden Dragon Manor. Suddenly, his phone rang. He glanced at the screen. It was Luo Qingqiu. He hadn't been in contact with her recently, so her call now was unexpected. Hello Qingqiu. What's up? Yi Chen answered directly. Young Master Yi, you actually remember me. Luo Qingqiu's voice was filled with surprise and excitement. She was well aware of Yi Chen's recent accomplishments and had been eager to contact him. But every time she thought about the gap between their statuses, she suppressed the urge. This time, however, she couldn't hold back. Foolish girl. Do you think I have memory loss? It hasn't been that long, how could I forget you? Yi Chen teased playfully. Hey young Master Yi, do you have some free time? Luo Qingqiu asked eagerly. Him. As long as it doesn't take too much time, I do. What's the matter? Just say it, Yi Chen replied after a moment's thought. He wasn't inclined to refuse her outright. After all, Luo Qingqiu had helped him out before and had always conducted herself with tact and respect, which left a good impression on him. That's great. I'm planning to attend an auction soon. The Luo family is looking to acquire a rare antique, but since it's quite expensive, my grandfather isn't sure of its value. I was hoping you could come and appraise it for us, Luo Qingqiu said shyly. In truth, the request for Yi Chen's expertise was just an excuse. The Luo family had enough wealth to buy any antique, even one of little value. Without such a pretext, Luo Qingqiu would have felt too embarrassed to ask Yi Chen out directly. This was her little scheme. However, Yi Chen was unaware of her motives and didn't refuse. Alright, that works. Let me know when it starts, and you can come pick me up at Hidden Dragon Manor, Yi Chen agreed. After hanging up, Yi Chen resumed his work until late at night before returning to Hidden Dragon Manor. The next morning, Yi Chen woke up and went downstairs. Mu Bo and Zhao Lan were still glaring at him, clearly still angry. Yi Chen paid them no attention. Instead, he pushed Grandma Mu's wheelchair around the garden, chatting with her about everyday matters. Afterward, he left Hidden Dragon Manor. Right outside, Luo Qingqiu was waiting in a luxury car. When she saw Yi Chen, she quickly got out, opened the passenger door for him, and respectfully invited him to get in. Then, stepping on the gas, she sped away. Mu Bo and Zhao Lan, watching from the window, were even more furious. That brat Yi Chen really is a freeloader? He'll sponge off anyone. Who would have thought even Miss Luo would fall for his tricks? Shameless. He was probably fooling around while still married to Wanking. He's despicable. Who knows how many women he's ruined? We need to stay vigilant and make sure Qingzhu doesn't repeat Wanking's mistake. Inside the car, Luo Qingqiu focused on driving, but she couldn't help sneaking glances at Yi Chen out of the corner of her eye. Yi Chen noticed, and, with a calm expression, returned her gaze. Her face immediately turned red, and she stammered, trying to break the awkward silence. Young Master Yi, this auction is said to have many martial arts experts attending, along with some rare treasures. You must be very familiar with these, right? Do you have some knowledge about these things? Why? Is this item particularly valuable? Yi Chen smiled faintly and glanced at Luo Qingqiu as he asked. Yes, Luo Qingqiu nodded. This time I've set my sights on a pendant. Recently, some secrets about this pendant have been circulating in Yuncheng, attracting the attention of many major powers. Our Luo family wants to participate, but compared to true elites, we don't have a thorough understanding of it yet. That's why we invited you, young Master Yi. Yi Chen nodded lightly, his smile broadening. Alright, let's take a look at it when the time comes. If it's drawing so much attention, this pendant must be extraordinary. Seeing Yi Chen take an interest, Luo Qingqiu beamed with joy. If young Master Yi takes a liking to it, just say the word. We'll spare no effort to win it for you. You're very thoughtful. You seem quite confident about securing it, Yi Chen chuckled, his tone neutral. In truth, items that could catch Yi Chen's interest were exceedingly rare. Of course I'm confident. I've done some research. Among the participants in this auction, there are very few who can match the financial power of the Luo family. The only potential competitor we need to be cautious of is Tianyu Group. Luo Qingqiu explained, her tone growing serious at the mention of the group. She seemed a bit troubled, as if Tianyu Group was a challenging adversary. Tianyu Group? Are they that formidable? Yi Chen asked, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Definitely. Tianyu Group isn't a local corporation, its presence in Yuncheng is just a branch. Yet even this branch was instrumental in supporting the rise of the Lu family's Rainbow Pharmaceutical Group, back in the day, Luo Qingqiu explained. She hadn't wanted to bring up Rainbow Pharmaceutical Group. After all, Lu Qingqiu from the group shared her name, which had caused her significant embarrassment. During Yi Chen's conflict with Lu Qingqiu, Luo Qingqiu hadn't even dared to step outside. Fortunately, Yi Chen hadn't held such trivialities against her. Now though, she couldn't help but wonder, since Tianyu Group was connected to Rainbow Pharmaceutical, could there also be some link between Tianyu Group and Su Zixuang's death? Tianyu Group was undeniably powerful. Even a single branch had the capability to stir up chaos in Yuncheng. While the Luo family had a solid foundation, they still lagged behind the city's top 4 families, let alone a giant like Tianyu Group. Don't worry. Let's take it one step at a time. If Tianyu Group dares to act arrogantly, I'll simply destroy them, Yi Chen said nonchalantly, exuding an air of casual confidence. Hearing his words, Luo Qingqiu couldn't help but sigh with admiration. Having Yi Chen as her support felt incredibly reassuring. She thought of Lu Qingqiu from Rainbow Pharmaceutical, and couldn't suppress a wry smile. Same name, different fate. Lu Qingqiu had been crushed by Yi Chen's hand, while Luo Qingqiu could sit comfortably by his side, watching the tides of change. Before long, Luo Qingqiu drove Yi Chen to the auction venue. The auction was being held at an estate nestled in the mountains, far removed from the hustle and bustle of the city. Ordinary people would never gain access to such an event. In fact, just qualifying to attend this auction required a vetted net worth. As they stepped inside, they saw that many people had already arrived. Yi Chen scanned the crowd and noted the presence of numerous martial arts experts, including several at the Grandmaster level. As they moved further in, a voice called out, well, Miss Luo? It's been a while." Turning to look, they saw a young man in his early 20s, dressed in luxurious attire. Beside him stood an elderly man with white hair, who exuded an extraordinary air of authority and arrogance. "Wu Feng, it's you." Luo Qingqiu responded coldly, clearly not pleased by his presence. "So, Miss Luo remembers me. I thought you might have forgotten. Allow me to introduce this gentleman. He is a Grandmaster-level elder of the Wu family, here to assist me at this auction. Miss Luo, if you'd like, you're welcome to join us," Wu Feng said with a smug smile, his pride evident, especially when speaking about the elder beside him. Indeed, having a martial arts grandmaster by his side was enough to make Wu Feng feel superior. "No need. I've already invited an expert to assist me, so I'll decline your offer," Luo Qingqiu replied icily, refusing him outright. Wu Feng frowned and glanced around. When his gaze landed on Yi Chen, he dismissed him immediately and asked skeptically, "Oh? You've invited an expert? Where? I don't see anyone." "Right here. This is Mr. Yi Chen," Luo Qingqiu said, pointing to Yi Chen. Hearing this, Wu Feng was momentarily stunned. Then he burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha. Miss Luo, you're killing me. Even if you couldn't find a grandmaster, you didn't have to bring along some kid as a joke." Wu Feng mocked, his tone dripping with disdain. Luo Qingqiu's face hardened. She had gone to great lengths to invite Yi Chen, only for Wu Feng to insult him. Her anger flared. "Wu Feng, watch your words. Mr. Yi isn't someone you can insult. Don't think that just because you're the young master of Tianyu Group, you can act arrogantly in Yuncheng. Others might fear Tianyu Group, but the Luo family does not." Luo Qingqiu's retort was sharp and resolute. Wu Feng's expression darkened. He had always harbored feelings for Luo Qingqiu and had pursued her unsuccessfully for years. After being sent abroad to study, he had only recently returned, only to find her accompanied by another man. Naturally, he seized the opportunity to ridicule Yi Chen. "I, Wu Feng, have every reason to be arrogant. Kid, you'd better stay away from Qingqiu, or don't blame me for what happens next." Wu Feng snarled, glaring at Yi Chen. "My affairs are none of your concern. Now move," Yi Chen said dismissively, his tone cold as he pulled Luo Qingqiu along and walked past Wu Feng into the auction hall. Wu Feng stood there, seething with rage. Were it not for the fact that many prominent figures were present, he would have attacked Yi Chen on the spot. Staring at Yi Chen's back, particularly the sight of him holding Luo Qingqiu's hand, Wu Feng felt like he was about to explode. "Damn it! This brat is really something. Fine, you've completely pissed me off. Once this auction is over, I'll make sure you learn what it means to cross Wu Feng." Wu Feng's eyes burned with fury as he stewed in his anger. As the young master of Tianyu Group, he had always been used to having his way. No one had ever dared to publicly humiliate him until now. Yi Chen was the first. Beside him, the white-haired elder remained calm. "Young master, let's focus on the matter at hand. As for this insignificant fellow, I can deal with him whenever you wish effortlessly." Wu Feng had no choice but to suppress his anger. After all, he was here with a mission to secure the pendant at any cost. Fuming, he let out a frustrated snort and stepped into the auction hall. For Wu Feng, the Tianyu group's strength and wealth were unmatched by anyone present. Even the Luo family wasn't on par with them, which meant that securing the pendant was a foregone conclusion for him. The auction began quickly. The early items were mostly warm-ups, drawing mild interest from the attendees, with items going to various bidders. Finally, the pendant was brought out. Encased in an ancient, ornate box, it immediately emanated a faint spiritual aura. Many martial arts experts present could feel it. From the aura alone, it was clear this pendant was a treasure. Wu Feng leaned in eagerly. "Elder Wu, what do you think? Is this the legendary item? They say whoever wears this pendant will be nourished by its spiritual energy. For ordinary people, it ensures freedom from illness and even extends life. For martial arts practitioners, it accelerates enlightenment and could help a grandmaster reach the supreme grandmaster level in no time." This rumor had been circulating, and though unconfirmed, an item capable of such a feat was undoubtedly a coveted treasure among the major powers. The aura suggests immense spiritual energy, but it's hard to confirm its exact nature. However, its value is undeniable. As for its effectiveness, I cannot guarantee anything, Elder Wu replied. The others nodded in agreement. Yi Chen, however, sighed in disappointment the moment he saw the pendant. It was indeed a treasure, and it could achieve what the rumors claimed. But to Yi Chen, helping a grandmaster ascend to supreme grandmaster was child's play. Just a few days ago, he had elevated an entire group of elites in the war department to supreme grandmaster. "Mr. Yi, what do you think?" Luo Qingqiu asked, glancing at him. "It's trash," Yi Chen said dismissively. "If all it can do is help a grandmaster reach supreme grandmaster, it's not worth the price. I could give you a few pills that would achieve the same effect instantly. This pendant, on the other hand, would take at least 10 years to work, if at all. It's nothing but a surface-level trinket with little real value." His tone was casual, but his words sent shockwaves through the crowd. Everyone froze, stunned as if they had misheard. They turned to stare at Yi Chen. What nonsense was this? Where did this kid come from? Was he out of his mind? Achieving Supreme Grandmaster was no easy feat. It could take decades of effort, if it was even possible at all. But here he was, claiming it could be done instantly. Did he think he was some kind of god? Ha 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 ha. What ignorance. A clueless brat dares to spout such nonsense? Do you even know what you're talking about? How embarrassing. Wu Feng sneered. If you can't afford it, just admit it. Stop pretending to be someone important. Yi Chen couldn't be bothered to respond to Wu Feng. To him, such narrow-minded individuals weren't worth engaging with. The others also dismissed Yi Chen. To them, this pendant was clearly a treasure. Their perspectives were worlds apart. What was considered a treasure to them was mere garbage to Yi Chen. As discussions about the pendant's value continued, the martial artists present grew increasingly excited. This is definitely a treasure. No matter the cost, it's worth securing. The more you feel its aura, the more you realize its immense spiritual energy. This energy could truly enable someone to ascend to Supreme Grandmaster. Indeed. I feel the same way. This is a once-in-a-lifetime artifact. The martial arts experts couldn't contain their awe. Achieving Supreme Grandmaster was a lifelong dream, and this pendant might be the key. Seeing the fervor, Wu Feng sneered at Yi Chen. Kid, take a look around. So many esteemed grandmasters agree this is a treasure. Yet you dare to call it trash? Where do you get the audacity? Eager to see Yi Chen humiliated, Wu Feng mocked him relentlessly. If I say it's trash, then it's trash. What? You don't agree? Yi Chen replied calmly, his tone cold. Of course I don't. If you're broke, just say so. I've seen plenty of losers like you good at talking, useless in action. You're a fraud, Wu Feng sneered. Oh? Do you believe I can stop you from winning this pendant? Yi Chen asked, his composure unshaken. Wu Feng burst into laughter, as if he'd just heard the world's funniest joke. He was here on a mission. The Tianyu group desperately needed a supreme grandmaster, and securing this pendant was a top priority. He had the authority to mobilize the group's entire liquid assets and fixed investments. No one present could outbid him. You? Stop me? What a joke. Let's see how you embarrass yourself, Wu Feng scoffed, his disdain evident. The auction began. 10 billion. Wu Feng immediately shouted a sky-high bid, intending to intimidate the competition. The attendees, though wealthy, hesitated at such an astronomical opening bid. Bids slowly climbed. 15 billion, 20 billion, 30 billion, 800 billion. Wu Feng shouted triumphantly, pushing the bid to its peak. 800 billion, who would dare go higher? Silence fell over the room as Wu Feng grinned smugly. This was the power of the Tianyu Group, wealth beyond measure, casually flaunted. Yi Chen, weren't you so confident about stopping me? Well, I've bid 800 billion. What can you possibly say now? From start to finish, have you even placed a single bid? Wu Feng taunted, his laughter echoing. Luo Qingqiu remained calm, fully trusting Yi Chen. He had called the pendant worthless, so she hadn't bid at all. Moreover, the price had long surpassed the Luo family's limits. The crowd turned to look at Yi Chen, convinced he was just a fool spouting nonsense. In their eyes, Wu Feng was the true victor, powerful, wealthy, and dominant. Go ahead, bring down the gavel. No one here can outbid me, Wu Feng declared arrogantly, basking in his victory. The auctioneer seemed to agree and raised his gavel to finalize the sale. But suddenly, a calm voice cut through the room. I didn't bid because you're all too poor. But since you insist, fine, 2 trillion. The pendant is mine. Boom! Everyone turned to see Yi Chen casually raising his paddle. Wu Feng spat out the tea he had just taken a sip of. What? 2 trillion? He couldn't believe his ears. He had already scared off everyone else with a bid of 800 billion. And now, Yi Chen had casually raised the bid to 2 trillion. What kind of joke is this? Everyone turned to look at Yi Chen. Incredible. Who is this guy? Throwing around 2 trillion like it's nothing. That's more than the market value of many major public companies. Could he be the heir to some martial arts family? This is insane. That pendant might not even have the power to help a grandmaster ascend to supreme grandmaster. Is it really worth 2 trillion? Wu Feng shot up from his seat, glaring furiously at Yi Chen. Are you insane? 2 trillion. Have you lost your mind? Wu Feng felt his scalp tingle. No matter how wealthy the Tianyu Group was, its money wasn't infinite. Even bidding 800 billion for the pendant was already a staggering gamble. But Yi Chen's bid had completely shattered Wu Feng's upper limit. Wu Feng was utterly flustered. And what? Only you're allowed to bid? Are you out of money? If you are, just admit it. Being broke isn't your fault, but pretending to be rich, that's your problem. Yi Chen shrugged, his tone dripping with disdain. Wu Feng's face turned beet red. His fury surged, but he had no way to vent it. The Tianyu Group desperately needed a supreme grandmaster. This pendant was non-negotiable. But 2 trillion was far beyond Wu Feng's spending power. The auctioneer prepared to bring the gavel down. Wait. Let me make a call. Wu Feng shouted, signaling for the auction to pause. The auctioneer hesitated and glanced at Yi Chen. I don't mind waiting. Let him try. But I doubt even 10 phone calls could help a pauper like him scrounge up enough money, Yi Chen said, chuckling derisively. Wu Feng gritted his teeth and turned to his phone. He barked hurried instructions, his frustration escalating into an argument with the person on the other end. When he finally hung up, his face was livid. His instructions had been clear: give up. But Wu Feng couldn't accept it. Even if he had to abandon the pendant, he couldn't let Yi Chen win so easily. If Yi Chen had money, Wu Feng would make him pay through the nose for it. Fueled by adrenaline and blind rage, Wu Feng made his next move. Kid, you're challenging me. Today I'll show you what real power looks like. 3 trillion. Wu Feng's voice boomed across the room. Go ahead, kid. Raise your bid. Keep up with me if you can. Let's see who wins this game. Wu Feng sneered, fully intending to withdraw the moment Yi Chen bid again, ensuring Yi Chen would be the one to overpay. But to his astonishment, Yi Chen, who had seemed so determined to win the pendant earlier, suddenly shrugged and spread his hands. Oh, did I not make myself clear? I said the pendant is trash. I don't want it. Spending 3 trillion on garbage? Only someone as brainless as you would do that. Yi Chen's calm tone cut through the air. Hey, ha ha ha. Luo Qingqiu burst out laughing, unable to hold back. Spending 3 trillion on trash? If that's not brainless, what is? Wu Feng froze, standing there like a statue, unable to process what had just happened. Yi Chen had been acting like he wanted the pendant at any cost. Wu Feng had planned to drive the price up and then drop out at the last second, leaving Yi Chen to pay an exorbitant amount. But now, Yi Chen had simply walked away, leaving Wu Feng holding the bag. You tricked me. Wu Feng roared, his bloodshot eyes glaring at Yi Chen. His mind was blank. Yes, he had successfully bid for the pendant. but it cost him 3 trillion, a figure even the Tianyu group would find astronomical. What made it worse was that his father had explicitly instructed him to give up the pendant. Yet Wu Feng, in his pride and rage, had defied those orders, all in an attempt to spite Yi Chen. Now he was the one who had been played. Shaking with anger and fear, Wu Feng struggled to imagine how he would explain this to his father. Soon, the pendant was delivered to him. 3 trillion for a piece of garbage, congratulations, Wu Feng? Yi Chen quipped with a sarcastic smile. You think it's garbage just because you say so? This is a priceless treasure capable of helping a grandmaster ascend to supreme grandmaster. Sure, I spent 3 trillion, but once we have a supreme grandmaster, the returns will far exceed that. Wu Feng retorted, clinging to his pride. Hey, keep dreaming. You have the pendant now, don't you? Let me tell you something, that pendant can't store spiritual energy. When unused, it may seem full of potential, but the moment you try to harness its energy, it will shatter completely. It's all for show and utterly useless, Yi Chen explained with a mocking smile. The crowd gasped. If what Yi Chen said was true, the pendant wasn't worth even 1 million, let alone 3 trillion. That's impossible. You're lying. Who do you think you are? Why should anyone believe you? Wu Feng shouted, refusing to accept the possibility. Believe it or not, that's your problem. Isn't there a martial arts grandmaster next to you? Have him try it, and you'll see for yourself, Luo Qingqiu suggested with a smirk. Wu Feng clenched his jaw so hard it felt like his teeth might break. Reluctantly, he turned to the grandmaster accompanying him. Elder Wu, the pendant was purchased to help you ascend to Supreme Grandmaster. Since we already have it, go ahead and test it, Wu Feng said, handing over the pendant. The Grandmaster took it, nodded, and closed his eyes, beginning to draw on the pendant's spiritual energy. Ha! Such pure spiritual energy! Boundless and vast! The Grandmaster exclaimed in awe as he felt the power surge through him. Seeing this, Wu Feng burst into triumphant laughter. Ha! Look at this! It's not trash, it's not useless, it's a real treasure. You narrow-minded fools wouldn't understand. Before long, the Tianyu group will have a Supreme Grandmaster, and then... Wu Feng finally felt a sense of relief. As long as the pendant worked, he could justify its price to his family. But just as he was reveling in his victory, crack! A sharp sound broke through the room. The Grandmaster froze, his body stiffening. He opened his hand. The pendant, which had seemed so promising moments ago, had crumbled into a pile of green dust. Suddenly, the entire crowd was left dumbstruck. Shattered, 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 shattered. Wu Feng stared at the scene in utter disbelief, his hair practically standing on end. His eyes widened as if they were about to pop out of their sockets. The room fell silent. Everyone was in shock. 3 trillion. That was 3 trillion gone, just like that. Everything had happened exactly as Yi Chen had predicted. If left untouched, the pendant seemed like a treasure, but once its spiritual energy was absorbed, it would completely disintegrate. As it turned out, Yi Chen had seen through it all from the very beginning. The people present couldn't help but marvel. Yi Chen's insight was astonishing. But the person who suffered the most was, without a doubt, Wu Feng. Not only had he gone against his father's orders, but he had also spent 3 trillion to acquire the pendant only for it to turn into a pile of worthless dust. Ah! Wu Feng let out a furious roar, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Yi Chen as he screamed, Yi Chen, you tricked me. You set me up. I'm going to kill you. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes, his tone icy. I told you from the start that this thing was garbage. You didn't listen and tried to trap me instead. Who's to blame for that? You. Wu Feng was so enraged he could barely form words. Don't you me. You should be thinking about how you're going to explain this to Tianyu group, Yi Chen replied indifferently. Wu Feng glared at Yi Chen with unbridled hatred. In his fury he turned to the elder at his side. Elder Wu, kill him for me. I want him dead. I want him utterly destroyed. Elder Wu's eyes turned cold, and he began to move. But before he could make a move, a figure stepped forward. Who dares lay a hand on young Master Yi? Everyone turned toward the source of the voice, and saw none other than Ling Tianwu, the master of Tianwu Pavilion. He walked calmly to Yi Chen, and gave a slight bow. Young Master Yi. The room collectively gasped in shock. What? Ling Tianwu. Ti Xianwu. This was the master of Tianwu Pavilion, a towering figure in Yun City, with influence as vast as the heavens. And yet, he was bowing to Yi Chen, a young man. Who was this Yi Chen? No one answered their unspoken question. Ling Tianwu turned to Wu Feng and Elder Wu, his tone chilling. Are you the ones planning to attack young Master Yi? Very well, let me handle you myself. Wu Feng's face froze. Though Tianyu Group was powerful, it was no match for Tianwu Pavilion, an organization teeming with martial arts experts. Wu Feng had no choice but to back down. It's a misunderstanding, Master Ling. Just a misunderstanding, Wu Feng stammered, lowering his head. A misunderstanding, you say? Good. Because if you had truly offended young Master Yi, not even Tianyu Group could save you. Ling Tianwu snorted, his disdain for Wu Feng evident. After all, Ling Tianwu was of the same generation as Wu Feng's father. To Ling Tianwu, Wu Feng was just an impudent junior, unworthy of even attempting to challenge him. With Ling Tianwu standing guard, Wu Feng had no choice but to retreat for now. Yet the hatred in his heart for Yi Chen only grew deeper. Yi Chen, however, ignored Wu Feng entirely. Meanwhile, Luo Qingqiu was utterly in awe of Yi Chen, her admiration for him reaching new heights. Young Master Yi, were you deliberately setting Wu Feng up earlier? How could you be so certain he would raise the bid? What if he hadn't? Wouldn't you have ended up buying that pendant? Luo Qingqiu asked, her curiosity evident. Haha, 2 trillion is nothing to me. Even if I had bought that pendant, I could turn it into something useful. And besides, 2 trillion? I can earn that back with a wave of my hand. If it's spent, so be it, Yi Chen replied calmly. What? Luo Qingqiu was stunned by his response. 2 trillion. Earned back with a wave of his hand? What kind of joke was this? Even for the Luo family, one of the most powerful families in Yun City, making 2 trillion from scratch was an impossible feat. Such an astronomical sum it couldn't be earned so casually. You don't believe me? Yi Chen asked with a faint smile. And no. If young Master Yi says so, I believe it. Luo Qingqiu replied instinctively, knowing full well Yi Chen's extraordinary capabilities. But Wu Feng snorted derisively. Come on, kid. You're lucky Ling Tianwu is protecting you. Otherwise I wouldn't hesitate to deal with you myself. But don't get ahead of yourself. 2 trillion, earned casually? Save your tall tales for gullible girls. Wu Feng sneered, mocking Yi Chen. Yi Chen furrowed his brow and snapped. Who asked for your opinion? What, am I not allowed to call you out? If you're so confident, why not make a bet? Prove you can earn 2 trillion right here and now. If you succeed, I'll pay you 2 trillion. But if you fail, you'll owe me the same. Deal? Wu Feng challenged, his tone full of provocation. Yi Chen initially had no intention of engaging with Wu Feng, but since Wu Feng was practically begging for humiliation, he didn't mind obliging. Why not? But can you speak for Tianyu Group? If you want to play, let's sign a contract, Yi Chen said with a smile, completely unperturbed. Yi Chen's confidence made Wu Feng hesitate momentarily. Why was Yi Chen so self-assured? But no matter how much he thought about it, Wu Feng couldn't fathom how Yi Chen could possibly earn 2 trillion in such a short time. Are you saying you can earn 2 trillion in 1 hour? If that's the case, then I'll sign the contract. Wu Feng pressed cautiously. Of course. In fact, I'll only need 30 minutes, Yi Chen replied, his smile widening. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Earning 2 trillion in 30 minutes? That was the most absurd thing Wu Feng had ever heard. The two quickly signed the betting contract. Wu Feng burst into triumphant laughter. Ha ha. You really signed it? Fine. The clock starts now. If you can't earn 2 trillion in 30 minutes, don't blame me for being ruthless. No one dares owe Tianyu Group money. Wu Feng jeered. Luo Qingqiu looked at Yi Chen with worry in her eyes. Everyone present turned their attention to Yi Chen, eager to see what miraculous method he would use to earn such an unfathomable sum in such a short time. After all, the people here weren't ordinary folk. They understood the rules of this world well. True profit only came from rare treasures like the pendant being auctioned tonight, items capable of elevating martial artists to new heights. But treasures of that caliber were exceedingly rare, almost impossible to come by. As doubts filled the air, Yi Chen calmly reached into his pocket and pulled out 2 small black pills. Holding them up, he announced with a slight smile. Purification pills. Anyone below the Grandmaster level who takes one will immediately ascend to Grandmaster. For Grandmasters, 1 pill will guarantee a breakthrough to Supreme Grandmaster. Today only, I'm selling them at a special price, 1 pill for 1 trillion. There are only 2. First come, first served. Yi Chen's voice echoed throughout the entire auction hall. Everyone froze, doubting their ears. What? Selling pills? 1 trillion per pill? Was he insane? Did money mean nothing to him? Everyone assumed Yi Chen must have lost his mind. One pill to help a martial master break through to Supreme Grandmaster? Impossible. Absolutely absurd. Only a madman would make such an outrageous claim. The people in the auction hall, all powerful and experienced, refused to believe Yi Chen's words. Wu Feng was particularly amused. Ha ha ha, kid. You sure know how to brag. Bringing out some useless pills and expecting to earn 2 trillion? Everyone here is worldly and well informed. Do you think they're gullible enough to fall for this? Wu Feng sneered at Yi Chen, eager to watch him make a fool of himself. Among the crowd were many martial artists, including Supreme Grandmasters. Their standards were extraordinarily high. If such miraculous pills existed, capable of instantly advancing someone to Supreme Grandmaster, why would anyone waste their time bidding on a pendant? The auction hall fell silent as people dismissed Yi Chen as a fraud. But then, Ling Tianwu's eyes lit up. He stepped forward and looked at Yi Chen with a respectful expression. Lord Ye. Could I buy both pills outright? Ling Tianwu's gaze fixed on the pills in Yi Chen's hand, his eyes practically sparkling. To him, anything from Yi Chen was bound to be extraordinary. Unlike the others, Ling Tianwu understood Yi Chen's capabilities. If Yi Chen claimed the pills worked, there was no doubt they did. Owning these 2 pills would mean Tianwu Pavilion could immediately produce 2 Supreme Grandmasters. This would elevate Tianwu Pavilion to the pinnacle of Yun City's power. Even if he had to borrow money, Ling Tianwu would not hesitate to purchase the pills. Yi Chen was about to respond when, "No way. Kid, are you two putting on an act?" Ling Tianwu is obviously in on this. If he buys both pills, then our bet doesn't count. Wu Feng interjected. It was clear to everyone that Ling Tianwu and Yi Chen knew each other. If Ling Tianwu purchased the pills, it would be like Yi Chen transferring money between his own pockets. Hearing Wu Feng's accusation, Ling Tianwu was infuriated. Wu Feng? You brat from Tianyu Group. Watch your mouth. Who in Yun City doesn't know my reputation? Do you think someone of Lord Yi's caliber needs to stoop to playing tricks? You have no idea who you're messing with. Ling Tianwu roared, his fury palpable. If Wu Feng's interference cost him the chance to acquire Yi Chen's pills, Ling Tianwu feared he might lose control and kill him on the spot. This opportunity was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Whoever obtained Yi Chen's pills would have unparalleled luck. Ling Tianwu's confidence stemmed not only from his belief in Yi Chen, but also from classified information he had received about the martial division. The crowd looked at Ling Tianwu in confusion. Ling Tianwu wielded considerable influence in Yun City, and his endorsement of Yi Chen carried weight. Could it be that this young man truly possessed such extraordinary capabilities? But even so, spending 1 trillion on an unproven pill was a gamble few were willing to take. While Ling Tianwu and Wu Feng argued, Yi Chen chuckled lightly. He tossed one of the pills to Ling Tianwu. This pill is a gift to you, no charge. The remaining pill will now cost 2 trillion. The crowd erupted into chaos. What? He's raising the price to 2 trillion when no one even bought the first one? This guy's hilarious. Let's see how he embarrasses himself next. Wu Feng smirked, utterly dismissive of Yi Chen. By now Wu Feng was convinced Yi Chen was a joke. However, Ling Tianwu couldn't be happier. Catching the pill Yi Chen had thrown to him, Ling Tianwu wasted no time. He swallowed it immediately. Instantly, a surge of overwhelming energy erupted from within him. The pill's effects coursed through his body, flowing through his meridians. Despite being prepared, Ling Tianwu was stunned by the sheer potency of the pill's energy. He quickly sat down cross-legged to focus. Everyone's attention was fixed on Ling Tianwu. Moments later, his eyes snapped open. His aura had undergone a complete transformation. Boom! An explosive surge of energy radiated from Ling Tianwu. Supreme Grandmaster. He had broken through to Supreme Grandmaster. Ha ha ha. I, Ling Tianwu, have finally reached Supreme Grandmaster. Yun City now has another Supreme Grandmaster. The scene left the entire room in shock. The martial artists present could clearly sense Ling Tianwu's new aura. It was genuine and undeniable breakthrough. A single pill had elevated him from martial master to Supreme Grandmaster. Everyone was dumbfounded, staring at Ling Tianwu as if they had seen a miracle. Ling Tianwu knelt before Yi Chen. Thank you, Lord Yi, for your divine pill. I, Ling Tianwu, am forever at your service. His words struck the martial artist like a thunderclap. Previously they had been hesitant to compete with Wu Feng for the pendant, as its effectiveness was uncertain. But now, they had witnessed the miraculous power of Yi Chen's pill with their own eyes. In an instant, the crowd surged toward Yi Chen. "Young Master Yi, I'll buy it for 2 trillion," shouted a member of the Zhou family. 2.1 trillion. "Please, Lord Yi, grant me the pill. I'll pay 2.5 trillion. 3 trillion. The bids spiraled out of control as everyone scrambled to purchase the remaining pill. Eventually, the pill was sold to a supreme grandmaster for a staggering 3.7 trillion. That amount was equivalent to the market value of a major public company. Yet no one regretted the price. A supreme grandmaster's presence could elevate a family's status immeasurably and bring immense benefits. Yi Chen turned and walked up to Wu Feng. At that moment, Wu Feng's mind was blank. He was utterly dazed. What had started as his attempt to humiliate Yi Chen had ended with him becoming the biggest joke of the night. "Wu Feng, right? From Tianyu Group?" Yi Chen asked coolly. "Prepare the 3 trillion you owe me. I'll send someone to collect it. And remember, don't play any tricks. No one in this world dares to owe me money." With that, Yi Chen turned and left, pulling Luo Qingqiu along with him. The martial artists who hadn't secured the pill sighed heavily, while the rest couldn't help but chuckle at Wu Feng. This guy, truly a genius of self-destruction. Not only had Wu Feng spent 3 trillion on a worthless pendant, but he now owed Yi Chen another 3 trillion. He had single-handedly crippled half of Tianyu Group's wealth. Wu Feng's legs gave out, and he collapsed to the ground. Wu Feng's body trembled uncontrollably. He was consumed by despair. Moments ago, he had been completely swept up in the moment. Now, having regained clarity, he realized just how catastrophic his situation was. In a single day, he had not only spent 3 trillion on a worthless pendant, but had also lost another 3 trillion by wagering against Yi Chen, all because he wanted to see Yi Chen humiliated. 6 trillion. What kind of concept was that? Even if he sold his own life, it wouldn't be worth that much. But even worse, today had been his first time representing Tianyu Group, and now, he had practically bankrupted the entire organization. Wu Feng felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. 6 trillion. If that money had been used to purchase Yi Chen's pills, Tianyu Group could have had 2 or 3 supreme grandmasters by now. Everything was ruined, completely destroyed by his arrogance and recklessness. What now? What do we do? Elder Wu? Wu Feng swallowed hard. If word of this reached Tianyu Group, even if his father didn't kill him, the board of directors certainly wouldn't spare him. Boundless fear gripped him. Elder Wu, equally frustrated, cast Wu Feng a disdainful look before sighing heavily. "Master Wu, we have no choice but to return to the Wu family estate and inform the family head of this matter. Don't worry, he may yet find a way to avoid paying." Though Elder Wu was livid, he couldn't abandon Wu Feng entirely. The two hurried back to the Wu family estate. Upon learning what had transpired, the Wu family head, Wu Tianyu, was incensed. He slapped Wu Feng across the face with full force and exploded with rage. "You idiot! 6 trillion? Are you insane? Didn't I tell you to back down? How dare you act on your own? Do you have any idea how many people will suffer if Tianyu Group collapses because of this? Fool! Disgrace! Worthless trash!" Wu Tianyu pummeled Wu Feng relentlessly, his fury unchecked. Originally, the pendant had been theirs to claim. But now, not only had they lost it, but they also owed a massive debt. Wu Feng, his face swollen and bruised, cried out, "Father, I was wrong. Please stop hitting me. It's all Yi Chen's fault. He tricked me. He set me up." Wu Tianyu's eyes gleamed with malice. He had built Tianyu Group from the ground up, transforming it from nothing into a colossal powerhouse. A man of such means naturally had extraordinary methods. "How dare anyone try to extort me, Wu Tianyu? They've got guts, I'll give them that. But I'd like to see if they have the courage to come collect that 3 trillion. Wu Tianyu kicked Wu Feng again, his face dark with rage. Just then, a figure entered the room unannounced. It was Zhang Yi, known as the Reaper. Wu Tianyu's eyes narrowed. This was his family's estate. How had someone managed to enter without notice? This man was clearly no ordinary individual. "And who might you be?" Wu Tianyu asked coldly, regaining his composure. "It doesn't matter who I am," Zhang Yi replied calmly, holding out the betting contract. "Your son owes my master 3 trillion. I'm here to collect." "Haha. You actually dared to come. Do you even know who I am? Do you think you can walk out of here with that 3 trillion? Wu Tianyu sneered. Without so much as glancing at the contract, he tore it to shreds. Zhang Yi remained unfazed. "So, you're refusing to pay?" What debt? The contract's gone. What proof do you have? Coming to the Wu family for money, you must be out of your mind, Wu Tianyu said, his tone mocking. To him, paying 3 trillion was out of the question. Having faced countless adversities in building Tianyu Group, Wu Tianyu was confident in his ability to handle this situation. If the opposing party backed down, all would be well. If not, he was prepared to eliminate them. Very well. I came here to give your family a chance. Since you don't value it, my master will come to collect personally. Zheng Yi turned and left without another word. Wu Tianyu's gaze followed him, cold and calculating. No matter who comes, it won't matter. I'll be right here waiting. Let's see who dares to challenge me. Yi Chen paid no attention to the Wu family's affairs. To him, they were inconsequential. After all, no one in this world could evade their debt to him. Returning to Hidden Dragon Villa, Yi Chen found the Miu family having dinner. Upon seeing him, the Miu family members couldn't help but jeer. Oh, the freeloader's back. Hey, since you're so close with the eldest daughter of the Luo family, why don't you just move in with them instead of mooching off us here? This isn't just freeloading, it's groveling like a lapdog. Always at her beck and call, huh? If nothing else works out, you could always sell yourself, Yi Chen. Their words dripped with venom, but to Yi Chen, they were no more than insignificant insects. Their insults couldn't provoke him in the slightest. Without sparing them a glance, Yi Chen ascended to the second floor. Mu Wanqing, who had remained silent throughout, hesitated before standing and following him upstairs. Yi Chen, wait. Mu Wanqing's face was pale, her expression grim, as though deeply unhappy. Yi Chen stopped and turned. What is it? Where were you today? Were you with Luo Qingqiyu? Don't bother lying. My parents already told me everything. Mu Wanqing said slowly, her tone heavy with accusation. You're right. I was with Luo Qingqiyu all day. But so what? Is there a problem with that? Yi Chen asked, puzzled by her reaction. Mu Wanqing let out a bitter laugh, disappointment flashing in her eyes. And perhaps, even a hint of anger. She herself couldn't understand why she was so upset. Biting her lip, she said, Yi Chen, don't you think you owe me an explanation? An explanation? What explanation do I owe you? And what gives you the right to demand one? Mu Wanqing, don't overestimate your importance. Don't forget we're divorced. Letting you stay here is already a great act of generosity on my part. Don't push it. Yi Chen's voice was cold, his gaze even colder. The divorce had been her decision, and Yi Chen had given her what she wanted. Now, apart from living in the same villa, they had no other connection. Yet here she was, demanding explanations from him. Don't you think that's laughable? Yi Chen asked, his tone dripping with derision. Mu Wanqing's face froze at Yi Chen's harsh rebuttal. She had intended to give Yi Chen some sincere advice not to become addicted to living off others and lose sight of his potential. After all, Yi Chen was still young. In a few years, those wealthy heiresses who toyed with his feelings would lose interest. Without a career of his own, Yi Chen would be left destitute. Who's the one being ridiculous, Yi Chen? Even though we're divorced, you're still eating and living off the Miu family. Are those women really that good? Let me tell you, if you keep being so aimless, the gap between us will only grow wider. Perhaps you don't know, but besides my collaboration with Mingzhu Group, I've also established a partnership with Tianyu Group. Do you know who Wu Feng is? The eldest son of Tianyu Group, one of Yun City's top elites. That's the kind of circle I'm in now. What you dream of achieving is nothing more than my daily reality. I'm the ridiculous one for even trying to persuade you to aim higher. Mu Wanqing erupted in anger, yelling at Yi Chen. She believed she was trying to help him, but Yi Chen didn't appreciate her efforts. Yi Chen, hearing her words, couldn't help but feel a sense of pity for Mu Wanqing. She was so unaware of the situation. Mu Wanqing was stunned to see Yi Chen looking at her with a condescending gaze. What was that look? Arrogance? Contempt? How dare Yi Chen look at her like that? What right did he have? Rage boiled inside Mu Wanqing. Enough. Worry about yourself. And for the record, knowing trash like Wu Feng is nothing to brag about. The Wu family owes a lot of money. I'd advise you to stay away from them, Yi Chen said calmly. Mu Wanqing let out a wry laugh. She didn't take Yi Chen's words seriously at all. At that moment, she finally understood. People at different levels of life couldn't see eye to eye. She and Yi Chen belonged to completely different worlds. Yi Chen couldn't even fathom how powerful Tianyu Group was. Saying that Tianyu Group owed money? What a joke. Mu Wanqing, utterly disheartened, turned away. She decided not to waste any more effort trying to reason with him. Unless someone reached a certain status, they couldn't possibly understand the grandeur of another world. Yi Chen returned to his room. On the balcony, the figure of Zhang Yi, the Reaper, appeared. He knelt before Yi Chen. "Greetings, master." Yi Chen nodded and asked, "What did the Wu family say?" "Wu Tianyu appears intent on defaulting on the debt," Zhang Yi reported honestly. "Ancient, don't bother with him. I'll collect it myself. What about the other matter I asked you to investigate?" Yi Chen asked nonchalantly. "Master, I've uncovered some information. The order to kill Miss Su Zixuan came from the Yun family in Shengjing. The exact motive is still unclear, but I found evidence linking the Sun family in Yun City to her death," Zhang Yi explained. "The Sun family? The pharmaceutical clan in Yun City?" Yi Chen's brows furrowed, sensing a connection. "Yes, not only does the Sun family monopolize the sale of martial arts pills in Yun City, but they also have numerous ties to the Yun family in Shengjing. This matter runs deep," Zhang Yi replied. You head to Shengjing and investigate the Yun family thoroughly. As for the Sun family, I'll deal with them personally," Yi Chen instructed with a wave of his hand. Zhang Yi bowed respectfully and, in a flash, disappeared from Hidden Dragon Villa. Downstairs, Mu Wangqing was still fuming. "Sweetheart, what's wrong? Did that useless Yi Chen upset you again?" Mu Bo noticed her agitation and asked. Mu Wangqing recounted what Yi Chen had said. The Mu family members were incredulous. "What? He actually said that? He's gone mad. Tianyu Group may not be based in Yun City, but even their local branch is a massive force. Saying they owe money? What a joke. This just shows how ignorant he is. Wangqing, Yi Chen's status is worlds apart from yours now. You should really distance yourself from him, or he'll drag you down sooner or later." The family began advising her one after another. The conversation soon shifted to Mu Wangqing's collaboration with Tianyu Group. "Wangqing, you mentioned you secured a deal with Tianyu Group?" Zhao Lan asked curiously. "Yes. I met Wu Feng, Tianyu Group's eldest son, at a banquet. He agreed to partner with Qinjiwan Corporation. If this collaboration succeeds, there's a strong chance Qinjiwan Corporation will go public," Mu Wangqing said proudly. "What? Going public?" The family was stunned. "Oh my sis, your company is advancing so quickly." "Haha. As expected of my daughter, Mu Bo. Soon you'll be the CEO of a publicly traded company. This is a source of immense pride for our family. Yi Chen is utterly unworthy of Wangqing. It was a wise decision to divorce him." Mo Wangqing silently agreed with her family's sentiments. After her conversation with Yi Chen today, her disappointment in him had only deepened. "Everyone rest early. Tomorrow, I'll be meeting with Wu Feng to finalize the contract. Soon I, Mu Wangqing, will stand at the pinnacle of Yun City." The next morning, Yi Chen left Hidden Dragon Villa early. Wu Tianyu, the ambitious chairman of Tianyu Group, was well known in Yun City. Though the local branch was merely a subsidiary, Wu Tianyu managed it personally, striving to expand its reach. After Zhang Yi's visit the previous day, Wu Tianyu hadn't given the debt a second thought. Sitting in the grand hall of the Wu family estate, Wu Tianyu addressed Elder Wu. "Elder Wu, Feng Er's recklessness caused you to miss the chance to advance to Supreme Grandmaster. But don't worry. As long as there's another opportunity, I'll spare no cost to make it up to you. Master Wu, you're too kind. Advancing to Supreme Grandmaster depends on fate. If it wasn't meant to be, so be it. Rest assured, as long as I'm here, no one will dare cause trouble for the Wu family." Elder Wu replied resolutely. You must be referring to Feng Er's wager with that Yi Chen," Wu Tianyu said, his eyes narrowing dangerously. "Master Wu, I think that Yi Chen might have a significant background. We should be prepared. He's unlikely to let go of the 3 trillion so easily," Elder Wu cautioned, recalling the power behind Yi Chen's pills. "Elder Wu, you're overthinking. If he had the ability, he would have demanded the money yesterday. Yet, he left with his tail between his legs. If he dares to come back, crushing him will be as easy as stepping on an ant," Wu Tianyu declared arrogantly. Elder Wu frowned, sensing overconfidence, and was about to speak when, suddenly, an earth-shaking roar erupted from outside. "Wu family scum! Get out here and face me!" The thunderous roar echoed like a bolt of lightning, with sound waves reverberating across the Wu family estate. In an instant, everyone in the Wu family was stunned. Someone was actually causing a scene at the Wu estate? Dozens of security guards quickly assembled and rushed to the entrance. There they saw a lone young man standing at the gates. The guards could hardly believe their eyes. One man? Coming to the Wu family to stir up trouble? And he even dared to insult Wu Tianyu as an old dog. Who are you? How dare you cause trouble here? Do you have a death wish? One of the guards pointed at Yi Chen, shouting furiously. Tell that old dog Wu to come out. The Wu family owes me 3 billion. I've come to collect my debt. Yi Chen's voice was icy and unyielding. He had already given the Wu family a chance by sending Zhang Yi to collect the debt. Yet the Wu family had dismissed it entirely. Hearing Yi Chen's words, the guards were enraged. This guy. He was really here to cause trouble? The Wu family owes him money? What a joke. Wu Tianyu, the head of the Wu family and founder of Tianyu Group, had built a business empire known as a money printing machine. If anyone lacked money, it certainly wasn't the Wu family. This guy must have lost his mind over money. Well, Yi Chen, you've really got guts to show up here. Should I call you naive or just plain stupid? Coming to my Wu family estate alone, do you think so little of us? Wu Feng sneered as he looked at Yi Chen with utter disdain. Standing beside Wu Feng were none other than Wu Tianyu, the chairman of Tianyu Group, and Elder Wu, a martial arts grandmaster. Wu Feng, who had been humiliated by Yi Chen at the auction, had been itching to get revenge. He hadn't expected Yi Chen to deliver himself to their doorstep. Bring people? No need. I alone am enough, Yi Chen said calmly. You alone? Yi Chen, do you even know what the Wu family is capable of? Watch closely. The humiliation you caused me in front of everyone, I'll repay it 100-fold today. Everyone get him. Break his legs. Wu Feng shouted in rage. At Wu Feng's command, the guards immediately charged at Yi Chen. Yi Chen's gaze turned cold, and an overwhelming aura burst forth from him. Instead of retreating, he advanced. Bang. 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 With each punch, a guard was sent flying. Every single one of them fell to the ground, incapacitated. The Wu family's guards were highly trained and had been hired for exorbitant fees. While they weren't invincible, they were skilled enough to take on multiple opponents at once. Yet, against Yi Chen, they were utterly powerless. Wu Feng was dumbfounded. In the blink of an eye, all the Wu family guards were lying on the ground, groaning in pain. How can you be this strong? Wu Feng's eyes were wide with disbelief, and his legs began to tremble. Do you have any other tricks? Show me everything you've got. I told you before, no one in this world can owe me Yi Chen money. Yi Chen's voice was cold and resolute. Wu Feng avoided Yi Chen's gaze, terrified by his sheer strength. At that moment, Wu Tianyu stepped forward. His expression was calm, but his demeanor was imposing, radiating an air of superiority and disdain. So, you're the one who tricked my son? The one who dared to make him sign a 3 billion wager? Wu Tianyu's voice was sharp and threatening as he questioned Yi Chen. And you must be the old dog Wu? Good. The father is here to clean up the mess the son made, Yi Chen said, meeting Wu Tianyu's gaze. Wu Tianyu didn't even bother to take Yi Chen seriously. He merely cast a cold glance at him. Neil, you should understand the power of the Wu family. I don't care why you're here causing trouble. You won't leave with the money or perhaps even your life. I'll give you one chance. Kneel before me and beg for forgiveness. Otherwise, don't blame me for using my power against you. Wu Tianyu spoke with what he thought was magnanimity. In his eyes, his presence alone was already a favor to Yi Chen. After all, in Yun City, even business magnates dared not act recklessly in front of Wu Tianyu. Old dog Wu, who are you trying to fool? I'll give you one chance, repay the 3 billion, and I'll let this slide, Yi Chen retorted coldly. Take him down. Wu Tianyu's face twisted with rage. He waved his hand, signaling for Yi Chen to be subdued. At his command, Elder Wu stepped forward. Seeing this, Wu Feng's eyes lit up. Yi Chen, you're dead now. Do you know who this is? This is the strongest member of our Wu family, a martial arts grandmaster. With a single move, he can end your life. Ha 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 ha. You really have a death wish, showing up here knowing our family has a grandmaster. I have to admire your courage. Wu Feng laughed, filled with schadenfreude. In his eyes, a martial arts grandmaster was an invincible force. A grandmaster? In my eyes, that's nothing but trash, Yi Chen said with a disdainful smirk. What? Such arrogance. A grandmaster trash? Everyone was stunned. Elder Wu, as a martial arts grandmaster, commanded immense respect within the Wu family. Even Wu Tianyu treated him with great reverence. But Yi Chen dared to insult him outright? This was a death sentence. As expected, Elder Wu's face darkened with fury. As a grandmaster, he was proud, confident, and unwilling to tolerate such humiliation. Elder Wu strode toward Yi Chen, his face brimming with anger. It was clear he had already decided to kill Yi Chen. "Young man, you're arrogant. Unfortunately, you've overestimated yourself. I'm not just an ordinary grandmaster, I'm on the verge of becoming a supreme grandmaster. Today, I'll teach you a lesson: a grandmaster must not be insulted." Elder Wu's voice was firm and commanding. But before he could finish his sentence, annoying, Yi Chen furrowed his brow and swiftly kicked out. Boom! The kick was as fast as lightning, landing squarely on Elder Wu's head. Crash! Before Elder Wu could even react, it felt as though a mountain had slammed into him. Ugh! He spat out a mouthful of black blood as his body flew backward, slamming into the wall. His head hung at an unnatural angle. He didn't even have a chance to resist. The crowd gasped in shock. Wu Tianyu and Wu Feng were especially stunned, their eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. What the hell just happened? A grandmaster, an actual martial arts grandmaster, defeated with a single kick? Everyone was frozen in place, unable to process what they had just witnessed. Only Yi Chen remained calm, his gaze sweeping over the Wu father and son. A grandmaster must not be insulted? They just haven't met me. Against me, even a supreme grandmaster would kneel. So, tell me, are you still refusing to repay the debt you owe me? The declaration will pay. Will pay immediately. Left both Wu Tianyu and Wu Feng trembling in fear, their faces pale as death. A chilling sensation crept down their spines as the aura of death loomed over them. How could they not be afraid? What kind of joke was this? Elder Wu was a martial arts grandmaster, and not just any grandmaster. He was on the cusp of advancing to supreme grandmaster. Such a person was at the pinnacle of martial prowess in Yun City. Yet he had been incapacitated by a single kick from Yi Chen. What did this mean? It meant that if Yi Chen so wished, he could crush them, Wu father and son, like mere ants. Lord Yi, please spare us. I'll repay the 3 billion immediately. No, I'll pay 5 billion. Just please spare me and my son. Wu Tianyu and Wu Feng were on their knees, kowtowing desperately, terrified of losing their lives. Looking at their pitiful state, Yi Chen remained calm and indifferent. In his eyes, the two weren't even worth the effort of killing. From this moment onward, Tianyu Group is mine. You'll still manage it, but I'll send someone to oversee the handover. Remember, this is your only chance to live. The father and son didn't know how long they had been kneeling, or how many times they had kowtowed. When they finally looked up, Yi Chen was already gone. Hende. Wu Tianyu collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air. Turning his head to look at Wu Feng, rage surged within him. Slap. Wu Tianyu struck Wu Feng hard across the face. You idiot! You dare provoke anyone? You've ruined the Wu family. I'm telling you, if you ever see Yi Chen again, bury your head in the ground. If you dare offend him again, I'll tear you apart myself. Wu Tianyu, still reeling from his near-death experience, roared furiously. Dad, I was wrong. I'll never do it again. What do we do now? Wu Feng sobbed, his face swollen with fear. He was terrified to his very core. For a moment there, he truly thought he wouldn't survive the day. What else can we do? Immediately arrange for Tianyu Group to be transferred to Lord Yi. Then we must prepare to personally visit and apologize. Oh, and get Elder Wu to the hospital. He's likely crippled now, and our group is about to take a severe hit, Wu Tianyu said, filled with frustration. Who could have imagined that such a powerful entity as Tianyu Group would find itself on the brink of collapse simply because it had offended Yi Chen? The only solace was that Yi Chen hadn't completely destroyed them. Instead, he allowed Wu Tianyu to continue managing the company. However, Yi Chen was now the owner of Tianyu Group, and Wu Tianyu was nothing more than a hired hand. Wu Tianyu wasn't a fool. He understood that between the company and their lives were far more important. Moreover, if they could follow a strong figure like Yi Chen, they might even gain a powerful backer. Not long after, the news of Tianyu Group's change in ownership spread, causing a massive uproar in Yun City. Tianyu Group was a formidable entity in Yun City. Wu Tianyu's reputation was well known in the business world, and he was a household name among the city's elites. Such a massive corporation suddenly changing ownership sparked widespread curiosity. Who had the power to pull off such a feat? Even Mu Wanqing received word of this development, and she was utterly stunned. The entire Mu family gathered to discuss their next steps. Wanqing, didn't you say you had a collaboration with Tianyu Group? Will this ownership change affect your project? Mu Bo asked worriedly. It shouldn't. I asked around, and although Tianyu Group now has a mysterious new owner, Wu Tianyu is still in charge, and all business operations will proceed as usual, Mu Wangking replied, taking a deep breath. This eased everyone's concerns. After all, Mu Wangking's collaboration with Tianyu Group was vital for King Yuan Company. If the partnership succeeded, the company might even go public. Losing this project due to the change in ownership would have been a devastating blow to the family. Wanking, Tianyu Group is incredibly powerful, isn't it? Wu Tianyu built it from the ground up, and its market value reportedly exceeds 1 trillion yuan. How could such a massive corporation change owners just like that? Mu Fei asked curiously. I don't know. Rumor has it that Tianyu Group owed the mysterious owner a debt they couldn't repay, so they had no choice but to transfer the company. Regardless, that owner must be incredibly powerful, far beyond our imagination, Mu Wangking said with a sigh. Indeed, considering Tianyu Group's influence in Yun City, even the city's 4 great families combined wouldn't have been able to swallow it whole. The individual who managed to acquire Tianyu Group so quickly must be a figure of unparalleled status and power. The family couldn't help but marvel at the situation. Suddenly, Mu Bo seemed to recall something. By the way, didn't Yi Chen mention that Tianyu Group owed money? We laughed at him back then. Thinking about it now, how did Yi Chen know about this? Everyone froze. Mu Wangking was also stunned. Yi Chen had indeed said that Tianyu Group was in debt. At the time, Mu Wangking couldn't believe it and had ridiculed Yi Chen, thinking he was spouting nonsense. But now, in hindsight, could Yi Chen have known in advance? The Mu family was shocked. Yi Chen was supposed to be a useless nobody. How could he have insider knowledge about the affairs of Yun City's elite? Yeah, how could Yi Chen have known? Mu Wangking asked, bewildered. Could it be that Yi Chen had an identity they weren't aware of? PFFT. PFFT. Just as everyone was deep in thought, Mu Fei burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, you seriously think that loser Yi Chen has some kind of foresight? Think about it, who was he hanging out with recently? Mu Fei said, a sly grin on his face. Everyone looked at him, suddenly understanding. You're talking about the young lady of the Luo family, Luo Qingqiu? Mu Bo said, his eyes lighting up. Exactly. That pretty boy was just with Luo Qingqiu. He must have overheard something and decided to show off in front of us. Mu Fei said smugly. That makes sense. Forget about him. I need to head to Tianyu Group to finalize the project details. I might even meet that mysterious new owner. Whether Qin Yuan Company can go public depends on this partnership, Mu Wangking said, brushing off the topic of Yi Chen. After wrapping up the discussion, she headed to Tianyu Group. At the entrance, Wu Feng was waiting for her. When Mu Wangking saw him, she was startled. Wu Feng's face was swollen, and he had multiple visible injuries. Wu Xiao, what happened to you? Mu Wangking asked curiously. Nothing. I just had a little accident. It's no big deal. Wu Feng stammered, avoiding eye contact. He didn't want to admit to Mu Wangking how he had gotten into this state, so he made up an excuse. Mu Wangking looked at him suspiciously. He got all those injuries from an accident? That seemed highly unlikely. Mu Wangking naturally didn't believe it, but since Wu Feng didn't want to explain, she couldn't force him. It was obvious that the injuries on his face were caused by a beating. However, whoever dared to lay a hand on Wu Feng must have been someone with immense influence, definitely not someone Mu Wangking could afford to investigate. After a moment of hesitation, Mu Wangking cautiously asked, Young Master Wu, I heard that the Tianyu Group has a new owner. Will this affect the collaboration we previously discussed? After all, Wu Feng was the eldest young master of the Tianyu Group. Now that the group had a new owner, Mu Wangking worried that bringing up the collaboration might offend Wu Feng. Fortunately, Wu Feng didn't seem to mind. Don't worry. As long as I'm here, your collaboration with Tianyu Group will proceed without issue. Even though the group has a new owner, my family still manages it, Wu Feng said confidently with a smile. Young Master Wu, do you know who this new owner is? What's their background? Mu Wangking asked curiously. For someone to acquire the Tianyu Group so quickly, they must have a terrifying amount of power and influence. If Mu Wangking could somehow connect with this mysterious figure, it could propel her to great heights. The new owner has a very noble background, don't bother trying to find out more. All I can say is, they're from a completely different world than us, Wu Feng replied softly, thinking of Yi Chen's immense strength. Mu Wangking quickly nodded in agreement, slightly shrinking back. Indeed, the world was filled with different classes and levels of influence. Someone capable of acquiring the Tianyu Group undoubtedly belonged to a world far removed from her own. It was just like the difference between her and Yi Chen, Yi Chen probably wouldn't understand or access the world Mu Wonking was part of now for the rest of his life. Yes, young Master Wu, I understand. I spoke out of turn. Mu Wonking apologized hurriedly. No problem. I have to go and welcome the new owner now, so I won't keep you company. As for our collaboration, since you were introduced by young Master Lai, I'll make sure to follow up on it later, Wu Feng said before turning to leave. Hearing this, Mu Wonking sighed softly. She had gotten to know Wu Feng through Lai Qiang. Originally, she had hoped to bypass Li Qiang and directly collaborate with Wu Feng. But Wu Feng had just kicked the ball back, making Mu Wonking realize she had been too rash. Every social circle had its unspoken rules. If Li Qiang was the intermediary, there must be some sort of relationship between him and Wu Feng. It seemed she would need to reach out to Li Qiang again. Mu Wonking turned and walked out. Just as she exited, she saw Yi Chen stepping out of a taxi. Frowning, she glanced at him and asked, "What are you doing here?" Yi Chen didn't expect to run into Mu Wonking here, and his brows furrowed slightly. "I came to check on my own company. Do I need your permission for that?" Yi Chen replied indifferently. Your company? Are you talking about Tianyu Group? Mu Wonking looked at Yi Chen in shock, momentarily stunned, before shaking her head. There was no way she could believe it. Just as she was about to speak, Li Qiang approached from a distance. "Wonking, how did it go? Did you meet young Master Wu?" Li Qiang walked over, his tone ingratiating, like a sycophant. "Yes, young Master Lai. I met him, but he said the collaboration might have to wait because Tianyu Group recently changed owners," Mu Wonking replied, momentarily ignoring Yi Chen. Li Qiang glanced at Yi Chen with disdain in his eyes. "Wonking, haven't I told you to avoid associating with someone like Yi Chen? He's just a troublemaker. If he accidentally offends young Master Wu, the consequences will be unimaginable," Li Qiang said unhappily. "It's not like that, young Master Li. Yi Chen said Tianyu Group is his, so," Mu Wonking awkwardly explained. Li Qiang immediately burst into laughter. "What? He actually said that? What a joke. Let me tell you, the new owner of Tianyu Group is a true top-tier figure, as dazzling as a star in the heavens. And just earlier, I had the privilege of seeing this mysterious new owner in person. How could it possibly be Yi Chen?" Li Qiang sneered disdainfully. Mu Wonking frowned even more deeply. If even Li Qiang said so, then it was impossible for Yi Chen to be the new owner of Tianyu Group. "Yi Chen, when will you face reality? Stop living in a fantasy world. Do you think spouting such lies will make me see you differently?" Mu Wonking said angrily. What a joke. Someone capable of acquiring Tianyu Group would never arrive in a taxi. "Wonking, look." Li Qiang suddenly pointed inside Tianyu Group, where Wu Tianyu was bowing and scraping in front of a man in black with an extraordinary aura. Mu Wonking quickly looked over and saw Wu Tianyu's subservience. That must be the real owner of Tianyu Group. "Yi Chen, did you see that? That's the true owner of Tianyu Group. Do you still dare to spout nonsense? The more you lie, the more I despise you." Mu Wonking was convinced Yi Chen was bluffing, and her tone was filled with annoyance. Yi Chen glanced over but didn't bother explaining. To those who refused to believe him, no explanation would suffice. Besides, the man commanding Wu Tianyu's deference was none other than Death God Zhang Yi, one of Yi Chen's servants. "Think whatever you want. That man isn't the new owner, he's just my servant. Step aside. Don't block my way," Yi Chen said as he walked past the two and entered Tianyu Group. "Did you hear that? This guy actually said the man making Wu Tianyu bow and scrape is just his servant. If Wu Tianyu heard that, he'd probably kill this guy on the spot." Mu Wonking was stunned by Yi Chen's audacity and deeply concerned. Why can't he stop lying? Does he think walking into Tianyu Group will make me believe him? If only he were half as capable as young Master Lai, I wouldn't have divorced him. Mu Wonking sighed, unwilling to look at Yi Chen any longer. Forget about him. Look at him, he's inside Tianyu Group, and no one's even paying attention to him. Let's go. I'll help you set up another meeting with young Master Wu. Our Lai family is now in a strategic partnership with Tianyu Group. We can help you a lot," Li Qiang said proudly. Mu Wonking didn't object, and the two got into a car and left. Inside Tianyu Group, Yi Chen stood in the lobby. Suddenly Wu Tianyu caught sight of Yi Chen's figure. His body stiffened, and he shouted angrily, "Yi Xiao has arrived. Why didn't anyone inform me? Didn't I tell you all to let me know immediately when Yi Xiao shows up?" In an instant, the entire Tianyu Group was in an uproar. Their new owner had arrived. All the senior executives of Tianyu Group, led by Wu Tianyu, bowed to welcome Yi Chen's arrival. The surrounding employees of Tianyu Group were stunned. Everyone had heard that Tianyu Group recently got a new owner, but no one had seen this mysterious figure before. Now, even though Yi Chen was surrounded by the top executives, some employees managed to catch glimpses of him. Wow! So that's the new owner of Tianyu Group? He's so young. And so handsome. Damn, no wonder he's the big boss. All the top executives of Tianyu Group are here, ready to follow his commands. I'm so jealous. Welcome, young Master Yi, to Tianyu Group for your inspection. It's too crowded here, let's move to the conference room, Wu Tianyu suggested with a flattering smile. No need. I won't stay long. By the way, does Tianyu Group have any collaborations with the Lai family? Yi Chen asked casually. Well, I believe we do. Did the Lai family offend you, young Master Yi? Wu Tianyu asked, his brows furrowing slightly. To him, Yi Chen was an invincible existence. If Tianyu Group could continue following Yi Chen, it would undoubtedly become the most powerful corporation. At Wu Tianyu's level, he deeply understood the importance of having a strong backer. If the Lai family dared to offend Yi Chen, it would be pure suicide. Offend? Not quite. They don't have the qualifications. Inform your team to immediately terminate all collaborations with the Lai family, Yi Chen commanded lightly. Wu Tianyu immediately obeyed. With one phone call, all partnerships with the Li family were severed. Young Master Yi, we've specially organized a welcome banquet for you tonight. Would you be able to attend? Wu Tianyu asked with a flattering smile. Ma'am. I'll come, Yi Chen replied, giving him this face. Meanwhile, Mu Wanqing was dining with Li Qiang. Young Master Li, I heard that Tianyu Group is hosting a banquet tonight to welcome their mysterious new owner. Will you be attending? Mu Wanqing asked, full of curiosity about the new boss of Tianyu Group. If she could attend tonight's banquet, it would be a great opportunity. Of course. With the Lai family's collaboration with Tianyu Group, they'll definitely invite us, Li Qiang said smugly. Then, young Master Lai, could you take me with you? I'd love to meet this mysterious new owner, Mu Wanqing said expectantly. Sure, that's easy. Just wait, I'll call young Master Wu right now, Li Qiang readily agreed, seeing no issue with bringing Mu Wanqing as a plus one. He took out his phone and dialed Wu Feng. The phone rang several times, but no one answered. Li Qiang frowned slightly and tried again, but the result was the same. Feeling uneasy, Li Qiang reassured himself that Wu Feng was likely busy. With an awkward smile at Mu Wanqing, he prepared to call again. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was his father. Li Qiang answered in confusion. Immediately, an angry roar came through the receiver. Li Qiang, what have you done? Did you cause trouble again and offend someone you shouldn't have? Are you insane? Are you trying to destroy our family? Li Qiang was stunned by the scolding. Dad, what are you talking about? I haven't done anything. What happened? Li Qiang asked, bewildered and alarmed. For his father to react this strongly, something serious must have happened. You didn't offend anyone? Then why has Tianyu Group severed all collaborations with our family? I don't care what you're doing, get to Tianyu Group immediately. Tonight's banquet is our last chance. If we can't gain the new owner's forgiveness, the Lai family is finished. The call ended abruptly. Li Qiang stood there in a daze, his mind reeling. He finally realized that Wu Feng not answering his calls was likely related to the termination of their collaboration. This was a hard-won opportunity for the Lai family. Losing it would mean their downfall. Mu Wanqing, unaware of what had just happened, watched Li Qiang return and asked expectantly, young Master Li, were you able to get in touch? Wanqing, something came up at home. I won't be able to take you to the banquet this time. Don't worry, there will be other opportunities. I need to leave now. Take your time finishing your meal, Li Qiang said hurriedly before leaving in a rush. Mu Wanqing was left stunned and confused. The banquet was held at the Yun City Grand Hotel. Since it was to welcome Tianyu Group's new owner, the entire company was abuzz with activity. Every department worked hard to make an impression and earn the new boss's favor. Li Qiang arrived at the hotel, eager to find Wu Feng and figure out why the collaboration with the Lai family had been terminated. As soon as he stepped inside, he ran into Yi Chen. What rotten luck! Annoyance flared in Li Qiang's heart. No matter where he went, this useless Yi Chen seemed to appear. He even suspected that Yi Chen's bad luck had rubbed off on him. Hey, this is Tianyu Group's banquet. What are you doing here? Even Mu Wanqing isn't qualified to attend. How did you sneak in? Li Qiang sneered, his tone dripping with contempt. Yi Chen glanced at Li Qiang and smiled faintly. With a single word, Yi Chen could sever all collaborations between Tianyu Group and the Li family. Yet this fool still had the audacity to approach him. Truly clueless. None of your business. Where I go is my concern, not yours. Maybe you should worry about yourself instead, Yi Chen said dismissively. Damn it. How dare you talk to me like that? If it weren't for Mu Wangqing, I'd have dealt with you long ago. Stay away from her, or I'll break your legs. Li Qiang threatened arrogantly. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow, a cold glint flashing in his eyes as a faint smirk appeared on his lips. Break my legs? Are you sure about that? Yi Chen asked, his tone turning icy. Ha, breaking your legs would be merciful. Don't get angry, it's simple. In Yun City, power is everything. You have none, so you're just a toy for others to play with. Mu Wangqing divorced you because you're worthless. But me? Soon enough she'll be worshipping me. Don't worry, I won't marry her, but I'll make sure to enjoy her thoroughly. Li Qiang's face was full of smug arrogance as he mocked Yi Chen. Yi Chen found it amusing. He looked at Li Qiang calmly and spoke in an even tone. Your words will lead to your downfall. Mark my words, you'll kneel before me to atone. Do you believe me? The entire senior management team of Tianyu Group, led by Wu Tianyu, bowed deeply to welcome Yi Chen's arrival. All the employees of Tianyu Group were stunned. Everyone had heard that Tianyu Group recently changed ownership, but no one had yet seen the mysterious new owner in person. Although Yi Chen was surrounded by the top executives of Tianyu Group, some employees managed to catch a glimpse of him from a distance. Wow. So that's the new boss of Tianyu Group. He's so young. And so handsome. Damn, no wonder he's the big boss. All the top executives of Tianyu Group are at his beck and call. Truly enviable. Welcome, young Master Yi, to Tianyu Group. Wu Tianyu stood at the forefront, his face full of flattery as he greeted Yi Chen. There are too many prying eyes here. Let's head to the conference room, Wu Tianyu suggested. No need. I'll only stay briefly, Yi Chen said indifferently. By the way, does Tianyu Group have any collaborations with the Lai family? Wu Tianyu frowned slightly. I believe there is. Did the Lai family offend you, young Master Yi? To Wu Tianyu, Yi Chen was an invincible presence. As long as Tianyu Group could follow someone as powerful as Yi Chen, they could rise to unprecedented heights. The higher Wu Tianyu's position, the more he understood the importance of aligning with a powerful backer. If the Lai family had offended Yi Chen, they were undoubtedly digging their own grave. Offend me? Not quite, they're not even worthy. Inform everyone that all collaborations with the Li family are to be terminated immediately, Yi Chen said casually. Wu Tianyu didn't hesitate and made a single phone call. Instantly, all collaborations with the Li family were severed. Young Master Yi, we've arranged a welcome banquet in your honor tonight. Would you be available to attend? Wu Tianyu asked with a smile full of anticipation. All right, I'll attend, Yi Chen nodded, granting him this courtesy. At that moment, Mu Wangqing was dining with Li Qiang. Li Qiang, I heard there's a banquet tonight at Tianyu Group to welcome their mysterious new owner. Will you be attending? Mu Wangqing asked, her interest piqued. With the partnership between my family and Tianyu Group, of course we're invited, Li Qiang said proudly. Can you bring me along? I'd really like to meet this mysterious new boss, Mu Wangqing said with anticipation. That's easy. Let me call Wu Xiao right now. Li Qiang agreed without hesitation, seeing no harm in bringing Mu Wangqing as a +1. He immediately dialed Wu Feng's number. However, after dozens of rings, no one answered. Puzzled, Li Qiang tried again, but still received no response. Feeling awkward, Li Qiang forced a smile at Mu Wangqing, trying to mask his unease. Just as he was about to redial, his father Li Sen called. Li Qiang picked up the call, only to hear a furious roar from the other end. Li Qiang, what have you done? Did you offend someone? Have you lost your mind? Are you trying to destroy the Lai family? Li Qiang was taken aback. Dad, what are you talking about? I haven't offended anyone. What happened? You didn't offend anyone? Then why did Tianyu Group suddenly terminate all our collaborations? Do you have any idea how critical this partnership is to our survival? Get to Tianyu Group immediately. Tonight's banquet is our last chance to beg for forgiveness from the new boss. If we can't fix this, the Lai family is finished. Stunned, Li Qiang ended the call, his mind spinning. Only now did he realize that Wu Feng's refusal to answer his calls was likely tied to the sudden termination of their partnership. Unaware of the situation, Mu Wangqing looked at Li Qiang expectantly. Li Qiang, did you reach him? Wangqing, there's been a bit of a family emergency. I can't take you to the banquet tonight. But don't worry. There will be other opportunities, Lee Kyung said hastily before leaving her behind. The banquet was held at Yun City Grand Hotel. Since it was meant to honor TNU Group's new owner, the entire company was abuzz. Every department was determined to leave a good impression on the new boss. Lee Hyung arrived at the venue with his father Lee Sen. Desperate to find Wu Feng, they scanned the crowd anxiously. Instead, Lee Kyung spotted Yi Chen sitting alone in a corner, exuding an air of calm amidst the hustle and bustle. Annoyed, Lee Kyung sneered, "Yi Chen, you useless freeloader. How do you manage to show up everywhere I go? Get lost. Stop bringing your bad luck near me." Yi Chen glanced at him coldly. "Where I sit is none of your business. Mind your own affairs." Lee Kyung's temper flared. "Dad, that's the ex-husband of Mu Wangking, a good-for-nothing who's all talk. Earlier, he even claimed I'd kneel before him to apologize. Can you believe it?" Lee Sen frowned, glancing at Yi Chen with disdain. "Kid, I don't know how you got in here, but watch yourself. Don't think for a second you can get away with insulting my son. You're lucky I don't crush you with one finger." Yi Chen chuckled, unfazed. "You're quite bold. How about we make a bet? Soon you'll both be kneeling before me to apologize. Do you dare to take me up on it?" The father and son burst into laughter, treating his words as nothing more than a ridiculous joke. Lee Sen waved him off. "Stop wasting our time with your nonsense. I don't have the patience to deal with you right now." Just then, Wu Tianyu stepped onto the stage, microphone in hand. "Thank you all for coming tonight. Now, let us welcome the new chairman of Tianyu Group, my superior, to deliver a speech." The room fell silent. All eyes turned to the stage, eager to see the mysterious new boss of Tianyu Group. Lee Sen and Lee Kyung's eyes widened in anticipation, knowing that the person about to appear was their last hope. They held their breaths, nerves tightening. The mysterious new chairman was their only chance to salvage the situation and avoid ruin. Everyone in the room focused intently as footsteps echoed from behind the curtain. The suspense in the air was almost palpable. Wu Tianyu gestured toward the side of the stage, smiling as he stepped aside. "Let us warmly welcome our esteemed chairman." The room fell into a hush as the figure stepped into the light. Gasps of disbelief rippled through the crowd. Lee Kyung and Lee Sen's faces froze in sheer shock. It was him. Yi Chen strode forward with calm confidence, his expression composed yet commanding. He casually glanced over the audience, as if he had expected this moment all along. The Lai family's world shattered. Lee Kyung's knees wobbled uncontrollably as realization dawned. His earlier arrogance now seemed laughable in the face of Yi Chen's true identity. Lee Sen's jaw dropped as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. This can't be. The once dismissive remarks, the insults, the mockery, they all came rushing back to him. Yi Chen approached the podium, surveying the stunned crowd. The corners of his lips curled into a faint smirk. "Thank you for gathering here tonight. I hope we can build a future of mutual prosperity together." His gaze shifted toward Lee Kyung and Lee Sen, who were now trembling. With the smallest tilt of his head, Yi Chen addressed them directly, his tone light but edged with unmistakable authority. "Lee Kyung. Lee Sen. Should I remind you of something you said earlier about kneeling to atone?" Their faces turned ashen. The room grew unbearably quiet, all attention fixated on the father and son. In that moment, Lee Kyung felt his legs give way. Without even realizing it, he sank to his knees. Lee Sen followed shortly after, his head bowed low, desperation etched on his face. "Chairman Yi, we were blind. Please forgive us." Lee Sen stammered, his voice quivering. Lee Kyung could barely find his voice. It was all a misunderstanding. We meant no disrespect." Yi Chen stepped away from the podium, his hands in his pockets, and approached the two kneeling men. He stared down at them, his expression unreadable. "You've made your bed. Now lie in it," he said coolly before turning away, leaving the father and son to wallow in their humiliation. The crowd erupted into murmurs, the atmosphere electrified by what had just transpired. Yi Chen's dominance was undeniable, and his reputation as a force to be reckoned with was cemented in everyone's minds. At this moment, Yi Chen slowly stood up from his seat, preparing to walk toward the stage. Coincidentally, his movement blocked the view of the Lai family father and son. "Damn it, Yi Chen, you useless trash! Why are you standing up and blocking my view?" Lee Kyung furiously scolded. "I order you to sit down immediately. If you ruin this for me, I'll take your pathetic life." The father and son were beside themselves with urgency, angrily yelling at Yi Chen. However, Yi Chen paid them no attention. "What the hell? Do you think you're the new owner of Tianyu Group or something? You're looking to die, aren't you? Li Qiang exploded with anger. He leaped to his feet, ready to grab Yi Chen and force him back into his seat. At the same time, Wu Tianyu, standing on the stage, happened to notice Yi Chen. His face lit up with excitement as he loudly announced, "Yes. The new owner of Tianyu Group is none other than Mr. Yi Chen. Everyone, please welcome him." The announcement landed like a thunderclap. The Li father and son were stunned, rooted in place, their eyes almost popping out of their heads. What? He's the mysterious new owner of Tianyu Group? This is impossible. Li Qiang stood frozen, his entire body stiff as if he had turned to stone. He had known Yi Chen for a long time. Before Yi Chen's divorce from Mu Wangqing, he had been nothing more than a house husband. After the divorce, he had been stripped of everything and kicked out. To everyone, Yi Chen was just a worthless man living off women. How could he possibly be the new owner of Tianyu Group? Shock. Dismay. Fear. Yi Chen paid no mind to their bewildered expressions. He calmly walked onto the stage and delivered a few formal remarks, immediately earning thunderous applause from the audience. Li Qiang trembled as he turned to his father, his legs weak beneath him. "Dad. He's the new owner of Tianyu Group. What should we do now?" Fear coursed through him. He had always thought of Yi Chen as trash and had insulted him numerous times. Worse, he had often hovered around Mu Wangqing. Even though he had never acted on his intentions, Mu Wangqing was Yi Chen's ex-wife. Had all his actions been courting death? Li Sen was equally dumbfounded, his eyes wide with disbelief. Wasn't Yi Chen supposed to be a good-for-nothing? Hadn't the Mu family forced the divorce because he was too useless, even kicking him out afterward? Yet now Yi Chen turned out to be the mysterious and powerful owner of Tianyu Group. Despair consumed Li Sen. It was over. Everything was over. "You ungrateful fool. This is all your fault. You've ruined the Li Lai family." Li Sen roared in rage, pummeling Li Qiang in a frenzy. The commotion quickly drew the attention of the surrounding guests. Without understanding the situation, the venue's security guards arrived and promptly escorted the Lai father and son out of the banquet hall. The banquet continued. For Yi Chen, this was just a formality. Tianyu Group was a minor matter in his eyes. Taking advantage of the crowd's preoccupation with mingling, he quietly slipped out of the hotel. As soon as he stepped outside, two dark figures rushed toward him and fell to their knees with a thud. It was none other than the Li father and son. Li Qiang's face was filled with terror as he pleaded, "Young Master Yi, I was wrong. I was truly wrong. Please forgive me." "Oh? Weren't you quite bold earlier? And now you're actually kneeling and bowing your head?" Yi Chen looked down at the sobbing Li Qiang with a cold smirk. Hearing this, Li Qiang began bowing even harder, his forehead slamming against the ground until it was bloodied. "I'm kneeling. I'm bowing. I didn't know your greatness. I was wrong, young Master Yi. I was really wrong." Li Qiang dared not utter a single word in protest. Terror had consumed him entirely. Only now did he fully understand who had ordered the termination of all collaboration between Tianyu Group and the Lai family. It was none other than the man he had foolishly dismissed as worthless Yi Chen, a man with unfathomable power. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes, looking down at the father and son. "Remember, the fact that you're still alive is my mercy. Cross me again, and you'll disappear from this world," he said calmly. The Lai father and son felt a chill run down their spines, their faces turning ashen with fear. Their minds blank, they could only continue kowtowing frantically, as though their lives depended on it. Yi Chen didn't waste another glance at them and walked away. The two men, however, didn't dare rise. Yi Chen's words were clear, they were only alive because of his leniency. "I was wrong. I was wrong. Please forgive me," Li Qiang cried as he continued bowing, his head slamming against the ground with every word. Li Sen raised his head, his face pale and lifeless, only to realize that Yi Chen had already left. Despair engulfed him. Although they were alive, the Lai family would no longer have a place in Yun City. Meanwhile, Mu Wangqing, having been left out of the banquet by Li Qiang, had been desperately trying to find its location. After some effort, she finally arrived at the hotel entrance just in time to witness the Lai father and son kneeling and kowtowing to seemingly empty air. She froze, stunned. What was happening? Why were the Lai father and son acting this way? Confused, Mu Wangqing cautiously approached them. "Lai Xiao, what's going on?" she asked softly, her voice tinged with fear. Hearing her voice, the father and son turned even paler. They had just survived their encounter with Yi Chen, only to now face his ex-wife. Once Li Qiang had dared to covet Mu Wangqing. But now, even with 100 lives, he wouldn't dare entertain such thoughts. Realizing who she was, the two men turned around and began bowing frantically at her instead. I'm sorry. I was wrong. I'll never dare again. No matter what Mu Wonking asked, the two men only repeated their apologies and continued their kowtowing. Completely baffled, Mu Wonking stared at them. What had happened to the two of them? Had they gone mad? Seeing the state of the live father and son, Mu Wonking couldn't help but feel exasperated. What exactly had happened to them? On normal days, Li Qiang prided himself as a self-assured young master. How could he now be as pitiful as a stray dog? Mu Wonking wanted to ask more questions, but the live father and son didn't dare speak further to her. After all, she was that person's ex-wife. They wouldn't dare harbor any inappropriate thoughts toward her, not even if their lives depended on it. Before Mu Wonking could probe further, the two scrambled away in a panic. Mu Wonking was left frustrated. She had gone through so much trouble with Li Qiang to secure an opportunity to cooperate with Tianyu Group. Was this project about to slip through her fingers? As she mulled over the situation, she suddenly spotted Wu Feng stepping out. Clenching her teeth, Mu Wonking decided to take a chance for herself. She approached Wu Feng. Wu Xiao. Mu Wonking respectfully bowed deeply to Wu Feng. Oh, it's you! What's the matter? Wu Feng asked indifferently, unaware of Mu Wonqing's connection to Yi Chen. If he had known she was Yi Chen's ex-wife, he might have been kneeling before her at that moment. Wu Xiao, regarding the cooperation between Qunjiuan Company and your group, is it possible to continue? We truly need this partnership. I beg you, please give us Qunjiuan Company a chance. We won't disappoint you. Mu Wonking pleaded sincerely. Wu Feng frowned as he regarded Mu Wonking. She had been introduced by Li Qiang, and Li Qiang had offended Tianyu Group's new boss. By all logic, Wu Feng should outright reject her request. However, something about Mu Wonking made him pause. Here's the deal, I'll consider it, and let you know if there's any news. How about that? Wu Feng didn't give a definitive answer. Whether they could cooperate ultimately depended on the attitude of Tianyu Group's new boss, Yi Chen. If Yi Chen chose not to pursue the matter with the Li family, the partnership could proceed. However, if Yi Chen decided to punish the Li family, then Mu Wonking, as Li Qiang's associate, would naturally lose this opportunity. Hearing Wu Feng's response, Mu Wonking's face lit up with joy. Thank you. Thank you so much, Wu Xiao. Wu Xiao, tomorrow evening I'm hosting a small gathering. Would I be honored to invite you to attend? Don't worry, the attendees will all be the most outstanding young talents of Yun City. Mu Wonking cautiously extended the invitation. She wanted to use the gathering as a chance to truly get to know Wu Feng. Although Tianyu Group had a new owner, it was still under Wu Feng's management. If she could bypass Li Qiang and integrate into Wu Feng's circle, it would be a qualitative leap for her. All right. Give me the time and location, and I'll be there, Wu Feng agreed after a moment's thought. Once Wu Feng left, Mu Wonking felt a wave of elation wash over her. This was perfect. If she could build a good relationship with Wu Feng, future collaborations with Tianyu Group would undoubtedly be smoother. Thank you, Wu Xiao. Thank you. Mu Wonking kept bowing in gratitude toward Wu Feng's departing figure. At that moment, a voice came from behind her. Mu Wonking, aren't you always so proud in front of me? So why are you so submissive and groveling in front of others? Mu Wonking stiffened slightly. Turning around, she was met with Yi Chen's disdainful expression. Yi Chen. What would you know? I'm doing this to climb into Yun City's top circles. What gives you the right to mock me? Mu Wonking retorted, her face dark with anger. Hey, Yun City's top circles? With someone like Wu Feng? He's not even worth a glance in my eyes. If you truly want to enter Yun City's top echelon, you'd be better off begging me. One word from me, and you could become the most dazzling star in the city. Yi Chen said nonchalantly. Yun City's top circles? In Yi Chen's eyes they were nothing. With just one command, everyone in those circles would kneel before him and bow their heads. Yi Chen's casual tone felt like nails on a chalkboard to Mu Wonking's ears. Yi Chen, can you stop living in a fantasy world and face reality? If all you do is brag, you'll soon find that the gap between you and me has become irreparable. Can't you see the truth of your situation? Mu Wonking said angrily. And who here isn't facing reality, you or me? I'd say it's you, Yi Chen replied with exasperation. He was merely speaking the truth, but why wouldn't she believe him? Hey Yi Chen. I lived with you for 3 years. Don't you think I know you? Look at the people I'm associating with now, they're the elites of Yun City. And you? Still dreaming. How about this? Tomorrow evening, I'll invite you to the gathering with Yun City's finest. That way you can see what true elites are like and understand the vast gap between us. Mu Wangking looked at Yi Chen with a smug expression. Sure. Yi Chen gave her a meaningful smile and agreed without hesitation. Back at Hidden Dragon Manor, Mu Wangking was still riding high on excitement. Wangking, what's got you so happy? Did something good happen? Zhao Lan asked curiously, noticing Mu Wangking's radiant mood. Mom, you won't believe this. Our family might actually rise to prominence. Guess who I managed to invite to tomorrow's gathering? Mu Wangking said excitedly. Who? Who could make you this thrilled? Her response piqued the curiosity of both Mu Bo and Mu Fei, who moved closer. Tianyu Group's young master, Wu Feng. If I can establish a good relationship with Wu Feng tomorrow, Qin Yuan Company and Tianyu Group will likely have endless collaborations in the future, and I'll finally step into Yun City's elite circles. Mu Wangking's confidence was almost tangible. What? Tianyu Group's young master? Everyone was stunned. They had heard Mu Wangking mention collaborating with Tianyu Group before, but that had been through an introduction by Li Qiang. Who would have thought that in such a short time, Mu Wangking had already made a connection with Wu Feng himself? Incredible, Wangking. My daughter is absolutely the best. Big sister, you've really hit the jackpot this time. Haha. Our Mu family was destined to rise. The family was ecstatic, envisioning a future where the Mu family stood among Yun City's elite households. I need to prepare well. Tomorrow I must put forth my best effort. Oh, by the way, I also invited Yi Chen to join us. Mu Wangking said casually. At the mention of Yi Chen, everyone's expressions darkened. Was she serious? Inviting someone like Yi Chen to an event of this caliber? Surely they'd misheard her. Could it be that Mu Wangking had reconciled with Yi Chen? This wouldn't do. Yi Chen, a good-for-nothing freeloader, had already caused enough trouble for Mu Wangking once. If she fell for his sweet-talking again, it would be an unforgivable mistake. One by one, the family members voiced their strong opposition. Late queuing, you absolutely cannot be foolish again. Don't you already know what kind of person Yi Chen is? It took so much effort to divorce him and escape that pit. Are you really thinking about repeating the same mistake? Exactly. What qualifications does Yi Chen have to attend such a top-tier gathering? Late queuing, if you don't stay vigilant, he'll only drag you down again. Big Cius, taking that loser with you is pointless. You'd be better off taking me. I can at least lend you some support. The Mu family members all voiced their disapproval, worried that Mu Wangking might fall into the same trap again. Don't worry. I'm taking Yi Chen along only to let him see the gap between us, to kill any thoughts he might have about remarrying me. Mu Wangking waved her hand dismissively, brimming with confidence. At this point, in Mu Wangking's mind, Yi Chen was no longer someone who could possibly match her. Do you know what he told me today? He said that with just one word, he could make me one of Yun City's elite. Mu Wangking recounted the events of the day. What? Mu Bo and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. He's gone mad. Yi Chen has completely lost his mind. One word from him? What kind of nonsense was that? Everything Yi Chen had today was likely due to the Mu family. Before he had lived off Mu Wangking, and now he was relying on Mu Qingzhu. Utter nonsense. Yi Chen has clearly deluded himself. Does he even realize that whatever little place he has in Yun City isn't because of him, but because of Qingzhu's influence? He's taken the respect others have for Qingzhu and mistaken it for his own accomplishments. Shameless, utterly shameless. The family condemned Yi Chen, believing he was simply borrowing Qingzhu's name to strut around. By now Yi Chen himself had started to believe his own lies. I think Wangking's plan is right. Yi Chen needs to be made to understand his place. Otherwise, not only will he harm Qingzhu, but he could also end up dragging our entire family down. Mu Bo nodded in agreement with Mu Wangking's decision. Don't worry, Dad. Our Mu family will only grow stronger. Tomorrow, I'm going to the airport to pick someone up. With her around, my path in Yun City will only become smoother, Mu Wangking said with a smile. Another surprise? Who's this person? Mu Bo asked in astonishment. Having the young master of Tianyu Group attend the gathering was already impressive enough, but now there was more? Do you remember my best friend from university, Lu Yao? She's now a rising star in the medical field of the Dragon Nation. It's said that she has become the most valued disciple of the renowned medical master Zhou Sankyu. Mu Wangking explained with a hint of mystery. Lu Yao? Is that the girl who visited our home back then? I think I remember her. It's been years though. I can't believe she's become so accomplished. Zhao Lan exclaimed in surprise. In the medical field, one's lineage, particularly their mentorship, was of utmost importance. This was especially true in the Dragon Nation, where being the disciple of a renowned master carried far more weight than graduating from a medical university. For someone like Lu Yao, who came from such a prestigious background, her mere association with Zhu Sanqiu was enough to elevate her status. Wherever she went, she would command respect. Of course, her status is worlds apart from before. That's precisely why I'm hosting this gathering, to leverage Lu Yao's reputation. With her presence, Yun City's elites will have no choice but to give me face. Mu Wangqing shared her plan. Good. We must prepare well for tomorrow. Make sure we treat Lu Yao with the utmost hospitality. Mu Bo decided firmly. That night, Mu Bo stayed up directing the cleaning staff to thoroughly tidy up Hidden Dragon Manor. By the early morning, Mu Wangqing was already awake and on her way to the airport. She successfully picked up Lu Yao, and the two immediately fell into a lively conversation. Lu Yao's demeanor carried a unique blend of refinement and confidence. Her beauty was understated but striking, exuding a faint medicinal fragrance. Her elegant and composed appearance set her apart. Though they lived in different cities after college, Lu Yao and Mu Wangqing had maintained their friendship through constant communication. Lu Yao, who was extremely career-driven, believed that women should strive to elevate themselves through their own abilities. Because of this, she had always disapproved of Mu Wangqing's early marriage, even harboring resentment over it. In fact, Lu Yao had played a role in encouraging Mu Wangqing's decision to divorce. When they returned to Hidden Dragon Manor, Lu Yao's eyes lit up as she took in the luxurious surroundings. "Wangqing, I didn't expect your home to be this extravagant," Lu Yao exclaimed in amazement. "Well, I owe it to my sister, Mu Qingzhu. She's the chairwoman of Yun City's Chamber of Commerce now," Mu Wangqing replied with a modest smile. "You see, I told you before, women should focus on their careers. You got married too early. Marriage is a woman's grave. Only by strengthening yourself can you find a man who truly matches you." Lu Yao sighed, shaking her head. "You're right. I didn't understand back then, but I do now. My priority is to climb higher, step by step. Marriage and love? They don't matter," Mu Wangqing agreed, taking a deep breath. She felt Lu Yao's words rang true. Only when her own status and influence were significant could she meet a man worthy of her. Take Yi Chen, for example. As Mu Wangqing climbed higher in Yun City's social circles, Yi Chen seemed like someone from an entirely different world. While Mu Wangqing now had access to people like Wu Feng, she knew even he wasn't ideal as a partner. After all, there were always greater heights and more powerful figures. As Lu Yao and Mu Wangqing entered Hidden Dragon Manor, the Mu family greeted them warmly, eager to ingratiate themselves. Lu Yao responded politely but remained somewhat reserved. Just then, Yi Chen came down from upstairs, having just woken up. At the sight of Yi Chen, the Mu family's expressions darkened. Lu Yao frowned as well. Though she had never met Yi Chen in person, she recognized him from the photos Mu Wangqing had sent her. With a haughty look, she glanced at Yi Chen and spoke coldly. "So, you're Yi Chen? As expected, you're just as worthless as the rumors say." Lu Yao, as the personal disciple of a renowned medical master, was highly esteemed. Not just in this small city of Haixing, but even in Jiangzhou, she was considered one of the top talents. Yi Chen frowned. He had heard of Lu Yao but had never met her before. Now, upon their first encounter, she carried herself with an air of superiority. This woman truly thought highly of herself. Yi Chen couldn't be bothered to engage with her, turning his head away indifferently. Seeing this, Lu Yao's face darkened instantly. Did she see that right? Yi Chen actually dismissed her. Who did he think he was? She was Lu Yao, a prodigy in the medical field of Jiangzhou, the prized disciple of the legendary medical master Zhu Sanqiu. Forget a small place like Yun City. If Lu Yao spoke, countless talents from Jiangzhou would come flocking to her. And yet, who was Yi Chen? What qualifications did he have to act so arrogantly? "Hey, Wangqing, is this the man you once chose? Before meeting him, I thought he must have had something extraordinary to make you fall for him. But now, I see he's nothing more than an ordinary man." Lu Yao scoffed, shaking her head in disappointment and mockery. "He's not that bad," Mu Wangqing replied awkwardly. Lu Yao's blunt words embarrassed her, as they indirectly criticized her judgment. "Your problem is your poor taste in people. A man can be poor and lack money, but if he has ambition, he can build himself up from nothing. In Jiangzhou, I know many young talents. Despite coming from poor families, they've risen to prominence through their drive and determination. But look at him, he has nothing, no ambition, yet he puts on this haughty demeanor. A man who doesn't understand his place will remain a failure his entire life." Lu Yao's face was full of disdain as she criticized Yi Chen. It was evident she looked down on him from the very depths of her heart. Mu Wangqing listened to Lu Yao's lecture and couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Back in university, the two had been close friends, and even campus belles. In some ways, Mu Wangqing had been more outstanding than Lu Yao at the time. But after graduation, Lu Yao had chosen to further her education, while Mu Wangqing had chosen marriage to Yi Chen. If she had chosen a different path back then, perhaps she would now be surrounded by exceptional talents too. You're right. Back then, I must have been out of my mind, Mu Wangqing sighed. It's all right. Realizing the truth now is better than never. Men like him are best left behind. Lu Yao comforted her with a smile. Yi Chen watched the two women, his eyes filled with disdain. How full of themselves did they have to be to spout such nonsense in front of him? They didn't even realize how ridiculous their words sounded to someone like him. Feeling Yi Chen's gaze, Lu Yao frowned. What are you looking at? Yes, we're talking about you. As a man, don't you find it laughable to have sunk to this level? Lu Yao mocked him, her tone dripping with contempt. What's so laughable about it? But you, do you even know me? Standing here spouting nonsense. Frankly, someone of your caliber isn't even worth my notice. A so-called medical prodigy? You're worthless in my eyes, Yi Chen shrugged, speaking plainly. What? Hearing his words, both Mu Wangqing and Lu Yao widened their eyes in shock. Was this guy just spouting nonsense without thinking? Yi Chen, stop talking nonsense. Lu Yao is the disciple of medical master Zhu Sanqiu. Saying such things will get you into trouble. Mu Wangqing glared at Yi Chen, worried he might offend Lu Yao. Lu Yao, however, wasn't angry. Instead, she looked at Yi Chen with even more disdain, as if his words weren't worth her getting upset over. Do you think boasting will earn you respect? Men like you are the most useless. If you had any real ability, you'd show it to make us take notice, rather than puffing yourself up with empty words, Lu Yao sneered. Mu Wangqing admired Lu Yao's composure and poise. In just a few years, Lu Yao's demeanor had transformed remarkably. Sigh. Mu Wangqing sighed. To her, Yi Chen looked like a complete clown compared to Lu Yao. But Lu Yao wasn't done. Yi Chen, no matter what, you're still a man. I advise you to know your place and stop clinging to Wangqing. With me here, countless talents will vie for her favor. Even if all the men in the world disappeared, it would never be your turn, Lu Yao declared sternly. Yi Chen glanced at her, his lips curling into a faint sneer. He narrowed his eyes, looking at Lu Yao. First, Mu Wangqing and I are divorced. There's no chance of reconciliation. If there's any regret in our relationship, it's hers. If anyone is clinging, it's her. Second, I've said it many times, Hidden Dragon Manor is mine. The only reason I haven't kicked you all out is out of respect for Mu Qingzhu and the Mu family patriarch. You should be thanking me. Lastly, Lu Yao, was it? You have no right to criticize me. Not even your master Zhu Sanqiu could stand before me without kneeling. Understand? Yi Chen didn't bother lingering and turned to leave. This left Mu Wangqing and Lu Yao furious, their feet stomping in frustration. Even with her usually calm demeanor, Lu Yao couldn't help but lose her temper. Pointing at Yi Chen's retreating figure, she seethed, Wangqing, look at him. He's spewing nonsense and acting like a lunatic. A man like him wouldn't even qualify to step into the circles I'm in. Mu Wangqing felt deeply embarrassed, disappointed by Yi Chen's words. If it were just a verbal spar with Lu Yao, she wouldn't have minded. But Yi Chen had dragged Zhou Sanqiu into it. Who was Zhou Sanqiu? He was one of Jiangzhou's top medical masters, with a status so revered it was hard to fathom. Sigh. Tai? I'm used to it by now. Forget him. Tonight, I'm hosting a gathering. You'll help me hold the fort, won't you? Mu Wangqing asked, smiling as she linked arms with Lu Yao. Of course. Even though I'm not from Yun City, I have the entire Jiangzhou medical community behind me. Even if others don't respect me, they'll surely respect my master, Zhou Sanqiu. Lu Yao said confidently. By the way, is that guy coming? Lu Yao asked, motioning toward where Yi Chen had left. He is. I invited him. He shouldn't even qualify to attend. But I want him to see the difference between himself and the true elites. He needs to understand his place, Mu Wangqing said, annoyed. Good. A man who doesn't know his place needs to be put in it. Don't worry. Tonight, I'll not only support you but also make sure Yi Chen realizes he's long since unworthy of you. Your future world is one he can only dream of. Mu Wangqing had no idea what Lu Yao was planning to do. However, it perfectly aligned with her intentions. Recently, she had noticed that Yi Chen was increasingly consumed by his own delusions of grandeur. If he didn't wake up soon, who knew how many more people he would offend in the future? Although they were divorced, and Mu Wanqing believed Yi Chen no longer deserved to be with her, they had once been husband and wife. Even if Yi Chen was utterly useless, as long as he could recognize his own limits, he could at least lead an ordinary and uneventful life. After settling Lu Yao in, Mu Wanqing began preparing for the evening's gathering. Initially, some of Yun City's prominent young elites were reluctant to attend. But upon hearing that Lu Yao, the personal disciple of a renowned medical master, would be present, they all changed their minds and agreed to come. This further solidified Mu Wanqing's confidence that, with Lu Yao supporting her, she would surely rise to prominence in Yun City. Meanwhile, at the grand estate of the Sun family, a prominent medical clan in Yun City, Sun Simon, the patriarch of the Sun family, was leisurely reclining on a chair. Standing respectfully nearby was Sun Shooting, the eldest daughter of the Sun family. I heard Zhu Sanqiu's disciple has come to Yun City. Is she here because of us? Sun Simon squinted slightly, speaking in a calm tone. Grandfather, it's unclear for now. We only know her name is Lu Yao. Given our history with Zhu Sanqiu, it's possible she's here to test the waters. I suspect Zhu Sanqiu himself might even come to Yun City, Sun Shooting speculated. Zhou Sanqiu was a renowned medical master from Jiangzhou with extraordinary influence. Sun Simon, on the other hand, was the leading figure in Yun City's medical community. The two had been rivals for years, competing both openly and covertly. As both were prominent figures in the medical field, they always kept a close eye on each other's movements. Over the years, Sun Simon had firmly controlled Yun City's medical market, ensuring no outsiders could intrude on their territory. Even if that old man comes here himself, so what? We can't take over Jiangzhou's market, but he shouldn't think about touching Yun City's medical market either. Send someone to monitor them. If there's any unusual activity, report it to me immediately. In Yun City, the Sun family is supreme, Sun Simon declared arrogantly. I understand, grandfather. I'll send someone to keep a close watch on her. Sun Shooting nodded. Good. Shooting, you must put more effort into your medical studies. Lu Yao may have a strong reputation in Jiangzhou, but you mustn't let her outshine you. Sun Simon spoke warmly, clearly satisfied with his granddaughter. After all, Sun Shooting's talent in medicine was no less than Lu Yao's. She was destined to become a top figure in the medical field. The only regret Sun Simon had was that Sun Shooting was a girl. If she had been born a boy, her future would have been limitless. Lowering her head, Sun Shooting didn't respond, but her eyes were filled with ambition. In the field of medicine, the deeper one delved, the more vast and boundless it appeared, an endless journey of learning. After a moment of silence, Sun Simon suddenly thought of something. By the way, Ling Tianwu, the master of Tianwu Pavilion, recently broke through to the Grandmaster level. This has caused quite a stir in Yun City. I heard he purchased an ancient elixir that enabled a master to instantly ascend to the Grandmaster level. How could such a valuable elixir not be under the Sun family's control? I asked you to investigate. Do you have any results yet? Sun Simon clearly prioritized this matter. For the Sun family, which dominated Yun City's medical industry, controlling powerful elixirs was a critical strategy. Grandfather, I did investigate and found the source, but... Sun Shooting hesitated. Sun Simon's expression darkened as he sat upright. What? Is there some force encroaching on the Sun family's territory? In Yun City, no matter how powerful the outsider, they must bow to us. Even a dragon crossing the river is no match for a local snake. Sun Simon's tone turned icy. No, grandfather, you've misunderstood. It's not some force, it's just an ordinary person, Sun Shooting said with a wry smile. This revelation was baffling. For such a rare and precious elixir to come from an ordinary individual was hard to believe. An ordinary person? How is that possible? Sun Simon looked at Sun Shooting in shock, clearly skeptical. It's true. His name is Yi Chen. I personally investigated and even spoke to some people close to him. He's the former son-in-law of the Mu family. Not long ago, he got divorced from Mu Wanqing because he was seen as unambitious. I even questioned his former brother-in-law Mu Fei. According to him, Yi Chen is a man who relies on others and isn't worth mentioning. Sun Shooting explained her findings. Sun Simon frowned deeply. After a long pause, he waved his hand dismissively. Hey Mim. Perhaps the elixir was something he stumbled upon, or perhaps he's a puppet for someone more powerful behind the scenes. Regardless, the ancient elixir came through his hands. Send someone to summon this Yi Chen to the Sun family. I want to personally ask him about the origin of this formula. An ancient formula capable of elevating a master to a grandmaster level must belong to the Sun family. After hearing Sun Shooting's report, Sun Simin no longer paid much attention to Yi Chen himself. To him, Yi Chen's status or abilities were irrelevant. In Yun City, no one dared defy the Sun family's will. Sun Shooting nodded and quickly arranged for someone to deliver the summons to Yi Chen. Meanwhile, Yi Chen was preparing to attend Mu Wanking's gathering. At that moment, Wu Tianyu from Tianyu Group approached him. Young Master Yi, the Sun family has sent word. They're demanding you visit their estate to explain the matter of the ancient elixir sold at the recent auction, Wu Tianyu said cautiously. What? Yi Chen was taken aback. The Sun family was summoning him to explain himself? What was the Sun family? Were they even qualified to issue such a demand? Yi Chen didn't even bother to take their message seriously. Plenty of forces had set their sights on his ancient elixirs. But how many of them had the ability to seize anything from him? The Sun family? They didn't even make the list. The Sun family? What rock did they crawl out from? Tell them to get lost as far as possible. Don't embarrass themselves by showing up here.
Hi guys, your opinion means a lot to me. I'm working on improving the stories to make them more interesting for you. Please leave a comment and let me know what you liked about this story. Your feedback helps me get better and create content that you'll enjoy. Your feedback is very important to me. Thank you for your support and attention. If you enjoyed this story, I can't wait to share its continuation with you.